This young man is handsome and charming, but he has a fatal flaw. He's poor. Today marks the 1-month anniversary of Lam Tan and his girlfriend Liu Yichan. But she bluntly rejected him and then got into a car with another man, who even called Lam Tan a pathetic poor guy to his face. Hey buddy, if you want to win a girl's heart, you need money. Look at yourself. Do you think you're lucky? Lam Tan stood frozen in place, watching the supercar carrying his ex-girlfriend fade into the distance. Lam Tan, overwhelmed with anger, drops to his knees, countless questions flooding his mind. Why is this happening? Is it fair that you should be trampled just because you're poor? Lam Tan's suffering gradually turned into hatred, and he vowed that from now on, he would never be blindly sincere again. It was this intense hatred and anger that inadvertently activated a system called the Billionaire Counterattack. The system quickly bound to Oz him and granted him a sum of money to retaliate, up to 1,000 billion yuan. While his actual personal assets are only 138 yuan, the stark contrast made Lam Tan open his mouth in shock. In his hand appeared a black card containing 1,000 billion yuan. The system is quite easy to understand. Lam Tan can spend the 1,000 billion freely. And no matter how much he spends, 1% of the amount will be transferred to his personal assets. Meaning if Lam Tan spends all 1,000 billion given by the system, he will still have a personal asset of up to 10 billion. But a small note is that the counterattack assets can only be used for counterattacks and can only be spent on women. Unrelated personal expenses will be deducted from your personal assets. Lam Tan was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. It was only after a while that he managed to stand up straight, clutching that black card tightly in his hand. The counterattack officially begins now, and you will definitely make it spectacular. The first thing Lam Tan does after getting the money is to go to the Tai Dat shopping mall to find someone to test it out. And he accidentally noticed a tall, busty beauty he knew very well. She is Lan Ha-hee, Lu Nyat-tran's roommate. Zin detected a female student with high beauty value and suggested the host start the counterattack mission. Then the system sent a new notification and a profile of the target appeared in front of Lam Tan. Lan Ya-hee, 21 years old, 167 centimeters tall, weighs 46 kilograms. When her favorability towards Lam Tan exceeds 90%, 10% of the counterattack assets spent will immediately be returned to your personal assets. When the affection level reaches absolute, the identity will be transformed and the relationship between you and the target will change. Currently, Lan Na-hee's affection towards Lam Tan is at minus 20%. You could even tell it was because of your roommate's influence just by looking at your knee. You didn't think much of it and just went straight over. Lan Ya-hee, may I bother you for a moment? Lam Tan, why is it you? Lan Ya-hee looked up and, clearly not pleased to see Lam Tan. So you're here again asking me to help you pursue Liu Yichan? I advise you to give up. She already has a wealthy second-generation boyfriend now. Lam Tan chuckled and said that this time he only came to invite the other person for a cup of bubble tea. As soon as he finished, a puzzled look appeared on Lan Ya-hee's face. Then she quickly refused, saying they weren't close and that this bubble tea shop didn't sell regular bubble tea. There's a co-branding event with M at the shop, so they only sell 200 cups a day, and each costs 199 yuan. A cup of milk tea costs as much as 10 days worth of your meals. Can you invite him up? Lan Na-hee said mockingly. At this moment, the people in line behind Lam Tan are also getting anxious and start urging him. Come on, if you want to buy, hurry up. We've been waiting in line for a long time. That's right. I also want to post a photo on Wo, so stop delaying. Lam Tan hates being pushed around like that. He decisively turned back to ask the staff how many cups of bubble tea were left in the shop. They didn't understand what he was planning but replied there were still 180 cups remaining. So he insisted on taking out his card and paying for the remaining amount himself. The people behind all shared the cost, claiming he was buying on behalf of Lan Ya-hee, as if she was inviting everyone. Lam Tan said casually. Lan Ya-hee was so shocked she stood up suddenly. All 180 cups of bubble tea cost several tens of thousands of yuan. That's not a small amount. Lam Tan, don't mess around. But as soon as she finished speaking, Lam Tan had already swiped his card. His counterattack funds were immediately deducted by 39,800 yuan, but it was nothing compared to the original 1 trillion yuan. And the staff quickly began preparing the drinks amid the astonished gazes of those behind. Lan Na-hee was momentarily confused about what was happening, but her fondness for Lam Tan gradually increased a little. Lan Ya-hee, I have a small favor to ask you. Lam Tan said again, what is it? It's nothing difficult, just help me spend some money. At this moment, Lu Nyat-tran and her new boyfriend were shopping together at the mall, but when they reached the bag she wanted to buy most today, he made an excuse to refuse. Chen Tren, I've wanted to buy you this bag for a long time. It's just that before, my mother said I was spending too much, and today we've already shopped enough. Let's go eat first and talk more afterward. If you want to pass your future mother-in-law's test, you need to act a little better first. Lu Nyat-tran felt very regretful inside because all the items she bought today were worth much less than that designer bag. And this foolish woman actually believes that shameless man. Sokun and thinks she must endure and save up now to marry into a wealthy family. But at that moment, a very familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Lam Tan, what do you think of this bag? It's a limited edition and also a store exclusive, worth a lot. I'll take it. You don't mind, do you? Liu Yichang turned around, and it was actually his roommate sitting next to Lam Tan. She was so shocked she gaped, then quickly regained her contemptuous attitude towards Lam Tan, thinking he was rejected and jealous, and that he begged Lan Nashi to act out a scene to provoke her. Lam Tan, how could you be so disgusting? Didn't I already make it clear? We're broken up, so don't follow me anymore. Who's been following you? I came here with someone else to buy a bag too. The more you say that, the more Lu Natron despises you because in her mind, Lam Tan is definitely not the kind of person who would come to He's shop to buy a bag. At this moment, the system also confirmed the new target and initiated a counterattack mission similar to the one earlier against Liu Yichang. He knew that for a woman obsessed with money like her, counterattacking was very easy. But he didn't rush. Instead, he pretended to be indifferent. Liu Yichang, if we've already broken up, then we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Wherever I want to go has nothing to do with you. Don't wave your arms around like that. Do you think I'm still the same as before? You're hilarious. Just a few hours ago, did you suddenly become a rich second-generation kid? Lam Tan pretends to think for a few seconds before declaring that buying just one bag isn't enough, and demands the staff to pack all the remaining items in the store today, saying he will buy everything. When you said those words, whether it was the sales clerk, Lan Ha-hee, or Louis John, they all were stunned with their mouths agape. The staff quickly followed Lam Tan's instructions and then handed the checkout machine to him with a wide smile that reached his ears. The total bill comes to 11.32 million yuan. If paid successfully, this amount is enough to cover several months of sales for the staff. Hearing this number, Lu Nyut-tran's new boyfriend burst out laughing and said that if Lam Tan really could pay it, then he would grow a banana tree to eat soy sauce. But he actually swiped his card confidently. When the payment success notification sounded, his face immediately darkened. I didn't expect young Master Wang to be so skilled at planting trees to eat soy sauce. Just in time for me to broaden my horizons, this time Lam Tan will have his turn to mock the other person. Lan Ya-hai was so surprised that her affection levels suddenly increased by 60%, now reaching 42%. She couldn't help but rush to hug Lin Tan's neck and coquettishly say, "Darling, you're so good, you say and do," unlike some people who act affectionate in front of their girlfriends but secretly don't want to spend a single cent inside. Her words clearly targeted Lu Nyut-tran's boyfriend, and Lu Nyut-tran's affection for Lam Tan just now unexpectedly increased by 30%, changing from minus 25% to 5%. Liu Yichan still wanted to save some of his dignity, so he begged his boyfriend, but he had no intention of spending money. We don't bother with those rich kids showing off everywhere. Doing such boring work, a true rich second generation like you should act modestly. Just then, a middle-aged woman's voice rang out full of anger and resentment. Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng is Lu Nyut-tran's boyfriend. Hearing that voice, he was startled and turned around to see a middle-aged, plump lady standing in front of him. His face instantly turned pale and he kept stammering, asking why she was here. Without hesitation, she slapped Wang Tan. "Dad Nam, what are you doing here? I bought you clothes, shoes, and a watch, even lent you a car to drive, and yet you dare to secretly see your mistress behind my back. You're truly a despicable beast, worse than an animal." Wang Tan was slapped so hard he fell flat on the ground, looking extremely miserable. And he didn't even feel ashamed, just kneeling and crawling on the ground, clutching that lady's leg and begging, claiming he was innocent and that all the fault was due to Lu Nyut-tran's seduction. The situation changed too quickly for Lu Nyut-tran to say a word. It turns out the wealthy boyfriend she's been following is just a parasite, leeching off the madam. "Huh, I also believe you wouldn't have the guts to betray me." The wealthy lady in the office continued, "Now giving you a chance, slap her twice and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, we're done for good." Before Lu Nyut-tran could react, Wang Tan moved swiftly, striking her down onto the floor. She was so shocked she could only cover her face and couldn't say a word, while Wang Tan didn't hold back, hitting and cursing at Lu Nyut-tran as a materialistic woman seducing another's boyfriend, even snatching back the gold necklace he had given her that was hanging around her neck. It was almost instinctive. After staggering to her feet, Liu Yichan threw herself into Lam Tan's arms in a tantrum, but he pushed her away coldly. "You thought this would make Lu Nyut-tran hold a grudge against you, but who would have expected her to turn around crying and run away?" Yet her favorability still increased by 1%. Ma Lan Ya-hai is also starting to worry now since Lam Tan has been pursuing Lu Nyut-tran for several years. Now that she's in such a miserable state, she's afraid you'll soften. So she tries to probe, but it turns out that young Master Vuong is such a person. Truly pitiful, isn't he? Just a woman greedy for money, not worthy of sympathy. "We won't pay attention to her anymore. See if there's anything else you want to buy." Lam Tan responded immediately, without hesitation. Lan Ya-hai is very pleased with his answer and pretends to act coquettishly, saying, "I don't know how to repay you for being so good to me. Why don't I repay you with my body?" Lam Tan teasingly suggested, "Stop being so annoying. What nonsense are you talking about? Everything." Lan Ya-hai playfully punched his chest a few times, but it was clear she really enjoyed the suggestion just now, as her affection level suddenly increased by 20%, now reaching 62%. It seems this woman's progress is quite easy. However, compared to Liu Yizhang, Lan He is much more shrewd. To keep Lam Tan around, she doesn't mind spending some money on him, so she happily takes him shopping to change his look. Usually Lam Tan dresses very casually, with messy hair, wasting his good looks and making people look down on him as poor and insignificant. Today, La Na-hee decided to give him a complete makeover from head to toe. So when Lam Tan left the fitting room, all the women in the store turned their eyes toward him, and La Na-hee's favorability increased by another 10%. She thought to herself, I didn't expect him to look so handsome after dressing up. This guy must be a treasure. If Liu Yichang doesn't value it, then it's a real gain for me. Even Lam Tan, after looking in the mirror, didn't think he could look this good. Moreover, at first you only aim to impress with your assets to pick up girls, but you actually managed to make Lan Ya-hai spend nearly 10,000 yuan on you. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Later that night, La Na-hee-hai was satisfied and returned to the girls' dormitory while Liu Yichang was still blow-drying his hair. Seeing her cheek turn red, La Na-hai pretended to be friendly and asked, Chantron, are you okay? I'm fine. Luckily, Lam Tan helped me expose Wang Cheng's true face, or I would still be clueless and easily fooled. Lu Nyat-tren responded with a relaxed smile as if she had truly realized her mistake. At this moment, La Na-hai held up the bag that Lam Tan had bought her earlier, pretending to be embarrassed but actually showing off. That's right, luckily I have Lam Tan. From now on, you need to be very cautious and avoid people like that Vuong Shao or whatever. So this bag was a gift from Lam Tan. You should keep it. Then I won't hold back anymore. I was worried you would take it to heart. Lan Ya-hai happily rushes over and hugs Liu Yijan around the neck. How could that be? We are good sisters after all. But what women say isn't always what they are thinking inside. Lan Ya-hee and Lu Nyat-tren outwardly appear close and affectionate, but deep down they both harbor resentment and their own thoughts. Lu Nyat-tren is very confident, believing Lam Tan is just upset with her. After all, he has been pursuing her for 3 years. Someone new like Lan Ya-hai might have a chance to win his heart, but she secretly mocks her friend for being blind to the treasure and vows to keep Lam Tan by her side. Meanwhile, Lam Tan just returned to the male dormitory after a whole day walking around with his older sister, feeling exhausted like he had worked part-time. He had no plans for tomorrow, but he probably couldn't keep using the same dating methods as today, or it would bore the other person and cost a lot without gaining much affection. At this moment, he encounters a group of senior male students walking down the stairs, including Vuong Kam, who all keep praising him upon seeing Lam Tan with his new look. Wow, little brother Lam Tan looks so handsome today. This outfit must have cost a lot, right? But secretly, he's sneering, thinking you bought some fake brands and covered them with gold, pretending to be rich even though you're broke. Then, Vuong Kam pretended to be friendly, put his arm around Lam Tan, and whispered a few words into his ear. Hey, little brother, I've heard about what happened today. You'd better wake up and see the truth. I think pursuing Liu Yichan costs you a lot of time and money, yet you're still ignored. You might as well go to a live stream room to give gifts. At least those female streamers will obediently submit. The other 2 seniors also nodded in agreement, then deliberately teased that Lam Tan might not even have enough money to gift the goddess. But their sarcastic words unexpectedly opened up a new path while he was still struggling to find ways to spend money on girls. Yes, he could go to the live stream room to find other targets. Thanks a lot, senior. Lam Tan chuckled and then patted Wang Cheng on the shoulder before leaving. The other 3 looked at each other in confusion. They teased him so openly just now, but Lam Tan not only didn't mind but even thanked them. It seems they've been taught so badly that their brains are messed up. They're too lazy to care about him anymore, so they're getting ready to go back to their rooms to watch the Goddess of Tea stream live. At this moment, Lam Tan was already settled on the bed. He quickly downloaded the livestream app to his phone and set a flashy ID that said he was so poor he had no money left. Lam Tan has always been busy with part-time work and never had time to use these kinds of apps. Today is the first time he watched a live stream, so he searched for a list of popular female streamers. I also vaguely remembered that earlier the Wang Cams mentioned a name, Tra Tra, so I looked her up. This streamer is indeed live, and just by casually swaying her hips, she can make the comments explode. Lam Tan also couldn't escape this fresh and energetic look, but he wasn't sure if the barrier of the screen could unlock the counterattack mission. The system, sensing his thoughts, immediately responded. To unlock the counterattack mission, the opponent's appearance must score over 80 points. But the livestream app's beauty filters can make anyone look like a swan, so it can't accurately judge the opponent's true appearance. That's why you still have to meet in person to unlock the seduction mission. Lam Tan thinks the system is quite smart. This Tra Tra looks like she scores over 90 on the app. Hopefully she's not too bad once it's off. But you don't really care anyway. Since your counterattack assets are so abundant, you can't even use them all. No matter if the opponent is beautiful or ugly, giving her a little money isn't a big deal. At this moment, a notification appeared on the screen showing that the user with the ID 2TU just gifted Tra Tra 5 golden tiger cards. The entire livestream room once again erupted in cheers, praising Tu Thiao endlessly, each time throwing out tens of thousands of yuan. Next, Tra Tra was about to start a fiery showdown with another female streamer named Song Song, where the one who receives more donations would be the winner. From the richest donor to Tra Tra, he immediately stepped forward to call on everyone to open their wallets for her. Lam Tan also saw a very familiar ID named Kam Vuong, who kept flattering Tu Thiu, probably the same Vuong Kam. It seems he's just a flatterer who fawns over the rich kids. Really shameful. I also want to spend some money to attract the goddess's attention, but since it's my first time watching a live stream, I don't know how to send a gift. So, how much money do you need to top the leaderboard? Should I buy the fruit first or the banner first? Your comment accidentally interrupted the comments calling Doni to plan something for Tra so she can beat Toothio's BK tree. Seeing that, Voncom immediately replied, "You bastard, who do you think you are? Toothio is talking with his friends. Why do you dare to interrupt?" Over there, Toothio also clenched his jaw in anger. He is a petty person, and when a newcomer interrupted him, he became furious and immediately demanded that Tra and Lamton be kicked out of the room. But this Toothio has always spent a lot of money on Tra, so if she wants to beat Sangsang, she still has to rely on him. So even though Lamtan speaks confidently, she is a newcomer who has never gifted Tra before, and was still coldly kicked out of the room by her. Lamtan was kicked out of the room, but didn't feel sad at all. Instead, she went to Sangsang's livestream to see what was happening. At this moment, she was also preparing to fight Tra, who had provoked her shamelessly before the match even started. "Little sister, you don't have the top-ranked big brother. I'm really worried about you. Why don't you surrender now, and I'll let you receive a lighter punishment?" "Huh? Having the top scorer is impressive? My brothers are numerous and strong. Stop threatening us and just fight already." Then the showdown between the two female streamers began, both trying to showcase their bodies and win over the fans' affection. As long as you give money, they'll do whatever you ask. But in the early stage of this BK match, Sangsang was quickly overwhelmed and pushed aside. Some scoundrel men started making unreasonable demands, like dancing seductively or having Sangsang moan for money. Although she didn't want to, she had to reluctantly comply to win. And suddenly, a golden dragon appeared on the screen. This was the gift that someone so poor, they only had money left, Lamton gave to Sangsang. From Toothio's reaction, he was so amazed that he sat up straight. "I have to say, this dragon is worth up to 15,000 yuan, far surpassing the 5 golden tigers he bought for 10,000 yuan. And Sangsang was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. Tra's face instantly turned pale when she realized that the person who just gifted the golden dragon to her opponent was the same one who had just kicked her out of the room. Lamton's move was to give the most expensive gift right away. Now, you also know how to give gifts. The system's black card is very convenient, allowing remote top-ups for the live stream platform. If you already have the money, now's the time to show off. Lamtan starts spamming gold dragons for Sangsang. The first time was 1, then 5, then 10, and eventually up to 20. The whole room was immediately terrified. "Damn it, who is this boss? It's been a long time since I last saw a golden dragon." With your help, the gap between Sangsang and Tra quickly closed. After a while, Sangsang finally realized the problem, and Ben hurriedly grabbed his phone and said, "Wait, my poor brother is so broke he only has money left. I was so shocked earlier that I forgot to say." Now, scrolling the golden dragon is a bit costly, so how about waiting until the siege time, doubles the score, and then continue scrolling? The little one on the other side of the screen smiled smugly when she said that. Now, he finally realized that Lamton was the one Tra had provoked earlier, and he felt much more at ease. After all, a newcomer is just a newcomer. If they don't understand BK's rules, throwing money around will only lead to losses. But they underestimated Lamton's assets for his girl, and he kept giving gold dragons to Sangsang, regardless of those rules. Seeing the 15,000 yuan dragon keep appearing on the screen, the crowd from TU started trembling with fear. After a while, perhaps from tired arms, Lamton finally stopped. The entire livestream room was on edge when TU watched Tra's livestream, having only spent a little over 3 million in a year. Yet he gifted Sangsang a total of 1,600 golden dragons, equivalent to 24 million yuan. Sangsang was so happy she was kicking her legs and waving her arms, constantly thanking and loving Lamton. The BK competition still had about a minute left, but everyone knew which side was winning. Anyway, the gap in money Doni has because of Lamton is just too big. The comments are now all exploding because of Lamton. They all call him the boss or the general manager. This boss was kicked out of the room because of the iced tea, right? So right now, the other side must be heartbroken, huh? Ha ha ha. Do we need to care about BK rules? Should we wait until the city is besieged? Does using multiple tactics do anything? Our boss only has one move, throwing money. President Qian is formidable. After winning, Sangsang was also very proud and immediately made Tra stand up to accept the punishment, including the big pendulum, spinning horse, horse split, and jumping all in one round. Dad was so angry he was trembling, but he still had to stand up, carry out the punishment, and keep apologizing to Lamton on the livestream. "Please, boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kicked you out earlier. Please forgive me." Seeing her exhausted and struggling to breathe, Sangsang and her fans were all extremely excited. Not stopping there, Lamton also arrogantly left a comment for Tra on 3 different platforms. Either she kicked Toothio out of the room herself, or Toothio left on his own, or let him finish the remaining 20 seconds of the conquest to help Tra turn the tide in this BK match. Just a moment ago, Lamton still didn't have a ranking on the Donity leaderboard, but now you have become a level 27 royal user. It must be said that in the past, only 3 people had reached the royal level. But a brand new account like Lamton has risen to sit with them after just one BK battle. This is truly terrifying. After you left your comment, the system immediately sent a new notification that Tutio had left the live stream room. The onlookers watching this scene were extremely excited. Tutio, who has always been very arrogant because he thought he spent a lot of money, is now beaten back by Lamtan with money and forced to retreat. In the end, the BK match officially ended with no change. Sang-sung remains the winner. Lamtan had just exited the app not long ago when he received a series of new messages, the first of which was from that Vuong Com guy. Boss, I sincerely apologize. It was my blindness that made me dare to mock you earlier. Can we be friends? No. You must be missing a junior brother. That's right. You mocked him and moved on to the next message from Sang-sung. Love song, I really thank you just now. I don't know how I should repay you. Can we add each other on WeChat? Followed by her phone number. Below is a message from Tra. Tianka, I was about to kick Tutio out of the room, but I didn't expect him to be faster than me. Can you forgive me? I beg you. Tianka, I saw in the documents that you're in Vientiane City. What a coincidence. I'll be going there to do a photo shoot in a few days, so maybe I can invite you to dinner as an apology. It's really because of money that she dares to do anything. Wow. Just finished her punishment and now she's exhausted, sweating all over, but still has to text Lamtan. For her, Bei's failure isn't really important at all because in terms of appearance and figure, she surpasses Sang-sung, so she has to seize the chance to connect directly with the boss to make it easier to persuade him to spend money on her in the future. Lamtan also didn't mind being kicked out of the room earlier. After all, he was feeling down about having few missions and spending too little money, so the refund wasn't much. So he agreed with Tra, making her so happy she kept pecking at his phone. I got it. See you soon, Tianta, in the next few days. I'm really looking forward to it. The next morning, Lamtan woke up around 7:30 feeling refreshed. It's been a long time since he had such a comfortable sleep. Money really does buy you the privilege to bother others. As soon as I opened my eyes, I received a new message on my phone, just as expected from La Ha-hee. And my roommates, who had just woken up, invited Lamtan to breakfast. You guys go ahead. A girl brought me breakfast. Lamtan responded while shaking his phone in his hand. The three roommates looked at him in disbelief, then gradually moved to the corner of the room, whispering to each other. I didn't expect you to start rambling so early in the morning. I heard that Lao Lum was abandoned by Liu Yi yesterday, but seeing his relaxed face last night, I thought everything was fine. How could there be nothing wrong? Old Lamb chased after her for 3 whole years. Then invite him out for drinks tonight, get drunk and cry it out. Lamtan overheard everything they said, but he couldn't be bothered to care. Anyway, your roommate means well. Put on an extra jacket and go downstairs. The roommates, curious, also followed along. Down at the female dormitory, a few handsome guys from Simplo were lined up, waiting to bring breakfast to the goddess. Someone came to give something to the goddess Liu Yichan, and someone else came for the goddess La Nahi. Coincidentally, these two beauties are also in the same dorm. The underlying reason is that last night, Liu Yizhang posted on WO, basically saying she had just become single again, and everyone heard about her being abandoned by Vuong Tan, so they guessed she was at her most vulnerable now and tried to seize the chance to sincerely attack the goddess. Besides that, La Nahi also posted something, basically saying that she suddenly realized the person she had been searching for was always behind her. Because it wasn't clear who she was talking about, the young men from Explo who were always tailing the goddess all fantasized that she was referring to them. Even Vuong Kam was among these people. He just appeared, saw the crowd coming, and immediately mocked them. Ha! Do you know the difference between a person and a sim god? Looking at Lamtan's fate of becoming a sim god, there is no bright future ahead. They all know who Lamtan really is. Anyway, your 3-year pursuit of Liu Yi and the 1-month relationship that ended with her leaving you for a wealthy heir are already quite famous. And besides, someone is questioning it. Why do you speak about us like that? Weren't you the one who brought breakfast to Lana Hai? Created by this person, Wang Cam immediately smiled smugly at what he was holding in his hand. It was breakfast purchased from the French restaurant list. A delicate sweet milk macaron costs up to 600 yuan, completely different from the cheap lunchboxes they are holding. Why is it so expensive? It's just breakfast, no need to go that far. Someone muttered. What do you guys know? Winning a girl over is all about money. A few $dozen a day, spent for a year, and she'll just realize you're a good guy. But a few $100 a day, I can have her within a week, Wang Kam replied with great confidence. At this moment, the goddess Lu Nyatran and the goddess La Nyahi walked down together, still holding hands happily, as if nothing had happened between them. The young men trying to impress girls immediately crowded around, eager to offer them food. Lu Nyatran kept refusing the food, saying she had already ordered, but La Nyahi took the French pastry Wang Kam offered, which made him very pleased and convinced his plan was going perfectly. Just then, Lan Ha-hee saw Lamtan and his 3 roommates passing by. But before she could speak, Vuong Kam quickly stepped in. Are you just a junior who just arrived, Lamtan? Are you planning to buy breakfast for Liu Yichan too? You got abandoned yesterday, but still refused to give up, huh? Well, with 3 years of persistence, those little things don't really matter anyway, do they? Lamtan's face shows no expression, but his roommate is grinding his teeth in anger. That Vuong Kam is truly insufferable. Even though their waters don't mix, he kept deliberately provoking Lamtan over and over again. But just as they were gloating and poking at his pain, Lan Ah-hee suddenly ran over to Lam Ton, holding the French pastry Vuong Kam bought. "Lam Ton, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, right?" she asked anxiously. "Not yet. Didn't you text me early this morning to invite me to breakfast?" What kind of miraculous situation is this? They never expected that a girl would actually bring breakfast to Old Man Lam's house, and it was the goddess Lan Ah-hee. On the other side, Vuong Kam and the group of young men saw this scene and looked like they'd been struck by lightning, turning to stone instantly. And Lun Yat-tren silently grits his teeth, Lan Ah-hee openly approaching Lam Ton like this. How could he not be angry? Just then, the delivery person arrived with the breakfast Lun Yat-tren ordered. "Lam Ton, try it. This is a sweet macaron milk cake from the famous French restaurant List." Lan Ah-hee hands the box of pastries to Lam Ton, repeating exactly what Vuong Kam just told her. "I don't know why. Just giving you breakfast seems to automatically increase your likability by 7%, which leaves Lam Ton a bit speechless. Hey girl, please don't give away your goodwill so easily. It makes this mental task feel way too simple." But before Lam Ton could reach out to take the box of pastries, Liu Shichang rushed over, gently pushed Lan Ah-hee aside, and then held up the breakfast he had just brought. "This is a breakfast from the Dien Bien Milk Estate worth 368 yuan. I bought it especially for you. I was wrong yesterday. Let me make it up to you. I understand that over the past 3 years you've paid a heavy price, bringing me breakfast every day, and I am truly touched. I was just too naive before and got deceived by others. You think I'll forgive you, right?" Lam Ton couldn't help but grimace at this expression from the other person. It's that old familiar trick again. For 3 years, every time you were disappointed and tried to let go of Liu Shichang, she would comfort you like this. Then, when he gathers his spirits again and continues to pursue her, she immediately distances herself to not lose the other guys vying for her. It took Lam Ton 3 years to finally wake up. So why is she still approaching me like that, if she thinks her mind control tricks still work? Be careful. If the group of guys chasing her sees this, it won't end well. Lam Ton pushed her away and then sarcastically said, "You're so resolute in rejecting her, yet Lun Yat-tren's affection suddenly jumps by 50% for no reason. The reason is that she thinks Lam Ton doesn't mind her using old tricks and even cares about her image, proving he still likes her, which is just plain crazy." And Lan Ah-hee's favorability also increased by another 10%. Thinking that Lun Yat-tren's psychological manipulation tricks had failed, Lam Ton pushed her away on his own, clearly for himself. Lam Ton could only see the affection level rising and couldn't read the thoughts of these two confusing women. So when he saw their affection levels rising at the same time, a bunch of question marks appeared above his head, and he wondered what on earth was going on. His roommate Lam Ton and those other guys just felt even more confused. Lan Ah-hee is already chasing after Lam Ton, and now she's even competing with Liu Yi for him. They are clearly best friends, so how can they fight over a poor student like this? But neither of them knew that in front of a newly discovered gold mine like Lam Ton, the words best friends now just mean everyone for themselves. The two girls didn't hold back and kept fighting over Lam Ton to accept their breakfast. Lam Ton also casually chose a nearby wooden chair to sit down, and immediately both Lun Yat-tren and Lan Ah-hee ran after him. One is twisting seductively beside him trying to feed him, and the other is squatting in front of him also wanting to feed him. Liu Yicheng and Lan Ah-hee are feeding Lam Ton together. Yeah, especially since Lan Ah-hee is sitting squatting in a short dress like that from Lam Ton's perspective, isn't she able to see everything? Damn it, he's eating a bun while his mouth is on a macaron. I'm so jealous I could die. The young men nearby were sighing in admiration and pulling out their phones to record this scene. And Vuong Kam had already been so angry that he bit his lip until it bled. This was the first time in Lam Ton's 24 years that he enjoyed a breakfast fit for a king, in front and beside the two beauties fighting over who gets to feed them. And importantly, Lam Ton can tease them freely without worrying about offending them. Seeing her goddess, Lan Ah-hee fed Lam Ton the macarons she bought and kept teasing him. Vuong Kam finally got so furious he spat blood and was taken away by school medical staff. And this special situation was even featured on the school's front page with a proper photo, causing the school forum to explode. They were very puzzled because until now, Lam Ton was only known as a guy who begged for money, not a wealthy second-generation heir. How could he be served so enthusiastically by two famous beauties in school? Is this photo photoshopped? How can something so unbelievable be real? Someone left a comment, "That's the truth." I was at the scene and heard him say that last night, he pressed his phone over 1,600 times, causing his hand to cramp, so he needed someone to feed him. Someone responded, "Huh, what kind of lame excuse is that? Who would believe it?" At the same time, there was another hot news on the school bulletin board about the popular female streamer from last night being gifted 1,600 golden dragons by the rising star of BK. The number 1,600 made many think of Lam Ton's words, but most didn't believe he actually had that much money. Meanwhile, the main character of this story was still calmly enjoying his first royal breakfast ever, until his roommate announced that he had made the front page of the school newspaper and that someone from the journalism department would come for an interview later. Lam Ton suddenly jerked and spat out the piece of cake in his mouth. An interview? This doesn't have to be such a big deal. You hate trouble the most, so you just ignored the beautiful girl running away. As Lam Tan ran off, only Lan Hia and Lu Nyat Tran remained, and they started to turn against each other, not hesitating to attack with words. Lam Tan, a modest second-generation rich kid who doesn't like Vo Trong, was upset because she caused such a big fuss. La and Ya Hai spoke first, so it wasn't because she made Wang Cam so angry that she caused such a fuss, right? Lu Nyat Tran also refused to back down, stubbornly replying. Lam Tan had already run away. Luckily, the journalism department's people couldn't catch up with him. His phone rang a few times, and when he took it out, it was a message from streamer Tra Tra saying she would land at Vientiane Airport at 7:30 tonight and wanted him to pick her up. Actually, Cha might not be as beautiful as Lan Yahi, but since she has someone to help spend her money, Lam Tan was still looking forward to this meeting. That night, Lam Tan was at Vientiane City Airport. Just after 7:30, he received a message from Tra Tra saying she had landed, but he looked around and still couldn't see her. When Lam Tan was worried that she might look like those streamers with heavy filters that even her own mother wouldn't recognize online, he suddenly heard voices nearby. Wow, where do you want to go? I'll take you there. I drive a Jeep. No need, I really don't need it. Thank you. Don't be so polite to me. Lam Tan turned around and saw that Tra Tra was being pulled and dragged by a man wearing glasses. Maybe she's a crazy fan. Luckily, she's not the type to live online. She's quite pretty outside and has a very hot figure. Lam Tan was very pleased and quickly stepped in to play the hero, blocking the man in front of her to protect her. Even Tra Tra's expression doesn't quite understand why. Bro, you should go get your glasses adjusted. Who are you? I'm the one who gave Tra Tra many gifts. The man trembled violently, and Tra Tra also realized that Lam Tan was Tian Ta. Based on his outfit described in the WeChat message, Lam Tan did not deny his identity. The man then realized you are President Qian, who generously gifted 1,600 gold dragons yesterday to help her defeat Tra Tra, and immediately panicked, no longer daring to bother them. President Qian apologized for the disturbance. Tra Tra took the opportunity to pull Lam Tan away, her mouth constantly acting cute out of fear he would misunderstand what just happened. Luckily, Tian Ta arrived in time. That person claims to be your fan and immediately clung to you after getting off the plane. I don't know him at all. Then he started flattering me again. I always thought Mr. Qian was a successful businessman around 40 years old. I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. Just call me Lam Tan. You modestly replied, I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful on the live broadcast. Pre-show, you really know how to talk. Wow, as you speak, you hold my arm tightly, as if afraid of losing this treasure. After scanning her appearance, the system immediately activated a new strength task for Lam Tan. This girl's real name is Luet Na, 21 years old, 170 centimeters tall, weighing 48 kilograms. Very beautiful face, hot figure. Current favorability towards her is 30%. The two of them arrive at the airport entrance and meet a quite polite-looking man who waves his hand, and Lu Tuetnya happily pulls Lam Tan over. Mr. Zhao, why are you here? And then he introduced Lam Tan to this person's identity. Brother Tian, this is President Zhao. He also gave you many gifts during his live stream. Of course, he's here to pick you up. How could he let you call a taxi? President Zhao replied, then his gaze shifted to Lam Tan. Who is this person? Lu Aibina happily took Lam Tan's arm and also introduced him to President Zhao as the wealthy man whose ID was so poor that he only had enough money yesterday to spend 1,600 gold dragons. So it turns out that President Tian has already made a name for himself. I didn't expect someone so young. If I had known President Tian was here to pick up Tra Tra, I wouldn't have driven my $5 million bike to embarrass myself. I wonder what kind of vehicle President Tian came here in. I just drove a small electric scooter. Lam Tan honestly replied, the little electric scooter you mentioned is actually an old electric motorcycle. Anyway, since you went all out yesterday, even if you don't have a luxury car today, no one would think you're poor. After hearing that, Mr. Zhao's expression immediately became awkward. Then he took the initiative to offer to take Lu Tuetnya and you home. Lam Tan also didn't refuse, and the man was so eager that he even tied Lam Tan's electric bike onto his car's trunk to head back. On the way, this strange occurrence attracted the attention of many passers-by. President Zhao sat in the driver's seat, quietly observing Lin Tan through the rearview mirror with suspicion. He thought that Lam Tan looked only about 20 years old, dressed in cheap clothes worth only a few dozen yuan, not someone who could give a streamer a gift worth over 24 million. But President Zhao was quite calm, and before clarifying the information, he didn't show any obvious attitude, even defending Lu Tuetnya. President Qian's humility really surprises me. Is this the avenue leading to the restaurant? Dad insists he's fine riding the boss's electric scooter, but with all her luggage, it's more convenient for her to ride in my car. Boss, is that okay with you? President Chiu's words are very reasonable. Lam Tan replied calmly as if nothing was wrong. But at this moment, Lu Tuetnya sitting beside him cast a knowing look, beginning to doubt whether he was truly so poor that he had nothing left but money. Soon after, the car stopped at a fancy restaurant. Lu Tuetnya pushed open the door and entered the private room, happily greeting everyone inside. At this point, several bosses had already arrived and were waiting for her. Lu Tuetnya hurriedly introduced Lam Tan to everyone as the financial director, and everyone was surprised to see someone so young. Lam Tan felt a bit unhappy, realizing that Lu Tuetnya's claim of inviting him to dinner as an apology was just an excuse to meet with the bosses or give her more gifts on the live stream. This is a party to invite her bosses, not a meal to apologize to you. As expected, even famous female streamers can be quite scheming. No boss wants to miss out. Out of respect for Luet Nya, Lam Ton still sat down. Not long after the party started, President Zhao told the story of him riding an electric scooter to the airport to pick up Luet Nya. The bosses at the table burst into laughter, mostly thinking it was just a joke from Lam Tan, because after giving away 24 million on a live stream yesterday, there's no way he wouldn't have money to buy a car. But there are also people with bad intentions towards Lam Tan, as evidenced by a certain snob who couldn't resist mocking him before the food was even served. If 24 million yuan is just pocket money, then the total assets of the president must be at least 1 billion, right? I know quite a few people in Vientiane City, but the money boss said your cousin Lam, right? Among the wealthy people in this city, there's no one with the last name Lam. As soon as he spoke, a few other bosses chimed in, and even President Zhao, who was very polite earlier, now slammed the table in anger. And it turned out to be a fake, and he even dared to let me carry his small electric fire on the supercar. Lu Tuitnya's favor towards Lam Tian immediately dropped by 10%. This girl is also too indecisive, but just now on the way here, she deliberately confirmed on your phone, and it's certain that the only one left with money is Lam Tan. Although his appearance has nothing to do with the stereotypical wealthy heir, that's exactly why Lu Tuitnya remains neutral. She even thinks he might still be angry about being kicked out of the room last night, which is why he's pretending to be so poor. Anyway, some wealthy men do have rather peculiar personalities. She doesn't care about that. Any kind of man is fine as long as he has money, because they all serve as her walking ATM. The only thing Lu Tuitnya worries about is whether you have enough money to spend on her. Thinking of this, she put down her chopsticks, approached Lam Tan, and said, "Thank you, President Say, for your concern. But isn't there also the Lam family among the 3 major clans in Mo?" Lam Tan, older brother, you're the young master of the Lam family in Mo, right? Thinking this, Lam Tan pretended to be indifferent and replied that the Lam family in Mo is unaware. But anyway, they don't have as much money as I do. But at this moment, those bosses no longer believed in you and even thought Lam Tan was exaggerating. They all guessed that the 24 million spent yesterday was lottery money, and now it was all on Sang Song. Then, after failing to meet Sang Song, he came here to deceive Tra Tra for a night or something similar. The man called Jia Tong continued, President Tian, you say your love is even greater than the Lam family in Mo. So I want to ask, what kind of car do you usually drive? How many supercars do you have at home? A car? I don't have any, but Tra Tra, what kind of car do you like? I can buy it for you right now. Then Lam Tan reached out and embraced Lu Tuitnya, generously saying, of course no one would believe Lam Tan's words are true. After all, supercars aren't just something you can buy off the street. Lu Tuitnya winked playfully and said she liked a Ferrari FA60. If Lam Tan could get it for her, she would return a generous gift in kind. However, her favorability towards him secretly dropped by 15%. Lam Tan sneered, outwardly appearing enthusiastic and cheerful, but her favorability decreased significantly. With this acting skill, she's wasting her talent as a streamer. She should become an actress instead. After the two of them agreed on this, Lam Tan left the table to buy a car. Lu Tuitnya clings to the hope of a new car, but half an hour after the meal ended, he still hasn't returned. The bosses all mock him. He's just a clown pretending to be a wealthy heir, obviously broke and making an excuse to run away. But Lu Tuitnya couldn't hide her disappointment. However, just as these people were about to leave the restaurant to go karaoke, a blinding spotlight shone directly into their faces. Long Tan appears among a row of shiny new Ferraris, surprising everyone. Oh, are all the CEOs here? I'm so embarrassed. I just blocked your way. General Niu is so enthusiastic. I said I wanted to buy a sports car, and he insisted on bringing the entire fleet here for me to choose from, Lam Tan said with a smug look. That's only what should be done. It's the right thing to do. Our store service is known for being attentive, especially since Lam Tiu's assets are verified by the Long Han Black Diamond card. How could I not serve him well? The man called President Niu respectfully said, the Black Long Han Diamond card truly amazes people because only those with assets over $1 billion can activate it. Among the directors, some stubbornly believed Lam Tan only rented these cars for show, but those who know President Niu quickly dismissed that idea. Because only someone with a lot of money could earn such respect from Mr. Niu, Lam Tan then approached Lu Tuitnya and said that the Ferrari FA60 she chose was only over 15 million, too cheap to be given as a gift. President Niu also suggested that fans of the Ferrari FA60 would like the Ferrari LLF, so he decided to buy this 32 million yuan car as a gift for Lu Tuitnya in front of her and the nearby bosses, and Tuitnya couldn't believe her eyes. Did you really buy it? Did you spend over 30 million on this Ferrari LF? Everyone else also paid 30 million in one go. In less than 2 days, they spent over 50 million. Their financial power is incredible. The sales clerk looked impressed by Lam Tan's presence. Xiao Lam, is this the car you bought for your girlfriend? So, do you want to buy one? Lam Tan then immediately declined. No need, I prefer to buy the Max, but you only have the most expensive one. Tuitnya shyly hesitated before the expensive gift. Thank you. This Ferrari LF is really a car I've always dreamed of driving. I never thought I would. It's okay. I just prefer to spend a bit more because I have the money. Lam Tan replied. So, Tweet Nya's affection level also increased by 50%. Does he really not expect me to respond? They even gave me a way out. The people who bullied him earlier are all apologizing profusely. Boss, it was just a misunderstanding earlier. We were blind and still invited you like a distinguished guest. Lam Tan paid no attention to them and shyly asked Tweet Nya to try driving. Lam Tan, I want to try driving. Can you come with me, but you refuse. I only need to try driving alone. Tweet Nya whispered softly into Lam Tan's ear. I've thought it through. The biggest gift must be reciprocated, but your gift is too big. Can you split it into installments? The first time has to be paid for in a place with only the two of us. Lam Tan felt his face flush after hearing that. As expected, the well-known streamer does things others find hard to do, arousing my curiosity. Then the car started and drove away. Tweet Nya is sitting in the driver's seat for Lam Tan to sit in the passenger seat. Mr. Lam Tan, can you sign your name on my thigh? Her words startled him, and he gently lifted her skirt with his hand. But what was underneath the skirt surprised Lam Tan even more. A line of text is written on Tweet Nya's thigh. Sorry, Mr. Tien. She gave a seductive look and asked him, Mr. Tien, are you satisfied? Long Tan responded indifferently, and the car continued speeding down the road toward a CON hotel. Tweet Nya stands in front of the car showing off her gift. Hello everyone, I come from Vientiane City. I didn't expect President Chien to give me a car without saying a word. That's so touching. The system pops up a fan comment. Looks like President Chien is supporting Tra Tra. I don't believe the goddess Tra Tra can be supported with just a few tens of thousands. Sahan quietly approached Lam Tan. This is how President Chi is. In Vientiane City, a wealthy group hopes to get to know President Chien. He didn't wait for the old man to say more and said, All right, add me in. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Hello, old Lee. The person on the other end kept reporting, and Lin Tan just received the news. Our third-year high school classmates are holding a reunion tomorrow. Let's go together. He agreed, since there's nothing else going on. And on top of that, old Lee added that the beauty queen of literature from Vientiane would also be coming. As soon as the topic of pretty girls came up, Lam Tan's eyes lit up. Although Han Guyen was a classmate in high school, they basically never talked. I only know her family is very wealthy. Lam Tan arrives on his motorcycle at the 5-star Maiden Hotel. Truly luxurious. The classmates waved and called out, Lam Tan is here, only Lam Tan is on a bike, so he's a bit confused. Oh, Lao Li, where did Xiao Zhang stop the car? I'm not sure either. I just got in the car until they told me to get off. Just as Lam Tan was about to find a parking spot, it suddenly broke down. Luckily, Jia took the opportunity to flatter a bit and was able to give a ride to President Tien. Truly a stroke of luck in life. Lam Tan said little. Thanks a lot and goodbye, Tweet. But deep down, he was still angry. Convinced that last night when President Trio's car broke down because he wasn't paying attention, he had to make him compensate. Tatlin and his convertible drove up. It's been a long time since you two met. The glow around Tatlin is shining brightly. It's been a long time since you and Lin met, and he was paying attention to Lam Tan. Did Lam Tan's car break down? Lam Tan replied, Yeah, probably last night that Tatlin got carried away and blamed me. Next time I'll be more careful. I forgot that the Meladin Hotel doesn't have parking for electric cars. When I chose the location, I didn't consider that my classmates would arrive by electric vehicle. Those who chase fame and fortune follow him eagerly. He's truly formidable. Mr. Lin, this Porsche costs several million, right? This Meladin Hotel belongs to you. What? I know Mr. Lan has money, but I didn't expect him to be this wealthy. Lam Tan ignored them, flattering and coaxing. You go ahead, I'll find a parking spot. You've been pushing the electric scooter alone for a while when your phone rings. Lam Tan, where are you? Today is Saturday. Do you want to have dinner with me? Today is not good. I am attending a class with my high school friends, or maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow is fine too. I am not very available these 2 days. Hearing this, the straight man's heart grew firmer. Not convenient. Does that mean she's coming? You should pay attention to your health and drink more warm water. In that brief moment, Nahi's affection increased by 2%, reaching 91%, completing the first stage of the counterattack, with 11 million gold coins spent on La Nahi, earning a 10% refund of 1 million gold coins. It has been transferred to the account of the owner. Spending a little time listening to Nahahai has earned more kimte that makes Lam Tan extremely happy. Who said drinking lots of hot water is useless. But the money still runs out too quickly. Only 113 million. Need to spend more to launch a proper counterattack. The personal attribute interface opens, granting a 1-level boost to all attributes. Lin Tan happily enjoys it, feeling a warm flow spreading through his body. So comfortable. Then he selected the System tab, followed by the Lucky Draw, waiting for a miracle to happen. But his rewards were all useless items, like calligraphy, singing, dancing, and rap. Lam Tan wants to turn into a fairy here. What kind of demon skills are these? I basically can't use them daily. Then he might helplessly return to the hotel. Forget it, I'll attend the reunion first. I want to buy a car, but the revenge fund can't be spent on myself. Lam Tan pushed the door open and entered, finding everyone inside already gossiping off topic. He pulled a chair to sit next to Lao Li. Is Ha Nui Huyen not here yet? Lam Tan didn't need to hear the full sentence. Ha Nui Huyen's family is very wealthy? Lao Li replied honestly. It's no surprise you didn't know. Her family is from a scholarly lineage with strict family rules, so she's always very modest. The others are just trying to flatter Tatlin. I just found out recently that the city museum was opened by her family, so she must be very wealthy. So Lamtan and Han Gu-huyen basically don't belong to the same social class. Honestly, in this city of Vientiane, I only see Lien as having the right to pursue Han Gu-huyen. Lamtan calmly sipped his wine, ignoring their gossip, as Han Gu-huyen entered the room like Cinderella. Sorry for the delay on the road, everyone's eyes are on her. As expected of the beauty queen, even with makeup she looks stunning. Even the system gives her almost perfect points, with a beauty score of 94. Tatlin's eyes lit up. Gu-huyen, sit here and tell the others to leave. Move aside for me. Only Lamtan's spot is still empty. Han Gu-huyen is here and this is her place. Gu-huyen sat comfortably next to Lamtan. It's been a long time since we last met. He chuckled softly and said, I thought you forgot my name. Haha. Gu-huyen calmly replied, I still remember the names of everyone in the class. At this point, the system also unlocks a new mission. When the target's favorability towards the host exceeds 90%, 10% of the counterattack assets are transferred to the host's personal assets. When the target's favorability towards the host reaches 100, the identity is transformed and the relationship between the host and the target changes. Lin Tan feels joy in his heart. The initial step was successful. The other students couldn't look away from what was happening before their eyes. No way, Lamtan dares to call the beauty sitting next to him. Han Gu-huyen is sitting beside Lamtan. Tatlin was even more furious. Damn it, Lamtan is really bold to call out his name. Lamtan, I heard you had a girlfriend pursuing you for 3 years in college. Why not bring her along? We're all very curious. Lamtan didn't care about his attitude. I just broke up yesterday, and Tatlin is still stunned from the shock of the breakup. Yeah, you've been pursuing her for 3 years, right? I guess you only said that because you want to pursue Ha Yu-yuan. Classmates joined in mocking him. Only children would believe such lies. Your appearance is really ugly. Lamtan initially thought he was an honest person, but after entering university, he became a father figure. Lamtan's face darkened as the task was deducted before he even completed it, while Tatlin was completely satisfied. He started a conversation with Gu-huyen and suddenly remembered her. It seems she's very interested in art and antiques. I just bought a painting of Maria by David from a collector recently. Do you want to enjoy a little? He successfully caught her attention, and the two of them admired the precious painting together. Time is on Tatlin's side. He mocks Lamtan with a calm attitude, fully aware of his own status, you little frog. Try to attract Han Gu-huyen's attention and see if I can't make you graduate without finding a job in this Vientiane city. Then I change my attitude to keep talking to the beautiful woman. Gu-huyen, you don't know how much I love this painting. In 2 days, the city will hold an auction featuring a Blessing Angel painting by the same artist, which caught Han Gu-huyen's interest, prompting her to initiate a conversation. I didn't expect you to care about Renaissance artists too. Can I get a little closer to take a look? Tatlin agreed immediately. Why are you being so polite to me? Let me take it down for you to see. But he wasn't very pleased inside. I succeeded. To understand her interest, I prepared a lot, even though these things are really boring. Suddenly, Lin Tan blocked their way. Brother Feng, I'm also interested in Davix's work. He chuckles. So we can watch together? The system helps him boost his skills and appreciate cultural artifacts. Tatlin outwardly agrees but curses behind their back. Idiot. Voluntarily embarrassing yourself. Gu-huyen was curious about his gaze. He also liked Davix and watched a little. Tell us your unique opinion about this painting. The wealthy Tatlin is pushing for an answer. The system's skill is activated, but it's incorrect. David's final works all favor using the MOGR dyeing method. The white glaze is mixed with a small amount of pigment and a large amount of vegetable oil, creating a blurred effect in every stroke. The colors in this painting are off because there are too many pigments, and Davix prefers to hide the outlines near the corners of the mouth and eyes to achieve a delicate, soft feeling. And that line in the painting looks a bit stiff. Yu Xuan froze as she listened to his analysis. Lamtan glared at Tatlin with a cold look. Mr. Feng, it's a pity this Maria is fake. You bought a high-quality replica. His words left Tatlin stunned for a few minutes. Ha! If outsiders hear you being so easily fooled, they would surely believe it. But I could tell at a glance that you've learned some shady tricks just to show off and prove yourself. Others just follow along like dogs. That's right. Lamtan, stop pretending. Are you as professional as him? Gu-huyen's hair suddenly brushed past his face as she held the drawing and examined it. Wait a moment. I have studied Davix's works. Lamtan is right. This is a high-quality replica. Only then did they believe what she said. What? Gu-huyen suddenly looked back, face close to Lamtan. The chemical reaction made Gu-huyen slightly shy away. How do you know so much about these specialized topics? Longtan gained the spotlight, so the spotlight shifted. Since I was young, I have been very upset about foreigners stealing many of our cultural treasures. So I have learned a lot about appreciating artifacts and art. My goal is to buy back all the artifacts to return to the country, but your words gave Tatlin an excuse to mock. You almost fooled everyone into thinking those artifacts could be bought with money. As long as you have enough money, there's nothing you can't buy. Lin Tan replied, and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you have enough money, there's nothing you can't buy. Are you an elementary school student? Ngu Huyen's affection increases by 5% when she was still a child. I also have unrealistic dreams like that. Another stab to the hearts of those who laugh along. Lam Tan, looking handsome but silent, said that dreams are too far away. This is a goal I am definitely going to achieve.
Tất nhiên là tôi bị dột quỷ, Ngu Huyền lại ngồi trở lại bên cạnh Lam Tan. Do khốn Lam Tan lại dẫm Lam Mau chuộc mắt tới, còn muốn tranh giành Ngu Huyền với tôi. Tôi sẽ làm cho máy xấu hổ dễ mãi hiểu rõ khoảng cách của chúng ta.
Soon after, countless visually stunning dishes were brought out to serve, from Toscana salad with broken chocolate to Canadian bone marrow stew with vegetable salad and onion meat with spices. The luxury and the strong aroma of money emanating from the dishes caused continuous exclamations of amazement from the guests. So delicious. I've never had such high-end food before. Why do our dishes look different? Tatlin flicked her hair arrogantly. His words are full of arrogance. This is a meal without a menu. Because the chef used to work in a 3-star Michelin restaurant, they have a strong personality and always put their heart into cooking. Glancing at Lam Tan's simple meal, he shows sympathy. Well, it seems Lam Tan's luck isn't very good. A young man in the group, feeling awkward, asked nervously, "What's going on with this baozi? Is this some kind of culinary masterpiece?" Michelin chefs online all love making dishes like this, such as strawberry hare or something. He started his meal calmly, remaining unfazed by this deliberate provocation. As expected, it's just normal steamed buns and pickled vegetables. No surprise at all, I had already guessed that Feng Shi Lian would cause trouble. How is it? Is it tasty? If it's not to your liking, I'll ask them to make it again for you. But that chef is quite refined and can't serve the dish immediately. As soon as the words were out, Minui beside her quickly flattered. Being able to eat a dish cooked by a Michelin chef makes waiting 2 hours worthwhile. Tatlin, pampered and encouraged, becomes even more assertive. In the end, if you don't wait and go to karaoke hungry, it's not really a good idea, haha. Feeling excited, she relaxed her soft voice and sweetly suggested going to karaoke soon, and this lively scene didn't really affect the harmonious conversation between Lam Tan and Yu Huyen as you discussed traditional cultural views, with the gold mask patterns on both sides of the nose being both beautiful and functional in removing wrinkles. The wisdom of the ancients always makes me admire them. Their deep understanding and insight make her not hesitate to praise them. I feel like your specialized knowledge is almost catching up to my teachers now. Next time there's a chance, I'll invite you to join us. At the same time, his favorability increased by another 2%. Witnessing this tear-jerking scene, he felt like he was just a clown and couldn't help but feel an endless, miserable frustration. The phone suddenly buzzed loudly, making him startle and turn to look at the group leader inviting the heir of the Thien Kim Viemjiang group. The incoming message hit unexpectedly, causing him to freeze for half a beat. Thinking back, last night the vice president invited me to join the Viemjiang Fu Ni Dai group. As soon as Lin Tan opened the app, he saw himself becoming the topic of discussion among the tycoons. Is it really the real President Qian who added President Qian to the group? Being so warmly welcomed makes your mind full of thoughts. Would it be better to just send a greeting when you join the group? As soon as the idea came up, his hand was already typing away. Lin Tan completely cut off the meal and focused his mind on the remaining work. And the mischievous game can't be used for a boy to find a girl, right? This person is also chosen by her. A moment later, a bright notification appeared right in the middle of the phone screen. So poor that all he could do was transfer 1,888 10,000 yuan to Nian Bao with a smile. Fearing misunderstandings, he also attached a message. The WX couldn't send the red envelope, so I transferred money to someone randomly. This is to invite everyone for tea. This scene has dispelled the initial suspicion and been replaced by cheers and countless thank yous, until one member suddenly enthusiastically invites. The prince is showing off. The president is so generous. Where is the president now? Do you want to come to Melon and hang out? So he calmly revealed. I am at Melon. The sudden change of subject heated up the atmosphere, and everyone was eager to meet the mysterious expert. As soon as the opportunity arose, Tatlin enthusiastically typed away, flooding the chat with his family background information at lightning speed. President Tian, I am the young master of Melon. Feng Tatlin, today I will cover all of the expenses for the president of Melon. Whatever you want, just take it. You recognize the person and marvel in surprise. What a coincidence. Isn't this the one who keeps pretending not to know on the phone? What does that mean? He thinks he's getting the boss's attention, so he suddenly acts generous and boastful. President Qian doesn't need to be polite. I have nothing to offer but hospitality. As soon as I pressed send, I happily turned to mock my opponent. You're finished, Lin Tan. I've already made friends with a powerful rich man with many connections. When they arrive, I just need to complain casually. Tatlin improvised a scene where she meets a big shot. Come on, everyone, let's drink. President Tian in my imagination still kindly asks about you. Does Miss Feng seem to be in a bad mood? That statement is exactly the key to unlocking his transformation from good to evil. It's nothing, just a friend from high school from the lower class, clueless and brainless. Come face to face with me. The script he wrote is perfectly on point. Is that the boss stepping out to scold Lin Tan? It must be him, right? I will wipe that guy out of Viemjiang City, even if his underlings scream and shout to fill their quota. Which guy is so bold? Our company also ordered a comprehensive crackdown on Lam Tan. Tatlin happily immerses herself in a fantasy of mingling with the president, humiliating Lamton beneath her feet and showcasing a network of relationships. Each move hits 3 targets. I'm so clever. Feeling happy and confident, he boldly spends money to boost his reputation. Everyone is almost done eating. Let's go to the karaoke room. I've arranged meetings with some of the top wealthy people in VMGing, so everyone can mingle with the elite. The guests enjoying the feast eagerly showed their excitement. Really? Mr. Lian's connections are truly impressive. He's so cool. They moved to the Golden Hall, where the mystical atmosphere thick with money made the place more valuable than ever. Tatlin Thin, as the host, shook hands with Thuong Dae, and in the first meeting, he responded politely. Young Master Feng is still so friendly, asking questions in the proper business manner. How is the business of the Supreme Being going? The brief conversation made the onlookers whisper and gossip. Mr. Lin actually took us to meet Fu Hao. From now on, I will go with Mr. Lin. After the greeting, Tuat Lien led him to introduce him to her. Ngu Huyen, this is General Thu, the Lord of the Emperor, the #1 real estate owner in Vientiane. Mr. Thu, this is Han Ngu Huyen. Ha family's Thing Kim is a merchant, so he is very familiar with the major families and quickly starts a conversation. The Ha family, Ha Koi Mao. Miss Ha, I know your father. She just offered a faint smile, her eyes a bit bored, not bothering to look at the person in front of her. Hello. The noble aura of the young lady makes even the emperor sincerely admire her. I had already heard that Miss Ha is extremely beautiful. Sure enough, while everyone was chatting happily, a servant approached and whispered into Lin's ear. Young Master Feng, sorry to bother you. He pointed at Lamton and hesitated to ask for your opinion. Does your classmate want to order an Oloroso series wine? I'm not sure if I should give it to him or not. His voice suddenly rose a whole tone. The contempt and dislike are obvious, drawing the crowd's attention to this side. Lamtan, do you want to order Oloroso series wine? Are you all crazy piling on with accusations one after another? This kind of wine is very expensive. Mr. Lian may be inviting everyone, but you shouldn't take advantage of the opportunity like that. Only Li Dao still spoke up to defend you, probably just a misunderstanding. Unfazed by the chaos around, you calmly stuck to your point. It's just some kind of series of wines or something. No problem, someone is inviting me. Tatlin heard that and immediately burst into a big smile, thinking it was a good opportunity, quickly chiming in to add her 2 cents. Really? So Lamtan also knows Fu Hao, then go ahead and open it. Everyone's eyes focused on him opening the oyster and whispering, so he also knows a wealthy boss. I don't know how much this wine costs, but seeing that you haven't said anything, Tatlin quickly sees the opportunity to insult the other person. This wine costs 250,000. If your wealthy friend can't pay, we can help arrange a job for you to settle the debt. You just casually said a line, but the implication makes people think of fear towards the price. 250,000 yuan? I really don't understand much about wine, but deep down I feel regretful, thinking that the longer the name, the more expensive it is. He didn't stop and kept mocking arrogantly. When you act all confident, you really look handsome. I hope that when you pay later, it won't be too embarrassing. After humiliating someone, Tatlin finally remembered what really mattered. Is everyone gathered already, or did President Qian say he was at Melon? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The emperor also looked at his phone with confusion before speaking. Look, the group chat said he was in the Gold Lounge. The incredible coincidence leaves him a bit confused. He's here. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure burst through the door, breaking the awkward silence. Sahan, just entering, looked at the lively crowd in astonishment. Oh, everyone's here? Looks like I'm the last to arrive. The appearance of the old man made the atmosphere lively. President Jia and President Jia are here, so only President Qian is left. Tatlin warmly reached out to greet him, but before she could say anything, she saw the old man rush past her. Sahan eagerly rushed over, greeting Lamton with a hug. President Qian, give him a hug. It turns out you arrived early and made President Qian wait for a long time. I really should punish Bali. A familiar voice made the crowd around freeze in place, and after a long pause, they hesitantly made a sound. The group of them panicked and shouted together, "Boss!" Then came a series of shock and suspicion from those 2 old men. Are you really the president? Lamtan is the boss. Yan Yuhian, who doesn't usually watch news, isn't too panicked. Only confused by their strange reactions, Tuat Lian now stiffly turned around like a broken spring. Barely able to utter a few words? No, it can't be. Can't. He chuckled softly at that expressive face, silently confirming once more like a final blow. Yes, it's me. Becoming the center of attention, Lam Tan was surrounded by Thu Di's group, quickly taking the chance to build a relationship with the elder. President Tian is too young, and handsome Tuan Tu is very polite. Does the young president have a girlfriend? I can introduce you to my younger sister. Are Lin Tan's high school friends really that scared of him? Is he truly that rich? There are also a bunch of rich kids surrounding him, flattering him, and his attitude just now towards Lin is completely different. He's still in shock. The situation has turned around, but he stubbornly keeps his mouth shut. You've all been fooled. Sahan, furious, saw him constantly insulting and mocking him. That Feng surname? Shut your damn mouth for me. You're the lowest trash in that group of rich heirs' daughters. The old man mercilessly scolds, each word hitting right at his sore spot. The worst student with abilities at rock bottom. Apart from spending hundreds of thousands of your parents' money, you don't know how to do anything. And you've never succeeded in investing. Every word spoken makes the space even quieter than ever. All the stocks are losing money, not earning a single cent. It's really embarrassing for our group. Lam Tan leisurely watches and enjoys himself, watching Sahan vent his anger. You still dare to scold the boss of money? The boss of money is someone you can disrespect? The old man coldly delivers his final verdict, kicking you out of the Thien Kim Air Group. Tatlin looked pale and hurriedly begged for her future 3 dark days. Please don't. Oh. Before anyone in the room could react, Lam Tan stepped forward and turned the guest into the host amidst the complex smell of polymer. Isn't it what young Master Feng said about covering all my expenses today? Bartender ordered the most expensive wine. Everyone drinks until they're satisfied, since it's someone else's money anyway. Everyone naturally cheered along without much thought, thanking President Tien and Mr. Tan. President Tien is truly generous. Everyone was happy except for Tat Lien, who could only stand frozen, defeated, crying over her fate, losing everything and her dignity. The class reunion party ended with many surprises and joyful moments. Thank you, Tan. Thank you, Lien. Thank you, President Tien. See you next time. A bodyguard was waiting beside the supercar in front of the building for her. Young lady Ngu Huyen, seeing the person coming to pick her up, took the initiative to say goodbye to her friends. Goodbye, everyone. I'm heading home now. The extravagant spending of these rich kids truly makes the gap between people obvious. The long Rolls Royce is so inferior. With such wealth, I would definitely flaunt it everywhere. Lam Tan stared at that small figure, his mind racing with deadlines and thoughts about the young lady from high society he was familiar with, realizing his status was actually quite insignificant and his affection didn't grow. It was difficult. But those details only fueled his determination to win over the beauty, as she was truly an ideal target for him to use money, joy, and pleasure to show off. Wow, ha! Sahan suddenly has an important matter from behind and rushes over to your side. President Chien, you said you didn't like cars costing 30 or 40 million. I found you one for 80 million. It's the only one in the country. I don't know what you think. Lam Tan Lia glanced at the screen, his mind racing so quickly that he interrupted the old man without hesitation. It seems he's right. He received confirmation from the partner, and the old man eagerly rushed off to proceed immediately. That's right, boss. You work fast and your profits come quickly. I'll handle this now and it should be ready in a few days. Your decisive style and big business deals has everyone talking. So impressive. Your speed is just too fast. It's impressive how quickly they closed a big deal with the boss. Then I quickly checked the account balance of 1,383,700 and calmly adopted the mindset of a seasoned investor. Only by using all the money in this practice can I make progress. And in the quiet night, the occasional rustling of leaves sounds a bit eerie. Under the flickering streetlight, Lam Tan suddenly spots a small familiar figure sitting curled up on the ground and questions aloud. Lu Nyet Tren. The beautiful woman is now sitting barefoot on the cold grass, unconcerned about her revealing outfit. Lam Tan, you're finally back. She leaned in close, exploiting her fragile appearance to whimper. My father's heart condition suddenly worsened and he needs surgery that costs 800,000, but we don't have that much money. Can you lend me some? But I was already fed up with that familiar excuse, so I just snapped and refused. After 3 years, I still don't understand why you keep using your family's illness as an excuse 5 times to buy luxury goods, right? I won't give you the money. Exposed for her true nature, she could only stare with wide eyes in shock. Than's anger finally boiled over as he started to change his tone and question her. Lam Tan, he gave Lan Yihai over 10 million but couldn't bring himself to give you 800,000. He hasn't forgotten that they ended their relationship and declared it outright. You can spend your money however you want. I don't need to control it. But the other person still insists on playing the emotional card. Are you so heartless? She asked, choking on the past to try to draw some affection from you. It's been less than a week since we broke up, but Lam Tan didn't even bother to look at that farce and quickly cut it off coldly. Thanks to you, I finally managed to have a few happy days. I have a dinner date tomorrow, so I won't tell you anymore. Goodbye. Nyetron can't accept the harsh truth and keeps crying and whining. Lam Tan, you can't treat me like this. And my favorability drops by 20%. Seeing that message, my heart truly grew cold towards my ex-girlfriend. I thought she might change after what happened with Wang Tu, but no, her likability keeps dropping. Anyway, I won't spend money on her. The next day, in the campus of a certain university, students hurried back and forth under the bright sunlight, while Lam Tan hurriedly walked with his mind flooded by mixed feelings, caught between tears and laughter over the new message he received. Did Lan Yahai send her location to invite me over or just to eat there? Are you kidding me? The woman blocking me with money to disrupt the practice suddenly caused notifications from social media to pop up, making my phone shake violently. Hello, the person you're watching is live streaming. Hello, I am Xiao Assistant Bao A. Can I do an exclusive for the guest? His earlier bad mood gradually faded, replaced by a thoughtful excitement and scheming through the privilege. A flashing leaderboard appeared, exuding the scent of money, signaling that the game was about to be taken over. The king has arrived, level 26, so poor that he has extra money and entered the livestream room. Tuitnya, stretching in her tight workout clothes, took a moment to welcome this wealthy patron. Alam, my boss has arrived. I'll dance for you to see. You can choose the move. The viewers are also rushing in to join the fun. The boss of the money has arrived. Welcome to the dance show, huh? I want to see too. So can you gift a supercar like the one from the CEO? I give up. Without a word, the gold coins from the system quickly filled the screen. Yeo has so much money that she gives the livestream host a fortune times 1. This is Neo's exclusive gift, so valuable that it costs 880,000 each. The group chat exploded with excitement over this unprecedented event in history. 8.8 million. Oh my god. So Tang's first gift to Y was only 500,000. Faced with this special treatment, she quickly expressed her deep gratitude. Thank you, Brother Tyan. Thank you. Before she could recover, a series of system notifications kept flooding in with gifts from the wealth god increasing 5, 10, 20 times over. The amount of money an ordinary person struggles to earn in a lifetime, yet Lin Tan casually throws it out the window to the poor beauty, who receives it so generously that the livestream host's wealth multiplies by 50, 100, 200, even 341 times. The notification stopped, and Tuit Nya was stunned and lost in her senses. 341 gods of wealth. 300 million. 300 million? Sweaty and overwhelmed with joy, her likability increased by 20%. The generous act captivated her into an inescapable dream, and she shyly offered, Big brother, you can choose any talent you want. I will perform just for you. Before she could properly respond, a notification suddenly arrived. The level 30 Emperor's system message about the overly wealthy and bored Emperor leaving the livestream room instantly extinguished Tuet Nya's fiery spirit. Huh? Ignoring the huge bombs I just dropped, Lam Tan is simply happy about the money, spending 300 million and finally getting 30 million back. It's too much. Tuit Nya is still dazed, lost in a sweet honey jar, starting to guess randomly. He gave me a car, maybe to save face with the bosses, but now suddenly giving me so much money and not even watching my performance. Could it be that he likes me? If it were him too, right? She immediately slapped her face hard to stop the flow of emotions from going deeper. She took a deep breath to steady herself, pushed aside the chaos, and activated her resolve. Wake up. Lu Tietnya, men are all untrustworthy. Remember, he's just your cash machine. I won't like him. Just talking big. Tweetnya silently pulls out a photo of Kras, her face flushed with longing. Lam Tan, elsewhere, follows the directions to meet Nahai at the school gate, suddenly interrupted by a loud, harsh scolding that shatters her thoughts. Nahai, wearing a mask, is mistaken for someone else, and when she tries to run, she is trapped by a group of girls, helplessly screaming, while Nutron glances around for an escape, only to be met with her cold, distant gaze that makes her heart tighten. My heart is broken and I can't move on. He didn't come to help me. Now I can only rely on myself and humbly beg the creditor. I don't have any money right now. Please give me 3 more days. Dinut, hearing that, impatiently scolded. 3 days again. 3 days. Do you think I still believe you? She keeps promising, hoping the other person will feel pity. Now I will go borrow some money. Didn't you say yesterday that your boyfriend would give you money? Where is your boyfriend? Hearing this, she fell even more silent, trying to hide her pain. I have heard him. Seeing this, he happily trampled on others' pain. Huh? Let me translate a little. You can't borrow money, right? The continuous mockery and sarcasm overwhelmed the small figure of the woman who was asking to borrow money. It must be the father of the man. Are you a coward? Call him to come here, she weakly managed to say a few words. I won't let the night be long with dreams. The man held one of my hands tightly and shouted fiercely. Fine. She was startled and panicked, desperately struggling to break free. What? Where do you want to take me? Nitrok gripped the other tightly, with no mercy or hesitation, and growled, Don't waste my time. He increased his hold, his lecherous and disgusting voice echoing through the space. Where are you going? Of course, to exchange you for money, she desperately shouted before being silenced. No. Nyatren looks around desperately, begging for help and salvation, but the guy nearby just runs away, not wanting to get involved. She struggled in the savage control of those lowlifes, wanting to shout that we've captured many people before and no one dared to stand up. Tears of regret streaming down her face. I don't blame you. If I hadn't chased after fleeting wealth, this day wouldn't have come. I regret hurting you. The car started on his command, driving away with feelings choked in Notron's heart. Sorry Lamton, who was about to escape, was hit in the face by a punch through the glass, causing a distorted scream of pain. The sudden shock stunned the others into shock. What is that sound? Lamton immediately opens the rear door and boldly orders to get out of the car. Because her savior Hang was finally here, she saw a flash of light before her eyes, and happiness flooded her face. Lamtan, thanks to that, your favorability score has increased by 40%. Little Trough quickly pulled Huang Tam to rush forward, intending to teach the opponent a lesson. Hey kid, wanna die? Before he could deal damage to his opponent, he was hit square in the face with a fistful of cash. Before he could help his teammate, the guy standing next to him also experienced a life lesson from blood, sweat, and tears. They stared with wide open mouths as the rain of money fell before them, their eyes cold and filled with contempt, clearly showing their desire to chase them away. Take 800,000 and get lost. Still calmly picking up the money. He still spoke cautiously, asking sharply, Are you her boyfriend? Lamtan, upon hearing this, suddenly looked a bit impatient and annoyed as he explained, Why are you talking so much, isn't it? Take the money and leave. Dai not forcefully threw Not Tran out, causing him to cry out in pain. Even though the debt has been repaid, he's still calculating and threatening to take revenge. Fine. Just don't pay back the money, but the amount you and your brothers owe must be paid too. After warning him, he quickly drove away. Let's go, leaving you in silence behind. After a long while, she finally managed to lift her heavy body and, struggling, stammered to speak. Lamtan, I'm sorry. Lamtan, feeling indifferent, brushed past her with a calm voice like a gentle breeze. If you already know you're wrong, then don't cling to me anymore. Yi Zhen sniffles as he watches your straight back walk away without a hint of reluctance, his favorability up by 10%. A surge of indescribable emotion fills my heart. Lamtan, I know I don't deserve you now, but I will do everything to heal the wounds you've carried for 3 years. A budget car speeds down the road, quickly overtaking other vehicles. Lamtan sits in the back seat, focused on scrolling through the screen, with video sound constantly playing. Thanks for the fruit. I'll shake my hips for you. Haika has always been attentive to customers' movements and takes the initiative to start a conversation. Bro, do you also like watching live streams? Which platform do you use? You casually replied with no enthusiasm on the Douyu platform, just watching, and Doni gives fewer gifts. He found the owner and continued to chat. I usually watch on the Rangbao platform. Do you know what it's like to be so poor that you only have money left? That mysterious and divine god just donated 300 million to the streamer. That dull exclamation doesn't affect the frantic movements at all. He keeps tapping on the screen. Yeah, I've watched a bit. The sound from the phone rings steadily. Do you like this kind of money? The radio on the car suddenly breaks the awkward atmosphere with notification sounds. So I just guessed you liked it. Fu Hao, the mysterious one, strikes again. So poor he only has money from a Douyu livestream worth 100 million. A feeling of curiosity couldn't help but rise after Haika finished reading all the content on the device. So poor that there's only money left for Douyu now? Laughter and chatter from behind seemed to want to attract others' attention, to enjoy the fun of Tao Am. He quickly shot a scrutinizing glance, already imagining countless scenarios in his mind. Just watched Douyu for a few minutes and now I'm watching Tao Am again. Probably on a mission to get some free gifts for Dawn. Clearly just a poor guy. The joy of bringing others down only reinforces Haika's delusion of being superior. I'm not that stupid. I've never spent a dime on live streams and have never given a gift to anyone. So he immediately pretended to care and offered a reminder. Brother, don't blame me for being nosy. Watch the live stream to find joy, but never fall for scams. Just nod along to those empty words. Oh, still staring intently at the phone message. So you've come here for the money? I'm very happy. Thank you for your gift. The familiar notification on TikTok appears. The wolf just guessed what you like. Mysterious Fu Hao strikes again. So poor he only has 100 million in livestream platform coins. And he suddenly begins to realize something. Oh, the video keeps changing rapidly. Lak Mao records a beautiful life. This strange coincidence makes Haika turn around despite the danger. Soon after, the alarm rings out as if to end the last remaining doubt. The wolf just guessed what you like, Fu Hao. The mysterious man strikes again. So poor that he only has 100 million in live streams on the Lak Mao platform. After taking a hit and a loud explosion, he no longer had the mood to focus on steering. The car kept swerving, so he advised the driver to drive more steadily. After a long journey, Lam Tan stepped out, glowing with an aura of confidence. Hai looked on in confusion, holding a stomach full of unanswered questions. Surely that's not the boss's figure, right? Having shot 2 birds with 1 arrow, I feel like I only lost a handful of sand and a fan, bothering everyone with my promises, not even spending all the money. My main goal was to cast a wide net everywhere. Just doing it casually, and then I already spent 300 million. Duong smugly realized for a moment, then he noticed that the place in front of him looked somewhat familiar. This isn't the place. After observing the area and the surrounding tall buildings, Lam Tan analyzed that Namding village near Yenjiang University has many students renting rooms, so the prices are quite affordable. Lan Ya Hai is waiting for me here. As I arrive, the first thing that catches my eye is a tight silk dress, followed by Nhahi's joyful greeting. Lam Tan is here, her curves accentuated clearly, every fleeting glimpse of her skin making it impossible for me to look away, my gaze captivated. Seeing Lam Tan standing there lost in thought, she took the initiative to pull him inside quickly. Inside, he slowly admired the cozy interior, hesitating before choosing polite words. Nyahai is really looking forward to hearing your opinion on the room design. Do you like it? Lam Tan, who was already captivated by that alluring outfit to the point of nosebleeds, was saying one thing but meaning another. Of course, Nyahai still remembers the original purpose of inviting guests to sit at the table. This is the food I cooked, please try it. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes lit up instantly, and he praised without hesitation. Delicious. I didn't expect you to know how to cook this sweet and sour pork. It's amazing. Seeing how much you're enjoying it, I feel very happy. That's great. I've been renting this room for a long time. I stay here on Saturdays and Sundays when I don't have school. She took the opportunity to subtly reveal, causing him to pause for a moment. He is the first male student to come to my rented room, and also the first to eat the meal I cooked. Really? Then I am truly honored. Her Her gaze naturally shifted to the colorful pot of flowers across the way. Is that lilac on the balcony? I didn't expect them to notice so quickly. She hesitated shyly, being vague. It's because I like the smell of lavender. I bought a pot. She secretly felt a pang of guilt inside, listening to Liu Yicheng speak as if he had uncovered something. You immediately switched to a defensive alert mode, your mind confused and struggling. What's going on? Aren't you after money? So you should find a way to persuade me to buy new things, right? Why are you cooking and buying flowers at the same time? So she immediately checked the condition of the person beside her, suspecting she might have some undisclosed mental issue. Are you okay? Do you have a fever? Yahai didn't know whether to feel happy or sad, dismissing Lam Tan's concern while revealing that I am a person who feels very insecure. When I was very young, my parents divorced. Then she pressed her face into your palm, her expression showing tenderness and a hint of longing. I have always felt that only money can give me the sense of security I crave. I never expected you could bring me the safety I long for. The gentle curves kept closing in, making him flustered and unable to think clearly, so he mechanically asked me again about the feeling of safety. Ignoring his stiff reactions, she still expressed her feelings openly in her heart. He proved himself to be very faithful, and moreover, he gave me a lot of money without asking for anything in return, completely different from those other guys. Yahai sweetly leans fully into the other's strong body, her voice suddenly becoming a bit more coquettish and suggestive. Although I've loved a few times, I also protect myself. So she left her sentence unfinished and replaced it with an action. The distance between them had narrowed to the point where their lips were about to touch. The romantic atmosphere suddenly shifts as Lam Tan seems to suddenly realize something and turns away coldly. Oh, Lanahi's favorability is already at 91%. She's in love with me. No wonder it's so different. I only remember the mission to get the refund money. Returning to the prey that presents itself before him, he obviously must indulge her completely. His hands and feet start to move instinctively. She wanted to throw herself into my arms. I definitely wouldn't refuse. A man, but still afraid of the truth? The sudden touch made Nahi feel like she was set on fire and lost her voice. Yeah, I can tell you did it on purpose, but you're pretending to be worried. Sorry, did I push too hard? I have no intention of refusing the game either. Just these two pushing me. No, it's okay. I'll do what I like. Lam Tan waits for each permission before launching a fierce attack. Maybe the battle is so intense that they are sweating profusely, making Nahai uncomfortable and writhing. The clothes are a bit tight. It's him. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out from somewhere. Nana, I was wrong. Please don't go, okay? Nea was interrupted by this sound and immediately stopped everything. Chu Dong's voice revealed a familiar tone, and Lin Tan quickly went to listen and then witnessed Chao Dong holding on to Tron Na. Nah, don't go. I really was wrong. I was so surprised in my mind to confirm it was really Chu Dong below, but he got slapped so hard that his glasses flew off. Why are you shouting so loudly? Is that not embarrassing enough for you to criticize? Then she coldly turned and walked away. He keeps shouting until tomorrow so everyone in the school will know about him. His dramatic act makes everyone around eager to gossip and discuss. Calling out the trash? That slap was way too loud. Chao Dong was left alone to search for his glasses on the ground, unaware that Lam Tan had quietly approached and picked them up, then casually asked, Chao Dong, what's going on? His sudden appearance made the other person startle repeatedly, and Lam Tan then calmly stood up to share his thoughts. Oh, you also know Nana? We've been dating for half a year. Just as I was about to share my sadness, Chao Dong suddenly fixated on the well-dressed person nearby and blurted out, Lanya He, her gaze was so blatant that it made her uncomfortable and she hid away. While you had to shield yourself and nervously explain, she invited me to dinner. You continued speaking. He is very understanding and doesn't ask any more questions, just continuing from before. Oh, I was planning to go to the movies, but after she finished talking, she wanted to buy Chanel items. I said I don't have money right now, so she got angry and left like that. Hearing this, Nahai quickly peeked her head from behind you, wanting to confirm the truth. Are you Na's boyfriend? I heard she's been dating a wealthy guy lately.
This news leaves Lam Tan stunned, raising his voice. What?
And Chao Dong also couldn't accept the idea of growing 2 more horns on her head. No way. Na couldn't betray me. Yahai doesn't bother to argue and firmly asserts her stance. A, whether you believe it or not, but the information in our sister group has never been wrong. The blue hat was so surprising that he stubbornly let out a long sigh. No way. No way. I just can't believe it. Seeing my friend gradually losing her composure, Lam Tan quickly suggested a calming solution. All right, you call Tran Na and say you want to give her some makeup, and I'll ask the girls in the group if they've seen that man. You are very confident in your plan. Let's go see her true face. Under the warm, soft yellow light, thin wisps of smoke gently drift through the still air. Tatlin, naked and holding a cigarette, furrows his brow in deep contemplation. Tu Van saw this and immediately stepped in to ask gently, Lien, what's wrong with you? His words are like a valve opening, pouring out his unspoken feelings. 2. He doesn't know if his life can ever change. He recalled the embarrassing scene at the party that night, his mind drifting away, almost being kicked out. But thanks to Lam Tan speaking up, he was able to stay. But now no one in the group pays attention to him, as if he's already dead. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel disappointed and hopeless. If things stayed like this, he would definitely fall into it. This is simply hell. The phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated, breaking Tatlian's negative train of thought. He quickly scrolled through the screen, his eyes widening with each notification. He didn't even know what the messages said, only saw him read them and then jump up excitedly, as if he had just won the lottery. Ha ha ha, your chance to come back has arrived. Turns out it's a message from Lam Tan in the Viamjang Princess group. Who owns the shopping mall? I want to borrow your shopping center to help out a friend of mine. The request for help just went out, not only to him. Everyone started scrambling, each promoting their own business. Mr. Tian, Mr. Tan, Silver Moon Plaza near Yuanzhong City is owned by our family and you are always welcome to visit. The chaos finally ended with a mutually beneficial exchange between Lam Tan and Tat Lian. Silver Moon Plaza is very good, and it's also close enough to bother Feng Tu. Thank you, Tan. Thank you, Tan. I will definitely do well. The matter is settled. The next day, Tat Lian drove a supercar with Tu Van and calmly explained the purpose of this trip. He was there to collect the money from Tong and to negotiate plans with him, while also taking her to broaden her horizons. She couldn't help but feel excited and surprised at the chance to see the legendary president in person, which only he was secretly calculating in his mind. Taking her along was to clearly tell Lam Tan that she no longer had any unreasonable thoughts about Han Hui Huyen. A moment later, he stopped the car at a busy street-side eatery and gently announced, "We're here. The location where President Qian sent the money is right here." She was extremely excited and eager to meet the boss, wondering if the legendary general manager was really here. Tatlin raised her eyebrows, looked to one side, and smiled confidently. That's definitely him. All she saw was that he was just Lan Tan, casually enjoying a simple meal in his plain clothes. Tu Van stared in shock at his extremely humble style. Is that the boss's money? Tatlin, with her hard-earned experience from before, brought along a thick layer of filter. He looked so handsome even in such a humble environment, like a firefly in the darkness, truly standing out. She quickly regained her composure and stammered, "Really exceptional." He didn't hesitate to stride over and make small talk briefly, saying, "Mr. Tan could spend hundreds of millions of dollars but choose to have breakfast in such a discreet place. What can I say? Amazing. Oh, young Master Feng, the sushi here is delicious and affordable. You should try some. Let's go to Silver Moon Plaza. We'll discuss the details in the car. He doesn't dare waste your valuable time." All right, boss. Under the blazing sun, the tall buildings are working at full capacity. Crowds of people flow through Moon Plaza shopping center. Zhou Dong hides in a corner, watching Tran Na's back at the entrance, as the prearranged plan repeats in his mind. According to the plan, I arranged to meet Tran Na first, and Lan Hahi would lure that guy here so I could see if they are really lovers. Not wanting to keep him waiting, Tru Chu appeared and approached her, unintentionally locking eyes with her. Ignoring the crowd, they openly exchanged kisses, shattering his last emotional barrier. No, this can't be real. How could it be like this? Anger reaching its peak, Zhou Donghong stormed to the car and demanded answers. Tran Nana, did you betray me in with such an older man? In response to this innocent accusation, his face showed clear contempt and sarcasm. Are you the poor boyfriend Nana mentioned? He immediately called for security. Haika's towering figure quickly came into their sight. What's going on with Chu? Chu, relying on his underlings to intimidate, is shamelessly making false accusations. Someone here is causing trouble and disrupting my shopping experience. Chao Dong couldn't believe being falsely accused so blatantly and shouted out, "What?" He immediately used his muscular body to threaten him. Sir, please leave here. He started to hesitate a bit, lowering his voice but still trying to defend himself. I didn't cause any trouble. She is my girlfriend. Suddenly called by name, Tran Nam leans in to flatter him while reluctantly denying it. Haha, what are you talking about? Chu here is actually my boyfriend. The sincerity he gave was met with the treacherous trampling of the other party. This painful truth made Chao Dong furious and scream. Now why did you do this to me? Our 6-year relationship isn't even as meaningful as some old man who doesn't even know how he appeared. Yet he shows not a hint of gratitude, but instead looks down on and criticizes her. Doesn't he understand that? I'm only treated like this because I'm a VIP customer. Being your girlfriend means living a miserable life. I also have to think about my future. Holding the beauty in my arms, I keep adding sarcastic remarks with a smirk. Your younger brother is your age. Don't think about dating. Focus on earning money first. Finding a 20-year-old girlfriend when you're 40. Understand? He watched them helplessly, continuously insulted, unable to fight back. No, this can't be happening. Suddenly, Tatlin appeared out of nowhere, speeding in to end this bullying act, while Chu confidently boasted about his extensive connections. On that sports car is Feng Tu, the owner of Meridian Hotel and Silver Moon Plaza. I have worked with him many times. Tran Na just goes along with these empty words, acting coquettishly and flattering. Wow, you're really impressive. That trust only grows stronger as Tat Lian gets closer. Wow, young Master Feng is here. I want to greet him too. He also noticed this and couldn't help but feel proud and show off. Of course, I'd be happy to. With such a cheerful attitude, Tru Chu reached out proactively to greet warmly young Master Feng. However, Tat Lian showed no respect for him and instead rushed over to warmly embrace Chao Dong. President Chao, you're here to check on the shopping mall's operations, right? He kept talking more passionately, draping his arm over him and constantly painting a bright future in his mind. I hope you can consider this investment. We still have 2 shopping centers about to be developed. Do you know I've been looking forward to working with you for a long time? Those words almost made the shameless couple's eyes pop out. CEO Chow, investing in Feng, isn't that enough to cause an explosion? As Van Trung Dien suddenly appears extremely stunning. I hate that you make everyone wait so long, Chow. She leans her heavy chest against his arm, her voice sweet as honey, acting cute. You promised you would buy me any new bag from Balenciaga. You're going to buy the just-released spring collection, right? Tran Na refused to believe it and stubbornly argued. How could Chow Dong be that rich? He doesn't even have enough money to buy luxury cosmetics. She just glanced at him dismissively and made a cutting remark. Haha, is her face worth Tong Chow spending money on her? Thang got so angry that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Oh, Chow Dong had been confused and unaware of what was happening until suddenly he noticed a familiar figure. Lam Tan was standing nearby, watching the scene, his confident gaze soothing the anxiety in his heart. These two were called over by Lam Tan to help him, and then he also started to seriously act out the role of businessman Thang Dot with practiced ease. I'm checking the shopping experience, but this man has affected it. He claims to be a VIP customer here. As expected from a smooth talker, Tatlian immediately shot back with authority. Is he also worthy? Truly lowering the facade of the shopping mall, calling the director out here. Cancel his VIP card, compensate him with 2 million yuan, and send him away. Hai Ka now has to follow his master's orders, of course. Yes, young Master Fong. This declaration seems to cut off all cooperation, leaving Chu Chu extremely shocked and exclaiming, Huh? He cruelly pushed Na aside and no longer cared about her screams. All I can think about now is how to fix this situation. It's terrible that I involved young Master Fong over a woman like this. My business will suffer greatly. So he quickly put on a humble face, hoping the other party would calm down. President Chow, young Master Feng is a misunderstanding. I truly didn't know. President Chow, I apologize to you. Please just consider me as a fart and let me go. Is that so? Just now I smelled something unpleasant, and it turned out to be from him. A man who seems to be the director hurried over. By the way, Tatlian happily added a final remark. I understand now, Director. Remember the faces of these 2 people. Add them to the blacklist, never allowed into Silver Moon Plaza again. The wind has shifted. Now, those immoral people must face their karma and suffer the same oppression. Chow, don't worry. He didn't hold back and vented his anger, returning all the insults he had received. Take care of your health. At your age, you might not be able to get up if you fall. Tran Na could no longer maintain her elegant beauty and was crying loudly. What should I do now, Chu? This time, even Chu Chu saw that the situation was hopeless and turned hostile, criticizing and insulting. My company's reputation in Vientiane is well established, and Feng Tatlian is just one person. I still have many other connections. Let's go. To block his way, countless luxury cars of all styles stopped in front of the shopping mall. The familiar faces of the tycoons appear one after another, taking the opportunity to step down and poke fun at each other. You're here so early, young master. You're right on time, too. Miss Nkeen, don't even think about stealing my credit. The 2 fools were so scared they turned pale like banana leaves. Except for Chu, who finally asked loudly, why are all these top wealthy second generations from Wenjiang here? These CEOs are quickening their steps even more. As expected, they also came to greet and get to know Zhou Dong. Is this Chow Xiao? And then he immediately added some reproachful words. Why aren't you saying anything? Such a great opportunity shouldn't be taken all for yourself. Next time, you have to give me a chance for sure. He's so proud of his achievement today that he can't help showing off. Helping President Tian is always my pleasure. So, who is responsible for today's incident? They dared to laugh and chat happily. Then, without warning, they all looked at the unknowing guy on this side with contempt. Faced with their piercing gazes, Chu Chu felt like he was falling into an icy pit, stiffening like glue. Facing the anger of the senior executives, he was so desperate he almost fainted, only thinking, it's over. I'm doomed. After a stunning slap, Zhou Dong turned and slammed his fist with full force. Thanks, brother. Lam Tan also responded without hesitation. We're all brothers, so what are you thanking me for? The most important thing is that you can still be a little angry. But he still couldn't help but wonder how you knew so many rich friends. So you quickly waved your hand and made up a reason. Ha, they're just extras, running all kinds of businesses, even group performances. Chow Dong heard that and believed it for real, nodding as if he understood life. Oh. Then he left, still waving goodbye to me as I went back to school, promising to bring fried chicken tomorrow, Tan shouted after him like a conditioned reflex. Okay, remember not to add duck neck. Meanwhile, the people you called extras are gathering and whispering. This is the boss. Looking simple but hard to read. The boss coming here surely has hidden intentions. Naturally, he's one of them. His gaze lingers long on your figure. This person is Long Tan, who stepped forward with a bright face like a stage light. Thanking everyone for their help, I invite everyone to eat hot pot. The group responded in unison. Okay, boss, no hesitation. Spicy hot pot? Tatleen seized the chance to jump in, her voice sweet as syrup. President Tian loves to joke. Why don't we go to my nightclub on the 7th floor of the shopping mall? The emperor listened and smiled, saying, Then you have to treat us this time. President Tian just slightly raised his lips in a calm response. It must be like that, but secretly I was thinking, I haven't even stepped into a nightclub yet, it probably isn't that expensive, right? A while later, they arrived at Moon's Veriv Plaza. In the luxurious private room with lights shining down to the very walls, Sahan begins with a sweet voice. The president spent 100 million yesterday. In just one day, the platform's registration surpassed those of the first quarter. A young master sitting nearby immediately responded. Compared to the boss, I feel like just a worthless man. The atmosphere is lively with flattery and speculation like fans writing fan fiction about Sahan. I suspect that President Qian is the only son of a hidden wealthy family in the city. Chuna sitting beside also chimes in with a pleased look. Anyway, I've got this leg secured, but only the Emperor cares about Teach Nian's unusual silence. Why isn't Nguyen Yin saying anything and just keeps drinking to drown her sorrows? As if seeing through her heart, he offered a piece of advice. It's not that he wouldn't help, but her project is both expensive and pointless. A new small company can't handle it, so it's better to bow to my father or follow the money boss to make money, rest, travel, buy designer bags, but she disagrees completely, slamming her glass down, her voice cold as a knife. I don't have the word give up in Tuong Tich Nian's dictionary.
Tuong Tich Nian angrily turns away, her voice firm. I guess I'll go ask the boss for money since you're all afraid of my father. Sahan whispers, Nguyen Yin is very stubborn, but even the boss won't give her money if she does something strange.
The Emperor could only sigh, knowing she was doomed to fail. At this point, the atmosphere in the room shifted and everyone started to flatter. Lam Tan Teen, the owner of the hottest underground club I run. Every night there are VIP guests. If it gets too noisy, we go on a private yacht. I'll send a car to pick you up tomorrow. Does the boss like poker? I am looking for an investment partner. You sit calmly among the endless glasses of wine, your eyes flickering as you glance at each person. In the face of their overwhelming enthusiasm, he simply shook his head politely, declining. All the options sound good, but I prefer spending money over investing in them, though I think differently inside. You only know how to work. That's such a waste. Suddenly, a pair of long legs slowly appeared in your sight, and a seductive voice rang out. President Tien likes to spend money? That's great. Tik Nian stepped closer to Lin Tan, smiling as if bestowing a favor. Can you invest in me? Her words incited anger among the crowd, and the Emperor shouted in fury. Damn it, Tuong Tich Nian, you're causing trouble again. Tatlin also stepped into question. Last time the boss gave you more than 10 million? Did you spend it all so quickly? Queen Hai immediately stepped in to stop her. President Qian, don't listen to her. She's doing something crazy. Anyone involved will go bankrupt. But before he could finish speaking, she punched him in the face and told him to shut up for her. After the chaos, Lin Tan also spoke up. You're the researcher in the group, right? Do you need me to invest in something? Suddenly, a ding from the system sounded, revealing a woman with beauty.
The rebel mission begins. Tuong Tich Nian Yin, 25 years old, 172 centimeters tall, weighing 49 kilograms, with a 10% affinity for the host, has reached 90 gold refunds, and at 100, she can change her identity and relationships.
Seeing the information panel that just appeared, Lin Tan's eyes flickered briefly. The opportunity for money and the girls presented itself. Impossible to miss. Tich Nian had now become serious again, locking eyes with him, saying, I am working on a tech chip. Sahan seemed to be choked and shouted, This is ridiculous, dude. You hear me? Boss, she's just dreaming. She doesn't back down because of those words. Theoretically, it's not wrong. My company has been developing this for over a year now, only minor technical issues left. Tween Hai, with his smug face, still keeps trying to butt in like he's not afraid of anything. It sounds reasonable, but she already spent billions on it. If she really developed any technology, she would have won a Nobel Prize by now. Before he could boast another half sentence, she covered his mouth and kicked him neatly aside. Then, Tich Nian quickly moved next to Lam Tan, her voice suddenly light as a feather. So, does the CEO want to invest, or is he still a bit doubtful and about to start mocking me like everyone else? Of course you won't let the beauty down. His eyes gleamed with confidence. The technology chip is a very good project. America has been developing its technology faster than our country. If this chip can be developed, our country will have a better chance to defeat America. I vote for this project. Those words felt like a slap in the face to everyone in the room. Everyone around was stunned. Huh? Vote? Tichnian still can't believe it. You doubt me. Do you agree? You haven't looked into my company at all. Do you think the project has a good chance of success and that the money spent will be worth it? It could very well be a large amount lost. Lam Tanji smirked, his gaze calm as if everything was already under control. No need to research it. I'll transfer the 500 million first. Spend it all and just let me know the contract can be sent later. Here, only you are talking seriously with me about starting a business. I think you are the most trustworthy person. Your words like a gentle touch on her softest spot. At that moment, the phone rang with a crisp sound, confirming the 500 million received. Staring at the suddenly jumped balance in her account, she was still overwhelmed. Did he really make the investment? Tik Nian's incredulous gaze turned towards Lam Tan. Does he really believe he can do it? Immediately after, the system notification sounded again, confirming everything that had just happened, boosting the goodwill by 20%. His decisive and confident action left everyone in the room breathless with admiration. As expected from President Qian, only the truly wealthy dare to take such risks. This is 500 million yuan. Spending money like throwing it into the water. The boss values Yan Yan so much that he spends hundreds of thousands to buy her a smile. After throwing the bomb, Lam Tan quickly slipped away. I suddenly remembered there was one more important thing. I'll tell you next time. Keep going. Nian Bao Tween Hai, still stunned, quickly nodded in response. All right, fine. You can settle the bill first with your total earnings. Tich Nian still stood there silently watching your back, a faint stirring in her heart. A moment later, the waiter came in to announce the shocking news that the amount to be paid tonight was 330,000. Who will be the one to pay? Someone asked in surprise. Huh? Wasn't it the boss who asked us to come? The boss has already run away with the money. Was that like throwing a stone in Ho Yan's face? Everyone immediately turned aggressive, throwing hundreds of millions into action. Forget about the 100,000 bill, that's normal. President Qian doesn't care about such petty things. On the other side, Lam Tan is running for his life with a noose around his neck, completely losing the dignity of the boss. So expensive, I don't have the money. Who invited the guest? Who's the dog? A few days later, at a luxurious villa, Tich Nian was leisurely riding her bike, showing off her full hips. She was exercising while talking on the phone, and the voice on the other end sounded a bit doubtful, so he really had invested. Did you only say one sentence? She replied happily. I still can't believe it. Tich Nian pondered for a moment and softly said, He is a man unlike others. Yu Huyan heard this and gently felt happy for her. Anyway, congratulations. The biggest financial problem in your startup journey has been resolved. Tich Nian suddenly remembered something and hurriedly whispered, Oh, that's right. She recalled the early days of hardship when her family opposed her. Her father didn't even let her finish speaking. How could he deny it? He angrily scolded, You think you don't need to start a business. The big enterprise is already there. Just take over it. Your card will be frozen so you won't have to think too much. And I also remember the scene where she begged her relatives, uncle, father, cousin. But in return, she was met with rejection. Yin said, Your father already told us there's nothing more you need. Staying at home obediently is enough. You're just a girl after all. Getting married early is for the best. Those things only made Tich Nian more determined. I will definitely succeed. Ngu Huin gently comforted on the other side. I believe in you. After a while, Tich Nian asked her best friend about her issue, forgetting to mention her own. Huyan, you just said you attended the high school reunion. How did it go? Ngu Huin calmly replied, I thought it was just a regular gathering, but a classmate's arrival surprised me. Her appraisal skills are on par with my teacher's. She then chuckled teasingly when she heard the other person say that. Oh, Huyan. Are you really interested in a guy? The sun is rising in the west, and you're imagining that guy in your mind. I wonder what he looks like. Aren't you also into a man who trusts you unconditionally and spends a lot on you? She immediately denied it, her voice trembling with embarrassment and anger. Who said I care? So annoying. At this moment, Li Min suddenly opened the door to announce that Ngu Huyan was about to leave. She only responded with a faint hum. She stepped forward and spoke softly, but with an underlying meaning. Mother Ngu Huyan reminded me that young Master Tao will be a future shareholder of the museum, so I need to get closer to him. Ngu Huyan still responded calmly, as if she had heard it many times before. Yes, mother. As soon as Lin Tan pushed open the door to the boys' dormitory at the university, he was called back by a faint voice. Lam Tan looked over and saw Ngo Chi lying flat with a flushed face. Ngo Chi, what's wrong? He tried to speak softly, word by word. I'm sick. Can you help me out for a day? Sorry for the trouble. I'll pay you 150 for the day. You don't care about the money and speak firmly. It's okay. Rest well and take care of yourself. Is this the uniform for work here? Keep the money for yourself. He weakly hummed, but still tried to squeeze out a sentence. I'm your third. Lin Tan also doesn't bother with the patients and just calmly reflects after changing clothes. Ngo Chi works night shifts at the Viemjiang Museum 3 times a week. Because Chao Dong and Trin Hao are afraid of the dark, they will cover for him when Ngo Chi is busy and can't go to work. Then he quickly went outside but still reminded him not to wander around. I'm going to work now. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Ngo Chi, lying helpless on the bed, desperately pushed himself up. Get out. After a while at the Wiem Hong Museum, Lam Tan lazily leaned against the reception desk and thought, why is no one coming to the museum today? So I guess I was already covered? Since it's a special occasion, I might as well just give some money to female streamers. As soon as he finished giving a luxury gift package to a female streamer, a luxury car pulled up right in front of the door. Mr. Qian is here again. Thank you for the super gift, Mr. Tian. Love you. Tao Tuan stepped out of the car with an arrogant demeanor, followed closely by his secretary. Tham Ni quickly went out to greet him. Hello, Mr. Tao. Mr. Ha's house has been waiting for you upstairs for a long time. The man smirked, pleased with this attitude. Yeah, show me the way. He boldly strode in as if he were a leader surveying the market, but suddenly stopped after just a few steps. Tao Tuan's furious shout rang out, directed straight at him. Did you Bao Tang hire a blind person to do this? Seeing someone arrive, he didn't even know how to greet them, so Lin Tan hurriedly stood up. Sorry, sir. Welcome, guest. Shenner also quickly stepped forward to settle the matter. Sorry, Mr. Tao, he's just a part-time student. La Ni, standing nearby, sneered and looked at the badge, saying that his lifelong job might be just security. He didn't say much, just shot a sharp glance. Sorry doesn't seem sincere enough. Isn't your school supposed to teach you to bow 90 degrees? Lam Tan, unfazed, kept a calm expression and retorted sarcastically. Sir, our school teaches us not to judge people superficially. Tom Ni, looking terrified, immediately rushed forward. Hey, shut up right now. He was furious when he heard that. How dare you lecture me, you damn poor kid? A dog's mouth can't speak good words. Starting tomorrow, I don't want to see him anymore. I hurriedly explained. But Mr. Tao, we don't have enough manpower right now, so we still need to. But he still shouted as if he were the king of the world. Shut up! The person in charge of the lower rank still has to listen to me. What is he? Immediately kick him out. Tao Zun has no intention of explaining, so Shenner can only swallow his bitterness and change the subject. Brother Tao, you just went this way. The subordinate is still waiting for you. Seeing this scene, Lam Tan couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Damn, I hope I didn't ruin Ngochi's plans. Wait a minute, head of the lower department, isn't this museum opened by Han Gu Huyen's family? Hurry and find her to clarify.
In the exhibition room with precious ancient artifacts, Kai Mao stepped out happily to greet him, while Tao nodded politely and shook hands in return.
Old Master Mao happily responded. Tao was willing to contribute to the collection. I truly admire him. Then the old man turned to Ngu Huyen, his tone becoming serious. Huyen, please show Mr. Tao around the museum. She nodded gently. Yes, as soon as she passed by, Kai Mao sternly reminded him that Tao's investment was very important, and this time he had to rely on you. Ngu Huyen still calmly and politely speaks. Mr. Tao, please come this way. I will show you some treasures here. He half smiled, his eyes scanning her as if evaluating a commodity. Fine, fine. When they stopped in front of a majestic hanging painting on the wall, Ngu Huyen gestured and said this is the only preserved calligraphy from the Tang poetry god, a poem over 2,000 characters expressing deep feelings of farewell to friends. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became, a cheerful smile on her face. We can sense his mood when he wrote this poem. Seeing that scene, Qian's sinister thoughts arose. And his restless hands gently placed on her shoulders. She's so beautiful, so beautiful. What are you doing? Tao Tuan shamelessly pretends to be innocent. Sorry, Ngu Huyen, you looked so beautiful just now. He suddenly couldn't hold back. Hearing that, she angrily shouted, I already noticed earlier that you have no interest in these artifacts. So why do you want to invest in the museum? He chuckled softly and said with a hint of meaning, as long as you can make money, do you really need to be interested? Ngu Huyen looked at him with a bitter and resentful expression. You just need to look into it a little, and you'll know these artifacts can't be measured with money at all. Even so, he let this kind of person invest. Tao Tuan no longer hid his disdain. Miss Ha, are you living in a fairy tale? But it's also because of that you have a charisma that other women don't possess, and I really like it. Before she could react, he turned to Kai Mao and ordered as if giving a command. Fine, let me show you what the real world is like. Uncle Mao, I am not very satisfied with this museum, but I will buy it for 6 billion, on the condition that Han Huyen marries me.
Tao Thảo như vậy cũng qua rồi. Ngũ Huyền lập tức phản bác, gần từng chữ nắm mộ gì.
She shouted loudly with fiery eyes, I will not marry you, Dad said to protect. The old man hesitated for a moment, but with 6 billion at stake, Lai Man beside him grew more worried. Mr. Mong! Kai Mao finally spoke, his voice tired as if adding years to his age. Huyen, at this point I have to tell the truth. The VM Hung Museum has been losing money for 2 years and can no longer continue operating on the verge of bankruptcy. This time, Tao is not here to invest, but to harvest the season. Those words hit her like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in place. What? Tao Jun smirked, interjecting as if bestowing a favor. I know everyone has already found investors and harvested the season. I am your last hope, right? Don't worry, your daughter will marry me and surely live a better life than now. Ngu Huyen still couldn't believe it, her voice trembling as she asked, Mom, do you really want to sell me to this person? Li Man burst into tears, tears streaming down her face. Mom, I'm sorry, Huyen, I'm useless, but you have the right to decide. Kai Mao also gently advised, Huyen, I don't want to marry you off casually, but if we don't sell the museum to Tao, then we will go bankrupt each word, like a dagger stabbing into her heart, leaving her pale. Most of these artifacts will be bought up by traders and sold at low prices or end up in the black market. Moreover, you will also have to suffer with your parents. She denied it to herself. No, I can't. The memories from those years suddenly flood back like a deluge. Dad, these artifacts are so beautiful. Huyen, you're really talented. Even at this age, you know how to appreciate it. Each piece contains the sweat and tears of artisans. Although divided into many types, they are all priceless treasures. Ngu Huyen still vividly remembers how her eyes shone when she first saw these treasures. You could see the artisan's creativity in every piece. But as she grew up, she started hearing unpleasant words from the wealthy. Last month, I bought an impressionist painting and resold it for a profit of 600,000. And a year ago, I bought a complete gemstone for a few 10,000 at the black market. Now it's worth several million. With a sigh, she already despises people like that. They have money but no respect for culture, only talk about money. Even as they grow up, those who approach her are no better.
Ngu Huyen, this Hua channel costs 5,000 yuan. I think only it matches your elegance.
Ngu Huyen, do you want to try riding a 20 million sports car? She has always looked down on them, thinking that money is everything. But there are still many things in this world that money can't buy. But now that Ngu Huyen is facing the worst thing in her life, she whispers as if confirming to herself, I have always believed it to be so. She tried to believe all these years amidst the chaos of this world, yet all of this standing on reality is so fragile and weak. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Tao Jun took the opportunity to stir the waters. Ngu Huyen, don't worry. After we get married, I will treat you well. Just give me a son and I will buy you a museum, okay? She tried to hold back the anger boiling in her chest as she looked at the precious calligraphy painting. Because of it, because of everything in the museum, she had no choice but to accept that unreasonable condition. I understand. As soon as those words were spoken, Kai Mao couldn't hide his joy. Huyen, my good girl, you're all grown up now. Sign the contract. In another room, with an oppressive solemn atmosphere, Shenner declared solemnly that from the moment both parties signed, the contract would become legally effective. It can no longer be changed at will. Kai Mao immediately agreed, his voice as sweet as honey. He said he really was very generous and had no objections to the contract. Huyen is sure that you will be happy. Li Man gently hands over the pen. Come on, good girl, sign quickly. Teo Tuan then smirked slyly, as if victory was already in the palm of his hand. Ngu Huyen tremblingly placed the pen on the contract and signed, but the pen kept hovering in midair, unable to come down. At that moment, tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, the door burst open. Lam Tan walks in casually like a savior sent by fate, hearing that someone wants to buy the museum. Lam Tan walked in confidently, shocking everyone in the room. Ngu Huyen looked up at him with vacant eyes. Lam Tan Tao Tuan, seeing this, lost his temper and shouted loudly, Where's that damn guard? Guard, where are you? Tell you to chase this bastard out for me. Tham Nhi quickly stepped forward to explain. Sir Tao, he is the security guard. The night shift guard at the museum was only him. Hearing that, he got even angrier and immediately kicked his leg to hit you, damn it. But before his foot could land any damage, his face was hit full force and 2 teeth were knocked out. Then he fell to the ground in a crash worse than any before, face smashing straight into the floor with a scream like a pig being slaughtered. But that doesn't matter because he's still strong enough to scream loudly. You bastard, how dare you hit me again? I will fire you. I will sue you and get you put in jail. Lam Tan didn't bother to respond to the insults, quietly walking over to Ngu Huyen, who was frozen in shock. He gently reached out and touched the tear rolling down her cheek. That gentle gesture made her involuntarily blush in surprise. Kai Mao and the old man's wife both saw this and spoke up at the same time. Huyen, do you know this person? Overcome with emotion, Yu Huyen gently replied, He's named Lam Tan. He's my high school classmate. Hearing that, the old man immediately lowered his voice to advise him, Your high school classmate. At this age, you should focus on college, not dropping out to become a security guard. Understand? Since you're not clear about the situation, I won't agree. Apologize to Mr. Tao quickly, and if compensation is needed, pay it. But before the old man could finish speaking, Lam Tan quickly tore the contract into many pieces. The sudden action stunned everyone in the room. The contract. Kai Mao collapsed to his knees, trembling as he picked up the torn pieces of paper. What are you doing? Before the old man could scold him, Lam Tan boldly declared, I will buy this museum for 10 billion yuan. Tao Tuan burst out laughing as if he just heard a joke to start the day. Stop dreaming. With your torn-up protection, where do you think you'll find $1 billion? If you do, I'll eat dirt right here. He frowned and waved dismissively. Someone said that before, lost the bet and then broke their promise. I don't trust anyone anymore. Li Man looked at her daughter with a worried voice. Huyen, does this friend of yours have a lot of money? Yun Huyen also felt confused, and I wasn't sure either. At that moment, he suddenly took out his phone and called his underling. Hello. Kwang Tu, there's a troublemaker causing trouble at the VMjiang Museum. Bring a few people here immediately. She's worried when she sees this. Lam Tan, what are you planning to do? You shouldn't come here. Kai Mao took the opportunity to negotiate. Clearly, Lam Tan also came for Huyen. I'll be honest, if you can pull out 10 billion and invest at least 500 million, the VMjiang Museum in Huyen will be yours. But Tao Tuan couldn't help but jump up when he heard that. Mr. Song Kai Mao completely ignored the shouting and casually continued to price Ngu Huyen as if she were a commodity. If Mr. Lam cannot come up with 1 billion, I will proceed with the original plan. Mr. Tao only needs to pay the first installment of 6 billion, not less than 1 billion, and everything will belong to him. Lam Tan let out a soft snort as if the old man knew his place. Shen Er quickly handed over the documents. Lam, this is the new contract with only the name and amount changed, but the content is the same as the previous one. You flip through each page, your eyes quickly scanning the lengthy clauses. This contract has thousands of words, but in reality, it only says 3 words. Sell daughter. Tao Zun kept cursing fiercely beside me, trying to break the tense atmosphere. I'm telling you, don't think that just because you say you have no money, it's over. My people are almost there. If you don't break a few bones, then they definitely won't stop. The angry voice echoing in his ears made his head buzz, and he just felt really uncomfortable. The version is gone. It's strange. What's happening to me? Suddenly my eyes stopped at the calligraphy painting hanging beside me. The sun has crossed the willow tree's sad shadow. Cold wind blows into the corner of the room. The alcohol is gone, and tears soak the shirt. You gently trace your hand over the face on the painting, a familiar feeling spreading in your heart. This is the distinctive strength of calligraphy and painting. The whole room fell silent at the unexpected action of the boy, and before anyone could react, he shouted loudly, "I want to revise the contract!" His eyes directly fixed on Tomni, voice full of determination. "The brother with glasses, I told you to record this." He looked a bit panicked and stammered in response. "Lam, you can't just say you want to change this contract, and it can be changed." Kai Mao also frowned and interrupted. "Don't even think about the price, not a penny less." Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lam Tan calmly declared that 10 billion was only for buying the museum, not including the artifacts inside. His words left everyone stunned, almost unable to believe what they heard. "What?" Immediately after that, every word you said touched Ngu Huyen's heart. This calligraphy and the artifacts in the museum are priceless treasures that cannot be measured in money, so they still belong to the Ha family as before. Lam Tan stepped forward and stood in front of her, his tone calm but not giving anyone a chance to interfere. Ha Ngu Huyen truly loved cultural relics, so the management and use of the museum were entrusted to her. As for me, I am the largest shareholder and have the final say. The owner of the Jiang Museum is Ha Ngu Huyen, and the contract is under her name. After finishing, he turned to give a sincere reminder. "If the museum needs money in the future, come to me. If you encounter any problems, you can always find me." A soft sound responded immediately, as if in reply. Friendship level increased by 20%. Lam Tan swiped his card smoothly, as if he was paying for a coffee with the transaction amount. 10 billion. The sound of the successful transaction notification just finished, causing the entire room to shake with shock and horror. Pay it all off. Tao Zuan's body trembled as his mind spun from the recent card swipe. He can immediately access 10 billion. His assets are incredible. Yu Yuan quietly watched the scene, her voice somewhat hesitant. "Why did you do this? Do you remember? I once said I would recover all the Chinese cultural relics that have been scattered. Those are treasures of our people, not goods for merchants to sell." That declaration made Tao Jun furious and slammed the table. "You bought the Jiang Museum just to show off in front of me. That pile of junk isn't even worth 100 million, and you still dare to talk about collecting cultural relics worldwide. If you're so capable, go participate in an auction in Japan next month," he shouted defiantly. If the map of China's 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers has been lost for years, the Lulai Guanyin statue will also appear. Each treasure worth over 1 billion. If you really have the money, then try it. Don't just stand here bragging. You just smirked indifferently as if you didn't care about that cheap challenge. "Fine, I'll wait. Whoever doesn't come is my nephew." Hearing that, he didn't dare to say another word and ran away in fear. When we got outside, Lani hesitantly asked Tao, "Are we still going to fight him?" He shouted loudly, his voice tense and panicked. "What are we fighting? Hurry up and run." Feeling scared inside, who can casually pull out 10 billion? Tao Tuan admits defeat to that person. But just then, his phone in his pocket rang, and a serious voice came from the other end. "Tao Tuan, I've assigned you the task of acquiring the museum pieces. Have you finished it? This is the first step in my Kamada family's plan to collect East Asian artifacts. I can't let it slip away." He immediately turned pale, stammering incomprehensibly. "I am very sorry." Lord Kamida's plans were going smoothly, but just as success seemed within reach, a young monk from China swooped in and bought the museum first. Tao Tuan quickly blurted out, sacrificing a bit of face. "But rest assured, I have successfully arranged for him to attend the auction next month, and by then you will have the chance to personally make him surrender and apologize." The camera chuckles excitedly at that statement. "That sounds interesting. You Chinese have a saying, 'A true dragon isn't afraid of fire. What belongs to you most certainly won't be taken away by others.'" Seeing that he didn't seem angry, the guy quickly boasted about his pride. "A true dragon isn't afraid of fire. By then I will also come to see the power of Mr. Camera." Inside the museum, the atmosphere has become much livelier. Kai Mao respectfully bows to Lam Tan. The contract has been signed, and Mr. Lam is now the largest and only shareholder of Jiang Museum. The old man turned with gratitude, his words both sincere and flattering. "Thank you, Mr. Lam, for saving the Ha family from a dire situation. Huyen, have a few drinks with Mr. Lam." Li Min also chimes in. Thank you, Mr. Lam. Would your family like to join us for dinner at Hao Van restaurant?" After hearing that, he decisively refused, as if chopping off a branch. "No need, I have to work overnight. I'll eat alone." She opened her eyes in shock. Oh, Lam. Ngu Huyen chuckled at his indifferent reply. Immediately, the system notification sounded, increasing her affection level by 10%. Then she quietly followed and asked, "Lam Tan, are you really going to Japan next month?" He calmly replied, "Of course I am." "Do I look like someone who likes to joke?" Hearing that, Ngu Huyen smiled gently, not with her usual bright smile, but with a tender, trusting look. "Can I come with you then?"
The next morning, sunlight shone on the lecture halls as Lam Tan yawned repeatedly and walked into the classroom.
Last night, when I was on duty at the museum, Han Gu-huyen talked with me until midnight. I replayed the last part of that night in my mind, then she accidentally fell asleep. As a result, the next day you had 2 panda-like dark circles under your eyes. I could only manage to doze off for 2 hours and was completely exhausted. Seeing you appear with a face like you'd been up all night, Nhahai immediately approached with a worried look. Lam Tan, what's wrong with you? Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Yatren also interjected. Lam Tan, such a blatant struggle for attention makes the onlookers unable to look away. What's going on? It's happening again. It's happening again. Get ready for the coconut. Nyahai quickly makes her move, gently touching your tired eyes. Lack of sleep isn't good, or you can skip class and rest in my dorm. A move that flirts and claims ownership at the same time makes Natren frown right then and there. Lanahi, can you stop with those terrible ideas? Going to school is important. Lam Tan, I will sit next to you during class. She looked shy and made a gentle suggestion, saying you could rest your head on my lap so you can listen to the lecture and relax at the same time. But that look made Lam Tan feel disgusted and indifferent. He coldly said, "Why are you here again? I told you before." You didn't even finish speaking when she interrupted. I remember every word you said. She still wears a sincere expression, trying to keep her voice gentle. I can't hold back my feelings. I really love you now, not caring about money, just hoping you understand. Yatren no longer hesitated and handed over a paper crane. We can start over. The paper crane is held up as proof of everything she just said. This time I will cherish you and make up for the mistakes of the past. The sudden confession surprised everyone around, and they all exclaimed in delight, "Wow!" I'll confess right here. Say yes. She stood there comforting herself with a thought that was both pitiful and naive. Before, he folded 999 paper cranes for her, and she casually threw them away. You must be very sad. Now I will fold this crane myself. But the system notification revealed her true feelings. The previous 86% favorability was a lie. Lam Tan looked at the scene in front of him and sneered contemptuously, the 86% favorability still shining above her head, yet she dares to say she has completely fallen in love with me. He decisively turned around and left, with no patience left to explain. Liu Yichang is not the type to be easily moved, otherwise she wouldn't have captivated so many, and now she's just chasing after him out of regret. She watched his back without understanding what was happening. Lam Tan, while they were still staring at each other as if competing to see who blinks first, the teacher pushed the door open and entered. Let's start the lesson. Everyone take your seats. As soon as class ended, the corridor was crowded with people, everyone leaving the classroom in a line. Lam Tan walked shoulder to shoulder with the 2 beauties. Yahai smiled sweetly and said, Lam Tan, my apartment is very quiet. You can sleep in without worry of being disturbed. Natran immediately changed her tone to as smooth as green tea.
Nyahi, you really are. You haven't said Lam Tan isn't your boyfriend. Bringing a guy home to sleep over like this isn't okay. She didn't want to be outdone, immediately responding with a sweet yet deliberately teasing tone.
Chain Tren, Lam Tan and I have a special relationship, so I invited him. Now he's single. You're his ex-girlfriend, right? Don't worry, I'll take care of him. The atmosphere is starting to heat up clearly. No one is willing to back down, and the words clash fiercely like gunfire. We're just angry at each other for a little while, right? Lam Tan still helps me. That's right, he's a man of honor. Even injured dogs and cats help out. But fighting over it, a clever horse doesn't eat old grass. If the grass is good, it just eats that, right? They kept arguing with each other, fighting over Lam Tan right in front of everyone's gossiping eyes. While I was still annoyed by their endless quarrel, if they're going to fight, don't drag me into it. I don't want to become famous all over the school because of this. Then the roar of the engine sounded, and a girl in a cool supercar sped toward us like cutting through the wind. The incredible speed caused the crowd to quickly scatter to the sides, and at that very moment, Lam Tan also disappeared from the scene. When he regained consciousness, he was bewildered to find himself lying on someone's smooth white thigh. Snow Na was smiling brightly like the morning sun.
Lam Tan, are you okay? And you're stunned by the unexpected appearance.
Wow. Sitting in a very awkward position on the luxury car speeding by, Lam Tan looks quite ridiculous. Sit up right now, but she doesn't seem to care, her eyes still fixed ahead. Don't rush, just lie down for a bit. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to nudge and rub against those smooth white thighs. Thanks, you came at just the right time. Tweet Nya chuckled softly, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Does this get any kind of reward? Without hesitation, you answered as if you had prepared in advance. Of course. Hearing that, she was so excited as if she had found gold. So please, could you record it for me? At the same time, Natran watched the speeding car disappear and his face paled in shock. Who exactly is that girl? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lam Tan disappeared. The crowd also started gossiping about that Ferrari LF. Up to 30 million. Who is that girl? Too fast to see clearly. How did a bootlicker like Lam Tan manage to seduce a rich young lady? And now she looks twisted with gritted teeth, clutching another girl. Once these courtesans find out Lam Tan is rich, they'll definitely rush to snatch him. So annoying. At that moment, Nahai spoke up, her tone full of sarcasm mixed with smugness. You ignored Lam Tan's feelings before. Now you can't climb anymore. Are you feeling regretful? Unfortunately, there's no more chance now. Not Tran couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, Lan Yahai, don't be proud. The person taking Lam Tan away is the rich young lady, richer than me and you.
Even if Lam Tan has a new happiness, it's not your turn.
But she didn't get angry. Instead, she lifted her chin to boast. Ha, Lam Tan and I have made real progress. Those despicable scoundrels are completely incomparable. That statement made her open her eyes in disbelief. What did you just say? Unable to hold back any longer, she rushed straight in front of Na Hai. What kind of despicable trick did you finally use? How far have you and Lam Tan come along? But the other person only smiled meaningfully, looking as if everything was going well. You want to know? I won't tell you. If you're so curious, just guess yourself. She just turned away laughing triumphantly, leaving Not Tran breathless with rage. This bitch must be lying to me. I can't believe it. But her mind was immediately filled with guesses. Lam Tan was so simple. Under such pressure, who knows how much longer he could endure. Her foot stomping hard on the ground, her high heel crushing the dry leaves like a reflection of her fiery determination. No, I can't be slow like this anymore. Not Tran's face turned confident, as if she had anticipated everything. I'm Lam Tan's ex-girlfriend, and with his preferences, I can read him like an open book. Lam Tan, you can only be mine. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared in midair. Affection increased by 4%, reaching 90% to complete the initial rebellious phase, with a refund of 10% from the 80,000 yuan transferred. The notifications that appeared made Lam Tan jump up in surprise. What the hell is going on, God? Lunyet Tren claims himself. Immediately after, the system panel continues to glow brightly. A series of lines kept appearing one after another. All attributes increased by 1. Now all at level 3, boosting strength, physique, agility, and intelligence. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. This feeling is overwhelming, but the system hasn't stopped yet. A new selection menu appears, offering to choose one of 3 skills: running long distance level B, swimming level B, or jumping machine level D. These options only deepen Lam Tan's confusion. This skill level is too low. Maybe because the attribute training from earlier made my body noticeably stronger, so running long distances isn't really necessary. Without hesitation, I finally decided to choose swimming proficiency. Knowledge floods into my mind instantly, clearly feeling the focus on strengthening my chest, back, and arms. But at this moment, I sense a gaze quietly watching me. Chin Dung stands on the upper floor with an unreadable expression, his gaze fixed tightly on him. A member of the student council approaches, looking a bit shy. President, we're about to start the meeting. Inside the conference room, whispers of gossip echo, and there's more news. It's still Lam Tan, Liu Yichang, and Lan Hahi. This time, the White Horse Princess appeared. Too bad I missed it live. The guy gritted his teeth as those words reached his ears, and it was that Lam Tan again. Suppressing his anger, he walked straight to the front, his voice sharp. Vientiane University is known for its good environment and campus, but recently a male student and 2 female students caused trouble, with complicated relationships, and even drove luxury cars around the school. The incident spread throughout the school, and suddenly he turned to look at Chu Ha, his tone indifferent yet sharp. Chu Kwa, these people seem to be from the literature department, right? He was a bit startled by that look and then nervously confirmed. Yes, that's right. The boy's name is Lam Tan and the girl's is... But before he could finish speaking, Chin Duang interrupted. The former president said that Chu Kwa is very serious, works quickly, and is trustworthy, so I also have high expectations for you. Then Chu Ha immediately stood up, bowed his head, and apologized. Thank you for your trust, President. Lam Tan's behavior is really unacceptable. I will punish him immediately. He pretends to be dignified, but his words are no different from those of a petty person. It's not that serious. The student union is here to serve students as long as he sincerely corrects his mistakes. As long as he promises not to repeat the offense, that's the goal achieved, right? He also responded quickly. You're right, I'll go to work right away. The next noon, Ngo Zi walked beside him feeling very dissatisfied and blurted out, This student union is really unreasonable. Not only warning you, but also making you clean the pool for an entire semester. But he didn't mind, just smiled softly and said, It's okay. My friend really broke the school rules by speeding within the campus. He just paused for a moment before slowly and pleasantly saying, This punishment isn't too bad either. Ngo Chi couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the sizzling scene in front of him. Wow, Kwa's many sisters in the swimming team are amazing. Under the clear blue water of the pool, Du Chi admired the smooth glowing white body in front of her. Xiao Yu, your figure is really beautiful. Don't cause trouble, old lady. She won't easily let go of the chance to tease Hot Gon. She glanced back and whispered to Tun Wu, Look at Duang Li. He's been staring at him the whole time. He has been pursuing you for a long time. She shrugged, not caring much. So what if it is? That made her friend more interested. Xiao Yu, your standards are too high. What kind of guy do you think is truly worthy of you? She, half joking, half serious, presents her ideal type. Someone who swims faster than me. What? How is that possible? You're the top national swimming athlete. Is there anyone at our school who swims faster than you? Are you not planning to look for it? A little further away, 2 young women secretly watched him and whispered happily to each other. Look over there, that's Lin Tan. Lin Tan has been very popular lately. Many female students are after him. The gossip reaches Xiao Yu's ears, and she secretly looks down on him. Huh, just another boring guy. Suddenly, a numb sensation in her ankle made her panic and turn her head back. My foot was pulled back. How is that possible? I clearly warmed up already. Then she shouted for help. The two young women standing by the pool saw her struggling underwater and thought she was practicing her skills, praising her in admiration. Look at Xiao Yu diving even deeper. Her skills are really good. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu is struggling to signal for help, her hope fading. Oh my god, do I have to die chasing after her? With his experience, Lam Tan quickly spots the flailing arm in the water. Something's wrong, she's in danger. Without hesitation, you jump into the pool to save her. Yang Li also sensed something was wrong and shouted, Xiao Yu! Before he could recover, he had already executed his expert swimming technique like a flying fish to approach the struggling figure. In an instant, Lam Tan swooped in, one arm wrapping around her waist from behind, the other holding her face to prevent her from choking on water. In the panic, Little Fish struggled fiercely and shouted loudly, Let me go! Don't touch me there! But he remained calm, holding her tightly and softly scolding, keeping her mouth shut to breathe. Seeing her gradually calm down, he held the young woman tightly with one hand, used the other to swim strongly towards the shore, and softly reminded her, Don't struggle, I will get you ashore. Even as a professional swimmer, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be amazed. Too fast, he even supported me with one hand. She instinctively buried her face in his strong shoulder, her cheeks flushed, thinking to herself that she had never been this close to a guy before. Finally safe on shore, Xiao Yu, exhausted and panting heavily, was quickly surrounded as everyone rushed to ask if she was okay.
Lam Tan lifted his shirt to wipe the water off his face, revealing his toned body, then reminded her to be careful next time. Before she could recover, he coldly turned and walked away.
Dude, she quickly offered comfort, saying, Are you okay, Xiao Yu? And even Duang Lai let out a relieved sigh. Little Fish, you scared us all. Everyone started to chatter excitedly. That guy swam as fast as a bullet. He broke the record, right? I already recorded the video. I'll upload it online. Meow really is like that. Xiao Yu's whispering voice echoes. His name is Lam Tan, right? Duchi quickly responded from nearby. It is indeed Lam Tan's father. It seems he is also very well regarded. Save you one life. Swim quickly. Isn't this the person who meets your standards? She talked for a while before suddenly noticing her friend's beaming face and asked in surprise, Hey, little fish, why is your face so red? Maybe Duchi doesn't understand, but Duang Li can clearly see Krat's embarrassed expression and secretly grits his teeth. The video was quickly recorded and went viral with a sensational headline. The brave male student who saved the drowning girl has everyone praising him online. Isn't that Lam Tan? So handsome. I saw him swim so fast, breaking the world record, maybe because of the urgency to save someone that he activated his potential. Even Jung accidentally scrolled past the post, his face instantly darkening, looking as if he wanted to devour it. Damn it. Lam Tan. He stared intently at the medicine bottle in his hand with malicious intent. A dark thought gradually emerged in my mind. I will make you fall completely. A few days later, the festival was grandly held on the schoolyard, with the cheerful laughter of boys and girls creating a lively atmosphere. The school festival was so lively, with a BL box included. This student council event was very well prepared. Everyone looked stunning. Would you like to dance? I want to invite Nahi. But someone overheard and started mocking. Don't dream. La Nahai hasn't known what's wrong with her lately. She's been infatuated with Lam Tan. Look, here they come. Aren't they rivals? How can they be so close? This is a girl's friendship. We don't understand it. Nahai smiled charmingly, but her words were sharp and cutting. You're competing. You look so good today. Which means Lam Tan's heart isn't with you. All your makeup is pointless, and Hatran isn't just an ordinary person, playfully sticking out her tongue in response. Nyahai, thank you for your concern. Try to enjoy tonight to the fullest, because after tonight, everything will never be the same again. Without waiting for the other person to reply, she turned and walked away, leaving her roommate secretly questioning what she was up to. But then she quickly dismissed her opponent's tricks. Tell her to go ahead. I'll go get the bis ready for Lam Tan so we can eat as soon as he arrives. I have to dance with him tonight. But Natran discreetly glanced at her from behind, thinking disdainfully in his heart, always considering the path of virtue and gentleness. Lanahi, I wonder if I know about this little trivial thought of yours. She seductively swayed her hips as she walked, mocking her rival in her mind, thinking that this way she could keep her man, not knowing that men are also instinctual animals. She headed straight toward the nearby hidden danger, but first she had to overcome an obstacle. A few steps away, Little Fish was still unaware, looking around for Crash's figure, wondering why Lam Tan hadn't arrived yet. I just want to say a proper thank you. He probably won't misunderstand me, and I might as well ask for a way to contact him. She was a bit anxious, biting her lip on the drink in her hand, recalling the incident from the day before that made her face turn as red as a ripe tomato. If it hadn't been for him, I would have already... Jingjian intentionally bumped into her from behind with a grim expression, not knowing her identity, just being saved casually by Lam Tan and wanting to climb higher, but only greeting politely on the surface. The sudden voice startled Xiao Yu. Huh? Xiao Yu nervously asked for her identity as the girl in front of her bowed down and introduced herself in an imposing manner.
I am Lam Tanlu, Nyuttren's girlfriend. Haven't you heard my name before?
She continued to assert her ownership. My Lamtan is a warm, kind, and caring person, which is why he often helps others. Nyuttren looked proud, unable to hide his smug expression. He pursued me for 3 years, and I only reluctantly agreed to get to know him. Oh, why should I say these words? Anyway, we are still as affectionate as before. She gradually pressed her large breasts against Xiao Yu and concluded with one sentence. Anyway, there's no need to thank Lam Tan. After finishing, she deliberately pushed her chest against her modest mountain and fake smiled, saying tonight he was busy on a date with her. At this point, Nyuttren reveals a face of extreme cruelty to intimidate. Do you understand? Frightened, she opened her sea blue eyes wide. As an inexperienced girl, unable to handle this shock, Xiao Yu trembled and took a step back. I understand now. She stands proudly with a triumphant expression. Huh, you want to fight me? At that moment, the system quietly notified that the affinity increased by 1%. Lamtan, while enduring the attacks in the dormitory, received news that the current highest affection level was 91%, leaving him both surprised and suspicious. Oh, why is it increasing? What's the reason? Why would the affinity increase just from playing games in your free time? He listened to your muttering for a while before seriously sharing his thoughts on the matter. Maybe you've offended someone. Hearing this, you became interested in listening in. Oh, tell me about it. A while later, Lin Tan dressed up nicely and headed to the ball, all his thoughts focused on the injustice of the club president, who turned out to be the security chief. To be evil, he has always only targeted those he disliked, and Zheng Hao was also caught in the crossfire. Interesting. Then I will go to the festival to meet him. The phone screen shows a brief conversation between you and class president Lam Tan. Now you're heading to the party. The president mentioned there's a small award ceremony for your act of saving someone. Everyone is waiting for Lin Tan to smile with a knowing look, and his heart is bright as a torch. I saw the award ceremony was the Red Chamber banquet. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. Wait, Zhengdong, tonight I'll play fair with you. A few steps away, Yang Li hid behind the bushes, holding a brick in hand. Long Thigh was determined to the bone. Waiting for you, Lam Tan. That day, it was clearly me who should have saved Tionggu, gaining fame and the beautiful woman at the same time. Thick blue veins bulge on the hand gripping tightly. The man grits his teeth in fury. You suddenly appeared out of nowhere to steal my credit. Steal the little fish, beat you unconscious first, then break your leg. Taking advantage of Lam Tan's distraction, he lunged forward, aiming to smash the brick into his head with a savage and ruthless expression to see how you steal my woman. But life is not like a dream. Your figure flashes past in an instant, leaving only a shadow in the air. Before Duong Lai can realize, a hand suddenly grabs his head, and the smug expression on his face suddenly freezes. I slam the opponent's face straight into the ground without mercy. Only then does Lam Tan realize who is tailing him and softly expose, but you're the one I remember. You're the classmate of that girl. You seriously ambushed me? You hurt my face again and want to steal my credit along with my woman. Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Your woman. Teacher Lam Tan doesn't even know who his grass is, so he immediately glares. The furious scolding is from B. Little Fish. I've been chasing after her for so long but never got anywhere. You don't even remember her name. Yet she blushes. Bastard, I should just crush you and teach you a lesson directly. Not patient enough to listen to your vile words, so I once again pressed his face into the ground, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out. Then, he ruthlessly threw Duong Lai into the pile of trash beside him and walked away. The garbage was discarded in the trash dump. At this moment, the school's nightclub is filled with a lively atmosphere, bright lights, and an eye-catching bar. Seeing Lam Tan's figure, Nahahai happily approaches. A few beautiful women around were also dazzled by your confident look. She quickly approached her beloved to show her concern. Lam Tan, why are you only arriving now? Then he received a reply full of mystery. I heard there's a good play, so even though I don't understand, I still excitedly invited him. The play has waited for him so long, I want to dance with him. He is completely respectful and immediately follows the beauty's wishes. Fine then. Yahui subtly gazed at her lover's dance and softly said, Lam Tan, you know how to dance like this. On the surface, I appear calm and composed, but inside I am proud and puffed up. After boosting all my attributes, the benefits are truly many. The handsome guy and beautiful girl coordinated perfectly like weaving melodies, attracting mesmerized gazes from the entire hall. Just as the music ended, a well-dressed lady approached to invite. You handsome, I want to invite you to dance with me. Niahai immediately adopts the proud and haughty role of the empress to refuse. Sorry, little sister, I want to continue dancing with Lam Tan. You can step aside and wait. But this girl also doesn't give up easily and provokes again. Sister, you're breathing so heavily, I advise you to rest a bit. Just after chasing someone away, now a swarm of bees and butterflies is surrounding Lam Tan as if they see honey. Lam Tan, you're so good at dancing. Come here. Lam Tan made her furious, standing on end, while the guys around secretly envy and admire him. If he's not saving people, then he's really lucky. Damn it, why isn't this guy a famous ass kisser? Why are so many students suddenly surrounding him? Dao Nam muttered in dissatisfaction, and the student council president even said he would give him a reward. Does he deserve it? Hatan, standing opposite, also started flapping his gums in agreement. That's right, the hall leader is already good enough. Suddenly, Jung Chung appeared out of nowhere with 2 cans of drink and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Don't say that. Classmate Lam Tan really did save someone, didn't he? He stepped forward, handed a can to him, and introduced himself. Lam Tan, the school needs outstanding students like you to set an example. I am Jung Chung, the student council president, representing everyone. Cheers.
Why not?
Without waiting for Lam Tan's response, Dao Nan quickly pressured him, the club president toasting, "Are you really going to be so rude?" That's right, so rude. You may not care about the gossip around you, but you still accept the drink as if you're being modest. The chairman personally invited me to drink, so I dare not refuse. After saying that, I downed the can in one swift, decisive gulp, and Jung Dao smiled approvingly. The surrounding crowd murmured in admiration as Hong Ni praised, "Your drinking skills are impressive," while the young men behind sneered in jealousy, "It's just drinking. What's so cool about it?" Only Nha He secretly worries, "Is everything okay?" No one notices Chin Duong's sinister expression with a smug look as the prank succeeds. He pretends to be a righteous gentleman inviting classmate Lam Tan, but I actually have something to discuss with you regarding the student council invitation over here. Lam Tan, without any suspicion, immediately agreed. If that's the case, I will talk to the club president for a while. He led you into the empty meeting room, the dim lights creating a cramped, gloomy atmosphere. As soon as you stepped inside, the scene before you made you stop in your tracks, not noticing the sinister expression on his face behind you. Seeing Little Fish lying unconscious on the sofa, he quickly sensed that something was wrong. Isn't she the girl from the pool? Her face is so red. Lam Tan quickly stepped closer to observe and then expressed concern. Hey, I think she's got a fever, but as soon as I spoke, I felt dizzy and held my head. Oh, I feel a bit dizzy too. He staggered, collapsed onto Xiao Yu, and fell into unconsciousness. A cruel smile spreading as everything went according to plan. Good, the video is normal, everything is fine. The man quickly leaves with the room key in hand, a sinister smile on his lips. Lam Tan, this time enjoy yourself. Returning to the nightclub, the large audience has gradually lost patience, waiting anxiously for the main character of the party, who still hasn't appeared. Isn't it time to give the reward? Why hasn't it started yet? At this moment, Chung stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and explained, "Everyone, please stay calm. Classmate Lam Tan will be here soon." Yes, it's been a while, but inside you're eager to embarrass him, and the effects of the drug should have already spread. That hypnotic drug is even too much for an elephant to resist, let alone you. The man waved his hand to attract the audience's attention. Because classmate Lam Tan wants to deliver his speech through the screen, please look at the big screen. Now, please Lam Tan. The crowd below, having waited for a long time, was all excitedly staring at the screen, and within seconds, Nahi's eyes widened in horror as she looked at the terrifying scene. Huh? On the big screen are a man and a woman spelling words. The heavy breathing continues, showing how intense the battle is, as someone points and warns. "President, look over here!" Jung turns his back and pretends to be panicked.
Oh my god, Lam Tan, what are you doing?
This is a live broadcast. I know you're quite flirtatious, but can't you hold back just a little? The whispers of insults spread throughout the hall. Disgusting bastard. Hurry to the meeting room and arrest him. It's really upsetting. Dao takes the opportunity to spread rumors among his friends. I knew Lam Tan was that kind of person. Nyeo has suffered since childhood. The lucky frog sitting at the bottom of the well saved a beautiful and somewhat famous friend, and then they parted ways. Lam La also spoke out against it as if defending justice. This is a moral corruption. I looked at his face and knew right away he's not a good person. Isn't he the one flirting with girls? He's the main character's father.
Now that the hatred has a chance to be expressed, a group of young people step forward to demand that Lam Tan be expelled. Trash like Lam Tan has no place at VMjiang University.
Chief Dao pretends to be disappointed and bows his head. Lin Tan, I am truly disappointed. Seeing the president and the crowd of men and women all agreeing and calling for a boycott, that's right. Kick this trash Lam Tan out of VMjiang University and expel him. Expel him, expel him. No one notices the satisfied look on his face. That's right. He threw back his head and laughed loudly as if he were the lord of all mankind, feeling a deep satisfaction from his desire to dominate. This is the answer. This is the rallying power of the club president. This is the joy of crushing an ant. Just as the fiery atmosphere demands a decisive end, Lin Tan's voice suddenly echoes through the nightclub. It seems I missed the show or something. Watching your steady figure walking down the red carpet, the main row just stood there, staring in disbelief at someone who shouldn't even be here. His eyes flashed with bloodshot veins, and a warning alarm sounded in his mind as he sensed something ominous. In the silent, frozen atmosphere of the hall, he slowly approached and casually explained, "I just went to the bathroom, and it's so lively here. Who is shouting to expel someone?" Lin Tan Bang subtly implied, "So what?" The club president saw me so scared again, and sensing drama, the whispers started to spread nonstop. What's going on? What's going on? His face turned pale as a banana leaf, and he stammered in disbelief. "He's here, so who is inside?" He replied calmly with a sneer on his face. "How do I know this isn't just a stunt arranged by the chairman?" At that moment, the camera zoomed in to show the full body of the person in the room, causing the audience below to gasp in surprise. "Look, the man is turning around. Isn't that Lam Tan?" On the screen, Duong Li is caressing a mannequin and whispering in a casual tone. Are you comfortable, little fish? Will you never leave me again? This despicable woman, just be honest at last. Someone suddenly exclaimed, who is this? I recognize him. His name is Yang Li. He's been pursuing little fish for a long time. So why is he here? Lam Tan quietly watched the footage playing, his thoughts taking him back 10 minutes. Upon discovering the aphrodisiac, the system activated his level 3 passive detoxification ability, nullifying the drug's effects. With this 12-hour passive cooldown, he had already suspected the sinister plan of Wei Chin Duong from the moment he entered the room. The unconscious girl, the arranged cameras, and the locked door. However, in the face of this level 3 power, the door was just like paper being kicked open without hesitation. Then he took Xiao Yu out of the meeting room. Lam Tan gradually carried out the plan in his mind, seemingly heavily drugged and unable to wake up in a short time. Silently placed it in the women's restroom, not fearing that Wei Chengdao and his men would find it. Then returned to the pile of unconscious Duong Li to make him the replacement actor. You are truly satisfied with your own decision. This is thanks to the actor's self-learning, and during the coma, their acting skills are impeccable. After taking him into the meeting room, you pour the remaining drinks for this drunkard. The actors are already in position. Chairman put so much effort into arranging such a big play, how could he waste part of his energy? Long Tan even prepared a stance for the guy to casually wrestle with a plastic mannequin from the dressing room, styled to look exactly like him. Everything is in place. You snap your fingers happily, secretly thinking the fun has returned to the present in the video and Yang Li is still working hard. Am I strong? Little fish, see how powerful I am. He nudged my shoulder playfully and joked, this guy is so boastful, how can he fight with a plastic mannequin?
He also took off his clothes himself. That's not something I did.
The dead alley was silent, only muttering no, no, no. He seemed to lose his mind and shouted, no way, no way. I clearly saw him fall onto Xiao Yu. Seeing his guilty expression, Lin Tan looked at him with disdain. Huh? How come this person didn't fight but confessed? Unfortunately, everyone below the stands clearly heard Chin Duong's words just now. They all gasped in shock. Take this opportunity to lead the story. Come on, tell me in detail how you saw me fall onto Xiao Yu. Chin Duong could only remain silent in fear as he moved closer with a murderous look on his face. Wasn't it you who said you were very good just now? Why are you silent now? At that moment, a short, chubby figure suddenly appeared from the door. Tan Min hurried over, looking furious, and began scolding loudly. The students were overjoyed as if they had been saved, and that was President Tan. That's great. It's Professor Tan from the Literature Department, the most senior and strictest teacher in the school. But the situation went against expectations. He angrily pointed at Lam Tan and shouted, how dare you question the president when you're not even a class officer? Is it strange that the hall leader mistook someone? Despite being unfairly scolded, he just raised an eyebrow in response. Huh? Mistaken identity. So, he said that my teacher fell on Xiao Yu. What kind of excuse does he want to make? He avoided Chin Duong's mistake and then arrogantly blamed others. The student council president works diligently and even requests a commendation. You ignored that and gave a speech that embarrassed everyone and ruined the school atmosphere. So, punishment is necessary to prevent discontent. At the same time, the group of students in the student council exchanged glances and sneered, plotting to worsen the situation. Dan Nam boldly waved his hand and shouted, if you commit such a serious crime, you should be punished and recorded as a fault. I don't agree. I think replacing the president is unnecessary. Lam La, standing nearby, interjected passionately, we must make Lam Tan drop out immediately and stop the boycott or everyone will be furious. Stop studying, stop studying, stop studying. The crowd, being led like cattle, all shouted together to boycott. Stop studying, stop studying. While the crowd chants for protest, only Nahi looks around in confusion, realizing what has happened. It's clear that the president is setting up Lam Tan. Seeing the situation turning in his favor, he patted his shoulder to intimidate him, revealing his twisted, ugly face. The dean was bought by me, the students under the stage, and the student union are all my people. How can you fight against me? Not only that, he pointed at Lam Tan and falsely accused him. Lam Tan tries to run, but the disciplinary team quickly catches him. The red-banded members, waiting for this moment, rush over eagerly. While they used all their strength to pull with all their might, you stood firm like a statue, not moving at all. It was at this moment that the street fighter charged in, aiming to beat you into a pulp. Lam Tan, that's right. If you resist a little more, I'll have a reason to beat you mercilessly. The hand, grabbing at him with the speed of lightning, made his face freeze in shock. His eyes seemed about to fall out of their sockets, but although held back, Lam Tan only needed one hand to lift the guy off the ground and then calmly said, what are you in such a hurry for? The main act is about to begin. Tan Min, having taken the money, had to protect the Kimchu, so he ordered to arrest you. This bastard hit someone. Security, stop him before things get worse. As the chaos spreads and people swarm in, I grow impatient, coldly observing the chaos like a swarm of locusts, until a deep, thunderous voice commands everyone to turn their heads and stop. Everyone was stunned as Principal Yuan slowly entered, followed by Tat Lian and Trin Hao, with some hurriedly greeting him. Principal Tan Min forced a fake smile, feeling uneasy. Principal, why are you here? He coldly questions without bothering to show respect. If I had arrived a little later, it would have been beyond saving. Thinking he saw an ally, he hurriedly accused Lin Tan. That's right, this student caused a major trouble and damaged the school's reputation. We decided to suspend him, but due to the serious impact, he needs to be temporarily detained. The more the old man listened, the angrier he became, so he struck the podium with his staff like a drum, causing him to shout loudly, "Oh dear!" The family member pointed the staff at his face and scolded him like a pig's head, criticizing him repeatedly. Who's the one causing trouble? It's people like you, teachers accepting bribes, who are the real disgrace to the school. Principal, you are mistaken. The one responsible is Lin Tan, the head teacher who came to help me. It was old grudges that made Trin Hao kick him in the mouth, so there's no place for you to speak here. Tan Min quickly knelt down to support him. Headmaster, he's the young master of the Wei family. The Wei Kwang building of our school was donated and built by his father, Wei Kwang Quinn. Even at this point, he's still so foolish. Yuan's family is furious and forces him to lie on the ground with his mouth shut. So this is the big gift? You are young Master Feng. The Feng family is one of the members of the Viamjiang University Board of Directors. So you and Lam Tan are like this. Bianjia ignored the stunned opponent and coldly announced that the Weijing path had bribed teachers, seriously damaging the reputation of Viamjiang University. The board of directors decided that both of you would be expelled and dismissed. He looked at Lam Tan with pride and said, "Fortunately, we have an outstanding student like Lam Tan who uncovered these evil deeds and restored the university's integrity. He is the light of Viamjiang University." This statement left the two culprits kneeling in shock, their faces pale with fear. The crowd around them began to whisper and speculate. Why is this happening? Chairman and Dean Tan are the real villains. Were we deceived? What on earth is going on? Lam Tan quickly explained. Everyone can understand it by looking at the screen. Now on stage, the scene from 40 minutes ago is clearly visible. This woman drank a sedative without any hesitation. Zheng Dao was completely unguarded, arrogantly declaring in front of the camera that no matter if he died, he never thought about who was really behind his downfall. Oh my god, who made me so perfect? The student union, including all students in this school, can look up to me like servants. After realizing his true face, the students below the stands all erupted in anger. So he's that kind of person, truly disappointing. A heartless beast, how could he dare to deceive me? The anger seemed to have reached its peak, and they kept attacking him with whatever they had while shouting. I've always suspected he's a treacherous person. Does it tease? I was also betrayed by him, always pretending like that, exposing his face so he gets expelled and sent to prison. I have to beat him up. His whole body trembling as he knelt on the ground, his eyes gradually becoming vacant. It's gone. Everything I had is gone. It's all Lam Tan's fault. Without thinking, he pulls out a knife and lunges straight at you. Lam Tan, I want you to die with me. With just a gentle kick, he immediately fell flat on his face, while you calmly grab the sharp weapon with one hand. You gently remind him, but there's a hint of threat in your gaze. Should the chairman of the association go down to the stage now? As soon as he finished speaking, the very same path happened to fall right into the center below the stands, causing a panic as the crowd closed in around him. They didn't hesitate to tear their prey apart, each one like a hungry wolf devouring their favorite entertainment. Laugh it all out and tear him apart to see how well you can act. The man screams in pain, terrified. In an instant, he went from a gentlemanly and handsome man to a beggar, as the curses still echoed in his ears. You think you're qualified to be the president? Not so fast. He dares to drug the female students again, put him in the locker. Lam La quickly makes the request. Principal, the student council needs to elect a new president as soon as possible. Yuan Jiang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The old man smiled and turned to ask the person next to him for their opinion. Lam Tan, do you think you've been brave enough to do the right thing and help the school remove those two bad guys? So can you take on the role of student council president? The students immediately cheered excitedly as the principal recommended you. That's amazing. Taking a step towards becoming a fairy, I support him. Lam Tan did not rush to reply but recounted slowly. Thank you, principal, for the recognition. This time, thanks to Zheng Hao's timely discovery of the conspiracy and the report from young Master Feng, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unpredictable. You keep persuading him. Trin Hao used to be the head of the student union, but was suppressed by the former president. He has a background and capability. I think no one is more suitable for this position, but I can't help but be honest with my friend. With all the effort, I wouldn't dare to do it. The crowd suddenly erupted into cheers. What? He could get such a good opportunity? So handsome. Lam Tan is truly a man. From now on, anyone who dares to speak ill of Lam Tan, I will make them take responsibility to the end. Senior student Lam Tan is really handsome. Yi Jan watched from afar for a long time, his face gradually turning red. Lam Tan is so outstanding, no wonder he's my man. Trin Hao quickly announced so everyone wouldn't lose their mood over what just happened. The celebration continues. Seeing that the situation was under control, Lam Tan quickly turned and left. It's over now. Go check if Xiao Yu has woken up. The bathroom is eerily silent. Not a sound can be heard. Even breathing becomes noticeable. He slowly searches for Xiao Yu's figure, absent-mindedly ruffling his hair with worry when he sees that the person in front still shows no signs of waking up. He hurriedly calls out her name without noticing the movement above. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! Just how much sedative did you take? Suddenly, you sense something is wrong. A strange scent fills the entire space. What's wrong? Do you feel a little? Only when Lam Tan gradually collapsed did not Tron reveal her true form, a smug smile curling at her lips. She slowly approached, summoning all her strength to lift Lee's massive body. Without a second hesitation, she climbed straight onto his lap and tore off the formal dress she was wearing. This dress is so cumbersome. Then she looked at him with the gentlest eyes and said, Lam Tan, you are already mine. Having finally achieved what she longed for, Natron couldn't contain her emotions, constantly whispering softly. Suddenly, she remembered Tuangu's appearance and immediately grabbed her chin forcefully. You bastard, open your eyes and see clearly. Lam Tan belongs to me. You will never have him. Turning hostile faster than a pancake, she suddenly switches to a gentle tone, caressing the person in front of her. Lam Tan, I won't leave you anymore. At that moment, he suddenly sat up, his mind unusually clear, his steady hands lifting her up. Not Tran Duong kept staring at him, panting heavily, only managing a few stunned words. Wait, Lam Tan? She was extremely panicked when she realized the other's actions were becoming increasingly strange. Lam Tan, he's not conscious. Ignoring her words completely, Lam Tan forced himself to accelerate, causing her to tremble all over. Could this be animal instinct? Damn it, I want to die. Wait. As the climax approaches, her face turns fiery red and her eyes gradually become hazy. Even an outsider can feel the intense, seductive atmosphere spreading wildly. Suddenly, he snaps awake, his eyes wide with surprise, as if he still hasn't fully grasped what just happened. What is going on here? Huang An saw the person lying unconscious on the floor and suddenly realized that Lu Nut Tron. Damn it, this is a love potion. He was furious and instinctively pulled at his ears to vent his emotions. This crazy woman keeps pulling her tricks, even though my ability to detoxify is still not fully recovered. Damn her! Without hesitation, he grabbed Lu Nhat Tran and repeatedly delivered fierce strikes to her waist and hips. Damn it, just to give her a lesson. If she weren't unconscious, I'd have beaten her to death. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone interrupted his actions, and Lam Tan hesitated briefly before answering. Captain Thuin? Thuin Hai quickly explained from the other side. Good evening, boss. I just saw that Feng the kid was showing off in the wealthy second-generation group and also helped you out. Yin Bao seems to be involved too. Why didn't you call us brothers? Quickly check the message inbox on your phone, and your relationship with the boss will improve once again. Admire me quickly. This time I also have a part. Then I was completely helpless in the face of their show-off display. Hai Marine continued to make the suggestion. President Qian, do you remember the private dining party on the yacht that I passionately recommended to you? It will be held in Vientiane tomorrow night, and this time there's a very special performance arranged. President Tian will attend as a sign of respect. You hear that and happily agree. Fine, I'm not in a good mood anyway, so I'll relax on the yacht for a bit. His voice on the other end of the phone gradually became excited. Ah, that's great. Welcome President Qian to join us. Two cold silver gray cans of beer lightly clink together with a crisp sound, foam spilling over the rim as if they are laughing together happily. Under the warm yellow streetlights, Zhou Dong gestures and offers his opinion. The drinks at the dance party are boring. How about we go out for some beer instead? Trin Hao's voice was tinged with a hint of drunkenness. Heh, that's right. I'm the club president. Everyone just drink freely and count on me. Lam Tan walks slowly ahead, laughing teasingly. All right, you've said that hundreds of times tonight. She ignores your teasing and points towards the nearby public restroom, saying I need to use the bathroom. Your friends are also happily joining in? Come on, let's go together. He smiled faintly as he watched his friends dismissive walk away, secretly thinking about the enhanced physical attributes. Even if you drink, it's hard to get drunk. A sharp female voice suddenly rang out behind them. What are you guys doing? Let go. Over on the nearby field, the top 4 young men are gathered, teasing that hot girl. How can they not touch? Weren't you the one who went out to sell? A sharp female voice rang out, driving them away, while Chakni eagerly admired Niao Dong's smooth, exposed skin in the air. She just brushed away the hand of the guy and quickly spoke up. He could only watch but not touch. This kind of talk stirs his desire to conquer. Ha! I actually like a sharp-tongued girl like you. They gradually lost patience and directly dragged her into the bushes nearby. I can't take it anymore. I want it right now. Surrounded by gray wolves, Rao Dong begins to show signs of weakness. No, I am not that kind of person. You are committing a crime. No way. Let me go. But the perverted guy looked at her and shouted, Shut up! You've stirred up our brother's interest. Now you have to take responsibility for calming it down. Lam Tan couldn't stand seeing innocent women being oppressed and said, Hey, she doesn't want it. Why are you forcing her? Causing everyone to startle. Niao Dong was also worried and turned his head to look back, attracted by the deep male voice. They relied on the crowd to surround him and curse, daring to come here alone to show off. Want to play the hero and save the beauty? You've watched too many movies. Get lost. I don't want to fight. Seeing Lam Tan's indecision, the 2 guys in there raised their fists to give him a hard lesson. Still arrogant, death awaits. She watched from outside, worried about the situation, and warned him to be careful, but he easily dodged like lightning, causing their fists to miss and hit each other. And since they were weakened as chickens, they immediately fell unconscious, leaving their companions stunned in shock. Without waiting for their reaction, he grabbed their heads and slammed them together like two bells, with no mercy. The overwhelming pain knocked both Dai Man and Chakni to the ground, unconscious. Gao Dong approached to observe him and concluded that they were all unconscious. It seemed like he would receive a thank you from the other person, but she frowned and softly scolded him. Do you know that what you just did was very dangerous? At the same time, the system triggered a notification that it could detect women with beauty to unlock the rebel mission. Her information flashed brightly on the blue screen. When Tom Yao Dong's favorability exceeds 90% and he receives praise for his qualities and abilities, reaching 100% will change the dependent relationship between the host and the target. Lam Tan was surprised to read the notification content aloud, not expecting that a rebellious task could be unlocked. I didn't expect you to look so innocent, but unfortunately you're a prostitute, so I gently advised you and then turned away. Listen to my advice and find a proper job. This made Tom Yao Dong ask back in surprise. What? She coldly watched his shrinking figure, secretly scolding in her heart. Where did this reckless guy come from? Alone, trying to imitate others' sense of justice, nearly ruining his own plan. The great demon lying nearby still hadn't given up and reached out to grab him. Alright, I didn't expect that the fragile girl earlier would transform into a violent woman, causing that guy to grimace and run away with a broken tooth. Na Yidong took out his phone to inform his subordinates that the suspect had been restrained and was being taken back to notify the team to tighten the net.
The other side quickly responded, Yes, Captain Shen. On the second day, the canoe carrying Lam Tan and Thuyen Hai sped across the blue sea towards the nearby luxurious yacht.
Soon, the canoe reached the entrance. He waved goodbye and kept the authorities informed. Mr. Lam was having fun. I'll take another boat to discuss business. Huana waved goodbye. All right, you go ahead and do your work. Inside the spacious cabin, lively music blends with the scene of the wealthy indulging, each holding a smooth white handrail and joking around. He scans the room and happily joins the fun. The atmosphere isn't bad, and there are many sisters in bikinis. A few steps away, Jen Aodong is dressed as a cat maid, but he's secretly listening to his subordinate's report. Captain Shen, how is the situation? Have you caught anything yet? She replied softly. The target marked by me, ready to act at any moment. Yes. She silently warned herself to be extremely careful this time, absolutely avoiding any situation like last night, or she might have been caught by that reckless guy. My train of thought was suddenly interrupted by Lam Tan's mischievous voice asking, Is this free? Just when I was thirsty. As you approached, I happily realized it was you. Nio Dong was startled by his sudden appearance and softly asked, How come you're here? He didn't answer directly but changed the subject. Han Huyen, did you change jobs? Being a waiter is fine. It has a better future than my previous job. I just know to politely follow the rules. Welcome to the Tao Thiet party. Please enjoy. As long as you don't ruin this moment for me. Hey, waiter over here. A few meters away, Kim Van was holding two young girls in her arms, her fingers gently beckoning. Come here. She obediently followed his call and asked, Do you require some samphon? Thank you, sir. Toomey, sitting nearby, greets politely. The serving girl doesn't even know what to do? Mr. Kim wants to try a different style, but with the strong young master, he won't mistreat us. The two friends couldn't help but tease, surprised that old Kim knew how to have fun. Kim Van then slapped a stack of money in Naoto's face and ordered him with a contemptuous tone. I've been playing with them too much lately. Today, I want to keep it pure. Even the uniform is tempting. Not bad. Take the money quickly. Come here. He licked his lips with a lecherous gaze, enunciating each word clearly. You really served me well. Having never encountered this situation before, her face darkened like ink, and she grew increasingly dissatisfied until Lin Tan suddenly stepped forward to shield her and outrightly refused, as she was currently working as an interior designer. Sorry, sir, we do not offer special services here. Please understand that this is illegal behavior. No one dares to act like that in front of us, so he was stunned, right? A few seconds later, Kim Van finally lost his temper, shouting loudly with no sense of decorum. Damn you, you broken down waiter, how dare you argue with my father? Huh? I'm not a waiter. The captain invited me to join the game. That's all. Sumi saw this as a good opportunity to flatter the guy, so she stood up and sarcastically questioned him, looking exactly like a servant. You call yourself a guest? We've been to many parties, but we've never seen you. You want to be a hero? Where's the invitation? You don't care about those petty words. He casually takes the food from his plate and responds slowly. No invitation. If the captain invited me, why don't you go ask the admiral? Phi believes she's right, but reveals that the entrance fee for this party is 100,000 per person. You said the captain invited you. Who are you? Show your true colors. Haka also sneered. So you sneaked onto the boat while being poor? Ma Van harshly orders, if you're not staff, then you're a thief sneaking in. Throw him out immediately. Kim Van impatiently commands, Today, whoever you are, you must kneel and admit fault, or I will break that and throw you out. That girl also has to kneel. Stop kneeling, and another voice sneers. You still pretend to be innocent on this boat. Just apologize to President Kim. The crowd surrounds Lin Tan and Ao Dong again, threatening arrogantly. Shall we teach you the rules of the game for the wealthy? And Gao Dong looked at Lam Tan's back, his mind constantly calculating. The biggest target still hasn't acted. If we set the trap now, everything about to succeed will fall apart. But now, even though he has some skill, he can't fight off so many people. Ignoring the calculations in her mind, she casually pulls out her phone and taunts. So you mean whoever has money gets to play, right? Fine. Now I will call the fleet commander. Kim Van, who is hugging her chest tightly, immediately freezes. The two girls beside her also looked just as surprised. As everyone focused their attention on Lam Tan, the sharp sound from the operator made the atmosphere fall into an eerie silence. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. The boy looked at his phone in confusion, silently reassuring himself. The boss is busy discussing business with the client and probably doesn't have time to answer the phone, but those around are taking the opportunity to mock him. Who do you think you are pretending to be? You still dare to call the general ship? I'm truly scared of him. Not much, just 3 seconds. To me, unable to hold it in, finally spoke up to mock. Why don't you just buy this boat directly, poor guy? Then we will all kneel before you. Kim Van Nuong Then made a deal. If you buy this boat, that little servant girl will also belong to you. Today, this old man will spare her life, but maybe you won't be satisfied. These provocative words unexpectedly hit the mark, and you agreed instantly. That's a good idea. Lamton waved his hand to urge, tell your captain to come here. While she was still hesitating to speak, he happily agreed and finalized the deal. Although the captain isn't here, he can still handle the sale. I remember that little Trang should completely let this poor guy lose hope of acting out of play with him. Trang Ha was singled out and immediately ran over to introduce himself to the guy, Kim Tong. Kim Van didn't bother beating around the bush and directly introduced Lam Tan. Captain, he will buy this ship from you, so hurry up and go treat him. He didn't even bother to look and started mocking. President Kim is joking. Captain Thuyen's boat is worth so much that even you think it's too expensive. He glances at you, pauses for a moment, then emphasizes each word with contempt. Does he have enough ability to buy it? I'm too lazy to explain to those riffraff, so I decisively pull out the power card to shut them up. Stop talking nonsense and just name your price, Hakka blurted out in surprise without thinking. This seems to be Long Hand's black card, but it's a bit different. Looks much more upscale, yet Huyen Yu still sticks to her own view. You're doing the same thing. It's a pity it's a fake. Gao Dong frowns and gently takes your hand to show concern. Maybe you should go ahead. Don't do this. Even in my heart, I was already preparing for the worst case scenario. I couldn't let him offend so many people because of me. Tonight's mission truly cannot be abandoned. Lam Tan tilted her head to reassure briefly, calming herself, and just then her face suddenly blushed as the system's notification appeared, increasing her affinity by 5%. Trang Ha, afraid you'll turn the car around, quickly presented the payment information to scare him. If he's determined to buy, the original price of the boat is 7 million, plus an urgent fee of 1 million, totaling 8 million. All the procedures are here. Just sign and send the money. While you were checking the information, the people around grew anxious and noisy. Just sign and swipe your card for 800 million and I'll jump into the sea and swim back. Director Kim, stop joking around. If you want to play, then go ahead. He's also trying to put pressure on us. Sir, do you need to swipe your card to sign? If you are truly unable, please leave the ship immediately. Lam Tan waved the meaningless paper dismissively. Sign? Of course I won't sign. They were just waiting for that moment to rush in and tear everything apart. I knew it. That's just hilarious. Just end it. No more acting. You're just showing off. After the crowd has had their fill, you finally reach out and pull Ngaodong back. She's the one who signed. Everyone was so scared by this intense turn that they all shouted in surprise without warning. What? I'm worried people might misunderstand. You happily share your generosity. Swipe my card, she signs for this boat, and I'll gift it to you. After intimidating the narrow-minded crowd, he finally looked into the beauty's identity. That's right, he still doesn't know her name, and she's still stunned, so she's a bit stammering. I am Tom Ngaodong. Lam Tan swiped his card casually through the machine, accompanied by a bold declaration that this boat belongs to him. It was the first gift I gave to Tom Ngaodong, and in an instant, the sound of machinery echoed through the space. Transaction successful, paid 800 million. Kim Van's group, some drinking, some clutching their heads and moaning, really bought it, not paying up front but paying the full amount directly. Who exactly is he? With such financial power, he must not be an ordinary person. He really is the ship owner who invited him there. Boss Trang Ha is overwhelmed by the power of capital, now bowing to welcome the new ship owner. Miss Tam Tum and Young Master, you are now the new owners of this ship. All 100 crew members on board are eager to serve you. The group of waitresses also chimed in repeatedly. Hello, Miss Tam, are you addressing the ringleader? As you said, I bought the boat. This servant is mine. Is that right? Kim Van weakly confirmed with a single nod. His two trendy courtesans follow suit. Not only do they belong to him, but we do as well. Boss, what is your family name? You're young, handsome, and rich, so let's get to know each other. The little dog runs over to flatter him. Yes, that Kim family dares to offend you. It's really ridiculous. I've long been fed up with that Kim guy. Huyen Yu quickly adapts to the situation. Young master, your shoelace is untied, and Ngaodong is still lost in his tangled thoughts. Who exactly is he? Han Bu watched the chaos of the fallen tree and scattered monkeys and softly sighed. To Kim, you're mistaken this time. This kid is not normal. Kim Van mustered all his courage to apologize to him, but didn't forget to stab. Boss Han, I apologize, but when he slapped me, it was as if he slapped you too. If you could forgive Xiao Kim for this, I will hand over all the business in Myanmar to you. The delicious smell wafted to his mouth, so he couldn't bear to refuse. Letting Xiao Jin's kindness go, he took it. The fat goat brought to this door must be ruthlessly bitten into its carotid artery. Han Bu clenched his fists, immediately searching for his target. The image hasn't been processed yet, but the sound comes first. This young master is truly generous. He bows his head, hiding his intentions behind his gaze to make an impression. I'm Han Bu. My acquaintances call me Boss Han, so how should this young master address me? Lam Tan replied casually without any suspicion. My last name is Lam. The only one who loses his composure when hearing his voice is Gao Dong, Han Bu, the boss of the Black Tiger Gang. In recent months, my team has been constantly eliminating him, and tonight's target is definitely him. Han Bu tried to appear welcoming.
The atmosphere tonight is really good. Young Master Lamb, would you like to play a couple of rounds?
You didn't hesitate and immediately waved to refuse. I won't gamble. Besides, gambling isn't very legal, so forget about it. When he couldn't persuade, he switched to provoking. No way? Lam Thu Fong threw out more than 100 million but never placed a bet. Did that 800 million already wipe out your capital? Toomey nodded in agreement. Boss Han is so mean. If young Master Lam didn't have money, he would still be the big boss of this yacht. How could he say such a thing? Lam Tan smiled faintly and calmly clarified that of course he had money, but he hurriedly hid it away, as if guarding a treasure. Having money means you lack courage. This comment hit right at your pride, and you didn't hesitate to send him a deadly look like a bullet. Kim Van chose the right moment when both sides were at a loss to step in. Forget about Boss Han. Some people may have a lot of money but can't afford to lose it. Even losing 200 yuan would keep them awake at night. I'll play with you then. Yao Dong, worried you'll fall into their trap, leaned in close and whispered, Don't fall for their aggressive tricks. I heard Han Bu makes a fortune at the gambling table. Even if he has 1 or 2 billion, it's not enough to lose. Lam Tan softly repeats, losing 2 billion. You hate the keyword, and with your eyes shining like headlights, you cheer. Isn't that just perfect? She gasped in confusion and exclaimed, huh, without thinking much. Lam Tan immediately waved his hand and called out, Hey, Boss Han, suddenly I feel like playing a little is quite fun. Now Dong can't stop him, can only exclaim in English while Han Bu immediately feels triumphant, caught in the trap. I look straight at the bunny beside me giving out the mission, but lately my luck hasn't been good. I haven't pulled an SSS in gotcha, so you go ahead and play. If you lose, I'll pay. If you win, I'll give you everything. You can't say no, you can't, okay? She shouted in shock. After giving the task, he immersed himself in his dreams of wealth, betting her money, losing 2 billion and paying 200 million, which was more profitable than giving gifts to the female lead, counting money until cramping, who would understand while she was frantically screaming. Are you crazy? I told him he would lose badly, but nothing could stop the flow of my thoughts. Maybe it's for the best. Now I can spend money endlessly even if I lie around all day. When everyone was at the table, he put on a hospitable host demeanor. Dr. Karadas is too complicated, but considering that Lam Tio might not understand it, he would lose much of the feeling of participation. Then playing blackjack is the simplest. What do you think? Lam Tan happily confirms the order, no problem. The constant whispering voices keep reaching their ears. How can a waiter gamble like Boss Han? This time, young Master Lam is in big trouble. Ao Dong clenched his fists and silently made a decision. As a servant, having just been gifted a boat by Fu Hao, he definitely couldn't refuse Fu Hao's request. To keep his identity hidden, I can only help him play. Amidst the constant buzzing from the gossipers, real money can make President Kim call him father. But in the casino, no matter how much money he has, it all ends up in Han Lao Dai's pocket. It seems that young Master Lam is not very smart among the wealthy second generation. Toomey plays the role of pretending to be excited while announcing the dealing of cards. Han Bu looked at the 2 pairs of cards just revealed and politely encouraged. That's quite lucky. Young Master Lam, do you want to add more chips? He generously pushes all his remaining funds out, surprising Rao Dong, and makes a firm declaration. I go all in. It's up to you. After revealing all my cards, she confidently announced the result. This time Han the boss wins, and Lam Tan quickly pretends to be sad and gloomy. What a pity. He used both hands to gather all the spoils towards himself, but still pretended to comfort her with a fake smile. It's okay, young Master Lam. Winning the next round is enough. You just played the rich fool role as he wanted. So for the next round, I'll bet 200 million. And by the way, why is the denomination of this chip so small? Trade me for 2 billion, Toomey hurriedly shouted, while Ben Hua beside her could only choke out an elder brother before sneering. The crowd around, stunned by the astronomical figure, couldn't believe it. 2 billion, isn't it that much? His love still hasn't reached its limit. Han Bu clapped enthusiastically and praised him. Not surprising that Lam Tiu, who is so decisive on the surface, is smiling so brightly, but inside he's already thinking about how to spend it all. As expected, a little provocation was enough to cloud Fu Nidai's mind. After winning 2 billion, his illegal businesses would soon be back on track. Then her lines all followed the same familiar pattern, just increasing the amounts of money involved. Han the boss wins, Lam the young master loses 200 million. Boss Han wins, young Master Lam loses 1 billion. He gathered chips until his hands cramped, with a thrill in his heart, imagining the prey paying more. Is young Master Lam still going? Lam Tan quickly spoke, but was immediately pulled back by Niao Dong and had to change his words to, The audience watching this quick retreat made even more noise. Oh, this waiter is so proactive, not going to hit anymore? Just keep walking like that? She pushed him against the wall, holding him with both hands before starting to question him. Are you crazy? Even with money, you can't waste it like that. The more she talks, the more she loses her temper. Do you really think that just by doubling your efforts each time you can recover what you lost before? Stop being so foolish. There's no such thing as luck in the casino. Amidst Lo-Fi's curses, the system also added a piece of extremely spicy chili, reducing likability by 3%. Lam Tanhua felt dizzy and quickly chose to compromise. It's okay, even if you lose to me, I won't blame you, so don't get so worked up. And true satisfaction is something you hide deep inside and dare not speak out loud. It's okay to be pressured by a beautiful girl now and then, but you should gently advise her so she doesn't get scared and run away. After all, she doesn't understand that losing is just making money. After being taught a lesson by Niao Dong, I realized I might have gone a bit too far. I'm not excited, I just want to tell you that I can't win. I was so nervous inside, almost losing control of my emotions, almost revealing myself. Lam Tan again pretended to misunderstand, rubbing his hands with curiosity. Why can't I win? Could it be that Han Bu knows how to change cards? Just like in the movies, can it really transform into the card I want? Should I report it? It seems that reporting can bring a reward. She weakly held her head and replied, In the movies, it's just scams, the lowest kind of trick. She doesn't mind sharing the Huyin Ko with you. The table and cards have sensors, and the dealer knows the cards in advance to cue Han Bill to bet. The chip detects all the external bets placed, but only Han Bill is secretly coordinated with the dealer so he won't get caught. Gao Dong quickly finished and then emphasized, So I told you, you simply can't win. You understand now, right? Lam Tan pretended to be a child who could be easily taught to sing along. Oh, so that's how it is? Gambling really harms people. Then, he spun around 180 degrees and pulled her back to the betting table. Once you understand the principle, it's simple. Come on. I'll take you to teach those gamblers a lesson. The intense script made her panic and ask again, What do you mean? You use the experience just taught to confidently question everyone in the room. I suspect the power card might have been tampered with. Let me check a bit. Han Bill has blind faith in homemade techniques and agrees cheerfully without hesitation. No problem. Check it out so Lam Teo will be convinced. The crowd around has no firm stance to cling to. He's starting to panic. All his money must be gone from losing, right? It must be. That must be over $1 million now. If you exclude this ship, he's basically a broke loser now. Luckily, I haven't done any business with him. Toomey sinuously moves her body, glistening with oil, suggestively. Young Master Lam, you can check me anywhere you want. Even though Lam Tan understood, he still had to set the beautiful girl aside. Thanks, I'll check the table first. It's not too late to check your clothes tonight. I played with the betting table a few rounds and suddenly slammed my hand down. He casually applied a level 3 force, and seeing everyone remain calm as if nothing happened, he confidently concluded that there was no problem. Lam Tan shrugged, placing his bets on the greedy ones in front of him, saying, Then let's keep going. It's just a pity that the more we play, the more lost direction. Han Bu lowered his head, his mouth clenched in anger as he heard the taunting words echoing in his ears. Boss Han has clearly won so much money. What chips are you showing off with? Are you afraid of losing if you only bet a few thousand? The background actors found a chance to turn on the music, and playing for a few thousand isn't stingy, right? It all depends on who the opponent is. Every time Lam Tu spends hundreds of thousands, it's obviously stingy compared to Han Lao Dai. He took this provocation as a challenge and immediately lost his temper, throwing all the chips in his hand onto the table. All right then, I'll give young Master Lam a proper game. 1 billion for the cards. Toomey immediately took action without hesitation, and from below, the nine-banded armadillo appeared first, but she hesitated halfway, causing Han Bu to be startled and shoot her a confused look. Lam Tan saw both eyes narrowing as he stalled and became anxious. What's wrong? Hurry up, I'm in a rush to play again. Toomey whispered into the earpiece as she moved her lips, and I suddenly noticed that the sensor device was no longer responding. Even when he's completely crazy, he still stubbornly signals the cards with his hand. I can't believe his luck is that good. As soon as I finished speaking, her trembling voice echoed. Boss Han lost. Lam Thu Thang, you've been waiting for this moment, immediately flipping the bird and celebrating. Everyone around is so shocked by this turn of events that they gasp, all loudly exclaiming, finally winning around, everyone has turned back. Boss Han's efforts were all in vain. Han Bu, overwhelmed by anger, shouted out loud, Damn you, kid! How dare you mess with me! So what? You've won many rounds without issue, but just one loss and you're already losing your mind? Looks like it's you, Boss Han, who can't handle the game. I don't know what these words hit, he just pointed at Ngao Dong playing the villain. This girl cheated earlier. I've been playing cards for many years, she can't fool me, she's a master you invited. The crowd couldn't tell right from wrong and just followed along. It's not right for young Master Lam to cheat like that. Even on his boat, gambling still has its rules. Cheating at cards is no small matter. Lam is wealthy, but don't cheat. She nervously looked back and denied. We didn't cheat and don't believe the surveillance system can see through us. Hanbu took the opportunity to draw a dagger and stab it into the betting table before pointing a gun at Lamtan's head, declaring a death sentence. Following the rules, Jialan will have one finger cut off and all bets confiscated. If you refuse, then take my bullet. Even with the gun pressed close to my head, I still fiddled with the chip and calmly asked again. I am also very curious based on my years of practicing speed with my hands. Is the gun faster or my hands faster? Miao Dong panicked, rushed to stop him. Don't provoke him. He will really kill. She hadn't finished speaking when the deafening gunfire echoed through the space, only glimpses of shadows caught by the naked eye, all with some incredible speed and method. Now Hanbu is the one clutching his stomach and coughing up blood. The whole room echoes with screams. What just happened? And Ngao Dong is still stunned, lost in the question he saw earlier. Her mind automatically replayed the shocking scene from earlier, starting with him actually pulling the trigger and then taking the chip from his right hand to smash against the gun. Next, Mecha's Lin Tan counterattacked, repeatedly throwing 3 punches into Hanbu's stomach. This speed was too fast. Kim Van is the quickest to regain consciousness, frantically pointing at the person lying on the floor and shouting, Bao-an, catch this person quickly. He's cheated at gambling and even dared to attack someone. As if my wish came true, Bao-an appeared immediately, as if he had been choked by the neck. You're worried the other person might feel wronged, so kindly stand up and explain. Kim, boss, have you forgotten something? I'm the owner of this boat, so who do you think the security will listen to? Then, Lamtan kicked Hanbu's stiff body away to expose him, and isn't he the one who cheated? The supporting actors gasped in surprise. What? Boss Han cheated? Gao Dong is involved, but still finds it hard to understand, boldly leaning in to ask quietly, shouldn't he be above using such petty tricks like stealing cards? How did you manage to win just now? You don't even bother to hide it from your family. When I checked the table, you had already secretly tampered with the Who sensor device. That round was just based on luck, and these 2 cards I conveniently slipped into his hand just now when I was playing against him. She covered her mouth and giggled, scolding him affectionately. You're too naughty, just this much, and your likability increases by 15%. In the heat of the moment, the boat crew hurriedly entered. Oh my god, what on earth has happened here? Everyone was crowded around, arguing loudly. The ship captain has arrived, and earlier Han the boss was caught cheating at cards with Lam Tu, and he even fired a shot. Boss Tien, are you okay? Even if you confidently spread your arms to prove yourself, I'm fine. But he still stubbornly asked in detail, worried about being hit by stray bullets. Are they being handed over as hostages while everyone is still in shock? Captain Thuyin, you said Lam Tu was the former boss. The legendary boss? Gao Dong secretly whispers the intel over the radio. The main target has been subdued and the operation is underway. That's right, this is the president I often talk about. Tonight, I specially invited him over. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone swarmed him like bees to honey, each bolder than the last. Mr. Qian, you are truly humble. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Tron, the younger brother of Mr. Qian. Do you need a girlfriend? President Tien, I have a very good project. President Tien, I know those 48 positions. Fortunately, the chaos didn't last long. With the police arriving with a warrant to intimidate everyone, all fell silent and remained still. We need to arrest a smuggling team now. Please cooperate. One of them stepped forward to report to Gao Dong. Hanbu and his subordinates have been captured. The order can now be executed, and she immediately confirmed it without hesitation. Yeah, help the troops. While everyone else is still stunned, that servant, who is actually her, looks around and mutters to herself. Huh? Where did that person go? He also considers himself to have helped catch the criminal, and his love must be returned as well. The person she longs for now has transformed into a cicada escaping its shell. Lam Tan, still shaken, managed to slip out through the window while everyone was distracted. If the police catch us playing cards, won't we be doomed? Over at the female dormitory, the whole building seems to be asleep in the darkness. Only Nahi is lying face down on the bed, staring at her phone and muttering, Where did Lam Tan go? Why hasn't he replied to my message? She kept twisting until her feet curled up, and her thoughts kept spilling out, planning to invite him to her rented house for dinner tomorrow. But then she thought no. No, that would be too direct. The more she talked, the more she regretted it. All because that unexpected incident interrupted her that day, and she knew she had to find another chance. Before she could say anything else, the sudden sound of high heels hitting the floor startled Nahi. Not Trun, just sitting down, sighed loudly. I'm completely captivated. Are you okay? It looks like someone might have done something to her. You should take good care of yourself. She was just waiting for that to start making up stories as expected. It's all because of that Lam Tan. He looks so polite and gentle normally. So it turns out he really is that rough. Hey, my waist. It's that roughness that allows me to feel a happiness I've never experienced before. And Nisha Hai, with her chin resting on her hand, doubts the authenticity of the story. Really? I don't believe it, but I think he's not rough at all. This dress was torn by you yourself, right? Natran lifted her skirt to reveal the clear handprint on her buttocks as proof. How could I have that much strength? Usually I can't even open a guy's lid. If you don't believe me, just watch. Seeing her friend trembling with her arms crossed, she covered her mouth and giggled. Nya hai, Why are you trembling like that? Wear some more clothes so you don't catch a cold. She couldn't bear this frustration and hurriedly ran outside. She watched Nahi's hurried back, feeling proud inside. It's too late now to offer yourself to Lamton A. The man will forever belong to his first woman. Yet Trun gently bites his finger, reminiscing about the unforgettable taste. Lamtan, he's really impressive, especially when he fought me at the end, making me feel so exhilarated. I wonder when he'll do it again. Outside the male dormitory, Nahi looked at her phone sadly, feeling anxious as her messages and calls went unanswered. Could she be asleep? He thought for a moment and narrowed his eyes. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like she was lying. If that's true, then I have to hold on tighter. Her imagination keeps soaring, picturing a scene where all kinds of colorful butterflies surround him. A perfect man like Lin Tan, who has money, looks, muscles, and no girlfriend, would definitely be the target most women compete for. Nya Hai clenched her fists and silently vowed she would never give up. The men behind her kept whispering, wondering how that girl could dress so scantily and still be waiting for someone. Maybe she argued with her boyfriend and ran out here. Those legs look so tired. A day quickly passes by. The gentle morning sunlight still diligently shines on everything. Lam Tan munches on a hamburger with a face full of exhaustion. Yesterday was exhausting with gambling and fighting. Let's go home and rest quickly. You suddenly stop in your tracks when you see someone you know. Hey, Lanahi? You accidentally overheard the gossip from those people. Hey, isn't that Lanahi? Last night, I saw her waiting here for someone, so she wasn't waiting all night. She didn't hesitate and immediately threw herself into his arms. Lamtan Yahi was more excited than ever. The tiredness on your face has disappeared somehow. Lamtan, you're finally back. You waited for me all night? Yahai didn't blame him at all. On the contrary, she was as gentle as water. It's okay, you're busy like this. Waiting for you is what I should do. I want him to know that I know everything. My heart is trembling with fear. My voice keeps trembling. What do you know? She leaned on Lamtan's chest, blinded by love's demon, and said those foolish words. You are so outstanding that I know there are many better people pursuing you, so I just want to be the most understanding person. When Anihiyahai saw the opportunity, she immediately fell back without pretending. Oh no, my head suddenly hurt so much. Did I say something that confused him? He could only bend down to carry her, feeling a bit awkward as he looked at her nestled in his arms and asked if she was okay with this. Let me take you home to rest a bit. After reaching the room, Nahi Lamtan carefully pulled up the blanket when he heard her voice. Thank you for bringing me home. He tilted his head. Are you awake now? Nyahi stops crossing her legs, pulls up her shirt, then takes his hand and speaks sweetly, as if sugar-coated. Lamtan, you treat me so well, he doesn't understand what's really happening. You probably were busy yesterday too, huh? Let me cool you down first. Lamtan's eyes focus on that full figure. She waited for me all night and even wanted to give me a massage. This girl's tricks are not ordinary. My heart is so happy I feel like I could fly to the sky. But wasting the food that's right in front of me if I don't eat it is too regretful. Inside I think one thing, but my words say another. Do you know how to give a massage? Yahai sat on him and began her massage routine. Of course, she knew. Just relax and enjoy yourself. Lamtan lies there, basking in the care of his beautiful younger sister. This feels so relaxing. She shifts her position, curling her legs up to kick his shoulder. There's even more comfort here. He closed his eyes and drifted into bliss. This place is a bit far from the school. In 2 days, take me to buy a house closer to school. Time to spend some money. Yahai couldn't hold back anymore and rushed to kiss Lamtan right on the face. Oh my god, is this real? You are so good to me. I love you so much. The notification board keeps jumping randomly. Affinity increases by 4%. Lan Yahi's affection level is 95%. She hugs him tightly and uses her sweet voice to enchant him. Can I message you every day from now on? How could you possibly refuse? Of course you can. Then came a series of heavy breaths that shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Lamtan, who was well cared for, fell asleep without realizing it. Yahai sat on the bed, continuously typing messages to her roommate. Trang, Lamtan just said she wants to buy a house for me. She spent over 10 million on a bag before, and now this makes me feel a bit embarrassed. I don't know if I should accept it. Notron read it and angrily shouted into the phone. What? Lamtan bought a house for that slut? Is she also worthy? Then she quickly typed a reply, angry on her face, but her words were very different. If he gave it, just accept it. Lamtan has plenty of money to spend. Whether on pets or charity, it's all the same, and no one's going to check his expenses. Nha Hai Tin playfully replied, teasing gently with affection. We've only known each other for more than 10 days, and he's already spent so much on me. I haven't even heard Lamtan Tiu do anything for you, sis. You're so secretive. That bitch suddenly lost her temper and immediately asked about her parents. This wicked woman took a deep breath and replied that my relationship with Lamtan was the most important thing. You wouldn't understand. After she boasted successfully, she lay down and looked at the message interface. Couldn't help but smirk smugly and laugh to death. Wait. Until Lamtan buys me a new house, then Lamtan and I will take a selfie on the sofa and send it to you so you can keep sulking there. Time flies like a dog running in the field, and before you know it, it's already afternoon. Lamtan stepped out of the bathroom looking refreshed. Waking up after a cool morning and a good sleep feels so great. As I was walking, my phone buzzed with a notification. Who could be sending a message? 2 messages sent yesterday appeared on the screen. The first is from Zhao Hai-Teach, saying she has something to talk to you about. Yetchun sent a very sexy photo. My waist still hurts a bit, but the feeling isn't bad. When can we go out for a meal? Here's the message from today. Ngimbao, I found a professional team. If you're free, let's meet up. Hang Hu-Huin, I was organizing things at the museum when I discovered it.
Wow, I want to meet you before I go home. Seeing a bunch of messages just freaked me out. Oh my god, why are there so many messages? I just haven't checked my messages for one day.
You helplessly scratch your head, scrolling endlessly and feeling very troubled. Before, no one replied to my messages, but now it's the opposite. There's no way I have time to chat one-on-one with them. Suddenly, a message caught Lam Tan's eye. The car dealership's main office. The money has been transferred and the car you ordered has arrived. When can I hand it over to you? You think while texting back the other person. Lately, there have been so many things going on that I forgot about this, but I still haven't saved enough money to buy the car. You rub your chin thinking about today's schedule. There's nothing planned for the afternoon. Then let's go there directly to see if the car looks as cool as in the picture. The Yanjiang Car Exhibition. There are many distinguished guests visiting here, all from the elite circles, and the staff are welcoming them non-stop. Lam Tan stepped in, looking left and right. This car exhibition is so big, the boss really is clever. I was just reminding him to get the car, but he immediately brought out the supercar to display. It's my first time here, so I don't know much about the cars. You glance to the side and see 2 tall, elegant men, along with quite a few foreigners. Just as you're about to move elsewhere, a voice rings out. Is Mr. Steven here yet? The 3 of Steven's Samong Van from Kong walk in with an air of grandeur. He leaned in close to her to flatter her. Van, are you thirsty? Buy me some water, okay? She didn't bother to look up at him. Nothing different. An employee quickly steps forward to report the results to him. Boss Steven, today's revenue isn't bad. From Kong still doesn't give up. More shameless than the National Route 1A. So do you want some? I brought you some snacks. She showed no interest, refused a second time, and was not hungry. The waiter approached with a tray of drinks to offer him. Sir, what would you like to drink? Stephen politely declined. No need, thank you. Lam Tan took a walk and, feeling tired, called out to the server, 1 cold Coca-Cola, please, and kept marveling at the refreshing cold drink. This is amazing. I never expected a car exhibition to have food and drinks like this. As his eyes fixate on the ice cream stand, his inner voice screams, oh my, there's also free ice cream. But it turns out to be Hagendas from the small box outside the $30 table. He walks over and then smiles confidently. Beautiful lady, give me a cup of ice cream. Yi La shows no sign of hiding his contempt. Why would a poor guy come to the exhibition to look around? And Hanji is a bit more polite beside him. Sorry, we've run out of ice cream. You leave with a feeling of regret. It's better to arrive a little earlier. Then, did a foreign man come to the counter earlier looking for ice cream? The attitude of the 2 staff members just now turned around 180 degrees. There's still a spoon on the lid. Please use that term, sir. Lam Tan was watching when 3 girls approached. Wow, that's Hazenda's. Please give me a glass. Nila waved his hand, saying, sorry, miss, it's all gone. The 2 women smirked in triumph as they watched the little girl leave. Huh? It's a shame. You stood by and watched the discrimination happen, then immediately stepped in and shouted. Wait a moment. You with the furrowed brow are questioning the other person. As for me and these 3 girls, you say there's no more ice cream. But a foreigner comes, and there's immediately some. You also choose who to sell ice cream to? The 2 girls still understand what's going on, only Maluo realizes there's a problem. Really? Is that true? That's strange. Look at those 2 foreigners. They both have ice cream. What's really going on here? Nila thought to herself that these people were really inconsiderate and troublesome. Han-gi quickly tried to smooth things over, apologizing. Today's ice cream supply is limited, only available to certain customers. Lam Tan didn't want to let it go that easily. Is the specific customer the Chinese national? The group kept arguing back and forth. Please, give us a glass. We're really sorry. That was the last one just now. I don't believe it. Open the cabinet for me. The arguing got so loud that even Stephen noticed. Who's causing trouble in my exhibition area? She immediately took responsibility herself. Zhang Fang went over there. Mr. Stephen is from Hoa Quoc. Let me handle this. Xiao Sai walks away, still waving at Mong Van. Van, are you also worried about your brother's business? Don't be afraid. I'm here. And she still maintains her cold attitude, ignoring that guy. That damn bastard from the sect is so annoying. If it weren't for him and my brother's partnership, I wouldn't care at all. He went over to Lam Tan to ask about the situation. Hey, what are you arguing about? Ngai Law immediately calls out for the manager, and as soon as the manager arrives, he starts complaining. Oh, are you the person in charge? Coincidentally, these 2 employees only give ice cream to foreigners, while our own people don't get any. From Khan responded dismissively to your accusation. So what if they have money, while you only mooch off the car exhibition, and yet you dare to speak loudly here? Lam Tan's feelings towards these people have plummeted, and he's disappointed. I'm here to pick up my car. After hearing you speak, they couldn't stop laughing. Your voice was colder than ever. Is something so funny? From Quan doesn't even bother whether you're a customer or not. His tone is sarcastic and condescending. Seeing you like that, you still want to take the car, claiming the 60,000 car is a lie and you didn't think ahead. None of the cars at the VMjiang Auto Show are under $1 million. Wake up. The crowd surrounding you keeps gossiping and whispering nonstop. What's going on? What are they arguing about over there? That person seems to be a poor guy sneaking in to eat and drink for free and causing trouble too. Oh my god, what kind of quality is that? Hurry up and get him out of here. From Khan spoke up when he saw that the guy's shamelessness still hadn't left. What's wrong? Still want to cause trouble here? Your skin really is thick. Oh, I finally found it? This was given to me by President Sa this morning. Everyone stared in shock when they saw the card. Manhwa saw it and shouted, "Am I not mistaken? This is a Fire Diamond 5 IP card for the VMjiang car exhibition. I heard there are only 5, requiring spending over 10 million and assets over 1 billion to get one." Lamtan glanced at Tukon, finally able to stop and listen to others. While Nila and Hanko, realizing they had offended the wrong person, immediately apologized, sweat pouring down their faces. "Sorry, we were wrong. I didn't know you already disliked the 2 girls." Seeing that they apologized to the wrong person, she asked back, "Are you sure you got the wrong one?" The young man retorted loudly to make the others realize the issue. The person who should apologize is not only me, but all Chinese people present at this exhibition. The root of the matter is her infatuation with foreigners, which has nothing to do with whether I have money to buy a car or not. Lin Sa in the back is also not inferior. Yes, not because of the ice cream, but because of how they bow their heads to foreigners. We are not, you're not angry about missing the ice cream, but because our pride has been trampled on. The crowd behind him cheerfully says, "Oh, well done, car boss. Please give us a proper explanation. Little sister is amazing." Lamtan also turned back and gave Lin Sa a like. "Little sister is so cute and cool. Give her a like." From Khan still stood there grinding his teeth, and Mong Van suddenly ran over and hugged him tightly. "Lamtan, you looked for a while but still didn't recognize who this beautiful young woman is. She is her, and she doesn't get angry at all, her voice becoming even gentler as she leans close to you. Lamtan, why didn't you let me know you were coming? You're an important guest. Later, when we cut the ribbon, you need to stand in the center position. Are you still confused and haven't fully understood?" Mong Van felt a bit rude and immediately introduced herself, forgetting to do so earlier. "My name is Sa Mong Van, and I am the younger sister of Sa Tong. I always listen to my brother's stories. I really admire him. Yes, yes. Hello there," his inner voice kept shouting, never expecting that President Shah would have such an incredible younger sister. Tukon stood to the side, his face turning pale at the sight. What the hell is this person? Why did you suddenly come out here and steal Meng Yun away? Meng Yun seemed to remember something and turned to him with a displeased look. "Hey! 2. Kong, these 2 are from Stephen Carr Sales. Do you want me to handle this? I won't say anything more," he sighed inwardly. "This is troublesome. I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. We can only do this to avoid affecting our sales." Tu Quan suddenly ordered those 2 employees to come over. They are just temporary staff. They did something like that, and I feel extremely angry. Now Stephen Carr Revenue Company will immediately fire these 2 people to make our stance clear. The crowd outside quickly follows whatever direction they see, so it's understandable. These 2 are definitely suspicious. Nila couldn't believe his ears and tried to speak up to clear his name. Huh? From now on, the manager is not to blame. He didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, "Shut up for me." Meng Van decided not to let this go. Wait, is it really just about firing them? Hanko was worried that this matter wouldn't be settled easily. "What more do you want, miss? Now in your eyes there's only Lin Tan. Do you want me to protect you and fight them to vent your anger or not?" He responded gently, not bothering with them. Mong Van didn't say much either, turning to look at the 2 of them, as if they were lucky. "President Tian generously forgave you, so leave quickly." Ni La and Hanji immediately bowed low. Thank you so much." The 2 women ran away in panic, and the onlookers couldn't stop laughing when they saw her fall. Chi Kang wondered in amazement at the strange real event. Who is the fairy president? I've never heard of it before, but for Sa's younger sister to approach so proactively, it's the first time I've seen it. Minhao, standing beside, replied, "You will never know how your goddess approaches someone." Tukon trembled with rage, grinding his teeth, realizing it was him who humiliated him on livestream before, and now he was trying to steal Mong Van away. The crowd around them buzzed with whispers, some even trying to get closer. "Miss Mong Van, you just said this person is President Tian, the President Tian who spent tens of millions on a livestream platform? There's nothing fake about it anymore. President Tian, I've heard of you for a long time. I am from Zhangbian's sales department, and I approached Stephen with the intention of tarnishing Lam Tan's reputation. Mr. Sai, sorry, this could have been easily resolved, but I didn't expect that person to be the mysterious second-generation rich kid who's been making a lot of noise lately. President Qian, this person is a bit stingy, arrogant, and likes to cause trouble everywhere. Definitely with antisocial tendencies." He pointed at you with a very confident tone, this time definitely intentionally coming to cause trouble and disrupt our car business. He believes his words without any doubt. "All right, let me handle him." "Money boss, right?" he said to you with a not very friendly look. "I'm Steven. I heard the boss is rich and spends money like water. but I feel he's a bit old. I smell the stench of Luke Dopo and scratch my head, pretending not to understand what he's saying. Oh, what is Luke Dopo? Mong Van explained the complicated term to you. Mr. Lam Tan, Luke Dopo was invented by a con artist from abroad, basically a wolf-collar scam artist who tricks people into investing. Hearing this, you sneered sarcastically, so it was invented by those foreigners. Most of the accusations are directed at Lam Tan, especially the notorious scammer who is a master at creating an aura of prestige among the wealthy, spending lavishly with the main goal of tricking as many rich people as possible into investing. Isn't this what you've always been doing? The people who praised you earlier couldn't help but be stunned after hearing this. It seems like that's really the case. Many people are investing in him. It's terrifying. I almost fell into the trap. Turns out, President Qian is a scammer. Mong Van was very annoyed and immediately spoke up. Do you have any evidence? If you have no proof, then you just want to slander Mr. Lam Tan, he retorted, putting both of you in a difficult position. So, do you have any evidence to prove you're not a scammer? He was furious that Lam Tan paid little attention to him and just yawned. Is that all? You make me want to fall asleep. Just one drink to lift my spirits. Stephen couldn't eat, so he pointed at the group of Lin Sa. These three women are the targets he came for, right? The ones who sing and dance for their own pleasure? She didn't expect a businessman to be so shameless, spitting blood at others. He doesn't care about right or wrong. He even threatens people aggressively and refuses to honestly confess. I'll call security. Lin Tan, standing aside, couldn't bear to watch this abuse of power anymore. Is that Stephen? You turned serious. Congratulations on successfully angering me. Now let me have some fun with you. Mong Van, standing behind, also said he couldn't beat him. Mr. Lam Tan then started to bully the girl. That's really despicable. He claps his hands after achieving his goal. Aren't you running anymore? It's simple. Just prove that your love is greater than mine, and I'll believe you. Isn't that something you would do? I didn't expect this old man to be so shameless. Mr. Chi Kang looked around and mentioned his assets. Mr. Stephen is one of the top 5 car dealers in Shanghai. Coming to Vientiane to promote the new Baola car model, Manhwa and Dui Thon heard this and immediately knew the outcome was clear. This fake rich kid can't have more than Stephen. Lam Tan was unfazed and immediately decided to bet. Fine, so you're playing like that. Then, if you lose, you have to announce to the whole Vientiane city that you're the one who specializes in cutting Chinese chives. Dare to play? After hearing that, he secretly felt pleased, his eyes shining as if he had found gold. Then he pointed at an onlooker and said, Kid, so arrogant I will make you suffer a humiliating defeat. Hey, passerby, I'm giving you a free luxury car worth 10 million. He never expected that just eating melon would land him such a big win. Huh? Really? Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Stephen smiled evenly at Lam Tan and mockingly asked, Do you dare to follow President Tien? Meng Van shouted in protest. This isn't fair. You're the company owner. These vehicles all belong to you. Just one word from him is enough to leave the innocent Meng Van speechless. All these cars are actually goods I paid for myself. Is there a problem? Maybe the total money isn't enough to buy it? Mr. Lam Tan patted her head and spoke to reassure her. It's okay, Meng Yuan. You didn't hesitate. Just point to the luxury car worth twice Stephen's total. That 20 million supercar runs pretty well. These three girls each have their own car to comfort their wounded souls. They can't take their eyes off it as the engine roars, and the total cost comes to 60 million. The crowd was noisy as they saw him act decisively without hesitation. Damn. Paying directly and not hesitating for a second. You doubt President Qian's assets? Are you joking? I have never doubted President Qian. Molo and her two sisters bow their heads. Oh my God. Thank you, President Qian. This gift is so precious. We don't know how to thank you enough. Lam Tan revs up his engine. No need to worry. Isn't this a competition after all? I can't fall behind that foreigner. Mong Van hugged your arm, constantly praising. Brother Lam Tan, you're so cool, I knew you were extraordinary. As soon as she finished speaking, both sides started throwing money wildly, and I gave the passerby another 100 million. Do you still want to keep going? Is that all you want to subtract? 120 million? Just subtract 25 million. Just 15 million? Or subtract 30 million. Just 16 million. Minus 3,200 million. Little Khan whispered a reminder when he saw him going a bit too far. Mr. Sai, all the cars over 10 million in our dealership have already been given away. We've lost several hundred million already. How is that possible? Every time you give cars worth 2 or 3 times mine, and you even pay everything yourself. Aren't you running out of money? Lam Tan waited but didn't see him continue, so he reminded him. Mr. Van, why did you stop? Is it because the garage is out of cars or your card has no more money? Stephen turned to the shiny supercar, his heart bleeding, but he refused to admit defeat for the sake of pride, thinking it's all just small scale. I agree that you managed to cheat quite a bit of money and waste it like this, but I will give you a limited global Lamborghini LP74 worth 40 million, which you can't even buy with money. How will you respond? Lam Tan isn't too surprised by the value of this car. Oh, really? He thought you couldn't handle it and challenged you. What's wrong? Want to run away? If you can't find a limited edition version of the same level, then you're considered defeated. Mong Van can't stand his arrogance. Stephen, don't go too far. The total amount Mr. Lam Tan gifted earlier was even more than yours. And you still have the nerve to talk about principles of competition? The two of them argued back and forth, neither willing to give in. Originally, all he needed was to match my money. He likes to cause trouble. What does that have to do with me? Just convenient. The crowd once again sides with Steven, doubting him in every way possible. Having a lot of money is just a matter of deceiving others. Quickly find a related department to investigate him. That's right. Is the boss really that obsessed with money? No need to fight anymore. The island missile came from some remote corner. Hurry up and bring out the limited edition. Lamton ignored what they said and approached the luxury car that reeked of money. So this is what Psy means? V2 immediately recognized that this is a prototype of the Rolls-Royce fandom. He sneered and reminded me, this is just for display at the exhibition, not for sale. Manhwa, standing behind, also refuses to give in, pretending to encounter an obstacle. Is that it? Lamton said nothing, only silently watched these people make a fool of themselves. Thank you for giving me the pleasure of experiencing the Chinese proverb about dogs and fences. The comedy was so funny it brought tears to my eyes. Now everyone has seen it. You should kneel down and admit you're a scammer, President Qian. He keeps talking nonstop. Since so many people here see you like this, don't even think about causing trouble. Suddenly, Sahan jumps out of nowhere, making everyone panic. President Tian, I came here without saying a word, so I could pick you up. Someone shouted in panic. General Jia approaches, shaking hands and smiling warmly at Lamton. President Qian, this is the Phantom Rolls-Royce you ordered. Without your approval, they displayed it to attract guests. I hope you don't mind, I just want to see how it goes now. Sen, after witnessing this scene, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning white. Manhwa was no less affected. What, is the general manager not mistaken? This is his car. How is that possible? Lamton paid no attention to the surroundings, solely focused on affectionately gazing at Mong Van. There's no need to try anymore. I believe you can drive this car. I give it to Miss Mong Van. Hearing the announcement echo, the 80 million yuan was successfully spent, causing him to collapse in shock, blood streaming from his nose, unable to believe what he heard. What? The crowd around also gasped in shock, everyone staring wide-eyed. This is up to 800 million, double Steven's limit, really exaggerated. A supercar, and you're just giving it away. Who gave me that? I'll call her right now. Sahan still couldn't believe it, stammering as he asked in the midst of a passionate kiss unfolding right before his eyes. President Qian, are you serious? Do you really want to give it to my sister? Mong Van looked up at Lamton, her eyes filled with affection. Lamton, you're so kind. Fully in control, he slowly turned to face his opponent. Lord Steven, what are you doing just standing there? Keep looking. He knew he couldn't fight back, so he had to bow his head and admit defeat. I lost. You slightly curl your lips, your proud gaze sweeping over the opponent and urging them on. Well, if you're going to play, be quick about it. Sweat poured down Steven's face as he was overwhelmed with late regret. I was wrong. This person is definitely not Poe's Island missile model. He really has money and spends it without hesitation. The behind-the-scenes power is more formidable than I imagined. It's terrifying. I was wrong to question the identity of the boss of the money. I am a ruthless capitalist. I really like China. People can make money easily, so I come here to seek their affection. I have no shame. Seeing him go in circles, he coldly reminded him to get to the point. As soon as he finished, the other customers around immediately started cursing in anger. Damn this foreigner. Give back the money, support domestic products, and never buy this car again. Lamton didn't even bother to glance at him and just lazily waved his hand. Fine, go away. Sifan obediently nodded, quietly retreating like a well-behaved dog. Yes. But the guests who were deceived won't let him go easily. They all chase after him. Don't think it's that easy to get away. Catch him. This director is really a bloodhound. After returning the car, he wants compensation for mental damages, causing him to panic and run away. Don't come over here. At this moment, praise and insincere gratitude flood from Lamton's side. Thank you, President Chan, for helping us see the disgusting true face of that foreigner. Are you missing a piece of jewelry for your foot, boss? You're really handsome. Thank you so much for your help. Just then, a call came in, and Lamton immediately picked up the phone. Hello? Mongvan was so enamored that she almost pre-ordered a name for her baby.
Lamton is so charming, even though we've just met, I really want to believe it.
But he had disappeared without her noticing, leaving her panicked as she looked around. Who's there? A man nearby points in the direction the guide just left. Got a call, then left. Go over there. Mingvan was so angry she almost choked, venting her frustration on Sahan. The opportunity was so perfect just now, I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so mad at myself. The old man stared in confusion. Why did they hit him? Lin Tan had gone out to the main street, looking around as if searching for someone. Tiknian saw you and quickly waved to call out. President Tian over here, with his talent for charming women, he smiled and complimented you as soon as he saw you. Yin Bao, you look even more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days. Those flattering words made her blush and feel a bit awkward. Are you serious? A strange thought arose in my mind. When other men say I look beautiful, I feel repulsed. President Qian is flattering himself, but I feel a little happy. The system immediately announces that the affinity increases by 2%. Lam Tan scratches his head awkwardly and says, sorry for the trouble. The school requires us to do internships, so I can only bother you to help me find a company. Thich Nguyen looked at him with the understanding gaze of someone experienced, saying, "It's no trouble. People think that because the president is rich, he doesn't need credits, but I understand it's because he's like me, not wanting to inherit the family business and choosing to intern to be independent." He just chuckled and nodded along as if he completely agreed. Yes, 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 but deep down he was thinking that the main reason was that without this missing credit, he wouldn't be able to graduate. The car is moving steadily along the road. Inside the vehicle, the two continue chatting animatedly. "President Qian, I've arranged for you the director position with a monthly salary of 600,000 and 5 managers already." No, I can't do that. Stay humble. An ordinary employee with a salary of 5,000 is enough. Very good, not ashamed to be called the president's assistant. Have you heard what's going on? Today, a new employee arrived, one of whom was arranged by the chairman. Damn, I have to build a good relationship with them. Later on, if there's a chance for promotion, I hope to be someone handsome. At that moment, Vu Vu appeared in a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her fiery curves. "The department head is coming soon. Go back to your seat now." I secretly despise them, an ugly bunch dreaming in broad daylight. "With me here, when will it be your turn?" A moment later, Da Chi stepped into the room and announced clearly, "Everyone pay attention. These two are new colleagues. Let's hear a brief introduction." Van Mang immediately stepped forward, deliberately adjusting his hair to reveal his flashy gold watch. "Hello, everyone. I am Hua Van Mong." Lam Tan smiled kindly and continued, "Hello, everyone. I am Lam Tan, a senior at Vientiane University." Vu Vu only glanced at their appearances and silently concluded that one was a poor student and the other wore a Dell Rolex, clearly indicating that Hua Van Mang was the person the chairman had arranged for. Dai Chi looked at him with a smug expression, unable to hide his pride. "Don't worry, son. You'll definitely become a full member this month. It's just a pity the company doesn't allow family members in the same department, so I had to keep it quiet." As soon as Lam Tan sat down at his desk, she immediately placed a thick stack of documents on the table. "The newcomer, this is your task for today." You just glanced at it and nodded without hesitation. "Fine. Van M, this is your work for today." "Wait a minute, team leader. Why is my workload several times larger than Hua Van Mang's?" Vu Vu crossed his arms, his sharp eyes looking at him. "I am the team leader, and you are a team member who should follow the assignments. So, do you have any questions? Are you perhaps questioning my decision?" Lam Tan didn't bother to argue and just let it go. I sigh inwardly. Working isn't easy. First day and already being made difficult, and she is smug inside, not even realizing how poor she is. "Unfortunately, I am the bright moon that you cannot reach." Vu Vu returned to Van Mang's desk and spoke gently like spring breeze. "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me." He picked up the documents and pretended to ask politely, "Team leader, I don't quite understand this part." The clock has struck 6 p.m. Lin Tan carries the stack of completed documents to her in front of her. "Team leader, the work is done." She opened it and couldn't help but be amazed. The report completion is too high. Is he really that talented? A sinister glint flashed in her eyes. Immediately after, Vu Vu took the stack of documents Lam Tan just submitted and headed straight to his desk. "Van Mang, I've finished these reports for you. Please take them to the manager to sign." The other person happily raised both hands to receive it. "Yes, thank you, team leader." Lam Tan frowned, his anger rising to his head as he couldn't help but ask directly, "What do you mean by this? You've finished your work and let him take all the credit?" Vu didn't bother to look back, his voice dripping with contempt. A university student who hasn't even graduated should have more experience. Many people wouldn't get such an opportunity. He sneered and responded without hesitation. "Your brainwashing talk is quite skillful, isn't it? Aren't you afraid the CEO will find out?" At this moment, she turned her head back, her lips curling into a mocking smile. "You're making me laugh to death. Someone like you who even dares to meet the CEO doesn't want to waste more breath, so you just turn around and walk away." "I hope you can always maintain that proud and stubborn attitude." Van Mang and she walk out of the company gate together. He puts his hands in his pockets, looking grateful. "Team leader Vu, thanks to you today, my official transfer has been successfully settled. Why be so formal with me? Just call me Vu Vu." He smiled and without hesitation asked, "Vu Vu, can you have dinner with me?" She nodded and chuckled softly. "Yes, inside my stomach I'm celebrating loudly." This wealthy husband is almost certain to succeed. He quickly heads to the parking lot, not forgetting to turn back and say, "I'm getting to get the car. Wait here for me." Lam Tan just stepped out of the gate, feeling relaxed for a few seconds before suddenly stopping and cursing silently. "So unlucky! Why does she happen to be right next to my car?" He took a deep breath and walked straight over to her, asking her to move aside. She flicked her hair, vanity shining in her eyes as if she were a goddess adored by all. "I knew it. Just now at the company, in front of so many people. You were angry at me for your pride. And now, when no one is around, you come over to talk to me." She said that, then glanced lightly at him, her words full of contempt. He didn't bother to look at himself either. A scabby frog trying to eat a swan, what can it do with just a little ability? It's still just a lowly student. She just kept talking nonstop, with no money and no backing. In today's world, nothing is truly outstanding. Seeing that she had no intention of stopping, Lam Tan had to raise his hand to intervene. "I think you misunderstood." But Vu Vu looked at his finger and continued, "Want to be the spare tire? Sorry, you haven't reached my backup class standards yet. You can't take it anymore. So you push her aside and step back. She blocked my way with her car just then. A dazzling red supercar sped toward us. Van Mang sneered, "Hey, Lamtan, are you using this broken car to go to work?" She approached the car, pretending to be kind but with a look of contempt. "All right, since Van Mang is driving me to eat, I can give you a ride for a bit. This is a rare chance to sit in a luxury car." He immediately cooperated smoothly, leaning on the car door with a tone full of condescension. "If Vuvu already said that, I might as well give you a ride for a bit." Lamtan nonchalantly got into the car, then sped past her, causing Vuvu to lose her balance and fall flat on her back with a startled cry. "Ah!" Van Mang hurriedly jumped out of the car, running over to help her. "Vuvu, are you okay?" she asked, supporting herself as she sat up, feeling both pain and anger. "Are you okay? That bastard." His face must be angry as he gritted his teeth and said, "If he's jealous of you, fine. But to even take his anger out on me, I absolutely won't forgive him." She nervously touched her nose after the check and swore to herself that he was truly a pitiful man. "If I can't have him, I want to destroy him. That's disgusting. He must be kicked out." Lam Tan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Just let that stupid couple keep acting up for a couple more days. The more arrogant they are, the harder they'll fall and hurt." The next morning, at the company office building, Vuvu approached from behind and began her revenge plan by giving an order. "Long Tan, buy a coffee for each colleague in the department. Go buy them now." He turned to look at her, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked immediately, "Why do I have to go buy it?" She crossed her arms coldly, replying in a domineering tone, "It's customary for the newcomer to buy coffee for colleagues." Hearing that, he pointed at him and asked sharply, "Oh, so why didn't Hua Van bring it back herself?" She frowned tightly, then quickly tried to cover up. "You buy today, he buys tomorrow. Is there anything else?" He half smiled, interrupting as if he had already prepared the script. "University students really only know how to study and don't understand the ways of the world. Is the team leader giving you a chance, or do you simply not want to build good relationships with colleagues?" Hearing his provocation, the other employees started glancing at him with disdain. Lam Tan crossed his arms on the table and smiled faintly. "Is that so? You two are quite good as well, huh?" Immediately after, Van Mang approached, draping his arm over your shoulder and threatening you. "Lam Tan, don't speak strangely in front of me."
There's someone above me, so whether you can stay after your internship ends is just a matter of my word. You pick your nose and ask indifferently.
Oh, and then what? Inside, I was thinking that finishing the internship means I've completed my graduation requirements. Who would want to stay here and work? He crossed his arms and looked at you with a smug tone, saying, "If you become my junior brother, I might just find a way to let you stay." As soon as he finished, Vuvu chimed in to add, "Van Mang, you're treating him too well already. Lam Tan still hasn't even said thank you. I think he should be thanking me instead." Then he turned back to look at them with a sharp gaze. "I'd better be your younger brother, or I'm afraid you'll shorten your lifespan." That's why I advised him to give up on that idea. He still can't even thank me now. Van Mang, angry and flushed, pointed at him and growled, "What did you say?" "I'm a university student, so I don't have any money, but I'll cleverly turn the situation around. After I get paid, I'll definitely treat everyone to coffee. This time, I'll let Van Mang go first. Van Mang is so rich that inviting the whole company probably isn't a problem, right?" He slightly sweated, but, afraid of losing face, spoke confidently. "There are at most 1,000 people in the whole company, so of course I can afford to invite everyone. I'm not your guy." Hearing that, you immediately placed the order. "Then I'll have a glass of whiskey. Thank you." Making him so angry he could only choke out a word, Vuong Vu crossed his arms and embraced him, his voice full of admiration. "Thank you, Van Mang. Only someone generous like you can make friends, unlike someone who is both poor and clueless about office politics." The crowd suddenly got into action and responded enthusiastically. The team leader was right. "Thank you, Mr. Van Mang." He pretends to bow modestly. "Thank you all. It would be an honor to treat everyone to coffee." Lam Tan didn't bother to look and just added, "That's great. From now on, you will be in charge of all the coffee." All he could do was grit his teeth and curse his mother inside. As soon as the leader appeared, Van Mang immediately looked at him, secretly whispering, "Dad, this crazy lunatic is bullying me." He caught the signal, nodded subtly, and said seriously, "Everyone pay attention. There is a major project." Vuvu hurriedly shouted, like a support speaker, "The boss is here! Everyone be quiet!" The whole room immediately fell silent. All eyes turned to the leader. The company just received an 80 million project, and within 3 days they must come up with a feasible plan. The chosen plan will be rewarded with 800,000. Everyone should form groups and remember to pick teammates who know how to work together. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room responded in unison, "Yes!" Then quickly divided into groups, but no one was interested in Lam Tan. A mocking laugh echoed, "Haha, no one wants to team up with Lam Tan at all." He just smiled faintly and replied, "That's pretty good. Is there a problem?" Wen Mong, on his way back, didn't forget to throw a sarcastic remark. "Keep boasting and see how many days you can keep smiling." When the clock ticked past 6 p.m., and everyone else stayed late in tense overtime, you casually left. 3 days later, you snapped your fingers loudly. a bright smile on your face as you whisper to yourself. Done. The level 3 willpower attribute really makes the plan feasible and profitable. You happily hum a few lines, making Vuvu both annoyed and curious. He hasn't stayed late at all for 3 days, and the meeting starts in an hour. Why does he still look so relaxed? Van Mang snorted coldly, smirking with disdain. Judging by his strange demeanor, he's definitely messing up the game. Nothing strange, really. Lin Tan didn't bother to pay attention to them and turned to walk towards the bathroom. She shivered and looked on silently, thinking to herself to try stealing a glance. As her eyes flicked to the screen, her pupils widened as if they were about to pop out. This shows an unusual expression. He immediately turns to ask what's wrong. But Vuvu's eyes remained fixed on your computer, her voice filled with surprise. His plan was very professional, the product's positioning was very accurate, and the angle was also very innovative. She hesitated for a moment, unable to believe what she was seeing, and continued. Compared to the plans of our 3 groups, theirs are much stronger. Could it really be that one person took 3 days to make this? So, Van Ma frowned tightly and immediately guessed what was on her mind. What? He must have paid someone else to do it. Vuvu's face showed both worry and a scheming, calculating look. This isn't the main point. The meeting is about to start. I absolutely can't let him give the report. Just then, Lin Tan turned back and saw her standing right at her desk. Couldn't help but wonder, Team leader, is there something wrong? She immediately pulled back, her voice light and casual as if nothing had happened, and the report would start in less than half an hour. The entire department was only waiting on you, so you went to room A to tidy up and get ready. Before turning to leave, you only managed to say, "Oh," and behind your back, Vuvu's heart was already filled with a wave of joy. Lam Tian, we'll take your plan for now. A little later, in meeting room B, Van Mang confidently stands giving a presentation, pointing at the projection screen. The POD Park-Oriented Development Urban Expansion model is increasingly prosperous, focusing on ecological infrastructure like parks, water systems, and hills. He spoke passionately, radiating confidence. This model can help promote new consumption and create new hotspots in education, elevating the surrounding areas, but as soon as the screen switches to the next slide, all the momentum suddenly freezes. He hurriedly pressed the control to turn back, muttering to himself, while Trang looked at him with sweat on her forehead and thought to herself, "Oh my god, this is dangerous." Luckily, no one saw. After hearing that, Trong Dui smiled with satisfaction and praised without holding back. Very good, very good. This plan is much better than the others. Dachi also smiled shyly and quickly responded humbly. You're too modest. Director Trong is already satisfied with this plan. Seizing the opportunity, Van Mang raised his hand to clear his throat and show off. I graduated from Massachusetts Smith Institute. I must have the ability worthy of the school. Wang Vu immediately clapped loudly, his tone full of admiration. So you're as talented as Van Mang, impressive. Trong Dui gently raised his thumb, his eyes filled with admiration. So he is a talented student from Massachusetts Smith Institute. With such a perfect plan, I think there's nothing to change. Dachi glanced at him, feeling proud inside. Success. My son did well. Without hesitation, he placed the documents face down on the table and gently pushed them toward Trong Dui. If that's the case, then this contract can be signed, right? He glanced over briefly and nodded in approval. No problem. Tanji Daji immediately thought of a bright future. Once this contract is signed, my promotion to general manager is as good as settled. Just as Zhang Dui was about to sign, Van Mang secretly rejoiced. With an 800,000 reward, I can finally pay off the last installment for the Rolex. Vuvu is just as excited, and Long is happily calculating that Van Mang and I can each get 400,000 to buy the new spring collection of bags from the channel. But just as the happiness was about to last, Lam Tan suddenly barged in and stole someone else's plan. He does have some integrity, huh? Dai Chi glanced back, his voice sharp through clenched teeth. Lam Tan Van Mang was panic-stricken, quickly looking for his signal. Dad quickly kicked Lam Tan out. He caught on so quickly, pointing directly at your face, so bold. You dared to be late to an important meeting and disrupt the signing. Get out now. After the contract is signed, I will deal with you later. You immediately retorted without hesitation. If it wasn't for her tricking me into the meeting room. A to clean up. Wouldn't I have been the one signing the contract then? Then her gaze shifted to the two people standing near the projection screen. Vu Hua Van Mang, you took my plans but dare not admit it. Intern, shut up right now. What does the team leader need to steal from you? Falsely accusing a colleague, I'll have you fired immediately. As the tension reached its peak, Zhang Dui asked, what is he talking about? Lin Tan stepped past Dachi and stood in front of him to confront him. Hua Wenxiang, do you dare to open page 11 and check the last signature? As soon as the question was asked, his face turned pale and he stammered, why should I open that page? Vuvu quickly intervened to defuse the situation as it got out of control. Everyone, listen to me. That day, when the group was discussing, Lin Tan said something pretty decent, so I added his name. So now you're using that as evidence to accuse me of theft? Your lie flows smoother than silk, causing the people around to gossip. Lam Tan has been leaving work on time every day for the past 3 days, never staying late, yet he somehow came up with such an excellent plan. Who would believe that? I didn't expect him to be lazy and eating butter, and even trying to steal the chung guo that colleagues worked hard to create. Lam Tan smiled, looking straight without avoiding, and said, Team leader, you're a bit impatient. I still have a draft on my computer. How will team leader Vu handle this? Vu Vu froze, his face changing color, while Da Chi half smiled with a sinister look, then looked at the empty spot on his wrist and shouted loudly, "My watch is gone!" Then pointed at him accusingly and quickly ordered, "Lam Tan, did you steal it? Search his workspace." The father and son are causing chaos, so Van Mang quickly shouted, "Yes, manager." Less than a minute later, he raised the watch high, finding it at Lam Tan's place. Confirming it was indeed stolen by him, Lam Tan's eyes were as cold as ice, scanning each face before shifting his attention away from the incident. "Oh, you guys know how to play this well." Taking advantage of him talking to Vu Vu, he secretly grabbed the watch and then asked Van Mang to pretend to go to his workplace to take it. But what's the use, even if he guesses right? Daichi slightly curled his lips, his tone with a hint of smugness, saying, "The evidence is clear. What more can you argue? But I am a good person. If you kneel and beg me, I won't call the police. But getting fired is unavoidable." Lam Tan's eyes now flashed with suppressed fury, but before he could react, he pointed directly at your face and shouted loudly, "You're not leaving, right? All right, the guards pull this person down." The two guards immediately rushed toward him. Dong Fan responded loudly, "Yes, manager." But before they could touch him, both froze as a sharp voice stopped them. "Stop right there!" Thumi strides between the rows of people standing straight, her voice instinctively surprised. She is the CEO's secretary. "Why are you here?" But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock when he saw Tich Nien approaching from behind Thumai, causing him to exclaim in horror, "The arrogant aura from earlier has vanished like soap bubbles, replaced by excessive flattery. My God, why did the CEO come without warning? Let me arrange for someone to pick you up." Thumai glanced at him, her tone calm but intimidating. "The CEO can come at any time she wants." He nodded hurriedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, look at my clumsy mouth." The Chi Hot Hai just points at this person, then turns to urge the other. "Quickly bring the chair over here and brew my Longjing tea from Taeho." Seeing Tich Nien approaching, Trong Dui quickly reached out to greet her, saying, "Hello, President Tong. I come from Mao Thin Real Estate Company." Luckily, he saw the president, but she didn't bother to stop or slow down at all. Thumai followed behind and spoke instead, saying, "Sorry, the CEO has urgent matters to attend to." Dai Chi gestured towards the newly brought chair, inviting her while taking the opportunity to report his achievements. "The CEO is ready. Please take a seat. By the way, I just negotiated a major project worth 80 million yuan with President Jiang, and I was about to inform you." But it was Lin Tan who sat down, and Tich Nien personally offered him water to sit and drink tea. He crossed his legs lightly and responded succinctly, The atmosphere thickened as everyone around stood frozen as if struck by lightning. As he took a sip, his brow subtly furrowed. "Wow, it's really hot. Sorry, let me blow on it a bit." She lifts the cup of tea to her mouth and slowly blows on it. They stood frozen in place, mouths agape and unable to close them. "Huh? What is going on? Did I see it wrong?" The bystanders, who had been silently watching, started to get restless. "Am I seeing things? This matter?" Tich Nien slightly bowed, smiling sweetly. "Is the temperature okay?" Lin Tan takes a small sip and nods. "Perfect. Thank you." Then she gently added, "Don't worry about the tea. I'll take care of this." After finishing, she tilted her head to signal Thumai. She immediately understood and turned back to look at him, her voice cold as she questioned, "Hua Daichi, do you know what mistake you've made?" He was so panicked that he trembled all over, his lips trembling as he whispered each word. "I am Lam Tian. He is the person rumored to be arranged by the CEO." At that moment, an employee approached with a stack of documents in hand and urgently reported, "Secretary General, we found it." Without another word, she threw it directly at him. "This is the draft plan just found at Lam Tan's workplace. Take a look yourself." After reading it, Dachi lost all strength and knelt down in front of everyone. "The plan was carried out by Lam Tan. I falsely accused him. Thu Mai coldly listed each crime, causing those named to turn pale as they colluded with subordinates to seize others' labor Chengguo. Abusing authority to protect subordinate Vu Vu. Vu Vu's promotion to team leader, despite lacking education, affects the department's performance. Even after listing everything in detail, there's still more to say." Thu Mai pushed up her glasses lightly and continued to speak. "He violated company rules by secretly bringing Hua Van's son into the department. You've done a lot of things behind the company's back." The crowd couldn't hide their shock and all exclaimed together, "What? Manager Hua did all of this?" Thumi Sai steps forward, her eyes locking onto the panicked face of the genius. Now he has insulted President Chen and his luck has run out. He seemed unable to believe his ears and repeated the name President Chen. Lin Tan sat leisurely watching the good show as she clearly introduced himself. The CEO invested 500 million in the tech company and the largest shareholder is Lam Tan. The three of them were so shocked they bled from their nostrils, with only chaotic echoes ringing in their minds. How is that possible? How can it be like this? It can't be. He is actually the chief investor. Then she announced the final verdict for them. Hua Daichi, Vu Vu, and Hua Van Mong are to be dismissed immediately. He is still kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down as he begs. "No!" Van Mang glances at Vu Vu, grinding his teeth and cursing silently. "It's all this bastard's fault." Anger erupts as he grips her arm tightly. his voice trembling with hatred. Do you really have an affair with my father?
You even came to the hotel with me? She retorted without any hesitation.
What are you shouting about? I am the one suffering the most. I thought you were arranged by the CEO. Turns out you're just the child of a bad manager. Why are you pretending to be a rich second generation? The three of them rushed in and started fighting wildly. The shouting echoed throughout the room. You bastard, how dare you seduce my son and hit me? You rebellious son, I work hard at home and you dare to cheat with your subordinate at the company. Luckily, this slut, go to hell. You dare to hit me. I will tell your wife. Hearing the farce of those people insulted the viewer's sanity, Thu Mai coldly ordered, I'll die already. Have the guards take these three away while everyone screams in agony. Hey! Immediately after, everyone who had worked with Lam Tan bowed their heads in apology. Director Tian, I apologize. It was all Hua Daiqi's fault for deceiving us. I have never liked Vu Vu. Thank you for taking my anger on my behalf. I have always stood by your side. Tik Nian turned to ask, Do you, President Qian, are you satisfied with this result? He smiled, looking extremely pleased. Not bad. All right, but your company should be more selective when hiring. Screening character from the start. She didn't care about someone being in the room, moved closer to the other person, wanted him to be the director before, but he refused. Now he's feeling wronged, and I feel guilty. I like to stay humble, he said with a smile. Then she affectionately took his hand and they left together. Lam Tan, the research from the professional team I found has made great progress. Let me show you, and he agreed immediately. All right, while the staff whisper among themselves, not mistaken, the strong female CEO also has a vulnerable side. When they arrived at Tich Nian's office, he looked around and commented, Her office is so luxurious, she doesn't care much about these things. Actually, most of my time is spent at the engineering company. I haven't been here in a long time. This is our latest achievement. Lam Tan looked at the computer screen, feeling dizzy all of a sudden. I don't understand it, but it looks amazing. They are all just numbers and codes I don't understand, but still you are very generous with your support. Overall, you did well in Genbao. I will invest an additional 500 million for you. The phone immediately rings with a transfer of 500 million. Following that, the system's affection level increases by 10%, and Tich Nian happily sways her body. Thank you. I will definitely not let you down, not knowing that the chair has already started to wobble. The very next second, a terrified scream rang out. My eardrum is perforated. Lam Tan anxiously asked nearby, Bao, are you okay? The situation is quite awkward now as she can't escape from the chair, fearfully begging the other for help. Director Qian, I think I'm stuck. Suddenly, Jessica is busy loading clothes into the washing machine, humming a tune. Today, I am doing laundry. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, gasping in shock. Oh no, oh no. The playful voice and the excited atmosphere suddenly fill the space. We're trapped. It turns out that was just Lin Tan's wild imagination. Stop, stop, stop. Why are strange images appearing in my mind? It's not really strange because the current situation isn't much different. He stood there in confusion. This is the first time I've ever encountered something like this. What should I do now? It's urgent, but someone is in even more of a hurry. Lin Tan, I can't move it. Help me out. Hearing that, you quickly reached out to assist. I pull her up, but this method isn't very good. No, it hurts too much. That sinister sound echoed outside the office. Sorry. Thu Mai accidentally overheard and immediately panicked. She frantically knocked on the door, calling Tich Nian. Director, are you okay? Do you need any help? And all I got was a short, blunt reply. No, I'm fine. Actually, inside she's already embarrassed and wants to go up the mountain with the monkeys. If she sees this side of me, the image I've worked hard to build will collapse. Lam Tan helplessly sighed. Being a director isn't easy either. Like this. I'll carry her to the sofa and change position. Maybe I can pull her out. There's no other choice, she hesitantly agreed. Sorry to trouble you. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently lifted both her and the chair, glancing shyly at the beautiful girl in his arms. Does this hurt? Even though the position is a bit awkward, being held by that strong arm makes her cheeks flush. Still fine. Then Lam Tan bent down and knelt on the chair while giving instructions. All right, lie down and lift your hips a bit. I'll hold you steady. Just endure a little. Thu. I accidentally overheard the secret conversation inside. Well, overall, it's better than being stuck and unable to get out. A capable director like a man, smart and talented, why would she? No, I must have been mistaken. After a struggle, the chair was completely removed from her. He let out a relieved sigh, finally able to free her. But Tich Ngien's appearance now looks even more charming, making it hard for him to speak properly. Ngien asked if she was okay. She gently rubbed her trapped leg and softly replied, "Thank you." When she stood up, he finally realized her dress was torn. Still, she remained as calm as ever. "It's okay. I have a changing room. I'll go change into something else." As soon as I stepped into a hidden room, I couldn't help but marvel and say, "Oh my, an extravagant dressing room in an office. Poverty has limited my imagination." Suddenly, a dress caught his eye. This dress is so beautiful. Of course, he had already noticed that. After choosing her outfit, she told Lam Tan inside the bathroom, "I'll change quickly. Wait for me a moment." You wouldn't dare refuse the request of a beauty. Whether by chance or on purpose, you turned your head to look through the semi-transparent glass, and her blurred figure with the front protruding and the back arched appeared before your eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Rarely does such a good opportunity come along. Lin Tan must seize it with all his might. As a righteous and upright person when faced with a situation like this, of course he should sit down and watch carefully. Tik Nian suddenly called out Lam Tan's name. Are you there? Feeling nervous, he stammered and spoke incoherently. I didn't look. It's not that I did. She doesn't pay attention to small things like that, smiling to express her feelings. I sincerely thank you. My family opposed my starting a business, only you trusted me enough to invest $1 billion without restrictions and gave me full authority to manage everything. Then, with the most confident tone, she declared loudly, I swear I will absolutely not let your investment fail. Those words sound sweet, but for you, everything is different. I even wish for you to fail. If you succeed in your business, you won't come to me asking for money anymore. Only by losing money do I have a reason to invest even more. Despite constantly scheming inside, I still speak kindly and caring on the outside. It's okay, I don't care about money. If you want to repay me, just try to spend more. Of course, I misunderstood your words in a different way. Keep trying to spend money. I understand now. Lam Tan means don't hold back money. Invest more resources into chip technology research and development. To help Hawaha escape Miquok's oppression as soon as possible, I only think about money. Lam Tan is too impressive. He's a role model. Following her compliments, her affinity points also increased. Tuong Tich Nian's total affinity is now 52%. You thought it was due to your innate talent, secretly feeling proud, but suddenly your affection points skyrocketed. Turns out that trying to spend money is the real romantic gesture. A few seconds later, she stepped out in an incredibly sexy outfit. I've changed clothes now, Lin Tan. Would you like to have dinner with me? Lin Tan widened his eyes at the familiar outfit. Oh, this dress. Tich Nian captured your excited expression in her sight, smiling satisfied, then sternly ordered Thu Mai. At the Nine Dragon Mountain Hotel, she bowed slightly and followed. Yes, Chairman. And the male staff immediately lamented and complained when they saw her appearance. Oh my God, did you see that? The chairman and Lam Tan just went into the office for a bit and already changed clothes. This is the first time I've seen the chairman wear such a sexy dress. Could it be they don't? I can't believe it. They are lost in endless pain, despite the lovers in front of them. Still, they look at the person beside them with gentle eyes and make a suggestion. Lam Tan, after you finish eating, let me show you the proud results of my work. Since you're not busy right now, just happily agree. All right, I also feel the need to explore further. The two of them are now dining at a high-end restaurant. She was unexpectedly impressed by Lam Tan's talent. I've already reviewed that plan. It's very impressive. I can't believe this is the first time you've done this kind of work. Under the effect of the shimmering, hazy light, his charming face becomes even more lethal. Fine. This task is relatively simple. That handsome face and this comment drove her crazy. The system notification suddenly sounded plus 15% affinity. Tuong Tich Nian's affinity, now 77%. Time kept passing into the late night, as she on this side took off her socks and responded vaguely. I didn't know either. But Ngu Huyen, then she winked at the other person. Isn't your flight to Japan tomorrow? Why don't you go to bed early? What's wrong? You have to go with your classmate to get excited and can't sleep? It's like you hit a nerve and she's so flustered her cheeks turned bright red. What are you talking about? He and I are just classmates. Of course you still won't let go and keep pushing. Being classmates has helped you so much. Don't forget you're selling yourself to him. There's no reason left to be stubborn. Ngu Huyen firmly avoided this topic and said, I won't talk to you anymore. I need to go to sleep now. She then laughed and went along with it. Ha ha, good night. Teen Tam took a long time before slowly stepping out of the bathtub. During this time, the atmosphere in Japan was not as calm as it seemed. In a certain room, Suda hurriedly rushed in to deliver the news to him. President Cam, the funds are ready. How much? He leaned forward and said something incredibly arrogant, enough for you to buy anything you want at next week's auction. Hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction. So what about that arrogant Chinese guy? I've already looked into that. Tao Quinn said that guy already booked his flight. The cameraman, holding a glass of wine, shook it lightly with a tone full of contempt. He truly dares to come, very good. Daring to offend my Kamada financial group. First humiliating him at the auction, then seeing his arrogant little henchman, he becomes even more proud and arrogant, making sure he stays here forever. 10 days later, the plane reached a certain altitude. A notification appeared on the phone screen that in 2 days, the biggest auction held once every 4 years in Japan would officially open. This auction has attracted collectors from around the world. Lin Tan was chatting away when he looked over at the person next to him and immediately noticed her change. Buying the ticket too late, almost missed the flight. Luckily, there was still a seat in economy class. What's wrong, Huyen? She looked at him gently, then sighed, her eyes showing extreme worry. Very excited, but also very tense. Excited to see the precious artifacts, but tense because I heard Tao Quan has the help of the famous Jibatsu Kamita from Japan to handle the matter. When he provokes you, he makes it clear he has no good intentions. If you lose the auction, I'm worried he will. On the other hand, Lam Tan still keeps a constant smile on his face, trying to reassure the other person. It's okay. Whether I bet with him or not, I will be able to buy back the Chinese artifacts. Han Ngu Huyen can only trust you. Suddenly, a kid with a milk-smelling mouth appeared on the plane and was shouting wildly. Wu Ho Otoman attacked Thien Hao for a while until he saw Han Guhuin and Lam Ton, then stopped and stared at them as if he wanted something. In the next moment, he unexpectedly climbed onto the empty row of seats behind and pushed hard, startling her in panic. Ha Nguyen gently turned around to remind him, "Hey kid, kicking the seat is not right," but this mischievous boy just smirked proudly and then spat out obscene words. "You're so beautiful, let me see yours." She couldn't believe her ears. "What nonsense are you talking about? Thien Hao really has no manners." He forcefully throws her phone to the ground. If he doesn't want to give it, then forget it, leaving her stunned. Lam Tan couldn't bear to watch anymore and stood up angrily shouting, "This little brat!" Yu Huyan immediately stopped him. "Forget it, kids don't understand." He had no choice but to sit down reluctantly, frowning as he looked at her. "You're too kind. If you don't teach naughty children when they're young, they'll be even more frightening when they grow up." What seemed to be over, yet the wind refused to stop blowing. Thien Hao ran over again with the robot in his hand. He was shouting wildly, "Wu Ho, car, attack again and again." Then whether by accident or on purpose, the robot caught Ngu Huin's dress and he pulled her a meter away, leaving her stunned. Because the robot in his hand got caught on her torn dress, he immediately fell and hit his face on the floor. She quickly covered the gap in her torn dress. "My dress." Lam Tan, furious, stood up and scolded. "This little brat." He sat there holding his cheek and crying loudly. "Sob, sob. It hurts so much, I feel sorry for myself, but I don't care." Just then, a woman who seemed to be the boy's mother heard the crying and hurriedly ran over. "What's wrong, Bao Bao Bao? Who is bullying the child?" The man didn't bother to speak. Li quickly criticized. "Hey, why are you bullying my child?" Lam Tan was very annoyed by that condescending attitude. "This girl is Tu's mischievous daughter." Ngu Huyan calmly explains that Thien Hao's running and jumping caused the toy to hook onto her dress. She still stubbornly clings to her biased principles. "What's the big deal if kids run around for a while? Didn't you run around when you were little? Are you crippled? What if the plane crashes? Is the plane your home? If you say I don't know how to teach children, then you probably do. Have you ever given birth before?" The girl from the industry dresses revealingly, showing her legs and arms. "Prostitute." Ngu Huin was stunned by how wrong and stubborn they were in arguing. "You think you can lecture me about manners and discipline, and I immediately get upset. How do I dress? Besides, what I wear is my own freedom. Do you teach your child like that?" Still, it can't overshadow Laman's loud voice. "I don't know how to teach my son, who is more sensible than a girl like you." Thien Hao quickly chimed in. "He's more sensible than those women." "Mom, I saw that woman wearing those pants." Ngu Huin quickly covered herself, but couldn't escape the judgment. "Don't look at those women in the industry. If their clothes aren't pretty, they like to cut holes in their pants. Otherwise, they prefer split skirts." She even changes her story and blames everything on the other person.
My little Bao Bao is only affected because shameless women like you damage their spirit. A delicate and honest young girl like her ultimately can't fight against those street thugs.
Sister, at this moment, Lam Tian can no longer stay still and steps forward to help Ngu Huin regain justice, unleashing a fierce attack and educating both mother and daughter. Laman disregards whether the opponent is male or female and continues the intense solo fight. "What? You scoundrels want to bully me and my daughter? I will call the flight attendant to kick you off the plane. You're just borrowing the opponent's words to set up a threat." Calling the flight attendant? Great. "I was going to tell about the brat messing with her dress and then falling down. Now, with this dirty and verbal harassment, he'll probably get caught by the police and have to pay compensation." Thien Hao is only afraid of losing face for a few seconds before returning to his true nature. "Mom, scold him for me." Lam Tong quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Huin couldn't help but admire. And yet you managed to leave her speechless. That was impressive, and at the same time, your likability increased by 5%. You calmly shared your experience, showing that the way to handle this kind of person is to be firm. Lamont just sprayed once and then continued to act superior. Those worthless men and women can only pitifully sit in the economy class. What are you proud of? You will never have enough money in your lifetime to sit in first class. Her provocative words immediately offended those around her. "Hey, lady, what did I touch of yours by sitting in economy class? Is it so impressive to sit in first class? You two with your dirty money look down on others?" Yet she still has no problem insulting and cursing at us all. Lam Tan, feeling exhausted, quickly calls out to the flight attendant and says, "Excuse me, please take this lady back to first class." It's fine, but the person who should step up and handle it is busy sipping bubble tea. The cheap, bitter taste of Starbucks will always be the best to drink. The queen couldn't care less and kept scrolling social media. It's truly noisy as hell. That kind of person only encounters uneducated people just complaining on social media. Even colleague Ha Xuan has to remind her, "Tuquin, are you wearing too much makeup?" "Oh, now you're acting up. Wait a minute, Sister Xuan, where are you taking this snack?" She responds very firmly, "Don't get in her way. I already gave him water just now, so now it's your turn." But the other side is still holding on tightly. Everyone should mind their own business. Who said there are any rules for me? Luckily, Tay Fuang stopped the argument. Let's not make a scene anymore. Even the first-class cabin can hear it. The queen was a bit surprised. Little Fuang, how come you're here in the commercial district when you're supposed to be over there? She straightforwardly exposes the opponent's true face. Aren't both of your targets also the deputy director? Even with basic information, it's clear that the deputy director is the second wealthiest person in Vientiane, selling planes and close to President Xuanfu. Who wouldn't want to cling to that? But at this moment, he was busy trying to do business with Lin Tan in the same group. Te Fuang secretly pulled back the curtain to observe. Look over there. Even the captain abandoned his role in the cockpit to go flatter Director Fei. Just then, the boy's report calls for someone to handle the matter. Hashin hurriedly urged, Xiaoqun, go and handle it quickly. The other side tried to linger. What does the economy class matter to me? Isn't Te Fuang on the other side? But there's a guest from the first class cabin, so you should go now. Lakin had no choice but to leave, despite her colleague's smugness. Hello, may I ask what you need assistance with? Yu Huiyan immediately pointed and accused. This lady doesn't know right from wrong. She's not from the first class lounge. She came here to cause trouble and disturb our rest. Lin Tan secretly encouraged and cheered her on. Great, you're learning quickly. No wonder you're top of the class. The man suddenly revealed her capitalist power card. I am the wife of the chairman of the Vientiane Fortune Group. Do you believe me, or this poor thing? Deep down, she was inclined towards her, but on the surface, she still followed the proper procedure. Is there some misunderstanding? The lady bought a first-class ticket to enjoy the benefits, so how could she cause trouble in the economy class? That doesn't seem very reasonable. Lam Tan saw through the other person's true face. She meant that the refined first-class passengers were civilized, while we in economy class were just causing trouble. Lakin responded cleverly. Sir, I didn't mean it that way, but secretly I look down on you. Why are you sitting in economy class? Don't you even realize it yourself? Laman and her mother immediately felt completely satisfied. See, this is the difference in class. You want to kick me out? With my connections, blacklisting you from the lower class cabin is a piece of cake. You disgraceful bastard, don't expect to sit in the lower class section anymore. Lam Tan just snorted dismissively. Really? I don't believe it. She becomes even more aggressive. Just wait and see how long you can keep smiling. Just then, Mr. Fei appeared. Is the noise enough? Who's arguing over there? Where are the flight attendants? Lakin hurriedly went to greet them. Chief Fee, I sincerely apologize. There is a passenger in economy class causing trouble. Have I finished handling everything? Sorry to have disturbed your flying experience. I sincerely apologize, sir. The man is still eager to crush you. You're finished. This is Director Fee, the second wealthiest airplane dealer in Vientiane, well connected with the Hadong Board of Directors. I'll have him put you on the blacklist. As soon as he returns, he'll be wearing a mask of integrity. Hello, Director Fee. I am the wife of the chairman of the Vientiane Fortune Group. We met at the dinner party last week, and she even hinted at it. Just now, as it was these two people causing trouble, I tried to persuade them. It's a pity these lowlifes won't listen to me. Fei Nan was stunned when he saw the person in front of him. Then you quickly shook hands and congratulated him enthusiastically. You're the former general manager, right? I can finally meet the real person. Hey, it's me. Among the princes and noble daughters, I am just a plain seller. Long Tan also remembered. Oh, you're very impressive. Being praised by you makes him so happy. Really? Director Tian, do you remember me? Thank you, Director Tian. Fei Nan immediately called for action. The flight attendant, Te Fuang, quickly appeared. Hello, General Fee. How can I assist you? He makes very skillful decisions, upgrading you and your wife to first class and charging it to my gold Remia card. The other side immediately complies, and the three troublemakers fall into a whirl of confusion and chaos. What? Thank you for your kindness, President Fai. But thinking about having to watch this lady's face in first class really affects my mood. The economy class is still better. It's a small matter. I'm used to Mr. Hadong having him add her to the blacklist so we won't see her again. I hope President Tian will forgive me. President Fei, this is all just a misunderstanding. Seeing no results, I resorted to selling carpets. Oh, I suddenly felt dizzy, and my heart ached sharply. Tong Tong, don't you have any mercy for us, mother and child? This trick wouldn't catch Lin Tan's attention. Just pretend. Your child is treating my friend badly. This can't be overlooked. As soon as you issued the order, I saw the mother and daughter squirming like shrimps. My child is still just a kid. Why are you so petty and calculating over a child? Are you bullying my weak mother and child? Fei Nan immediately steps in to judge. Enough already. On the plane, all anyone hears is her shouting and causing a public disturbance. As soon as the plane lands, she will face security management penalties. Le Man hurriedly stepped forward to plead. No, Boss Fee. On the contrary, the passengers are extremely happy. Someone even stoked the fire in the drama. I found a photo of the flight attendant posted on the Great Red Book, and she called us Sabi. What? Share right now to see if she can still survive in Hadong.
La Quinn doesn't need anyone to tell her she's already at the end of her career. That's it. I'm done for.
After the plane lands at Neong Airport in Japan, Le Man and her mother finally face the consequences. Let me go. I know I was wrong. Fei Nan takes the opportunity to approach Lam Tan and says, So this time President Qian came to Japan to discuss business, right? You're not afraid to be honest. In 2 days, I will attend the auction of the best treasures and plan to buy all the Chinese antiques. And he couldn't help but praise. President Tian is truly noble. You are indeed China's pride. I feel ashamed. But in the end, Tian Tong still kindly warned him to be careful with Kameda Kento. Everyone in the industry has heard that he is a famous Japanese tycoon who's obsessed with Chinese antiques. In the major auctions, anyone who competes with him always loses. He also used money to pressure his opponents and then humiliated them. Many who bid against him have been unintentionally hurt. It seems that the ninja and martial artists he hired are involved. This time, President Qin might have to face Camera Kento. Yu Huiyan is also starting to worry. No wonder Tao Tuan used provocation tactics to lure him here. It turns out his goal was to get you into trouble with the tycoon camera. This Tao Tuan is really ruthless. Lam Tian, if not, let's go back. Stay firm. If I leave, these Chinese cultural relics will fall into the hands of that bastard camera. I won't let this happen, and I can even comfortably sweep through the pile of stolen gold at the auction. It's a win-win situation. Fei Nan immediately became one of your biggest fans. The handsome president is so charming, and she secretly admires him in her heart. At the same time, Lin Tan's favorability increased by 15%. While they were happily chatting, they had no idea Tao had been following from behind. She easily completed the first step of the mission and identified the target. A few days ago, she was assigned by the camera. According to intelligence, Han Guihuan appeared at the airport with a wealthy Chinese man. You know what to do now, right? He hinted with a subtle meaning. The most capable subordinate of Tan Ninja, the Shadow Sight Taco. The opponent is very confident. My subordinate will show that Chinese man what it means to be a Japanese tycoon and a camera family member. Rest assured, I only warned him to stay alive for the auction and to clearly show his loyalty by kneeling and bowing to you. She immediately reported via radio that it was Ha Nui Huiyan, with the wealthy Chinese man who was the target. Just then, Lam Tan suddenly parted from the group. I'm a bit thirsty, so I'll go buy a bottle of water first. Do you want a drink? Huiyan gently declined. I don't need it, Lam Tan. I'll go wait in the car for you. Taco secretly smirked from afar. The opportunity has come. She had prepared everything in advance, gently patting his back with a poisoned finger, as the specially formulated toxin would weaken the target, cause vomiting and diarrhea, and take a whole day to subside. Then she slowly approached him from behind. This is a gift from the owner to welcome him. But before I could get close, I was startled by the loud shouting. Oh my god, 80 yuan for a bottle of water that costs only 2 yuan in China. Are you crazy, Japan? Forcing me to buy it? The vending machine only has this type. Quickly, Lam Tan found a more economical solution. The public water fountain. You hurriedly went there to ask for a sip. I can only watch in amazement. After drinking, you still look very refreshed. Tap water is still better. The most important thing is that it's free, completely contrasting with her gloomy expression. Could this be a tycoon from China? Having bought the museum for 1 billion yuan, the tycoon is very impressive. Looking back now. After a while, he also left. Ngu Huiyan, I'm here. She had already planned this long ago. I'll let Mr. Fai's car go ahead. This time I want to experience more different lifestyles with you. Actually, I just want to be alone with you for a moment. Lin Tan is okay with that. All right, let's take a taxi. You quickly catch a cab. How much does it cost to get to this address at night? The other party quoted the usual price. Hello, sir. The starting price is 152 yuan, but I didn't expect Bush to haggle like shopping. Too expensive. So you suddenly made a suggestion. Actually, I just saw that the airport bus costs only 30 yuan. We're only taking the airport bus. Ngu Huiyan also went along with it. All right, I'll listen to you. On the way, Lam Tan also taught about the value of money. So spend when you should and save when you need to. Since we're not in a hurry, let's enjoy the scenery along the way. I'm becoming more and more confused. Tycoon. She continued to follow until she reached the hotel. The receptionist checked the information again and said, Sir, your discount voucher can indeed save you 10 yuan. You calculate everything in detail. That's good. I have one more coupon. Please include it in the total. Next, he turned to explain very professionally that unused discount coupons would be a waste, and now they had saved an extra 30 yuan. Ru Huiyan Yu was hypnotized by his words. From this, I can easily conclude that she is poor, stingy, and greedy for small gains. She is even more convinced that this person is definitely not a tycoon. He looks more like Ha Ngu Huiyan's assistant. So where is the wealthy Chinese man, my target? He immediately thought of his next move, which was to ask this assistant's name. At 10 p.m. that night, Lin Tan was sitting alone in the living room playing games when suddenly there was a knock at the door. He immediately went to the peephole and asked, Who is it? Outside is Taco, beautifully dressed and with a hot figure. Hello, sir. I am the hotel staff here to bring you your late-night meal. Seeing the beautiful woman, you eagerly opened the door. Oh, I'm hungry right now. Come in. But I wonder if I actually ordered this service. Her attitude was extremely respectful, inviting him to eat. But just as Lin Tan took a bite, the system announced that the truth serum had been detected, and the passive skill Banish All Toxins had been activated, nullifying the effect of the truth serum. He silently speculates in his mind but remains calm as usual. The truth serum, isn't it a drug used in the military? This must have been sent by that camera bastard, the truth serum, right? So I will play with you. Suddenly, I hug my head as if pretending, and I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. The system continues to notify, detecting a beautiful woman initiating the rebellious task. Taco is very pleased with Lin Tan's performance. Tell me where the wealthy man surnamed Lam who accompanied Ha Yu Huyen to the auction at Ben Ben Duong is. The system quickly investigated his background thoroughly. Saito, 20 years old, affection level towards the host exceeds 90%, 10% of the rebellious gold is returned to the host as personal assets. When affection reaches 100%, the identity changes, the connection alters, and affection drops by 30%.
Lam Tan cố lộ ra vẻ mặt thèm muốn của mình. Tới thịt loli, cổ bộ ngực lớn.
Inside, he secretly cheered, yet he managed to unlock the rebellious task. Tako was surprised by his reaction, and her brother instinctively guessed that some people with particularly weak willpower might lose control and reveal all their inner thoughts after taking the truth-telling drug. No matter how dirty and evil those thoughts are, she takes advantage of her huge assets to seduce. Is that true? Everyone also really likes you, so can you tell me where that rich guy is? Lam Tan also didn't hesitate to pat his thigh like a boss. I'm so hungry I suddenly can't remember. You just fed me, so I'll tell you. She immediately obeyed without hesitation. Of course, there was no problem. She gently fed a piece of fruit to him. Is it delicious, brother? Lam Tan is now very pleased to have both good food and a beautiful woman. So delicious. Tako takes the opportunity to ask. So, have you remembered now? I remember now. That rich guy said he wouldn't appear until the auction officially opens because it seems more stylish. She quietly assessed the accuracy. So that's how it is, which matches what Taojun mentioned. After achieving her goal, she sat fully on Lam Tan. So that's how it was. Then I suddenly leaned in close to his face, making him blush, and suggested we do something else. I swiftly controlled his body, causing him to cry out loudly. Damn, this kind of game is even acceptable? Her attitude changed 180 degrees. You're no longer useful. Just go to sleep. He was knocked unconscious on the chair by the opponent. Confirming he was out, she quickly put on the mask and then gave a suggestion. When he wakes up the next day, he won't remember anything. Immediately after, the sound of the door closing with a click echoes. However, just after Tako left, Lam Tan sat up. Truly a professionally trained individual. That leg strength is very different. If my arm hadn't had level 3 power, I would have been knocked out. The auction is not even starting yet, and you're already taking action. I'm even more looking forward to this auction. Time quickly passes until the most important auction day. Everyone is enthusiastically greeting each other. Chief Cam, hello Chief Camera. Camera appears full of confidence with her 2 assistants, Tao Tuan and Tako beside her. She respectfully says to him, Master, if that person only appears today, I can ambush him at the gate and directly assassinate him. But the opponent immediately refused because they are still very confident right now. No need. Because Camera is so confident of victory. Isn't the saying about the turtle hiding its head in hot china meant to describe this kind of opponent who dares not show his face? He is hiding, which shows his inner panic. Judging by his aura, he's already lost. Tao Tuan also feels very proud. If he dares to show up at today's auction, it will be his day to die. Tao also nodded in contempt. That's right, people from Huaha are all the same. All useless and cowardly, like mice. Han Yu Huyen's assistant yesterday was the perfect example. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that the other side was noisier than anywhere else. Why are there so many people up front? She quickly realizes that the center of the crowd is Han Gu Huyen, and the person beside her is Tao Tuan. As soon as I saw that person's divine side profile, I was stunned and shouted, Damn it, Lin Tan! He kept questioning, wasn't he already here? I was also stunned. What? He's that useless guy. At this moment, Yu and Yu Xuan approached them with a mocking look, all familiar faces. Is the fat guy in this middle the damn camera guy? Her face instantly turned pale. I was fooled. Why does the medicine say it's ineffective? Could it be that he discovered her true identity long ago? He also glared, scolding her with a piercing look. Useless. Tao Jun still arrogantly warned, the Lam family, you dare to come here. But in front of the village chief camera, you're still too weak. Lam Tan still wears the professional smile to provoke. How dare I act arrogantly in front of a bastard like you? I'm the younger one here, so please go ahead, you bastard. The camera is watching you and then it smirks. Welcome to the young talents from Huaxia. I hope that Lam Tan Sin won't disappoint me later. You respond to the malice with calmness. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be surprised. The auction begins. Midori respectfully introduces. Ladies and gentlemen, before the auction begins, allow me to briefly introduce the Apondo auction, Japan's largest charity auction and also a global event. Don't seat. First, I would like to introduce and thank the noble families from around the world for attending. The first person she introduces is Takeda Kam, president of Kamda Trading Company of Japan. Next is a young man named Andy Zone from the Z family in England, along with a beautiful girl with blonde hair named Luigiana from France, and a Muslim man named Beach from the Middle East. Lam Tan is the last to be introduced. Finally, Mr. Lam Tan from Huaha. Immediately, everyone buzzed with excitement. Lam Tan, who is he? I've never heard of him before. Yu Hien sat nearby, furious at their mocking words. There's no one like that in the Lam group of Huaha. I guess I'm just a wealthy newcomer here to broaden my horizons. Lam Tan made no response and simply walked coldly onto the stage, then took the microphone to say a few words to everyone. Sorry to trouble you and take up your time. I am Lam Tan from Huabei. Originally, Huabei was a country with Eastern customs. I shouldn't have spoken over the host with my guest voice, but to foster friendly exchanges with everyone, I just wanted to show my attitude. Ngu Huyen listened proudly to every word you said. First, I, Lam Tan, came for the cultural relics of Huaha. So when I see Huaha relics being auctioned off, I must have them, especially the cultural artifacts that have been stolen and scattered everywhere. I am determined to acquire them. Second, since this is a charity auction, I will play it lucky with everyone. No matter how much I spend today, I will double that amount and contribute it all to the charity organization. Camera also frowned. Third, a friendly reminder to all friends, be careful with the bidding needs. If not, I'm afraid everyone will suffer a lot of hardship. You're right. Mr. Camera, everyone is starting to talk now. Wow, this Chinese guy is so arrogant. He really doesn't know his limits, but when he said he'd donate more money, he seemed a bit handsome. Camera smirked, clearly not taking you seriously, just showing off and boasting. Nothing to fear. Suda whispered nearby, the chairman has checked everything thoroughly. He frowned and continued, reporting that this time the Zhou family brought 5 billion, the water penalty, and the Middle East each brought 4 billion for 2 consecutive years, and he prepared 8 billion in capital to sweep across the entire front. He listened while stroking his beard, a look of satisfaction on his face. The auction is a crucial step in his plan to revive East Asian cultural relics.
The front page of Teen DJ Company is ready. After the auction, your grand image and project will be announced widely.
Camera Group's stock will soar. Matsumoto is supported by Tae Fiat to get closer to the presidency in the next term. Camera is very proud, doing extremely well. On my wide road, it's even easier to crush an ant.
At this moment on stage, as the auction item is brought out, Midori announces that the auction officially begins. The first item is an Edo-era incense burner, starting at 8 million.
The camera immediately bid 30 million. Midori quickly confirms number 001 with 30 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher? He glanced over at Lam Tan. Now he was exploring antiques with Yu Huyen. Is this a Luohan statue sold to China from the Japanese era? It doesn't really match Chinese culture at all. Can this be sold? She pointed at the picture and explained. Yeah, in ancient times many countries produced goods for export, each with their own style. And then she shyly turned her face away. Sorry, you know more about cultural artifacts than I do, and I even try to explain it to you. Lin Tan gently reassures the other person.
I really enjoy watching your focused expression when you talk about cultural artifacts. Serious people are the most attractive.
Hearing that, Yu Huan felt even more embarrassed, her face flushing red. My system also notified me that affection increased by 5%. Tao is Tao, and the others stared wide-eyed at the couple flirting, all faces stiff with embarrassment, while the camera arrogantly looked at Lam Tan, showing no regard for what it means to be patriotic. Next is the auction of Chinese cultural relics. How will you escape my direct attack then? The next antique appears with exquisite carvings that leave everyone in awe. The second artifact is a delicate peacock plate from Huaha. The starting bid is 10 million. He immediately raised his paddle. The other bidders all focused their attention on Lin Tan. That arrogant guy is starting to get scared. To show him some real strength, you confidently announced a bid of 300 million. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. What? Raising it several times at once? Is there a way to inflate the price like that? The camera still looks proud and arrogant, showing clear disdain for the opponent. This just shows your own weakness. Truly pitiful. Sua asked for the chairman's opinion on whether to bid, but he shook his head in refusal. This porcelain piece is valued at a maximum of 180 million. If he wants to spend money, let him buy it. After no one bids for a while, Midori quickly announced that bidder number 008 won the Thanhua peacock plate for 300 million. You take the opportunity to act like a CEO in front of the beauty. This peacock plate is a gift for you. It contrasts beautifully with your stunning appearance. Everyone around was whispering, casually giving a 300 million artifact to your companion. Huh? Are you that proud of your generosity? It's just a small thing. It's just showing off. She felt a little embarrassed. Actually, this was probably bought for our museum. Yushuan smiled brightly, repeatedly thanking them. But thanks, I really like it. The audience nearby is always fed dog food and is very dissatisfied. Are they still showing love during the auction? The auction continues as usual. The third artifact is Queen Kao, a jade measuring 8 feet from the Xuan Duke era of our country. The starting bid is 8 million. The camera was the first to bid 20 million. Lin Tan didn't hold back and immediately bid 50 billion, 100 times higher, causing Tao Tuan's group to look extremely displeased. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to only buy cultural relics from China? He's doing this on purpose. He wants to provoke the chairman. Even though the camera was furious, it still tried to appear calm in a provocative and petty way. Spending so much money just to provoke me? Too naive. Midori saw no one bid higher, so she closed the deal. Number 008 bid 500 million to win the right to fish for the 8-foot jade. Lam Tan stands up and looks towards Tako. Quinn is offering this jade to Miss Tako Saito. She blushes with embarrassment because of your words. Oh my god. I served a master camera out of anger at the irresponsibility of my subordinate. Did she tell him her real identity? I hurriedly explained, Master, I haven't. He used some trick to find out my identity. Master, trust me, I will refuse that gift. But when she said no, he didn't agree. No? Why refuse? This is a gift he gave to you. I order you to accept it. I lower my head and listen in regret. Yes, master. At the same time, the system also notified that the affinity decreased by 10%. Lam Tan is very pleased with this result, getting paid but still losing affection points. It's hard to find someone like that, and to enjoy the twisted expression of the camera guy. Taco here is extremely uncomfortable. What is he planning to do? Suddenly giving me a gift causes my owner to misunderstand. Reflecting on it, she feels a bit hurt, but since it's the first time someone has given her a present, the system reports an increase of 5% in favorability. Lam Tan was extremely surprised, wondering why it had increased. Taco, after recalling his actions, felt angry, but unfortunately, he was a wicked person. So the system announced another fluctuation, with affection decreasing by 3%. Lam Tan truly couldn't understand what she was thinking. Huh? Decreasing again? The system keeps notifying changes. Friendliness plus 1%, friendliness minus 1%. He frowned and tried to hold back his anger. What are you doing? It seemed like the auction would still be long, but you announced that the auction would be fierce and I had no one to bid. Thank you all for your generosity. Thank you, thank you. The next items are not relics of Huaxia. I'm not interested in them. Feel free to do as you wish. The camera keeps muttering under its breath. Let that damn fool have his moment of pride. The next artifact quickly appeared, and Midori began the bidding. This car from the Liam Thuong period had a starting price of 5 million, and Andy was the first to bid 8 million. Luigiana immediately raises the bid by 10 million, but the three uncles refused to give up and bid over 30 million. Finally, the bid was 80 million. Since no one offered higher, Midori declared that number 001 won the Liam Thuong Bin Son Mai for 80 million. Everyone around keeps clapping and congratulating. Truly brave. No wonder they call you Mr. Camera. Congratulations, Mr. Camera. At this moment, Tao Zun pretends to be knowledgeable and offers a reminder. Chairman, don't let the flattery of the wealthy sway you. They praise you on the surface. But in reality, they are watching Lam Tan. The artifacts he just bought were seen because they noticed Lam Tan's little finger move, so they thought the price would go up. Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped across the face by the camera. Serve him right. Tao Tuan painfully clutches his face, crying out, I'm sorry, President, I was too talkative. Lam Tan, seeing this, only added fuel to the fire. Ah, so everyone was watching me. Don't worry, next up is a piece from Hoa Ha. I will take action. Even when the camera gets so excited it feels like boiling blood. I can only hold it in my heart. Midori begins the auction, with the fifth item being a map of the vast mountains and rivers from the late Tang dynasty of Hoa Ha. The starting price is 80 million, and the whole hall is very lively. Everyone kept bidding 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. The camera showed no expression as it raised the number 0, then suddenly 800 million. Lam Tan naturally joins in, yawning repeatedly in boredom. Every time just another 100 million, then another 100 million. I'm about to fall asleep. 2 billion. Immediately, all eyes turn to him. 2 billion. What? But then the price suddenly increased to 2,500 million. The camera is furious and going crazy. I said 2 billion for 5 years. Tao Zun still keeps bringing it up again and again. President, have you forgotten our military strength? You have to work hard to acquire the most cultural artifacts. If he's spending money like this, he wouldn't care anymore now. Shut up every time and think about where our Kamda family's reputation will stand. Lam Tan, not backing down, raises the sign. All right, you want to play with me, right? 3 billion. The camera raises the sign and shouts 3 billion. Lam Tan decides to go all the way. 4 billion. The whole hall is buzzing nonstop. This painting is only worth 200 million. Now it's 20 times that. This is basically just throwing money around. What about that kid? Chairman Kamada also saw that things were getting out of control, so Suda stopped him, and even Taco stood up. Suddenly, Camera smiled strangely and decisively let go of the sign. He treacherously claims that the 4 billion painting belongs to you. But you Lam Tan won't follow anymore. Everyone around is in chaos. RJ deduced that Chairman Kamada was pretending to be angry to lure Lam Tan into spending money and not hold out for long. Although this tactic is easy to figure out, it requires someone with power and a strong mind to pull off. As expected, Kamada is no ordinary person, but Lam Tan remains completely calm. All right, so that's how we're playing it? He just smirked. Lam Midori stepped forward and hammered in the final bid of 84 billion for the painting. Mountains and rivers of 10,000 miles as the camera shifted to a new plan. I will seek the help of the 3 lanes merchants and the wealthy merchants to borrow money, using my real estate as collateral for 10 billion. Are you a bit worried? How could this happen? He is very confident in his meticulous plan. After purchasing other artifacts, my finances won't be enough for the next step. Lam Tan's arrogance will surely achieve what he claims, collecting all Chinese cultural relics, so the final Guan Yin statue is the key. The camera looks at Lam Tan with a sinister gaze. As long as he gets the Guan Yin statue, he won't accept failure. His perfect image, painstakingly built from the start, will collapse instantly, and he will surely risk everything at any cost. He is very determined. As long as he can seize the final Avalokite Svara statue, we will have a weakness to control Lam Tan. Sua also realized that. Lam Tan has invested heavily, so it's hard for him to give up because it would affect his reputation and stance. He also has his suspicions. Probably behind Lam Tan is a wealthy patriotic group from China. That explains why he is so rich.
This is in provocation against us. I overheard them discussing from behind.
This battle can only be won, never lost. I see now. She's starting to have inappropriate thoughts again. Turns out he represents China. On the surface, she seems indifferent, but in reality, she is a representative of Hoaha. The system then announced a 5% increase in affinity. But I immediately dismissed those thoughts. No matter who he is, as long as he is the enemy of my master, he is my enemy. So the system again reports Taco's affection level down by 2%. The system's voice echoes continuously in her mind, with affection increasing by 1%, then decreasing by 1%. Lam Tan, exhausted, rubs her head again. What the hell is she thinking? No need to wait long, the next artifact has appeared. The sixth item is a Tang Dynasty Buddha head statue from Huaxia, starting bid at 100 million. Lam Tan was the first to bid. Camera closely followed at 500 million, then a billion. Everyone was talking. Here we go again. They're about to start a showdown. With such a crazy bid, you're not afraid to raise the price. 1 billion yuan, he withdrew immediately. I won't follow. The audience present couldn't help but marvel. Mr. Camera is truly shrewd in perfectly timing the starting bid and the withdrawal window. If Lam Tan continues to follow, he risks collapse. Everything seems to be going according to Camera's plan. Before long, Lam Tan once again acquires artifacts from Huaxia, despite everyone's malicious bidding. His financial resources have dwindled to a frightening 6 billion, but his situation seems to be improving.
At this point, Camera has bought back non-Huaha artifacts with the borrowed money and now has 12 billion left. The auction is gradually coming to an end.
Midori solemnly presents the final artifact, the Quan Amlu Li from the Yuan dynasty of Hoaha. The statue appears majestically before the crowd, with a starting bid of 400 million. Camera chuckled proudly. This is it, the last artifact from Hoaha in the audience. This will also be Lam Tan's final regret. Are you ready, Lam Tan? I'm about to start now. Midori on stage signals the command. The auction of the Quan Amlu Li from the Yuan dynasty of Hoaha officially begins. The starting bid is 400 million. Please, hold up your card. Lam Tan is starting again. Once I buy this last statue for 1 billion, I'll finish my work and go home. Hurry up. The proud Camera looks up at you. 1 billion, kid. The fun has just begun. He didn't say anything, only let out a small sound. Those around also couldn't resist watching a good show. The Camera hall finally acted, and the buildup of energy was truly extraordinary. They think this is an intense battle, truly a fierce fight. The young man from China is in trouble. Lam Tan still had enough strength to mock him, hoping he would stay calm. The audience all cowered before him, truly deserving of his reputation. But if he lost at the last moment, your uncle said with contempt that he might never be able to hold his head high in Japan again. Then Lam Tan raised the sign to increase the bid. 3 billion. The Camera is still very proud now. Keep talking big. You've already spent 8 billion. There's no way you have more money than me. He raised the sign to bid 4 billion, and you responded so calmly. So that's what he was thinking. But those words made Cam grind his teeth in anger. Then continue. Lam Tan remains calm and continues to bid. 5 billion, and Camera is not inferior. 6 billion. This makes your interest grow even more. 7 billion. Even if it exceeds the budget, he still insists on making an offer. 9 billion. Seize the opportunity and make the final bid directly. 12 billion. He refuses to back down and is determined to go all the way. 16 billion. Seeing the amount keep increasing made Ngu Huyen worry and hurriedly remind him, Lam Tan, this much money is already too much. Over here, Suda also nervously advised his boss, Chairman, our capital of just 12 billion has already gone too far. But the Camera angrily shouted, this is about my pride. It's just a few million. What's the big deal? I still have many estates and stocks. The crowd witnesses a high-class bidding war. Everyone's face is tense. Are the gods fighting happily? Even Midori standing on the stage is sweating with tension. The first time at 16 billion, does anyone still follow? He glared at Lam Tan with gritted teeth as if he wanted to tear him apart. Follow me. Are you scared, kid? Midori continued to announce, holding the hammer in his hand. 16 billion for the second time. That kid made Suta pale and he had to try to persuade him. Chairman, those estates and stocks are your last assets. Do you really want to trade them for an artifact? This already exceeds the true value by a lot. Even if you buy that artifact, you'll go bankrupt. Lam Tan is enough. Fu Hao will compete to buy. I have nothing to lose and can profit from Hua Kwok. All the museums are indebting me. This is the real move. So that's how it is. Only Taco Ms. Truong, feeling uneasy, immediately asked, what if Lam Tan's side doesn't need this artifact? Wouldn't everything be ruined? Are you questioning me? Just watch. Lam Tan will definitely need it, like a dog kneeling and begging me. On this side, you also pretend to go along with the opponent's mood. No one. I give up. That precious treasure has to be handed over to you to pretend to be the Camera. Midori happily announced that the 16 billion bid for number 001, the Lu Li Quan Am, was successful. Her words caused a stir throughout the audience. The world auction record for the next 50 years will also stand unbroken. President, you won. But instead of celebrating with everyone, his face was half happy and half worried. I won? They quickly got up and left. The camera leads my soldiers in front of you and mocks you. Lam Tan, didn't you say you would sell all the cultural relics? Already with a little money, Gok Lu Li Quan Am can't even buy it. How will you explain yourself to the rich people? Seeing the two people in front of him, he looked at them with utter contempt. Your patriotism is simply worthless. Then he gestured with his hand to indicate he understood, quickly raising the sword with a respectful look. He immediately took it. As the camera drew the sword from its sheath, it continued to insult Lin Tan. According to our small Japanese warrior spirit, someone like you who fails. Then, he threw it close to your feet and coldly ordered you to slit your belly and die to atone for your sins. Faced with the opponent's threats, you remained calm, picked up the sword, and saw him mocking his accomplices without end. The desire to live and fear of death are traits of you all. You would never dare to approach such a glorious act. I can give you a chance. As soon as the statue was pushed aside, the camera softly coaxed, you can now go borrow, go lend. 19 billion, I will sell you the Guanyin lapis lazuli. He even smirked lewdly and continued to mock. You've completed your mission, so there's no need to feel ashamed to death. However, Lin Tan just pointed at the other person's face and taunted. It's nothing. I'm just observing how much of a turtle you look like. Tao Tuan suddenly rushed forward, pointing at you and using crude language to insult you. Damn it, even after losing, you're still so arrogant. Long Camera's eyes glare fiercely as he shouts, Are you still pretending? Trying to lowball the price? Don't even think about paying less. In the face of their losing composure, Lam Tan stood up, even calmly adjusting his tie. With a look of 3 parts disdain and 7 parts superiority, as if looking down on them, he boldly replied, You worthless Long Camera, your dog of a family, this is really unacceptable. Lam Tan boldly insults without hesitation. Camera bastard, you're worthless dog. The other person immediately shows their true colors. What does he mean? But he remained completely calm and continued to question him. Did Tao Jun tell you that I want to buy all the cultural relics of Huaquoc to bring back? Is that correct? Hearing his name, he suddenly roared as if he had stepped on his tail. What? Are you scared now and want to change your statement or what? Lam Tanji calmly stepped in front of the Guanyin statue, placing her foot on the pedestal, her voice full of subtle meaning. Think carefully about what I said back then. Here's a hint for you. Ancient artifacts from Huaquoc are being sold abroad. Tao Jun, full of frustration, reminded him, So you didn't say at that time that you wanted to bring back all the relics lost abroad from China, so what now? Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened in shock, and his 5-fingered hand suddenly slapped directly into Tao Tuan's face. He was struck senseless and fell backward, with clear astonishment in his eyes. Sir Camera. He was so angry he was panting heavily and exhausted, speaking with a somewhat disappointed tone. You just want to retrieve the cultural relics of Huaquoc that Japan took away before, right? Camera's deep eyes stare intently at Lam Tan as if to see through your intention. But the Lapis Lazuli Bodhisattva is a relic that Huaquoc of Dai sold to Japan. It has no value to you at all. However, you quickly deny it and can't say it has no value at all. It still holds the basic worth of a cultural artifact. He pats the statue's head with a playful expression on his face. But these eyebrows and beard style are no longer fashionable since the Tang dynasty in Huaquoc. It was just made this way to sell to you. Lam Tan stood up abruptly, continuously explaining his plans. If he had grasped the correct information, he wouldn't have suffered such a disastrous defeat. You spent 16 billion to buy a statue worth at most 400 million. That's a huge loss. Now you're famous worldwide as a clown. And on top of that, you even dared to mock the opponent. Surely you didn't go bankrupt just to buy this big treasure, right? As expected from your family, you speak slowly, word by word. You little turtle. But Camera's face is also extremely grim. Overcome with shame and anger, he immediately commands in a harsh voice. Where is he? Bring Tao Tuan down for me. Even though he was being dragged away, he still struggled and shouted as if he were terrified. Spare him, Sir Camera? Yu Huin, who had been watching the scene from the side, now grew worried. Oh no, I'm doomed. I thought you really wanted to compete for this Quan Am Lu Lai with Camera, but it turns out this is a cultural artifact being sold abroad. This statement made Mr. Lam feel confused and scratch his head. Even in confusion, he tried to explain. Sorry, but to fool someone who's going, you have to fool your own people first. They quickly slipped away from the auction room, but they were soon surrounded by onlookers eager to make friends. Mr. Lam, I am a collector from the Mi country. Mr. Lam, I am 20 years old from the security team. Mr. Lam, are you planning to spend a few days in Japan? I can be your guide. Are you free tonight? Not only that, they even mocked the camera on the way back. With so many auctions like this, someone finally defeated the camera. That big news, this auction is about to be a hot topic. Probably the most popular is Kameda, right? Using 16 billion to buy that Guanyin statue. The humiliation grew more and more unbearable as he desperately denied and ran away, shouting loudly. But due to the intense exertion, his face twisted in pain. The camera trembled as he clutched his chest in agony, even kneeling on the floor with a pale greenish face. Amidst the pain, a pair of leather shoes caught the camera's eye. Seeing the enemy's struggling figure, Lam Tan coldly pretended to remind him, "Mr. Camera, how are you? Please take care of your health." Watching the two young friends leave, he grits his teeth in frustration and pulls out his phone from his shirt. As the call connects, Camera screams painfully with all his remaining strength. All the warriors and samurai of the Camera family. Remembering the fighters who work for him, he becomes even more determined and immediately takes action, bringing all of Lam Tan's artifacts here. I want him to be unable to see the sunlight of tomorrow at the Chinese embassy in Japan. Inside the office, which is under strict surveillance, Thien Kai's gentle voice echoes. "Mr. Lam, I understand this matter now. You spent so much money to recover the valuable artifacts lost abroad from China. On behalf of the embassy overseas, I sincerely thank you." He smiled gently and assuredly. "I've heard that the wealthy Camera's tactics are very treacherous, so we will do everything we can to protect your safety." Lam Tan also felt very satisfied, extended his hand with goodwill, and replied, "I really appreciate it, but I have one more thing to do. I need to borrow your car." Thien Kai looked on with surprise and curiosity, trying to guess his intention. "Are you planning to leave the embassy?" And Gu Huyen also worriedly grabbed your arm and even begged. "Lam Tan, please don't go. It's dangerous outside, I'm scared." Understanding the feelings of the beautiful girl, he quickly turned to comfort her and said, "I promise it will be okay. Trust me." Although reluctant, she still held back her tears and nodded. In the parking garage, Lam Tan carefully watches every step he takes, while inside he keeps cursing the old Camera. Escape? The Camera has already ridden on my head and pooped. He also took out the car key and used it. As he approached it, he silently vowed, "This time I won't kill him, or wouldn't I have wasted this trip?" Suddenly, two darts shot out from somewhere, but with his experience and skill, Lam Tan tilted his head slightly and easily dodged them. I am hiding in the shadows, gradually revealing myself with two swords in hand. Lam Tan tilts his head slightly, a faint smile forming as he meets the familiar gaze. "You got here pretty quickly, so why aren't you wearing the jade pendant I gave you?" She looked a bit shy and hurriedly replied, "Why should I wear it?" "I think it suits her eye color quite well." Her expression suddenly becomes determined, and she reminds him, "Seriously, I don't know why you gave me the jade pendant." If it's just for bribery, it won't work. The Saido ninja will only take orders seriously from their employer. So it's a rental relationship? That's easy to understand then. "I am hiring all the ninjas from Sao's house. I will pay double what the Camera company pays." She angrily warned, "You are insulting our Saito family." "You think we can just cancel the contract at will and betray the client?" Lam Tan asked without hesitation. "So as long as the client dies, the contract will naturally disappear, right? I can't hold back my rage and shout, charging straight at the opponent and declaring war." In just a moment, he swiftly turned around and easily dodged the deadly weapon like a scythe of death, just inches from his skin. She couldn't help but think in surprise, he doesn't look like someone who knows martial arts, so why is he always able to evade her attacks? An idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Without hesitation, Tako immediately threw the carefully prepared grenade. For a moment stunned, he suddenly realized the opponent's plan, his face showing undeniable shock. The deafening explosion erupted before he could react, turning the car tunnel into a thick sea of smoke in just a few seconds. Lam Tan Dao scanned the surroundings, trying to find her whereabouts. Suddenly, a sense of unease swept over him, and he immediately sensed danger lurking right above his head. She swiftly locked onto her target in the blink of an eye, sitting upright on his neck with a commanding stance. Without hesitation, Tako clenched his two knives tightly and launched a fierce attack on his opponent. His face turned pale, bloodless. Just a light touch from the blade would send those eyes forever into darkness. Finally regaining his composure, he quickly raised his hand to stop her, using all his strength to protect his life. She gradually gets tired and whispers to you, "How is his strength so great?" Normally, when using this position, the attacked person would find it hardest to resist, but she's not an ordinary opponent, calmly watching you being painfully squeezed. But this attack wasn't as simple as it seemed. With both legs pinning my neck, my head would run out of blood in no time. Before I could finish that thought, Lam Tan bit down hard on my thigh. She hurriedly jumped back to defend herself, glaring at the opponent who escaped her grasp, as if feeling insulted. She angrily spat out words of love. "You bastard! How could you use such despicable tactics?" He let out a relieved breath and calmly adjusted his clothes. "She's a professional assassin, while I'm just an ordinary person. As long as I can win, even reckless fighting can be a good strategy." After saying that, she crouched down, ready to strike. Now it's my turn. Like lightning, he shot straight ahead like an arrow, his eyes blazing with pride. She was completely stunned by his swift agility. Sweat begins to pour down her face as she immediately adopts a professional defensive stance. Before she could react, she was grabbed tightly by Lam Tan and quickly forced against the back of the car. He immediately smirked, having caught her and achieved his goal. She refused to give up her counterattack, but when she tried to sneak a kick, he anticipated her move. "You still want to attack my brother?" Then suddenly, he unleashed the Doraemon headbutt technique, smashing her forehead with a painful blow. The weapon in her hand also dropped involuntarily, making a chilling clanging sound of metal. Lam Tan let out a heavy sigh and unconsciously rubbed his forehead. "It's basically taken care of now. My current third-level attribute can barely beat a ninja. My mind is more chaotic than ever. But to deal with many fighters and ninjas, I definitely can't fight them all. I need to think of a way. After a while, he lifted her graceful body, leaned against the car roof, and carefully examined the items found on her. Lam Tan, with sharp eyes, detected the hidden location of the secret weapon. Is this real medicine? How come it's hidden in the career groove? That's quite secretive. Then slowly pull down the mask and force a pill into the other person's mouth. Tell me the truth next, and then tell me everything, ninja lady. I faintly heard a hurried voice urging me to wake up. Wake up! Don't sleep anymore! I'm in a hurry! She slowly opened her eyes, still dazed from the impact just now. Huh? Suddenly realizing I was tied up and hearing the confirmation in my ear, I said I had given her the truth serum. Now is the time for interrogation. Taco, although a bit scared, still tries to respond. I admit I failed, but I was trained professionally and you won't be able to do anything. Hearing that, Lin Tan immediately became suspicious, and in a flash, he swiftly cut the rope with incredible speed, precise and decisive to an unbelievable degree. You enjoy playing with the knife in your hand. If that's the case, then tying her up is pointless. I took away the weapon and I still have to deal with the camera. She questioned me with suspicion. Hey, are you just going to let me go like this? Aren't you going to ask anything? Lam Tan suddenly became unusually serious. I have only one question. To prevent hurting her, what must I do for her to give up chasing and killing me? Meanwhile, I secretly thought that if she died, I wouldn't be able to spend money. Her heart skipped a beat, her face instantly flushed, and her eyes involuntarily filled with the image of that person. I feel shy and turn away, my chest pounding uncontrollably. Why is he so kind to me and even gave me the jade pendant? Could it be, as soon as I received the notification that the affection level increased, I quickly used my soft tactics to persuade and then turned around and left without hesitation. Wait a moment, are you going alone to find the camera like this? You look upset and turn it around. What else could it be? If I can't get any information from her, I have to ask another assassin. She immediately fell into the trap and I worryingly remind her. The camera is at the Seaside Villa number 21 in Higashiyatami Town, where 8 fighters with guns and 6 ninjas are also present. Lam Tan's wish was granted, and he couldn't hide a very detailed smile. Thanking him, she found the opponent's calmness strangely unsettling, which only made her more anxious. I'm telling you only to let you know that if you go alone, you'll be risking your life. The image of that terrifying man, Camera, unconsciously comes to mind. He is extremely treacherous. Whether it's towards his targets or his subordinates, I really want to escape. But the rules of the Star House are very strict. He gently placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, I will now discuss this in detail with the Camera. Trust my request, he will agree too. Then she smiled and whispered, just find a place and hide. The engine noise echoed in the tunnel and gradually faded away, leaving behind a small figure still watching amidst a swirl of mixed emotions. Her mind keeps recalling him at this moment. Lam Tan, why is everything he does beyond my expectations? I have never met anyone like him, and my favorability continues to rise by 20%. Suddenly, Taco's face darkened as he sensed familiar auras surrounding him, the same deadly aura as his own. The ninja suddenly appeared and reported in a serious tone that the target had escaped through the east gate of the embassy. Saitoko's mission failed, and she suspects betrayal. A cold voice from the other end of the line told her to come back. Taco's face was drained of blood, trembling all over as she heard the haunting voice that had haunted her for so long. It's gone, the ninja cautiously responds. We thought he would come here, so we set an ambush along the road, but he took a different route. By the time we found his car, he was gone. He erupts in fury, shouting into the useless radio, while the ninja from the embassy heads over there. Everyone, search for him all over. Suddenly, I remembered the important person who was tied up nearby. The camera immediately turns back. Without a second thought, he grabs Taco's head and asks, where did Lam Tan go? She tried to persuade me. I really don't know. Master, he took all my weapons and didn't tell me any of his plans. He didn't even bother to listen to the other side and directly activated the controls. Did you think I would believe that? Do you think he will let you go unharmed like that? Her whole body convulsed in a brutal electric shock, and she couldn't help but scream in pain, tearing through the space. Taco's face turned pale from exhaustion, her body trembling uncontrollably from the aftershock of the electric current passing through her. The camera grabs the chin of the person in front and threatens him. I have many effective interrogation methods, but I must ensure this perfect body has no injuries so I can sell it for a good price. She desperately stammered and begged, don't. At this moment, extremely noisy sounds came from outside the villa, and only one person was attacked, but no one knew where he had blended in from. The ninja hurriedly reports over the radio. He has killed some of our people. Using the ninja's weapon, Camera angrily orders, it has to be Lin Tan. Turn on all the headlights and the ninja team sets out. The scene outside now looks no different from a chaotic crime scene. The echoing footsteps make your blood run cold. A single lethal strike to the neck easily finishes off those trying to stand in his way. Suddenly, a beam of light from above shone down, fully revealing his position to the ninja. Once the target was spotted, he couldn't escape. They quickly rushed to approach the prey, standing right in front of them, each armed with sharp weapons and agile skills, ready for a fierce fight with the target. Without a moment's hesitation, they simultaneously launched hundreds of darts to quickly finish off the opponent, but he was no pushover, moving with the agility of the wind. gracefully dodging each weapon stabbing into the ground as if strolling through a hidden paradise. Then he charged headlong into the cliff, leaping into the open air without hesitation. The ninja immediately understood his plan and simultaneously dove into the sea, chasing after him to the very end. They hurriedly report to their master that the target has jumped into the sea and our ninja are following. The camera can't help but smile strangely, thinking that jumping into the sea might be a way to escape. These 6 ninjas are all elite from Saito. Lam-tan is definitely doomed. They quietly unleash their underwater assassination skills, frenziedly hunting him like predators chasing prey. Closing in inch by inch, the ninja clenched his dart tightly, his cold eyes fixed on the life before him. Suddenly, the target vanished right before his eyes, as if merging into the vast ocean, leaving only faint ripples behind. Lam-tan makes a reverse move, directly confronting the enemy with a face devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, he decisively strikes, giving the opponent a VIP ticket to the underworld without any mercy. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he quietly changed tactics, taking full control of the situation. The ninja sensed something was wrong and quickly signaled his teammates, "He's swimming very fast. Don't spread out. End the formation." They stared with wide eyes as Lam-tan swam effortlessly. So gently it seemed like he was strolling across the calm surface of the lake. Too fast. Is this really a speed a human can achieve? He confidently thought to himself, "On land, I really can't beat you. But underwater you can't use hidden weapons, so aren't you afraid I won't kill you?" Just when he was showing off his cool attitude, his cleanliness obsession flared up again. The waters of Japan aren't very clean, and I don't know if staying submerged in the sea for a long time causes mutations, so I have to act fast and win quickly. Thinking that, he hurriedly launched a series of rapid attacks, determined to eliminate all obstacles in the few remaining minutes. The ninja's face gradually turned purple from lack of oxygen as he struggled to breathe. Finally unable to endure and flailed wildly, kicking desperately to cling to life in the hands of death. Unfortunately, Lam-tan was not forgiving enough to spare someone who sought to take his life. He ruthlessly finished off his opponent, and in an instant, the remaining ninjas panicked and scrambled to the shore. No, this is the limit. He must not be human, swimming at high speed for 3 minutes without needing to breathe. The camera slowly moves through the villa, a bit surprised that the gunfire has stopped. It seems the plan has succeeded, and he bursts into laughter. "Haha, you're such a fool trying to handle me alone? Too bad you didn't get to see his desperate face before he died." I completely collapsed and kept praying for a miracle to happen. Suddenly, Lam-tan remembered something important and immediately took out a prepared bottle of medicine, solving the problem. "Now, it's your turn." She looked up at the large man in front of her, her lips trembling, but unable to speak out of fear. Tan Yan pinned her mouth open while the man in front of her stubbornly refused, slowly dropping each drop of the mysterious potion, constantly licking his lips to reveal his perverted nature. "Wait until I've had my fill, then I'll sell you to Thailand. As for the Sao family, as long as I say you failed your mission and Lam-tan kills you, they definitely won't care about a disposable like you." 2 tears gradually appeared on Tao's beautiful face. When Lin Tan said that, I truly believed he was the one who would change my fate. She helplessly cried silently, instinctively whispering a prayer. "Oh gods, if there is a miracle, please let it happen." He eagerly sticks out his tongue and quickly starts groping the person in front of him. "There are no gods in this world, but I can take you to heaven." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making him widen his eyes. "I can push you into hell." Ignoring the rain outside, Lam-tan calmly climbs through the window with a steady demeanor that makes others feel at ease just by looking at him. I can't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion and exclaim, "Long-tan, your likability also increases by 50% at the same time." You smile reassuringly and say, "Sorry I'm late, those ninjas are such trouble." The camera suspiciously tries to contact the subordinates via radio. How could that be? In a flash, he threw a dart that pierced the target's wrist, causing him to scream in pain. Not stopping there, Lam-tan continued to torment his opponent with a punch right to the stomach. "Sorry, your fighters are still foolishly standing on the shore watching the ninjas underwater." I can't help but feel pleased seeing him struggling on the floor. He should stay quiet and not bother others. Hundreds of questions popped into my mind. Why? No way. It's obvious that you're already dead. I just approached to untie Taco and responded, "Maybe it's because my swimming skills are good." Then she turned to gently ask the person beside her if she wanted to handle him herself. He, panic-stricken, kneeling and begging, "No, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I truly apologize. Please forgive me." Ignoring his words entirely, I decisively opened my secret weapon and prepared to act. Without hesitation, I forced the poison meant for torture into his mouth, a liquid ready to destroy both body and mind of the unfortunate. She coldly glanced at that struggling figure one last time. Killing him would be far too easy for him. This guy alone is enough to get him killed. After a while, the two quickly left by waterway. The roaring engine of the boat breaks the silence of the night, and even after traveling quite a distance, the camera's challenge still echoes on. Long-tan could only swallow hard and mutter, "This medicine is really scary." Suddenly, noticing Taco's strange behavior, he quickly asked Han with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Her face gradually turned red. The camera forced me to drink that thing. Without giving anyone a chance to react, she immediately turned and hugged me tightly. "Sorry, I can't hold it anymore." "Huh?" Lin Tan shyly suggested. "How about we go ashore and find a safe place first?" She insisted stubbornly. saying, You steer the boat, I'll do it myself, then took advantage of her flexibility to assume a daring position. You slowly take the lead in the game, always staying proactive to help the other person. Your skillful coordination naturally draws your partner in. The sound of the waves crashing like a background melody for a passionate love song in the quiet night. Lin Tan was deeply shocked when he saw the unusual expression on the face of the person in his heart. Sorry, I'm driving a bit slow. Tako's whole body seems to turn into water, and all words are wrapped in gentle trembling. Finally, she tried to speak, her eyes unconsciously shooting love sparks at the other person. Don't keep rushing like that! At this moment, the system displayed a message adding 10% to the favorability. Lin Tan secretly cheered with joy. Damn it. The sun gradually lifts the veil of night, and the lonely boat in the open sea seems to embellish a vibrant sunrise painting. Holding the beauty in his arms, he couldn't help but marvel at the scene from last night, never expecting to experience something new. Tao slowly opened his eyes after a long night, saying, The camera's broken. The contract with the master failed. I have to go back to Saito's to face the punishment. Are you really worried and advising her sincerely, saying don't do ninja work anymore, risking life and death? Isn't it better for a young girl like you to live peacefully? She was so heartbroken that tears were about to flow. I don't know what else I can do. We all became ninjas because we were orphans adopted by the Saito family and trained very strictly. Ninja is our only destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, a black card suddenly flew out, drawing attention. Lam Tan gently displayed his domineering CEO side. If you don't know what you want to do, then go find it. There is 1 billion yuan here, and you can slowly search for what you want to do and the person you want to become. From now on, live for yourself. Tears immediately streamed down Tao's cheeks. She was so moved that she couldn't help but feel grateful. Lin Tan, thank you. The quick system updates information. Taco Star's favorability has reached 90%, earning a reward of 150 million yuan, attribute points up to level 4, and choosing one of 3 skills: piano proficiency, fan dance, or cube dancing. Currently, all social media platforms in the city are broadcasting last night's hot news. Kento's camera died at his private villa, a horrifying scene so intense that it had to be encrypted. Many of his bodyguards were also killed. Initially suspected to be a ninja assassination carried out by a rival tycoon, today's international airport is more bustling than ever. Baoan strengthens the surveillance system and tightly controls import and export goods. The Kai gratefully thanks them. Fortunately, Kento's camera is dead and you all returned safely. Thank you for your contributions to China. Lam Tan politely responds, Thank you to the embassy for protecting us. The camera's situation is like bad luck meeting bad luck. You just turned away while quietly sighing for the person next to you. The matter has been settled smoothly, but it's a pity that during this rare visit to Japan, there was no time for fun or hot springs. Yu Huyen quickly consoled himself, promising to return next time for cultural exchanges. Although still nostalgic about this country, he had to put it aside for now. Alright, beneath the vast sky, Taco quietly watches the plane pass through the sky and softly smiles, promising, Lam Tan, after I finish some personal matters, I will come to China to find you because I think I've found my purpose in life. Be at the door now and hear the noisy sounds. Please be careful. These are all very valuable artifacts. Suddenly, Lam Tan saw familiar notices appear before his eyes. The system diligently works, counting down to choose one of 3 skills: proficiency in piano, proficiency in fan dancing, or proficiency in cube dancing. Only now does he suddenly remember, almost forgetting such an important matter. At that moment, I was focused on comforting Sao Taco. After thinking for a while, I decided, what are those 2 things? Just choose the piano, you can act cool. The system, as if hearing your thoughts, immediately responds to your wish. With an A-level skill and mastery of the piano selected, Lam Tan was completely stunned by the dancing notes before his eyes. That's amazing. So much piano knowledge flooding into my mind. Suddenly, a sweet voice interrupts your thoughts. Lam Tan Yahai happily steps forward with a romantic song saying, I'm here at the airport to pick you up. Surprised, isn't it? You seem a little surprised. No wonder she asked me about my flight back to China before. She's really thoughtful. The other person blushed and admitted, I remember you now. Then they boldly leaned in and kissed the cheek of the person in front, ignoring everyone around them. She took the initiative to arrange the schedule. First, I will take you out for dinner, and then we will go see the house. I chose a spacious 90 square meter apartment worth about 15 million yuan, and Lin Tan's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, buying a house. Mentioning spending money really gets you excited. How can 1.5 million be enough? If you're giving a gift, it has to be the most expensive one. She sprayed the glue and froze stiff, her whole body stiff as if caught in a trap, even secretly feeling happy, thinking that buying a house could cost a lot of money, and Lanahi's favorability now is 95%. I wonder what will happen when it reaches 100%. Too curious, but on the surface also shows clear joy. Let's go. She gently called out that the car I ordered had arrived. At that moment, Yu Xuan, who didn't know when, suddenly spoke up as she approached again. Lam Tan, where are you going? He hesitated to explain. I was with my friends. But Nish He was quicker, stepping away from the embrace. Driver, over here. Huh? Where is the person? The other side asked softly. Did your friend come in to pick you up? Surely a very close friend. Suddenly, she rushed forward and kissed his cheek, causing Lin Tan to stop mid-sentence. It's not that. She shyly expressed her feelings. This trip to Japan has been tough on you. Accepting such a big risk, he finally couldn't bear the embarrassment and ran away headlong. Let me handle the arrangement of these artifacts. You still haven't fully recovered, unconsciously touching your cheek. Hey, does this count as them kissing indirectly? Yahai sticks her head out of the car to wave and call. Lin Tan, get in the car. You look puzzled, thinking you've avoided a fierce battle. Nahai leads her beloved to a large building complex and introduces it. This is the imperial residence of Not Fam Day. She covered her mouth with her stomach, looking confused. Lamtan, hey Lamtan, don't let the girl talk much, just explain. I just asked a friend and he suggested I come here to check it out. The image of the imperial villa flashed through my mind. The boss wants to buy the most expensive and luxurious villa of mine. Long Yuan, the number one among them, suits the status of the boss best. Still, Nyahai felt uneasy, but I heard that the cheapest villa here costs at least 100 million. Ha Man stepped forward and smiled as she greeted them. Hello, sir and miss. How can I assist you two? Make the boss-like attitude clear. I want to see the Long Uyen number 1 apartment. Honestly, I wasn't that happy inside, thinking badly of the customers, especially since they were just live streamers here to film videos. Forget it, just hand them over to my colleagues. But I still have to put on a fake smile. Yes, sir. This is the sales staff for Long Uyen number 1. Please wait a moment. You can first look at the design brochure of Long Uyen number 1. She looked at the price list and almost fainted. Lam Tan, is the 300 million for Long Uyen number 1 really too expensive? Little did she know that, to Lam Tan, this was just a small matter. Nhahai, this is your first room. I don't want to do it half-heartedly. If I give a gift, it has to be the most valuable one. His handsome smile and sweet words make Nhahai blush and feel flustered, smoothly increasing her affection level by 3%, now at 98%. She shyly hugs him, making him so happy he almost goes crazy. Haha, I'm so powerful, I just gained money and boosted my favorability. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from somewhere as Kim Fu, hand in hand with his elegant mistress, strutted into the hall, pretending to be sweet-talking. Today, I'll take you to see how luxurious Long Uyen number 1 is. The book lover's eyes sparkle like stars. Mr. Kim is so skilled. Do you want to buy that apartment? He took that opportunity to reveal his sinister intentions. Not necessarily. If it can make him satisfied, buying it is just a matter of a moment. Kim Fu quickly noticed the appearance of the male lead. Your brother also bought a villa? Lam Tan responded with a friendly smile. Yeah, hey. Nyahai suddenly pulled his arm to interrupt. Oh my god, Lam Tan, look at this balcony and swimming pool. Even though it's expensive, it really is very beautiful. Her words were overheard by Kim Fu, who deliberately mocked her.
What a coincidence. You also have your eye on Long Uyen number 1? Nagatho still doesn't understand and keeps lamenting, but you also came for Long Uyen number 1, so it's really a coincidence.
Only she is serious. Sorry both of you, we have decided to buy Long Uyen number 1. You two can go directly to Long Uyen number 2 or 3 to check. He is daring to challenge anyone. Really? My young brother, I didn't expect you to already be a billionaire. If that's the case, then of course we have to succeed for the person. What do you think? Is that right? Even the fake letters support this. Of course, we also want to buy, but let's just consider it as a friendship reward. While Nhahi was admiring the real estate models, Lam Tan needed to address a common problem people face. Hello, may I ask where the restroom is? The guide immediately said, turn right here. Whatever needed to be done is finally finished, and he slowly washed away the bacteria on his hands. At this moment, Kim Fu opened the door with a mischievous look, and now that only the two of them were in the space, he led with a rambling opening. Little brother, you've already ridden the horse and gotten off, right? Then they both lit their cigarettes and enjoyed the intense smoky flavor in their mouths. Continuing the previous topic when mentioning Nahai, the girl you're dating is really sharp-tongued. I don't think you can control her. Lam Tan still doesn't understand his true intention, so he directly asked what he meant. I didn't quite understand, but right after that, Kim Fu confidently evaluated himself and boasted in front of Tu Bon Chan Chin. I mean, you're acting like a spoiled rich kid too, fake. I'm worried about how you'll end up later. Looking at my older brother here, isn't it true that the nouveau riche is just a perfect performance? Maybe it's this flashy appearance or even his presentation that leaves you stunned. Kim Fu kept going without stopping, even slinging an arm around your neck as if the two of you were close. Little brother, I have a knack for you, so let me teach you some tricks for free. Come and see my Porter key and Lamborghini key now. Lam Tan raised an eyebrow and questioned. Huh? Are these the keys to a supercar? His naive honesty gave him a hearty laugh. The key? My ass. Ha ha ha. These are just prop lighters I usually use to show off. It's up to you. My sister outside was only easily persuaded because she values my Lamborghini key. Then he started inspecting you from head to toe. Bro, your outfit can't fool anyone. The second-generation rich must dress like the second-generation rich, instantly revealing you're a newcomer, and then there's a long advertisement that looks just like a pyramid scheme run by Kim Fu. Not earlier. I've already established my image successfully. You still have a lot to learn, little brother. Coincidentally, I have a 30-day crash course for 998,
and later I will coordinate so you have an excuse not to buy the villa. Meanwhile, let's return to the two girls, Thujia and Nahi, quietly observing the scene.
Like Kim Fu, Thujia is also one of the first to start a conversation with a seemingly sharp gaze. Her bag is a very good fake. Unfortunately, her misunderstanding targeted the wrong person and made Nahi furrow her brow in annoyance. What I have is genuine, bought from Het's store. However, she didn't care about this attitude and even teased her. Little sister, don't be mistaken, I'm not your enemy. Our goal is the same. But you're still too young and can't read people. What goal do I have? The fake declares it as if it's true, pretending to be a young lady from high society to impress the wealthy. She looked confused and blurted out, but she couldn't stop her from speaking faster. So what? You can't tell, right? That was a show-off scene just as flashy as her boyfriend. My level is very high. This genuine Chanel bag worth $120,000 was bought by him. Yahai didn't know how to react. She's still rambling about this. Unfortunately, her wealthy boyfriend is fake. And then, the fake letter arrived so enthusiastically that he patted Nahi on the shoulder as if they were close sisters.
But it's okay. I will help you expose his true face later so you can conveniently get rid of him.
Apart from some small talk, she doesn't know anything else. Thank you for your concern, sister. I think Lam Tan is very kind. She ignores these comments and even enthusiastically introduces herself. Later, I will introduce you to the group of wealthy young ladies. Inside, you can buy designer bags and everything else, guaranteed to help you enter the upper class. Yahai simply ignored it and expressed her feelings to her boyfriend as he just left. Lam Tan, the more I see Long Nguyen number 1, the more I like her. Hello, I want to buy Long Nguyen number 1, which made him gasp. Huh? Don't you want to go see it first? But Lam Tan was determined and asked to complete the procedures for me right away. The staff immediately responded. Yes, I will take care of it for you right away. Here it is, wait and see, little brother. I will help you solve this problem. At the same time, the imposter is thinking the same. Here it is, just wait and see, little sister. I will help expose this fake rich kid. Lam Tan confidently swiped the card in one go, successfully spending 300 million. Finished, he tilted his chin and pointed at Nahi, saying, write down the name of this young lady. She was so happy and excited, her eyes shining like stars. The 300 million mansion is ours with Lam Tan, and the other 3 fans are stunned into stone. What? Lam Tan and Nahi confidently follow the servant, who calmly gestures and says, please this way, I will drive you to Long Nguyen 1. Kim Fu and the fake letter can only rely on each other and cry. Is the clown actually himself? Soon after, the couple arrived at the huge mansion with countless stunning views. The waiter calmly handed back the belongings. Mr. Lam, here is your key. From now on, you are the owner of Long Yen number 1. You also reached out your hand to take it. All right, thank you. The automatic door of the villa opens and the old king, unaware, stands there dozing. Lam Tan walks by, accidentally making a noise which immediately startles him awake. A water bubble bursts from his nose and he reflexively runs out, wielding a baton to block the way. Someone who is not authorized is not allowed to enter Long Yen Villa number 1. You were about to threaten a few more words, but before you could, you got kicked and lost your composure. I hit him. Soon after, the old king's figure was gone, replaced by the emperor with a dignified gesture, brushing his hands off. Luckily, I arrived just in time. I knew this would happen. Both of them entered easily, and he even stood outside to wish them well. I won't bother the boss and the lady anymore, as they enjoy their new home. Wishing you both a happy life. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a luxurious gold-themed design and a full staff of male and female servants waiting in place, not to mention a giant wine cellar filled with all kinds and brands. There's also a luxurious swimming pool outside that's just as fancy as those in 5-star resorts, and a dedicated dim sum room that made Naha exclaim in admiration. Oh my god. So luxurious. Lam Tan takes a walk around admiring everything, a satisfied smile on his face. With such a large bathroom, 10 people could bathe here, and next to it is a steam room. Water from the shower suddenly flows down, and he instinctively turns back to check the situation.
Anyone who sees Nahi soaked all over like a wet rat, accidentally touching the button to open her thin soaked dress would be even more captivated, making Lam Tan blush all over. Just go ahead and take a hot shower. Don't catch a cold. He turned to leave, but she grabbed his shirt to stop him.
I'll go buy you a new set of clothes. The other person shyly snuggled into your arms like a little rabbit. Don't go. This villa is so big. I'm a little scared to be here alone. And as expected, soon only scattered clothes on the ground and rising steam remained, as their physical interaction and chemical reactions quickly erupted. Their eyes meet, sparks flying with passion. Lam Tan suddenly revs the engine, lifts Nahi up, and then they move their intense battle to the bathtub. Lost in a haze of love, she was so captivated she lost all awareness of herself. Lam Tan, I love you very much. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. Affection level increased by 2%. A series of changes appeared. Congratulations to the host! You have achieved a mastery level of 100%. From now on, she will devote herself to the host, spending 300 million and receiving 30 million in cash, with all attributes increased by 1 level, and the option to choose a skill not lower than the skill of making your eyes shine like sparks of counterattack. Successful.
Lam Tan couldn't help but feel delighted, smiling triumphantly as if she had struck gold, meaning that even if she knew she was flirting with another girl, she wouldn't be jealous.
I'm busy right now. I'll choose the skill later when I have time. The dream is about to come true. Before I can even celebrate, my beloved Nahi rushes over and hugs me tightly. Lamton. As time passed, the next day arrived at an apartment, and Tron lazily woke up to greet the sunlight. As she opened her eyes to welcome the new day, the Luo Thung suddenly appeared, startling her. Nyahai, where did you go last night? The other person didn't bother explaining and tiredly crawled into bed. I'm exhausted. Check out my friend's circle. So Natron didn't hold on anymore and quickly grabbed his phone to eavesdrop. On Nyahi's social media, there are sweet photos with double meanings. Words of love in her words, sunlight on her face, love in her mind and beside her, and she suddenly realizes who it is, her eyebrows furrowing immediately. His brother is Lam Ton. Nyahai lies on the bed, yawning and sighing, feeling exhausted. In this world, besides Lam Ton, do I look at anyone else? And by the way, that villa was bought for me by him. It's our house. Nyat Trun didn't bother to believe a word, and even said harshly, Don't blame us for meddling. You have no emotional foundation. Lam Tan might just be playing around, so don't get too involved. But she just calmly argued back so smoothly. Thank you for the reminder. But my love for Lam Tan is so deep that you can't understand it. Even if other women throw themselves at him, I won't be jealous. Because Lam Tan knows I will always be by his side, Nahi's confidence makes the other person so furious they want to vomit blood. She left already. Before I could reply, she turned her back and ignored me. Last night, Lam Tan tortured me until I was trembling all over. I support you to keep holding on to Lam Tan if you can. He finally managed to worry and plan his strategy for the guy. Let the arrogant bitch be. My previous plan wasn't perfect enough. But this time, Lam Tan will definitely realize that I and these despicable women are completely different. Time quickly flew by, and a few days later, the ringing of the phone was so loud that even in Vietnam it could be heard. Yet Lam Tan still slept soundly, unaware of the world around him. What is this? The first thing I saw early this morning was a flood of birthday messages trying to get through. Lana, hi, my love. Let's go out today.
Lunyat Tron, happy birthday. Can we meet? Wishing a happy birthday to the prince and princess of the VMJiang group.
Tuang Tik Ngin and Lam Tan. Happy birthday. Only then did he realize, and tears welled up with emotion. I even forgot my own birthday. I've never had a girl wish me a happy birthday before. Lam Tan quickly replied to the message. Thank you. I'm very touched, but I already have plans with my roommate. We're going out to eat today, so maybe next time. Then I immediately threw my phone away without even looking, joking around, while dealing with so many female students in one day. I wish I could just die. I'm not some kind of time management ambassador or anything. Just after I got out of bed and sat up, I was surprised to see my friends, classmates, and Zhou Dong already there, waving at me. Lam Tan, today is your birthday, and tonight we're inviting you to dinner. You didn't hesitate to agree right away. So I won't be polite either. Suddenly, everyone looked at each other and smiled mysteriously. Soon after, Lam Tan appeared in front of a magnificent building. He was a bit surprised and scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if those three kids had invited him to dine in such a luxurious hotel. But then they quickly changed into their usual pajamas. The three of Chao Dong were sitting on the third floor, where I had dined here once with Nguyen Bao. Only after arriving did he take out his phone to check in, snap a notification for them, then send the photo to the group and excitedly tell his friends. I've reached the third floor restaurant door. Everyone come over. Suddenly Nin Ha appears out of nowhere to cause trouble. Why are you secretly taking photos of me? Delete the photo immediately. Sorry about that. Lam Tan was momentarily panicked and hurriedly explained himself. Huh? I didn't secretly take photos of you. Nin Ha still shamelessly acts innocent. Any man who secretly takes photos always says the same thing. After mocking, she pointed directly at Lam Tan and threatened him. Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't delete it before I count to 3, I'll report it to the police. The bitter voice drew the curiosity of the crowd, and Ning Ha grew even more arrogant. Really troublesome. I just happen to look a bit more attractive, and there are perverted men secretly taking photos everywhere I go. You get angry and take out your phone to prove it. I didn't secretly take photos of you. The new message just appeared clearly on the screen. My money has already arrived at the restaurant entrance. Has everyone arrived yet? Lam Tan pressed close to her face, mocking. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. The people around can only stifle their laughter. At the same time, Naha Hai stepped forward to wave. Lam Tan has arrived. You hear the voice of your beloved and immediately turn around. In Ha Hai. She reluctantly took her boyfriend's hand and flirted without paying attention to her surroundings. Let's go, Lam Tan. Lam Tan also unfortunately followed along. Only Nin Ha was left stunned and embarrassed. Oh. Not to mention, the guests there also added their own judgments. This guy's girlfriend is so beautiful. Yeah, with a girlfriend this pretty, how could he secretly take pictures of someone who's had plastic surgery? Ugly people like to show off. She frowned and swallowed the bitter pill in her heart. A bunch of fools. Where do I not compare to that fake beauty? I'm this pretty and I don't take pictures. This guy is really lacking. Lam Tan then realized something was wrong. Why is she here? Where are Chao Dong and the others? You didn't hesitate to reveal all your plans. Today is his birthday, and they wanted to celebrate with him, so they asked for their help. After hearing this, he quietly wondered how those three could come to such a high-end restaurant. Even though Nahi kept chattering, when I told them, they agreed very quickly. No wonder they are your close friends. The image of Ngochi appears with a frightened expression. Son, your dads can only help you up to this point. You don't need to go home tonight, you understand? As she was lost in thought, she pulled out a luxurious watch box. Lamton happily celebrated his birthday, and he immediately brightened up, smiling nonstop. Thanks. Your attitude of turning around even more suddenly than Hai's driving away. But maybe a fight isn't the best idea. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly called Lamton's name. Nyat Trun suddenly appears holding a luxurious gift box. Happy birthday. Her sudden appearance surprises the couple. Lu Nyat Trun, why are you here? Nyat Trun coquettishly approaches Lam Tan. Lam Tan, this is Vo Sak's leather belt. I think this belt suits your aura better. Before he could say a word, Nahi hurriedly rushed forward to argue. This belt only costs 50,000, right? That's too cheap. This watch costs 200,000. She keeps mocking everyone. Lam Tan gave her so many gifts, and she only bought a watch worth 200,000? Even though my leather belt is cheap, it's all I have. But everyone fell silent after your words. Give it back. I don't want your gifts. The cheapest ones with the thick face only make you more delusional. He still told me to return the belt. Tam Lon, having just heard that I spent all my money to buy it, immediately made such a caring decision. Lam Tan really does love me. At the same time, the system shows a 3% increase in favorability. Liu Yichang's affection level is 94%. Lam Tan is sweating profusely, his mind filled with question marks. Hey, what's wrong with this woman? I didn't even receive a gift, but my affection level is going up. Nyat Trun suddenly rushed forward and hugged the other person tightly. Lam Tan, I really like you more and more. When the beauty interacts with you, you immediately fall for her and can only stammer. When Miss Nhahai sees her crossing the line into B level, she quickly shows her respect. What are you doing? Let him go. All three of them kept making a fuss in the restaurant, causing everyone to feel embarrassed. Seeing that you are still hesitating, Nyat Trun decides to go all out. Lam Tan, you don't need to say anything. I understand. She just opened the box and invited me in. Inside was full of adult toys, just like you understand me. I still remember the bunny girl outfit you wanted to play with earlier. Lam Tan just saw it hit the mark and couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Nyahai, blushing, questions her opponent. Why are Liu Yi and Shang so shameless? And she basically has a face thicker than the road, so she admitted right away. So what? Isn't that what true love should be like? The two little Niaokyu are fighting like cats and dogs, and I have to sit in the middle and take the hit. But in Lin Ha's eyes, he unintentionally becomes a scoundrel. Oh my god, something happened that words cannot describe. These two beauties are fighting over his affection. This useless man can't possibly deserve such love and care. Suddenly she stood up sharply and asked her to go to the bathroom together. Now she's not afraid of anyone's father or son, so she immediately agreed. Alright, she's eavesdropping and just in time to seize the opportunity. After a while, the women's restroom door is closed. Inside, Nyahai got straight to the point, insisting that Lam Tan's attitude was clear, and if he kept throwing a tantrum and refusing to leave, it wouldn't end well. She immediately retorted, her face showing a triumphant expression. Don't you see that Lam Tan has been moved? I'm telling you, you're the one who should step away for a bit. Just as things were reaching a climax, suddenly Lin Ha shouted loudly, Stop arguing, everyone. She is just humiliating you in front of both of them. Girls, stay calm. That man is clearly a scammer, poor and long-winded. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Who are you? He's not worthy of you at all. I really have no words. She continued to rant, not caring about the other person's question. You are all high-quality girls. The boys who want to pursue you have to line up in a long queue. Why fight over that low-quality name? I would really appreciate it. G helps G, but in response to that enthusiasm, the two little proud girls show their true feelings. Then they continue their lively argument. I say one sentence, she responds with two, neither willing to give in. I remember someone once said that even if Lin Tan had another woman, he wouldn't be jealous. Why did he change his mind as soon as he turned around? If it's someone he likes, I have no problem with it. But what if it's someone he really hates? Lin Ha reached up to her jaw, almost touching the ground. I've been ignored. Outside, Lam Tan hurriedly turned his car around. They would just argue endlessly if they met, so what's the point of eating together? Let's get out of here, let's get out of here. As I was busy thinking, a voice suddenly rang out. Lam Tan instinctively turned his head back. Ha and Gu Huyen quietly asked in a low voice, Why are you here? He scratched his head and honestly answered, At first I had a date with you in the same room, but those three bastards stood me up. After hearing this, Gu Huyen quickly seized the opportunity, and our family is also eating here. Maybe it's fate. Suddenly, she rushed forward, took the other person's hand firmly, and cheerfully announced, That's right, Lin Tan. I've arranged all the artworks. A solo exhibition will be held in 2 days. The promotion and everything else has been arranged. You smile and give a compliment. Then that's perfect. It really is 49 before 53 arrives. Lin Ha once again saw you holding hands with another beauty. She stormed in, pulling her hair and shouting loudly, This is a huge deal that can't be put into words. This girl is even more beautiful than the previous two. Why are all these beauties surrounding him? My father's son must expose him. After a while, the two of them arrived at the dining hall. Lamtan couldn't help but wonder why she was having dinner with her family and suddenly went downstairs. Ngu Huyen just gave a brief reply. I went downstairs to pick up a friend. Seeing the other person being vague, he couldn't help but be curious and kept asking whether her friend was male or female. At that attitude, Ngu Huyen burst out laughing. She's a woman, I've known her for many years. A moment later, she softly exclaimed, Oh, they're here. Tik Nien caught your eye as a stunning beauty in a tight red dress with a fiery figure, excitedly calling out to her friend Huyen Huyen. What do you think, sir? It's been a while, Sao Hua chuckled softly. So who would go out of their way to pick us up? This little girl Ngu Huyen really talks a lot. She turned to introduce Lin Tan. Tik Nguyen, this is the person I always talk about with you, but when did you slip away? Where is everyone? Lin Ha quickly grabbed him with her phone, holding his face. Wow, this guy is fast. I think I already caught everything. You're definitely dead. Father Nam Lam Tan, meanwhile, is on the run and worried sick about the love triangle. This world is so small that Han Gu Huyen and Tong Tichnyi are actually good friends. Although they haven't confirmed anything with me, there's nothing to feel guilty about. But thinking about it, if they argued right after meeting like La Na He and Liu Yijian, and while I haven't figured out what to do, my eyes suddenly fell on the piano performer on stage. So it's better to find a place to hide. Lam Tan was happier than finding gold. Wasn't this just a coincidence? You sneak over and pretend to act out a scene. Hey buddy, it's time for a shift change. The director told me to come. La Sam was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Change the subject. Before he could react, I casually stole his uniform. I forgot to bring my clothes, so I borrowed your suit to wear for a bit. I'll return it to you later. Fearing that he would be exposed, he resorted to the power of money. Meanwhile, the director said that even if he worked less than a day, he would still be paid for a full day's salary. Really? Well then, I'll take my leave, brother. After fulfilling my wish, I couldn't help but praise myself. This way, no one will notice me. I'll just play a little, fool around to get past this. I'm really clever. A second later, your fingers glide over each key. The melodious sound like honey pouring into the ears quickly fills the room. Suddenly, Lin Tan felt something strange within himself and was filled with curiosity. In the next moment, he seemed to become a different person, playing better and better. The diners around also stopped because of the music, all focusing their attention on him. Lam Tan follows each note with his performance, his handsome face smiling, making everyone captivated. Lin Ha hesitated for a moment, while Yu Huan, hearing the familiar melody, turned her head toward the musician. This song is Golden Hall. Lam Tan's hands gently glide over the keys, creating a melody that is both soulful and intense. In that moment, you and the music became one. The crowd enjoyed it while nodding along. I'm recalling my happiest memories with my boyfriend. What song is this? It sounds so good, and it just happens that they are here too. Yahai widened her eyes in surprise. It's Lam Tan, and the crowd continues to surge forward. I'm crying now, but it's not a sad melody. It's so magical, like being in a flower garden with bright sunlight shining. Yet there's a touch of sadness. Very quickly, the two beauties were captivated by the sound of the piano, and Natron kept admiring it non-stop. This song is so beautiful, Lam Tan even knows how to play the piano. During the climax of the chorus, Lam Tan makes the whole room feel like a fairyland. Music is no longer just an echo, but has become a language through which he expresses his feelings. Hi. The two of them blush and look at each other with affectionate eyes, while Natron and Ha-He are no better, their mouths opening in surprise. Everyone begins to fall into their own dreams. Ru Yuan softly when gently held by him, while Lin Tan unexpectedly brings an entire wedding hall into the scene. I want to marry you. Yahai is dreaming of a beach with the waves crashing softly. I can't imagine a life without you. Suddenly, a mysterious whispering sound echoes from somewhere. She is daydreaming with Lam Tan racing across the lush green fields. I can't forget that you are behind me. All four beauties take turns praising him, and I feel so lucky to be one of his women. His alluring image is like a treasure chest. Every time, he surprises me with something new. I want him so much. I want him so badly. I only want him. With wealth, beauty, humility, and responsibility, this man is truly outstanding. I feel completely unworthy of him. The system immediately displayed a notification, with all three of them increasing their affection levels to 74, 87, and 99% respectively. Suddenly, Long Tan felt a sudden itch. What the hell is going on? Did I just step into the flow of the universe? As the music ended, everyone clapped in applause. The crowd gathered around eagerly, almost like a private fan signing session for him. Are you handsome? You're so impressive. I feel like crying just listening. What's your name? I am a level 9 piano artist, but compared to you, I am nothing. How did you practice? I want to marry you. I've never heard a piano performance this good. Lam Tan just smiled apologetically. The filming is over, and now he has to figure out how to clean up the aftermath without drawing more attention. As I gaze into the distance, I realize they are all watching me with admiration. And suddenly my mind is thrown into chaos. I've been discovered, and my piano piece has even earned me some affection. Even Liu Yichang is just 1% away from mastering the rebellious technique. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Suddenly, Lu Non appeared and dispersed the crowd. Everyone immediately lined up neatly to make way for Li Didi. Someone recognized him and quickly shouted, "This is the famous piano master VM Jiang, Li Dixtik." He lowered his glasses and sweet-talked the talent to come over to his side. The person who just played the Golden Her is a talented individual worth nurturing. If they join my team, I guarantee in 1 year. But a second later, Li Di rushed forward, wanting to pop his eyeballs out when he realized Lam Tan had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? Outside, he successfully escaped and silently thanked his savior in his heart. Phew! Luckily, a piano ambassador appeared and diverted everyone's attention. Let's sneak away, thank you, sir. The piano prince doesn't know his name. As for Lin Ha, after hearing this, her attitude suddenly changed completely and she broke down crying, longing. My piano prince, I loved him so much. When will I be able to see him again? Sob! I was running and looking back to check the situation. Surely they won't chase me out here, right? Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him stop. Watch out! A motorcycle suddenly sped toward Lam Tan, almost crashing into him. Luckily, he reacted just in time to avoid serious injury, but the rider lost control and fell to the ground, hitting him. He quickly approached to ask, "Are you okay?" So it's Nao Dong. She cried out in pain with each breath, and the two of them spoke at the same time upon meeting. It's him! It's her! Lam Tan looked at the other person's appearance and seemed very worried. Can you stand up now? Gao Dong recounted his situation and kindly gave instructions. My leg is trapped. Please help me lift the motorcycle a little. It's just that this motorcycle is very heavy. When he lifted it, he had to turn the handlebars to one side and keep it close to the body of the bike, then hold the rear firmly. Before he could finish speaking, Lam Tan had already calmly supported the bike with one hand and lifted it up. She was stunned, eyes wide open, stammering as she questioned him. How did you do that? This car weighs about 170 kilograms. I guess it's because I have relatively strong strength. Haha. A moment later, your gaze falls on Ngao Dong's bleeding thigh. Hey, you're injured. But you're just waving it off like it's nothing? It's okay. This small wound is something I often get. I even broke a bone last time. After all, it's my profession. Hearing that, you could only smile awkwardly. Are you that reckless? Is it easy for Lady Feng Tran to work? Since I happen to meet you here, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for the boat that time. Since then, I haven't been able to contact you. That's right, I want to return the cruise ship you gave me. Actually, I am. But before I could finish my sentence, Lam Tan ran away in a panic. That money can be used to support mountain children or those in difficult circumstances. No need to thank me, I am Loi Fong alive. Liao Dong could only call after him in desperation as Lam Tan ran until he was exhausted, his face covered in sweat, clearly working himself to the point of breaking. If your sister is in such a terrible state, don't pretend to be strong anymore. Just get out of here quickly. Remember what Ngao Dong said earlier. How did you do that? This weighs 170 kilograms. Lam Tan felt a bit proud, raising his hand to flex and show off his strength. But what does his current level 5 strength even mean? That's quite strange. We should check out the model room tomorrow. The next day at the gym, Lam Tan casually walked past the modern workout equipment while they struggled to run on the treadmill until they were soaked in sweat. You hesitated for a moment, inwardly marveling at how so many people are already working out early in the morning. That's quite impressive. His gaze suddenly became inappropriate as it landed on someone's backside. Oh, that buttocks! Suddenly someone approached to talk to him. Very beautiful, right? Wei Long crossed his arms, looking understanding. I can help you pursue her. Long Tan nervously denied immediately. Huh? No, I was just looking a little, but he still wouldn't let go. Haha, everyone is a man. No need to pretend, don't worry. I'm not asking you to go ass sweet for her, right now. The guy is taking the opportunity to improve himself because your current situation makes it impossible to ask. Girls who go to the gym definitely don't like the weakest guys who have to be like me, then take the opportunity to attract the other side. The good news is, I am the gold badge trainer for Jim Wei Ning Wei Long's class. I can create a training plan for you. Training 3 wins will give you muscles. Just 8,000 yuan. Lin Tun quickly waved his hand to refuse. No need, thank you. Wei Long still kept following, trying to persuade him. Don't refuse so quickly. I can give you 2 free trial sessions first, and you can decide after trying them out. No need, I'm just here to use the machines. Seeing no results, he quickly turned and walked away. Fine. I still have a class I haven't told you about. Think carefully, you can always come find me later. Are you secretly mocking the other person inside? Too poor to afford private lessons and still coming to the weakling gym, he stood in front of a weightlifting machine, scratching his head and pondering endlessly. How do you use this? Just then, Lap Bang happened to pass by, and I daringly asked, do you know how to operate this machine? She bent down and enthusiastically explained, this is called an inverse machine. You need to sit here. The pedals on both sides are to control the control switch. After hearing that, the guest politely responded, oh, I see. Thank you, ma'am. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, revealing that a woman's beauty has value, activating the counterattack mission. All the information about the person in front of him appeared clearly before his eyes. D-Lock Bang, 24 years old, 167 centimeters tall, weighing 49 kilograms. The current affinity level with the host is 0%. If it exceeds 90%, 10% of the spent gold will be refunded. If it exceeds 100%, the identity and relationship with the host will change. After reading this, Lin Tan couldn't help but marvel. This system is impressive. You can even tell if someone is wearing a mask and a hat. Does this have the ability to see through? It confidently and arrogantly replied, as long as you're close enough, I can even tell if the other person has altered their appearance. Back to the machine, Lin Tan kept adding weights. Then let's try the heaviest one first. She turns away in disappointment, showing no more interest inside. As expected, still a newcomer. For 600 kilograms, there's no concept of it. But she has no idea that he's frantically lifting weights behind her. After a while, Lok Bang entered Nwai Long's class. The coach greeted her good morning. You're here. Warm up first. She quickly took off her hat and mask, revealing her pure and beautiful face like early winter snow. He stood behind, praising, she's really beautiful. Putting on a hat and mask, are they some kind of artist? No, they are a squad executing their move quickly. Nwai Long watched from behind and gave some instructions. Not bad. Keep lowering it a bit more. He, unaware of the rules, rushes forward to get close to the opponent. Yes, the butt needs to go a bit deeper. Do you feel the muscles here are strong enough now? The more they practice, the more their movements become a bit strange. He smiled contentedly. Relax a little more. I'm stretching your tendons now. Lok Bang immediately felt something was off and loudly questioned, Coach, are these moves a bit too much? Wei Long is more shameless than the street, and he keeps arguing stubbornly. What do you mean? I'm just focusing on helping you warm up. Are you suspecting that I am taking advantage of you? She said firmly, requesting, if the next training sessions are like this, please change to another set. I am not comfortable with physical contact with others. He outwardly pretends to be humble and says, let me change to a different training plan for you. But inside, he is planning to retaliate against the opponent. It seems he can't let her suffer even a little. A second later, Lok Bang was forced to train wildly, from push-ups to leg switches, but he still shouted loudly, making her jump for a minute, then switch directions for another minute, urging her to do another set quickly. In no time, her whole body was exhausted and sweating profusely. Lok Bang still had a bit of reason left to question him. Isn't this intensity a bit too much? Shouldn't we do this gradually? Wei Long raised his voice, trying to justify himself, saying, you paid for my class. I have a responsibility to you if there are no results. Not only your money is wasted, but also my reputation as Coach Kim Bai is damaged. The trainer takes the opportunity to provoke her, saying, you have to endure hardship in bodybuilding training. You can't do this and that. So how can I help you? Even though she was exhausted to the point of fainting, Lok Bang still stubbornly pushed herself to finish the training session, not saying a word and continuing to go on. The next second, she threw herself into intense practice again, constantly encouraging herself internally. It's just a little tiredness, nothing more. Having endured 2 years of being frozen out by the company, I finally managed to get a role in an online film, so I had to get my best body ready to perform. Wei Long just stood there smugly, twisting his body, unable to keep going. This move is so exhausting even for female trainers. Just admit your mistake and accept my first training plan. Isn't that enough? His perverted gaze scanned her sweaty body, and inside, he started plotting something sinister. It's been a year since I last saw a female student with such high quality like this. Little lamb, come onto my plate now. But before he could make a move, the opponent had already fainted and collapsed to the ground. Wei Long immediately panicked. Huh? Is this girl not strong enough anymore? Wei Long hurriedly approached and shook Lap Bang's shoulder. Hey! Lam Tan happened to pass by, and upon seeing her, he was extremely surprised. Oh, so she's the woman I was just forced to end my system attack against? He immediately rushed into the gym to ask, what's wrong with her? He saw someone intervene and shouted, this is a private gym, get out of here. Ignoring his words, he approached to check her pulse and complained, you've already fainted, what the hell do you need a gym for? Lam Tan hadn't even had time to do anything else when Wei Long pushed him aside and took matters into his own hands. Step back, I'll perform CPR on her. He scowled at the big-headed guy in front of him and shouted angrily, noticing her heart beating very fast and that she was still breathing. The people in the gym had already gathered around, and seeing the unfavorable situation, he reluctantly gave up his plan. Suddenly, Lok Bang, who was gasping for breath, convulsed violently, her whole body trembling. He saw her like that and was so flustered he didn't know what to do. What the hell is going on with her? It's just movement. The onlookers quickly shouted, call an ambulance. Lin Tan hurriedly ran over to hold her shoulders, sweating with worry. The fastest ambulance would still take at least 15 minutes, so it might be too late. I want to choose a skill. Following the call, a mechanical voice and the system interface appeared. Because the host has reached 100% affection, they can choose any skill from level S to C. Do you want to start browsing the skill library? Without hesitation, you grit your teeth and demand, give me a skill now that can save her. The system immediately responded with a clear chime, selecting a master of traditional Chinese medicine. As the notification ended, all medical knowledge flooded into his mind. With all this overwhelming information, Lam Tan covered his face, struggling to accept it all. My head hurts. There's too much knowledge. After a moment of hardship, he opened his eyes fiercely and stared directly at Lok Bang. Every vein in her body was clearly visible. He immediately diagnosed the illness. The yang energy was not rising. The qi was stuck below, there was not enough blood, and the divine spirit was deprived of nourishment.
Without wasting any more time, he quickly pressed on the 3 acupoints. Bak Jiang Luke, Quan Nguyen Luke, and Noi Quan Luke on her body.
A girl standing nearby looks confused and asks what is happening, and the person next to her explains that he seems to be acupressuring. He is trying to save that girl. Hearing that, she became even more suspicious. Could it really be? He's so young and doesn't seem to have traditional Chinese medicine experience. He wouldn't make a mistake, right? As time passes, Lokbang gradually regains consciousness and softly calls out. Seeing everyone's surprised, bewildered, and stunned reactions, Lam Tan gently supported her. You can't lie down right now. I'll help you sit against the wall. The crowd quickly gathered around praising him as a hero, a young expert who saved a student having a seizure, sure to make the news. He hurriedly smiled and waved his hands to politely disperse them, saying, please don't crowd around here. Now, she needs to rest somewhere with good ventilation. Lokbang, after being helped to sit against the wall, weakly asked, was it you who saved me? Thank you. The system notification suddenly appeared, increasing Thai Lokbang's affinity by 15%. Lam Tan kept showing concern for the other person. His heartbeat was very fast, which was the main reason for fainting. Did you do something intense just now? She nodded slightly and replied yes. The trainer said that moving like that is what makes it effective. Hearing that, he showed his dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth as he questioned. The physical condition of the trainee matches the level of mental activity. As a trainer, you should know better. Did you intentionally or carelessly make her do intense exercise beyond her limits? Viewers are buzzing with excitement over the hot drama. Isn't Wei Long supposed to be a top trainer? Why did you make such a mistake even now? You were just about to do CPR earlier. He doesn't even understand basic medical knowledge. How could he be a trainer? The gossip makes Wei Long uncomfortable, and he curses silently. Are you daring to question my expertise? I have a level fitness trainer certification. What certification do you have?
He shouted loudly, not giving Lam Tan a chance to reply.
You have nothing at all, right? I think you're just a traditional Chinese medicine doctor with limited knowledge. She fainted because of her illness. She'll wake up on her own. And you're still bragging about fried fish while playing with a cat? Lokbang, seeing it wasn't worth arguing, stopped him and glared at the guy. Don't fight with this kind of person. I'll go to the reception desk to cancel the class and demand a refund immediately. Seeing the two people try to brush off and leave, Wei Long pointed and shouted loudly to stop them. Do you think you can leave casually after tarnishing my reputation? He sneered and puffed out his chest. I want to challenge you to a fight. Only then can I restore my reputation. You can refuse, and don't think about coming to the gym again in the future. Hearing this, Lam Tan agreed without hesitation. I accept this challenge, secretly feeling happy to have my wish granted. Coming to this gym doesn't matter much to me. I just find it boring and have no reason to fight him. Then the group moved to the fighting ring. While Lokbang was worried about his benefactor, he remained confident and sure of an easy victory. The surrounding audience was densely packed and very lively, quickly heating up the atmosphere. Sakuta stands below, laughing sarcastically. That skinny dog dares to challenge Ngui Long. He's really desperate. Ngui Long is not just an ordinary coach. Kahan, standing nearby, wondered, does Coach Ngui Long have another identity? He recalls Ngui Long's unrivaled dominance and marvels. Ngui Long has won the Underground Boxing Championship in Vientiane 3 times, and even after retiring and becoming a coach for 2 years, he continues to train tirelessly. His only purpose is to kill with his fists. Out of courtesy, Wei Long asked, do you need to wear boxing gloves? Lam Tan calmly replied, I don't need it. I don't have the habit of wearing that. His answer only made the guy below even more smug. You skinny dog, you're dead for sure. The battle begins, and Ngui Long strikes first. He swiftly executed the invisible foot technique to evade the incoming attack. When in range, he swung a powerful punch straight at your face. Lam Tan's reflexes are not to be underestimated. He quickly dodged his head to the side, feeling extremely surprised inside. Too fast, the movement of the kite is large and far, making it relatively easy to avoid. This punch is for close-range attack, with small and quick movements that are almost impossible to dodge without real agility. He doesn't give you a second to breathe, immediately throwing a hook that is blocked. Lam Tan frowned. This guy is definitely not an ordinary fitness trainer. Wei Long smugly looked up at him, sneering as he said each word. Goodbye. Hearing those 3 words from him, you were on the defensive but suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly stepped back. Wei Long attacked relentlessly like a storm, forcing Lam Tan into a defensive stance where he could only retreat. Sokka and Ka Han cheer for his side, eagerly watching each punch with triumphant smiles. Neutral spectators are horrified, mouths agape at the violent scene. Oh my god, Lokbang saw you cornered and thought you were defeated, so she shouted in worry. No, but after his series of attacks, you still stand firm with your hands red and sore. He punched so much his hands were smoking. Seeing you like that, he was stunned and exclaimed, how is that possible? Now it's Lam Tan's turn to counterattack, using Ngui Long's technique to strike back. Thanks for teaching me boxing, I've gained a lot. The relentless punches left him unable to react, breaking his face and knocking out his teeth as he fell backward. When he finished his uppercut, he was knocked out and collapsed unconscious on the mat. The people on his side were stunned, their eyes changing color. What? The viewers here are excited to see Lam Tan not only unharmed, but also taking down the hated guy. He won. You smile contentedly, rubbing your wrist as Lock Bang gazes in amazement. Wow! While one side sighed in frustration and took Nui Long to the hospital, it turned out that the ambulance just now was called to save that girl. Now that it's effective, she hurriedly pulled him away. I have something I want to discuss with you. The two of you go back to the quiet, private training room, and she immediately speaks, leaving you puzzled. I have a request to discuss with you that's not too fair, but I hope you'll consider it. With that, Lock Bang took out her phone and looked at Lin Tan urgently. I am sending you 60,000 yuan, including the fee and a bravery bonus as per regulations. Due to the sensitive nature of this matter, I don't want it to be reported or spread by the media. Her face showed clear anxiety. I know this amount isn't much, but it's all the money I've saved. I just hope you can keep this secret. She was deeply worried that feigning would become negative news and affect the upcoming online release of the film. Now, I can't afford any risks. I just hope he takes the money and stays silent, afraid he'll refuse and leak to the press. Seeing the opportunity, Lam Tan didn't hesitate to accept. After the phone notification confirmed the 6,000 yuan had been received, he smiled and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, "Don't worry, I will keep your secret after accepting your money." Bing was extremely grateful to the person in front of him, bowing his head respectfully once again to thank him. As soon as the words finished, a system message appeared saying the affinity increased by 5%. Meanwhile, Tuyet Nya was using a sweet tone to bid farewell to viewers after the live stream, just like a popular online influencer. Turn it off. Thanks guys for the tips.
Love you guys. Bye-bye.
As soon as she finished her work, she suddenly changed her attitude 180 degrees, sighing in disappointment and frustration. Lam Tan didn't come today either. Even just saying hello would be fine if not giving a gift. As she spoke, she started daydreaming about Lam Tan and blushed. A business person who invests surely expects a return. Lam Tan has spent so much on me and hasn't asked for anything in return. Tweet Nya's stepmother is angry and starts to imagine things wildly. Could it be that he wants me to take the initiative and offer myself? All boys are just my ATMs. I don't bother to chase after him. She says one thing and does another, throwing her dignity aside to happily call him. Hello, Lam Tan. Next week I'll come to your place to shoot a short film in Vientiane. Will you meet me? A week later, as promised, he dressed neatly and arrived at the Vientiane studio. A sweet voice suddenly rang out. Lam Tan. Out of nowhere, Tuyet Nya rushed over smiling and threw herself into Lam Tan's arms. Do you miss me? The boy didn't miss the chance and immediately flattered the girl. Of course I remember. Seeing you makes me as happy as seeing money. If you bring this in, you can go inside any time. Just as you're done, the director's voice calls out, "All right, let's start filming." She smiled in response and then left while he was still curious, admiring the card. That's all. The Snow Girl film seems to be a sweet genre, opening with a beautiful woman with a pure heart waking up in the morning. Did you wake up? She whispers softly. With a man's hand caressing her face, she reveals a seductive fox-like charm that captivates anyone who looks at her. Seeing the shot is steady with a slight mistake, the director quickly calls for a change. Okay, change costumes. While the makeup artist discreetly retouches her face, she smiles triumphantly. The scenes with my boyfriend have attracted many viewers. With over 1 million likes, he's definitely been enchanted. But no, my dear. She turned to see Lam Tan's cold expression and was stunned with her mouth agape. Huh? What kind of expression is that? Tweet Nya sobbed and reached out to the distant figure of him leaving, her heart roaring like thunder. Wait, I look so charming, but he doesn't even bother to look.
Yet somehow her feminine nature makes her interpret his single expression as if it were a whole romance novel. Maybe he doesn't like her acting like this in front of everyone, so he's angry and trying to monopolize her, which is just too much and annoying.
Along with her thoughts, the system displayed a notification. The affinity increased by 3%. Tra Tra's current affinity is 88%. Lam Tan Dang, who still knows nothing, wanders around looking bored, feeling like there's no chance to use any money, as he passes through each corner with lively scenes from different eras unfolding before him, making him can't help but marvel. But this filming location is so spacious, it's really fun, like traveling through time. Suddenly, Dao Lam called out loudly, drawing your attention. Hey, are you wearing a shirt? Yes, it's you. He looked at the ID and thought Lam Tan was just an extra, so he asked him to be my stand-in male actor for 100 yuan a day. You wave your hand to refuse. Oh, no need. But he still didn't give up. Maybe that's for the best. Today just happens to be a day when we need someone, so you lucky get an extra 250 portions of rice. Usually, you don't get such good treatment. At this point, he also no longer refused to join their fight. Oh, I see. He secretly thought that the rice could also be an experience in acting. Lam Tan followed Lam Dao to the film set inside the enclosed area with a wooden floor. He looked up at the actor dressed as a swordsman from ancient times and couldn't help but think, wow, I can feel it now. Fighting in a tavern reminds me of my favorite martial hero. Suddenly, a scream interrupted his thoughts. Instinctively turning towards the sound, a moan came from the crowd. It hurt so much he quickly pushed through and suddenly saw Hamai shouting at the crew to call an ambulance. What are the props team doing? Knowing that a malfunction with the props is very dangerous, Aya angrily looked at the actor. and there was indeed a 2 millimeter long wooden crack on the wooden sword, thinking it was just a tiny thorn like a toothpick. Yet, Notfam's expression looked like he was about to die. Seeing this, everyone else couldn't help but laugh awkwardly at the exaggeration. Only Ha Mai kept shouting loudly, "This is a serious neglect of duty. Can I sue your prop team until you're left without underwear? If something goes wrong, are you prepared to take responsibility?" He just knows how to step back and let it go. I know. On this side, Lam Dao brings Lam Tun in front of Not Pham. I smile and introduce, "Brother Not Pham, I found a stunt actor for the remaining action scenes for you." He acted like he was still a kid, scowled, and gave a half-hearted reply before ordering someone to pick the thorn. Fine. Hurry up with this crazy task. I'm going to die from the pain." Meanwhile, he hurriedly pulled your hand and brought you here to change clothes. You probably understand the rules of the industry by now, right?
Don't talk nonsense. We'll sign the confidentiality agreement later. As he was being dragged away, Lam Tan's gaze accidentally caught the graceful figure of the familiar girl, and she also noticed his presence.
You were surprised but didn't have time to do anything. Just the two of you staring at each other intently. It was her. Not being dragged away anymore, you slowly nodded. So, she's an actress. No wonder she didn't want to be in the news over things like this. Okay, I'll just pretend I don't know she's an actress. And she just glanced over subtly. Long silently thanks her. Luckily, he didn't mistake her for someone else. Now he can focus on filming this movie. Every word full of the dark capitalist's conspiracy haunted her mind. Lak Bang was so decisive. I have high hopes for you. Let's sign the agreement and I'll arrange everything immediately. You can only hope luck is on your side, but the lead actor, Vo Nyat Pham, is a popular idol with a troubled star image, problematic, and now acting. Just hope it doesn't affect the quality of the film. After changing into his costume and coming out, Lam Tan's handsome appearance made the female staff there exclaim, "Wow, so handsome with this look he could play the lead role. Not inferior to those popular young stars." Nyat Pham saw this and looked at him with a displeased expression before starting the scene, skillfully drawing his sword and rushing forward as in the script. Every step and every sword swing was precise and full of chivalrous spirit. The director happily shouted, "Cut!" "Very good. One take is enough." The actors surrounding Lam Tan praised him. "By the way, little brother, when you draw your sword, you even make the sound of the sword. Did you practice that before? You just scratch your head and smile awkwardly." The director here is laughing heartily. "Not bad. You have talent and good movements. I have a stunt role in an action movie that could give you a chance. This role is highly competitive, so you need to put in your best effort." Lam Dao paced back and forth, calling and flattering the nobleman. "Thanks to the director for the guidance. Let's go quickly. The stunt double role pays 500 yuan a day. I had to carefully select this person, just hoping the director is satisfied." Lak Bang observed everything, blushing and admiring, not only healing herself, but also a professional action actor, very skilled, helping to speed up the filming process slowed down by Vo Nyat Pham. Fenilay's shouts echoing, Nyat Pham, feeling bitter, decides to leave without staying and suggests going to say hello to Fan. The foolish Fango crowd surrounds the protective barrier, screaming at the top of their lungs as he steps out. "Brother Nyat Pham, I love you so much." "Look at this, Nyat Pham, he's coming." Their faces are so happy like they're in heaven, holding up signs and saying all kinds of sweet words. "Nyat Pham, Nyat Pham, Nyat Pham, so handsome." Seeing the idol walking around, they reached out to warmly greet him. "Wow, Nyat Pham in traditional costume looks so handsome, I really like him." Nyat Pham waves and winks at the camera. Everyone obediently moved aside, but the cheers continued nonstop. Lost in him, this 10,000 yuan was truly worth it. "Sister Kwai Veen, you're amazing. I have a small privilege, take lots of photos, edit them carefully, and when the new song is released, all fans must log into the Super App daily, buy 10 albums, and consume the big name products to support him." Hong Woo nodded in agreement, and Sister Potato was assured that I used this month's salary to buy all the albums, even borrowing tens of thousands of yuan. Ni New stands nearby, gently suggesting, "Miss Potato, his birthday is coming up soon, so we need to prepare the right gift, right?" She immediately bites the board and scores. "All right, tell the older fans to donate at least $1 million and I'll handle the shopping." The crowd immediately cheered in agreement. "We trust you, Miss Potato. You will definitely make his birthday perfect. When she shows off her talent, if others have it, our brother must have it too. We can't let him be at a disadvantage." The set is busy preparing costumes for the actors. Vo Duke checks his watch and calls out loudly, as the main character returns from elsewhere to meet his fiancée before hurriedly leaving. Kin Hua Twing Wit Act 33 Scene 1. Lak Bang enters her mind. Wang Lei looked at Nyat Pham with a longing gaze, and when she realized he was the one she had been yearning for, she smiled brightly like warm sunshine. She approached, carefully touching her husband's body, her voice trembling. "I thought I would never see you again." While Lak Bang expressed the long-standing longing of the wife for her husband, each word touching her husband's heart, Nyat Pham stood there expressionless like a mannequin. Lam Tan just stood there in awe, marveling at how she could act this well in front of a wooden man. Truly impressive. Mindless fans wouldn't think that way. They still praise him like a god. Nyat Pham's gaze made me feel so heartbroken. "He's such a good actor," I cried. "Are you so stunned that you froze? Does he have acting skills? Where is this? Only fans can see it, right?" He still keeps a stiff expression, stroking Lockbang's face, even speaking so incoherently that she stares blankly. A guy who hasn't seen her looks very exhausted. Voduk saw that and immediately called cut before running over to question her. Why does Lockbang's face suddenly look so downcast? It makes her stammer as she tries to explain. Oh, sorry, I thought you would call cut because he said the wrong line. He doesn't care who is right or wrong, and he shouted directly at her. Am I the director or are you the director? Only when I say cut do we cut. Then he suddenly changed his attitude 180 degrees, patted Not Pham on the shoulder and whispered, That Not Pham? The line of dialogue is that Tu Tui is not a good person. The guy blames her. Huh? That's why I don't want to film historical dramas. Why is everything complicated with strange words I can't remember? What does Tu Tui even mean? Duck patiently explained that Tu Tui is someone who worries and feels distressed about something, which makes him look unkempt. The guy pouted and said sarcastically, Isn't that just being tired and looking bad? Tu and Tra Tui, can this screenwriter write or not? If not, then don't bother writing. Nyat Phom's blunt and unreasonable words leave the crew speechless and exhausted, while the brainless ones just follow along. That's right. The trashy script team has no right to write a script for my Not Phom. Voduk could only bow his head and beg. That's right. The trashy script team has no right to write the script for my Not Phom. Seeing that, he quickly changed the subject. I remember the next scene is the one where he hugs Tio Bong, right? Then it's settled. The director slams the board down and loudly announces, Kin Hua Tuing Wheat Scene 33, Take 3. Lockbang, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Not Phom's arms. Why does she have to leave so quickly? I don't want you to leave. The scoundrel smirked with malicious intent, looked down, then seized the opportunity to scare her, causing her to jump and step back. She frowned in distress, pushing his hand away as he lost his temper, and Voduk shouted out in anger, Cut it out! Bang, what are you doing? Are your hand cramping? Lockbang feels wronged but dares not accuse because she knows she has no support, only bowing her head and turning a blind eye. He apologizes to the director once again.
He immediately scowled and shouted loudly, I want you to know I'm not in a good mood right now. Don't cause me trouble again.
The little girl replied, apologizing. The crowd outside still couldn't tell right from wrong, shouting as if they were deeply wronged. Oh my god, all of Not Phom's efforts have gone to waste. Hong and Go immediately blamed Lockbang for everything. He performed very hard because Lee Lockbang kept ruining the scenes. Isn't she banned for 2 years? Why is she playing the female lead now? They quickly followed suit. Surely there's a dirty deal behind this. We need to post this news to ruin her reputation and support our guy. Lin Tan listened carefully, sneered with hidden meaning, thinking that Thai Lockbang must be very wealthy as an actress and couldn't use gold to rehearse. But now it seems she has many troubles and probably used money somewhere. Not Pham sensed the wind and pretended to turn away, then sighed. Wow, I thought The Lockbang was dedicated to her craft, but she avoids even simple scenes. How am I supposed to film? Her historical dialogue is so long. Can we just cut the scene? Knowing I was weak, she reluctantly stepped forward and bowed her head to apologize. It's my fault, Not Pham. I'm not professional enough. I also know these lines are hard to memorize, and the costumes are thick and hot, making filming difficult, but he openly stares straight at my chest, mocking again. But I can feel his gaze, so I nervously look away, keep trying to persuade myself, but his fans are silently supporting him, creating the best results to give to the fans, which is the purest love for fan. Seeing her humble, Not Phom twisted the conversation to mock her. Yes, I have millions of fans, and they all think of me, worry about me being tired, so I should rest more. With all her effort, how many fans does she have? She didn't expect this remark from him to suddenly make her freeze in shock.
Then he mockingly pointed at Lamton, causing Voduk to panic. But it's not impossible. Just let this person perform for me since he's so professional, isn't he?
He couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Don't joke anymore, Not Pham. Just endure a little. Ha Mai immediately stepped in front and spoke firmly. Director, please keep your distance and do not disturb Not Phom's rest. Seeing that the situation was unstable, he broke out in a sweat and tried to hold on. But Lockbang, with her head bowed and face darkened, was trembling with fear. It's over. The deal is done. At this moment, he stepped forward like a hero, breaking the tense atmosphere. Are you trying to be the male lead? I'm here. Get out of here. Lam Dao immediately ran over and pulled Lam Tan away. Stop talking nonsense. Just go. You're provoking him. What's wrong? Wasn't it Vonyat Pham who said I could? Just now, he let me be the main character. I didn't hear him wrong, right? He can't take it anymore and storms off in anger. Where did this fool come from? Get out of here. You won't be needed anymore. But Not Pham stops him. Wait a moment. Luang Nguyen looks full of challenge. That's right. I told you to be the male lead. Voduk was stunned by these words. Nyet Pham, this is not according to the rules, and yet you still accept it calmly. Give me the script. I will memorize the lines. He heard that and laughed with contempt. Ha ha ha, learning from the prince. Do you really think you're the main character? Just turn your head there and count. That's all he wants. Nyet Pham, this script is valuable in every way. Giving it to passersby is a waste. If the investors find out, it will be hard to explain. His fear only makes him laugh. Pointing behind him, who says wasting the script is a bad thing? Do you think I'm stupid? I really let him turn and look at the fans over there.
Voduk looked towards the crowd and the scene made him panic. The fan group saw a tiny fan idolizing someone, all of them exuding murderous intent.
Kwai stared wide-eyed, continuously snapping photos, grinding his teeth in disbelief that someone so low would dare to humiliate himself in front of his brother. Nucky quickly supported him, taking a frontal shot of his hilarious expression as the male lead, then posted it in the group to loudly shout in anger, demanding everyone to deal with him, who was disturbing and spray painting his house. Nyatpham sneered triumphantly as he saw everything in his grasp, much to Voduk's disbelief. On this side, the kind-hearted gang was helping Lamtan. This is my script. It also includes the main character's lines. Just read it and understand the plot. He replied softly, "Oh, thank you." He looks down on psychological tricks, hitting her pain points, and when he actually shows the script to the stand-in, Lak Bang is stunned. She's just an 18th tier actress, frozen by the company for 2 years. Don't think that landing the female lead role opposite Vo Nyatpham makes her truly famous. This statement made you reflect, frozen for 2 years, but immediately surprised by her script. The details are too much. Everything about her understanding, transformation, emotions, and diction have all been marked. He looked at Lak Bang's radiant appearance, full of enthusiasm. In this place, she was the only one truly eager to perform well in this film. It's exploding now. I will perform well with her. Then you loudly shout, "Director, action!" And your attitude makes Voduk respond with a sharper edge. So, huh? Are you the director or am I the director? The clapperboard slams down and the scene begins. Lak Bang sweetly speaks. "This is the peace talisman I went to the Kwan Em temple to ask for a few days ago for her." Lamtan looked up at the sky, clutching the small object with longing. "The sunset has fallen. I must go now." His focused expression surprised her. He remembered his lines, but the first sentence was nothing unusual. "Don't let this ruin the scene." She returns to her original state, sadly watching his figure fade away, and recites a poem. Fa Huang Han is startled by the royal soul, but if the soul is not dispersed, the spirit will not fade. Tan lets the past fade away. The wind blows her hair, and the sad scene follows her. Lamtan couldn't bear to leave. He held Lak Bang tightly as she mourned, then gently stroked her face, continuing Zhang Do's poem. The tragic story of Chuang Nan, Kim Xuan, and Huang Ko is heartbreakingly divided. The wife's feelings of separation from her husband could no longer be contained, tears streaming down her face as she choked with emotion. They shared a gentle kiss, full of longing and deep love. In front of the stunning scenery and perfect beauty, Nyatpham's female fans are burning with passion and can't help blushing and getting lost in it. Kwai Vian stammers in admiration. "Wow, it's just too beautiful." Lam Dao looked around confusedly. "Does this script have a kissing scene?" Voduk frowned and stroked his chin, saying, "No, there's no such scene, but once the emotions are there, a kiss scene would be very smooth." The staff whispered and gossiped, making him even more annoyed. Compared to others, Vo Nyatpham's acting isn't really worth watching. "Oh, don't talk nonsense." He gritted his teeth and forced himself to clap, words biting out of his mouth. "Dai 2 memorized very well, but there's no kissing scene in the script." His resentment boiled over as he started nitpicking, now suspecting you deliberately used filming as an excuse to harass the female lead. Lamtan still calmly asked again, "Huh? So you're saying you didn't kiss?" Your attitude made Nyatpham so angry he cursed. Does she not understand human language? Meanwhile, Lak Bang touches her red lips, feeling shy. "I was so immersed just now that I didn't realize I had already kissed you." After calming down, she ran over to you with a gentle smile. "That last scene was really great. Thank you for cooperating with me. I've gained a new understanding of this scene. You really responded naturally." "Me too. It's the first time I've felt the excitement of filming." That statement surprised her. "What? I thought you were a professional actor." As soon as I finished speaking, the system display appeared. Thai Lak Bang's affection level increases by 12%. Seeing that neither of them paid attention to him, Nyatpham, feeling embarrassed, shouted out, "Lak Bang, you mean to say that acting with me feels nothing, right? You intentionally praised someone else to belittle me, didn't you? My least favorite type of person is someone with a weird personality." Bang was confused by this comment and waved her hands frantically. "You misunderstood. I didn't mean that." The person backing him up orders confidently, "The replacement can leave now." "And then, director, I want to change the female lead." Each word uttered left her stunned, her mind plunging into an endless abyss. "Sorry, was that quick? Maybe you often insult others? I can't hear any genuine apology in that." Voduk also joined in humiliating her. Henry was banned from the industry for 2 years. "Stop pretending and learn how to be a decent person first." Each word hit her like a thunderbolt, filling her with overwhelming fear. "No, I signed a contract with the company. You can't change me at will." He immediately froze in place upon hearing that. "Sorry, I am the one with the highest authority here, and I can change whoever I want." The contract he mentioned appears in her mind, causing her to stagger back. Moreover, she also understood this contract, a 100 million contract, to be paid back gradually over her lifetime. Lamtan quickly ran over to catch her collapsing body, then carefully turned to glare at Voduk, annoyed, and said in a harsh tone, "Does fake money really make real money disappear?" Nyatpham looked at him with contempt and sneered, "Scoundrel, it's real money." Haha, only fools think money is unnecessary. Do you really believe you're a good actor? You're just a useless substitute. Ha Mai also sarcastically said, do you need the entertainment industry? It's money. Someone like you without money will only be a passerby for life. What's wrong with this society? How dare you insult our top star behind his back without knowing the law? Call the police and put him in jail. Thinking of Nu, he still calmly pressed his phone. This guy hasn't committed any crime, right? While Hong Ngo was getting angry and saying this is a crime, let's go to the police station to pressure them and definitely put this guy in jail, Lam Tan calmly and coldly replied, I'm done pretending I'm not a background actor. I've lost my role, I'm not broke, and I'll handle Sheila Bang's contract myself. After hearing that, everyone burst into laughter, pointing sarcastically, ha ha, a background actor claims to have 100 million. Are you still acting?
Do you want me to slap you a few times to wake you up? You're too hasty now. He's in a rush.
Ha ha ha. Assistant to Director Fo, quickly get the scanner out for him to scan. Ha ha ha. You still calmly take out your black card and swipe it once. The machine beeps. Lin transfers 100 million. The once noisy atmosphere suddenly falls silent. The petty villains froze in shock, speechless, as now it was Lam Tan's turn, confidently waving his black card. No matter how many times I hear this sound, it still feels so satisfying. This situation makes me want to read a poem. According to his mocking words, the smug faces just now looked stunned and unbelievable, with dogs barking nonstop on both sides. The fan women also looked grim and open-mouthed like starving ghosts, suddenly silencing everyone with a poem or something. Then he turned to Lock Bang to comfort her, saying, it's okay now. I don't know when she started crying uncontrollably, but it was tears of happiness, not sadness. Vo Duck grimaced and relayed, I've called President Ngim, the Lock Bang. From now on, you are no longer involved with Tian Huang Entertainment, you are a contracted artist. Other entertainment companies also won't sign a contract with her. Lam Tan still paid no attention, only caring about the girl's mood. Are you okay? Nyat Pham Thanh, pushed to the limit, started slandering without evidence. So, the Lac Bang, it turns out you're hooking up with the young master, while the others used 100 million to buy a body for you. Really clever tactics. You must have worked hard in bed, huh? Even the brainless fan group has regained their momentum to join in the insults. Is that how it is? How dirty your money is, it's just as disgusting. Having a lot of money doesn't prove purity. You bastards, stay away from our big brother. He's still young, promising, and pure. Post it online. The Lac Bang and the wealthy person broke the unspoken rules of the contract. Even after being freed, Ling Ma's words still made Bang panic, covering her ears and sitting down in fear. No, it's not. It's not. Lin Tan calmly glanced at the crowd, sneering with contempt that left them stunned. Thanks to that anonymous fan for the reminder. Then he took out his phone and rejoined the VMGA Prince and Princess chat group. He turned on the voice recorder and sent a voice message saying, everyone, I want information on the top martial artist to see how clean he is. If there's solid evidence, money is no object. While Fang's group looked confused and tried to deny the truth, Hong Ngo was terrified and guilty. What is he doing? It seems like he's calling on everyone. Someone like him with money can have many connections. So what if he does? Nyet Pham is so pure that no matter how they try, they won't find any blackmail material. That's right.
Lam Tan vẫn bình thản cho phản hồi từ nhóm người. Phản hồi từ ông chủ công ty Diện Anh vui vẻ khiến cậu hài lòng và sẵn sàng trả giá.
After everything settled, he naturally sat down on the chair, waiting while everyone looked on with confused concern. What is he doing after finishing his call? Are you showing off your power? Meanwhile, Lock Bang quietly approaches and whispers gratefully, thank you for paying the contract fee for me. I will find a way to repay you. Suddenly, Kwai Vian's phone rings with a notification that breaks the tense atmosphere, and everyone immediately checks the newsfeed. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, Lam Tan begins to speak, delving into a deep monologue. It's here, the breaking news banner, the trending story dominating the top of the charts, causing a huge sensation in the entertainment industry. The hot search news includes a video of Nhat Pham and Hong Ngo in the nude. His ego is huge, bear with it a bit. He stares intently at the phone, eyes bloodshot with fear. Kwai Vian refused to accept the truth and shouted, it can't be real. I don't believe it, suddenly Min Yu spoke up to attract everyone's attention. Wait a minute, the tattoo on this girl's neck isn't Hong Wu caught sneaking around, being beaten and torn apart by Fang. It really is her, but since when? What kind of bastard are you? What right do you have to be with Not Pham? I will tear you apart and scream in madness. Oh no, let me go. Suddenly, Potato Ball stopped them, looking stunned and incredulous. Wait a minute, someone has taken photos of us going to the hotel. The headline is about Fan Vo being the top of her class, with the female lead involved in a scandal going viral, and someone panicked shouting, what? Who did this? After watching carefully for a while, she pointed directly at me and shouted, this person in the video is her. She immediately exploded in popularity, drawing the fans' attention. This avatar girl has fans who support Lu Han. She is a Lu Han fan. She is the worst spy spreading bad rumors. Sisters, don't forgive her. She won't back down either. Wait a minute. I found even more shocking news. Your fan club leaders. She has swallowed almost all the idol support money and even the charity funds in his name, which are also her black money. Kwai Vian's lies were exposed, and she immediately fell into a weak position, trying to justify herself. She's just talking nonsense, and even if she gives a little gift, what's the big deal? These celebrities never even open our presents, they just toss them aside. If that's the case, earning some money as a fee is nothing wrong, but so far, all the apologies are just excuses. Fans group angrily shouted, "Give us back our money." Lam Ton Than calmly watched the internal conflict unfold, smiling triumphantly. Wow, this is even more intense than a movie. Over here, it's chaos and fighting everywhere. The single armchair was knocked over with a strong force and fell to the ground. Nyat Phum, exposed and terrified, ran away, shouting in his heart, "I can't let this happen. I must escape quickly. Get on the plane to Canada first." He was stopped by the police before he could take a few more steps, and they sternly ordered him to come with them to the station. Then they grabbed Han Mai too and took her along. She was also an accomplice who went with them. He still tried to justify himself, saying those videos were fake. "Someone used AI to frame me. I am innocent." Voduk saw everything falling apart, clutching his face and crying silently. Nam was gone, and the woman had also left. How was this movie made? Lam Tan's calm, handsome appearance turns into a psychological nightmare for them. Who is he really? Just a phone call, and even top idol stars are crushed by him like ants. Money spent on women is fine, but money into the company is not. You still ask softly.
That's right. Don't forget to pay the acting fee. And no skipping the meal money. After it's done, he turned to smile and patted Lock Bang on the shoulder, saying, "Let's go. The show is over."
Even though she was exonerated, her eyes still carried a sad look, and she whispered back, "Yes, it's over. Everything has ended." Lam Ton, seeing her expression, suddenly realized that this girl is someone addicted to acting. Thinking this, he knelt down in front of her, softly comforting her as she sobbed. "You know, someone with dreams and real strength like you, if breaking the contract means you can't film, then this society is too unfair." Your words touched Lock Bang's heart, tears welling up in her eyes. "I have a great idea for spending money. Rich people spending on women is no longer a question. You generously suggested, I will invest in opening and film company for you. So how about you start your own production team?" This statement seemed to save her, and the sadness on her face was replaced with happiness. The Vientiane City Film Studio is vast and majestic with ancient walls. The two of them leave the set together for a walk. She hesitated and asked, "Do you really want to invest in me to start a film company?" "But I am just Long Tan," he replied with a bright smile to encourage her. "Xiaobing, you have to believe in yourself." He pointed to his facial features and said, "Confidence beyond the sky. My eye judgment is not wrong. You have great potential." Lock Bang recalled his cool previous image. Indeed, bad money makes real money disappear, just as her vivid imagination suggested. She immediately envisioned a domineering CEO novel. "I see now. You are the mysterious, powerful figure in the entertainment industry aiming to change this field." In Lam Tan-chi-Beach's mind, her confusing words kept ringing. Damn it, does this girl's brain have a big hole? But on the surface, she still has to pretend to be delicate, so she goes along with it. That's right, it's time for the Chinese entertainment industry to develop. Hearing this, Lock Bang was filled with enthusiasm and joyfully said, "Thank you, I will definitely make the best and most famous movie. 100 million will be returned to you as soon as possible." Hearing this, he immediately took out his phone and said, "Give her 500 million first, whatever big film company it is, open that amount for me." She shyly changed the subject. "I still don't know your name." Lam Tan also politely replied, "I am Lam Tan." Immediately, she became bolder. "Give me your contact information now." "Lam Tan, let's add WeChat." "Sure," the girl suggested. You quickly nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Yes." Tweet Nya happened to pass by and was stunned speechless when she saw the close interaction between the two. She also saw her approaching happily and greeted her warmly. "Wow, what a coincidence. Have you finished the short video you were filming?" she asked cautiously. "Lam Tan, this beautiful girl is Lock Bang, who kindly introduces herself." "Hello, I am Thai Lock Bang." She asked Lam Tan with her mouth, but eyes him suspiciously. "Lam Tan, is this your friend?" She still smiled and replied, "Lam Tan and I just met." Hearing that, Tuet Nya immediately stepped in, holding his arm and speaking into his face. "Is that so? Lam Tan is really a good person. At that time, I had known him for less than an hour. He already bought me a 30 million sports car. That statement made you sigh because of a woman's heart." Who asked her? Lao Bing saw this and understood, so he left without forgetting to turn back and say goodbye. "So I'll go ahead first. I'll prepare the contract and plan the 500 million investment day." The huge amount of money, several times more than mine, leaves her stunned. 500 million yuan, she and Lam Tan haven't known each other for long, so why did he invest 500 million for her and then stop her from leaving so quickly? "It's already past 5 o'clock, so let's go eat together." Lam Tan also added, "Let's go together, it's on me." Lack Bang saw how enthusiastic they were, but still felt a bit hesitant. This is really embarrassing. What's there to be embarrassed about when Tuit Nya is pushing her way in with such sarcasm? Having a meal with an investor isn't that unusual, is it? Or are you suggesting that something is inconvenient for Lock Bang here? Is 50 million for a meal not prestigious enough? Lock Bang blushed with embarrassment and could only keep denying. No, let's have dinner together then. Sorry, I didn't think it through. This meal is on me. Tweet Nya, watching this scene beside her, looks delighted, secretly cursing nonstop in her heart. Investment cooperation, planning a scheme, huh? Where did this shameless servant come from? If you want to scam Lam Tan out of money, first pass my spiritual eyes. Not long after, they arrived at a luxurious mansion. Inside, a sumptuous feast was laid out before the three of them. Lac Bang was still rambling on about the past. I was truly desperate back then. But luckily, I met Lam Tan. Tweet Nya on the opposite side didn't really care and was just focused on looking up information about the other person on her phone. This name, Thi Lac Bang, sounds a bit familiar. To find out her background, she might be a minor actress or something like that. The top news gradually appeared, and she was amazed by it. Huh? She's trending, and Vo Nyat Pham is acting like that. After thinking for a while, she glanced at the person opposite her, beginning to evaluate. She graduated from the Film and Television Acting Academy. At graduation, many entertainment companies wanted to sign her, but she chose to sign with Tianhuang Entertainment to rely on her talent. Seeing Lac Bang happily with Lam Tan, Tuet Nya couldn't help but feel a bit admiration. With her beauty, good background, and high academic achievement, now that she's on the hot search, her path to stardom is certain. She couldn't help but compare herself, and the gap made her mood even more gloomy, realizing she's just a somewhat famous female streamer. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the prominent thing on the phone screen. Her finger couldn't resist the curiosity and tapped on it. Wow! There's also a video with a huge number of views under the trending searches. The video just opened, showing a passionate kiss between Lac Bang and Lam Tan clearly, leaving Shui Na in shock and instinctively glancing at the other two. Why is it like this? Just met and already bringing others to film a kissing scene. This intense feeling of threat suddenly made her more alert and changed her perspective on the other person. This girl is indeed not simple. She secretly plotted to use Lam Tan to help her become famous, and these thoughts kept flooding her mind, making her so tense that she clenched her skirt tightly. No, I can't keep going like this. If I keep holding on to Lam Tan, he'll be taken away sooner or later. Not long after, their last meal came to an end, and they personally saw Lac Bang off. You see there's nothing else, so you leave quickly. See you later. She grabbed him before he could turn away. Wait. Then let's settle this payment in installments. I want to pay now. I've already decided in my heart that if I like someone, I should confess directly. You immediately understood the hidden meaning behind the words, your cheeks unconsciously flushing with a hint of anticipation. Tuet Nya, seeing that the other person didn't refuse, happily grabbed your hand and pulled you along. I booked the room. Let's go live stream there. This surprised Lam Tan, so he had to ask again. And about the payment plan, why is there a live stream too? Hearing that, she quickly took the chance to tease him. Is that really worth live streaming? Soon, the private room was lit up, and her voice echoed clearly. Mr. Lam Tan, you sit here. You relax completely on the chair, looking at Tuet Nya in front of you with a bit of curiosity. How should I play this? She probably started the live stream soon after. Tuet Nya sat in front of the screen and began interacting with the viewers. Hello everyone. The comments keep appearing continuously. I finally waited for you. My wife Cha-Cha has finally appeared. Then followed a series of jokes about sensitive topics. She paid no attention to them and began to express the feelings she had been holding inside to Lam Tan. I have something very important to tell you. The time we've been together has really been very short. At first, I never thought I would like you because I never believed in love. And Tuet Nya honestly expressed her feelings. It wasn't until recently that I realized my heart has been filled with your image for some time now. You didn't miss a single word and my heart started to tremble. Is she confessing to me? She really knows how to talk and even strikes a seductive pose. So that might be a bit awkward, huh? Luckily, humans don't have tails, or else every time we're with you, we wouldn't be able to resist wagging ours. This hot scene only makes you more excited, your eyes shining like two headlights. I never thought confessing could be so intense, it's really you. Then, seeming to remember something, Lam Tan softly asked with the lowest volume, do you worry about losing fans if you confess in front of Fan? Tuet Nya, with a seductive look that captivates thousands, gently places her finger on her lips to signal silence. Oops, don't tell them. The viewers watching on screen have already started to explode. Who is Cha-Cha confessing to? It's me, Cha-Cha's mysterious boyfriend. You only realize when you come here, your eyes wide with surprise. Oh, so fans are also part of her game. Fans are starting to lose patience and keep urging her on. Well then, go ahead. Tonight I want to die in this boyfriend's perspective. Keep going. This suits her even more, so she just goes along with it. Fine. She quickly grabbed the phone in front of her and leaned in toward Lam Tan, saying this is her first kiss. Her alluring figure was fully displayed, making the fans even more excited. You're also a first-timer. From this angle, I'm doomed. Cha-Cha's first kiss belongs to me. Everyone, I really enjoy watching this. In reality, she didn't hesitate to give him a passionate kiss, and their faces blushed as a result. One passionate encounter still isn't enough, she asked while gazing adoringly at the person opposite her. My love, what do you want me to do next?
The fat rising to the cat's mouth means there's no way to miss it, so he quickly seizes the opportunity, eager to see her in fishnet stockings. Tuyet Nya pays no attention to them, her slender legs beginning to be covered in alluring black stockings.
Wearing fishnet stockings, right? Okay. The comments section exploded again. Did that guy get censored by the system and lose the important words? Stockings are also great. I like watching Tra-Tra in stockings the most. I like watching her take off the fishnet stockings. Her playful legs start to rest on your thighs, teasing. Soon after, she started caressing the bottle of liquor beside her with her feet, creating a highly provocative scene. The boy was visibly excited, secretly marveling at how skilled she was. Who could resist? Thinking about it, Loamtan couldn't hold back anymore and suddenly used his full strength to press Tuyet Nya down on the bed. She didn't resist at all and kept inviting him. The livestream has ended. Loamtan tonight, don't go. At the same time, the system screen keeps displaying notifications. Friendship level increases by 5, completing the first rebellious training stage, rewards all +1 attributes, and 3 skills to choose from. The two then merge together and fall into a night of intimacy. After a night of exhaustion, Loamtan slept soundly. Suddenly, something woke him up. He slowly opened his eyes, and the image of Tuyet Nya working diligently below appeared, making him panic. Well, what are you doing? There's too much cheese in this cake, I accidentally made it melt into the blanket. I just want to pick it up. Since you're acting so sincere, I believe you, and quickly move closer to the other person. Look at you, you're grown up but still not careful when you eat. Let me help you. Suddenly, the phone rings, interrupting the fun. Loamtan, annoyed at missing a good opportunity, turned around. Who could it be? On the phone screen, 2 messages appear one after another. The first from Tong Tien, and the second from Mangvan, saying she wants to let him run for a while to get the car serviced. Loamtan, today I want to move house. Can you help me? Without hesitation, he immediately replied via text. Just call the moving company for me. The reply is a tempting message. I still have some lingerie for you to wear, to show you a little. He doesn't like those things, so there's no need for them anymore. The seductive image of Nha He keeps flashing in his mind, making his face flush. Alright, since it's come to this, I might as well help you move. With that in mind, Loamtan immediately texted someone else. General Shaw, I happen to need a ride to the ground floor of Nam Dinh Village, 18th Alley. Yes, and make sure to fill up the tank. Feeling proud inside, a free ride is a waste if I don't drive it, and calling a moving service costs more money. Soon, he was dressed sharply and didn't forget to turn back and say goodbye. Well, I have to go now. I'll find you after I finish filming. Seeing your back disappear into the distance, she already started imagining the future. With this, my relationship with Loamtan will be unbreakable. Not long after, a voice from a nearby apartment building called out, asking cautiously, Is this everything? The 2 suitcases fit perfectly. Who is knocking on the door before Nha He even has a chance to reply. The door opens and familiar figures immediately appear. Manhwa warmly turns to her daughter. Our daughter came to visit this one. She was so surprised she couldn't believe it. Mom also has your uncle and aunt, so why is everyone here? She didn't rush to answer, she rushed to answer, instead pointing at the stranger inside the house, puzzled. His daughter Long Tan looked at the person in front of her and secretly guessed in her heart that she was Lan Ha-hee's mother. She didn't keep her waiting long and quickly responded. He's Lam Tan, so why didn't you tell me before coming? Today I just happened to be planning to move house. You are very polite, greeting me in a friendly manner. Hello everyone, I came to help Nha Hai move house. She immediately looked displeased, with a very unkind expression. As I suspected, your daughter's boyfriend is indeed the guy from the poor countryside. Memories of a few days ago flood back when shouts echoed loudly from the tall building. I'm not going on a blind date. I already have someone I like. What? Where is he from? Are they from the Imperial Capital, or Demon Capital, or Love Capital? She's naturally stubborn and keeps arguing back. No, he's from Huajiang. When she heard the other person's background wasn't from a big city, she angrily shouted, Huajiang isn't just a poor rural area next to Vientiane City, is it? You're crazy, liking someone from the countryside again. She immediately retorted, refusing to be dominated. Who you like is your own choice. At the same time, notifications keep popping up on the screen. Lan Nahi's affinity has reached 100, changing her relationship with the host and making her willing to do anything for the host. Manhwa, seeing her daughter being rude, becomes furious and threatens to remind her of past favors. Huh? This unfilial child, I raised you with so much effort. Do you know how much money it costs to go to university? What does she want? Isn't she just hoping I can marry into a wealthy family and live comfortably for the rest of my life? She kept rambling on, just hoping the other person would change their mind. Someone from a poor rural area with only a 4th grade education, how much money could they possibly have? Did you think I didn't know? After saying that, she ignored it and turned away, sticking to her own beliefs. I don't need you to explain. After all, I only love him in this life and he has money. I won't let me live in hardship. Mom simply cannot understand the love I have for him. To her, there's only money. I love everything about him. Even if he has not a penny to his name, I still love him. Immediately behind, Manhwa's continuous scolding echoed, Break up right now for my sake. Don't let him push you around. I haven't finished talking. Come back here. After recalling everything, the young couple sat facing her as she spat out harsh words. So you are Hai Hai's boyfriend? I won't waste my words on you. Break up with my daughter immediately. Lin Tan was slightly surprised by this and immediately put on a naive expression. You're not her boyfriend. She was so angry that she snapped and turned to greet her daughter. What? Lanya Hai, is he really your boyfriend? She doesn't even dare to admit it. Neu Hai hugs his arm, firmly defending him.
When did you say Lam Tan was your boyfriend? You're still not worthy of him now.
Manhwa seemed unable to believe what she was hearing, her eyes beginning to fill with bloodshot veins. Ah! Is your vision so blind to your own circumstances? A spoiled rich kid like you isn't even worthy of my daughter, so why would I be interested in a country bumpkin? I won't give up. I refuse to follow. Mom, let me go. Tadao stepped in to intervene as she saw the situation was getting tense. Don't be angry, sister. Ask clearly if there's anything you want to know. But before you finish speaking, you're shouted at again. What else is there to ask? He seems more rational, glancing over the young man in front of him, and upon closer look, he's also quite talented. Girls don't like fools, but it's also about matching backgrounds. You wouldn't mind us understanding more about you, would you? Lumton listened and agreed without hesitation. No problem. Just ask if you have any questions. He only waited for that, then immediately asked, What do your parents do, and what is your current job? The boy replied casually, Just a regular worker, not doing anything special. The father's questioning continued, and after a while, Tadao turned to Manhwa with a sneer.
Hey, little sister, Nia Hai's boyfriend really isn't good enough. He's got nothing, he's useless, like a good pig being pushed around. Bok Tiep saw the situation getting tense and immediately stepped in to stop it, saying enough. She couldn't take it anymore and cut off the chaos with a single word.
Enough! She gave her daughter one last chance with a threatening tone, telling her to leave this country bumpkin immediately or she will cut off your allowance. You want to make us furious, don't you? Nya Hai is actually very stubborn and always refuses to agree. I don't need it. Mom doesn't even speak reasonably. Seeing that Manhwa was about to lose her temper, Bai Tiep quickly calmed her down. Sister, don't be angry. She's still young. And Tadao then started speaking mockingly. Nah, Hai, don't blame him for calling you that. Nu's older cousin may only be 2 years older than you, but she's much more mature. She quickly intervened and advised, don't get involved in other people's family matters. He immediately waved her away and shouted, Men speak and women stay silent. I am teaching my own child. Tudao continued to immerse herself in the happy vision she had witnessed. Nu, after 2 weeks of dating the son of the electric car company owner, had already received many valuable gifts, while Nahi's boyfriend probably hadn't given anything to her family. Despite the pressure, Lam Tan calmly suggested adding a few more appliances like a refrigerator, dishwasher, and water heater as a gift to celebrate and fully equip the house. However, Nahi felt dissatisfied and immediately rebutted. Kui Lam Tan cares about his character. Wealth or poverty doesn't matter. Manhwa was so angry she couldn't speak. Without waiting for her to answer, she exposed their true intentions. So you understand now. Today, your mother came to force you to break up with Lam Tan, and your cousin took this chance to show off Nu to her boyfriend, who I guess is about to appear too, right? Oh my god. Nu must have arrived, so she called me down to pick her up. Renting a house in a poor place like Namdin Palace is really hard to find. He even deliberately turned on the speaker so everyone could hear clearly. Hello, Nu, where are you? Are you late because you bought a lot of gifts? Speak a little louder so my father can hear clearly, but all he hears is a fierce voice from a man on the other end of the line. He is Tu Nu's father, and his daughter is in my hands. He has 1 hour to bring me 1 million yuan to the foot of Viet Minh Mountain, or I will eliminate her. Everyone was immediately panicked by this. Tudao angrily shouted, You're a scammer on the phone, right? Don't think you can fool me. In a moment, Nu's voice rose with fear. Dad, quickly bring the money to save me. Hearing this, he was startled. Nu, it turns out the one behind everything is Ta Tuong. Do you believe me now? Do you want me to let her scream a few more times so you can be sure? Tao Dao swore in frustration while Nu kept crying out for help at this bastard parents. Hurry and get the money to save your child. There's not much time left. Han Min immediately panicked and quickly called the police. Bok Teep immediately stopped him. No, the kidnapper will kill the hostage. He panicked and asked, Could it really be 1 million yuan? That's all our savings. She's panicking. Does that mean she cares more about her own life than her child's? Isn't Nu with her boyfriend? Why was she suddenly kidnapped? Lam Tan gradually understood the situation and resting his chin on his hand said, So, before this, those two also never met that CEO's son. Before he finished speaking, Tudao had lost patience and snapped. Be quiet. Maybe it's because the president's son is too wealthy that we got involved. That's right. Contact Phai Tuong Company immediately. Bok Teep checked his phone and immediately turned pale with fear, unable to make a call. Hearing that, he fell into a panic. What? So we can only come up with 1 million yuan ourselves? She trembled as she begged. Which is more important, my daughter or money? Why can't you tell the difference? Still, Tadao is still planning. After saving her daughter, she can marry into a wealthy family and have even more money. In this situation, only he remains calm and reanalyzes everything. Hearing the motorcycle engine and whine sounds in the call earlier, the kidnapper has the hostage in a rugged place. There are also motorcycle riders around, and their voices don't sound like they're kidnapped at all. Nahai, noticing the tension, politely suggests, Lamton, I'm very sorry about what happened today. Maybe you should go home first. You understand and quickly give your final advice.
All right, next time I'll come help you move. My suggestion is to report to the police first.
Bakteep quickly asked, Do you drive here? She shyly approached to ask for help. Hey, it's urgent. I probably won't make it in time to catch a ride to VM Min Mountain and the bank. Could you please give me a lift? I can pay you extra. Lin Tan agreed after hearing that. Yeah, Tadao still stubbornly pays the price. Isn't he Nahi's boyfriend? Why not help him a little? She impatiently scolded, Stop talking, what time is it now? Nahi gently advised. Auntie, I understand you're very worried right now, but paying the ransom is very dangerous. The best course of action is still to call the police. Manhwa also agreed and spoke up. That's right, thinking of my daughter right now, Bai Tep is crying in pain. But if Nu really encounters trouble, I could never forgive myself for the rest of my life. He shouted directly at Lam Tan, Do you want me to call the police if something happens to my daughter, who will be responsible then? Lam Tan, right? Hand over the car. I'll go myself. Lam Tan turned back to look at them. I'm afraid this car is not something you can borrow. Hearing that, Tudao shouted loudly, If you don't want to lend it, just say so. Don't say you can't. Your shabby car looks down on us. Let's go and call a taxi ourselves. Then he grabbed Bok Tiep's hand and ran, not giving her a chance to finish her sentence, while constantly looking around and muttering anxiously to her, Why isn't there even a single taxi? Bok Tiep said that now is rush hour. During times like this, can you say a few less words? Borrowing Lam Tan's car, he looks down on it, who asked him to be a poor guy. The car probably saved their lives, so they wouldn't lend it. Then Tadao glanced at the luxury car parked nearby and sighed. Look at that sports car over there. If we could drive that one, its speed would definitely be enough to catch up. Manhwa idly admired. This car is really amazing. Seems like a limited edition. A car enough for me to live my whole life. Who would have expected that at this moment, Lam Tan would step forward with the key in hand and start the car, leaving everyone stunned. Manhwa and Todao gape in shock. At this moment, they all panicked and thought, What? This is his car?
Lam Tan bình tĩnh nghịch chiếc chìa khóa trong tay và dập. Vậy là xe của tôi.
It's my friend's. She said I had to leave for 2 days. Is there a problem? She thought to herself that this car must be worth at least a few $100 million. How could a friend lend it? Then Manhwa regained her composure with a delighted look, whispering to Nahahai, My good girl, which wealthy young master is your boyfriend? Tell your mother that she turned away. Lam Tan is very modest and doesn't like to show off his status. Then suddenly realizing something, Manhwa asked unexpectedly, So where do you plan to move? Nyahai indifferently crossed her arms and replied, The #1 Longyan villa of Delaknyat Farm shocked her. What? That luxury villa cost 300 million yuan. Tadao gasped and asked Nahi, That villa can't be rented out, so did he buy it for you? She turned away with extreme indifference. What do you think? At this moment, the two sisters pale and frowned, realizing that you can buy luxurious villas and supercars, and just now we treated him so badly, sharing the same thought in our hearts. It's over. It's over. The richer someone is, the more they remember, we better go apologize to him. Both of them awkwardly approached Lin Tan and tried to force a smile to please him. Sir Lin, we're sorry. Please don't be angry. I'm angry. What is there to be angry about? They bowed weakly to apologize, and what we said earlier was truly very sorry. It really wasn't intentional. We're older now, so our minds are muddled and our eyes are blurry. Suddenly, Bok Teep, overwhelmed with despair, knelt down right in front of her younger counterpart, clutching her phone tightly and tearfully begging, Please, Lam Tan, please take me for a ride. You can take as much money as you want. I've booked the car on all the apps but still couldn't get one, and I'm worried about being late, so I'm really worried. In the end, Lam Tan didn't refuse anymore and agreed. All right, I'll wait for you over there. Look at Nahi, Lam Tan smiled, reached out to pat her head, and gently said, I will be careful, so stay at home and wait for me. He thought to himself that since it was just a fake kidnapping, maybe it could turn into a good show. Lam Tan glanced to the side and kindly reminded him, Be ready to go and fasten your seatbelt. Manhwa, with a flattering look, also appeared beside the car. Thank you, young Master Lam. You are truly a good person. Does young Master Lam already accept our apology? He paid no attention to them, pressed the gas, and drove off without a word, leaving behind the faint sound of voices saying, Young Master, wait for me. We truly regret it. Hem, if you don't forgive me, how can I live like this? Soon, your car merged into the busy traffic on the street. Bok Teep looked at the row of stiff cars in front of him and couldn't help but feel worried. Why are there so many vehicles? It's too late, Lin Tian immediately turned to reassure. There's no need to worry. There's another way. He immediately switched his modes, his eyes turning a yellowish amber, selecting the skill for expert driving. After completing the switch, he directs his attention to the control panel and gives an order. Planning the route with the fewest cars won't be an issue if we take a detour. As soon as the order is received, the screen immediately displays the necessary information. Immediately displays the route with the fewest cars has been planned and is expected to take 2 hours. What? 2 words. Lam Tan understood her worry, so he spoke to reassure her. Don't worry, we can make it in time. As soon as he finished speaking, He skillfully turned the steering wheel and drove onto the designated route. Once the target was in sight, he pressed the pedal to the floor. He suddenly swerved the car to head straight ahead and drove forward. With skilled driving, Lam Tan smoothly weaved through the crowded city streets. Bakti beside her is frightened by this scene, driving so fast that a button pops off her shirt. Fearing the other person might panic, he turns to Han and asks if he should slow down a bit. Although scared, her concern for her daughter didn't allow her to slow down. No, I don't want my daughter to be kidnapped and harmed. So the car just managed to turn the corner, and amidst her loud shout, you can see her determination. Press the accelerator as fast as possible. Not long after, on VM Min Mountain, the layered peaks appeared vividly. The car skillfully hugged the winding road along the cliffside. Lin Tan got out of the car and looked toward Bai Tiep, who was breathing heavily 5 minutes earlier than expected. She was scared but focused on the main matter, calling out loudly for her daughter. "Nu, where are you? Don't be afraid, Mom is here to save you." A sudden voice rang out, making both of them freeze, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Is it finally here? Tanu barely managed to take a bite and sat comfortably on the motorcycle, faster than you expected. That's tough. Bakteep was so shocked by the scene that her eyes widened in surprise. Nu also has tattoo? She ignored her mother's concern, casually draping her arm around Ta Tuong. So what? Don't you recognize your boyfriend? The elegant image from her memory floods back, and the stark contrast is undeniable. How could that be him in the photo? Wait, aren't you supposed to have been kidnapped? Are you okay? Tunyu ignored these words, quickly snatched the wallet from the other person's hand, and proudly showed a full bag of money to Ta Tuong. Do you think this is enough? When he saw the money, his eyes immediately lit up, showing extreme satisfaction. I can keep betting. Just watch me bring the money home. Nu, what's going on? Why do you look like this after getting ready? Are you being forced? Don't worry. Your mother is here. They won't dare to hurt you. He was made to laugh by this scene and kept promising everything. Our family really does run a company. I will definitely not let her go hungry. We can still enjoy our passion every day like this. Tanu doesn't back down and waits until you drive past before leaving. Then she cast a sinister look across and shamelessly told the truth. Mom, do you understand now? From start to finish, you're just fooling Mom. Hearing this, Bai Tiep felt like salt was being rubbed into her wound, and she was overwhelmed with pain. What are you saying right now? My parents worked hard to raise me. Why have I become like this? Hoo-hoo! Lin Tan, who had been nearby, finally stepped in to help the woman kneeling on the ground. Hey, don't cry. Maybe call your family first. They're probably worried sick. She was deeply grateful for the concern, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at the man in front of her, but she paid no attention to her mother, only scrutinizing the stranger. Hey, who are you? Have no hesitation in answering. I am Lanyahi's boyfriend. Hearing this, she looked down on him with contempt, her eyes still fixed on the person in front. Oh, is this the person my father wanted me to humiliate today? As soon as he finished speaking, the system screen kept notifying Dean, detecting a beautiful woman starting a rebellious task, and he looked at this scene with a bit of helplessness. Damn, your system can even handle female racing drivers? Returning to reality, Tunyu looked at the person in front of her with contempt, constantly uttering cruel words. If you can attract Nia Hai, you're pretty impressive, but with that innocent look of yours, you'd better stay obedient in your mother's belly. Hey, how much longer do you guys want to keep talking? The one arriving is young Master Chin Hung of Tai Thi Group, looking fierce as he shouts, and he says, once you've taken the money, start the competition. Who is this disgusting family drama for? Even when being scolded, Tunyu doesn't back down and a sarcastic remark is made, so quickly giving up. Then let's end it here. Saying that, she turned confidently to Tuong beside her. Tuong, I believe in you. This time you can definitely win. Avoid him at the turns and pass him on the straight. Your bike will perform better than his. He looked extremely confident, boldly declaring that he had bet everything this time. Failure or success, he would become someone. Soon, a loud shout signaled the start of the race, and it was time to get into position. On the rocky cliffside track, two motorcycles were ready to race, with many spectators watching eagerly. Ta Tuong glared at his opponent, a teasing remark in his voice. Watch me come out on top. As the words finished, the starting signal was sounded and the race began. Not long after, the race results were announced. The competition ended with Tai Chin Hung as the winner. Ta Tuong seems unable to accept the truth, collapsing to his knees in despair. Why is this happening? Tanu immediately stepped forward to comfort him. Are you okay, Tuong? It's just a little money loss, that's all. Next time. Before she could finish her sentence, Hung interrupted with a victorious look and ordered, do you really think a few tens of thousands can be a bet against me? Ha ha, if you play, you have to accept the consequences. Tanunu, you are now mine. I heard that Tatio has never laid a finger on her before. Let's see if that's true or not. Tunu responds confidently. You got hit by a car and went stupid, huh? What nonsense are you talking about? A sinister smile spread across Jung Hong's lips as he spoke with no trace of kindness, and she still didn't realize it. He was overjoyed as he just claimed another trophy. Her boyfriend gave her up to me as a gift, a shock like a thunderbolt that left Tanu stunned, unconsciously dropping the candy in her hand. What? Bakteep over there is also terrified, her face starting to turn pale. He casually holds the beauty in one arm, looking down at the defeated pair. You do understand the rules of this world, right? Now you are my slave. If you dare to run away, it will be a violation of the rules and consequences. You know it yourself. She still can't believe the truth and keeps greeting that useless guy in front of her. You did this without my consent, betting me like a prize. Oh my god, here you are. At this point, Ta Tuong no longer cared about acting and was fully exposing his shamelessness. I'm just selling her. So what? This bet now involves Tai Chin Hung putting his girlfriend on the line too. And I honestly feel it's not fair anymore because his girlfriend is much hotter than her. He just said everything he had long thought in his heart, not even allowing a touch. Does he really think he can sell for a high price? Tanu was so angry at these words that she raised her hand to hit him, but her raised hand was immediately grasped by Chin Hung, whose eyes, like a hungry beast, fixed fiercely on her prey. The current master orders her not to hit anyone. Then, with overwhelming strength, he mercilessly drags her away. Be good and get in the car now. Call me master and see how it sounds. At this point, she can only struggle in despair. Please don't. Baktip couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, threatening them to let her go, saying they were breaking the law. I will call the police to arrest you. Yet Chung Hung shows no fear at all, even challenging back. What is this? I don't understand what's going on. Aunt, what are you asking my daughter? Does she want to call the police or not, huh? Tu Nu was so overwhelmed that she didn't dare resist and could only stand still and take it. Bak Tiet, seeing his daughter being oppressed, decided to risk everything to stop it and let his daughter go. She hadn't even had time to run over before being slapped in the face by a guy old enough to be her father. Hung, shameless as ever, even started to look her way. Don't get so angry. What is it? Look closely. Everyone here is quite beautiful. How about the two of you come work as car models for me? Tu Nu couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, Don't touch my mother! Bak Teep, though in a weak position, still tried to comfort her. Nu Nu, don't be afraid. Chin Hung looked at the two beautiful women and felt extremely pleased. I like these measurements. Now quickly lift your heads and call the owner. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn around. Sorry to bother you, but I couldn't hold back any longer. According to your rules, Tu Nu losing to you is fine, but if you want to recruit her too, you have to follow the rules. Or should I fight you in a match? Who are you? What makes you so confident in front of me? Do you have money? Lam Tan clearly understood his own abilities and confidently declared, I will accept any bet you propose, no matter how high the stakes. Oh, is this your car? So, I'll take the limited edition sports car and this thing to bet. I will fight you, and by then, maybe your mother and child will be involved. Tanu hated this sinister attitude, but all she could do was keep cursing that bastard Tai Chin Hung. Chin Hung is not someone easy to provoke. He shows no mercy and orders his men to attack and speak harshly. Lam Tan is amused by this display and can't help but mock the woman in front of him. Haha, that's all you've got. You're really petty. The henchmen immediately charged forward angrily when they saw their boss being mocked. Are you going to fight back? Wait a moment, how do you want to play this? Lin Tan immediately took out a powerful black card from his pocket, confidently setting conditions for a sports car, a beautiful woman, and this. 2 billion yuan. This is my absolute limit. How about you? Do you have enough money to bet against me? Jung Hung, overestimating himself, confidently bets his girlfriend as well. That's interesting. I bet 1 billion, plus Tanu and my girlfriend. Ta Tuong still hasn't given up. As soon as he hears about the bet, he rushes in like a moth to a flame. Wait a moment, I want to join too. Is that okay? Lin Tan looked at the person in front of him and hesitated. Maybe, but I don't know what you have to bet with. Ta Tuong was stunned by the gambling demon. I can do anything. I will bet my 40% stake in Phai Tuong Company. This company belongs to my father. He already transferred his shares to me long ago. It's definitely worth 1 billion. Chin Hung immediately felt helpless and sneered at the addict in front of him. Well, kid, you've lost all your money and now you're not even hesitant to bet your shares. That's right, winning means you can get 3 billion and having a good son like you makes my father truly happy. Ta Tuong paid no attention to these words and was confident in his own abilities. Everything you've blamed me for before was just luck on your part. All because of the unlucky woman Tanu who brought no fortune. This time, I will definitely win. Tanu, seeing him blame everything on me, immediately turned around and shouted, Ta Tuong, I will definitely kill you. Baktip next to him, seeing the huge amount of money, started to feel guilty. Lam Tan, this is something our family caused. You don't need to be like that if you lose. Your feelings. What? Don't think about losing so soon. What if you win? As he spoke, Lam Tan began to calculate in his mind, feeling extremely happy when thinking about the benefits he would soon receive. If he wins this match, he will get a lot. 40% of the share in the tunnel, 1 billion yuan, the beauty who owes me her affection, saved the money scanner. Lin Ha noticed she wasn't mentioned and immediately asked, So what about me? Soon, the three of them were in their starting positions, and the rules of the race were announced one after another. The journey would begin from here to the top of the mountain, then down the trail back to this point. No matter what happens during the race, only the final finisher matters. Bai Tiep couldn't hide her worry, but could do nothing but watch, no matter what. Thank you. Tanu, standing nearby, started to suspect and looked around suspiciously. How can he be so confident driving an expensive car and casually pulling out $1 billion? Does he really resemble what Lanahi's father said, a broke boyfriend? Lamton rides his motorcycle and turns around to ask, I'm going to borrow your bike for the race. Is that okay? Tanu beside him showed no objection at all, even caring to remind him, Are you really good at driving? Be careful. Then, as if remembering something, Tonu shouted a warning. You have to be careful of Tai Chin Hung. He has won several titles in that motorcycle championship and is also suspected of causing the death of other competitors. Don't even talk about this unofficial mountain road race. If it's really impossible, just forget it and don't risk it with him. Don't worry, little sister. I am the man known as the Speed God. Tai Chin Hung beside me keeps provoking, but if you're scared, you can always back out. Lam Tan is determined not to be inferior, ready to throw a snarky remark at his opponent. Be a man and don't hit the brakes just yet. Ta Tuong, ignoring the others, stared straight ahead, determined to win this time. The countdown echoes repeatedly, everyone's face showing determination. 3, 2, 1, Lai Na waves the cloth in her hand, and the shouted countdown begins along with the roar of engines. Soon all three sped off, constantly colliding on the road. Taking this opportunity, Chin Hung accelerated ahead in a few seconds, and this scene further heightened Lam Tan's excitement. Oh, so it's this interesting. 3 large motorcycles follow each other along a mountain road, with a drone flying overhead watching. He didn't hesitate and accelerated, rushing forward with his whole body. The subordinate watching on the screen immediately looked down on him with contempt. Even though there was a turn ahead, he still sped up. Bok Teep and To Nu behind them look worried, but on the other side, you are incredibly skilled, leaning to one side ready to turn. This scene leaves To Nu in awe, her eyes widening involuntarily. Lam Tan smoothly entered the difficult road, both himself and the bike close to the ground. The two in front, seeing him catch up, looked panicked. Ta Tuong didn't let you pass and raised his leg to cheat die. It seems you had anticipated this. He suddenly lifted the front wheel to block the way, and To Nu on the other side cheered happily, unable to hold back her excitement. Well done! Ta Tuong pedaled into the air and immediately lost balance, staggering. Damn it! When Chin Hung saw Lam Tan approaching from behind, he tensed up, ready to catch up. He is a cunning man who immediately has a countermeasure, so I should send you to the Western Heaven right away. As he finished speaking, he skillfully turned the rear wheel to block the entire road. Lam Tan easily saw through the intention, his eyebrows starting to furrow as he tried to block me. Without hesitation, he stepped on the gas. The 2 wheels lift completely off the ground and keep running up along the cliff, so let's see how you can block me. This scene makes Chin Hung look up in amazement. What? But somehow he was able to walk along the cliff, impossible as it seemed. The wheels rolled smoothly over the rugged cliff as if he were on a flat road. You boldly sped past their heads, making Chin Hung secretly marvel at how unbelievable this was. The people on the other side were also frightened by this display. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment, and seeing everyone's eyes fixed on him, Lam Tan couldn't help but feel proud. What are you looking at me for? Look at the path. He kept speeding along the cliff wall, leaving the 2 stunned behind him. Ta Tuong focused all his attention on his opponent and soon crashed headlong into the mountain. Once he saw he had overtaken his opponent, he finally let the wheel touch the ground, and then Lam Tan sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust and smoke. Chin Hung saw your back getting farther and farther away and grew furious, already planning his next move. You're forcing me into a corner. Then he pressed the mysterious button with his thumb, and instantly a fierce blue flame burst out from the exhaust pipe. The car also sped up, rushing forward like a gust of wind, leaving behind even a mirage in its wake. He looked ahead with a sinister smile and said, I don't just want you to lose, I want you to die. Chin Hung acts on his words, charging straight at Lam Tan's tail to kill you. To Nu understands his true nature and screams in horror. No, this kind of struggle is too easy for you. You can easily avoid it in an instant. Your wheel just happens to deliberately block the opponent's wheel. Chin Hung couldn't react in time, both himself and the bike flying into the air due to inertia. This unexpected turn of events left him unable to respond, only able to cry out in panic. Lam Tan was unaffected and quickly turned his bike toward the finish line. He sped straight to the end, while Jung Hong still struggled in midair. There are many paths, but safety comes first. Ignoring the rules of the race, with tears in their eyes, Lai Na also waves the cloth in her hand. The race is over. You are the winner. Lam Tan and the lively crowd quickly gathered around him. The sound of cars and applause was filled with praise. That was amazing. I could never do that even in my dreams. He must be a professional racer. I vow to call him the god of racing. Tanu stood to the side, marveling, her eyes beginning to shimmer with excitement. So handsome. The notification screen also appeared at the same time, increasing affection by 50%. Not long after, the ambulance arrived at the scene. The deformed large motorcycle was still standing by the cliff. Tai Tuong and Chin Hung were quietly taken away amid whispers, and just as they were about to leave, Lam Tan hurriedly stopped them. The doctor, unlike before, looked anxious, making To Nu also feel surprised. Are they okay? Are their lives in danger? The doctor quickly reassures upon seeing your anxious demeanor. Are you a family member or a friend of the injured person? They were very lucky to have only broken bones and a mild concussion despite such a serious car accident, but further checks are still needed. So what now? That's great. I thought Lin Tan was being kind, but it turns out it was just because of the previous bet. Then sign your name and leave. Jung Hong was so frightened by this scene that he moved back. Are you a demon? Are you not willing to admit defeat? You insist on handing over the paper in your hand. If you play, you have to accept the consequences. Isn't that the rule your circle values most? Sign for me. After achieving his goal, Lam Tan happily turned around. As for speeding and intentionally hurting others, just leave it to the police officer to handle. He even begged and pleaded, don't do it. Before she could finish her words, To Nu interrupted with relentless kicks. Killing those two trash, you really took advantage of the situation. The doctors around, seeing them both lying still and unresponsive, became frantic. The patient has lost too much blood. Quickly get them to emergency care. Lam Tan tightly held the bag of money in his hand, silently admiring the scene and thinking this girl is really hot-tempered. Suddenly, Bok Tiep's call interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Lam? She bows her head with a gentle and grateful expression. Thank you so much. I really don't know how to repay you. Meanwhile, To Nu, who just escaped danger behind, started to speak arrogantly. Don't worry. No matter what request you make, my mother and I will do our best. You didn't even hesitate, calmly handing over the money bag you were still holding in your arms. It's okay. I've already gained my benefit anyway. Take this 100 million and go, and don't come back here again. I have something to take care of, so I'll head out first. You two can call a ride and go home. With his generosity, Lam Tan seems to be shining. The system immediately displayed a notification. To Nu's affection level increased by 20%. Bok Teep fixed her gaze on the person opposite her, already secretly pleased. Lam Tan, he's truly very different. Girl, what do you think? To Nu isn't much different either. A flicker of emotion flashed in her eyes. I've made my decision. She immediately asked again, what decision? Without hesitation, she replied, I will pursue him. Bok Teep, upon hearing this, became a bit cautious. Oh, isn't he Lan Ha Hai's boyfriend? To Nu didn't even think about it and looked determined. I don't care. Not long after, outside the university town's Snack Street, the food stalls were bustling with people. In front of the sausage stand, Joe Dong cheerfully waved his hand and said, Boss, 3 sausages, please. Lam Tan, staring at the stall in front of him, said, Add a boiled egg and a bun for better taste. Jung Hao, also tempted by the food, said, I'll have fried chicken. The shopkeeper saw the lucky star arrive and happily burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it's done here. They happily discussed and were about to fight over a bowl of noodles. Going to an internet cafe to stay all night, unaware that Zhang Tuono had been watching from behind for a while, a figure rushing straight toward his back. She casually slaps his shoulder with one hand, while with the other she bites into the hot dog, chewing as she greets him with a playful pose. Lin Tan looked at the person in front of him with surprise, his eyes beginning to scrutinize. To Nu, why are you here? The group of friends behind was also stunned, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone's beautiful girl was coming to find Lam Tan. Guess what? Will you be going to the internet cafe later? Is that okay? The single men behind are heartbroken by this scene, suffering as they watch another beauty come looking for Lam Tan. Yet he outright refused, his voice filled with disdain. No, women only slow down my turbo boost. The people earlier, who were writhing in pain, are now opening their mouths in shock. Refused? To Nu was so coldly rejected that she was furious. But she couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Not Tron appeared out of nowhere, his gaze fixed intently on To Nu. Who is this? Lam Tan sausage is something you can just eat? That belongs to me. After saying that, she pushed the other person away, her tone full of challenge. Get out. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when her arm was seized. To Nu moved quickly, and in an instant, she had control of the situation. Who are you to look down on someone weaker than you? How dare you talk back to me? When I was fighting in the gangs, you were still in school saying hello to your teacher. Yet Tren refused to give up, grabbing To Nu's hair and pulling, and the two of them tumbled into each other, rolling through the street, making passersby turn to look. Bastard! Let go, or your hand will break. The single people watching this scene immediately became excited, their eyes almost falling out, but Lam Tan felt helpless and thought to himself, I have to stop them. For a moment, your pupils changed color and your gaze grew cold. Skilled in traditional medicine, your legs clad in laotone quickly rushed toward the chaos. Swiftly, Lam Tan tapped the hands of the two girls, who immediately reacted, clutching their arms and crying out, It's numb! Can you stop for a moment? Louis Chung, you keep sneaking after me. Faced with this accusation, she seems to want to hide her own spring scene while also appearing charming. Lam Tan, you really hate her, right? I'll chase away this annoying fly for you so she won't bother you anymore. That look made To Nu stand beside her and sneer sarcastically. I guess your ex-girlfriend, who seemed to be taken lightly, is even more bitter than you. To Nu calmly retorted, If I had a girlfriend like you, I would have broken up early. She angrily shouted, a female hooligan pretending to be a student in a school uniform. Saucy. Lam Tan doesn't bother with someone like you. Get lost. At this point, To Nu also no longer hides, revealing her main card to end the opponent. I'm just pretending. I can't pretend like you. Sorry. I am actually a student at Vientiane University. This news was like a thunderbolt, and Not Tran was stunned with his mouth agape. Huh? Lam Tan and the others are just as shocked. Seeing everyone's strange looks, she calmly took off her coat and explained, "There's nothing to be surprised about, I just skipped a few classes." The group of male students around are captivated by her beauty, all marveling at the sight before their eyes. "Wow, you're so beautiful, the type I like. Isn't it your secret crush, Liu Lianzhang?" Although very beautiful, she doesn't seem to be doing well. The uglier a woman is, the more men love her. She winked at Lam Tan and teasingly said with a mischievous smile,
But knowing he also studied at VMJang University gives me the motivation to go to school again.
"No matter how strong your inner resolve is, those words leave you helpless. Fine. Looking at it positively, she's just a convenient tool for spending money. I just don't know what her relationship with Lana Hai is." At the same time, the phone rang loudly.
Lam Tan, have you arrived yet?
You recognize Ngu Huiyan's familiar voice and can't help but be surprised. "Where are you?" She immediately questioned. "You haven't forgotten that the museum is holding an exhibition today, right?" Those words brought back your memories. Remembering now, a few days ago she said today was the first day of the artifact exhibition, which featured artifacts bought from the country of Xiaohua. You quickly used all your vocabulary to come up with an excuse, of course without any hometown. "I've finished changing my clothes and I'm about to leave now." She breathes a sigh of relief. "That's great. You're a major shareholder, so if you don't come, I really wouldn't know what to do." Since I accidentally let it slip, Lam Tan had no choice but to turn and beg his friends from K-Key. "Sorry guys, something urgent came up and I have to go. You guys go to the internet cafe, I'll pay for tonight." Gochi's group looks down on friends who forget loyalty for beauty.
Go on, little chicken, and don't bother the elders to come get you. You look at your phone and wonder, should I just ride my bike over there?
Tanu from behind looked caring and attentive. "Where are you planning to go?" "I'll ride my motorcycle to take you there, but all I get in return is your cold shoulder. I don't need it. I'll go by myself." Seeing that, she became more determined as she desperately tried to hold on. "So when will you teach me the pressure point technique you just showed?" That made Not Tran furious and shout to let him go. While being gently spun around by the two girls, he complained inwardly, his head buzzing. But on the surface, he still tried to negotiate, saying he could teach her the pressure point technique, but only if she was smart enough to understand. With all her determination, Lam Tan pointed directly at Tonu and ordered her to make up all the missed classes, pass the high school exam, and then come find me. The other person could only painfully cry out, "Ah," but still, she keeps trying her best to chase after me. Hey, can you lower the requirements a bit?" The spectacular scene naturally makes many other guys feel jealous. I also want to be pursued by a beautiful girl. That figure is truly stunning. This scene just happened to make Not Tran, who was ignored, really furious and trembling. At the VMJang Museum, crowds are gathering at the entrance like a festival, and inside the hall, there are countless people attending this event. Some people are still surrounding Yu Huiyan, constantly praising her. Director Ha is truly talented at a young age, and the VMJang Museum has indeed thrived under his management. I really admire Mr. Ha for having such an outstanding daughter. Duong Ho confidently stepped forward and handed over his business card. "Hi, Mr. Yang. Don't know if Director Ha would be willing to join me for a meal, but she politely declined. "Thank you. I've already eaten, and I've been trying to lose weight lately." But with his thick face, he still tried to find an excuse. "No problem. Dinner is fine too. I've already reserved a table at a 3 Michelin star restaurant. A woman with the elegance of head chef Ha would only find a place like that to be worthy of her. Yet she keeps plotting in her heart. Let yourself be captivated by the charm and refinement of this handsome uncle of mine." At the same time, Lin Tan also happened to see everyone. "Oh, here." As soon as he saw the beauty, he excitedly shouted Ngu Huiyan, but her curious gaze fell on the item in the bag he was carrying. "Lam Tan, what are you holding?" he patiently explained. This is grilled sausage at the university gate. Do you want to try it?" The simplicity made Yang Hu stand aside with obvious disdain, laughing to death. "Invite Ha Nu Huin Duong Duong, whose worth is in the millions, to eat grilled sausage for a few dollars. Is this kid crazy?" But she immediately faced him and said, "Wow, I've never eaten this before. I've always wanted to try it." That news hit him like a slap in the face, making Duong Ho feel dejected. Only Ha Nu Huin was happily exclaiming, "Oh, very delicious." That expression made Lin Tan also very happily introduce. "Isn't that right? I often come to this house to eat. The stinky tofu shop next door is also very good, and hearing about the delicious food around here, she doesn't hesitate to suggest going. Can you take me to try it next time?" Ignoring the frozen Yang Hu behind, she casually led you on a tour. "I've already seen everything here. Let's go check out the treasure appraisal area in the West Hall. The incident has piqued my curiosity. What exactly does the treasure appraisal involve?" Both of them quickly entered the appraisal room. Yu Huan softly introduced, "This was a regular activity my father used to organize, held twice a month, where ancient artifacts and documents are appraised for everyone. They are very welcomed in the antique collecting community." Xiao Hong, holding a live stream stick, happily shared from among the crowd. "The ring is really delicious. Look everyone, see how far I've come." The Valuation Society of the VMJang Museum. The voice, tinged with disdain, continued to echo. "They are truly jealous. Although I've never seen the American Museum, It's definitely more than just a bit bigger than this. The audience also quickly followed along. Good morning, Mr. Hang. Hang today looks very Western. The Westerner live streaming in front of the camera, he doesn't hesitate to criticize. In the early morning, I took my treasure for a professional appraisal. The experts charge high prices. With money, I can go to America and live comfortably. Yu Sun Mao already arranged things for me. The gullible viewers immediately looked confused and just believed it. This is really a live stream. I'm truly planning to go abroad. Be careful that on the way there might be a woman migrating to Xiaohua who has already starved to death. As soon as I finished speaking, a clear voice also rang out. The next one. Number 174. He quickly shouted out like a flash. It's my turn now, come on. Even passing by Yu Huyen, who is chattering about Lin Tan, it's quite lively, isn't it? You also nod in agreement.
It really is a coincidence that both of them, just after meeting Kong Lu, heard endless praise. Yu Huyen Guo said her home was built very well.
Where is Mr. Ha? She quickly returned to a polite demeanor in front of the other person. Thank you, Mr. Kong, for the compliment. I almost couldn't make it here. Despite that, he continued to use flowery words to praise the other person. That's right. With such an outstanding daughter, he truly can enjoy his blessings. Old Mr. Ha really knows how to raise his children. Wu Huyen modestly became obedient and polite, speaking softly, saying, Master Kong, please don't praise me anymore. I should thank you for coming to the treasure appraisal organization. Kong Lu suddenly clutched his stomach, and before leaving, he waved goodbye to Tu Da. I'm getting a bit old and not feeling well, so I'll go to the bathroom first. Goodbye for now. Yes. At the same time, in front of Kong Lu's desk, Xiao Hang was causing a disturbance nonstop. Why is no one answering the call? I've been waiting for half a day already. I'm live streaming right now. A lot of people are waiting. Is your appraisal institute like that? Seeing her dissatisfied look, Yu Huan quickly stepped forward to wave her hand and reassure her. I'm sorry. I was only outside for a few minutes. If you can't wait, I will evaluate it for you. But your natural good looks make her feel insulted by his words. The appraiser looked at her, and just by looking, it was clear she wasn't a genuine appraiser. But instead of getting angry, Yu Huan calmly asked, Can you show it to me? Even though he's stubborn, he can only reluctantly agree. Fine. This is the pipe tobacco that the American president once used. Take a look. Under the live broadcast, her diligent appearance quickly attracted the viewers. She's so beautiful. I want to see the scene in person. And she's so young to already be an appraiser. Hang, come a little closer. After a while, she looked at Xiao Hang with an honest attitude. Sorry, this is a technological product, not an antique. Although the statement is brief and concise, it made the guy shout out loud and question. What are you talking about? This is a gift from my American friend. How could it be fake? Do you know that he is very wealthy and sincere? A moment later, a brief message from China left Xiao Hong stunned. Gu Huin didn't hesitate to remind her. Have you seen this line of text yet? Do you know what it means? However, everything became useless as obsession clouded his mind. I don't understand it, but it probably means something like a declaration of freedom. America is freedom. Is there still a problem? Even after facing the fool, she remains calm. This foreign language means it originates from perfume. The harsh truth made him just scream in frustration. No way. Absolutely no way. Even if Yu Huyan loses patience, she still tries to maintain her professionalism. If you don't believe it, you can take a picture of this text and scan it with the translation app. The audience watching the replay will have a good laugh, making it a perfect comedy moment. Maybe I still haven't given up. Xiao Hong continues to pull out the exquisite bottle with a sharp tone. Whatever she says, is that how it is? Just by looking, I can tell it's imported. Today, I have to see how I compare to you. Where does this porcelain vase come from? How many years of history does it have? Tell me. If you're right, I won't bother you anymore. Yushuan looked over the bottle carefully. My knowledge is limited. I can only see the general outline. This porcelain cup is truly very perfect. This statement only makes Yang Yang more smug. If you admit your limited knowledge, then just accept it. The pipe your Mexican friend gave me can't be real. Ngu Huin's eyes focused on the object in her hand, softly muttering. But because it was so perfect, she showed no fear and confidently declared its color and some of the new sensation. So I guess this is probably a fake. Xiao Hong refused to accept the truth, shouting non-stop. Maybe that monkey of yours doesn't understand anything at all, or maybe the expert bought it or took it while sleeping. The opponent's intimidating attitude made Ngu Huin quickly remind him to watch his words, or I'll call security to escort you out. He still shows no fear and even tries to threaten. Calling security, I paid 500 yuan to come here for an appraisal. Do you believe I will report to the police right now? The tense situation made Kong Lu rush over to ask, what's going on? What's happening? Manager Sia, as soon as she saw him, she quickly explained that this person was carrying a fake porcelain jar, but his appearance only made Xiao Hang even more angry. Master Kong finally arrived. Who is that girl to say that my porcelain bottle and pipe are fake? Everyone. Look, the VMJang Museum is small and weak. They dare not authenticate anything. I am a famous person with 30,000 fans. Do you know who you're messing with? Seeing that, Kong Lu leaned close to Ngu Huin's ear and whispered sharply, Ngu Huyen, you dare to judge that you're fine, but your manners are still lacking. Appraisal means knowing how to evaluate both the item and the person. If you can't prove something is fake, just give the certification and move on. Her reaction was one of shock, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Teacher Kong. But he then smiled knowingly and continued. Remember not to show that expression again. That year, I worked with your father to earn money, and building the stall and reputation for appraisal all depended on skill and flexibility. The blatant defense finally satisfied Xiao Hong, who then put on a smug face and gave an order. So, I told you my goods are genuine, now apologize to this gentleman. Even the crowd joined in to increase the pressure on the young girl. The porcelain vase, worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and she claims it's a fake. Does she know how to appraise? Ngu Huin, I only want what's best for you. You're no longer a child, you've grown up. Without you, how could we run this museum? It's been the result of many years of my family's hard work. Just when it seemed hopeless, Lam Tan's voice suddenly interrupted. What's going on that it's so lively? He placed his hand on her shoulder as if to comfort her. His tone tense as he continued. I want to see who's bullying my manager. It seemed that feeling protected finally brought a faint smile to Ngu Huin's face. Lam Tan, at this point, Tiu Hung still doesn't know what's going on and keeps shouting. Who are you anyway? You're no less capable, boldly pointing at my face and showing off. Me? I am a master among masters. Even Confucius himself would introduce me with respect. That's right, that's right. Don't let Lamb's youth fool you. His ability to appraise treasures is even better than mine. Deep down, he was constantly calculating. Just now, when he went to the bathroom and called Lao Ha, he found out that Lam Tan was actually a new shareholder of the Vientiane Museum and also the only shareholder. I've heard that true strength runs deep, so you must forge connections to succeed. Hearing that title, Xiao Heng's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Then take a look at this porcelain vase of mine. Lam Tan didn't hesitate and immediately asked, so this porcelain vase is from which era? He confidently replied immediately, a porcelain vase from the Song dynasty. Seeing how firm they were, I had to sarcastically comment that this was from the Song dynasty. But it seemed they couldn't see the hidden meaning and were happily celebrating. What's wrong with Shangzhou? Isn't it more valuable? The crowd couldn't help but laugh along. Lin Tan examined it for a moment before asking, was this vase bought or received as a gift? Xiao Hong was extremely proud, showing off openly. This is something my grandfather passed down to me, our family heirloom. He just let out a small cough before shouting loudly at the other person. The funniest episode. So funny. He realized he was being insulted, quickly sneered and cursed. Are you fucking kidding me? But Lam Tan still didn't stop teasing. He's easy to joke around with and can't be fooled into buying fake stuff. Tell me, how much money did you lose? That kid really pushed him to the edge of anger, to the point of constantly threatening. You're not afraid of boiling water when you're a dead pig, are you? Your mouths are really tough. Fine, I'll let you all serve me. A piece of paper is slapped onto the table by Xiao Heng with a commanding glare, shouting at everyone to open their dog eyes and see clearly. This porcelain vase actually came from Master Guo Bao's place, and I even have its certificate of authenticity. Do you understand its true value? That small mistake was just enough for you to catch and trap me. Oh, isn't it your grandfather's inheritance? With the certificate, you're still here to verify it. Are you just looking for a sense of agreement? Even though the guards held him tightly on both sides, he still stubbornly wanted to rush forward. Damn it, do you want a beating? Let me out! Kong Lu quickly whispered in your ear. Lam, the person in charge of the national treasure is taking the artifacts around for appraisal to get more certificates, which helps sell for a higher price. As opposed to his timid appearance, Lam Tan revealed a fierce expression and declared, I don't care who he is. Bringing fake artifacts here for appraisal to inflate the value? There's no way that will work. Xiao Hong, still stubborn, then turned to cause trouble with her fans. Fine, everyone saw it, right? This is exactly what the Appraisal Society of Vientiane has done to tarnish the reputation of the entire perfume collection industry. As a patriot, I am truly heartbroken. I also like eating bagels and really want to try American bagels. I don't know if I can eat bagels in America, but be careful not to get fat. This time, I only examined this brother, and Lin Tan could only sigh. He waved his hand and reluctantly conceded to minimize the issue. Fine, I'm too lazy to argue with you. If you want a refund for the appraisal fee, I'll give it to you. Take your fake artifact certificate and get out. Next time, find a more trustworthy appraiser and don't keep running around arguing and getting scammed. Where are you from? A loud voice suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Kwa Bao fanned himself with a fan in his hand and leisurely stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Pham Kwa Bao, with over 60 years of experience in antiques and a deep respect for history. If you claim that my appraisal was a fake, aren't you just slapping me in the face? If it's coming from an expert, I might reconsider, but for someone like you, I just smile with a mix of contempt and sarcasm and continue to lecture you. You're just someone who loves this so much that you don't even have a certification from an appraisal house, right? Lam Tan fell silent in front of the opponent's attitude. Xiao Heng, like grabbing a straw to save her, immediately rejoiced and cheered. That's right, no certification either. An outsider pretending to be an expert, Yuan Min finally speaks up after remaining silent all this time to confirm. Mr. Pham's appraisal is from the state authority. I also bought the artifact from him. It's definitely genuine and still very valuable now. Seizing the moment while everyone is watching the drama, the artifact continues to preach morality. Everyone, don't be impatient. We are all people who speak about morality. This young man, you're interested in appraising antiques? I understand that very well. With limited knowledge, it's only natural to look clueless. The old man even straightforwardly made a proposal, so shop owner Zia apologized to the owner of this item and then issue an appraisal certificate for him. This matter is considered settled here. Yu Huyen, hiding behind Lin Tan, showed obvious worry and could only silently call out in her heart. Instead of being confused, Lin Tan suddenly smiled, holding the high-quality porcelain in his hand and appearing friendly. I didn't hear that wrong earlier, did I?
Many people here have bought items from Mr. Fan before. Her Manhwa porcelain cup is the same. She doesn't mind showing it to me, right?
Wenmin stood opposite, and after listening, he nodded in agreement, also reminding him, just take a look, but be careful. If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it. Lam Tan's eyes carefully observe every detail. On this side, the increasingly obvious mischievous smile can be seen, but can you really tell anything just by looking at him? In front of everyone, your voice rang out clearly and decisively, sounding so certain. Wenmin looked like she was hit where it hurt. She was so angry that she shouted loudly, "Do you think I'm pretending? Do you have proof? This is something I had to spend all my savings to buy. Now the price has more than doubled, and many people want to buy it. Today, I will sell it for a high price." Even Guo Bao looks annoyed, even snorting coldly and saying, "You have a tough mouth." The young man is Hyo Thang, refusing to submit. Despite the anger of the three others, Lam Tan calmly watches the others surrounding them. Whose relics are these that were bought from Flam Kwa Bao? Bring them all here so I can see. Xiao Hong crossed his arms and sneered, "Ha ha ha, you're still stubborn, aren't you? Does the duration mean anything?" As soon as they heard, the crowd immediately rushed forward to present their valuables. Take a look at my Ming Dynasty vase and my Thoing Nguyen box as well. Seeing the valuable items on the table, Ngu Huyen's doubts about herself only grew stronger. These artifacts all look quite new, but in fact there is no evidence of forgery. Could it include that porcelain vase too? Did I really misjudge? Seeing you stare so intently, Guo Bao proudly spoke up. "Is it ready? We don't have much time to wait. Just pretend to accept it when looking at Nam. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Or maybe you think all of this is fake." Unlike the other person's attitude, Lam Tan remained very calm as he looked at the items in his hand. Yes, they are all fake, but these are crafted by masters, with techniques that leave no flaws at all. A single word from him made the dazed crowd burst into laughter. He spoke as if it was nothing. But who has ever met someone so stubborn that their brain gets caught in the door? Some people even turned their cars around to ask if Xiao Heng had returned yet. He held his phone, smiling as he calmly replied, "I'm still live streaming right now, definitely the funniest clown of the year." Under the pressure of public opinion, Yu Huyen could only grit her teeth and sincerely admit her mistake. "I was mistaken. I acknowledge my error." Baozi again showed generosity by correcting the other person. The head of the shop, Mr. Zia, was a very small matter that was blown out of proportion. It's not just about apologizing. Her face showed clear worry. "So, what do you want?" The old man was also unhesitating in making a straightforward proposal. "Since this guy insists my item is fake, he better bring out some proof." The little Hangs cheered even more enthusiastically. "That's right. If you can't prove it, then you have to buy my porcelain vase at double the price." "That's right. If you buy our items at double the price, we won't argue anymore." The situation makes the Jade even more proud, and the tone is full of sarcasm. "I don't ask for much, but being treated like that is really cold. I previously said I wanted to collect a few items. If there's fate, I would be grateful. Let's forget about today, and that guy just needs to kneel and apologize." Kowtow 3 times. "Mr. Pham, this is going too far." Only Lin Tan remains calm and agrees. "Fine." You smile happily and casually ask, "What if I can produce evidence? How will Mr. Pham pay the price I'm secretly planning? I'm waiting for you guys." That smug attitude makes Guo Bao sternly remind you, you might be mistaken. Now it's your turn to prove your words, not make demands. Contrary to the urgency, Lam Tan still calmly explained, "No, you're mistaken. Do you really think I would rush to prove myself? Proving oneself is a trap that makes you more susceptible to brainwashing." And the old man's stubborn attitude only pleased Lam Tan even more. "If you want to bet against me, you have to come up with something. Otherwise, what right do I have to go all out for you?" Zhao Heng suddenly burst out and shouted in his face, "Damn it!" But he still calmly continued speaking. "Oh, right, I don't think I've said this yet." In front of everyone, Lam Tan's voice became clear and serious as he declared, "I really have evidence proving you're all fakes, or you can try to prove otherwise." The little Heng group immediately agreed passionately. "Come on, let's bet." Even Guo Bao loudly declared, "I haven't met anyone as arrogant as this in years. I'll bet half of my collection." The dramatic display left them stunned, while Ladao among the crowd kept asking anxiously. Half of Master Pham's collection is worth a museum, so he's quite confident and not afraid to show off. "The value of my collection of artifacts is at least $1 billion, enough to buy this museum outright." Lam Tan didn't hesitate and immediately explained the process. "All right, let's get started. Although carbon-14 dating is accurate, it's too slow, so we'll do it quickly now. Give me a hammer." The audience looked at each other with a mix of curiosity and doubt for a long time. What is he trying to do? Probably checking inside the cross-section of the artifact, thinking there's some clever method. Wenmin stood among the crowd, unable to help but whisper to the person next to him. "But surely everyone has heard the rumors about the antique forgery circle, right? That's the mark of the master forger. Duki, standing still, also looked disdainful upon hearing this information. You believe that kind of thing? I just wish he would break my stuff. After all, it's double the market value of the antiques. And it's not like Master Pham just said it casually. Shohong happily laughs beside him, holding the hammer, as Lam Tan solemnly declares, "All right, I will now smash these supposed fake antiques, and if I'm wrong, I will compensate double." That carefree attitude makes Ngu Huyen feel uneasy, and she softly calls out. He responded with a mischievous wink, and her heart naturally filled with a sense of reassurance. Lam Tan truly is incredible. Even in adversity, he remains calm and composed, as if nothing in this world can trouble him. Thanks to that, the affection level increased by 8% to 82. Holding the hammer tightly, Lam Tan reconsidered once more. "So, I'll start now." Yuan Min was stunned in shock. She clearly shows worry on her face. He really wants to smash the item. He's too confident. Even Guo Bao was stunned by that determined attitude. This kid has some skill, but not much, trying to judge authenticity by appearance. If there are actually a few fake items of poor quality among these artifacts, he would find the flaw. Too bad. The old man, holding a fan to cover half his face, was very confident inside. Unfortunately, I personally made all these items, so how could anyone find any flaws? I am completely delighted to think about my true identity. The most famous monk in Vientiane is just a facade. Actually, in the world of counterfeit cultural artifacts in China, I am the most famous presence. My forgeries are definitely perfect. Even in the National Appraisal House can't find it. A hobbyist like you trying to challenge me is just a pipe dream. Hua Bao quietly thought to himself, but if I had to admit there was a flaw, it would be that I deliberately left my mark on each masterpiece of the highest level forgers. The arrogance that comes from the very bones is to leave my mark exclusively on the works I create. I am no exception. The sinister smile on the old man's face couldn't be contained now. Calculation was evident on his aged features. If you think smashing things can easily reveal my mark, you're underestimating me. My mark is extremely small, only I can know its location. Using a hammer to break it like this, there's only a 5% chance of finding it. I will eliminate this tiny possibility of yours. Lam Tan strikes the rare object with a powerful blow, and Xiao Hong suddenly raises his hand high, cheering. The Song Dynasty porcelain vase I bought for 3 million. Everyone's talking about it. It really is broken. There are so many shards. Holding the shard in his hand, he turned to ask Yuan Min, "Do you know how to read this kind of stone?" She just shook her head in confusion. "I don't know, but Master Pham definitely won't be wrong. This time I can pay for my daughter's medicine." Sure enough, suddenly someone snatched the shard from nowhere and ordered everyone around. "Everyone, look at the color of this slice. It should turn yellow, and with this thickness, it's genuine." Xiao Hong was surprised and immediately praised. Oh, as expected from Master Pham. Then he turned to mock Lam Tan. This kid is definitely beaten. Even Yuan Man is blindly following along. The market value of this item is also worth several hundred thousand. He pretends to be knowledgeable and quickly reminds that even if it's a few hundred, selling it to him for 100 million isn't unreasonable. The other party chuckles in agreement. "Exactly. Each of your deadly moves is worth a huge sum. 13 million, 25 million, and the audience cheers even louder. It's 42 million and 50 million. Even Guo Bao secretly feels pleased but sarcastic inside. I can't help but laugh to death. You're just closing your eyes and smashing it like that? All the marks have been taken by me. Only the marks of the last 3 are missing. You quickly grab a shard and examine it carefully." The old man also pretended to approach carefully and took the important shard. "So what do you think? Have you found the evidence yet?" Lin Tongji relaxed and smiled. It's almost time Hua Bao's fragment in hand is also being knocked over here. When no one is paying attention, the old man quickly grabs the important piece and puts it in his pocket. A sinister smile appears on his aged face, secretly rejoicing. It's over now. The only flaw is that all the fragments are in my hand. Victory was so easy, it wasn't difficult at all. Guo Bao folds the fan in his hand and calmly reminds you, "Are you done looking? Where is the evidence?" Lam Tan scratched his head, pretending to be naive. "These items are made very well. Even the cuts show no obvious flaws. It seems we've met a master." The old man cut the sentence to get the meaning, "So your point is that there's no solid evidence, right?" The crowd around them cheered loudly, everyone shouting, "Pay the money, pay immediately. My porcelain vase is worth 100 million, so I have to be compensated 200 million. My Ming Dynasty blue and white vase is worth 120 million. My Tang Dynasty ceramics are worth." You walk slowly across the floor, then lean in close to confirm, "Master Pham, are these fake antiques really worth that much money?" Ngu Huyen anxiously calls out to Lam Tan, while Hua Bao still firmly holds on to her opinion. "Yes, that's the price. I was just about to throw the broken piece in my hand onto the evidence." The old man's eyes seemed about to pop out of their sockets, cold sweat uncontrollably pouring down his wrinkled face, and everyone present at the scene, from Xiao Hong to Yu Huan, was so stunned they dropped their jaws. Lam Tan calmly plays with Hua Bao's life claim talisman, a sly smile on his face as he finishes his sentence. "Here." The sharp turn of the car made only an A sound echo through the hall, and no one knew who was the first to break the silence. Then the crowd gathered around to scrutinize him. "What is this?" Why is there a seal character written in seal script on the shard of a Song Dynasty porcelain? There's also one on a fragment of a Qinghua porcelain. Impossible. Even Tang Dynasty colored ceramics have it. Old Huang Huo pats its pockets nervously, his voice trembling. Since when have you been there? Why? How is that possible? Lam Tan smirked and asked again, You're sweating cold, right? Don't look for it anymore. I already took it from his pocket just now. Your reaction speed is so slow in my eyes, you're no different from a lazy person. But how come you? Lam Tan is not afraid to reveal the secret. These artifacts are so perfect they are even better than a national museum. It's obvious that it wasn't accidental, but because he was too confident, thinking no one could challenge him. So I suspect everything was forged by him. Even now, he's still stubbornly denying it. What are you talking nonsense about? It's not me. Moreover, even if I was the one who made it, how would you know about the oil seal? On this matter, you directly looked down on it. I intentionally broke it to see how you would react. Sure enough, you panicked and picked up the broken piece. This is the first time I've seen someone gather evidence against themselves. No wonder I almost fainted upon hearing this. So, you mean if I didn't pick up the broken pieces, you would have lost? That pile of valuables is worth a few $100 million. Lam Tan had to put on a show of being a rich kid. Just a few $100 million. Smash it to vent your anger. If the shop owner says it's fake, then it must be fake. Ngu Huin called out Lam Tan's name with emotion, feeling happy inside, thinking she only found it strange. Lam Tan trusted her unconditionally, which caused her affection level to increase by 3%. Whether the matter is real or fake is already decided. Everyone immediately rushes to tear the old man apart. I was planning to sell it for money to save my daughter. Now that I find out it's fake, what should I do? If you don't pay the $100 million, don't even think about leaving. I bought so many things. Pay up or I'll kill you. Lam Tan sighed and stepped forward to remind him not to kill, as he still owed me a lot. Just then, in the heat of the moment, Ngu Huyen rushed over and hugged him tightly from behind. She pressed her face against his steady shoulder and whispered softly, Lam Tan, you really scared me almost to death just now. Please don't scare me like that again. Okay? The system immediately announced loudly, and Ngu Huyen's affection level reached 90%, completing the first stage of the challenge to receive $680 million. The reward was a full attribute boost to level 7, and a choice of one of 3 skills. Mastery of 3 subjects, feng shui divination, or expert writing. In just a blink, he was bathing in money, and his inner joy was overwhelming. With $680 million, saving a little could mean never working again in this lifetime. This is my lifelong goal. Feeling happy inside, Lam Tan also relaxed and even voluntarily wiped away her tears. It's not that I don't have anything, there's still something important I need to do. The two of you should quickly move to the luxurious 4 Harmony courtyard. He stood in the middle of the room filled with antique treasures reaching the ceiling, unable to help but marvel at how, as the leading monk of Vientiane, he had quite a collection of fine items. Lam Tan smiled brightly, admiring the craftsmanship of the reclining lion. According to the agreement, I will take half and leave. I'll throw away my pride and kneel to beg. Lam, these are all the items I've collected over more than half my life. You can take them gently or harshly. You don't need to say much, just smile softly with subtle meaning. The old man immediately turns pale and quickly bows to correct his words. No, please feel free to choose whatever you like. Just then, a shout to the sky rang out nearby. Ha! Lam Tan turned to call Ha with suspicion, only to see Yu Huyen sitting and muttering while looking at Lu Dong, saying, This literary piece is indeed here. She suddenly appeared at her most beautiful and proposed, Lam Tan, have tea with me later. He sat boredly in the small pavilion, surrounded by picturesque mountains and waters. While waiting, he quickly scrolled through his phone, seemingly captivated by the news there. It turns out that the gossip reporters just released a scoop. Wang Xiaohong, a migrant detained by the police at the Mei-Mi border, is now imprisoned in the Mei-Mi water prison. Lam Tan propped his chin and sneered. The Mi water prison is said to be very popular now. I wish you good food and drink. Sitting alone for so long makes my mind a bit irritable. Why hasn't she arrived yet? Is there a ceremony for drinking tea too? As he wondered, the remaining main character also stepped forward in green high heels, ready to appear. Nu Huyen Fu Din showcased her breathtaking curves in a daring cheongsam, carrying a tray of tea utensils as she moved gracefully. Lam Tan was momentarily stunned when he recognized that familiar face, his eyes unconsciously lighting up with surprise. Yu Huyen gently set the tray down on the table and proactively started a conversation. Do you know what kind of background Lu Huang has? You gaze at her figure without any hesitation. Lu Huang, I only noticed that your waist is too small. Not really. This is the set I bought back in high school. I don't wear it easily. He smiled and returned to the main topic. This is a near-modern incense burner among Pham Quo Bao's collection, right? It's not far from that era. Based on its quality, it's probably considered a third-class cultural relic. She nodded slightly to confirm and recounted the story. Before 180, when the enemy invaded, Tiet Fong's military banner saved the daughter of a wealthy merchant. They fell in love at first sight, but the merchant looked down on Tiet Fong's background and said he could only marry his daughter if he became a general. He left her a censer as a token of love before rushing to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, after 10 years, Tiet Fong truly became a general and married the daughter of the jade merchant. Ngu Huyen couldn't help but marvel. This Lu Huang is also a testament to their love. passed down through generations, lost only after 100 years of chaos, and I never expected you could find it. These 6 characters are what Tiet Phong carved with his knife. After hearing this, Lam Tan also praised sincerely. A very touching story. Fragrant tea, then turned to hold the beautiful woman in his arms, not forgetting to praise her, saying she looks very beautiful tonight. She took the opportunity while he was distracted to gather her courage, gently kiss him on the lips, then suddenly wrapped her arms around his slim waist and pulled Yun Huyen close with a firm grip. He took the initiative without hesitation, gently holding her head, guiding her feelings bit by bit, immersed in the intense new joy rising within him. Suddenly, her dress's waistline tore apart, abruptly cutting off the passionate atmosphere. She nervously, hurriedly covers herself with her hand. What's going on? Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Tan quickly helps her put on her coat in a delicate manner, then suddenly lifts her up, revealing a strong and seductive upper body. He softly reassured her, saying, I will carry you to the changing room. She instinctively became shy, subtly leaning against him as if trying to hide her nervousness inside. About 2 days later, Nahi's car slowly rolled through the forest and stopped right in front of the main gate of Long Uyen Villa No. 1. She got out of the car and carefully said, Lam Tan, you can let others handle the luggage. Let's go inside first. Toan quickly pulled the suitcase down, then heard the warning and hurriedly put it back in place. Oh, a Bao, witnessing all that, couldn't help but admire. Such a young Fu Hao with a beautiful woman by his side was truly enviable, when suddenly a sweet voice rang out. You handsome Not Tran suddenly appears dressed as a servant. Let me help you. He saw the beauty and his eyes lit up. She quickly pretended to introduce herself, saying, I am the new maid Lam invited. Her lips curled slightly as she easily stepped through the door. A Bao's gaze remained fixed on the person just passed by. Wealthy people really know how to play, even the maids are beautiful. Inside the villa grounds, Nahi happily drapes her arm around the person next to her. Lin Tan, these are the flowers I told the gardener to plant. You like cloves and I like hydrangeas. There are many other kinds of flowers over there, and you can freely share your opinions. It would be great to have a few more dogs here. Just a few steps in, all the servants bowed and greeted their master. Hello, Mr. Lam. Hello, little two. Lam Tan feels like he's at a festival inside. Is this what life is like for the rich? It's amazing. He happily imagines a luxurious life where servants handle meals, cleaning, and laundry. Spending all day gaming is the best life, and of course, having a beautiful woman in his heart. He turned to praise Na Hai, saying her decor was beautiful. Maybe I should give her another car. She hesitated to refuse, but he had already given her too much. I confidently say, what are these things? I'll give her a few 100 million more tonight. Yetren looked out from the room with eyes full of hatred and said, You bastard! I really want to tear that face of hers apart. She must be so happy inside. By dinner time, I was the one smiling as the sunset slowly fell, casting a golden hue over the sparkling walls of the luxurious villa, leaving a quiet beauty at the end of the day. The servants keep flattering Na-Hee endlessly. Mr. Lam is truly lucky to have such a thoughtful girlfriend who cooks for him herself. Yes, she smiled and clarified, I like the way he eats the dishes I made myself. It's done. At this moment, another unfamiliar figure quietly appeared in the kitchen, standing still as if waiting for a long time. Mr. Nuttrun tried to suppress his voice as he said, Miss Law, let me help you carry that. Nyahe was slightly surprised and asked cautiously, Are you new here? Why are you wearing a mask? She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to force a fake smile. Are you okay? Nyahe asked cautiously, her voice sounding so bitter. How old are you? Nat-Tran blinked rapidly and swayed her body playfully, so coquettish that it froze her in place. She just turned 18, so I can't watch anymore, and I order you to bring the food to the master bedroom upstairs. She quickly left. Yes, Miss Law. Only after she was out of Nahi's sight did she carefully take out the secret poison she had hidden on her person. Nat-Tran, without hesitation, poured the poison into the food in her hand, secretly feeling pleased. Done! Nat-Tran imagined the scene of their fainting and secretly felt pleased. After eating these dishes, you will fall asleep quickly. She continued, Then I will be on your bed, in front of you. Then, Nat-Tran quietly confirmed to herself that men are all half lower body animals. As long as I let Lam Tan enjoy endless pleasure and she, dressed as a fully masked maid, is definitely confident, then after he wakes up, he will accept me. At the same time, a loud voice shouted, Have you seen that maid yet? Nat-Tran looked down in shock while the guards continued their search for her and spoke. It's okay. You shouldn't have let them in without confirming their identity. Sorry. One of them ordered to continue the search. After hearing that, Nat-Tran secretly worried she had been discovered and quickly ran away, wondering why all the rooms were locked. Next, Nat-Tran threw open the door in panic, realizing she could only hide in the master bedroom she just came from and quickly crawled under the bed. At the same time, this door to the room opened and the two of them stepped in. Nahahi's gentle voice saying, Try the dish I made while it's still hot. Lam Tan nghe vậy thì lên tiếng, nhịn cổ vậy rất ngon. Nhát chanh thì thầm với hai ngôi lạ Lam Tan và La Nyahi. Then she hinted, Let's go to bed and eat. Meanwhile, she confidently thought to herself, Ha! The timing is perfect. Quickly, eat this sleeping pill and go to sleep. At the same time on the bed, only Nahi was feeding Lam Tan and gently said,
I've picked out all the fish bones. You can eat now too. And comment. Yes, it's smooth and tender.
Then Lam Tan spoke up. I also fed you sausage. She happily accepted it and blushed, saying it was too sweet. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder. Isn't sausage supposed to be salty? If you feed them, they all taste sweet. Not Tron, seeing them still chatting happily below, wondered in confusion, aren't you guys still awake? At the same time, someone's voice rang out, saying, Miss Law, she keeps thinking and wondering if the medicine has lost its effect. It just can't be. At the same time, Na spoke up. Come in. The maid also honestly reported that the guards couldn't find the imposter maid. She probably escaped, but she did leave behind a bag. Please check, Miss Law. She crossed her arms and replied, all right, go downstairs and tell them this kind of situation is not allowed to happen again. Seeing what was in front of her, she panicked and thought to herself, no, my bag. And the maid immediately obeyed. Yes, Miss Law. Then Ha opened her bag and revealed the bunny ear headband. Lam Tan looked at her with curiosity and asked, so this is the girl's rabbit costume? She smiled upon seeing the special item in her bag and said, so it's Lu Tron. I didn't expect her to sneak into our villa secretly. She must have some evil plan. You also immediately looked around with suspicion and then seriously said, I didn't expect her to escape, otherwise I would definitely have taken her to the police station. Nyatron, hearing those words below, tears welling up in his eyes, thought to himself, how could Lam Tan be like that? If I go to the police station, won't I be unable to see him for many days? Then Na turned to him, smiled with a subtle expression, and softly said, forget about her. I've prepared something very special for you. Lam Tan felt curious when he saw her lighting a peach-shaped scented candle, and he asked about it. Na also smiled softly and replied, it's a mood enhancer. This fragrance gives off a very special feeling. Next, only Na Tron is seen pinching his nose, while Nahahi also takes off her dress. Seeing her seductive figure, Lam Tan blushes and hesitates.
Why is she wearing Lu Tron's bunny girl outfit? When she heard that, she couldn't help but stare in shock.
Up above, Nyahai voluntarily moved closer to him and squinted with a smile. If you're going to play excitingly, then let's go all the way. Nyetron, hearing those reckless words, glares with clenched teeth in anger, silently cursing in her mind. Bitch, 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 bitch. Lam Tan smiled and then lowered his voice. Oh, so this is what it's like. There's even a tail. Then he reached out and touched the tail, marveling at how it felt. Very interesting. At the same time, Notran below felt a burning heat, her breathing quickening as she trembled and whispered in frustration, damn it, I hate this. It's so hot I could die. So uncomfortable. That spot was supposed to be mine. Meanwhile, Lam Tan and Hahi are also together. Night falls and the moon rises, and outside 2 insects are having a good time. After seeing them fall asleep, Notron whispered to herself that it finally stopped. Then she broke out in a sweat, wondering how long it had been. Then, Notron slowly crawled out, thinking to herself, gotta get out of here quickly. Suddenly, someone's foot stomped right on her back, making her startle and cry out. That's Nahai. She's wrapped in a towel and looking down, her tone sharp, trying to run. It's not that easy. Notran glared and gritted her teeth when she saw her. Then, Nahai rested her hand on her hip and whispered, don't speak too loudly. Do you want Lam Tan to wake up and call the police? She looked up in horror, stammering. Since when have you been so nonchalant and sarcastic in your responses, and when did you realize at the age of 18 that this was your true nature? Yitron, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and broke out in a sweat, exclaiming, what? Nyahai smirked and then spoke. Then I set this trap for her. You really fell into the trap. How does it feel to see me and Lam Tan making love at the scene? Are you angry? She immediately lunged at her and said in a harsh voice after hearing that, bastard, I have to kill you. Nyahai remains calm, takes out her phone and says, looks like I still have to call the police. Nyetron immediately looked terrified, then grabbed her bag and shouted in defiance, watch out! Then she lunged out of the window, falling straight from the tree with only screams of pain echoing behind. Meanwhile, Nahai stands at the window casually waving goodbye, softly calling out, bye-bye, as Nhatron, with a faint cry of pain, says, it hurts so much. Suddenly, Lin Tan, in a daze, wonders what's going on. She also glanced outside and gently replied, nothing's wrong. We finally chased away the flies. Let's go back to sleep. You need to hold me. Seeing the scene before her, she cried while thinking to herself, they live happily like that, and yet I feel like a mourning dog. Could I really be no better than that Slutla Nahi? Suddenly, Nhatran looked into his bag and cheerfully exclaimed, huh? This is Lam Tan's stuff. Then she held it up for each person like a pervert and blushed, muttering to herself, oh, Lam Tan's scent. Oh my, I really can't be apart from him. Then, Nhatran, with a cheerful and determined look, said loudly that she might have to try harder to hold on to him. At the same time, the system displayed a notification that Liu Yichan's affection level increased by 0.5%, now at 99.5%. Lam Tan, sleeping in his room, was startled and wondered what was going on. Why did the affection level suddenly increase? And since when does the system have decimal points like this? And then he was confused and wondered, wait a minute, where are my underwear? The scene shifts to next week, currently the university sports event at Vientiane University, with students lined up in long rows. Trin Hao stands on the stage and solemnly announces that he is honored to stand here representing all students to speak. Today, we gather here to organize a grand sports festival. This is a stage for us to demonstrate unity, effort, and continuous progress. I also hope everyone can learn from each other and improve together during this process. Let's do our best for the glorious success of the sports festival. Then he loudly said, "Now please enjoy the parade of each department." Then a group of people dressed in traditional costumes appeared, marching in a parade. They are from the history department. The male students there started to get rowdy. The girl holding the history department sign is so beautiful. Do you know her name? I don't know. Her looks still fall a bit short. Not quite on par with Liu Yitron and Lan Niashi from the literature department. Then he shouted even louder. At the same time, there is an image of Nha holding the literature department's sign. They sighed, "Wow, Nha Tron is so beautiful." Then a few more words were spoken. I've already started thinking about my child's name with Lan Ha Hai. "Wake up! Don't be dreaming!" Suddenly, a girl behind excitedly shouted, "Teacher Lam Tan!" The male students also immediately turned their heads to look. The admiring girls of Lin Tan spoke up, looking this way, and he followed suit, waving back. La Ho frowned in confusion, wondering why Lam Tan, who only saved a girl last month, was being so warmly welcomed. Hak Lo replied, "Who knows?" "Ah, Sinsol." And then Ban Han said, "It's nothing, just a few female students." Soon after, the female students cheered again. "Ah, it's Ban Han." He holds a sign with the sports department written on it, looking confident. The girls continue to praise him. "You're so handsome, my husband." At the same time, Ban Han affirmed that today we are the main characters. Lam Tan covered his ears and sighed. So that's the E6 note? The penetrating power is truly terrifying. The guy next to him couldn't help but wonder, who is that? This aura is even more welcome than Lam Tan. Ngo Chi turned and said, "It seems to be the new star of the temple team after exercising. I heard that when he's in top condition, he can run 100 meters in 10.25 seconds. And the school treats him like a national athlete." Suddenly, he turned around and asked, "Why do you know so much?" He replied with a look of disappointment, "I have to run 100 meters later." Running with him, I don't know how many meters I'll fall behind. I might not even count anymore. Long Tan saw this and patted Nochi's shoulder to comfort him. "Why think so much? Just try your best to run. I will cheer for you." He still responded a little worriedly. The scene shifts to the race, with all the male students preparing, while Kaha, holding her camera, nervously chats with someone on the phone, rambling on. "How could you think I wouldn't notice you? I never said you were nagging or unreasonable." "Fine, I was wrong, okay?" Suddenly, he threw the camera to Lam Tan and exclaimed in panic, "Who is at fault? This. It's all his fault." Is that clear? I haven't lost my patience. "What are you doing?" "I've already arrived at the school gate. Could you please help me hold this for a moment?" "It's not like I can just go there now." Chaha was running and explaining in a panic. "No, he's a boyfriend. Darling, don't go. Wait for me a moment. I haven't turned off the phone." Seeing the scene in front of him, he felt a bit helpless. Then the announcement from the loudspeaker rang out. The 100-meter dash at the Imperial examination begins soon. Competitors, please enter the track. Lam Tan attaches the lens to the camera and whispers to himself. Looks like that cameraman won't be coming back, so I might as well help him out. And conveniently, get a shot of Ngo Chi looking incredibly handsome. Then he aimed the camera at Ngo Chi and loudly said, "Look over here, kid," and he straightforwardly shouted, "Get lost." At the same time, La Hu called out, "Hey, the cameraman over there." Then he pointed at Ban Han and frowned, saying, "Grab the camera and film. It doesn't matter who you film. Do you even know who the main character is?" Lam Nam, who was being pinned to his chest by Ban Han, also expressed his dissatisfaction. "Yes, of course, it's Han. If we don't capture the handsome scene of Han starting soon, you'll be responsible." Others quickly agree we should just film with our phones. Lam Tan pretended to be surprised and said I haven't pressed record yet. La Ho, seeing this, cursed angrily under his breath. "Damn it!" But Ban Han quickly stopped him and softly said, "Just ignore him in a few moments when we run far ahead of him through a few streets. Let's discuss the main matter first." Then he glanced back and smiled, saying, "There are 3 new female fans who look pretty lively. Maybe we can hang out tonight." Ben Han replied, "It just so happens we have 3 people, and the important thing is they all already have boyfriends." I just saw Miha blushing while calling her lover. "Sorry, I don't need to pick you up." Wow, this really gets the adrenaline going. At the same time, the referee's whistle also sounded. "Runners, please go to your lanes and get ready for the race to start." The announcer's voice booms, "Ready." The participating boys also took their positions according to the signal. Then the referee fired the starting gun and Ban Han surged ahead to take the lead. Father Ni sighed. "You're so fast!" Lin Nam cheered. "So handsome, keep going." Miha beside her also shouted loudly, "Those strong legs, I can't wait anymore." As for Ban Han, with his confidence, he smiled to himself, feeling he's in great shape and can run for 10 to 20 seconds. Wait a little longer. When his handsome face breaks his record and appears on the screen, it will be a new wave of fans. Lam Tan, holding the camera and running after Kovu, said, "Come on." Banhan was a bit surprised. You immediately sprinted forward, then turned the camera back and shouted, "Ngochi, keep going." Banhan was surprised and then looked back in shock, sweating as he shouted silently in his mind. That's right, I really have left the small fry far behind. Isn't that the cameraman running from the starting line with me? Banhan looked at Lam Tan and couldn't help but wonder why he was still running faster than himself. No way, he's still wearing shoes. Isn't that camera equipment supposed to weigh 10 kilograms? At the same time, the red ribbon was broken and the referee's voice rang out. He crossed the finish line. The champion is what he loudly declared. Banghan, time 10.55 seconds. The two commentators are also passionately discussing. Strange, clearly Banghan started perfectly, and the first 50 meters were also in great condition. Yes, suddenly his performance declined, even losing control of his facial expressions. This result is the worst for him. At the same time, Lin Tan looked at Nochi with his hands on his hips and said, I've captured your handsome look again, so hurry up and thank your dad. He then whispered his reply. Wait for me to catch my breath first. Suddenly, someone patted Lam Tan on the shoulder and urged him, Hey, camera! Hurry to the starting line and get ready. When he heard that, he exclaimed in surprise, Huh? What do you mean, huh? The 400-meter race is about to start. Hurry and get ready. The boy hesitated before replying. Oh. The scene shifts to the 400-meter race for the championship, with Lin Tan running quickly while secretly filming and thinking to himself. After filming the entire track and field competition, being a good person is really exhausting. When that cameraman comes back, I must make him treat me to a meal. Suddenly, Bonhan's group ran up to the referee and shouted, I want to file a complaint. Someone is using performance-enhancing drugs. He then said loudly after hearing that, Really? Which athlete from the school has a testing machine, and if doping is detected, they will definitely be punished severely, with no leniency. Then, they all pointed at Lin Tan and accused him together, claiming he was the cameraman. The referee looked at them and then glanced at the group as if he was looking at a bunch of idiots. And then he calmly said, Go eat or hang out if you're done with your tasks. The three of them, upon hearing this, looked as if they had been hit by old tricks and all showed surprise. Then Bonhan raised his hand to wipe his mouth and started cursing. Damn it, it's driving me crazy. The referee and the coach don't believe us. Go find those three girls to cool things down. After seeing Lam Tan's appearance, the girls all turned their cars around, and only Miha exclaimed with admiration, Lam Tan is so handsome. My little brother is also amazed and blushing, saying he's truly versatile with 100 meters, 400 meters, and 1,500 meters. You really know how to hide it. Lam Nam whispered to the two of them. Everyone is wondering why he didn't compete. If Captain Lam Tan had participated, he could have won the championship in all the events. She immediately agreed and replied, I also didn't see anything. The other competitors only saw the handsome figure running of senior brother Lam Tan. At the same time, Bonhan and the other two were trying to flirt to attract the girls to their side, grinning slyly. The match is over. Let's go. Miha immediately refused without hesitation. Sorry, maybe next time. What? Didn't you say earlier that after the competition, Miha immediately cut in? But senior student Lam Tan is still filming. Lam Nam also smiled brightly and said excitedly, Yes, maybe we can even see him jump high and far. Then Bunyi looked at them with disdain and said, Fine. Don't block our view of senior brother Lam Tan anymore. The other two also started to show expressions of disgust. Seeing this, Banhan covered his head and shouted, Lam Tan, damn it, I hate you. La Ho and Hoklo also couldn't hide their disappointment. The announcer's voice once again announced that the 50-meter swimming competition for female students was about to begin, inviting the contestants to take their positions. Next, the alluring scene of Nahai and Natron in their swimsuits appears, and the male students there, seeing this paradise, all shout out excitedly. Wow, Lunat Tran's figure is so beautiful. La Nahi is also incredibly pretty. No way, I need to go to the bathroom for a bit. So beautiful, I'm going to die. At the same time, Nyahai turned to look at Natran and sighed. Wow, Natran, you really came to join the water dance. The last time she visited my house, I could tell she was a very good dancer. She confidently responded, Of course, Lam Tan likes independent girls with many skills, so I naturally have to develop comprehensively. Hearing that, she replied, I sometimes think the same way. I'm sure I only met Lam Tan because of my luck in my whole life, so some people just aren't as lucky. Some things really can't be forced, right? Natran confidently declared, refusing to admit defeat. It was always like that, but there is a saying that perseverance is victory. One day, I believe the rain will clear and the sun will shine again. Inahai smiled softly and replied, Then keep trying and don't let me win in this swimming competition. Then she tilted her head, blushing, and softly said, Anyway, during this time I've been swimming in the villa's pool every day and my skills and stamina have improved a lot. Natran immediately turned around, angry and challenged, Let's bet on a match. The winner gets the right to join the foot race with Lam Tan. Don't dream. I won't use Lam Tan as a bet, and even if you win, do you think he will join you? You're joking. Whether Lam Tan agrees or not, the loser cannot appear on the sports field anymore. The rest must rely on their own skills. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, if I, Tu Nu Nu, come to compete. You should give up your rights to avoid losing face later. Seeing this, the two of them turned around together, and Ha-Hee, surprised, asked, Nu Nu, why are you here? Not Tran, hearing her call that, frowned and asked, what? Is this trashy person her sister? The audience watching erupts again, shouting, oh my god! Who is that girl? She's just as capable as Liu Yitran and Lan Ha-Hee and looks a bit shady. But I like it. It excites me. The referee's voice quickly echoes. Get ready, Yahai said softly. I'm handling this with Lamton. Don't interfere. Tenu immediately replied, do you think I will listen to you? The man Tenu Nu looks at us will have to pursue her at all costs. So just because Not Tren wants to pursue Lamton, everyone jumps in after the command. At the same time, Yahai said, so let's see if Lamton can see us. Tenu confidently replied, I am different from you all. I will make him love me. Yet Tren refused to admit defeat, smiled and said, I advise you not to get too full of yourself. Lamton's group outside looked over and couldn't help but marvel at the chaotic and lively competition, when suddenly AX rushed out and shouted urgently, watch out! Lunatron and Lan Ha-Hee are fighting. Xiaodong immediately spoke up upon hearing that, saying, really? Then I definitely have to go see for myself.
Go away. Hey, go away. Go away.
But Lam Tian immediately refused. I might as well not go. At the same time, I think to myself that Lunatron and Lan Ha-Hee meeting each other probably won't lead to anything good, so it's better to avoid it if I can. Swan hurriedly ran over without paying attention and pushed Vian aside, shouting, get out of the way, so slow, causing her to fall flat on the ground. Zhoudong hurriedly approached Yuan and asked cautiously, are you okay? Zhoudong kept shaking Yuan and anxiously called out, are you okay? At the same time, Lam Tan checked her pulse and then diagnosed, weak pulse, chi stagnation, it's a heart condition. Then he silently performed a few movements on Vian's acupoints. Then Lin Tan shouted, hurry and call an ambulance. Goji immediately picked up his phone and replied, yes. Everyone around started gathering and whispering, what's going on? It seems someone has fainted. Suddenly, Yuan faintly furrowed her brow and called out weakly. Mr. Zhoudong saw this and loudly said, he's awake. Then he looked confused and said, already awake so quickly. Is it Ha Duong Huyet? Damn, Lam Tan, I didn't know you knew how to perform emergency rescue. Coach, I want to learn this. After hearing that, Zhoudong immediately looked up at him and asked, are you just trying to learn to save the beauty? The whole hospital heard the calculator sound. Suddenly, Lam Tan spoke no and then seriously added, the girl's heart condition is quite serious. I only temporarily revived her. In the urgent situation, I took her to the hospital first. They couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim, huh? The scene shifts to Dien Pho Hospital, where Luo Da hands Lam Tan a piece of paper and asks, you're a family member, right? Please sign here. Hearing that, he hesitated and denied it. No, I am not. Vian, don't scare Mom. Lam Tan spoke up when he saw her. Aunt is the lady from the inspection hall last time, right? Vian Man looked at Lam Tan with curiosity. Master, why are you here? I also honestly answered that I saw the girl faint and brought her here. Vian Man immediately bowed and thanked him, saying, oh my god, Master, you are truly a benefactor to my family. Last time I relied on you to expose that con artist Pham Quo Bao so I could get my money back. I offended you then. Please come to my house and let me treat you to a meal. To sincerely apologize. Seeing that, you quickly waved your hands and nervously said no. Forget about it. Then Luo Da approached and asked, are you the patient's mother? Please, sign here. The woman looked at the paper and hesitated before saying, sorry, doctor, is this where I sign? Yes, this is the intensive care unit. He also immediately said directly, your daughter's heart condition is very special. The treatment techniques and equipment in China can't cure her now. Only the advanced European GJC-88 machine can save her. Please pay a deposit of 15 million yuan upfront. Is it that expensive? At the same time, Luo Da said, this device's synchronized heart therapy is very advanced. Hearing this, he paused. Wenmin looked up at him hesitantly and said, but my family's assets are only 10 million. He responded indifferently with a slightly annoyed tone. What's the point of treatment without money? 15 million is just a deposit. The entire process will cost at least 30 million. Suddenly, Lin Tan interrupted. No, doctor. Then he calmly explained. The synchronized heart treatment targets ischemic cardiomyopathy. But this girl's condition is caused by cold-induced coronary blockage, so the therapy should involve using a warming wand to dispel the cold and restore yin and yang balance. He frowned in confusion and asked, who are you? Wenman immediately turned and asked, do you also understand this matter, Master? Instead of answering, you quickly listed Yuan's symptoms. Is your father's daughter often experiencing chest pain, like angina with heart pain, back pain, chest tightness, difficulty breathing, and asthma that prevents lying down? She was so shocked after hearing this that she couldn't help but be amazed. Yes. How do you know that, Master? After confirming, Long Tan turned to Lo Da and frowned, saying, that's right, then the doctor here made the wrong diagnosis. That guy, furious at being insulted, shouted, how dare you question me, kid? Do you know who I am? You don't care and calmly speak out, a heartless doctor willing to use any means to swindle money. Lo Da, hearing those words, glares and shouts. If fate had me as a doctor, you were still wearing diapers, so get out or I'll call security. Dr. Lo, please calm down. This master must really be skilled. The symptoms he mentioned earlier are all present in Vian, and suddenly she lies on the bed clutching her chest and crying out in pain. Wenmin was so frightened that she shouted out loud, Yuan, doctor, please save my daughter. Luo Da didn't bother to make a move and just stood there smirking. Weren't you just saying you would help this kid earlier? If this kid is so powerful, then go find him. Why are you looking for me? She stammered upon hearing that. What? I didn't mean it that way. He didn't bother to save Yuan and continued to speak arrogantly. So what does that mean? I only see Yuan Min constantly kneeling and crying. I, Lo Da, continue the conversation. That kid is a master, right? Oh, then quickly invite the master to come forward. Lin Tan heard all that and smirked, finding it truly amusing. Lo Dang frowned and asked, huh? Then he sneered and said sarcastically, so you're a doctor, like a role model, but all I see is a dark heart in you. Patients are seriously ill, and instead of helping, you might be the one paying the price. Loa Da glanced behind and saw the people nearby whispering. Then he shouted loudly, damn it, you dare cause trouble in the hospital, now I will. But Lam Tan didn't care and immediately interrupted him. I don't have time to waste on you saving people, is more important. Nurses, may I ask if anyone has silver acupuncture needles? Lo Da laughed aloud and scornfully said, use silver needles. Don't joke with me. Silver needles and traditional Chinese medicine are for children. To treat serious illnesses, you need high-end European medical equipment. All right. I also want to learn the acupuncture techniques of the master you invited. Please! And then he put his arm around you and whispered in your ear with contempt. No one will lend you silver needles or any tools now. If you cause the patient to die, won't you become an accomplice? Now that so many people are watching, there's no way to ask for help anymore. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Dr. Lam, I have silver needles here. Lo Dong was startled and shouted, really? Lam Tan then looked back and hesitated. You are Lan Ha He's aunt. Then, he took the box of needles and happily said, so you're actually a nurse. Bai Tiep looked up at Lam Tan with a puzzled expression. So you also know acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine? Next, she smiled and softly said, I have no evidence, but my intuition tells me to trust you. I helped me, and I am willing to share any consequences and responsibilities with you. He heard that and smiled softly before replying, I will start the treatment now. The nurses there all rushed over quickly and couldn't help but start whispering. Did you hear what they said? Someone is competing with Dr. Lo in medical skills inside that hospital. I heard it's a young guy using some silver needle or something. Tinko Naodong also heard about it. Then she touched Mimi's shoulder and asked, how is it over there? Mimi also honestly pointed in the direction ahead and replied, it seems like the doctor and patient are having a dispute, and someone is arguing with Director Lo. By the way, which department are you from? Yao Dong dodged the question by beating the drum. Who's there? It's noisy again over there. The other nurses quickly rushed out to see what was going on, while she still stood there watching with a curious gaze. Outside, Luoda kept mocking sarcastically. Do we need to step aside so you can perform normally, master? Lam Tan didn't care and calmly replied, no need. If you want to steal, you can. Hearing that, he couldn't help but curse. A disaster from the outside world. And Gao Dong, hiding among them, was stunned and wondered, why is it him? Lam Tan raised one leg and quickly used a skill from the system, performing a top acupuncture technique on the patient's acupoints in the blink of an eye. The nurses behind watched in amazement. Wow, people can't look directly at the face of the Bat Hein Dong. At this age, even the two doctors in front are discussing animatedly. The techniques look very skillful, but the acupoints are all very ordinary. No, the acupoints are quite common, but the methods are extremely unique. Havi, standing nearby, looked at Ma Loi in disbelief. Dr. Ma, you are the top traditional medicine doctor at Dianfo Hospital and also one of the best in acupuncture. Even a young master like him can still surprise you. His face was beaded with sweat as he pondered this technique of his. Then he loudly pronounced a deeply profound name, Long Du Ho Duok acupuncture technique. Even though those female nurses didn't understand, they still looked amazed. He's actually that impressive. The more he watched Lam Tan's movements, the more he confirmed his suspicion. It is indeed an ancient technique that has been lost over time. Now only the incomplete version of Long Du Ho Duok acupuncture remains, while the acupuncture on the wrist trembles lightly at a high speed. Even if it's the same acupoint, different techniques will produce different results. Could he be the young master of some prestigious traditional medicine family? In the blink of an eye, Lam Tan lowered the silver needle. The temporary treatment was over. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a relieved sigh. Everyone was surprised by how quickly it happened. Sister, you're done. Bai Tiep quickly checked again. Her heartbeat has returned to normal and her blood pressure has also decreased. I will perform acupuncture on her once a week and she will be fully recovered in about a month. I will prescribe a different medicine for 5 days. Yuan Min knelt down and bowed his head in gratitude. Master, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. I gave you my 10 million, but you're not the type to be greedy for money. I don't need it. I saved her not for any ulterior motive. Lo Da was so annoyed by this scene that he trembled and tried to find flaws. On the surface, this looked better, but who knows if it will leave any lasting effects. Maybe later they will use this to threaten the patient's family, then point directly at you and threaten loudly. You don't have a medical practice license. I've already called the police. They're on their way, so you'll be sitting in jail soon. Lam Tan is not someone easy to deal with. If you've messed with him, then it's just right. I also want to report that your hospital might be involved in using fake high-tech equipment from abroad to scam money. He smiled confidently, accepting the challenge. All right, go ahead and report it because you have grounds for this arrogance. Poor fools who don't realize how strong our behind-the-scenes support at Dienpo Hospital really is. Hello, Jay. I want to call the police. You all come here immediately. The nurses and doctors who were just watching the drama now have a juicy story to enjoy. What's going on? Could Dr. Lo really be that good? Maybe this man is just lucky, and don't talk nonsense. The equipment is high-end imported from the hospital. I want to call Dr. Lo. Isn't the director the same? But the treatment fees are just too expensive. In the past, some patients paid a sky-high price but still failed, so don't say any more. Yao Dong saw an opportunity and secretly used his earpiece to contact his teammates. There's more to this hospital than you can see. That's why I disguised myself as an undercover agent to investigate. But the appearance of this little prince actually opened up a bit of a new situation. When the voice on the other end sounded deep, she whispered an order. Follow my instructions from now on. Over here, Yuan Min is holding the girl in his arms, assuring you confidently. Dr. Lin, rest assured, we will stand with you and speak up for you. Bok Teep also stepped forward to cheer. New student. Lam, don't worry. The police will definitely find out what happened, and you're still so calm. I'll go make a phone call first. As he went outside, Lam Tan was lost in thought, convinced he had to tell Zheng Hao and the others about this situation. Maybe the school is really worried. I happened to see Rao Dong standing in a corner whispering on the phone. How is it going? You seem a bit surprised. Isn't that the elegant young lady? Thinking this, for some reason, you happily go over to say hello. What a coincidence, Luo. She's disguised again, not working as a waitress but as a palace maid. Lin Tan pretended not to notice the other person's discomfort and kept talking enthusiastically. Serving as a steward suits him well, with a proper job and spreading love that keeps improving. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the woman from Fengtron can also turn over a new leaf. Inside, she's already been cursing your ancestors for 18 generations. Who is the woman from Feng Chen? Why does this guy always misunderstand me? But on the surface, she's still forced to smile. That's right, it's all thanks to you. Haha, my heart is stirred again. How did you figure me out? Lamton still refuses to stop this joke and keeps teasing, but she keeps looking for new jobs. She must be short on money, right? Does your family have a lot of debt? If you don't want to do it, I can pay it for you directly. No need, I'm embarrassed. I have nothing to criticize about myself, just my enthusiasm that made Niao Dong angry and grab your shirt in threat. Shut up already. Soon after, the police arrived and immediately started questioning. Who reported to the police? Both of you come with us, and both sides want to accuse and interfere with the cooperation. Luoda clicks his tongue in frustration and walks away. He storms ahead, trying to calm himself down. This won't affect me, it's fine. We've done this before. How could these police not notice that Bai Jieping is calling after you from behind? Mr. Lam? She frowned with concern, sincerely showing goodwill. You don't need to worry. No matter how much money you need, I will definitely help you pay it. You were surprised to repeat those words. She vouched for me. She suddenly realized she had been rude. Sorry, with that much money, you don't need my help. What foolish thing am I saying? You just smiled and said goodbye like two friends without blaming me. It's okay, I'm acting for justice. The police even gave me a banner, see you next time. Bok Teep quickly agreed. Ah, okay. Watching Lam Tan's graceful figure walk away, she couldn't help but feel regretful. She had wanted to invite him for a meal but couldn't bring herself to say it. Next time, she definitely had to speak up. The sunlight still blazes brightly at the city police station as Luo Da sits alone in the interrogation room, loudly urging, Aren't you here to take my statement? Hurry up, I'm reporting a crime. Even though he's already here, he still maintains his arrogant attitude. If not, I would want to find a lawyer. Meanwhile, Lam Tan was outside observing the other person through the glass, feeling a bit strange. Why just take him in? What about me? This treatment is completely different. Just then, the police officer beside him turned to inform him, Sorry to interrupt your call, Captain. We want to speak with you. Even though I don't understand what's happening, I still accept. Hello, Captain. May I ask what's going on? A clear voice came from the other end of the line. Sir Lam, it turns out the person talking to Lam Tan is a familiar face. Yao Dong secretly in the bathroom asked, We need your help. He asked back confused, Help. Long was a bit suspicious. The female voice of the team leader sounded somewhat familiar. The following words hit Lam Tan like a bomb straight to the head, accusing the crazy hospital of having real problems. We have investigated and found that behind this hospital there are complex connections with various forces and companies, and one of the listed companies shows you hold 40% of the shares. On a crescent moon night at Phi Tuong's headquarters, the shareholders sat chatting animatedly. How have your recent car betting luck been? Ma Deching, who holds 15% of the shares, points to the girl beside him and introduces her as a trophy. This is my trophy from before. Uncle Shuang holds 25% of the shares, he said with a sly smile. Does it seem legal for someone so small and was immediately challenged by the other party? Uncle Xiong, is what you hold legal? He snorted coldly. I prefer to play illegally. Nga, who holds 20%, coldly crosses her arms and watches the two men. Uncle Shuang, will that Lam really let it go? He burst out laughing, confident that everything was under control. I've already called and made arrangements. He will be here very soon. That guy named Lam Tan is just an ordinary college student. He still really thinks he can get 40% of the shares to split the money because he believes Phi Tuan Company is just an ordinary company. After slandering this person, he switches to targeting someone else. The funniest thing is still old Ta. Originally, he held the largest share, but after raising such a filial son, he lost 40% and now has nothing left. Yang Nang then added, as for this matter, the higher-ups want to shift the blame, and Ta family's father and son won't escape either. Daithun is once again mocked. Everyone, don't go too far later, or our new shareholders might get scared and pee their pants. Just then, the door swung open, and a familiar voice interrupted their conversation. Who's scared shitless? You just casually held a coconut and introduced yourself. I am Lin Tan. I heard there's a shareholders meeting coming up to split the money, and I feel a bit ashamed getting paid without doing anything, so I brought everyone a coconut. The old man greeted them, his eyes full of hostility. Just in time, Tan, shareholder. Before he could sit down, Ha Dong handed a piece of paper to Lam Tan and Jia Len. Sign this contract. Quickly skim through it and then read it out calmly. This is a share transfer agreement. You want me to transfer the shares unconditionally. They were prepared long ago, and as soon as you showed dissatisfaction, you were threatened. If you don't sign, don't even think about leaving this place. Lam Tan looked around at the three despicable old men sitting over there and said coldly, So it was the Red Chamber banquet, but you immediately changed your attitude, threw away that scrap paper, and started provoking the dog again. I won't sign. Go ahead and bite me. He got angry from being provoked and immediately swung his fists, saying, If you won't accept the invitation, then drink up or face the punishment. But unexpectedly, Lam Tan caught that wicked hand with ease and even squeezed it harder, causing Han Dong to tremble with pain. Seeing this scene, Dai Then grits his teeth with a look of shock. Nha Nang also realizes that they cannot underestimate the opponent, while Shuang Thuk remains very confident in himself, sneering arrogantly. Huh, you reckless kid. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs armed with weapons quickly rushed towards Lam Tan, all aiming to hold his right hand for signing. Seeing that, he just sighed softly, not giving up, secretly lamenting his own bad luck. I only cooperated with the police to gather some evidence and information from the illegal company, but it turns out things are more complicated than that, so he decisively threw the coconut at them like a game of bow line. Then come on, and it suddenly charged at Dathane before stopping. Because of the poor quality, the small gang decided to compensate with quantity, attacking all at once. However, with his incredibly agile body, Lam Tan easily dodged all their attacks. The three of them couldn't believe their eyes, opening their mouths in shock. He quickly counterattacked, first punching the nearest guy in the ribs. Another guy took the opportunity to swing his knife at your head. Although Lam Tan managed to turn his head aside in time, he still got cut on the cheek, blood flowing out. Snap! You just bent down to grab that guy's legs while thinking that if the system assigned someone skilled in martial arts and swordsmanship from China, they wouldn't be so shabby. Then the body of the unlucky guy spun like a weapon, knocking back the remaining people. They were once again stunned, stuck stiff with glue, only able to scream, how is this possible? After taking down the henchman, Lin Tan turned around to deal with them, leaving only you guys, right? Seeing him walk over with murderous intent, the three of them still stubbornly looked down on their opponent. You little thief, I have been a powerful boss for 30 years. Do you think I would be afraid of you? Dai Thane grabbed a whole coconut and charged forward to fight to the death with you. Oh, so he actually changed direction and bowed to flatter us. Master Lam, you're so generous to come all this way. No need to be so polite, even buying me a drink. Master Ma, I am the first to welcome you. Your timely and sensible attitude makes Lin Tan very pleased. Who called Ma Dathane so loudly? The other two just went along with it. That's right. Next, you immediately transform into a Yao Guai, present 3 transfer contracts, and give the order. So everyone knows what to do now, right? They don't dare to disobey even a word. Yes, we know. Having gained unexpected benefits, Lin Tan now owns 100% of the shares and happily turns to leave. Not bad, this shareholders meeting was perfect. After the meeting, the angry, hateful people are left behind. Uncle Xiong feels dissatisfied and threatens with his backing. Kid, do you really think Phi Tuang is just an ordinary small company? Are you sure you understand? Hearing that, he suddenly became a bit interested and listened. Oh, Gangdong loudly displays the hidden power behind this business label. P Tuang is just a subsidiary. The real parent company is in Miandian, and the supply chain there reveals how powerful the forces behind it truly are. Lam Tan immediately started planning upon hearing the new location. Myanmar, tropical sun and wind, exotic scenery. Looks like to get the crucial evidence, he'll have to make a trip to Myanmar. I wonder if the police will cover the expenses for this trip. Maybe I can even activate that beautiful foreign tool to make money. Tisk, 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 that's wonderful! Hearing this, he burst out laughing happily. That's great, making the three behind look confused, thinking the other side is crazy. Lin Tan turned back, his tone cold, then made an incomprehensible request. I have a lot to do. Watch over the company for me. They immediately panicked as if their tail had been stepped on. This kind of betrayal of our loyalty is unthinkable in our industry. You think we would just do as you say? I even took a blow for the boss. Do you think you can just say whatever you want? Lam Tan smiled and revealed his ultimate trump card. A series of very attractive conditions, working only 5 hours a day, with 2 days off on weekends and holidays, and double the salary. Immediately, those people knelt down at his feet and swore that from today on he was their boss, that they would take a bullet for him, that they would serve him like a beast or a servant. The three who had been arrogant before were now filled with anger. The white-eyed wolves, you guys are so loyal. Who would have thought this job would turn around 180 degrees again? Serving Lam Tan with all your might. It's supposed to be us doing that. As he enjoyed this 5-star service, he thought to himself happily. In a few days after gathering enough evidence, he would deal with you all gradually. A few days later, at the Myanmar airport, Lam Tan in simple clothes just stepped off the plane, curiously looking around to explore. Myanmar at last. He was so excited about this trip, clenched his fists with determination, and fully immersed himself in experiencing the foreign scenery. Just then, a man suddenly handed him a piece of paper and asked, "Hello, sir, an entry registration fee of 20 yuan. As he passed through the customs gate, the officer smiled and held out his hand asking for money. "Hello, sir, just a small fee." Back at the stamping station, the staff here continued to extort extra fees. "Hello, sir, you won't get through easily without paying a little extra." The happiness from earlier was completely ruined now. The more Lin Tan thought about it, the angrier he got. Is this water fee always so chaotic? Although not much, it was still very annoying. And then he boldly ordered a driver to take him to the Golden Tower checkpoint. A moment later, a luxury car suddenly stopped near the Golden Tower. A beautiful woman and her bodyguard just stepped out of the car when they heard a loud argument. 50 yuan? Why would a foreigner traveling this distance with me only give 25 yuan? Our country's regulations set the price like this. No matter where you go, it's the same fee. You must give me this amount. The next words made Thuman turn her head to look back. A country with such double standards truly opened my eyes. The bus driver from earlier was shouting and threatening loudly. If you don't give 50 yuan, don't even think about leaving. Lam Tan also refused to back down and said sharply, "You're just trying to deceive us Chinese, aren't you? I only have 25. If you want to take it, go ahead." Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted, and Ra Bok Thu Man softly advised, "Let him go." He looked at her with a hint of surprise. "Madam Bai," but she looked up at the sky with a sorrowful gaze, as if to accumulate virtue for her father to quickly follow the order. "Yes, madam." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, and Tin realized the beautiful girl had started the rebellious task. Accordingly, Thuman's personal information immediately appeared, with her current favorability at 0%. Lam Tan was both surprised and pleased to find out she was actually the rebellious target. The driver called her madam, and with her funeral attire and some reincarnation thing, he couldn't wait and used the new reward immediately. This was the perfect moment to test my SS level feng shui skill. In the blink of an eye, Lam Tan could see through Thuman's near future fate. Looking at her face, her forehead is darkened. Recently, she lost a close relative, and today she also faces the disaster of bankruptcy. So powerful, no wonder it's an SS grade skill. You take pleasure in seeing others in trouble and quietly follow her. If her bankruptcy is more serious, then my profit from her misfortune is even greater. As soon as she entered, Lin Tan was overwhelmed by this rare sight, selling gems like selling radishes. Thuman stopped at a nearby stall, pointed to a piece and asked, "Boss, take a look at this stone." Bisha immediately shone a light inside to verify. The beauty really knows how to identify this piece of stone from the Muna area. Definitely high quality and the main attraction of my shop. She likes it quite a bit but is still hesitant. This green color really is of good quality, but I can't be 100% sure. I don't have much money right now, so I must buy only the best. He saw that she hadn't decided yet and immediately threw out a tempting bait. This green color must be at least as deep as a finger's width, worth at least a few $100 million in fake money. En-ho behind also urged her to buy now, tell the price. As a buyer, haggling is essential. She boldly suggested a figure. A few $100 million in value, that's probably too much. 800 million, I might consider it a little. Bisaza was initially stubborn, but then changed her mind. 80 million. My lowest price is 100 million, but to respect the lady, I can sell it for 80 million. He put on a despicable look, extending his pig-like claws toward that great mountain. But you have to play with me a little. Bisa was stopped before he could touch, as Feng Ka firmly gripped his wrist and shouted angrily, "Your claws are not worthy of touching the lady." So Bisha begs for mercy. "Hey, it hurts so much, let go, let go." Thu Mang felt that this punishment was enough and ordered, "Don't break him, he still has to transport stones for me." Hearing this way of addressing him, he suddenly remembered, "I know now. You are again the woman of Boss Chuna of the Phi Bang. No wonder you are so seductive." Bisha's foul mouth continued to spout foolish words. "It's a pity Chanu died young. I heard that the Phi gang is about to collapse. Why did you come here to gamble on stones? Oh, ran out of money, right? Those words like stabbing Thu Man's sore spot, and he immediately received a slap in the face. Unfortunately, as she fell backwards, she accidentally caused a piece of stone to crack. Her voice still rang out with anger. So you're trying to save face, huh? Acting innocent and making up stories while holding a piece of stone. Today this woman deliberately broke my stone. If she can't pay 100 million, she wants to destroy my shop. The more she talks, the more she curses. Chan is bankrupt, and you have no money, but still dare to bet on stones. Damn it, acting all tough. If you're so capable, buy it for 100 million. Damn it, I can feel the people around watching, and I can't help but feel anxious. If I didn't have the money, these people would just find an excuse to cause trouble. So right now, like a hero rushing to save the beauty, I smile and suggest to the boss, 100 million is the right price, isn't it? That's also about 350,000 in flowers. Just swipe your card. He and his accomplices all pressure you, raising their faces to ask, who are you? Are you from Thailand? Lam Tan, unafraid, confidently introduces himself. Unchanged name and surname, the man with perfume. As soon as he heard this, Ba then curled his lips in mockery at the perfume guy. There's no room for you to butt in here. And Ho now raised 2 fingers full of disgust and told him to get lost quickly. And Bisha shamelessly haggled. A person of Chinese descent, huh? As long as you're Chinese, you'll be charged double. You need to pay 200 million for the fog stone to take it away. These words made Lam Tan frown deeply, his eyebrows almost touching. You muttered coldly to yourself, originally planning to grind out money no matter how much it cost, but now it's okay to delay earning it a little. Then Lam Tan, filled with murderous intent, looked down at Bisha, who was sitting on the ground. Now the most important thing is to smash his face. Thu Man, who was not used to you, immediately felt uncomfortable when someone interrupted. Who are you? Mind your own business. In this market, someone like you wearing perfume can't get involved. Lam Tan now no longer cares about anyone and snaps back irritably. Does this have anything to do with her now? Clearly scolded, yet her face shows a pink cloud, her eyes wide with surprise. He confidently raised his hand and declared, doubling the price is not allowed, but I will buy even more. Take all the stones from your stall. Whatever I want, I will buy it all. The big lip curled, and he was so excited that he quickly ordered his subordinates. Did you hear that? Bring out all the stones quickly, they responded urgently. Yes, boss. He looked overjoyed, like a fat pig offering his head for me to kill. Today's luck really isn't bad at all. Then, he couldn't help but sneer maliciously. This batch of goods has been appraised by experts. They look very good on the outside, but in reality, they are all worthless. Basically, it's just intimidation. Otherwise, I would have done it myself. I usually trick fools like them, but soon I'll see what he's up to. Ha ha ha. However, Bisha doesn't know that Lam Tan has a support system, so he immediately uses his skill to select stable stones. The structure of this one is solid, the shell of that one is very smooth, and this one might be purple with a hint of green. Lam Tan sat silently cross-legged, carefully weighing his options, ultimately selecting 8 stones, but his appraisal skill could only see their surface. The depth of their color, the number of cracks inside could not be guessed. While it could improve the chances of getting good items, it was not guaranteed to be 100%. But because he was cautious, he had a backup plan in place, and now, feng shui divination could completely compensate for this gap. Then, Lam Tan closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and used his skill to cast the divination on the stones. The 2 coins are quickly flipped. In the first stone, one shows heads and the other tails. You happily shout, Holy Divination! Yes! However, on the second stone, both sides are the same, so it's not a good omen. Luckily, the next one is a good sign, and the divine coin is confirmed.
Baisa's group watched Lam Tan try each stone after another with worry in their hearts, but they still stubbornly mocked him. Pretending to be a god or a ghost.
Thu Meng also watched your situation closely. After a long and boring testing process, Lam Tan finally made a decision. Alright, I'll cut these 5 now. The shady shop openly charges sky-high prices, no problem paying up front, totaling 7 million in fake money, which is also 2.3 million in cash. You didn't hesitate and immediately transferred the 2.3 million in cash. Tite received the 2.3 million in cash. The crowd watching eagerly cheered. The stupid kid bought some trash and got scammed, right? Let me tell you, those shiny-looking stones are all fake. And I love how you perfume guys pretend to be experts, but in the end, you can't open anything. Bisha chuckled loudly and retorted, You guys are talking nonsense. I didn't cheat anyone. The perfume pig from your place spent over 2 million on flowers. Looking at his clothes, he must be wealthy. And Lam Tan remains very calm. Oh, if you're so curious, then open the gem now and watch with wide-eyed amazement. The staff at Bisha's shop quickly start to remove the gem. He still stubbornly clings to his assumptions, completely wasting his time. Tin An maliciously insults, the Chinese are really stupid, and Ba Then just sneers with a contemptuous smile, not knowing where he gets his confidence from. Ha ha ha, one of the staff suddenly tremblingly shouted, The boss, it's all of them. What's wrong? Did everyone leave already? But you're mistaken, sir. The staff quickly brought out 6 halves of those stones and loudly announced that everyone was bidding, leaving him stunned. 2 purple sapphires, 2 green glass sapphires, and 1 emerald throne. Everyone witnessing this was stunned, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. The people who were mocking earlier are now desperately trying to buy them all. That handsome guy, that handsome purple jade, only paid 2 million in hoa. I will pay 30 million in flowers for the purple jade, 40 million for the green glass jade, and I begged the green glass to sell it to me for 60 million. A gentlemanly man spoke up and generously bought everything for 75 million in flowers. Xu Wang also wanted to speak up, but Lin Tan was quick to speak first. Everyone is bidding very high, but I have decided to give everything away to the beautiful lady I am fortunate to meet this time. Not only she, but the crowd watching also was extremely shocked. What? With over 70 million in jade and flowers given for free, you must be trying to get in with the high ranks of the gang. You're good at casting a long line to catch big fish. Thu Man Thu hesitated before facing Lam Tan. I don't know what your help is for, but right now I really need this kindness from you, so I said it. Then she suddenly reached behind her neck to unlock her collar, gently took off the jade necklace she was wearing, and handed it to you, carefully instructing, "This jade token is Vithu Man's IOU. I will give you a place to stay in the future, and no matter what trouble you encounter, as long as you take out the jade token, someone will naturally respect you. The gift you gave me, I plan to convert into cash and pay you back double later." Lam Tan also didn't refuse and happily accepted. Oh. After finishing, Thu Meng and the bodyguards turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. When they didn't see each other again, a system notification suddenly appeared, increasing Vithu Meng's affinity by 10%. On a beautiful sunny morning, the warm sunlight makes the golden building shine even more. Lam Tan stands high up, using binoculars to observe the surroundings. From your position, you can clearly see that tall building, which is the headquarters of the Phi Gang, today's main stage. He understands the principle of knowing others and himself, winning every battle, so he has already researched the situation. Based on the information and documents from Phi Tuan Company, the Phi Bang Group controls the 4 major markets, with Phi Tuan Company being just one of them, managed by the Elder and the 8 Great Elders. The internal relations of the Fucktap Group used to be almost whitewashed, but for some reason recently they have started to recklessly amass wealth and commit numerous crimes. Memories drift back to the past, when a police officer was surprised by Lam Tan's plan to go to Myanmar to participate in the Phi Bang Group's conference. Actually, the large amount of evidence and documents you obtained from the Phi Gang helped us a lot. You immediately put on a righteous look, trying to make yourself look heroic, and declared that you are a young man with ambition. I have despised the scam in Myanmar so much that I won't pass up this rare opportunity to contribute my small part of strength. No one suspects your true intentions. All the police officers are moved to tears. Well said. We need passionate young people like you. No matter what, your safety is the most important. If you feel danger along the way, you can withdraw from the mission at any time. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry." Back in the present, Lin Tan started to have some illusions. After finishing the mission, he planned to go out and have a few days of fun. If there was a romantic encounter, turning around, he happened to see a slender figure appear before his eyes. Among, unafraid of anything, climbs high to take selfies, and seeing you below gives him a feast for the eyes. The scene is so tempting, like a delicious piece of meat when you're hungry, that he can't help but stare in awe. Wow! Suddenly, she unexpectedly slipped off the high platform. Lam Tan saw her fall forward and hurriedly ran over to catch her. Luckily, he managed to save the beauty in his arms just in time. You worryingly ask, "Are you bleeding anywhere from the fall?" Among slowly gets up, gasping in fear. It's okay. You scared me to death. Luckily, you saved me, but your attention is now focused on those soft white buns over there. Oh my god, so women from this place really smile so openly? Then she boldly introduced herself. "My name is Among. What is your name? Please happily introduce yourself and call me Lam Tan." Seeing that the other person doesn't seem to be from around here, she asked if he was here for tourism, and he nodded affirmatively. Hearing that, she excitedly grabbed your hand and pulled you along, not forgetting to coax you. "Then I definitely can't miss this. Follow me." After a while, the two of them saw a lively and crowded scene that made him gasp in amazement. This is the water festival. It's so grand. Lam Tan suddenly gets splashed in the face without warning as Amang, mischievous, winks after just pouring water with a playful smile. In this water festival, if you don't take the initiative to attack, others will become targets for everyone. Since someone has already started, of course you have to respond. He immediately snatched the water basin from someone nearby and smirked. "Well done." And then the two of them joined in the lively and refreshing atmosphere, as she kept getting splashed with water because of her irresistibly alluring figure. There was a moment when she was played dirty by him, dodging aside as a bucket of water splashed straight into her face. Then he laughed like crazy in her face. The sky was gradually turning evening, and the sunset cast an orange hue everywhere. She casually drapes her arm around Lam Tan, reproaching him, and he still smiles as I fall miserably without protecting me. He repeats the phrase the other person said with a smile. "Aren't you the one who taught me? Only the attacker and the attacked." She suddenly asked coldly, "Are you happy today?" "I really enjoyed this experience. I'm very happy. Still have to thank you for taking me to the Water Splash Festival, but I suddenly felt something was off." "Huh?" The alley is dead end, but Amang remains calm and continues. It's just about having fun. Suddenly, a small bus sped out from the alley behind, and a few men with sinister smiles stepped out. Not bad, Amang. Only now does the true face reveal itself. I'm professional. This is the Golden Pig. Our reward has tripled. Then she turned to mock Lamtan like a piece of merchandise. Are you very disappointed? Very surprised? Not only did I not get the scene I was hoping for, but I might not even have my life anymore. Yet, you still remain calm. It's not surprising at all. People from China generally know that traveling to Myanmar carries the risk of losing a kidney. But it's a pity that a beautiful girl like her would do this kind of work. She suddenly changed her tone to seductive, gently lifting her shirt to reveal the lush mountains inside. Or maybe this. Give me 100 million in flowers and I can let you enjoy before you die. He couldn't wait any longer and quickly spoke to remind him. Among, if he dares to give it, do you dare to accept? If the boss finds out you stole money from the pig, you'll be stripped of everything. All right, hurry up. Then she quickly tied Lamtan's hands tightly with a cord. He looked at your reaction with satisfaction and listened to your words. Among considers it natural. No need to waste words. Can you really ignore the gun pointed at you? Sitting calmly in the car, your face shows no fear at all. Instead, your mind is already making plans, knowing that everywhere in the country is full of deception. As expected, not too surprising. Although slightly off from the plan, the shareholder meeting is still a few hours away, so I'll just play with them for a while. In the blink of an eye, a large crowd had gathered in front of a warehouse. Akan urged Lamtan in a tense voice. We're here, get out. Bisa quickly whispered to the senior, and the boss's influence was indeed effective. Dowda sneered dismissively, implying contempt. Little brother, is your stone shop being messed up by that kid? He looks very inexperienced. As soon as he saw someone he knew, he recognized him immediately. Huh? Isn't that the annoying boss over there? He was furious, cursing loudly. That perfume boy is really arrogant, isn't he? It's now in my hands. Boss Dow, give me a sign. He hurriedly calmed his brother down and reminded him to stay calm. No need to rush, little brother. Don't forget the terms of this deal. Wait until I drain all its money, then the person will be yours. Lamtan's face suddenly turned serious. He is carefully scrutinizing the information, and according to Phi Tuong Company's documents, this black pig is one of the elders of the Phi gang. I didn't expect to meet him here, the boss behind the human organ processing factory. With the protection of the secret snake, it's like a tiger with wings. He laughed menacingly. Ha ha ha. Do you want to know what happens when you mess with me, kid? Now experience the most painful moment of your life. Inside the detention center, the sound of people screaming nonstop echoes. The man on the left, the woman on the right mark the beautiful women. The henchmen, armed and threatening, intimidate the helpless victims. Deep inside are makeshift organ harvesting rooms, with victims lying on beds, their bodies connected to tangled tubes, and the smell of disinfectant unable to mask the stench of blood that assaults the senses. They led Lamtan down the corridor to intimidate him, and Bisha, still bold, added, So are you scared shitless now that you've handed over your bank card password and called all your family and friends to borrow money? Maybe you can avoid physical pain too. An saw that the other side wasn't showing fear, so he questioned them with a stern voice, yet still managed to smile. Ooh. Lamtan still appeared calm and said, I thought of a pretty good idea, but I already had a plan in mind. These human traffickers turning over to the police would be too convenient for them. You suddenly remembered a device given to you by the police department. It's a specialized tracking device. There is a signal blocking layer above it. Even a scanner would only see it as a regular metal button. When you are in danger, open the signal blocker layer. We will immediately locate your position and come to rescue you. Still, you didn't act immediately, but your heart was filled with frustration and determination to settle the score. First, take revenge on them all, then notify the police. Just follow the most brutal punishment to satisfy your revenge and deal with each one individually. After a while, everyone entered the torture room. Dao Da impatiently urged, Stop talking nonsense, just execute the punishment now. He chuckled wickedly and immediately responded, Yes, boss. I also want to see its desperate screams. A man holds out a heated iron bar in front of her and questions, What is the bank card code? Lamtan keeps teasing and hinting, Come closer, I'll tell you. She immediately became alert. Daring to use tricks means I will press it against your forehead. Akan looped his opponent's handcuffs, pointing a gun and threatening. He can't play tricks, so Lamtan keeps trying to hold back and gets a little closer, just 3 seconds, and everyone here will have to. Suddenly, his emerald green necklace falls to the ground, hitting with a loud clink. Among was startled by the noise, eyes wide with surprise, and he was just as stunned. She bent down to pick it up, hesitating as she questioned, Why do you have this thing on you? Dao Da couldn't keep calm and rushed forward in a hurry. This jade card is from that very moment, and outside, the sound of a door being forcefully opened was heard. Liu Man Two-Tone walks in, followed by a swarm of underlings like ants, daring to lay a hand on me. The two sides face off, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes tense, ready to snap. She coldly asked if you were hurt anywhere. Lamtan is still stunned. It's her. A second later, he sighed in frustration. She arrived at the worst possible time. I almost lost control completely. She was forcibly cut off by her. Liu Man shot a flirtatious glance before questioning. What should I say? Or have I ruined your good thing? Aren't you afraid? He waved his hand to indicate that the matter of having children is not worth worrying about, just a bunch of nonsense. This righteous guy just happens to catch her eye, and he's got guts too. The monkey system immediately reports a 1% increase in affection. Only now does Dao Da realize that he is part of the Big Sisters group. No wonder he's so bold. You still talk big because you haven't seen the coffin and cried. Turns out it's because you, that rotten girl, did it. Coming here to deal with me, right? Boss of the gang, stop being polite to her and just draw your guns ready to shoot each other. What kind of way is that to talk to the lady? Come on, I'm sure you're afraid of me, Shu-Man shouted angrily. Put down your guns, everyone. Have you forgotten all the rules of the gang that Mr. Chow set? The man signaled to stop the shooting and pretended to be chivalrous, now giving face to the Big Sister. The guild meeting is about to start, Big Sister. I also hope you can remain our Big Sister and meet again soon. She immediately pulls you away. Let's go. As we leave the bandit's hideout, she whispers softly. He looked for a chance to leave on his own, while I went to the waiting car outside. Did everything go smoothly? Thuma sat in the car, her mind filled with frustration. Chan-an dying would be truly freeing, but from the start when I chose to be his woman, I had predicted this day would come. At worst, fish get caught in the net. Suddenly, Lamtang casually climbed into the car and sat next to him. Oh, come on, she shouted angrily. Why did you get in the car? Do you want to die? He scratched his head in frustration. Huang-san in this cup, where should I look for a car now? Give me a ride for a bit. Thumang couldn't hold back and shouted even louder. Don't misunderstand. I only saved you because you got involved after helping me at Ngakthak Market. I came to save you just to repay the favor, and soon I'll be heading to an even more dangerous place, so get off the car now. Ungdung leaned back and reasoned with the other person. Do you think that if I let you go now, that thief and the boss from Ngakthak would forgive me? It's safest to go with her now. She has no choice but to go along with your wishes. Shh! Drive the car and pray for luck. That night, the lights from the headquarters building almost lit up the entire area. Inside, many influential figures were already waiting. Godwi, the representative of the rough stone quarry, grew impatient after waiting too long and urged them to hurry. What is Phi Tuan Company up to? They still can't be reached. I wonder if there's a meeting today. The calm man resting his chin in front of him is Ngang Thin, the representative of the real estate control department. He arrogantly threatened, no problem. They are just building a bridge abroad. If it doesn't work out, just replace them. Tell them that if they don't show up today, they won't be needed here in the future. Dao Da raised his voice to object. Why bother with such trivial matters? The main character is over here today. Lam Tan glanced around the room, feeling extremely excited. All the actors have arrived. The show is about to begin. After a while, Schumann stood up and announced formally that if everyone had arrived, they could begin. This was the annual traditional meeting of the faction to discuss the group's profit sharing. It should have been led by Leader Chan, but unfortunately he was blown up on a private train 5 days ago. She didn't hold back and went straight to the point, so today's meeting is a banquet for the elders and bosses targeting me. You want to seize power, don't you? God seemed to be hitting the right spot. He chuckled happily. Huh? Ha 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 ha. I like straightforward people like the second lady, so I won't beat around the bush anymore. Although Big Brother Tron's passing saddened us, for the stability of the Fey gang we had to choose a new leader today, and Gang Thin added pressure to the opponent. This word about seizing power should have been used for the Big Sister, right? All three of us are the founding elders of the Fey gang, and with the old boss Chang Yu passing away, isn't it natural for us to take over? The words just spoken made the secretary lose his composure. The unfortunate death could have been caused by a bomb placed on Tran Nu's cultivation boat. Knowing his journey, only 3 people could have done all this. Can I confirm that one of you is the culprit? All 3 burst into laughter, their eyes clearly looking down on the others. Dao Da couldn't help but clap loudly and then took the opportunity to tease. Sister-in-law said, very well, once I become the gang leader, I will mobilize all the resources of the gang to cooperate with you to find out the real culprit behind Brother Chan's death. The entire hall burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Lam Tan stood quietly to the side, realizing that Chanu was their boss, and since he had already died, I initially planned to catch this mysterious boss and hand him over to the police, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Since there isn't enough evidence, I don't want to act yet. I'll observe a bit more. The online letter refuses to be mocked and snaps back. Have you all forgotten? That year, Chan Nu built the Fey gang from nothing to establish his empire, which everyone fought and died for. She kept recounting the past with a very determined tone. Because of violence, many brothers have died, been injured, captured, or shot. Now that the times have changed, we no longer steal with force, but protect our family legacy and seek the right path. Chan Yu's wish is to bring the gang back to the right path. I will do that and avenge him. The gang members were convinced and immediately cheered. We support the big sister. The eldest sister is right. The era of fighting and killing is over. Lam Tan was just as stunned. The aura of this big sister is truly impressive. Gang Thin quickly stepped in to fiercely oppose. Can Phi Bang's years-long stance really change just because of one sentence from her? God exploited the chaos to criticize. V. Thuman, who married Chandu less than a year ago, already wants to clear Fu Bang's name. And everyone should consider whether this is suspicious because she is the only one with the biggest suspicion and wants to destroy Phi Bang. Thuman slammed the table in anger and shouted loudly, asking him to repeat himself. He sneered and insulted his opponent harshly. Sister-in-law, I hear you went to the Jade Stone Market today to bet on stones because you had no money, right? No matter what business we do, it's all for making a living. On what basis do you think everyone can enjoy good food and drink just because of your skill in inspecting cat's claw jade? The shameless old man doesn't hesitate to belittle the value of the letter. Women are women, and business is business. In my opinion, whoever becomes the boss of our three of us, you should follow that person, and you can also keep your position as the big wife. Feng Ka couldn't hold back anymore and immediately stood up to defend her boss, saying, If it's not Ngang Thin, how dare you talk to the big wife like that? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, sharp sound echoed out. Feng Ta was shot in front of everyone, fresh blood gushing out in thick, foul streams. So it turns out the one who fired the gun was Ngang Thin, a bodyguard who even dared to point at me. Don confidently stepped into the hall and admitted, Because Thuman, you don't need to investigate anymore. Chan Nu was killed by me. He's about to go into the coffin but still wants to whitewash Phi Bang. If he doesn't die, thousands of Phi Bang brothers will have no food to eat. Then he stepped closer, his dirty hand touching her beautiful face. She was so stunning that becoming a widow would be such a shame. My woman, I can make you forget about Cha Nu in just one night. Suddenly, Thuman pulls out an activation device, her face darkening, and finally he admits it. She coldly announced the news of the hold. I knew it all along, and surely all three of them had a part in Chanu Dao Da's murder. He thinks I would use the money to buy explosives. Thuman tightly holds the trigger in her hand and threatens to set off the entire building. Either die or withdraw from the Phi state. I gave you 10 seconds to decide. The henchmen were terrified. They kept screaming. What? Damn it, I don't want to die. Lin Tan behind me was also frightened. Oh my god, is this woman really so cruel? But if she actually blows up this building, it would make things much easier for the police. Should I run out the window? With my level 7 strength, I could jump from the 5th floor and still hold up. But he showed no fear at all, instead boldly challenging her. Keep going. Suddenly, Thuman's eyes widened in panic. Her trusted followers had now turned their backs on her. I'm really sorry, big sister, big boss god. Please give us more. He waved his hand dismissively, looking fed up. Thuman, don't go anymore. Even if I knew you told your younger brother to plant the bomb, I would also buy your younger brother to disarm it. This money is well earned. Recently, to become a leader, you need money. God quickly gained the trust of everyone in the faction. He waved his hand dismissively, acting confident. Although Chanu is the boss and still has influence, with the three of us working together, the power still remains in my hands. Moreover, the most important thing is that my brothers have money and food. The followers behind us all bow their heads and answer together, we all follow you. He's using tricks to try to take the top position in the sect, just like my rough stone mining business. Earning nearly 30 billion in bonuses from 870 billion a year, I think the gang leader won't have any problem, right? Dao Da shows his twisted side and dreams of something deeper. Of course, supporting him was just unfortunate. With such a beautiful sister-in-law, I also want to try her. Godangi sneered and took care of it immediately. It's easy, I'll have Thuman take turns serving us. The guy looked satisfied, no need for praise, he's truly a big shot. As for Thuman, she was furious hearing the disgusting words from those three men over and over again. Come on, tell the truth about how long you've been targeting Thuman. Since the day he gave her to Chan, when Chan was young and didn't know how to control himself, he had already ruined her a long time ago. Thuman is married to him, maybe she hasn't used him much yet. So isn't it almost intact now? The gang leader has already taken it, so Thuman should let me go first, right? Her hands clenched unconsciously in frustration until suddenly Lin Tan softly raised his voice to soothe her, leaving her momentarily stunned. It's not the time to give up yet. No matter what I say later, you have to cooperate with me. Then you jump over the desk and slowly approach the three elders. I also want to be the leader of the faction. When God interrupted, I was so angry I shouted loudly. Who are you? In such an unexpected situation, they both stared in shock. Dao Da quickly announced that this was a newly recruited V2Man member. Very arrogant, pointing directly at you without any respect. The reckless one killed him. Lam Tan remains calm and slowly pulls out a contract agreement. I am a member of V2Man. Open your eyes and see what this is. Everyone gathered around read it and exclaimed in horror. You are a new shareholder of Phi Tuong Company. The information just uncovered has left the entire hall stunned. What? Ngang Thin stepped forward to confirm. Even though it's a photocopy, this contract is real. The guy slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and started arguing. Kid, I don't know what game you're playing to deceive us all, but I can tell you clearly that even if you are a shareholder of Phi Tuong Company, you won't become the boss. The space exploration company is just a foreign firm earning a little money, not enough to fill your teeth, and there's no place for you here. You should go back to your perfume country, because we don't need someone like you in our gang. And if you don't leave, I'll break your legs, Lam Tan said firmly, without hesitation. So all I need to do is make enough money to be the boss? Then I might as well support my sister-in-law. The words just spoken made Thuman feel uneasy, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Godangiwi looked confused. What do you mean? Are you not afraid to explain it again? If making brothers money to eat meat and seeking benefits is the true way of kings, then you should choose me and my sister-in-law, he said, raising his hand high as a sign of affirmation, because I hold the bigger piece of the pie and I am the one with the strength to lead everyone in making money. As soon as I finished, the crowd burst into laughter. Haha, I have the bigger slice of the company pie, and your Dao Da is more capable than me, Dao Da proudly boasted. Then I'll make sure you die clearly. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. My organ processing zone earns 1 billion in annual revenue, and Ngang Thin also jumps in to join the fun. My real estate control platform earns 2 billion in annual revenue. He also refuses to give up. Loudly declaring himself, Godo is the area that makes the most money among the 4 zones, with an annual income of 1 billion in profit. Hearing this, a sudden sense of unease arose in my heart. It's over. The annual financial report of Phi Tuong Company, which only earns a few hundred million in profit. Receiving no response from the other side, the old man shouted loudly, "Catch him!" Lam Ton calmly opened his mouth and said, "You in charge of the finance department? Come here." Then, he directly waved the bank card to announce his transaction of 5 billion in profits. And after finishing, Lam Tan held up the powerful card high, even taking the chance to mock a few words. This 5 billion is for the sister-in-law to treat everyone to tea. Everyone gets a share. The whole group was stunned, and Thuman was overjoyed. I invite you. The little followers all got excited. One kid eavesdrops and whispers, while another tries to do the division to see how much each gets. 5 billion in tea money. What is going on? I can't do the calculations very well. Can someone tell me how much each person gets? Let me calculate that the entire gang has over 3,000 members. Each person can receive more than 1.4 million in flower money. CMN, even as a junior brother, will never earn that much in a lifetime. Keep pressing the 3 elders to put on the pressure. So you guys will definitely take a few billion for your brothers to enjoy tea and then confidently declare it in front of the entire gang. Can't get it out? Then I guess the person drawing the cake isn't wrong, right? If you follow the big sister, you'll get to eat golden armor meat with no more risks, no one getting caught, no one going to jail, no more internal struggles, and from now on you'll enjoy a high salary and a better life. That is the path that the big sister and Channu want to lead everyone down. Now, what will you choose? Those little followers really have no shame. They keep coming to beg her. Elder sister-in-law is truly our elder sister-in-law. She was wrong. I was just confused for a moment. I will follow you for the rest of my life. All 3 of them gritted their teeth in frustration, while Thuman was surrounded by everyone like an idol at a fan meeting. She looked at him with a mind full of questions. Just a few words from this man were enough to change the entire situation. In the end, what is his background? He looked around the entire hall, secretly assessing that the Black Gang is indeed the Black Gang. They mean nothing more than words. As long as there's money, they instantly turn into fools. Dao Da is spinning like crazy. He's about to lose his mind. Big sister-in-law really is skilled. No wonder Channu listens to her so well. This Lam Tan must have been her pawn for many years, right? All right. We've all been tricked by her. But the main character is completely clueless, not understanding what's really going on, right? Ngang Thin has no choice but to fight first. What's the point of talking more with her? Now only force is the right way. Bring it on. You stand here smiling contentedly, arriving just in time. Then you stand there pointing with 5 fingers, even taking the opportunity to reward and boost the crowd's morale. The brothers are avenging the boss. Each of those 3 guys gets 100 million in prize money, and the sister-in-law says to carry out the plan immediately. Now, the entire hall instantly turns into a chaotic battlefield with continuous sounds of slashing and fighting, and Lam Ton immediately embraces the beauty to protect her carefully. But losing momentum, they both fell to the floor, their positions incredibly intimate. Losing balance, Lam Ton's knee accidentally brushed against that sensitive area. You look straight into the opponent's eyes and sincerely advise, "In this situation, I can't care about your life or death. Take care of yourself." Thuman only manages to shout, "Where did you come from, Godan? Pointing a gun at you, you damn fools. Go die." He quickly pulled her aside and threw 2 coins at him. Under the devastating force, they pierced into the opponent's hand like silver bullets. He cried out in pain, and you quickly grabbed the gun and fired wildly at Godwi. His body was shot to shreds like a torn root. After finishing, he calmly removed the magazine to check, and this heroic image just caught her eye. The system now also displays a message. Affection increased by 20%. Lam Tan notices the hallway door where the gang is waiting to escape, trying to run. He stomped to gain momentum and then charged straight ahead, aiming directly at the target before opening fire. Lam Tan quickly chased after them all the way to the outside of the stairs. Akan just turned around and saw the opponent panicking and pulling out a gun, but unexpectedly, Amang suddenly stabbed him in the back and blood splattered everywhere. He angrily questioned Amang, but before he could speak, he met a bitter end. He suddenly spoke out to alert her. "Hey, stop it! Don't kill him!" Amang suddenly obediently hands over the weapon and kneels on the ground like a loyal dog. "Sir, if you hate me, you can do whatever you want. Cut, kill." Lam Tan is confused by what just happened, hates her. Why? Her eyes now filled with love. "Do you not blame me for deceiving you?" "Thank you, sir. I want to follow you and be your most loyal and obedient dog because you are truly so cool. After hearing that, he's quite sympathetic. Oh my god, this girl's personality is really crazy. Then he spoke vaguely. Whatever he's following can be set aside for now. I have something more important to do. Suddenly, there was a loud door opening outside. The police have arrived. Everyone hands up. Miao Dong's team arrived just in time to rescue the chaotic battlefield, discovering that a member of the faction nearby was Dao Da and immediately protecting Spy A. Understood. She walks around looking for his figure, feeling worried that she shouldn't have let him join this dangerous mission. If anything happens to him, Lam Tan, please don't get into trouble, and her favorability towards him increases by 10%. Suddenly, Lam Tan rushed into the hall, intending to deliver exciting news. A group of police officers was at the main entrance downstairs. Go quickly, Thu Man exclaimed in panic. What? Then let's go quickly. He immediately disagreed and urged the other person to hurry up. I and all my brothers are supporting her behind to buy us some time. She got on the helicopter on the rooftop and then left. The followers behind shouted in agreement, vowing to protect the lady at all costs. She is completely won over by the opponent, her eyes now clearly forming a heart shape. The system updates the status. Affection level increased by 10%, now at 41%. I thought you always had good intentions, but deep down you're just a scheming scoundrel. Sorry, guys. Anyway, none of you are innocent, and those who commit crimes should be punished. So just stay here and accept the police's control. As for V Thuman, staying here would be life-threatening. If she gets caught, and I also spent $5 billion on her. If she goes to jail, how can I spend the money? The people behind are terrified by this act. Lamon's smile is so terrifying. Lost in thought, Thuman suddenly grabbed his shirt and pulled him away. So the two of them escaped safely by helicopter, and only after they were safe did she explain her previous actions. Sorry, I can't let my savior stay in danger. Thuman gazed out the window, her eyes constantly watching Phi Bang's building. There is a hint of regret in her tone now. Phi Bang is essentially completely eliminated, which is for the best, better than blowing it up herself. The next second, she suddenly turns to him and questions, "Why do you want to help me no matter what? Who are you really?" Lin Tan pretended to brush it off, acting as if it wasn't important. She then looked confused and said it was not important. Inside, I thought to myself, if she found out I was actually a spy for the police, she would definitely be scared and fall from the helicopter. Suddenly, Thuman hesitated, her face full of tension. Yes, it doesn't matter. Then she pressed close to him, her eyes burning with passion. Do you know why I married Chan Nu? Because I truly like the strong man with ambition, scheming, and madness. V Thuman, I was born to be the woman of such a man. Immediately after, she pushed him away, creating an invisible distance between them. Unfortunately, I didn't meet you at the right time. Lam Tan also felt a bit regretful. After we get off the plane, we won't see each other again. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the romantic atmosphere, and thick black smoke billowed up fiercely. What was that? Thuman screamed in panic. The plane is crashing. The ill-fated helicopter is stuck on nearby branches and is burning fiercely. They looked up in shock. Lin Tan whispered helplessly, "This time, it's going to be troublesome." Going back a few hours, when they were talking, a loud explosion sounded outside. Nung Thin was firing non-stop at the helicopter with hot weapons. You damn fools, even if I die, I will take you all with me. Luckily, Gao Dong arrived just in time, so I shot a few rounds and sent the enemy to the other world. The back of the helicopter is on fire, Thuman screams in fear. We're doomed, the tail rotor! Lam Tan immediately looked out the window, his eyes filled with panic. The pilot was also hit by a bullet. What? Suddenly the helicopter shook violently, and she cried out in helplessness. It's over. A second later, Thuman clenched her partner's hand and pulled him closer. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense and suffocating. Looks like today we won't escape this disaster. If I have to die anyway, she then pressed a passionate kiss on his lips. Outside, the situation is becoming increasingly critical. As the helicopter circles overhead, they reluctantly part their lips. Thuman whispered softly, now even death wouldn't be a loss. But Lam Tan didn't see it that way. He simply picked her up, and whether they lived or died was still uncertain. The system immediately displayed a notification, increasing affection by 10%, bringing V Thuman's affection level to 51%. He held the other person in his arms, constantly reminding, "Hold on tight, I'm about to jump." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped down, causing her to turn pale with fear, jumping out of the plane. But at that height, even the ocean surface would mean death. I don't want to become a piece of meat on the sea surface. You remain calm and reassuring. No, now you're already below 30 meters in altitude. Thuman desperately shouted, eyes closed tight, unable to face the truth. Below 30 meters, huh? Suddenly, both of them successfully landed in the deep ocean. After a while, Lam Tan, exhausted, carried the other person ashore. Her eyes fluttered open and suddenly caught a glimpse of the handsome side profile of him. Lam Tan ran through the forest, asking softly, "Are you awake?" As Thuman slowly regained her senses and hesitated to speak. "We haven't died yet." That's right. Luckily, the water fell near this deserted island. But inwardly, he secretly admitted that he obviously couldn't tell her he had a 7th level physique and was an expert swimmer. After a while, the two found the helicopter. He looked up and announced that the helicopter was completely broken down. Look up there. Looking back now, both Both of them tried to make the most of the remaining supplies on the helicopter. Lin Tan scratched his head and said, "No problem solving this survival puzzle." I checked. The pilot is dead, the radio is broken, and we can't send a signal. The first aid kit only has a flare gun, bandages, medicine, a small knife, and a water bottle. No food. Maybe we will have to stay here for a long time. She examined the map carefully before speaking. By combining the map and the helicopter's flight path, we can tell we're currently on a northwest island of Lilan, where fishing boats occasionally pass by. Thuman continued, her breath growing heavier and her face flushing. Just a signal for help on the coast, then. He gently checked her condition, noting her spleen and stomach qi deficiency, yang deficiency, cold entering the body, and damage to the protective yang qi. This kind of cold-related illness seems to be caused by the fear of life and death from the sword injury, then falling into cold water. Lam Tan quickly stood up, looked around trying to find a solution, and first, he needed to light a fire. But she kept holding on, saying, "Come here." He looked at her expression and appeared confused. "What's wrong? I'm just going to find some food and firewood. I'll be back soon." Before he could react further, she quickly took advantage of his lips. The scene suddenly turned romantic. Thuman looked at the person opposite her with a fiery gaze and then whispered, "Now go. You were completely overwhelmed by that kiss just now." Tae couldn't help but gently place it on her face. Is this how the eldest sister shows her care? Thuman can no longer hide it and openly expresses her true feelings. "I'm about to die, so why bother with such strict rules now? If heaven wants me and you to be together, then why don't I do what I truly want? Now, I just want to be your woman." The system gifts keep updating, adding 20% to my affection level. Vi Thuman's affection level is 71%. Lam Tan gently kisses her and then speaks in a tender voice. So, it turns out the senior wife is so generous. Even to be my woman, she has to wait until she's healed. Her face is already flushed, but she's still trying to hold on. "Can you wait here for me and behave?" She blushed so red she was embarrassed, stammering in reply. "All right, then you should go home quickly." After a while, he diligently picked up a big bundle of firewood and even slowed down on the way back. It seems this tracker has been damaged by seawater, but the police will probably search along the helicopter's crash site direction. If you stay optimistic, you'll be rescued in a few days. Huh? Hopefully, you can take some to make a bed. Lin Tan approached the bamboo bush, luckily having watched quite a few survival videos on deserted islands recently. This thick bamboo the size of a thumb is perfect for making a bed, but you have no idea of the danger lurking behind you. On her side, Thumang is drinking water happily. After feeling a bit better, she also wanted to help a little. "It's too hot. I can't stay here forever. Time is precious. I have to do something." After a while, Thumang picked up a stick and drew on the ground. Tired, she wiped her sweat with her hand, her eyes fixed intently on her latest creation. From above, a clear SOS sign was visible. She happily raised her voice, so it should be visible from afar. Taking advantage of the remaining time, she went to the sea to wash some leaves for later use. A moment later, she unbuttoned her shirt. "It's too dirty, might as well take a quick bath." Thuman sat by the rocky shore washing clothes, her pale skin standing out against the green of the sea, turning the deserted place into a quiet paradise. Suddenly, a huge wave crashes in, making her scream in fear. "Hey!" The wave swept in just right to embrace Thuman's fiery body. "Huh?" Thuman called out pitifully. "It's done, my clothes." She kept looking around anxiously, trying to find a way to fix it, reluctantly searching for some leaves to make a makeshift outfit. It will probably be very uncomfortable, but just then Lin Tan appeared from behind and finally found her. "Oh, are you taking a bath?" I snatched my clothes and warned loudly, "Don't look. I might accidentally lose them. If you don't feel sorry, at least stop teasing the other person. Didn't you just say you wanted to be my woman? Now you're embarrassed." Suddenly, he noticed the pile of ingredients on the rock's mouth. Oh, these are all the things she was looking for. "Why are you running the fever? And why are you doing these things?" Thuman, hiding behind the rock, replied, "I've been raised by the sea since I was a child. A poor kid has to do chores early. What's a fever to me?" He fell into deep thought after hearing that. She quickly questioned, "That's right, you went to gather firewood, so why are you taking so long?" Lam Tan calmly showed off his spoils. "Oh, this snake is so long. But behind the rock, its length is what really matters." Pulling it back was a bit exhausting. She just remembered someone observing and was startled. "What?" Then I realized I was a bit too forward and quickly lowered my head in embarrassment. He chuckled softly to reassure the other person. "That's not the way either. I'll give you a set of clothes." He immediately got to work, and soon the poor blanket was cut into pieces. Lam Tan carefully cut it into pieces. After working hard for a while, he happily handed the finished product to the other person. "Try it on. I've washed it clean." This bedspread outfit fits snugly against Schumann's body, highlighting every curve to the point of making viewers blush. I never thought it could actually fit and look so good. He looked satisfied after all these giant snakes could swallow an adult whole, and she was so happy she praised him enthusiastically. He's truly talented. The system continued to notify, increasing affinity by 10%, and after a while, dusk also fell over the deserted island. "It's time to eat. Tonight we'll have snake meat and seafood." Both happily served their grilled meat dishes. Suddenly, the messenger asked curiously, I am very curious about you. You seem confused. What should I say? She crossed her arms, showing great curiosity, suddenly jumped out to take over the company, pretending to be a tourist sneaking into the Feebang Hall, easily turning the tide, but still concerned about Feebang's downfall. Who exactly are you? Lin Tan modestly replied, I am just an ordinary wealthy person. Hearing that, she did not question further, only intently leaned on his shoulder. It's okay if you don't say anything. A strong man must always maintain a sense of mystery. I like it. Suddenly, the sky poured rain, and the campfire outside was instantly extinguished. She angrily called out in frustration. You calmly reassure the campfire. There's nothing else I can do. A tropical island like this often has rain. It's expected. Eat your fill and then go to sleep. After lying down for a while, my whole body started trembling. I'm so cold. Lamton had no choice but to gently pull the other person into his arms to warm her. I hold her. Faced with his gentle touch, her body suddenly grew hot. Her breath became heavier and her hands uncontrollably touched his firm abs, losing all reason as her actions grew more and more seductive. It really is very warm, Lamtan hurriedly reminded. Hey, you're sick right now. She put her hand on the other's lips and signaled, Shh, don't speak, warm me up. The night on the deserted island passed like that, with the sound of heavy breathing echoing steadily through the night. They had become one. 3 days later, a ship passing by the island stopped. A voice rang out, Captain, there's a distress signal on the island. They immediately rowed the life raft to rescue the people. Hurry and save them. Maybe they've been starving for days. Go help them eat. But contrary to their expectations, the two stranded on the island looked very cheerful, as if they had just returned from a vacation, extremely grateful for everyone's help. They stared with their mouths open in disbelief, unable to believe the scene before them. These are the people who have been stranded on the island for days. He scratched his head and silently thanked heaven. Luckily, I can upgrade to level 8. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to help the woman deprived of love for a year. The system continues to send messages, increasing affection by 20%, now reaching 91%. The first phase of the rebellious trial has cost 5 billion flowers, with a 10% refund of 500 million transferred to the personal account and a bonus of 1 to all attributes, now level 8. Receive an additional skill from 3 options, including Grade A, water boiling, Grade C, jump rope. Choose within the allowed time. Meanwhile, at Dianfo Hospital, a voice suddenly echoes. Thank you, Dr. Lo. You truly have a magical touch. Lo Da smiled proudly as he watched the two mother and child walk away. I've made some profit from that fool again. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from somewhere. The police officer produced an emergency notice from his superior and announced clearly that, based on reports from the public, the police department has verified that Director Dianpo, the Chief Lo, and the doctors have exaggerated the illness for profit, engaging in medical fraud and coercive transactions. Conspiring with Phi Tuong Company to smuggle organs. From today, the hospital is sealed. After hearing the news, he was panic-stricken and shouted, What? Then he held his head, tears streaming down his face, and angrily cursed that the kid who did acupuncture that day was the culprit. A week ago, at the Vientiane City Film and Television Studio, a voice announced that Mr. Thai's boss, Mr. Trong, wanted to collaborate with her. Lac Bang cheerfully said, Yes, I will go meet him now. She politely stepped outside and said, Hello, Mr. Trong. I wonder what you want to discuss regarding the cooperation. Trong An shook hands with the other person, secretly thinking something flirtatious, feeling very gentle. Suddenly, he turned around completely and started criticizing in every way. Is this the filming scene of President Thai? As expected, it's not a major project, and they even try to create conflict between the sides. Compared to that setting, this one is much more upscale. Inside, Jang An kept looking down on the other party, clearly taking the opportunity to get famous and earn a few million before moving on to this project. It's really so poor that you can see it with the naked eye. Yet you still keep pretending to be fine. If I'm not mistaken, the production budget for this film by Mr. Thai is 2 million, right? That makes making a profit very difficult. However, Lac Bang did not show any timidity. Instead, she straightforwardly questioned him. President Trong, just say what you want to say. He only waited for that moment, quickly rambling so the other person wouldn't have a chance to interrupt, appreciating the honesty of straightforward words. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I invested 8 million into your film as promotional capital. Li Tong also knows, right? Whether to film now depends on how well the promotion goes. With this capital of mine, I guarantee you will make a lot of money. Listening for a while, your brain can't keep up. 8 million. Trong An waved his hand, acting like a true man who treats money like a leaf. I know this money came just in time, right? No need to get so emotional and cry. At that point, just split it 3, 7, and 3, 7, and that's enough. Seconds later, he revealed a perverted expression, his words tinged with suggestiveness. Of course, the boss wants a slightly bigger share, but that's not impossible. We're all in this industry, you understand. Bang just smiled and announced the astronomical figure. Sorry, my investment in this online film was 50 million, and the guy was so stunned he couldn't speak. It's just a waste of time to argue with someone like him. She waved her hand and gave the order. Xiaolan saw the guest off and immediately obeyed. Mr. Zhang invites you, Jang An, provoked to anger, shouted loudly. How is that possible? The investment capital for our small company's online films has never been that high before. I understand. You want to raise the price, right? You think you can scam my 50 million investment with this tiny set? Get out of the way. You said I should leave, so I will leave, but I'm not going. Xiaolin hurriedly interrupted to clarify for the other party. You're mistaken. The entire video studio is covered by the company. All the scenes here are from my film. So if you don't leave, you're essentially trespassing into someone else's private space, he exclaimed in shock. VL on this side, Lak Bang is casually texting Lam Tan. Mr. Lam Tan, Xiaohan will finish filming tomorrow. Will you come here? Her eyes still couldn't leave the chat, secretly feeling regretful, thinking that after all she was someone with influence in the film industry, constantly traveling around the world, so there was no time to attend the wrap-up ceremony of a small online film. But thanks to your encouragement, she became more determined than ever. Lam Tan trusts me so much, I can't let him down. I have to make this film perfect. Unable to resist, I clicked into the chat history, and Lak Bang stood there reading each message alone. Until Xiaolin's voice kept calling, President Shi, President Shi, she happily turned to face the other person. You're calling me. This expression just happened to catch her eye. Xiaolin took the opportunity to tease a little. Wow, your smile is even more irresistible than a chaos. Her boyfriend immediately looked embarrassed. Nothing yet? What do you need from me? Xiaolin announced good news. The last 2 scenes once finished filming. We can wrap up. Wow, is that his girlfriend over there? Why think so much? The only thing I need to do now is shoot this film well. Even during filming, I kept thinking about getting involved with you and paying Mr. Lam Tan. The same when reading the script, my heart was filled with determination. I've been nurturing this script for a long time, I can't let it fail. She personally checked every scene, she wants everything to be perfect. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the 5th day counting down to the film's release. MC Mai Ki cheerfully introduced it on television. Dear viewers, this girl is Thi Lak Bang, the latest famous star invited by Endless Entertainment for this episode. Please welcome her as she cheerfully greets everyone. Hello everyone, I am Thi Lak Bang. She did not hesitate to praise the other person. She looks even more beautiful now. As expected, the hardworking girl is the most beautiful. After the greeting, Mai Ki got straight to the point, revealing Vu Nyat Phom's criminal behavior of daring to tear up the black-hearted contract. Now, the whole internet is saying she's a female warrior who never compromises. Does she dare to fight for her interests? Lak Bang politely responded. Everyone was very courteous. Actually, I am just an ordinary person pursuing my dream, and this time I was helped by a benefactor. I heard many people want to sign a contract with you. That's right. But now I have my own film company. It's small, but I will try my best to make good movies to thank the audience. She is excited to introduce her masterpiece on television. The film Little Juan, the Resilient, will be broadcast very soon. Everyone must watch this. Suddenly, the sound of glass breaking echoed. Someone threw a bottle at the screen, and the director playing with the beauty was so annoyed he cursed. It's obvious that the prey is about to be caught. He coldly attacks another girl. Yet Fu Hao somehow appeared out of nowhere to save her. Li Dao, kneeling below, was trembling with fear. President Ngim, please don't be angry. You won this time. You received 100 million for canceling the contract. That slut Lak Bang is worth so much money? She dares to seduce someone with money and then betray him. Lak Bang, I didn't expect you to secretly seduce a wealthy man and then sell your body. I thought you were very pure. But the serious target has always been vigilant, and I have never been defeated before. Saying that, he suddenly grabbed the chain and pulled Li Dao closer to him. Secretary Li uses that 100 million to strike back, no matter what wealthy or noble person it is. If anyone dares to steal from me, I will use their money to slap them in the face. She kept weakly replying, yes, yes. 2 days ago in the film editing room, Lak Bang was still anxious. Tomorrow is the broadcast day. Everything must be checked and rechecked. No issues allowed. Suddenly, Xiaolin rushed in shouting, We're doomed, President Thi. You have to read the latest news. As she looked at the scrolling news on the screen, showing a series of false reports and a video of the 2 girls crying desperately on a live stream. At that time, our abilities were even better than hers, but Thi Lak Bang relied on her family background to always boss us around and order us around. Because we had no connections like her, no one dared to resist. The little villain continued, saying she was told to go far away to buy cake, causing me to miss an important audition, only to find out it was all a setup for her to be kept and filmed cheering her on. It's ridiculous. She used underhanded tactics to get the role and then spread rumors about me everywhere to prevent me from revealing the truth. My reputation was thus ruined. Below are a series of comments criticizing her so harshly that I was too shocked to speak. Why is it like this? Xiaolin was trembling so much while holding her phone that even Nan Din Din stepped forward to testify. The video of Nan Din speaking to the media is played. I can confirm that the words of the young master and the young enemy are true. Just put yourself in their shoes and you'll understand how much they've suffered. Everyone once had dreams, but along the way they were pushed out of the game through despicable means. I don't know what they've endured, only that I must be a support for them. Give them the courage to reveal the truth. Beneath the video are a series of malicious comments attacking Lak Bang. Even Little Lin couldn't understand why Nan Din Din, the top A-list star from China, the National Film Ratings champion, and the winner of the 2020 Entertainment Character Award, would do this. Clearly, we have never offended anyone. Moreover, some first and second tier actors also liked this video. Suddenly, Lockbang's voice trembled. "It's President Neem!" she exclaimed in confusion. She squinted and talked about that guy, a big shot in the industry. When Nan Din Din first debuted, the general manager provided resources to help her become famous, so this must have been arranged by him. I also thought he wouldn't let me go easily, but I didn't expect him to act right now. Xiaolin, quickly invite the most professional P team. Xiaolin hurriedly followed suit. Yes. What 20 million yuan fee now still might not be enough to settle this. Xiaolin held up her phone to discuss directly with Ha Nam, saying, "Miss Thi, we're being straightforward. This matter has caused a huge stir, and many A-list celebrities have spoken out. Money can't fix this. We can only do our best." Lockbang had no choice but to follow along, so she handed it over to his side. But deep down, she always felt uneasy. Now she just wanted to seek help from Lam Tan. Should she look for him? No. Besides asking him for money, what else can I do? Moreover, I definitely can't involve him now. I have to face this difficulty on my own. The next second, her phone suddenly rang. As she answered, a voice from the other end said, "Miss Thai, this is someone from Ngakoi I platform, calling to inform you that your film must be taken down. The contract clearly states that if the film is not released due to her fault, she must pay a penalty of 1 billion. Lockbang seemed stunned, and Xiaolin added more bad news. "Chief Thai, it's over. It's over. Both the Dang Sun video platform and Dooku have canceled their contracts with us. But the film can't be broadcast, and we still have to pay the breach of contract fee. Chief Thai. Currently, La Bang is helpless, locking herself away amidst the rumors. Chief Thai, our film has been removed from all platforms. Sorry, we've done our best. Maybe someone paid to buy the Navy, and the online public opinion can't be turned around. Half of the company's staff have resigned. After paying the violation fees to the platforms, we have exhausted all our funds." The sound of knocking on the door immediately came from outside. Li Dao spoke in a soothing tone, trying to coax the other person out. "Thulak Bang, I know you're inside, and I know you're very desperate right now. The person you are now has been abandoned by the whole world and has no money left." She didn't hesitate to persuade Lok Bang to walk the path of crime, but President Ngim still offered her a chance. The more she spoke, the more Lok Bang's inner feelings were filled with disgust for that perverted pig. President Ngim is willing to forgive the past, take her in as an artist for his Tianhuang Entertainment Company, and even arrange some roles for her to act in. Isn't she very fond of acting in movies? Does hearing this news make you very happy? After a moment of failed persuasion, Li Dao angrily walks away. Of course, the woman now is no longer worth anything. Once she understands what General Manager Ngiem wants, she will call him. She quickly took out her phone to send a few messages. It turns out she replayed the video of the passionate kiss they shared, her mind filled with helplessness. If in the end I still can't escape the fate of becoming a toy, at least now I only have one wish: to offer my most precious thing to the person I like the most. Meanwhile, Lin Tan happily sang and bid farewell to worries, greeting all the joy of returning home, feeling cheerful. It turns out he had spent the night on a yacht with Thumac earlier. She said she wants to go to the country of Pi to hide for a while, and gave a flirtatious glance to invite the other person. Well, since I'm now wanted, I need to wait for this storm to pass before I can act again. "Do you want to go to Phi with me?" He immediately refused. "I'll just let it go. After all, I'm returning to China and won't be wanted." "Impressive. You're truly the man I admire. Let's keep going." Returning to the present, you calmly step out, secretly hoping she won't get caught in Phi country after I casually gave her 200 million. Suddenly the phone rang, interrupting that train of thought. Lam Tun answered warmly. "Hello, Xiaobing, you called at just the right time. I just got back to the country." "Mr. Lam Tan, sorry to bother you. Can you come to my house now? I have something important to discuss with you." Although he didn't understand what was happening, he agreed immediately. All right, I'll go there now." A while later, Lam Tan arrived at the apartment building where she lived. Xiaobing's room was 306 on the 3rd floor. As you fumble to find the room, a mysterious shadow appears at the end of the hallway. When you turn around, they immediately run away. Lam Tan immediately chased after her, trying to run, but just as he reached a corner, he encountered his first obstacle. Fortunately, you reacted quickly and dodged very skillfully. The other person hurried into the elevator. Before the elevator closed, he stuck out his middle finger to mock the opponent. When the door shut tight, the villain waved dismissively at him. Trying to trap me. But Lin Tan managed to block the door with his hand just in time. "What are you running for?" Talk to him. He almost went to see his grandparents because he was so scared. In the 3rd floor corridor, you were questioning him as you walked, so your name is Ta Ui, a photographer specializing in hunting wealthy sponsors for Thulak Bang, who hasn't left her house for the past 2 days. Ta Ui stammered in fear. "Don't you know about the big drama lately? I feel like there's definitely a big secret to uncover, so I came here." You seem confused, so I immediately asked what the drama was about and to explain in detail. He also enthusiastically responded. That's how it is. Finally, Lam Tan arrived in front of the small room. "I am Xiaobing." La Bang quickly twisted the door handle. At first I was a bit confused by her shy demeanor, But as my gaze drifted down her fresh red outfit and then to her slender waist that could make many envious, she was already thinking for me the moment she spoke. Lamton, you trust me so much and invest so much money in me, but I have betrayed your trust. Moreover, this amount of money might be more than I can earn in my entire life to pay you back. Therefore, Lockbank was willing and volunteered to repay her kindness. I truly don't know what else I could possibly offer in return. I have nothing left now. Besides myself, if you're willing, I can give you my first time. Lamton's instincts and reason fought fiercely for a moment. Oh my god, this figure is truly seductive.
No, say something to stop her from taking off her clothes quickly. But little Lamtan, who is below, has already surrendered before the battle even started. As a martial general, even if he's not good at talking, he can't be left speechless.
VL, I didn't ask you, I asked your brain. Tatui caught a whiff of something hot and immediately showed up. What? So the two of you still haven't used the unspoken rule? Lakbang was startled and quickly covered himself with his hand. He also swiftly blocked the opponent's gaze, preventing him from seeing, which made him shout out, "Ah, my eyes." At that apartment, everything started to become clear. So that's how it is. Tatui Nu has been enlightened. I didn't expect him to be so young, and yet the hidden boss behind D-Lock-Bang. But the two only collaborated on investment, and the room collapse was caused by General Manager Ngim from Tianhuang Entertainment flying out. Lamtan honestly confirmed that he is a famous paparazzo. So is it okay to write this story? Of course he will be rewarded accordingly, even if the article might offend the owner of the big travel agency. He begins to seriously consider. This is a good opportunity. I have materials from many years ago, but I was afraid of Ngiem Jiamtang's influence in the industry, so I didn't dare to publish them. Now I finally have a place to use it. Taui clearly shows this is a huge gamble. I also have black materials from Ngiem Jiamtang and Nandindin from many years ago, but I warned Tung family that it would offend him. Not everyone can handle the consequences. Let's see if you have the skill. This kind of material is very expensive. It's not just a few million. The pressure from the platforms also requires you to pay to handle. Labang immediately sensed something was wrong about this, but Lamtan's face lit up instantly. Could there really be such a good deal? Buy immediately. Anything that can be solved with money is no problem at all. She hurriedly tried to stop her. Mr. Lamtan, don't. Even Tao Wei is impressed by this generosity, and your quick decision without hesitation. Besides, you added more requests, including the blackmail material of those two 18-year-old young actresses. I'll buy everything. He casually states the price. The other person's phone quickly shows a notification that they have received 60 million from Lamtan. This amount is so huge it made him stutter. The 6,000 million was transferred without any haggling. On the contrary, he secretly looked down on him. He thought he was asking for hundreds of millions, but it was only 60 million, so disappointing. The materials are ready. Focus on preventing leaks. Hire as many guides as possible. Lin Tan also made arrangements for his woman, and for Bang Bang, no budget limit. Promote once more, then invite major media outlets to announce. But Lan Bang confided sadly, I am out of money because of this. Thus, all the funds went to compensate the film's broadcasting platform. More than half of the company staff have resigned. This shocking news made him frown immediately. What? She became even more frightened and self-conscious. I never expected Lin Tan to be even happier than before. Well done, Xiao Bang. In just 2 days, you've spent over 300 million. Not bad, not bad. I really need talents like you. He continued to spend lavishly, like a true CEO, adding another billion for her, renegotiating with the platforms, hiring more staff, expanding the navy, not saving any money, spending everything to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Xiaobing was both happy and worried. 1 billion? Am I really worth that much? Ta Ui is now truly questioning life itself. Yes, is she really worth that much money? Who said I talk about money with her? Now I am talking about dreams with her. Those words are like a breeze that cools the soul and warms her heart. Lamtan, the system quickly calculated that the affinity increased by 30%, bringing Dialogue Bang's affinity to 82%. Ta Ui recovered quickly from the shock. President Lam keeps giving me tasks. I'm experienced in this, so I'll handle it properly. You suddenly feel like teasing and say, wasn't it just now that you wanted to cut ties with me? His attitude changed 180 degrees, but he's not even worthy of my slippers if he dares to compare himself to me. What am I afraid of him for? Then he quickly ran off eagerly to do his work.
Just wait for my update tonight. You'll have the results soon. As night falls, the crowd eagerly catches the drama signals quickly. Taui has a new hot update. Everyone check WB. The hot news is right at the top of the list, shocking everyone. You still have to watch Lao Ta for the drama updates. The person in the up position, based on the unspoken rules, is not D-Lock Bang, but Nan Ding Ding. The content in the video is so bitter that it has to be punctuated with her loud voice. President Ngim, take it easy. The opponent is still very fierce and slow. I think you're criticizing me for not being quick enough. A series of questions about my identity arise, but for now I can only be sure that damn Tang is among them. Unexpectedly, she suddenly turned back and said, I've given you everything. You can't have me. Both the heroine and Hathu Sun Center want her. He immediately agreed. Fine. I'll have the two female leads wear red outfits and you wear white.
With smooth words and no hesitation in praise, President Yang's true face is immediately revealed to the public. The next explosive piece of news is another shocking revelation. The two actresses from Line 18 finished performing for the Emperor and the boss Fu Hao at the hotel, only checking out the next day, with clear faces of Xiao Si and Xiao Di in the photos. Netizens are all extremely angry and hope that all three of them will be banned. Only then did the two girls finally break down and beg. Sister Din saved me and said that as long as I cooperate with her, I could get good resources. She didn't say there would be such consequences. I immediately vented my anger at them. Get out, I can't even take care of myself. Who has time to worry about her? She hasn't even vented her anger yet, and she's already heard the bad news. Ding is in trouble now. Spending $200 million to hire a navy to use AI for comment moderation still couldn't control the public opinion, Kotiak quickly reported. Our analysis shows the opponent has spent at least $500 million using advanced AI and hackers. Many of our naval companies have been hacked. Yundin Tin panicked. How is that possible? Who exactly is the other party? Her fury finally burst out, shouting, "Get out all of you and leave me alone!" In another place, Nan Din Din's call appears on the phone. The inspector calmly answers. What's wrong? She urgently calls for help. President Nyim, I've tried everything, but it's no use. Please save me. Is it just indifference in return? Saving you? What does it do for me? The other party immediately froze. What? We're on the same boat. If I get caught, you'll be implicated too. Now he finally made her realize. Don't misunderstand. I'm not a famous actor. Reputation doesn't matter. Has any rich person gone bankrupt after messing around with a few dozen celebrities? Nandin angrily cursed at his shamelessness but was suddenly cut off. What? Mr. Ngheem dares to increase that bastard's name. At the scene of destruction and chaos, two unfortunate girls have suffered filthy abuse at the dirty hands of the abbot. His bloodied hands clenched the phone so tightly they trembled. The atmosphere is filled with danger. D-Lock Bang, I have underestimated that master of yours too much. If you dare to oppose Ngheem Dam Tang, I will make his entire family regret being born into this world. In Lock Bang's new film, Xiao Han, Who Couldn't Give Up, received a Dubin 8.3 rating and 5 stars. Many viewers and fans are proud and praise her outstanding performance. Xiaolin happily jumps up in excitement. President Dai, in just 3 days the revenue reached 100 million, expected to hit 1.5 billion. After expenses, the profit is 300 million. Yet the person who achieved this great success remains very calm. Why is that? That's great. Seeing that, she couldn't help but feel confused. It seems President Dai isn't very happy. So I casually shared that I have a friend who is treated well and helped a lot by a man. She wants to repay him but doesn't know how. Xiaolin also started to become interested. Oh, how much help he has given, she shyly corrected herself. Money can't measure it, and a couple of meals can't fully express her gratitude. The advice she gave was very sincere, so just follow that person's preferences and give a gift prepared with all your heart. Even more valuable than an expensive item. Lock Bang gradually fell into thought. What does the other person like the most? Her mind immediately recalled her recent bold move. I was too reckless back then. He probably won't think I'm the kind of woman like that. No, I need to change the impression. At my apartment, she proactively texted about the success of the film and invited Lam Tan to help choose the next script. The other person immediately responded, Congratulations, congratulations, I'll be there right now. I quickly arrived at the room full of anticipation, unexpectedly boasting, This is the first time I've spent money on a rebellious target without a refund system, and I get to have dinner with a beautiful woman. So amazing. In his mind, he had already imagined a perfect scene when the door opened. Lam Tan, do you want to eat first or me first? His mind kept soaring with fantasies, wondering how Lock Bang would dress, since he didn't see clearly last time. Soon the door opened from inside, but standing before him was a fully covered Lam Tan. The beautiful illusion with the daring beauty quickly shattered by reality in her face. She asked Han politely and warmly, Please sit down, the food will be ready soon. There are also fruits here. What kind of fruit do you like to eat? However, what caught your attention was something else. Are you very cold? Why are you dressed like this? Bing had to speak her true feelings, even though she was sweating like crazy. That's right, it's a bit cold today. Lin Tan thought it was real, so he hurriedly checked her forehead to see if she had caught a cold. The face-to-face distance like this makes her heart keep trembling. No, it's too close. Black Bang's CPU immediately overheated and shut down on the spot. He had to quickly check her pulse. I'm falling for her. Even sweating and feeling feverish is a bit too much. And I didn't think much when I unzipped her shirt to cool her down immediately. Who would have thought that just opening a bag of fruit would hit a limited edition version even better than I imagined? Lam Tan kept gazing and couldn't help but praise her, so adorable. Then he seriously took a towel to wipe her down, even carefully making sure not to miss a spot. After a while, she gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened her eyes, but her brain hadn't yet responded to the sudden change. Soon after, he also came out to check in. Are you awake? Earlier, she had a heat stroke. I lowered the temperature and changed her clothes. Now Lock Bang just realized. Ah, you helped me change my clothes. Oh no, I'm so embarrassed. Lin Tan couldn't help but find it strange why she was dressed so warmly, as if she was intentionally making herself feel hot and faint. She gathered all her courage to speak out. In the past, I dressed like that, so you probably thought I was careless, which is why I dressed so much this time. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a bowl of hot porridge was brought over. You suddenly showed your caring and gentle side. I understand that at that moment, anyone who was so hurt would not be able to hold on. But I see that she is very resilient. Just a small encouragement like that increases her affinity by 3%, bringing D-Lock Bang's affinity to 85%. She couldn't hold back her emotions and embraced the strong body in front of her. Luckily, Lam Tan met him too. The next day, he took a taxi to a different location. You have arrived. He calmly responded to indicate he had heard. As he stepped down, the scene before him made him can't help but be amazed. It looked very impressive.
Then he casually opened Tichenhian's chat window. Previously, Lam Tan highly admired her work ethic.
The other party took the opportunity to invite you to the Yanjiang Science Museum to find a product for cleaning the OIC quarantine room, and that's why you're here now. Lam Tan was amazed by the vast scale here. Seeing the inventions and innovations made him very excited. Wow, has technology advanced to this level? After a moment of amazement, he finally read the documents Tichenhian sent. This area is so big, I should check what product Nguyen Bao is looking for again. Everything is in foreign language with data. The knowledge and graphs caught Lam Tan's eye looked like alien signals. The wafer production workshop was spotless. My unit filter suddenly makes noise right now. My filter clearly meets the standards. How can you? You quickly turned your attention there, huh? As soon as I turned, I saw Wanner acting weak and submissive. Get out. Ha Thien quickly ran over to help Hob on. Dad stands before great power. He didn't concede at all. Why are you saying things you won't follow through on?
Now my products are already packed for shipment, and now you are demanding a 50% discount.
Are you still a person? But what he says out of his mouth completely changes the story. But your products do not meet my requirements. Who can be blamed for this? Han Bin was frustrated but powerless. He clearly said so himself. Then he hurriedly clutched his chest in pain, making Ha Thien tear up with worry. Your heart isn't in good shape. Don't get too angry. Want shows no mercy in the face of others' pain. Stop pretending to be pitiful. It's useless. I'm not free to get involved with you. If there's no more deal, then get out. In the end, the girl couldn't hold back and fought back. According to the contract, it was him who broke it first. The woman speaking piqued his interest a little. Bro, even you know about the contract. Now it's adults talking. You have no part in this. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Ha Thien bravely stands up to fight for justice on behalf of her father. The contract requires 0.1 to 0.12 microns with 99.999% filtration. We meet 0.1 micron and 99.99%. So where did it fall short? You have to buy these 2,000 units at the contract price. But to a capitalist like Wanter, it's just child's play. Your sister is impressive too. But so what if you're right? No one else besides me will buy this filter. Selling it at half price is the only way to salvage something. Not selling means losing hundreds of millions. In the end, even a student like you can't compete with a cunning fox. You want to cancel the contract. Aren't you Americans supposed to value the spirit of contracts? He openly criticizes and insults the opponent's honor. You yellow-skinned people are citizens of the three alliances and have no right to talk about the spirit of the contract with us. In the end, Han Bin forced himself to speak, not expecting that a mere blade of grass meant to save him would become a burden weighing down on him. Thien Yi, Dad is sorry, Mom. Ha Thien, crying, comforted her, saying, Dad is not wrong. Due to economic hardship, he took foreign orders to save the factory. Who would have thought they would be so cowardly? The fault lies with the Mexicans. Want doesn't even bother to hide his disgusting nature. It's laughable. The whole world can wait. Only we Mexicans are never wrong. Little sister, remember this truth. So can we proceed with the deal now? At that moment, a dangerous aura emanated from Lam Tan, making him tremble. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? In another place, the loudspeaker announced the latest OC cleanroom with a yield rate over 98% at a lower cost than before. Edison was drunkenly discussing this $300 million deal, with world-leading technical support. Tich Nguyen takes the opportunity to hand over his business card. Hello, I am from Tan Hing Scientific and Technical Company of Hua Country, and I am interested in purchasing your company's clean room. The old man looked at it thoughtfully, thinking, it's perfume meant for young ladies. But before even reading it fully, he disdainfully threw it away like a scrap of paper. Our clean rooms start at $3.1 billion for 1,000 square meters, plus annual maintenance fees for materials. She immediately cut in. Wait, of course, no one would just stand there and take the loss. I just heard you quote $300 million to someone from OA earlier. Edison dismissively ignored them, not even bothering to look at the other party. I already said he's from OA and she's from HOA. Can they really be compared? She also didn't expect this attitude. Is this how he does business? The old man clearly states his position, doing deals with those who have value. Doing business with you is like charity. The partners behind kept praising him nonstop. Mr. Edison is right. That's how it is. People from China have always been unaware of their true position. Of course, they are not hesitant to criticize, which is a shame since he is in charge of a famous science and technology company in Mexico. Yet he relies on prejudice in business, making others doubt his strength in education. That judgment made the old man furrow his brow slightly. Edison turned hostile and belittled the opponent. What is real strength? We have the technology and you don't. This is true strength. Bernard and Egan also join in. Ignorant people trying to compete for power. Women learning to do business. What's the point? Go call your husband out to talk. Yet he still insists on arguing until the very end. You people are no different from savages with your way of doing business. Suddenly, a voice of reason interrupted. That's enough. Huang Ta quickly steps forward to mediate. Have you caused enough trouble? I already feel ashamed on behalf of your father. She was unwilling to leave, but Mr. Huang's opponent remained as stubborn as before. Go home. Your father has been telling you that for a while. Women like you, what's the point of trying to learn business? Just be stubborn. Tiknian quickly pointed at Edison to rally allies. This Mexican man is targeting our Chinese people, deliberately raising the price. Isn't it just a matter of defending your honor? Isn't it also your fault? You're here to discuss business with foreigners. Is this something a woman like you can handle? Embarrassed even in front of foreigners, she was overwhelmed by endless ridicule that pressed on her nerves. Ha ha ha, this perfume person finally knows how to behave a little. Long's integrity doesn't allow Teach Nayin to stand still. They are mocking our perfume and you hold back this anger, even lecturing the kids to help them. The two immediately start arguing. What can I do besides scolding? Our perfume has lost both money and technique.
Your company invested 300 to 500 million, and what did you research? Went bankrupt and dragged the whole family down?
You don't understand. Perfume people won't lose to them. Bernard and his partner enjoy provoking him. Women in the perfume industry dare to anger Mr. Edison. He is a Mexican tech genius with over 2,000 patents. What do your perfumes have? No money, no skills, haha. At that moment, a fly cam landed right on Huang Ta's head, instantly ending their fun. But no one expected his appearance. Lam Tan didn't respond to the other person and just started teasing them instead. Wow, this drone from the Owa country is really terrible. Suddenly losing control. It's dangerous. What if it hits someone? Luckily, it hit the trash first. Then I didn't hesitate to confront them. I overheard someone say earlier, our perfume people don't have money or skills. Edison confidently declared, yes, I said you have an opinion, what about it? Now you can show it. Lam Tan becomes even more pleased as he unlocks a new playground. Today, let me enlighten you, you bunch of blockheads. Although our perfume is cheap and just a small business, we managed to develop a level 1 filter under your pressure. Lam Tan immediately fulfilled their wish. All right, the simulated cube suddenly surrounds them, leaving them stunned. Oh no, the backlit figure cast against the screen looks even more dangerous. He slowly and gently steps up each stair. The star of hope he chose today is Ha Thien. Bo couldn't help but laugh mockingly. A little girl with a filter unit. Has Mr. Edison seen this yet, Mr. Edison? Why is everyone around rushing over to see this? The key data are all identical, and moreover, there are figures inside that SIC Science and Technology Company has never published. Edison becomes even more confident in his reasoning. You are stealing the research results of the Silic Scientific and Technical Company. I have to report this to the International Trade Court. But another voice filled with frustration interrupted. If you can't produce what the Americans steal, where do I go to steal it? Ha Ban also follows to seek justice. Purchasing staff, do your people dare to come out and confront? This is the result that hundreds of our factory workers have worked hard for months to produce. It's all our own research and clear evidence. He doesn't seem to back down in front of a powerful force. If you have the courage, go ahead and report it. The integrity of our Chinese people doesn't stoop to theft. The old man still insists. This is ours. But Yotter's appearance was like a slap in the face. Mr. Edison, I'm sorry, I have failed. He doesn't even know shame and tattles on the thief. The man suddenly hit me unconscious from behind. The purchase unit filter has failed. The boiling anger inside made the old man instinctively curse out, worthless. Everyone was so excited for the big drama that they were stunned with their mouths wide open. What? Lam Tan straightforwardly exposes their cowardly scheme. Silic Company's product was actually purchased from our small workshop. They exploit biased information to force technical sales and then register patents to claim it as their own, with their final words serving as a decisive closing remark. This is the trick they often use. All we can do is criticize them fiercely, despicable, shameless, and tyrannical. The tense situation makes even their steps hurried. Edison faces Han Bian with the same aloof attitude. The contract is still valid, right? The deal can still go on. Based on the price in the contract, I bought everything. Unfortunately, he made his decision early. I won't sell to you. The old man sweat bullets trying to persuade me. You're crazy. You think not selling to us means someone else will buy? Let me tell you, with just one word from me, no one in this country will dare to buy products from you. Lam Tan is a true hero and a reasonable savior. Oh, I will buy everything. How will you handle this? The old man was speechless at first, then frantically started bidding higher and higher. The contract value is 1 billion, right? Now I'm offering double, 2 billion. Don't you even want to make money? But Edison didn't expect there to be someone here without money. Uncle Ma, I'll pay 4 billion. Sell it to me. Once again, you make the other side curse. Lam Tan hesitated no longer and delivered a direct blow. What now? Aren't you going to raise the prices again? The famous American science and technology company can't compare their techniques to ours. And if they can't even match the money, what else do you have? At that moment, the old man trembled, eyes bulging with shock. Who exactly are you?
I know all the major producers in the tech industry, but I've never heard of you.
You calmly seized the opportunity to restore Tichenyian's honor at the Tongyian Scientific and Technical Company. Later, the whole world will remember this name. In an instant, the entire room burst into pride. Thank you all. Today, the people of China have regained their honor. Truly satisfying. Even starting late without money, still able to stand up despite being oppressed. It turns out the thief was Mexico, stealing the credit and registering the patent. Exactly the kind of addition they do. Lin Tanhao pulled out a gold card. Uncle, take this card. It has 5 billion inside. Sale. 4 billion for the scientific technology. Tan and Yin bought 2,000 of your products and 1 billion to invest in your factory. We will work together long-term in the future. Ha Thin and Ha Bon were moved to tears. Young Master Lam truly appreciates it. We agree to sell you this latest technology entirely. Lin Tan doesn't keep it all to himself, but has a broader vision. We don't need all 2,000 filters. Just sell the surplus domestically. One company alone can't represent all the thousands of businesses helping the perfume industry reach the world stage. The words that follow are warnings to foreign traders. Of course, not exporting isn't very good either. Business with foreign traders still needs to continue, and we won't be raising prices tenfold. But the quantity is limited, so sell to whoever is interested. Someone quickly blurted out and spoke up. Mr. Lam, I am from Oa, but Lam Tan's tone is very firm. Oa country, get out. The situation is starting to spiral out of control like a swarm of bees breaking apart because so many people are begging. He has to deal with the crowd while secretly protecting himself. Hey everyone, don't push and shove. You can't even call your dad. They even quickly changed wings in the blink of an eye. I had no other choice but to flatter Edison. Please understand me. Me too. It's a pity that right now you only see her in your eyes. Is that okay? The other party blushed and replied softly, yes. Then a notification appeared along with a warm hug. Surprising Lam Tan. The affinity increased by 5%. Tuong Tich Nyan's affinity is now 92%. The notifications keep appearing. Completed the first stage of the 6 billion reverse trial, refunded 600 million transferred to the account, increased all attributes to level 9, and chose one of 3 mastery skills. Go, mathematics, or mind control. Right now, you just want to dance and cheer happily. You used to want to learn Go, but never had the time. The system still understands me. Sure enough, shortly after, Lam Tan also achieved his wish and chose the skill of Go Mastery. The incident happened very quickly and was displayed on the LED screens. Silic Science and Technology Company greedily took credit for others' research, Chengguo. The World Science and Technology Exhibition will clarify and revoke his eligibility to participate during that time. Even after being expelled by security, Edison still shows no remorse. Your perfume does not give you the right to hold me, but we will meet again in the future. You are also ready to accept the challenge. Of course, you've stolen quite a few things from us, so we still need to settle accounts with you. After the celebration ended, Phuong Tha gradually regained consciousness from the coma. Why does my head hurt? A series of sudden changes hit me so fast I couldn't keep up. Where is Tuong Tich Nhin? The people surrounding her just now, where did they all go? So what exactly happened just now with the stolen silicon technology? At that moment, he caught sight of her walking closely with Lam Tan. Huh? Fang Shan, I find it hard to believe.
Tuong Tich Nhin, Nhin mà cả ngày chỉ nghĩ chuyện lập nghiệp lắm con chip. Vậy mà lại ôm một người đàn ông như vậy. After the shock passed, he quickly took out his phone to snap a photo as evidence and then immediately sent a message.
Old Tuong, this is what I captured at the Science and Technology Exhibition. This little rascal really doesn't let anyone rest easy. Do you want me to go over there and scold him? Tonglin gritted his teeth as if he saw an enemy soldier. Who is this person? They don't look any different from a poor college student. He immediately summoned someone and said, Old Tron, the other side is respectfully waiting for orders. I suppose the general has some instructions. Then he whispered his advice. This girl is getting more and more rebellious. Wanting to make chips and dating that kind of boyfriend, does she want to make me furious? Investigate him for me. Trambong quickly complied. Yes, sir. After settling the arrangement, he adjusted his mood and continued with the diplomacy. Uncle Tuong, I wish us a happy cooperation, General Miao toasts. Both sides reached an agreement, so Miao Yao didn't beat around the bush anymore. Uncle Tuong, we've collaborated many times before. Uncle, you know my family background, and about being forced into marriage. I have high standards, so I couldn't be with a girl of lesser qualities. But I truly like Tich Nyan. It just so happens that Tong Lin also has similar intentions. Mu Tong may be charming, but young men are all the same. Tich Nyan rebelled, so he settled down. More importantly, the two families are now allied, which is even better. When he saw the hand extended, he almost grasped it firmly. You think that as soon as they shake hands, Tran Bong Hatai will rush back. The old master shows clear displeasure. What are you doing? You didn't see that Mu Tong and I were talking. But before I could finish, I was stunned by his information. Sir, please take a look at this. I saw it. These are the personal documents. Tuang Lin didn't bother explaining and just led him away. Miao Tong, the other side, is still celebrating. Have you already arranged the wedding date so quickly? Of course, I am also very happy. The sooner the better. Unexpectedly, as soon as one foot stepped out the door, his face immediately changed 180 degrees. Goodbye. See you next time we work together. Mu Rao, still confused, keeps knocking on the door. Uncle Tuong, Uncle Tuong. As for Tuong Lin, he puffed up his chest and said generously, Mr. Fuang, of course he's free to fall in love. I fully support it, and I even warned Fuang to stay out of it. I advise you to stop meddling. At this moment, he was imagining 7,749 beautiful scenarios. It turns out that was the legendary boss's money. The girl is impressive. She managed to hook him. The chip company was also invested in by him. All right, Mr. Tran, bring out the 30-year-old Thai Mao wine. I must treat him well. Tran Bong respectfully obeys the order. Yes, old sir. At the science exhibition, the two of them strolled and chatted happily. They've arrived at the experience room, Quao. Lam Tan was not too surprised, just that. But in the next second, Tich Nien expanded his horizons with a 3D projection. She enthusiastically introduces her field, even more advanced than that one. This is something the top scientific and technological companies in our country are researching and developing. Combining 3D projection technology, virtual reality interaction, and artificial intelligence creates a complete smart AR virtual projection. He gradually became more interested and decided to try a little experience. I want to feel the sunshine and gentle breeze. Wow, it's amazing. It also explains that while traditional 3D projections usually display preset content, this virtual reality projection can create scenes on demand and allow users to interact directly. Therefore, she is very hopeful about the future. Currently, its biggest issue is that the chip's functionality is still quite weak, but as our country's chip technology advances, we could lead other nations in this field. I have high hopes for it, Lam Tan praised without hesitation. Yin looks so cool. The other person shyly changes the subject. Lam Tan, try using this ARP. An idea quickly came to his mind. All right, then, let's create a romantic scene. The two of them instantly appear in the midst of an extravagant wedding under the watchful eyes of the guests and the officiant. What surprised you was actually behind you. Even your clothes have been changed. Lam Tan is still curious about the feature. Haha, I'm really sorry. I thought it would be cherry blossoms all over the sky or some kind of moon or star, but I can't help feeling shy. I didn't expect this AI to be so direct. At this moment, the priest next to her speaks up. Bride, do you agree that whether healthy or sick, wealthy or poor, you will stay with the groom forever? She was a little confused, but everyone cheered in unison. Marry him, marry him, marry him. Amid the soothing music and lively atmosphere, he remained carefree as usual. Oh my god, who else can do this? Truly amazing. Tich Nien seemed hypnotized and accidentally blurted out, I agree. Huh? What did you say? The two of them didn't hesitate and shared a passionate kiss, hotter than summer sunshine. Even after pulling apart, she still couldn't regain her composure. Lam Tan, a minute later, the shy version of Tich Nien appeared. What are you doing? Sorry, for you this might even be considered a benefit. It's okay because Zhang Nianbao also has a side like that. At that moment, a notification suddenly sounded, causing the space to gradually disappear, the wedding to end, and the next phase to begin, moving into the bridal chamber. Even the outfit suited to the scene had been carefully planned. What girl? This time her shame level has hit the roof and broken through the ceiling. Tich Nien didn't wait any longer and quickly disappeared. Sorry, I really didn't know it would turn out like this. It's so embarrassing. Lin Tan hadn't even had time to react to the young woman's sensitive inner feelings. Huh? Nien said, you run really fast. You didn't think too much about it either. Forget it, let's go back to school first. At Tuong Tich Nien's luxurious house, the servant only had time to bow before feeling a breeze pass by. Hello, miss. As soon as she returned to her beloved room, she poured out all her chaos. How did it end up like this? Why did I have the nerve to kiss him? Hoo-hoo. Then she blames everything on what she invested in. That person really is... How am I supposed to look at him now? Suddenly, I just let the restless thoughts that are still in my mind take over. Ugh, so troublesome. Everything today has gone off course. She immediately confided in her best friend Yu Huyen that ever since she liked that person, she had become someone completely different. What should I do? The other person asked Han with concern. What's wrong? Tich Nien musters all her courage. Today I kissed him. We continued texting back and forth. Congratulations. But something else happened. Now I feel very embarrassed. Patting my head, I completely understand. Because I've done many bold things in front of the person I like, carefully at the school dormitory. A tray of fragrant fruit skewers as if tempting someone over. As Zhou Dong was reaching out, he summoned his teammates, the candied hawthorn sticks. But unexpectedly, his kindness was met with ruthless rejection. You've been eating for 3 days straight. Aren't you tired? I'm tired of it too. Just eat by yourself. Get lost. He had no other choice but to kneel and beg. Don't worry, brothers. I can't eat that much on my own. So why did you still buy it when the other three are overpowering and interrogating? Honestly, I started to feel that something was off. Zhou Dong shyly stroked his head. half hidden, half exposed, because he only revealed it to everyone afterward. Her name is Xiaohua, a first-year student at Yanjiang University. She studies and works, taking advantage of her free time after class to run her stall and earn some pocket money. To this day, he still fondly remembers her sweet first impression. "Hello, what would you like?" Xiaodong is certain. It was the first time we met. Her gentle smile lit up my world. And in that moment, I even thought about naming our 2 children, preferably a boy and a girl. He still keeps talking because he wants to chat. Every day I buy lollipop candies and chat with him. That's how I found out her father broke his leg and she's trying to support her family financially. Her friends just casually comment without much interest. Xiaodong had to return to the old topic. "Now you guys will help me eat the candy." The answer is still the same. Just eat it yourself and remember not to waste the food. The scene of trees turning golden is always a beautiful sight to many. But today that scene was broken by the appearance of Akka and his followers, who sold their goods while nervously fearing attention. Even the other stalls paused to watch the situation. Little Hoa didn't know anything and continued serving as usual. "This is my strawberry candied hawthorn." At that moment, the rebellious guy pushed the customer aside to take the spot. "Come on, business is not bad, huh? Beautiful girl, give me a skewer of your first love." She gradually feels uneasy, but still forces a smile. "Hey, my first love here has sour and sweet hawthorn candies. Do you want to take some?" But kindness is replaced by the other's arrogance. "Come on, feed me." Xiaohua was so scared her face turned pale as she tried to break free from his grip. He let go. After teasing for a while, Akka finally released her, then started eating the food without paying. And the taste wasn't bad. No wonder his business was doing so well. "I'm trembling with fear facing you all. What exactly do you want to do?" The guy slowly makes a threatening demand. "You're a pretty girl. You've been setting up your stall for 3 days, so you should follow the rules too, right? How can you charge a sanitation fee when I pay only 2,000 yuan a month?" The 2 underlings didn't wait for the senior to speak before asserting their authority. "What do you mean by based on what? You're selling here without even greeting the boss. You really don't understand the rules." I stand firm on my reasoning. "I don't know what big brother you're talking about. Besides, selling goods here is legal. What right do you have to charge a sanitation fee?" The result of a 1 versus 3 is obvious. This street is under the jurisdiction of our Dai Jiang gang, so tell me, do I have the right or not? "Ha ha, legal." He didn't think that was enough and kept turning to grab someone else. "What do you mean by legal?" The shop owner trembles and submits. "Big Aka is the law here, making the other party very proud. Did you hear that?" Xiaohua could only clearly explain the situation and hope to be forgiven. "I don't have that much money. I sell just to earn some extra living money," but Aka quickly crushes her hope with his dirty tactics. "If you don't give me money, I'll come every day to add more spice to your lollipop and tears of frustration will flow uncontrollably. My candied hawthorn sticks, why are you doing this?" The people around started whispering among themselves. "Isn't this just causing trouble for the girl?" This is truly too much. These thugs have someone backing them. In the tense atmosphere, no one dared to speak loudly, and the sound of approaching footsteps became even clearer. Chao Dong immediately shielded Tianhua with his body. "What are you doing? Harassing a girl in the middle of Than Tien Bai Nyut and looting? You're truly despicable." The opponent was so moved that Chao Dong, but his thin body was easily lifted up by a key. "Who the hell are you?" The 2 underlings are also starting to get involved. "Looks like you're very brave, learning from others to become a hero saving a beauty, right?" "I don't see you as a hero or a dog either." Chao Dong resisted, but it was insignificant. "Let me out." Xiaohua also quickly came up with a plan to help. "Let him go. I need to call the police." He still acts as if nothing's wrong. "Report to the police? You want to accuse me? Are you fighting? Really? I was just helping to straighten its wrinkled clothes. Is he hurt? Are you hurt?"
That aggressive attitude is making her lose her courage. Have we done anything illegal?
Trying to scam money? Is this the mark of a student? Let's go to the police station and give our statements. We're free all the time, but you guys are busy studying and running your shop. Those people are brazenly threatening as if they're used to this. If you really report to the police today, we will keep messing with you until the end. Little Hoa helplessly sheds tears as she witnesses Chao Dong suffering because of her, and the onlookers are also outraged on her behalf. "Damn it, so disgusting. Don't act rashly. If you provoke those thugs, you might get bitten back." Aka even shows his mischievous side. "Ruo, what are you all surrounding me for? Are you angry and want to hit me? Come on, hit me already." He is extremely confident when facing someone weaker. A student is just a kid who hasn't been taught by life, with no money, connections, or backing, all useless stuff. 2,000 yuan a month isn't enough for him to eat 2 meals, and charging so little for sanitation is already generous. You should thank me for the lesson the school didn't teach. The poor crowd then used their own actions to intimidate, and a bunch of cowards quickly backed off. When he pushed someone aside, he faced the only person standing still and unafraid here. Lam Tan still watched intently, savoring every bite. The rotten flavor is truly delicious. A guy's gotten a little hot-blooded. Where did that deaf kid come from? Get out quickly. The muscular hand gripped tightly on the shoulder, but the unexpected happened. It couldn't push through. The surrounding air instantly turns dangerous. Can't you see I'm eating here? Is your head not developed? Even a dog knows how to take a detour, but you don't. Lam Ton decides to punish him with his special scent bomb. I advise you to get lost quickly, man. If you're not too rotten, then A won't accept being insulted and will confront directly. Damn it, I didn't expect your face to remain so calm like a stone statue with no scratches, only the guy taking the pain for himself. Damn it, this guy is so tough. Little brother anxiously runs over and asks, Big brother, are you okay? Over there, they're selling carpets. It hurts so much. I got hit. A fist as big as a sandbag slammed into my face. Does everyone see that? My head is spinning. What vehicle should I take later to make it easier? Trin Hao signals the camera in perfect sync. Don't worry, I've recorded everything from when those thugs beat you up. Lam Tan guarantees it's in high definition. The Fox and Weasel gang didn't expect the youth to be so shameless lately. Unlike the joyful expressions of everyone, the student council president Trin Hao and the person lying there is student leader Lam Tan. Right now, you also excelled in your scheming. Let me tell you, I brought a 2 million bottle of white liquor and the receipt here. You suddenly made everything disappear. Looks like it's enough to put you all in prison for a few years. Thanks to that, they finally gave up. Damn it, don't get tangled up with this idiot. Get out of here and stop staring. But now the crowd no longer listens. I see. Everyone gathered around to surround the 3 big guys in the middle. So that's how you're playing it? We're just here to take a look too. Akash starts to panic over this strange situation. What should we do? What do you guys want to do? At this moment, the great demon continued Lam Tan's act of throwing a tantrum. Who pushed me? He hurriedly explained. When did I push you? But instead, I got a guy accusing me like he's shooting arrows. Look, a VM Jiang University student is beaten by a thug right at the school gate. Is there no law? His fist hits like a sandbag straight to the face. Even the bystanders get caught in the crossfire. Look at this. This is the thug who beat someone up. A furious guy threw his phone away. Damn it, he got pushed to the top, but now he's stuck with another troublemaker. I broke my hand. The successor to the remaining position is Doc Ban. Oh my god. The phone cost 20,000 N. I just bought it yesterday and it's probably broken now. Plus the money for emotional damage compensation. So unlucky. So jealous. Could he hit me? Desperate and reckless, he cursed loudly, his hand ready to throw a punch. But the situation gets even more out of control when Mini joins in. If everyone starts acting, I guess I'll just have to see how it goes. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the phone, familiar with the gleam of the blade in the dark, making it hard to distinguish between a righteous hero and a sinister mind. As soon as she started the live stream, she immediately made the atmosphere more lively. It's really lively here. Although I don't know what happened, just jumping to the previous scene quickly draws viewers in and makes them focus on this violence. Someone even took a picture of Mary to post online, which led to countless interactions from internet users. Gradually, the reputation of the thugs spread further and more people learned about them. AKA was surrounded more than the idols, and instead of feeling happy, he was terrified. Get out of the way, everyone move back. Do you understand? The crowd immediately made them experience what online violence feels like, picking on anyone but not sparing university students. Back in the Republican era, we dared to overthrow the presidential palace. Students could fight the enemy and reform society. Touching us is like hitting steel. In the end, Jung Hao finally stepped forward to demand justice. If you don't make us happy, don't mess things up. Aka, pushed to the limit, also decides to fight back. Damn it, don't think we're really afraid of you guys. Brothers, let's go. Just then, the Vian family brought the police to restore order. Who dares to bully my students? Only then did those people start to feel afraid. He is the principal of VM Jiang University. The old man's words were spoken with great passion. I don't know who you are, but VM Jiang University is a state-funded official institution, not a place for illegal fees. From now on, only the stalls authorized by the school are allowed, and selling around them is prohibited. Anyone violating the law will be taken to the police station for explanation. The police work quickly and efficiently, taking the 3 involved individuals away. The gang of thugs shamefully turned their backs amid everyone's insults. Stay away a bit. Don't come here. The territory of VM Jiang University is watching. Senior students in the school also care and look after us. Rest assured, all our students will protect you together. As long as those thugs dare to come, we will keep fighting them. Xiaohua was moved to tears and thanked everyone, especially Zhou Dong, who was particularly worried about her. Principal, how should I apply for the stall permit? Xiao Huaiwanjia softly cleared her throat and then looked at him with a meaningful gaze. The matter has been resolved by the teacher. He quickly set reasonable regulations. Just follow the procedures and submit the shop permit application. The school has entrepreneurship mentors, and struggling students receive support and subsidies. All students cheer together. Wow, that's great. The principal is so cool. But no one knows he has his own ulterior motives. That kind of handling probably made Lin Tan satisfied. Xiaohua responded generously. Thank you all very much. Without you, I probably couldn't have set up my stall. Clumsy with words, but grateful from the heart today, I'm treating everyone to free candied hawthorn. She immediately received a lot of support. Wow, thank you. The girl is truly beautiful. Her business will only get better and better. Let me show some gentlemanly manners and let him make sugar syrup for you. She didn't refuse, but it seems she had her own intentions. Thank you, Chao Dong. I'm really glad you're here today. He quickly hides his embarrassment. It's nothing. Lin Tan also wants to take part in this happy day. I'll help out too. Luckily, I also have some knowledge of cooking techniques. Xiaohua quickly recognized this as cinnamon flour and confirmed while rinsing. The road is lined with cinnamon trees, and it's the peak season for flowering. Then proceed to the next step by placing the washed cinnamon flowers on a paper towel to dry. Then add them to the sugar syrup to cook together. Lumtan's cooking skills have been put to use, and his movements are as skillful as those of a seasoned chef. While cooking the sugar syrup, stir-fry some more cinnamon flowers with a little oil. Little Hoa and Chao Dong both breathe in deeply, enchanted by the fragrant cinnamon aroma. Even those around them are drawn in. It smells so good. You read the recipe aloud while making it to share with them. After quickly spreading a thin layer of cinnamon syrup and sprinkling more dried cinnamon flowers, the finished product is quickly ready. The honeycomb candy with cinnamon syrup is ready. Each person can take one for free. If it tastes good, you can tip a little money. Free treats are treasures in the eyes of students. I'll take one. I want one too. It smells so good. It smells so good. I've never tasted cinnamon-flavored candied hawthorn before. Xiaohua slowly takes a bite, and as soon as her tongue touches it, not only her taste buds, but even her clothes seem ready to explode. Oh my god, how can it be this delicious? Everyone is euphoric after discovering the taste of this delicacy. It's so delicious. The crowd's excitement has reached its peak. Give me one more skewer, I'll pay. Give me 3 more skewers. I pay 6 yuan per skewer. I pay 30 yuan. Buy 2 strawberry skewers. Please don't push, I haven't eaten yet. Let me try. At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly rang out, silencing the surrounding noise. I'll pay 100 yuan, give me a skewer. Du Yan held up her phone to prove I already transferred the money, and the phone confirmed I received 100 yuan. Xiaohua honestly kept her word, saying, the first one is free. I will refund you. But she simply refused, saying she didn't need it, then took the candy and slowly enjoyed it. The flavor instantly melts away Du Yan's usual cold expression. What kind of candied hawthorn is this that tastes so good? The thin, crispy cinnamon sugar coating melts in your mouth without sticking to your teeth, with just the right amount of heat. Dried cinnamon flowers are sprinkled on top to make the strawberries more flavorful. She hurriedly asked, this candied hawthorn was made by her. You're so young but already skilled in such advanced techniques.
Xiaohua denied and corrected herself.
Oh, it's not me. Someone taught me. He was just there a moment ago. Where did he go now? The person across reported that he seems to have gone to the other side. Du Yan threw away the business card and left with a cool, bossy attitude. Thank you. That's right, just in case I can't find him. If you meet that person again, tell him to contact me. She read the information on that and was so shocked she couldn't speak. Mai M. Chen's establishment is famous for its cuisine worldwide. She walks away silently determined, thinking that if it's this person, there might be a chance because the young lady needs to find him. In a warehouse on a boat offshore, a harsh and scolding voice echoes, criticizing the useless guards for not collecting sanitation fees and causing such a big mess. Ren Kai Jiaoyu warns that higher-ups are watching, and from now on everything must be done carefully. Do you know how much money I spent to get you out of trouble? A guy hurriedly justifies himself. Usually the small merchants and students are afraid of me, but today I don't know why I seem to have gone crazy. Sorry, Mr. Rum. I will be more careful next time. His politeness made him look somewhat foolish. This time you take all the blame on yourself. No revealing me. And you handled it quickly. There's no room for a next time. The guy bowed obediently, completely different from his aggressive attitude earlier. Thank you, Namba. Then he smiled smugly. Nyamba, don't be angry. Actually, we've come up with a plan. I'll gather some brothers to wait for that girl to come and collect the debt, then find a chance to tie her up and bring her here to talk slowly. By then, no matter what she asks for, she will agree. Akei's imagination makes him feel that success is not too far away. The cleaning fee for that road is still the same. Those students are just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Are you still trying to protect the girl? They will soon learn the consequences of crossing me. Yamtai rarely shows praise. Not bad. At this moment, a mysterious character appears among their territory. Not bad. They are the villains. You really haven't disappointed me. He was stunned because he didn't see it coming. Even someone dressed as modestly as an 80-year-old can't hide Lamtan's confident aura. I am here to eliminate society's trash. AKA immediately exposed himself as soon as he saw the face clearly. It was Nam Ba, deliberately provoking us into fighting him, which is why the students gathered around. You don't know your limits. There are 20 of us here. Once they arrive, don't even think about leaving. But their numbers don't scare him. With so many enemies, it's just the right chance for me to stretch my muscles. The group quickly drew their weapons and charged forward, yet they still managed to laugh. Catch him, no matter if he lives or dies. Unexpectedly, Lamtan finished off the whole group before even using his full power, making the enemy understand what true skill is. Even their weapons were knocked to the ground. You stand proudly among the unconscious and declare with contempt that none of them can beat you. Now only the unfortunate Nimtai is left trembling in fear, and the hero who is not a hero has insulted you without knowing your true status as a great official. We are willing to compensate and apologize. 500,000, not 1 million. After this, we will disappear. He tries to use all his eloquence to save his old life, no hiding it from you. Although we are small traders, we do have influential backers. If everyone cooperates and maintains harmony to generate wealth, it would be wonderful. Is that right? But all of you are useless in front of Lam Tan. Today, I'm just here to tell you a lesson. You can make money, you can earn money, but you won't have a life to spend it. Then, without hesitation, he delivered the final blow. If this were a world where money could buy anything, I would definitely be the nemesis here to kill all you beasts.
Officer Vian stands outside the door coldly reporting the situation. The captain couldn't find the person who reported the case. Only the suspects are unconscious and the evidence remain at the scene.
Among them, one is Nam Tai, the head of the Market Management Bureau. He considers this warehouse his hideout. Part of the seized goods are hidden here, and now he has been caught red-handed. Miao Dong turned around and asked, "Are the police report and recording correct? Let me hear a sample." She just raised her phone, and a familiar voice echoed in her ears. "Hello? I want to report a case at the warehouse by the river." She involuntarily widened her eyes, realizing that the voice was indeed Lin Tan's. She looked up at the moon outside and silently sighed. He's secretly playing the urban knight again. After he escaped from the safety zone, I always wanted to find him to thank him. That was enough for the system to update. The affinity increases by 10%. Tom Nagao Dong's affinity is now 37%. The next day, as soon as they entered Disneyland, they heard the announcement. Visitors with tickets, please go to the left ticket booth. Guests with free tickets, please go to the right of the ticket check. The ticket girl happily hands out tickets to everyone. Hello, 5 distinguished guests. I hope Disneyland brings you joy. Jung Hao and Wu Ji each have a sarcastic remark for their best friend in front. It's so lively with the grand opening celebration and a raffle event. You lucky enough to win 5 free tickets, as if you've used up 10 years of luck to chase after Xiaohua. Probably your entire lifetime's worth. Wow, it's so huge. Brown Bear walks over to greet Lam Tan while the people behind, overwhelmed by their phones, welcome them to Disney. Ngo-Chi pointed towards the crowd to distract them. The ice cream stand over there is so lively. It must be really good. Lam Tan, can you wait in line and buy one for us? We went to buy other snacks. The other two also agreed in unison. That's right. Thanks to you, Lam Tan. He didn't understand anything but still casually replied, okay. Right in front of the ice cream truck, He was gently comforting the little girl. Hold it tightly so the balloon doesn't fly away again. As the little girl sweetly said thank you, he suddenly shouted in suspicion. She just turned her head and blushed shyly. Lam Tan, what a coincidence. Before he could react, Not Tran's familiar voice was right beside him. Beautiful day. I'm at Disneyland. Who is it? She lifted her hat brim and greeted flamboyantly. Lam Tan, what a coincidence. While you were busy digesting 2 surprises, 2 new suddenly bumped into you with a gasp. She stuck out her tongue in a teasing and reproachful manner, almost biting her own tongue. So, Lam Tan, are you here to visit too? The 4 of them quickly realized each other's presence, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into eerie silence. He helplessly sighed, then managed to say a few words before falling silent. The 3 girls immediately showed off their tricks, saying I sent Chu Dong 100 yuan as a red envelope and asked him to help me. The feeling of coincidence is very romantic. I gave Ngo-Chi 200 yuan and found out where he was today. Lam Tan, do I look good today? I didn't spend a dime. I directly blocked Jung Hao's path and forced him to reveal your schedule for today. Thinking of those opportunists, I shouted together, Lam Tan, thank your parents for giving you this blessing. We are really too considerate. You are so angry that you curse loudly. Moreover, Nahai was the one who started the love war first. New. Even though you're 2 years older than me, romantic matters still follow the proper rules. And as for Tron, while Lam Tan is still angry, go quickly. Tunu directly flips the bird in provocation. What does she think she is? Hearing my mother say that you are not even Lam Tan's girlfriend, the one who clings to his arm like a rival trying to win him over, is too V for herself. Hitting is caring, scolding is love. Lam Tan hits me and scolds me. Do you truly feel this deep love? He was startled and softly cried out in helplessness. Next, she even takes the opportunity to undermine her rival. The first to be targeted is Nahi, gentle and considerate. Men, get bored quickly. They need excitement and novelty. Can you provide that? Tanu was also unlucky to escape this messy trap. Someone like Jassinger, like you shouldn't come here causing trouble. At most, men will just play with you a little. Racing doesn't mind a collision. She pushed the dark octopus aside and even threw in a slick move. You slut, get lost. You and La Nahi are both the type to cling to any guy with money. Unlike me, once I decide on someone, I won't change. Lam Tan, let's go ride the roller coaster. Nyahe also doesn't hesitate to shed her gentle appearance to criticize her roommate. Fighting, she really needs to wear glasses. I never expected her to miss the look of contempt from Lam Tan. Lam Tan, let's go ride the wooden horse carousel. The young men around are all showing off after watching the palace drama like action. What's going on? 3 beauties competing for 1 man, each a top-tier talent. I really admire that. The lucky man. Lam Tan has his troubles he can't share. Come on, you girls are too annoying. Let me go. But when my eyes caught the notice board beside me, my mind immediately jumped. Huh? You just skimmed over it really quickly. The thrill stream is deadly for you, the most dangerous and exciting stream project. Please note, this project has some dangers. Tourists who are not physically fit should not try it and must sign a death agreement first. Then shout loudly, "Good stuff," and you scream out, "Don't follow me anymore." Then, he ran straight to the ticket check, leaving the death waiver behind, making Ahoing think the customer was rushing to reincarnate. Next, he grimaced and explained to the three beautiful women, "Sorry, if you want to play the game, you have to sign a death waiver." They are burning with fighting spirit and shouting loudly. Just sign it. It's only a death contract after all. They chase after you, shouting loudly, but since Lamton is like a mountain in the sea of fire, I will go too. Leaving Ah Huang sprawled on the ground, but he's laughing heartily. So this is what it feels like to be trampled by a beauty? Lamton stretched out on the rubber boat, feeling unexpectedly satisfied. Haha, let's see how long these girls will keep chasing me. Maybe I can finally enjoy a moment of peace. Short-lived joy quickly turned to panic as 3 pieces of glue fell from the sky, and he desperately tried to calm them down. Hey, aren't you girls afraid? It's about to start. You can still make it down now. Nyahi and Nyat Tran, despite trembling like leaves, still forced themselves to stay silent. No, they must not let this singer get the upper hand. Only... Tu Nu seems relaxed and teasing. Are you kidding? I know you like thrill-seeking games. You deliberately chose this one to play, right? When the system announced that the affinity increased by 3% and To Nu Nu's affinity reached 73%, his heart was enlightened, forgetting that To Nu Nu was not like ordinary girls, with a particularly large liver. As the countdown 3, 2, 1 blared from the speaker, the twin sisters grew more tense, and when the starting command was shouted, the 4 individuals split into 2 opposite extremes, each enjoying this ultimate sensation. Moreover, Tu Nu spread her arms and let out a long, satisfied scream. The rubber boat began to leave the dock to start the exciting journey. The timid couple just started and are holding each other tightly, while both stunning women throw away their dignity, close their eyes and scream, "I don't want to die. Boo-hoo, too scary." Tu Nu is the only one who stays calm and comfortably mocks. Ha ha ha. But in the heat of the moment, Not Tran still managed to grab your leg precisely to complain. Lam Tan saved me. I was so scared. She was overwhelmed by anger and lost her reason, decisively unfastening her seatbelt and preparing to fight back. Fake green tea bitch who only pretends to be weak to gain men's sympathy. Tu Nu openly states that when she pursues men, she only uses the most direct methods. Lam Tan, frightened, gave this late warning. She is in great danger. When using a condom to leave the waterfall, even if she flies out of orbit, she still screams. I'm not even afraid, but when she looked down at the vast ocean below from midair, her heart suddenly skipped a few beats. With no other choice, you had to unfasten the belt and prepare to assume the role of an unwilling flower guardian. Lam Tan reached out both hands, aiming directly at To Nu's fall point. Still, she had to go through the process of swallowing a stomach full of water. Even though you managed to pull her out just in time, she still flailed around like a duck in boiling water. I can't swim. I'm definitely going to die. Only when she felt the strange object pressing against her chest did To Nu turn off the radio and quietly sigh, filled with doubt. Lam Tan poked his head between her 2 ample mountains, trying to reason. The water isn't deep enough to drown her, but I'm worried she'll fall in and faint, which would be troublesome. She didn't care about the real reason. This close contact made her so happy she felt like flying. You saved me, as if the system had to update again. Current affection, level 2%. Tu Nu clung to him with all 4s like an octopus, then boldly gave her benefactor a kiss on the cheek. The other girls shouted and refused to let go, even pulling on their hair. The people on the shore are so frightened by this scene that their faces twist in disgust, and everyone's voices turn sour as if soaked in vinegar. That man V is truly admirable.
The 3 beauties are too showy. I can't take it anymore, so I quickly run away. Stop causing trouble and don't follow me anymore.
But they decided to follow closely amidst the deafening shouts, and after a long while of running exhausted, Lam Tan suddenly saw the haunted house looming right in front of him. You devour the advertisements, immersing yourself in their depths. The soul-protecting books offer the most authentic and terrifying haunted house experience ever. People with weak hearts, cowardice, or mental health issues should not wait. Before participating, sign a liability waiver, and after digesting it, your mind will race extremely fast. This place is fine. Let's see if they still dare to come through here. 5 minutes later, the escape plan was a total failure.
You have nothing to regret, so you ask again. Are you not afraid?
Nyahi and To Nu each cling to one side, hesitantly saying, "We're scared, but with you here." I'm most afraid of ghosts. Don't let go. Linton's inner thoughts just want to slip up, because a haunted house is truly perfect for lovers to play in. Nyat Trun trembled as he followed behind, holding in his frustration because he couldn't express it. Since he signed the death contract a minute late, the 2 others had already taken all the spots, and it drove him crazy. After just a few steps, the ghost girl stepped forward to fulfill her duty. She was startled and sat down abruptly, but looking at the ghost's legs, she gradually understood a little. So, it turns out you are the person. Natran threw his fear aside and looked at the ghost with eyes that flickered more than the headlights. She pulled out a stack of money and started bargaining. This fake ghost friend of mine, I'll pay 500 yuan to borrow your costume, and I'd like to ask you a few questions. On the front group, Nahahi is lying on the ground, shouting loudly, there's a ghost pulling my leg. Then, Tunu was also pulled away by a pair of mysterious hands. Lamton, far from delicate and refined, was instead as happy as if he had just won a prize. I didn't expect this haunted house to help me win the fight. Interesting. I guess players caught in the trap are directly taken to the final point. Finally, I can relax and enjoy the haunted house. I casually pushed open the door of a gloomy room, and as I stepped in, I quietly wondered, could this scene be Sada about to appear? A figure both strange and familiar appears on the noisy screen, and two words immediately pop into his mind. As expected. Lamton froze in place, watching the ghost girl reach her hand outside the frame, and the visual effect made him exclaim in surprise, "Wow, she really did it." The opponent moves with great intention, not rushing out but creeping down like a snake. Seeing the revealing curves, my face flushes and my heart races, constantly marveling at this figure. At the moment the number 1 demoness stands before him, he casually waves hello with a friendly gesture, until her hand gropes around his waist, making him shout, Hey, where are you touching?" Even the blind can recognize that this ghost is the fake version of the first painting. Lamton's face turned pale with fear and he sank into a chair, but when she lifted her skirt, he found a reason to convince himself. Saada, is that how you really are? Could it be that what I saw is the cutting table? Before the duel could start, 2 zombie women came and disrupted everything. Tunu is controlling her, while Nihahi, holding a giant syringe, threatens her. The girl has already been injected by now. She was so scared that her senses went haywire, she screamed and threw herself into Lamton's arms. He shouted excitedly as the nurse and Sadako engaged in a terrifying battle. The visual effects are amazing, but when he finally sees the opponent's face, he can't help but curse. VL Lo Nyahai immediately exposed herself on the spot. She bribed someone to pretend to be a ghost, pretending to be Sadako. They used a trap to chase us away just to have a private moment with him. Taking advantage of him, we were led out of the trap by other staff, and only then did we understand the true reason behind everything. So we punished her in her own way. Nyatren was crying tears of frustration, trying to explain that she only loved him too much and had no other thoughts, just wanting to hold him and smell his scent. Sniff, I'm satisfied now. The system just showed a notification. Lu Nyatron's favorability increased by 0.1%. You secretly despised her in your heart. This woman really is poisonous. At this moment, the door was pushed open again, causing everyone to freeze stiffly. It turned out to be a Chalk risking everything regardless of the situation. Ko Lee pressed his body against the R-ranked demoness, drooling but still trying to hold back. "Oh dear, demon sister, don't run. I'm so scared." "Let me catch one." My Kai immediately refused in panic. "Sir, this is harassment. Please stop." These words accidentally hit a nerve, and he responds with even more shameless remarks. "I was just scared by the haunted house and ran around to defend myself. Do you want to be ignored? Be careful or I might shut this place down, and what if I touch you? Women in service industries aren't for touching. I even said you're pretty average." She kept screaming insistently, "Don't come over here." When Achak saw the 3 stunning women in the room, he became even more excited, but it was actually Vo Than Lin's creepy nurse. And Sada, this charming woman, is also here. This haunted house really knows how to play. "Can I play with the girls for a while?" Tanu turned back and gave this horny guy a savage smile. "I'm afraid you won't be able to play along, sir." He doesn't realize she's already armed and is still lost in her delusions. "Oh wow, that's so scary, so terrifying. You really scared me to death. I will enjoy it a lot." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in front of him made his face turn pale like a sick pig. All my language skills have vanished, leaving only a loud scream. A, with a swollen lump on his head, howling for help, claiming monsters are killing him, while Tonu looks no different from a zombie chasing after him. "Ha, I'm just playing a game of tag with you." "Sir, please stop." The man sat down on the floor, stammering as he threatened. "Don't come here. She deliberately hurt someone. I have to report her. I have to call the police." "Oh, really? Do you have any proof?" Pointing at the talisman in the corner, she shouted, "This haunted house is full of cameras, and all the evidence of you hitting me and injuring me has been recorded. You will lose your job, and I will take you to court, so you end up with not a penny left." "So what?" She picks up her phone and reads out his despicable biography clearly. The camera has already captured his face clearly.
That perverted brag on the web is also your doing, and you cause trouble in many places.
He lives in the West area, is a minor leader, has a wife, and wants me to send the video to the company. Does his wife often put up posters in his neighborhood? A Chok Bang Huang gapes. "What? How do you know?" She pointed an iron rod at him in warning. "I've been in this business for many years, catching a scumbag like you. I do it so often that later you should pull back your hand when you see women, or else I'll cut that thing off and feed it to the mice." At the end, Tunu's fiery temper flared up and kicked this cowardly scoundrel out. "Now get lost." He pretends to be submissive, but secretly takes out the cold weapon. "Sorry, I was wrong. I'll leave right now." Achak gritted her teeth and turned around, without hesitation pointing the blade straight ahead. "You bastard, go to hell." Contrary to his expectations, each knife was accidentally blocked by the steel pipe. It turns out Lam Tan had transformed into a hero saving a beauty, rushing in and casually adjusting to Nu's weapon angle. This complex move causes Achok to spray glue and become stiff. While she is lost in her moment of admiration, softly calling Lam Tan's name, he decisively delivers a strike that leaves him in a deep abyss of blood and teeth. Tanu blushed and repeated Lam Tan's name twice, still looking at him with an irresistible infatuation despite the situation, using her tentacle-like technique to cling onto him and force a kiss. Oh my god, you're so handsome, so strong, I love you so much. Even though my affection increases by 5%, I still feel embarrassed and refuse. She went out. After a long commotion, the team in charge of the haunted house rushed in to clean up the aftermath. Quickly restrain that man, he dares to use a knife to harm someone. Take him to the police station. Nu watched this scene and couldn't help but feel emotional. Tisk, it's really chaos. Even after regaining consciousness, Achok still kept shouting loudly, "Let me out!" They were all gathered gossiping without noticing that one person was missing. It wasn't until she casually asked everyone that they realized. Lam Tan, where is he? He was just here a moment ago. But Tunu healed herself instantly. Haha, no matter what, Lam Tan just had close contact with me earlier. He must have fallen for me already. I will fight to the death, tearing her hair and insulting her. You're so flirtatious, yet you keep trying to seduce Lam Tan in front of me over and over again. How can she accept this humiliation? No need to think, just jump into a solo fight. That dog glue of yours is always sticking to Lam Tan every day, and you don't even see what virtue you have. They both tangle and fall into the secret door. Turkey panics and shouts, "Watch out, there's a trap over there." The response is the loud crashing of the door as the side wall quickly restores its original state. Nyahai bravely pushed him away, but just a glance made her flustered as she opened her mouth. What she saw in the pink powder room was a scene of two rivals exchanging spit in a fierce confrontation. She instinctively covered her mouth and exclaimed, unable to believe she was witnessing this scene. How could Nahi ignore such a shocking moment? They quickly took out their phones to record while the distressed couple struggled and shouted loudly, "La Nyahi, don't take pictures, don't move, you're on top of me." So where did Lam Tan go? The person they longed for day and night is now sitting quietly on the carousel, finally able to find some peace. Just as she finished speaking, she received a distress message. "Can you help me, Mr. Lam Tan?" He immediately recognized the familiar person with a glance. "Oh, this is Cha-Cha." He put aside his worries and went to the Go tournament hall. Tweet Nya held his hand tightly, stated her main purpose, and finally met Do-hyun, the person from the past. She had previously agreed to fulfill fans' wish through charity work. It's about getting the signature of the talented young girl, Ru Hyun. I nodded in agreement, surprised that she was even involved in charity work. The more she talked, the more excited she became. After meeting Mr. Lam Tan, I wanted to become better. So I changed my live stream content to serve the rural community and help more people. Do you like this change? You should praise it properly. That's great. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. She giggled and added, "See, I heard this Go tournament is sponsored by you, so aren't they looking for your help?" Lam Tan lowered his head, recalling that he had donated tens of millions to sponsor the Go tournament since he liked the game and wanted to watch the Masters compete. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announcement interrupted his thoughts. "Next, please welcome the player from Bangkok to the stage." As soon as Do-hyun appeared, Tuyet Nya was already reading her biography. That is the young chess prodigy of Bong Country, only 13 years old and already selected for the national Go team, having broken multiple winning streak records and beloved by many fans. But this genius is now staggering after being bullied by her teammates as she was leaving the stage. Do-hyun instinctively leans forward, and Lam Tan reaches out just in time to steady her, his voice filled with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" She shyly expressed her concern. "I'm fine, thank you." In that moment, the system went online. Ding discovered the beautiful student June, with a current affinity of 0%, surpassing 90% refunds 10% of the fee, surpassing 100% reverses the relationship and changes identities. He silently rubbed his chin and calculated, the mission is starting again. But this younger sister is a professional player from Bangkok, so hacking her won't be easy. Meanwhile, Tuyet Nya takes the chance to ask for an autograph. "Hello, Ms. Jae-hun, may I ask if you could sign for me? I have a Go fan from Hoa Country who really admires you, and her dream is to get your autograph." Young Huck frowned and turned back to cut in. "Sorry, our professional player needs to rest." "What is Du Hai-hun doing? Hurry up and follow him." She cautiously expressed her opinion. That training is only signing if it's just that. He grabbed her shoulder tightly and leaned into her ear to warn her, "Do you not understand what I'm saying?" Du Hai-hun flinched in fear and could only compromise sorry. Long Tan ruffles his hair in frustration. "Is this how it's going to be?" This coach is also quite strict. Seeing you staring so intently, Si-hun ran up to remind you. "Coach Choi, that guy with the VIP guest badge is probably an important figure. Maybe he knows the person we want to meet," he said with an interested look. "Oh, you said he knows the president of the company." Yang Hook, showing goodwill, quickly explained. "If your friend is not someone I distrust, it's just that since arriving in Hoa Quoc, players need time to adapt before competing. But if this girl genuinely wants an autograph, of course we want to help. Then he forcefully pushed the main character aside to give way for the fan. Come on, hurry up and help sign. She passively agreed in confusion, yes, I do. Next, Young Huk sneered and handed over his business card. I wonder if you know President Qian. Lin Tan responded ambiguously. Oh, let's say we know each other. He squinted his eyes and begged. I heard a few stories about him from my friend back when I was in Bangkok. I am the head coach of the Bong Kingdom team. Choi Hook, I hope you can help introduce me to President Qian if you have the chance. You look at the thin paper and respond politely without issue, but inside you are filled with doubt. Hearing about Xiao Bungzi, you can't help but feel it's not a good thing. Over here, Du Huan also completed the task. It's signed now. Thank you all for your love. I will give my all in this competition. Tweet Nya poured her heart out to cheer for the idol. I also thanked her on behalf of the fans. Keep going. Young Hook has achieved his goal, so he hurriedly pulls the person back. Then we'll go ahead. Let's go. Du Hun. She only knew how to mechanically reply yes. The two figures, tall and short, walked out of the hall side by side. Lam Tan watched them for a long time, a bunch of question marks suddenly popping into his mind. I just feel like something's not quite right. They quickly arrive at Bong Kwok's resting room. Young Huk stands proudly in front of the contestants and declares that this time we must win the championship in Hua Kwok, and if we do, we will set a record for 3 consecutive victories. The recognition of Go as a world heritage also depends on this. Is everyone confident? The crowd below shouted in unison as expected, so he turned to Ju Hyun and leaned close to her ear, whispering, Du Hyun, you are the athlete I have the most hope for. You have no problems with this competition, right? She carefully avoids the touch and stammers her promise. No problem. Fearing the opponent might not be satisfied, Ju Hyun emphasized further. I will definitely work hard in training and absolutely will not let my coach down. How can I ignore this tempting prey again? He placed his hand on her shoulder once more. If you are so determined, then half an hour later you will come to the private training room in the hall and I will guide you personally. The male contestants there all smile knowingly and exchange glances. Hyun didn't hesitate to call out, Coach Choi, you must teach her well. After all, Hyun is our top seed. Young Huk threw out a remark and walked away. You bunch of brats, disperse now. Du Hyun, don't be late. When the leader is no longer in control, the female players immediately form a circle around her. Yain was the first to speak. Du Hyun, you're lucky the coach is willing to teach you alone. The 2 girls beside her echoed the words.
That's right. The coach has never had such high expectations for us or given us individual guidance. How can we compare to Ju Hun?
She is a genius girl. What are we? She nervously waved her hands to deny. No, it's not like that. I still have many points where I fall short compared to the seniors. I lost my temper, grabbed her collar, and shouted loudly in her face. Stop pretending to be humble. Your senior taught you 1 sentence, and if the coach can train you individually, it's a blessing for you. Remembered? Du Hai Onan, terrified like a frightened bird, can only say, yes. When they had finished their scolding, she ran out of the pressure circle, clutching her face. They looked at her tearful figure and sneered. Tell me, does she know what will happen next? She usually just focuses on playing Go. How could she know? Maybe she's just pretending. So what if she is? And so what if she isn't? We have been through this before. How can she have escaped? The World Go tournament is still ongoing as scheduled. Lam Tan walked alongside Tweet Nya, quietly admiring. Go, you have to observe closely to feel the intense fighting spirit beneath that calmness. It's truly a contest among gentlemen, fighting with wit. Great. Just as I was lost in thought, a voice pulled you out of your reverie. Do you think Coach Choi will succeed this time? Lin Tanja happened to overhear a conspiracy theory passing by. Isn't this almost certain? Every time he fights the female competitor, he doesn't use this trick. Keep your voice down. What are you afraid of? There are no people around here either. You slow down your steps and tell yourself. If it weren't for the system optimization, this distance would make it hard to hear. The vile sounds are clearly transmitted into my ears. He has never fought Ju Hun in training before. The exam is tomorrow. Isn't he worried she'll collapse? But because of the exam, she didn't dare to resist. As long as we use that, the champion is still us. They rely on no one understanding, so they become even more reckless. You're right. Du Hun's figure is really good. Once we're tired of training, we'll just laugh about it. Lin Tan turned around and quietly guessed that they were talking about Du Hun. In another restroom, Young Hook was guiding the Go game 11-1 for the champion seed. He quickly put his hand on her shoulder and teased her. Lately, her chess skills have declined a lot. Tomorrow's match is very important. Don't be so nervous. Relax your grip, Du Hyun weakly responds. Thank you for your concern, coach. I will make some adjustments. Young Hook's damaged hand groped downward. She's still too young and lacks much competition experience. Let her adjust herself. I'm not confident. Here, I will help her relax by applying pressure to acupoints. She rarely feels strong enough to decisively throw this pig's claw away, as if worried her action might offend him. Du Hyun bows her head and promises, I don't need training. I will definitely adjust my state well. Young lost his temper, slapping her across the face without a hint of remorse. He leaned close to her face, revealing his sinister nature. Woo-hun, am I too gentle with you already? Have I made you think you're right? She asked in shock, what? At this point, Young-huk no longer even pretends. Did you think I didn't know you secretly reported my situation to the Go Association before losing your virginity? To tell you the truth, the morning you accused me, by the afternoon the president had already called to inform me. He told me to keep an eye on you and not let you go around spreading rumors. He grabbed her hair to make her look directly into his face, then hissed each word. All the Go players in Bong are connected to me. What do you have to fight against me? Young-huk reached out, beginning to calm her down. The others all volunteered. Do-hyun, both the Bong Kingdom and her family want her to win the championship. If she loses, do they still dare to lift their heads?
You don't want your family to be humiliated because of you, right? Her face was as pale as a leaf.
Stunned, she listened to his seduction and threats. Think about her dreams. Think about why she learned to go. Be good and listen. It will be very comfortable soon. Only when Yang pushed down and locked her on the Go board did Do-hun remember that she had to fight back. Don't beg him. Feeling each layer of her clothes being torn apart, she cried and begged.
Someone help me. I'm begging you.
He ignored her desperate pleas. Even adding one more desperate plea. At this point, I advise you to just listen. No one can save her now. But before I could finish the introduction, the door was kicked open from outside. Lin Tan appears like a god, holding up his phone to show off and saying, "Look what I just captured." Young-hoo quickly pulls up his pants, laughing awkwardly. Haha, isn't this the guest from earlier? I think there's definitely been a misunderstanding here. I'm just coaching the player in chess. If you believe those words, you should apologize to your own intelligence 100 times. You have to pull on the female competitor's clothes just to give instructions? The traditions of the Bung country really are eye-opening. Do Hai-hyun was able to escape the claws thanks to your presence, but his whole body was still trembling violently. The man placed his hand on Lam-tan's shoulder to explain and negotiate. Haha, just a small punishment. Esteemed guest, please don't turn around anymore. Let's go somewhere else to talk. You angrily kicked him in the groin and gave him a slap. Get out of here, you old fool. You pervert with clear evidence. Beating up a girl from another family is truly disgusting. Lam-tan, using his physical advantage, kept kicking this pervert until he curled up on the ground. But just as he was about to run away, someone beside him grabbed his arm. You hesitated slightly, full of doubt. Do-hyun tried to suppress his fear and cautiously offered sincere advice. Stop hitting him, go now! Before I could finish speaking, the players rushed in to expose him. What happened? A perfume-wearing person assaulted our trainer. Damn it, that disgusting perfume guy. To win, he really uses any means necessary. Where are the reporters? Call them here. They've already filmed everything, posted online. Young-huk, hearing this cry for help, clutched his stomach and ordered the guards to call the police. I am the chief trainer of the Bong Nation, leading the team in this competition, and I never expected to face such humiliation here in Hua country. He pointed at the two people who were brazenly changing the facts. I was training the athletes in the room when this guy kicked the door open and accused me of having malicious intentions. Are the others just going along with the flow? Is Hoa afraid of losing, so she deliberately sent people to sabotage the training and tarnish Bong's team's reputation? Perfume really has no shame. The female players are forcing the victim down and mocking her. Do-hyun, the coach usually cares about you so much, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. That's right, Do-hyun. You need to prove your innocence to the coach. Do-hyun, the coach has placed great hope in you. You can't let him and the entire country down. She's so scared she can only say, I. Lam-tan just laughed mockingly. Truly eye-opening. Someone so good at brainwashing, changing black to white like no one else. Bullying others while forcing her to prove her innocence to that pervert. It's just too much. Mindy couldn't argue with him, so he shifted his attack to women, telling them to stop spitting blood and insulting people. The coach isn't that kind of person. Do-hyun, speak up quickly. She only knows how to hide her face from me. Young-huk, since you have backing, you can regain your composure and speak frankly. Do-hyun, think about what I just said. Her mind flooded with cheers from family and friends. She and her mother both love playing chess. Do-hyun, don't put too much pressure on yourself during the match. Do-hyun must definitely win. Do-hyun, you truly are a genius. Everyone is looking forward to you winning the championship. Of course he understands this mindset, so he becomes even more confident. Do you want to destroy your own dreams? Tears streamed down Do-hyun's face like a broken faucet, and after a long struggle, she could only manage to say one word. I. At this moment, Lin Tan's voice rang out like thunder. I can take you away. She was startled and blurted out, what? He patiently explained that he could help her leave the water polo team and start over from the beginning. If playing chess is her dream, then where is it impossible to pursue it? The most important thing is to stay true to her passion for Go. Don't let these disgusting people pollute you, or you're essentially killing yourself. Do-hyun was stunned into silence by these words, forgetting to cry, her face gradually flushing with an unusual redness. The system then jumps out to notify that Do-hyun's affection level has increased by 30%. She gathered her courage and asked, Can you take me away? Long Tan gently replied, effectively settling the matter. As emotions ran high, Young-hyuk slammed the long contract in front of him and sneered. Relying on what he held in his hand, he said confidently, Acting like a hero saving a beauty requires real courage. Do you think you're the boss of money? This is Joo-hyun's contract. Swipe your card or I'll tear it up right now. The recruitment team also chimed in unison. It's hard enough for a sponsor to pay a 2 billion contract breach fee, let alone a poor guy like you with no connections. Lam Tan Tongdong pulled out the black card of power and smirked as he announced, forgetting to tell him, then decisively swiped the card through the machine but didn't forget to introduce himself again. The total money you asked me to recommend seems to really be mine. The machine's announcement sounded just in time to confirm. Din, the 2 billion transaction went through successfully. The Bango group was stunned speechless by this act. What? No way, he really has that much money. Aren't you saying that perfume is both cheap and trashy? How could a passerby casually swipe and get 2 billion? You are the chief of finance. Lam Tan disregards the buzzing words, coldly snatching the contract from Young Hu's hand. In front of the crowd, he decisively tore apart the document that bound Du Huan. The 2 billion yuan paper was crumpled into pieces, then thrown into the air as he declared, "It's over." She couldn't hold back her tears again when she heard Lam Tan confirm. Starting today, she is finally free. The system updates the progress accordingly. Ju-hun's affection level increased by 20%. She leaned her head on your back, wanting to say so much, but only managed 3 choked words. Thank you. Lam Tan left with her, but kept shaking his phone to remind her. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. That's right. Training, I advise you to be honest. I already recorded quite a bit just now. If I see any harmful words about Ju-hin online, you know the consequences, right? You're afraid the other person isn't enlightened yet, so you turn around to emphasize that the most important thing is that I am someone you can't mess with. Got it? Yang Hai-uk slumped on the table, whispering to himself, how can he be the president when he's like that? Dai Trang, who has no insight, even comes forward to suggest training. Should we contact the reporters? When annoyed, someone suddenly shoves his head in, and he immediately slaps him across the face. Why contact the reporters? He's the president of the company. Do you know how much money he has? Just him alone in Oa country has caused the camera corporation to go bankrupt. What do I have to fight him with? Di Trang trembled, clutching her cheek, trying to hold back the pain, and stammered again. So, are we just going to accept this? Yong-hu can command the wind and rain because he has the capital. How can we just accept it? Don't forget that behind us there are tycoons. The chairman of the 4 stars wants to get to know the president of the finance department. I just introduced him, now he's daring to take Du-hun with him, offending both the 4 stars and the water drop. After the exam, I'll show him what true strength is. Tomorrow's match, he put on a calm face to reassure. I have my own ways. He raised his hand and spoke with utmost confidence. This time the champion will definitely be our water bubble. While they are scheming, the taxi is still speeding down the road. Lam Tan sat quietly in the car and softly comforted her. Stay at the hotel I arranged for you and rest for a few days before we talk. Du-hyun looked a bit curious and asked, Thank you, Lam. Why are you helping me? I have nothing to repay you with. He rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window, opening up. I just hate how they tarnish a fair competition. Losing is possible, but character matters most. That coach may seem dignified, but inside she's disgusting, she sadly confided. What do you think I should do, report him? Actually, I've tried before. Hai-hyun lowered his head to confide, but Coach Choi is highly esteemed, having trained many champions considered as the father of Go in the country, and everyone protects him. Someone as insignificant as me is not enough to tear off the mask of the entire country. Lam Tan cheerfully suggested that you can call me anytime if you need help. She hesitated to refuse and promised, You've already helped me too much. Tomorrow I plan to return to my home country suddenly. As for the money paid for the contract violation, I will definitely find a way to pay you back. She stared intently at him, her next words heavy as 1,000 pounds. Thank you, Lin Tan. The system continues to update and Ju-hun's favorability increases by 8%. At the finals venue, the MC's voice echoed throughout the large hall. This international Go competition has entered its final decisive match. The strong Bong player Gu Trang has won consecutively like a tiger descending from the mountain, full of momentum. He seems eager to prove the hype, with each move played quickly, powerfully, and precisely. The host announcer then turned to the home team. The genius young player representing China this time is Chi Ji-wen, a master of extraordinary skill, who has always been regarded as the hope for China's Go community. But this match seems to be a bit difficult for her. The Bong Kwok team only needs this much to shout loudly. Go is the top in the world, worthy of being an intangible cultural heritage. Even with Du-hun absent, the other players are still very strong, and those sitting here are just trash in comparison. The Chinese team was hit with those rude words, but since they are the underdogs, they could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. Lam Tan stood watching from afar, quietly assessing. It's strange. Normally the Bong team trains very normally, but every time they compete officially, it's like they've become a different team. The Go technique is flawless, attacking as if no one is there. The more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. Like opening my third eye. Very unusual. But before I could analyze further, Jai Van had already bowed to end the match. I lost. Dai Trang clenched her fists, raising her hands in celebration. Ha ha, this is great. Suddenly, the stands split into 2 Tai Chi symbols as the Chinese players looked on in disappointment while the opposing side insulted them. Trash, trash, if you're not talented, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Go home and sell sweet potatoes. Ha-Bon confidently announces the final result. So let's congratulate Guji Trang for using her incredible strength and overwhelming advantage to win this competition. Jaivan modestly extends his hand to greet him. He is very strong, I have lost, but I will keep trying in the future. He waved her away dismissively and sneered, saying, My defeated subordinate is not worthy of shaking hands with me. Dai Trong thumbed down dismissively and arrogantly spat out words looking down on everyone. Your perfume teams don't think they're very talented, do they? Aren't you still under my foot? Jaivan stood there stunned, clutching her reddened hand, her mouth slightly open but unable to speak. She helplessly covers her face and runs away, leaving Dai Trang sitting proudly beside the chessboard. Victorious, she rushes past Lam Ton, so flustered that she crashes into Do Hyun. Even though she was the one bumped into, she still blurted out, sorry. In that brief moment, Do Hyun accidentally saw tears in her eyes and silently thought, she's crying. Jaivan returned to the comforting embrace of the coach and teammates, saying, Xiaoqi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You've already performed at your training level. Whether you win or lose, you've already overcome yourself. Come on, Xiaoqi, don't fall because of one failure. We will always support you, she said, emotionally pushing away negative thoughts and happily promising. Thank you, everyone. I will definitely try harder. Lam Tan saw that the person beside her kept looking in that direction, so she couldn't help but call out Do-Hun's full name. You seem curious, so you stepped closer. Weren't you supposed to have gone back to your country suddenly? She was flustered trying to explain herself. She was caught by him. It's clear that I hit it very well. You keep pressing for the truth. What are you here for? Do-Hyun gathered his courage and hesitantly spoke. I couldn't sleep last night and wanted to tell you something, so I came here. I was quite hesitant at first. She involuntarily shifted her gaze to the Chinese team and spoke softly but clearly. I've decided to talk to you about this. Lam Tan shoots a puzzled look. What is it? Do-Han unhesitatingly threw out a shocking bomb. Guji Trang won thanks to using electronic devices hidden in his anus. This is a top secret of the team. Only a few people know about it. She leaned in close to share it with you discreetly. Behind that seed is who brought us to this point. She doesn't hesitate to reveal all the secrets. Thanks to this cheating, the Go team's internal affairs are back in order. Just need to flatter the coach to stand out in the competition. But Lin Tang cares about something else. Everything she said is true. They even put a seed in the competition's anus. Doesn't that hurt? Do Hyun, bored, expressed his opinion that whether the country's reputation is real or fake doesn't matter. As long as the team keeps winning, Bong will always protect the Go team and this pride. At this moment, the MC announced that the award ceremony would begin, inviting the head coach of Young-Hoo from Team Bong to step onto the stage and receive the prize. As he passed by, they both casually made some snide remarks. Ruo, isn't this the prize money? Thank you for sponsoring this match. I'll take the prize now. Even though Young-Hoo was a meter away, he still tried to turn back and say a few more words. It's a pity that your money can't help the flower team win. Your abilities are limited. Go is a traditional game, and Perfume is just a clown mimicking us. Haha, Lamton has figured out the secret, so he no longer wants to tolerate this despicable brat. All right then. You stretch your long legs and walk past Young Hyuk, even taking the chance to bump his shoulder roughly. Lamtan snatched the mango from Habin and began his performance. If the Bong team is that good, I also want to see how skilled Coach Choi Young-Hup really is. The group of contestants below are trembling like worms in a jar. Who do you think you are to dare challenge us? Get lost. You're not an official opponent and have no right to fight the world champion team. Plus, the match has already ended a long time ago. Does the organization not care whether the Chinese have rules or not? These buzzing words don't affect you, and you keep provoking further. Oh, no way. Even the world's top trainer is afraid of me? This match is over. Now I will directly start another one. The system suddenly pops up a notification. Din, you have spent 1 billion. At the same moment, Lam Tan raised his card to declare that this is the World Go tournament I organized for Jae Hyun. Jo Hyun Trophy. The champion earned 1 billion. How about that? Coach Choi, are you afraid to lead your champion team to fight me? The reporters, stunned by the wealth, all pointed their cameras at you. Oh my God. God How suddenly appears and challenges the world champion to a hot showdown. If the team doesn't dare to fight, aren't they just afraid? This 1 billion will go into the hands of the turbulent Wave Perfume. Du-Ha boldly rushes forward to get the scoop. Sir, have you ever thought that this money might be taken away by the Bong team? May I ask what your true purpose is in organizing this competition? Lam Tan just waited for that moment to burst out. My goal is simple, to expose the truth behind the Bong team's overturn, using bead-like devices inserted anally. Today I will show everyone that even with your despicable tricks, I can still win easily. The entire audience immediately erupted in cheers. The bean-shaped device. Cheating waterbenders use a bean-shaped device? If the Bong team doesn't dare to accept the challenge, doesn't that mean they are secretly admitting to cheating? Do-Hyun anxiously ran up to advise. Lam-Tan, don't act rashly. Guji Trang has someone supporting him. Young-Hook stands nearby, darkly thinking, surely this treacherous woman Do-Hyun has leaked the information, thinking she can rise higher and defeat me. Do-Hyun, the Bong team is undefeated. After returning to Bong, I will make you wish you were dead. But he was pushed into a corner. so he had no choice but to ride the tiger. Haha, I admit you're rich, but you can't buy the reputation of the water bong. I agree. If you lose, you must kneel and apologize, admitting that the go skill of the bong water is the best in the world. Lamtan also generously offers the same condition. All right, if I win, you have to do the same. Young Hyuk pushed Dui Trong into position and announced loudly. Then it's settled. Let the match begin now. Do Hyun nervously called out Lam Tan's name, but he didn't turn around and still replied reassuringly, "Don't worry. I'm as sure as can be inside. I've had my go game skills for a long time, but I haven't had a chance to show them. This time, I will make these water god people open their eyes." Ha-Ban is returned. Mike immediately raises his hand to officiate, and the go match officially begins. Di Trang didn't hesitate to resign, not even bothering to take the corner, still wanting to defeat me. Now please leave. I can still let you die with some dignity. Even with busy hands, your reckless mouth is still online. Stealing cultural flowers is just like drawing a tiger to become a cat. Without understanding the essence, Go is not only an art, but also a state of mind. Until the very end, no one knows who will win or lose. He choked on his words and could only spit out one sentence. Pretending to be a god or a demon, Lin Tan keeps pushing forward. Vin's early arrogance will only make you lose more miserably and embarrassingly.
Dai Trang, unable to hold back, raised his voice and said, "Wait until you kneel and beg for mercy to see if your mouth is still so stubborn." As soon as he finished, he was overwhelmed by the situation on the chessboard, and his face, sweat unconsciously pouring down while his mind was swirling in chaos.
He actually managed to see through my plan, stop my move. How am I supposed to split his territory now while Dui Trung is still lost in his inner monologue, as Lam Tan Thua Theng suddenly makes a bold move, attacking the center and capturing a piece without retreat. Can you accept the deadly situation I've set up for you? Dai Trang's heart trembled, her arm stiffening in midair. How could he possibly seize the advantageous position under someone's siege? Surrounding me, there are even those sitting in the control room trying to exploit the loopholes. Do they really think they can defeat me in a single move? How can his speed of thinking surpass anyone on our side? What kind of monster is this? Every move is so precise. How can he do it? Young Hu's mind is frantically playing the lottery. It's over. Dai Trang is completely on the back foot. How can this man fight back against I? Who exactly is this divine being? Although his whole body was trembling violently, he still tried to control the game, constantly reassuring himself that he couldn't lose. He must win. But life is not like a dream, and a bright red exclamation mark appeared on the big screen. Warning, warning, data overload cannot withstand. Please immediately stop the competition. The chip in the body is also reacting accordingly. Dai Trang's face turned pale as a leaf, her mouth opening but still trying to swallow her screams. It hurts so much, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, Lam Tian delivers the final blow, placing the last move and delivering the decisive statement. He's lost, can't take it anymore, and throws back his head to scream. The metal object shot straight out from the back door. Dai Trang curled up and trembled on the floor, her mouth constantly gasping. Train to save me! Suddenly attacked both visually and taste-wise, everyone was spitting and cursing. I never thought the water team would actually cheat. So disgusting, oh my god, I feel like I'm going to vomit the rice I ate yesterday. This ugly appearance, and there's a lot of unclear liquid on top of that. Young Hu hurriedly rushed forward to defend himself, saying, "No, we didn't cheat. This is all a conspiracy by the Chinese."
We are innocent. Everyone shut it down immediately. Coach Choi, that electronic device in the form of a bead, was fired from one of your team members.
Are you still trying to make excuses? Do you think the audience around the world is stupid? He quickly looked for someone from the team to blame. That device isn't ours. It was forcibly inserted into goo by someone from China.
The setup to frame the team so I can showcase my artistic talents. Wu Hun is an accomplice.
Last night I chased him away, and now he's colluding with outsiders. The team really is innocent. She was unfairly marked and immediately shouted in anger, utterly shameless. Do Hyun's temper flared, and he decisively threw off his hat and mask, revealing himself to everyone. She straightened her back and poured out all the long-held frustrations of her past. I am Ju Hun, a former member of the team who was harassed for many years. Yesterday he forced me not to, so I immediately quit. Cheating in water polo is common. The previous 2 championships were the same. I want a fair match, to restore justice and rights for the female players, so that Go is truly a contest of skill and intelligence. The live witnesses appear to expose the truth, and everyone is left speechless. But Du Han did not stop there. He also called on victims like himself to fight back. Coach Choi's evil deeds can no longer be hidden. Anyone who covers for him will ruin their own future. Step forward and tell the truth so he can face the punishment he deserves. Sin is the first brave one to speak up. I testify. That statement was like the key to Pandora's box. The other female competitors rushed forward. I make eggs. I also make eggs. I have also been threatened and harassed by Coach Choi for a long time. We don't want to use those electronic devices. But Choi's training says he won't listen, so he has 100 meters to keep us from surviving the snow. The crowd erupted in anger, throwing trash at Young Hyuk. Oh my god, the biggest drama of the year. I said water bombs could never win.
Turns out it's just a rotten family.
Stealing water is just stealing water. Not only stealing someone else's championship, but also stealing their integrity. I swear I will kill them. In the heat of the moment, a security guard delivered a fatal blow based on signals from the microchip device. We found the AI development team. They admitted that Choi Yong-hook brought it in and asked them to use AI to ensure the team wins the championship today. At this point, he was left speechless, his entire image shattered. Han Bin then announced that the International Go Federation confirmed the team cheated using a harmful device. All their achievements are cancelled, the team is blacklisted, and their players are banned for life. Young-hyu collapses to the ground crying and pleads, "Don't, we were wrong. We really know we were wrong. Please, I beg you, give me a chance. I know I was wrong. I accept the punishment. I can't lose my career. I can't let the team's honor be ruined. If I go back like this, I will be killed." All his pleas and crocodile tears are drowned out by everyone's cheers. Evil deeds meet their karma. How satisfying. Yong-hai turns his old body to cling to Lam Tan. "President Tien, please give me a chance. I will return the championship to you. Can I? I beg you, the world champion of Go and Perfume is the best in the world. I was wrong. I was wrong. You decisively kicked the guy in the face, despite my persistent and helpful advice. Get out, you filthy thing." A few days later, a polite voice echoed inside the apartment building. "I clearly invited you to dinner, but I still need your help. Sorry for the trouble." Behind the door, Lam Tan's voice sounded steadily. She told her to wait until the meal was ready, then she wouldn't feel embarrassed. You stand in the kitchen, pretending to be eager to learn from her, asking if cucumbers are cut into slices or shredded. Bak Tip pauses her task to show you, cut into strips for the submission. After returning to the soup pot, she hesitated before suggesting, "Student Lam Tan, you can actually call me by my name." She blushed shyly as she introduced herself. "My name is Bak Tip." You quickly correct yourself, saying, "Miss Bak Tip, the slicing is done." "Where's the soy sauce?" I also feel a bit suspicious inside. Bak Tip seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. She enthusiastically reached out her hand. "I'll give it to you." I don't know if it was accidental or intentional, but Bak Tip lost control of her strength, and the soy sauce bottle sprayed directly onto Lam Tan. Who did this? She hurriedly wiped with a cloth, constantly blaming herself. "Why am I so clumsy?" "You just stammered out 2 words. It's okay." Bai Tiep was stunned by the unexpected gentleness, as if she felt her reaction was a bit too much. She blushed and made an excuse to avoid eye contact. "I'll go find another outfit for you to change into." When she returned, she brought out another outfit. "Try this one on and see if it fits." Lam Tan was surprised when he touched it. "Thank you. I didn't expect it to be new." Bak Teep nervously explained, but she couldn't let him wear New's old clothes. He had no hesitation, changing right there, her eyes fixed intently on the vibrant figure before her. She kept staring until she blushed, thinking to herself how handsome he looked. After a few chaotic minutes, a dashing and dazzling Lam Tan was also born. "All right, Miss Bak Tiep, let's keep cooking. You look much more handsome in this outfit than New's father. The distance between you suddenly feels unnaturally close." Their cheeks flush at the same time, but luckily the knocking on the door outside interrupts, helping the pair regain their composure. It seems the visitor was in a rush, rushing out and turning the doorknob. Mimi, covered in injuries, appeared and fired rapidly like a machine gun. "Miss, go find Big Brother Lam Tan. The boss, New is in trouble." "What? Just a few hours ago, 500 of our brothers revving their engines on the highway. And then you goad the police trying to catch us? Dream on." Mimi singing along beside her. "That useless thing, even after 50 years, you'll never catch the boss." Tenu leads the way confidently, shouting out loud. She wants to cut off the red and blue cars, so she gives the signal. The alley ahead has no lights, so we turn off our lights and go in. The guys in the back rev their engines and shout out, "Yes, boss." They quietly stood in the shadows, staring intently at the convoy of blaring sirens passing by. The followers all marveled in unison. "This move is indeed effective. You're so cool, I really admire you." While having fun, a whisper nearby reaches Tunu's ears. "There are so many guys in the boys' dorm, you can definitely find Lin Tan." She slowed her steps and approached, listening to the two thieves discussing their plan. "Should we go straight to the main gate and ask for directions?" Bars. "That bunch of reeds. Are you here to meet a friend? If we go now to kidnap, we'll be seen and we're doomed. I'm afraid I'll mistake someone." Lam Tan looks impoverished and says, "Do you think you could mistake me?" Tenu suddenly appears behind them with sound on, making them terrified. What is the boy looking for Lam Tan for? Fa Ni's face turned pale as he felt the motorcycle wheel about to crush the dishes, tears and snot streaming as he begged for mercy. Stop. No. I've said everything. That's how it happened. I've told you everything. Please forgive me." Tenu calmly questioned, "So I know you are members of the Wind and Holy Saints Society, here tonight just to gather information under the orders of the sect leader. So what does he want to do with Lam Tan?" Fa Ni stammered, "I don't know. I am just following orders." He didn't give a reason. She simply ordered her subordinates to thoroughly beat him to show her trust. "All right, I trust you." Mimi watched on, unable to hide her curiosity. "Boss, what should we do next? Tenu obviously wants to fight back immediately. What kind of devilish sect is this that wants to kidnap Lin Tan? They're asking for death." We took advantage of the late night to kidnap this cult leader and casually ask about his intentions. Bai Tiep listened to the story trembling all over, clenched her fists and asked, "Is the girl crazy?" "So you actually dared to come to the main base of the evil sect? Shouldn't you have reported to the police at first?" Nim Nim honestly explained, "No, miss, the boss is very strong, wielding a broom to sweep away the cult. Our group will handle it according to our rules. No need to call the police." Dada's loud agreement made her speechless. Lamtan's kids have been just standing around until finally they speak up. "Keep going. How was Tununu caught?" She angrily shouted, "Who do you think you are?" Bai Tiep nervously explained, "Didn't you say you were looking for Lamtan?" "It's him." The image in Mimi's mind instantly collapses. "So, the boss always said that your boyfriend Lamtan is handsome, rich, skilled in martial arts, and knows pressure points, but he looks so ordinary. What's going on?" "So, that's how I appear in her eyes? Forget this little interlude and get to the main point." "Forget it. We were planning to go destroy the evil sect, but they used Pose to capture the boss and the others. What should we do now?" Dada also sighed gloomily. The Holy Song Society pretends to do yoga for health outside, but inside it's very terrifying, so he quickly carried out his plan. "Is that so? Bai Tiep, I will teach you self-defense techniques, change your clothes, and follow me there." She was a bit worried, but still gritted her teeth and agreed. "All right, I got it." Long Tan Hai continued to share what he knew with me. At the Song Than Hoi sect, noontime is always the most beautiful moment of the day. Song Kiet just finished meditating and began to preach. In a universe filled with luminous energy, as long as we regularly absorb this light, we can heal all diseases even without medical treatment. Before he could finish, A.A. hurriedly ran in shouting, "Leader, leader!" He leaned in close to whisper in a seductive tone. A major client has arrived, so they sit at the Long Joe Roy's table. Although he is pleased, he still tries to appear composed. "Please come in when you arrive." Lam Tan and Bai Tiep step forward together to introduce themselves to the entire congregation. The couple, dressed stunningly like top-tier CP, catches Song Kiet's subtle gaze as he eyes them carefully, while Ada raises her hand to introduce both sides. "This is our sect leader," he humbly inquires about the issue. "Is there any problem you can't solve?" Bai Tiep will step in immediately. "Leader, please save us." She clutches her chest and pleads desperately. "My husband and I have been married for years and still have no children. He blames me, saying it's my fault, but no treatment has worked. I heard the sect leader has healing light energy that cures all diseases. I wonder if you can help us," the man asked indifferently. "Is that so?" Moer chose the right moment to intervene. "Madame, you've come to the right place. I was once diagnosed as infertile by a doctor, but I remember the teachings of the Holy Master about healing and having children." Song Kiet raised his hand modestly. Toe's contribution is only half, the rest is the power of faith. Only when these two things come together can a miracle happen. On the surface, Lam Tan appears calm, but inside he's cursing everywhere. Damn it, he's really good at bragging. Just using his toes, I could figure out his treatment method. I took a moment to compose myself and then played the role of a powerless, wealthy husband. "Grandmaster, my wife is definitely very sincere. Please use your divine powers to save us, no matter how much it costs." The man opened his slit eyes and shot a wary glance. "You trust me, so I will do my best to help you both. But are you really a married couple given your ages?" You suddenly jumped up like a happy leech. "What do you mean? My wife is a few years older than me. Do you have any opinions about that?" Bak Teep quickly rushed in to give a life-saving kiss, feeling both angry and unwilling. But she couldn't show her anger in front of the sect leader. Only sincerity could cure her illness. Lam Tan's mischievous hand wandered over the beautiful woman's hips. Then he also satisfied his desires. "All right, she's just pretending to be shy. How annoying. The Grandmaster is watching." Bak Teep gently calms her young husband, then sincerely bows his head. "Sorry, my husband is a bit sensitive about age. Since he is living as a son-in-law in my house, Song Kiet believed almost completely and quickly finalized the deal. I see, it's okay, but to prove sincerity, you need to pay 3 million energy fee, attending 2 sessions per week for a month to recover. Do you accept?" Lamtan hurriedly pulled out his black card and begged, "Money is not an issue. It's just that the time is a bit long. I will pay 5 million. Can the leader shorten the treatment time?" The man was overwhelmed by this generosity and shone with a holy light. "Money isn't important, but I can see the strength of faith in the gentleman. If that's the case, then let your wife stay here for a week. I guarantee I will cure her within that time." Song Kiet led his wife to the right. "Madam, please come this way." Ada then led the husband to the left. "Sir, please come this way to contribute your energy donation fee. It's already noon, so why not stay for a vegetarian meal? Then I'll take you on a quick tour before heading back." He was delighted to hear Lam Tan's response. Another big catch, not only money, but also the chance to play with his beautiful wife. Truly amazing. Mr. Song Kiet stands before Bai Tiep, unbuttons his shirt, and patiently explains, "I will now channel the energy of the universe to you. All the following actions might make you suspicious and misunderstand, but don't ask any questions, just trust me completely. Do you understand?" She was blindfolded, but still tried to show her sincerity. I understand now." He licks his dry lips and extends his hands, ready to begin. Now I will touch your shoulder. Don't be afraid. At that moment, Bai Tiep also reached out to feel around, secretly praising himself. Oh, so she's taking the initiative? Not bad, but before she could figure out the main point, she successfully acupointed behind the ear. Songkeet only managed to cry before passing out, with suspicious liquid still seeping from the corner of his mouth. Bakteep looked at the man lying sprawled on the ground, clenched her fists, and whispered to herself, "It really worked." Turns out, before leaving, Lam Tan had passed on the secret technique. Well done, Sister Bakteep. You learned it in just a few minutes. She tried a few times, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing. This pressure point really makes people faint, only when the opponent is completely still and unconscious. Can you press the right point?" She gritted her teeth and followed the instructions, so we must play our roles well. She managed to deceive the cult leader, and after dealing with him, she could find the surveillance room to locate Tao Nyu. As soon as she found it, Bok Tiep's heart was overwhelmed with shock. It's true, Lam Tan is really clever. He guessed that this heretical sex leader wouldn't trust any of his followers, so besides the security room cameras, there must be a larger central surveillance room with more hidden authority. Outside the building, Lam Tan still calmly follows Ah without any suspicion. But the ringing of the phone made you stop. Hello, Mr. Lee, what's wrong? Bok Teep takes the opportunity to fire a rapid barrage like a machine gun. Lam Tan, the plan is going well. I am in the surveillance room. I found Nunu. She's in the wine cellar to the west of the estate. She looked at the screen, hurriedly urging, "The girl is being tortured in front of many people, or call the police. You quickly assign tasks over the phone. The police won't arrive in time in 15 minutes. I'll go rescue her first. You call the police immediately and record everything as evidence." How many people are there in the wine cellar?
What weapons are they holding? Bai Tiep, please describe in detail.
There are 18 people, but the image is too blurry to see what weapons they are holding, or even their faces clearly. Inside the secret room, Aban was moving and interrogating, asking, "Do you know Lam Tan? A high here is not much worse, right? Tunu, despite being beaten, still keeps her mouth shut. What's wrong? Haven't eaten yet? Get those guys to come up and fight. What do you think you're doing bullying my younger brothers?" he said, brandishing a steel knife threateningly. "Fuck you. Do you believe I'll knock out all your teeth?" She happily opens her mouth to cooperate. "Luckily, I have 2 sharp tools, so help me pull them out at the same time." Du Than couldn't hold it anymore and kicked his accomplice. "You're useless trash." Then he uses local slang to chat with her. "You want to die?" Tanu unlocks the skill of the savage mouth and spits out, not understanding the dog's language. "Speak normally," the guy chuckled, snapping his fingers to signal. "You won't die that easily."
My friends and I will take turns messing with you until you die. The guy next to me is singing and dancing along.
"Of course, your underlings won't be resting either. Everyone come join in, after all, we all eat regardless of gender." He snapped his fingers and continued to question, what is the mysterious background of Lam Tan? Why does an ordinary college student have so much money? The thug who had been teasing them suddenly shouted, "Boss, just tell me. I can't take it anymore. Lam Tan doesn't even see you as a girlfriend. It's not worth it for you to do all this for him." Tunu shot her subordinate a deadly look. "I've misjudged you." Then she smirked and said, "Do you want to play a game? If I reveal any information about Lam Tan, I will call you Dad. Otherwise, you are my nephew." Du Thing quickly grabbed her by the collar. "Fine, I'll start checking upstairs first." Before they could do anything, the back door was kicked open, knocking over the 2 closest people, and everyone looked back in panic. Lam Tan juggled a few stones in his hand and suggested, "It's quite lively. Does the Holy Song Society still have a party? Let me play with you again." Tanu was beaten by her father until she was exhausted and didn't cry, but as soon as she saw you, tears streamed down her face. Lam Tanlei's tears hadn't fallen yet when she suddenly snapped back to her senses and then shouted with all her might, "Run now, it's very dangerous here." Song Ha, who had been invisible all along, finally spoke up, unexpectedly coming to the door himself. He stands between 2 rows of parishioners, solemnly expressing his thoughts. "Thank you for saving me a lot of effort. I appreciate you coming to sacrifice yourself." The boy stammers in surprise, saying, "That's not what you're doing." He also froze, his old face stiff as well. Suddenly remembering something, Song Ha opened her mouth and burst into laughter. He spread his arms and performed the scene extremely quickly. "I am the representative of the sacred cosmic realm. I am the embodiment of the universe's energy. I can appear anywhere and I know everything." He stared intently at you, finishing the mysterious dialogue. "Earthling, what do you have to fight me?" Lam Tan's response was a fistful of stones slammed into his forehead, enough to make blood spurt out but not too gruesome, with a look of speechless mockery at the trickster. Twins are twins, and that sugarcane bush looks even more intimidating than a thorny bag. Just now, I really was scared by him, but in less than 2 minutes, the Holy Saint Society's point is that there are 2 twin leaders. With the leader defeated, the crowd went berserk and charged at him, shouting, "How dare you harm the sect leader? Go to hell!" Lam Tan used his long legs to sweep in a curved arc, knocking down a few enemies before they could get close, while Do Thane and Kiet Do pulled out 2 automatic crossbows, firing sharp arrows straight ahead. Tanu was helpless and could only shout your name in despair, Lam Tan. Of course, with the protagonist's aura, these things are just trivial. He catches them with his bare hands effortlessly. She widened her sparkling eyes and cheered with joy despite the situation. So cool. Kido, seeing the situation was unstable, immediately ordered the believers to control the hostage. They quickly pressed their blades against Tonu's neck, arrogantly waiting for him to surrender. However, Lam Tan remained very calm, repeatedly throwing large stones back at them. The stones flew swiftly and hit each one as if taking attendance, making her momentarily stunned as she looked at the whole gang. No more fighting, I'll give you a chance. The atmosphere is so silent as if someone pressed pause, letting your intimidating words echo loudly one by one in front of the superstitious fools. Now leave the Holy Twin Saint Society immediately and do not come back. The cold glare in his eyes has deepened with an icy aura, and his words are terrifyingly menacing. Those who stubbornly refuse to leave, I won't hold back anymore. After hearing that, the lowest-ranked followers panicked, pushing open the door and scrambling to escape. Seeing that they refused to leave, he suppressed his anger and said sharply, "Oh, you two are not leaving, right?" Seeing that scene, the brat still dares to act arrogant like a newborn punk. Interesting. I finally meet a master from Waju. I've swept through all the boxing gyms there, and no one dares to fight back. Make your move. He doesn't bother to probe any further and charges in aggressively with an aggressive look. One kick to kill, one kick to block the way. Du Thin, standing nearby, also refuses to give up and rushes after him. No matter how you try to escape, you'll still get hit by a kick. Charging forward with unstoppable momentum, both of them were taught a real lesson by Lam Tan with a swift punch. Still hearing ringing in their ears from the earlier confusing words, he casually spun around and delivered another kick to Do Thin, sending him to the ground. Seeing his fellow disciple lying on the ground, Kido Do couldn't help but feel angry and ran straight over to help, but his kick was too excessive and quickly turned into a pointless effort as he smoothly tilted his body to avoid it. Thinking Lam Tan is about to punch him right in the head, he confidently raises his hand to block, as if he foresaw everything. But unexpectedly, he gets hit square in the stomach and casually throws him toward the wall to get him out of the way. Disappointed with their lackluster attack, he bitterly concluded that your foot techniques have major flaws and gaps, more suited for show than real combat compared to Ha's hand techniques. Tonu looked happily at the man untying her restraints. "Thank you for saving me. You're really so cool." As he was busy trying to untie the rope, her words made him pause and look down. Her beautiful face, slightly shifted and with a touch of blood, still managed to leave a strange impression on him. Lam Tan brushed away his bangs to see the wound more clearly. "Sorry, I unintentionally caused you trouble," making her blush all the way to her face. Lam Tan was moved by the heroic act of saving the beauty, when Tonu suddenly threw herself at him and kissed him passionately. As he was still lost in the moment, a strange sensation in his lower body instantly made all his senses alert. Hey, stop right there for me." Luckily, while defending myself, I received a notification from the system that Tonu's affinity increased by 8%. The guys saw that scene and their eyes lit up, as if they hit the jackpot together. Lam Tan quickly pressed her Tianting point to escape the encirclement. Suddenly, a sharp nerve pain made Tonu scream in agony. It was too intense, but he didn't feel any pity or remorse to remind her. "Hurry up and untie your girlfriend. We have to go now. The police will be here soon." Unfortunately, she still hasn't escaped her obsession with men and is still seductively inviting. Is Lam Tan's kissing technique good? This is her first kiss. It made Lam Tan so exhausted that he had to sigh. Why are there so many seductresses? The boy really needs to protect himself when he goes outside. His phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, so he checked it immediately and saw it was a call from his aunt. Baktip just spoke, but the other side immediately picked up that there was a problem with her voice, worry clearly evident in every word. "Lam Tan, I'm afraid the sect leader might faint halfway through, so I pressed his blood coma a few more times. As soon as he started convulsing uncontrollably, your soul drifted away with each sound, taking a few seconds to snap back to reality. Before he could fully recover, she poured in even more data, causing his head to freeze instantly. The important thing is that he was rambling during the seizure, saying, "Ngim Tong, rest assured, I will definitely catch Lam Tan." Who is General Ngim? At Sun Trang Sung Tain Hoi, the sun is still shining brightly, sharing its wonderful light with all living beings. Seeing her daughter return safely, Bai Tiep couldn't help but rejoice and hold her tightly. New, hiding in her arms, also voiced her frustration. "Mom, when the warmth of your love fades, that's when she starts to nag out of habit. Does it hurt? Why are you so foolish? You can't be like this anymore in the future." She immediately started acting stubborn after hearing that. "It's okay. It was just a small mistake." If it weren't for them being together and not letting the girl finish her sentence, Bai Tiep would have hurriedly begged you, "Lam Tan, please tell her to help me." But Lam Tan not only ignored her, but also changed the subject. "Miss Bak Tiep, where is his computer?" She easily responded without hesitation. In the surveillance room, Tonu occasionally flicked her quick reflexes, and as soon as she saw him enter the room, she tilted her head and asked her mother, "Mom, are your relations with Lam Tan that good? He even calls your name." She hesitated before answering, her face unusually blushing. This is nothing." Waiting outside for a long time without seeing anyone come out, she gently entered the surveillance room to check. "Has Lin Tan found what he needed yet? You see." Seeing you staring silently at the screen, Tonu quietly approached and asked with a frown, "What are you looking at?" What caught her eye were the clear messages between Song Kiet and the abbot on the screen, each word filled with malice. Bring Lam Tan here. I want Lam Tan, the useless person, to stay alive, but rest assured, I will do it. Then why is the sect developing slowly? I'm trying to be more difficult to deceive than the people of China, not to listen to excuses. Dilap Bank's secretary Shaolin is even more useful than him. Tu New Kin Huang read the inhumane information in front of him and had nothing to say. It's truly an honor for Lap Bang to witness this grand spectacle as she scrolls down to read more of those two depraved men's discussions. Haha. Tomorrow's auction is a trap specifically set for this toy. Whatever I choose will never escape. I'll play to my heart's content, destroy her and sell her to Myanmar, making Tu New question life itself. Lam Tan, angry, went out without forgetting to remind her to wait for the police. I have something to take care of first. Seeing the terrifying scene inside, Tu New couldn't help but worry and ask, where are you going? Lam Tan kept walking without stopping, his voice echoing loudly as he casually responded behind him. The bidding mentioned in the messages tomorrow. I still have a lot to prepare. I need to make good use of the time. The next day, at the Vientiane City Film and Television Studio, the fresh air blows away all fatigue for anyone who just arrives. Shaolin knocks on the dressing room door, gently informing the person inside. President D, we need to leave now or we'll miss the bidding. Her face suddenly darkened and she sneered. While Lock Bang hasn't had a chance to step out, everything is already prepared. D Lock Bang, don't blame me. President Ngim truly has given me too many benefits. She heard the urging sound and quickly pulled up her skirt. Come on. Beautiful UQ slowly walks over to the table to pick up the ringing phone. If she succeeds in this bid, she can earn more money for Ton. Will he definitely praise me then? Seeing the number calling was from the person she cared about, she quickly answered and coquettishly spoke. Brother Lam Tan. But on the other end, Lam Tan spoke in a deep, serious voice, getting straight to the point. There's something, listen to me. Bing turned and walked away, calling back to Shaolin in a cold voice. Let's go, to join the bidding. She just received the order and whispered into her earpiece. D-Lock Bang is on her way. Every time Li Dao speaks, his words are out of sync, his breath uneven, revealing he's busy with something. Director Ngi, the plan is going smoothly. D-Lock Bang will go bankrupt thanks to Secretary Lam's incitement to buy land at a high price. Archbishop of the Holy Song Society also reports that Lam Tan has been arrested. The monk hugs her full breasts, frantically squeezing to show the intense excitement surging within him. Very good. Prepare the car. I will go there to see D-Lock Bang's desperate expression when she finds out she's been deceived. The guy is so excited, laughing triumphantly and drooling all over himself, with a face full of disgust, then orders to gouge out Lam Tan's eyes. Wait for D-Lock to return, then I will gradually torment him in front of her to satisfy my curiosity about playing with her in that situation. After finishing, I quickly get dressed to attend the luxurious meeting with Lai Dao. At that moment, Emperor Shu and his companions approached happily to greet the man. President Nguyen, whose reputation precedes him, is also here for the bidding. What project has he set his sights on? The captain saw Hai standing at the front and shook hands with the representative. I'm the fleet commander, just here to browse casually on my first visit. Hearing that, he casually responded with a shrewd businessman's tone. Mr. Ngim came here just to browse around, so it must be that he has his eye on something, right? Standing behind, the Supreme God took the opportunity to flatter him with some praise, pushing him to lead the Ngim group in various sectors such as entertainment, hotels, real estate, and many other fields, with a valuation of tens of billions of dong, demonstrating his truly exceptional vision. The moment you dared to look up straight at me, I knew it was a trap, so I just casually asked again. But you almost choked on your words. So today, are you here because you've set your sights on a piece of land? Those two cowards don't dare look at him. They keep shifting their eyes while mumbling like a prayer. Those plots of land are not only overpriced, but also vary in value. That's right, we're just here to take a look. The man's indifferent gaze shifted elsewhere as he casually spoke to dismiss the matter. Oh, I see. After catching the signal, he quickly directs everyone's attention to the nearby reporters. It's so lively over there. Turns out Lock Bang just appeared and instantly set the whole atmosphere on fire. Everyone was buzzing like they had welcomed a saint to the village. Dai Lock Bang is so beautiful. Miss Dai, look over here. May I ask what the theme of your next film will be? Can Bang Bang reveal a little about why she's here at the bidding today? She winked at the camera and casually dropped a vague hint that made everyone eager to find out. I was planning to take a photo of a piece of land and use it as a basis for filming, but I can't reveal which land it is for now. From afar, I looked over and dared to show my greed, eyes fixed on her features as if inspecting a long-lost treasure, and Bang Bang became even more alluring, making me want to taste her even more. Li Dao calmly approached and whispered to him, President Ngi, the box seat is ready. Long dared to walk forward excitedly, but his eyes kept glancing back at the beauty. Yeah, let's go. As I was about to enter the room as assigned, I accidentally glanced to the side and caught sight of the group of pirates storming into the next room. That image kept circling in his mind, making him restless. The billionaires of Vientiane wouldn't come just because of adjacent land. Clearly, there was a plan here. Could it be that before even thinking things through, I already heard the noisy sounds next door? Truly admiring Miss Dilap's boldness. Just sneaking in through the back door would still get me that good land in Vientiane. Yeah, and it's a key national project. If I get the N931 plot, that would be great. I was visibly surprised, but I kept silent, afraid that speaking out would ruin my image. Isn't the news that plot N931 in Vientiane is a national key project just a rumor spread, secretly by the district director? The man silently recalled what Xiaolin had recounted about the conversation she had with her the day before. Director Dai, from what I've heard, Vientiane district will be a key national zone in the next 2 years. As a result, property prices are soaring, and this N931 plot, which was resold 10,000 times, is only being sold for 20 million. If I buy at a high price now, it's still a big profit. Here are the documents. Lakbang looks suspicious, but not as naive as the heroines in online dramas. But I use it for filming. I'm not very familiar with the investment aspect. Plus, if I end up losing money. She interrupted before they could finish talking and pulled out a bunch of self-made evidence from online groups. But according to the planning report from the district director himself, the N931 plot has no issues. In 5 years, it could be synchronized to serve as a basis for film and television production. This is definitely a profitable deal, and thinking there's official information, she happily skips verifying it and urges her assistant forward. You're right, this report can't be fake, so let's do as you say. Let's use all our strength to win the bid for that land. He took a few deep breaths, then let his mind wander around. She connected each clue together. How did those fake information get leaked to the security guards, and why did they believe it? Plus sneaking in through the back door. What's the meaning of that? Standing hidden outside the next room, he dared to stiffen his back when he overheard their conversation. It's a shame that such a good piece of land was carelessly given to the Buddha's idol. Wasteful. If I had it, I would have made a fortune. Don't dream anymore. That person already said so. Now who would dare to steal except President Ngim? The clever plan suddenly took a new turn, prompting him to urgently call Tay District. This is unusual. Old Ngim, what wind blew you here? He braced himself and directly asked about the main topic without any preamble. Does the N931 land have any new news? As soon as he finished speaking, District West snapped back irritably. What's this about news or no news? When will you come to my place for a cup of tea? Konien just popped up, and the guy immediately spat out a line full of sharp intent, showing his dominance outright. Stop joking with me. What's really going on? Do you still want to keep this position as department head? Lying flat on the floor, he trembled as he spoke properly, word by word. Hey, old in game. Don't rush. I'm just saying, isn't that okay? The land, we spread rumors about turning into a junkyard. Last night, they just sent down new documents. Every word coming from the speaker's voice pierced into the ears, causing the face to turn pale for a few seconds. Plot N931 has been designated as a key development zone. The future economic value will increase 50 to 100 times. I really didn't expect it to be like that. My own delay in receiving the news made me so frustrated that I cursed loudly everywhere. If I didn't call, you wouldn't have said anything. What do you mean? Are you also afraid of the person behind D-Lap Bang? Tay-Tay quickly spoke up on the cold ground. Mr. Ngim! I was explaining, but before I could say much, he exploded and hung up. If that piece of land is taken away by someone, I will kill you. Watching the phone screen turn black, his battered face tries to look up at Tonyu in fear. Is that good enough, girl? She stomps firmly on his chest, then swings her stick back to intimidate. Not bad, full of emotion. A great performance. Enough to defeat the biggest idols. West District listened carefully and cautiously asked for permission. Can I go now? She coldly turned and left, giving an order that caused the thugs to attack him relentlessly, telling the chief to sleep peacefully. His bribe evidence was left in plain sight. The police officers disperse. In the large conference room, the MC signals the crew to switch the display to a rugged mountain area. Plot of N93 land at the foot of Vientiane District Mountain. 10,000 acres of land use rights to continue the tense auction. The next plot of land up for auction is N931, located at the foot of the Vientiane District Mountain. Although its location is average, its potential for future development is very high. With just a quick glance, he immediately announced the start of the bidding at 20 million, with a minimum increase of 5 million. The crowd only hesitated for a moment before continuously bidding 20 million, 25 million, 30 million. Only Lok Bang went all in, confidently raising it to an astonishing 50 million. Hao Kwang hadn't enjoyed the game for long before someone else continued it. 55 million. Little Lin whispered to her, President Dai, it seems that person also knows the value of this land and definitely won't give up easily. Then I'll just directly bid my reserve price. She confidently raised her hand, her voice firm and commanding as she uttered a short yet powerful phrase. 200 million. All the guests were stunned by her offer. 200 million. Is she crazy or what? Not just him, but almost everyone in the conference room at that time was openly mocking. Are you okay? That land has poor transportation links. Besides farming, what else can you do with it? With that environment, you can only grow sugarcane and it might take 10 years to even break even. D. Lok Bang, why bother filming or planting sugarcane? Xiaolin, worried she might change her mind, quickly whispered into Lock Bang's ear that it's okay, boss. Those people don't realize the hidden value of this land.
If not for the 900 billion, I wouldn't be able to recover it. I hesitated and lowered my head. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the male protagonist quickly wraps up.
200 billion once, 200 billion twice. The sound I've been waiting for has arrived. She couldn't keep her composure and forced a fake smile. It's a success. The mission is complete. I did it. The general suddenly intervened when the situation looked bleak, shocking everyone with wide eyes. 3 million. Upon hearing the familiar sound, Xiaolin froze instantly, unable to react in time, as the scene before her caused her voice to automatically lower and her mind to spin with chaos. The officer sternly asked, "What happened?" And he read Tu Lam's lips as he softly replied, "I want to buy this piece of land." Miss Lin eagerly said the word, but was stopped by Lap Bang grabbing her shoulder to respond. "Boss Lin, we can't lose like this." The 600 million left Xiaolin stunned. Wait a moment. Feeling his sense of dominance being shaken, he gritted his teeth and followed the car that just sped off with 800 million, but still whispered for her help. Xiaolin immediately stopped her. "You're not weak and your price is even higher. 1 billion and Tu Lam takes all our feelings. How dare she increase the price so boldly and rush to kill her for 1 billion? Do you think you can deceive me, Xiaolin? Didn't you say that D-Lock Bank only has 200 million left?" Xiaolin hurriedly tried to find a way to soothe his mood. "Manager Ngim, listen to my explanation. She really doesn't have much money. I didn't lie to you." I begged and pleaded with her in despair. "No, sister, you don't have 1 billion, do you?" The two bosses kept arguing back and forth like a game of ping pong, causing the girl to play both sides and collapse on the floor right there. From behind, Tich Nien's mouth had already fired off a teasing remark. Could it be that even the boss sometimes gets it wrong? Spending so much money just to get that worthless piece of land? Are you trying to make a mess? Tian Hai is also stepping in to join the fight. "Boss, what are you seriously doing?" In the face of those probing words, the abbot calmly responded, "Do you really think I don't know anything?" But that loaded remark made the others look confused. "What are you saying?" "That's right. I don't quite understand either." He thought everyone was hiding the truth, so he let it go, but still turned to face her. "Fine. Keep playing your parts. A bunch of D-Lock Bang clowns. You immediately retreat for me, or you won't get to see the person you want to see." Stung in the right spot, Lock Bang quickly shouted out in sudden worry. What did he say? What did he do to him? Enjoying the chaos she caused, the inspector sneered contemptuously before leaning back and replying, "You tell me." In her mind, she thought of the 7,749 sufferings Lamton had to bear. Her sharp voice now weakened and filled with pain. "Leave him alone. Do whatever you want with me, but don't touch him." Then the first and second sentences of hers shouted angrily, "Isn't this land what you wanted so badly? Let him go and I will stop competing." Thinking he has the upper hand, he calmly threatens in front of everyone. "You still dare to threaten me back? Aren't you afraid he'll die?" She didn't bother arguing with these treacherous foxes and slapped him hard, making his head turn to the side. In a sudden burst of anger, he cupped his cheek and cursed loudly, leaving everyone stunned. "You bastard, what do you want to do?" Then suddenly, the quiet space rang a warning bell in his mind. Seeing a good opportunity, Lock Bang didn't sit still and immediately fought back, her expression clearly changing. "Niamjiam's attitude is clear to me. Even if I let go, he will still go after him. Then I don't care anymore. If he dies, I'll make sure you die too." Determined not to give up the item, she continued with the auction. Only 2 bidders remained at 1 billion each. A simple casual remark that left all the businessmen stunned. "What is it?" The guy was so shocked he swore right on the spot. "You bastard, dare to step forward and confront me." Lock Bang's confident words make the guy turn pale and unable to defend himself. "At least I will destroy what you desire. Isn't that right? If you don't release him, I'll have to negotiate again." Little Lamb just woke up and immediately crawled between the two of them to intervene.
But our boss's account doesn't have that much. After clearing the way, she turned back and waved her hand to tell her to follow. Not a single drop of confusion, sell the movie rights, sell the company, sell the house, sell all the jewelry. I must save Lamton no matter the cost. Facing everyone, he howled and cursed, then personally crushed his reputation that was being sold off. "You bastard!" Just after the manager shouted, Tich Nien charged in, her voice full of determination. "We have no money, but we can lend you some. Thuyen Hai and the gods will surround you as soon as they receive the signal, coordinating perfectly. I can lend 500 million. I can lend 300 million. Glancing at him with attitude, she finally spoke the last words. "I'll lend 600 million. I guess that's all I can do. Who told me I owe that person a favor?" Realizing he was backed into a corner, he choked up and could only manage a few words. The MC's sudden voice echoed, heightening everyone's curiosity. 1 billion for the first bid, 1 billion for the second. Does anyone want to make another offer? Having already secured a victory, Lock Bang still insists on confronting the businessmen one last time with 2 billion. As soon as he heard that number, the abbot immediately widened his eyes and gaped, his face turning pale. At first he was excited and eager to eavesdrop, but seconds later everyone was in chaos like an internal alarm had been triggered. "Are you telling me 2 billion pieces of divine talent? Am I dreaming? I can't believe it. Just shut me down. Who is that person at last?"
How could Dai Lok Bing spend 2.9 billion just to pressure the formation to increase for a man? Remember what Lord West said. The value of this land could increase by 50 to 100 times in the future. Long was so angry he hissed, "You guys are really something." Do you think 2 billion is a lot? Is 2 billion something I wouldn't dare to increase? Not bothering to save face, he suddenly charged forward, shouting prices like he's about to conquer the market. Do you want to compete with me in money? And it's laughable. Even if you all combined, it wouldn't match my Ngiem group. 4 billion. Li Dao was startled and immediately tried to stop him. Ngiem, this is a huge danger. Almost all of the company's money. If something goes wrong, the company will. Just hearing that rude remark, he suddenly exploded with anger and slapped her across the face to teach her manners. Since when did it become your turn to question me? Or do you also want to stand beside Dilok Bang? Before she could recover, she was already kneeling down and pressing the tablet as if afraid that missing a second would cost her another hit. I'm sorry. I will mobilize the entire company's funds. Hurry up! As soon as the MC raises the microphone, the gunfire erupts, shaking the entire building. 4 billion once, 4 billion twice. Does anyone want a bid higher? Since Lok Bang keeps silent with her head bowed, no one dares to say anything more. He looked at the silent atmosphere and quickly sealed the deal for the guy. With 4 billion in hand, he dared to raise the bid happily, laughing loudly like a dictator. Ha 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 ha. The crowd of drama fans stop holding back and start commenting loudly. Oh my god, the boss is really throwing money like that. Does that land have real potential? No matter what, he's truly wealthy. Why would that fragile girl dare to compete with him, not knowing her limits? Hearing such words directed at her, she dared to lift her chin, arrogance and disdain in her eyes. Bang bang, it's a pity for you. Your final resistance was good, but it was still just a failure. Lak Bang's silence turned out to be just right, feeling her uncontrollable disdain. I like her weak yet fierce look. Get into bed. I want to see that face. If he dares to refuse, I'll gouge out his eyes and give them to you, understand? Show off well. I'll spare his life. Is that so? I strongly suspect he's not really in your hands. You're just putting on a show to provoke me. Before I even fully process the sound, he's already making disgusting gestures, and he immediately dials a familiar number out of instinct. Is this your final dream? Good, I enjoy destroying others' dreams. I'll show her to you, but I can't guarantee he'll come out of this intact. I've already arranged for someone to tear him apart. Huh, why can't I call? Suddenly, a strange voice echoes throughout the entire auditorium. Guess what? As soon as he saw you appear, he swallowed hard, and his mind went into chaos on the spot. Lamtian, in front of the crowd, suddenly losing composure, shouted loudly, "Why aren't you hurt at all?" Could it be that the act has already reached its climax? That's right, all of this is just an act. You performed really well, Bing Bing. I was still a bit worried, afraid that if I pushed too hard, he would notice. When you called me about this, it really scared me. Amidst the crowd laughing joyfully, the abbot felt like a villain who had forgotten his lines, furious to the point of madness. No, it couldn't be. Since when did he also forget to drag Xiaolin into the blame and curse him? You colluded with her to play me, didn't you? Making her so scared, she cried. It's not true. I don't know anything either. I really don't know anything. Even when he's fallen from power, he still refuses to give up his tyranny. Lam Tan coldly turned his head and said, "That's right, only when you die will you understand." No one expected that the ace up the sleeve was Th Nien. The one who boldly presented the authentic evidence in front of everyone was the very person who helped me follow the clues. Th Nien's tech company can hack into your phone in just a few minutes. Director Bao, who secretly contacted you, is very easy to find. He cast a victorious look at Tuyen Hai, his voice tinged with a smugness that was almost irritating. He's a suspicious and arrogant man, so he directly said he wouldn't believe false information. But what if you judge for yourself after hearing this? Watching the scene where Chu's true colors are revealed, like a rehearsed play with the supporting characters. Well done, well done. And besides, wasn't it us who advised you not to buy it? You did everything yourself, daring to get so angry that you clenched your teeth and almost broke your jaw. These people are all deliberate. Lamte's words are like a fatal blow, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. At first he only suspected, but after hearing Director Bao's words, he completely believed in the value of this N931 land. Under the guidance of the experts, Director Bao was quickly taken care of. Expert Tunhu led the group away from the scene in Tay District with a wooden stick. I'll go ahead a bit and then come back. Gao Dong's news made Luang Tua's confidence, and he boldly declared something that sounded like thunder hitting the guy. His power and assets aren't lost just because of a few billion in losses. But he's committed too many crimes. Tax evasion, violence, murder, theft. Besides, it would be much easier if it were that simple. The bishop's eyes suddenly darkened, but his mouth still forced a brave front. No, this can't be happening. You want to scare me? Do you think I believe it? My business is so big. Do you think I can finish it in just a few hours? Lin Tan didn't even bother looking at that idiot and quickly ordered Tichnyihin. Nigin said she could unblock the signal now. Being directly accused, she didn't seem embarrassed at all, her expression even showing an indescribable sense of excitement. It's time for Jie Ning to face the real world again, and a gentle clap makes his whole body tremble from the loud phone in his pocket. A series of bad news hit one after another, making his eyes bulge as if they were about to fall out. The company's stock plummeted, losing hundreds of billions. Close up the main factories and have the police cordon them off. Quickly transfer the working capital abroad. The board of directors has already fled, so why has all the working capital disappeared? He stood there motionless without resisting, and Lam Tan politely added one more comment to complete the flavor. Spending billions to buy a 20 million land piece, he brought the consequences upon himself. Now he's completely broke and bankrupt. A lifetime of wealth has collapsed in an instant because of a wrong glance and the wrong person. He dares to hold his head and cry loudly. No way, no way, it can't be true. I haven't lost yet, I can't lose yet. That's right, I still have money I can borrow from the bank. I also have many connections. Seeing that he was still stubborn, you played your trump card again. Still not convinced? Fine, then take a look at the screen. The large screen in the conference room quickly displays Tuet Nya's live stream. Viewers, we are exposing the unethical behavior of General Director Ngim. The process of his threats has already been made public. Next, Father will reveal more about this matter. Everyone is welcome to join. One by one, the dark secrets are exposed in front of the public. Before the guards could react, netizens were already praising and highlighting the moments, capturing screenshots and making memes. This time you're dead for sure, fat pig. Dead and can't die any worse. There is no more help. The police have been notified. As soon as the images of each factory being sealed appeared, the residents quickly showed their immense joy. Everyone is so happy. Seeing the main character remain silent, Lam Tan quietly whispered a teasing remark from behind, giving him a little reminder. This live broadcast has been on air since the moment he stepped into this auction hall. He hadn't even had a chance to speak before being slapped harshly by his own partner and close associates. Sit up straight, you violated the contract. The partnership is over. You owe the bank $200 million. Pay the debt quickly or you'll be prosecuted. It's really disappointing. I'm blocking you. And an insurance company announces that your reputation is ruined, and we will liquidate all assets. Furious and scared at the same time, he suddenly smashed his phone in a flash. Losing all reason from his rage, he charged straight at Lock Bang. It's all your fault. If I go down, you have to die with me. Suddenly from behind, a saving foot charged forward to kick the guy's leg. Lam Tan's precise kick made the abbot kneel down right in front of her. Seizing the golden opportunity, she swung her foot and delivered a direct kick to his face, releasing all the long-held resentment. Dying with him is too cheap. You will have to atone for the rest of your life. The blow was so powerful that the last nerve finally snapped. He started rambling like a madman. I won't die. I will live until the end. I still have dozens of billions left. I will restart from Dongsan, daring to crawl on the ground, so panicked that I lost control, still shouting meaningless, bitter words. I haven't lost yet. I will kill you all to take revenge. Except for the bodyguards who approach out of duty, Mr. Ngim has a case that requires your cooperation in the investigation. The remaining guests all backed away in disgust. It's too foul. He's lost control, as disgusting as his character. The officer standing aside is calling his superior. Captain Tam and Gam Jiam Tang has been arrested. Do you need us to come and assist? Again, he paid no attention to the man carrying a heavy crime who was shouting behind him. Dongsan resumed his pace. Miao Dong watched the crowd pass by and let out a sigh of relief. It's over here too. The subordinate quickly flattered him, saying the captain is amazing. A major crime syndicate like that was easily taken down, and the captain is about to get promoted. The screen went dark, leaving her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts like a storm. The reason the case was solved so easily is because the report on the criminal hideout was extremely detailed and intentionally targeted at him, providing clear evidence so he didn't have to do anything except solve the case. Just like being served a meal. Thinking of that handsome man, her face flushed completely. So what exactly is his identity? The system immediately notified you in the hall. The current favorability of Shen Yao Dong is 52%, with a 15% increase. A glass of red wine is raised high, the liquid shining beneath the hand of someone filled with joy. Lin Tan happily stepped forward to greet everyone at the celebration that day. Thank you all for your excellent performances. Now I declare the filming is over, but I still toast with the Ace of Hearts Teach Ngien. Ngien says thank you for your help. Sorry to bother you again. She smiled softly, maintaining a polite tone. You were happy to help me when you looked for me. The ringing phone forced her to turn around and walk away immediately. What's going on? Is there a new breakthrough in Tin Vien's product research? I'll put it down right now. Sorry, Lam Tan. I have to go now. Let's have dinner next time. Seeing her busy figure, he unintentionally sighed. Indeed, she is a determined female. CEO. It was just silence earlier, but seeing no one paying attention to this side, I hesitated before speaking. Mr. Lam Tan, your clear and effortless voice easily caught Lam Tan's attention. Today I invite you for a drink. The beauty suddenly hugs you tightly, making you freeze in surprise, standing still and bewildered, her face slightly intoxicated, making her voice even more seductive than usual. Lam Tan, thank you for everything you've done for me. I'm very happy to be caught. I'm really, really happy. Just as I finished speaking, the system kept flashing. The screen went crazy like I was having a hyperactive episode. The affinity with the ice band rose to 90%, completing the first reverse phase. She was refunded $160 million. You received 10% of $166 million, and all attributes increased by 1 to 10. Choose one of the three skills: beer mastery, dancing, or flag raising. Her ears faintly catch the whispers of Lam Tan's group. It seems she really can't hold her liquor. After just one glass, she's like this, so I'll find a place for her to rest. I have a room on the 18th floor. The boss can go straight up there. And with a pouty, coquettish tone, she said, I'm not drunk yet. Not long after, he hesitantly helped the drunk girl into a luxurious room, feeling restless and at a loss for words. A vintage lover's room, truly a testament to the meticulous planning of the master of ceremonies. But the captain overthought it. D-Lock and I are not that kind of relationship. Before I could step back, Lam Tan was already pulled by the waistband, unable to move. The strong smell of alcohol wafted out as she pouted and pouted in anger. He couldn't leave, leaving him confused, so he asked again, Huh, little bang? Suddenly, Lock Bang raised her voice and shouted like a young child, I want to drink some milk. He tried to hold back his laughter and nodded in submission. Fine, I won't go. I'll go warm up the milk for you. While waiting for the microwave to do its job, Lam Tan took the opportunity to observe the items around the room. Even the water glass was shaped like an ancient vessel and made of jade. This room is really upscale for this theme. Would she be considered drunk and reckless now? After a moment, he carefully held the glass of milk and stepped out, but froze at the sight before him. The milk has arrived. At some point, Lock Bang had already been lying on the bed, dressed in silk pajamas, the faint scent making the atmosphere sway, while the mountain scenery made the young man feel restless, unsure whether to move forward or retreat. Wow! Lock Bang's dreamy eyes gaze at your expression. Her seductive voice somehow learned from no one. Are you dressed very beautifully? Just for me to see. Lam Tan tried to suppress his desire, gently handing the cup of milk to the beauty. You're very beautiful. Come on. She obediently sips each glass of milk, the scent of alcohol mixed with sweetness blending together, making every curve of Lock Bang even more enchanting. He kept swallowing nervously, trying to stay alert amid the challenging scene before him. The beautiful woman's slender calves suddenly locked onto him as if an uninvited hot scene audition had begun. She lifts her chin gracefully, revealing the radiant features reserved only for her beloved, causing the last remaining nerves of your alertness to snap completely. The honest and straightforward knight quickly surrendered to that beauty tactic. They kissed deeply, as if pouring all their emotions into it so the other could feel their heart. 10 fingers intertwined on the bed, shaking to the rhythm of the two contestants' father in the only room. Jade beads fell to the floor, causing excess milk to seep into the wooden planks and emit a strange fragrance. The next morning, sunlight quietly filtered through the curtains, illuminating the ancient atmosphere still lingering in the room. Ice Leaf woke up after a long sleep, stretching wearily with a soft sigh escaping from her throat. Her toes accidentally touched Lam Tan's lips, and she immediately snapped fully awake, no longer showing any signs of sleepiness. She quickly sat up, her blood pressure soaring as she looked at their tangled sleeping positions, almost freezing her in place. Bing hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself, feeling so confused she didn't know what to do next. Why is it like this? Mr. Lam Tan's muscular body with patches of beard suddenly appears in the air, hitting her straight in the eyes without any warning. I remember now, my mind hazy from the alcohol, but the images leaving red marks kept appearing one after another, making Lock Bang's head burn with each beat. Overwhelmed with shame, she could only stare with tears in her eyes, too afraid to look directly at the aftermath of the pleasure on the bed. I slept with Lam Tan, so it wasn't a dream. What have I done? Remembering the scene where Aju Dong invited last night, kissing you with embarrassment, I didn't know where to hide my face. Please don't. Why do I feel like a pervert? I don't have the face to meet Lam Tan anymore. He even has a girlfriend. How could I? I shouldn't have drunk so much. After a while, the wooden door was forcefully closed with a heavy bang. The loud noise startles Lam Tan awake from his dream. Where is Dai Lat Bang? Seeing a strange letter on the table, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. The first thing that caught his eye was the restrained words left by Lock Bang, along with a bank card tucked inside. Lam Tan, I know you'll hate me for this mistake. Sorry is useless. This card with 500,000 is Long Thang, my gift. Please take it. Don't look for me. I need time to calm down. The tearful letter suddenly made him feel a strange emotion, like the love lessons kids learn online. Why does this feel so off? Somewhere in an amusement park that day, a loud scream from an unknown guy shook the entire place. Having finally gotten a day off, I must enjoy myself to the fullest. Go Chi turned to Lam Tan and shouted in frustration, Lam Tan, you won the last round because I let you, but this time I definitely won't lose to you. Come on, whoever loses will buy bubble tea.
As he was getting ready for the virtual motorcycle racing, he accidentally noticed a phone lying on the ground with a glittering case that dazzled the eye but still couldn't match his sharp mind. Who among you dropped this phone?
Although looking completely fed up, he reluctantly turned to ask his friends to calm Ngo Chi down. The phone case is decorated with rhinestones and such. Does any of you use this kind of phone? He looked at the phone with confusion and worry, muttering to himself, afraid it might belong to some girl who dropped it. The phone screen suddenly lit up, showing Lolo's face clearly in the frame. The girl's quick swipe put aside her personal grudge, restoring their friendship, and the brothers automatically cheered, hearts racing in 3.5 seconds. The photo must be of the phone's owner, right? She's really beautiful. It looks like the filter is a bit overdone. Before he could do anything, the mysterious phone kept ringing loudly, making Go Chi jump in surprise. Hello, hello, a playful voice sounded from the other side. Hello, may I ask if you found my phone? It hit straight to his heart, melting him like his emotions are being hacked. Yes, I found it in the game area. Are you coming to get it? Your voice is really pleasant. Lolo opened her second phone, speaking softly and deliberately. Thank you, you're so kind. I'm in room B next to the game area and haven't gone over yet. Can you help bring it here? Please, I'll buy you a drink. Having just been tricked by the beauty, Go Chi rushed in without a second thought. Okay, no problem. I'll bring it over. The guys and that girl want to invite me for a drink. Go Chi, I'm about to start a wonderful meeting. Seeing the worried look on my friend's face, Chaodong couldn't help but worry and called out, Hey, slow down. That fool really wanted to bring his phone here, his body twisting like a vine clinging tightly to Trong Ha, not letting go. No wonder he's Trong to you. Even gaming is different from ordinary people. He not only didn't see anything wrong, but also puffed up his chest, proud as if he'd achieved something commendable in front of everyone. No game can match the joy of these hanging ropes. By then, just remember his expression when he was teased. It was really funny. Ignoring the defeated people lying in front, both of them still acted so sweet it was almost embarrassing. Zhang Xiaoan is not only wealthy and handsome, but also the best at drinking games in Vientiane. I'm truly impressed, but how? Are you impressed by his talent or his skills? Will you be impressed later? It's already decided. The hurried image of Ngo Chi just came into view, a faint smile curling his lips. No need to arrange a meeting. They're here. What should we do next? Those poor losers look like college students. Just as we were about to start the fun, Mei-Lo casually passed by, causing the entire space to fall silent for a moment. Your time is up. Do you want to extend it? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Ha's face turned cold, and he directly slapped her without warning. He put his hands in his pockets, looked down with a scowl, and cursed harshly, each word heavy and unforgiving. Just arrived, huh? Shut up so I remember. I'm about to become a shareholder in the brewery, and you still ask for money? Are you blind? Get out! Lolo doesn't care about that, just waving her hand to call Ngo Chi. Your brother is here! Sweat pouring down his face, he still tries to smile brightly at the beauty. Hello, this is your phone. Just a gentle words are enough to satisfy Ngo Chi. Thank you so much. Your brother is really kind. But after a second, he changed his face to that of a seasoned actor. Too dirty. You're all sweaty. My phone is also getting dirty. Do you feel nauseous? The situation took an unexpected turn, causing him to freeze stiff. Huh? Did your brain shut down and you just hear the sound of your stomach growling? Young Master Trong, the phone you gave me is dirty now. What should I do? It made him wake up immediately. Ms. Trong Ha snatched the shining phone, accusing her nephew in front of everyone here. Are you sure only your phone is dirty? I don't see the necklace on the phone anymore. It suddenly got caught in a harmful trap. Go Chi froze, stammering because he hadn't caught what was happening. The necklace? What necklace? He saw everyone starting to look at him, his confident voice hiding the trickery inside. On the surface of the pendant was a diamond-encrusted charm. It's the gift I gave to Lolo on her birthday, worth over 10,000, and she's still not stopping. Lolo brazenly changes the story without showing any expression. That's right, there was a big diamond and a small one there, so it probably wasn't stolen by you guys, right? The people from Jung Hao's group found it so painful to listen that they had to interrupt. She spat blood and retorted. This phone was like that when we picked it up, and we have never seen a pendant like the one you described. But Zheng Ha's ears only hear what he wants to hear, only worried about demanding compensation from Wuji. Hurry up and pay, or buy Lo a new phone. When he was falsely accused for the first time, he could only stammer and defend himself. I really didn't steal your phone, let alone your necklace. He's still shamelessly playing his game, and on top of that, he's dragging the crowd along. CFIB. In the end, whether you took it or not, let everyone judge a bit. Those who are just eavesdropping can still discuss and evaluate. They're no different from keyboard heroes. Those guys look obviously poor just by their appearance. Stealing the pendant is nothing surprising. A bunch of poor people gathering together just makes the atmosphere more polluted. Trin Hao was so angry that he immediately confronted the other person. Those people who look down on others just pick up the phone and bring it here. I didn't expect doing a good deed would get him bitten back, but the stupid reasoning of those nosy kids made him even angrier. That's just one side of the story. The truth is, the necklace attached to her phone is gone. Only Lam Tan is still calm enough to make a suggestion. Why bother with words? Just check the cameras directly. However, that common sense was quickly dismissed by Zhang Ha without mercy. That spot has many camera blind spots. Maybe you guys already took the necklace and are just pretending to find the phone to play the good guys. Hearing that, he immediately activated his foul mouth to confront the cement-faced one. So you want to scam money? Knowing who that guy is, no one in the room would hold back, all of them retorting with sharp words that cut into your group's honor. Does Mr. Trung have any status that would make him scam people? He easily makes tens of thousands just by a few rounds of beer. It's obvious that you secretly took this girl's phone and necklace. Always sticking close to the boss, Luo Luo has started bragging about everything, showing no signs of restraint. Young Master Truong has won 3 consecutive national B-level championships. His appearance fees alone amount to several million, enough to support your families for generations. Do you understand? The crowd is pointing at the F4 group. Pay up, pay up, pay up, pay up, pay up. A sudden voice rang out, causing everyone to freeze for a moment. No, that's not it. Milo suddenly pointed at the couple, stepping forward to be a witness and insisting on the innocence of Lamtan's group. These students didn't steal the necklace. I heard everything just now. They are deliberately teasing others for fun. Zheng Ha clenched his jaw in anger, his face darkening. You bastard. I was so annoyed I wanted to stand up and argue. I am not. Once again, Go Chi, full of anger, steps forward and raises his voice. How could he be exposed and then want to hit someone? Seeing the two of them confronting me at the same time, he immediately changed tactics to provoke. So this girl is in the same group as those others? Luoluo is no less sharp-tongued, turning every word from white to black. Just now she was flirting with Zhang Xiao to seduce him, but since he ignored her, she falsely accused him. That's so shameless, Lo Buksuk can only repeat in despair that she really has nothing. And those ignorant bystanders are even more vicious. Why talk so much? Pay up, as expected. Poor folks love to act tough. Feeling confident that his side has the upper hand, Trong Ha calmly issued a challenge. These poor students probably don't have much money anyway. I'll give you a chance to play a round of beer with me. 10,000 per shot. Black M, 10,000. Whoever loses pays up. Long still can't hide his contempt for others. Tonight, those poor devils won't let you lose a round. Don't expect to leave this bar, but little did he know that Lamtan's mind was so calm and confident. After all, it was just a dull and leisurely day. Let's play a little along the same lines. Lamtan smirked, his voice humble but full of sarcasm. So it's young Master Zhang. I've heard of you before. Actually, I've always been interested in B2. But he's too busy indulging in his delusions to stop laughing. Don't think that a few flattery words mean you don't have to pay, or that we won't bet. It's just one round of beer. What's so hard about that for young Master Trong? Seeing Lamtan's serious face, Zheng Ha felt a bit intrigued and then subtly said, Don't regret losing before the game even starts. When he confidently responded to the guy, he was absolutely sure he wouldn't regret it. My close friends immediately rushed in to advise me, Lamtan, don't be impulsive. That's right, the opponent is the beer champion. You can't beat him. And I received a comforting reply from him that couldn't be more concise, so I felt at ease. After a while, Luoluo stepped forward to arrange the marbles with the triumphant confidence of a winner, her body swaying like a wilted noodle pressed against the edge of the table. Young Master Zhang, once you've set the ball, you must make me truly convinced. Lamtan calmly adjusts the angle, his hand steady, but his gaze remains cold. Everyone was still holding their breath when the white ball lightly touched and then stopped. Lamtan softly exhaled, slipped his hand and looked at Onyan's face, which showed no trace of emotion. Trung Ha silently pondered, knowing from the look that he was outside the industry, then called his beloved into the fight. Lolo, come here. He lets her hold the cue for show, then follows closely behind, calmly adjusting each joint as if practicing puppet moves against someone outside the industry like you. Just need me to bring Lolo and have her play too. Each ball rolls into the hole decisively, making the onlookers can't help but admire. Lolo's face was flushed, her eyes full of admiration and affection as she looked straight at him. Trong, you're such a man. It's now Lamtan's turn, and he confidently throws a decisive shot without hesitation. However, for some reason, the green ball stops just before the empty hole, leaving a look of regret. Zheng Ha frowned and made a sarcastic comment. Not a bad streak of luck, but a shame about the lack of refinement. Neither NBC knows who to support, but their trash talk is spot on for the hardcore fans of that guy. I really don't understand how they still dare to wave their sticks in front of the Be a Champion. Don't end up losing everything and having to sell yourself in the end. His hand rests on Lolo's round, firm breasts as he leans in teasingly, casually dropping a line before his next move. Lolo feels a slight pain from this, but endures it, warmth seeping through the fabric making her feel a tingling sensation. Disgusting school, just one shot. The white ball spins over the table, and then 3 other balls roll straight into the holes. Seeing Trong Ha's blood-spilling move, Ngo Chi quickly whispers to you, Lamtan, maybe we should leave. He leans on his cane, a condescending smile spreading across his face, clearly revealing his intentions. So boring, I'll leave you far behind. Loser, you've already lost 30,000. Just kneel and beg me, and I'll give you a 20% discount. I only respond with a calm voice. No different from when I do business translation. So this is how you play darts? I observed a bit earlier, and now I finally understand. Come on, let's officially start. Seeing that challenging look on Zhang Xiao's face, Zhang Ha gritted his teeth but didn't bother with the bell ringing behind him, while Lamtan just glanced at the balls and calmly continued. But 1 ball for 10,000 isn't interesting. How about 1 ball for 100 million? The last shadow is 10 times bigger. 10 million. You don't even need that guy's fans. Your student council has already backed down. Lamtan, are you crazy? 1 million? I've never seen that much money in my life. Lamtan simply turns to comfort him with a meaningless remark. Don't worry, I have a plan. Suddenly there's a tempting sum of money in front of us. Trong Ha wouldn't just let such a big number go. No proof, just words. We need to sign a contract. You shamelessly nodded eagerly. A commitment form was created for the 2 contestants to sign and fingerprint Trong Tio and Lam Tan. Excited for the prize, he quickly held out the paper for everyone to see. Everyone saw clearly that today's game was voluntary, not me bullying him, so don't regret it later. He sneers disdainfully at the big prey, his mind going into excitement mode. First time seeing such a fool, today's a big win. Just as I pushed my girlfriend down on the table, Trung Ha's competitive blood boiled fiercely. Lolo, shall we continue? Lolo leans over the table like an offering to the idol, her mouth still running nonstop. Excited beyond control, Trung Tu, with a decisive push, crashes the white ball straight into the yellow ball resting on the number 4 spot. After the collision, it rolled straight toward the purple ball trembling at the edge of the hole. The clattering sound echoed repeatedly, causing the guests to cheer nonstop. 303 million. Trung Tu is really tough. Lolo's delicate skills are also top-notch. With this team, young Master Trung will make that kid owe him for life. Enjoying the sky-high collisions, Trung Ha sneered at you and said, I advise you to call your parents to bring the money here quickly. Lin Tan paid little attention and continued speaking. Just keep going. I'm not short on money, so the guy couldn't hide his happy smile, because the red envelope is coming soon. Remember, you said that. Unless you can pocket the black ball, which is in a dead corner, even the world champion needs 3 chances. Admitting defeat is the better option. Even the board audience members sneak a peek and judge him as an expert playing like that. Young Master Jiang will definitely win. It's my turn now, Lin Tan slowly stepped forward and subtly said to him, Thank you for your reminder. Today, I will let you see something impressive. He said nothing, his eyes sharp as he calmly moved his hand. After calculating all the moves, the ball struck the table repeatedly, drawing a rapid spiral that was impossible to follow with the eye. In an instant, a vortex formed along the trajectory of the strike, sending all the balls flying into the air, causing the billiard table to become chaotic. The supporters of Lamtan were stunned, but their eyes gradually lit up with bright hope. In contrast, Zheng Ha's team could only gape in disbelief, unable to believe the surreal scene before their eyes. When the whirlpool disappeared, the balls fell freely back onto the table. Incredible as it sounds, all the balls one by one sank into the holes, leaving only 2 colorless balls still in place. The black ball kept spinning in place as if unwilling to give up the game. The white ball silently and coldly dropped straight into the hole, and the chaotic move that seemed like something out of a movie actually happened, causing No Chi's team to cheer loudly. You won, Lamtan, you really won. Are you some kind of god? Willow's team is stunned speechless, mouths wide open with chaotic emotions. No one knows what to say. Just one shot and Bai has sunk into all the holes on the table. Who the hell is he a god of? It can't be. It's impossible. Maybe I can turn the tables. Lamtan didn't care about their anger, quietly calculating and reading out the amount for Trung Ha to pay. Truong Tu, after deducting 33,000, owed me a total of 109 million some odd. I waived the rest, leaving him with 10 million. When does he plan to pay? Your gentle words are like a dagger stabbing deep into the pride of someone with an even higher ego. What do you mean this 10 million doesn't count this time? Hearing that, he immediately retorted, Oh, young Master Truong wants to dodge his debt? He started to raise his voice, his mouth full of nonsense, trying to hold on to what little dignity he had left. In this B industry in VMjiang, my boss Lai Tong is the most influential. If you dare to offend me, don't expect to stay safe in VMjiang. People around started lowering their voices, trying to persuade him, whether it was Tian Chi or just someone talking out of turn. The young man walked away, but Trung Tiu was very firm. He couldn't afford to offend the boss. All of VMjiang's Bia belongs to Tong Li, the most mysterious billionaire in VMjiang. Students like you should stay away. Best to retreat. Thinking that Lam Tan had backed down, Zhang Ha laughed arrogantly. So what? You're scared, right? If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. But instead of the reaction he expected, he received a challenging look from the boy. If you're brave enough, call your boss President Li. Here, I'll wait for him. Holding back his anger, he snorted and thought that once my boss arrives, he will teach you a lesson. Zheng Ha turned on his phone and made a call. Fine, if you want to die that badly, what's the matter when the mysterious voice echoes with authority? He's changed to a pleading tone like a pet dog. Big brother, there's a group causing trouble in the annex room and they say they want you to come here. A few minutes later, a group of men in suits arrived, their confident steps suddenly quieting the atmosphere. Li Nam strode in boldly, speaking with a fierce and fearless tone. Which punk dares cause trouble in your third room? Trung Ha hurriedly ran to him, just like a lost puppy. Boss, it's him. Hearing the noise, Lam Tan turned around, and before he could speak, he saw his face full of panic. The room was filled only with his whispering voice, with no other sounds. Brother, it's him. You have all caused me to lose more than 10 million. You need to take control for me. Before the words finished, Lai Nam angrily used force, causing the guy to fall forward. Master what, you worthless trash? Mr. Tian, why are you here so suddenly? If I had known earlier, I would have sent a car to pick you up. You don't seem very interested, but you still respond politely. President Lai, that person said he's a shareholder of Bai Room, and you really protect him? In less than 3 seconds, Lai Nam dismissed all connections. President Tian, he's just a gambling dog who owes me money. I've always wanted to take control of this third room, so he's not considered a shareholder. Are you surprised? President Tian, I made you unhappy today. The Bai Room, I give it to you, consider it my compensation. Lamton closed his eyes tightly, trying to suppress the disgust rising in his heart. I'm not that rare. And then I turn around to deliver good news to Mei Luo. Just now she endured the oppression to speak up for us. This bar is giving her these words. Each word echoed, carrying a chilling cold that pierced into the opponent's heart. From now on, I don't want to see them in any other B rooms, which made Li Nam become much more timid. Yes, not only in Bai room, but also in Viamjiang. You won't see them anymore. The words, like a cutting blow, left the duo of Truong-ha stunned in place. After dealing with the main character, he turned sharply to the supporting characters and shouted loudly. As for these people, acting so pretentious, standing here only dirties my floor and offends the boss's eyes. Get out immediately, so much so that they just bow their heads and sneak away from the room. Sorry. It's all because young Master Truong wanted us to cause trouble. We'll leave right now. We'll leave immediately. Lamtan spoke to Truong-ha in a calm but unwavering tone. Do you have anything else to say? Pay up. The guy quickly forces his girlfriend to kneel down in front of you, constantly nagging with no end in sight. Boss, I was blind. Please forgive me. I don't have money, or I can give you this girl instead. Even though she's shameless and has been with many men, it's fine. Upon hearing the ruthless words, Luo Luo didn't hesitate and directly used her right hand technique. Damn it, you're a bastard, trying to use her to settle your debts. Pretending to be rich before, sleeping with her for free, and then borrowing 10 million from her. You bastard, pay me back now. Get out, you prostitute. Your information is completely useless. I have no money left. If you're to blame your own greed for wanting to marry a rich man. Realizing the hopeless situation, she tearfully clings to Lam Tan. Boss, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to. Since I met you, I knew you were different. I can follow you. Do whatever you want. But in return, all she got was a painful kick from you. Get out. Lam Tan's friends who watched from outside were so disgusted they had to comment. The girl in the Photoshop looks like a fairy, but turns out she's rotten inside. The crime of using others to entertain oneself is unforgivable. Li Nam shouted orders for the bodyguards to drag them out. No matter what, I have to get the 10 million from them to pay the boss, and then pretend I told you. Haha, boss's money. I'll handle this. Lin Tan no longer wanted to bother with this petty matter and walked away from the scene. We'll take our leave now. Watching that figure's back gradually disappear, Luo Luo screams in pain and follows. President Tuyen, I know I was really wrong. Somewhere, several cars are waiting at a red light in the scorching sun and snow. The blaring horn behind startles La Nam. Ha Ban is showing off with the beautiful girl who is shouting loudly. What is Du doing here? Get out of here quickly, old man. You're not exactly kind either. He quickly turned around and shot back without missing a beat. Do you see clearly what kind of lane this is? This is a non-motorized lane. Ignoring others' feelings, he still yells like a king issuing orders. That's right. Luckily, it didn't swerve aside. It's rare to meet someone so wealthy yet so lacking in manners. Lanam was at a loss for words in response. Can't you understand human speech? This is a no-move lane. You're breaking traffic laws. Without a word, Ha Ban accelerates and speeds past, causing his car to spin and overturn. The rain of red money was thrown into the sky by him. His arrogant tone only made people want to hit him. The medical expenses are 1,000 yuan. Remember, if you ever meet this guy again, just behave and stay out of his way. The local residents seeing the injustice rushed out to help Lanam. Having money really makes you powerful, huh? You have no sense at all. Nani sitting in the car with her mouth completely lacking any awareness. Unfortunately, the delivery person's car was damaged in the accident. Han Ban smugly replied, Do you think you did something wrong? I feel fine. You poor folks think you can lecture me? That's funny. He bought car insurance for over $1 million for collision coverage too. The two lovers are riding quickly on an open coffin-shaped vehicle through the street. Hey man, you're so cool. What's that? Let me show you what real manliness is. You're too fast. I'm scared. He was laughing loudly when he suddenly saw the familiar motorcycle rush past. What's going on? The smoke hit her face, leaving her stunned as she marveled. Oh my god, that person is so fast. Before he could even recover, he suddenly lost his temper and started yelling loudly. Damn it! Another poor street vendor dares to show off in front of him. He dares to overtake his car and seek death. The accelerator pedal was pushed to the limit by him to reach a speed of 120 miles per hour, causing the supercar to roar forward like a missile with its tailpipe blazing. After a while, the scenery ahead turned into a beautiful landscape, making Ha Ban furious. Damn, where did everyone go? I have to endure that annoying, teasing voice in my ear forever. Why is this happening? Why is the delivery guy on an electric bike faster than your car? You haven't accelerated, right? Hurry up and chase after him. He couldn't swallow the combo of two crazy hits, so he yelled right in his face. Shut up, this bastard better die already. Looking at the electronic map on the bike, Ha Ban's face appears with a smile as fake as anyone's. There's a red light ahead. That poor guy won't be able to run now. While everyone else is furious, Zhao Heng remains calm, waiting for the light as if enjoying the view. Ha Ban's insane voice echoes from behind, destroying the beautiful scene ahead. Hey you, that lousy delivery guy up front. Lam Tan looked confused as he looked behind him. Driven to madness, he pressed the accelerator even harder than before. That poor kid. Get out of the way. You filthy horse, daring to block my supercar's 100-mile dash in 8 seconds. If you hit it, don't blame anyone. Ignoring everything, you only care about the speeding car in front of you. His sharp eyes see through the driver inside the car enjoying a drink happily. Immediately, the traffic light turns green. Ha-ban decisively accelerates straight ahead. Lam Tan recognizes the dirty trick of that age, quietly turning the car in another direction. He sped off like an arrow, just barely avoiding the crash and almost getting stuck in the car's tail. Reckless enough not to wear a seatbelt, he flew out like a firework gone wrong. Wow, why would someone run a red light? To Lam Tan, that explosion was just fireworks bidding him farewell from the scene. One driver speeds into the emergency lane, another runs a red light, both belonging to the same kind. In the next life, remember to follow traffic laws properly. All the chaos is left behind at the magical intersection, but there is space for you to move toward a calmer place. The robotic voice on the phone emits a resonant sound. We've arrived. Lin Tan quickly stops the car and looks at the building across. So it's here. I quietly analyze the geography of this place, because it's quite close to Long Nguyen No. 1 Villa, where Lanahi lives. She and I have also eaten here before. It seems this restaurant only serves members of the De La Yi Pin Villa area. You called Ngochi, accidentally sparking an unexpected conversation. Hello, Ngochi. I'm here. Get ready to come in and pick up the stuff. What? Only 10 minutes. How did you do that? Did you use a plane? No, I used your electric car. My broken electric car is speed limited. How is that possible? Seeing his friend's stunned expression, Lam Tan calmly continued. Actually, the speed limit can be bypassed manually, combined with a bit of driving skill, and then hiding the important part inside. That's why I was able to push the speed over 130. His sigh echoed from the screen. That's a tough one. Lam Tan, this time I was lucky to have you. Who would have thought that halfway through delivering the package, I was taken away by the instructor for a makeup exam? Tomorrow's 3 breakfasts don't count as my share. He chuckled softly and nodded in agreement, as if he understood. Then Lam Tan Luong Thung stepped into the upscale dining room of the building. A group of young ladies strutting their bodies to take photos for views. When they caught sight of you, Than Hong frowned and spoke sharply. Hey, delivery guy, could you please stop appearing in front of my camera? I'm just standing here. What did I do? This is a high-end restaurant with an average spending of 2,000 yuan per person. Just stand there. How can we take photos? Our dining experience is also being affected. That's right. And what face do you have to ask about it? Lam Tan's eyes slowly drifted over the girls' plates. The rebellious mouth quickly activates to counter the dining experience. I think it affects the structure of the young women who are into social media among their friends. Hearing that, Than Hong immediately stood up and slammed the table in protest. What nonsense are you talking about? Who's the virtual girl? You don't care about their angry feelings and just turn away, leaving a scar in their hearts. I've heard before about people who live online and gather in groups. Today I finally got to see it for myself. My blood is boiling with anger as she loudly calls for staff to come and help. Who gathered the group? That's just ridiculous and ruins the mood. Henry is just a delivery guy. Get him out of here. Kwang Ki hurriedly approached. Excuse me, sir. May I ask what the matter is?
This morning I filed a complaint, and it was all because of this delivery guy. He smells of poverty. I've been made so disgusted by him I can't eat anymore.
Tuling also followed noisily behind. That's right, and he even spoke rudely to us. Is Tu Hop Lao a 3 Michelin star restaurant? Can even dogs and cats get in? Hurry up and chase him away. He listened silently, then snapped his fingers to signal. Where is the person? The faces of the Plastic Sisters are clearly visible, but Kwang Ki's next words are the most shocking blow in history. Please escort these girls outside. The staff immediately surrounded the 3 girls' table. Seeing Kwang Ki bowing and apologizing to Mr. Lam, making sure he doesn't encounter such unpleasant matters, Than Hong shouted in frustration, Manager, I want you to quickly kick that delivery guy out. What are you doing right now? He was so angry that he enlightened the clueless crowd with a thunderbolt. Mr. Lam is the owner of the top-tier empire and a member of the Golden Dragon of Tu Hop Lao. They just ordered tea and a few snacks and sat for hours. This is a high-end restaurant for enjoying delicacies, not a place for social media influencers to hang out. Wang Hu was only able to catch a fragment of the story. What? The villa worth hundreds of millions? And even Ziling, with her higher intelligence, can't help but be amazed. He's also a Gold Dragon member of Tu Hop Lao. How could that be? Why is he still delivering packages? So this is the special habit of wealthy people. As soon as they see an opportunity, the plastic hot girls immediately change their attitude and all cling to Lam Tan. You looked at me earlier, right? I knew you wanted to talk, so I deliberately stood there to attract your attention. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's get to know each other. He was clearly staring at me, looking handsome and confident, with an extraordinary aura. Here's my phone number. She keeps pestering like spider demon girls, making him terrified. Get away from me! His face darkened with anger as he swatted them away like flies. Stop dawdling and get moving. Hurry up and go! The guards quickly dragged the girls away, leaving behind their desperate screams in the dining room. My super fake bag. Just go. Keep what? My Parada shoes. After dealing with those flies, he hurriedly clasped his hands in apology to Lam Tan. Sorry, Mr. Lam. We promise this won't happen again. You didn't care about that and went straight to the main issue. It's fine. I'm here to pick up the stuff. Number 86. Are you ready? Guang Ti hesitated for a moment before speaking again. That matter? The chief steward is angry, and the chefs are being disciplined. Amid the kitchen chaos, Du Yin unleashed her anger on the chefs, earning no less than 200,000 in salary. The Two family treats her well, offering many opportunities and a wide selection of ingredients from around the world. So what can we make for the second young lady? I'm so disappointed. Don't think the second young lady is still studying nutrition. Today is the last day. If young lady Van can't eat, then you all will have to face the consequences. Seeing the tense situation inside, Lam Tan lowered his voice and asked cautiously, when will you stop scolding? Why can't you even cook properly? Kwang Ki, used to this scene, had already estimated it might take a little longer, so he ignored everything and went inside when time was pressing. I'm in a hurry. Is the other side the kitchen area? He looked over the ingredients, nodded in confirmation, and said yes. Then, seeing the fresh produce, Lam Tan rolled up his sleeves and said we have 15 minutes for this order of crab roe egg noodles. Luckily, this dish is quick to make. In the kitchen, he transforms into a master chef, stir-frying and cooking more smoothly than someone with a formal degree. A few minutes later, a fragrant box of noodles was born under Lam Tan's satisfied gaze. Then, the box was tucked into his pocket as he quietly passed Kwang Ki, muttering to himself, now I need to deliver this quickly. Oh no, I almost got docked pay. Manager, what are you doing standing here? Who just touched the kitchen? You let outsiders into our kitchen. He lowered his head and explained softly to her. He is a member of the Golden Dragon Society. He was just wearing a delivery uniform earlier. I checked the order and saw your teaching. Oh, since no one was in the kitchen, I just went in to cook. She just left. The CPU was overloaded, causing her to fall behind by a beat compared to normal. What are you saying? I can't understand you. This crab roe egg. Curiosity drove Du Yan to take a small bite to try it. It was so delicious. It's even better than real crab roe. How is this possible? Suddenly, she seriously asked, who was the one cooking just now? Tell me quickly. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, Kwang Ki still blushed and responded immediately. Okay. At the Long Uyan Nyathil Villa, the spacious house shone under the scorching sun. Nyahilo Alo lay on the bed surrounded by toys, her voice as sweet as honey. Lam Tan, do you have to go back to school? As he put on his shirt, he immediately turned to her and said, I have a level 4 language test this morning, even though I'm still sleepy. Nahai forced herself to sit up and see him off. But he gently refused, saying, you don't need to. Just go back to sleep. You've been tired all night. His sweet rejection made her heart blossom. You're so kind. I love you. I can't hide my quiet happiness in my mind. Spending every night with Lam Tan makes me so happy. Lam Tan leisurely stepped out of the house. Sometimes staying overnight at the villa wasn't bad, but his mood was interrupted by Du Yan's scream, and finally he found him. Before he could finish speaking, she cut him off with a rapid-fire reply that couldn't be longer. Hello, Mr. Lam. I am Du Yan, the secretary of the Two family head, the long-term housekeeper, and a 3-star Michelin critic. I would like to invite you to prepare a dish for the young lady. Just say the price. The impressive memory from the day before suddenly appeared in Lam Tan's mind. I remember now. They really are rich. Torturing so many people just to make a dish for the noble young lady, it shows how difficult that young mistress is to serve. My interest is gone in an instant. I'll head somewhere else. Sorry, I have an exam to take. You can go with the chef. Lam Du Yan panickingly called after him. Please wait, Mr. Lam. As long as our young lady eats the dish you made, the Two family will reward you with 100 friends. Receiving a brief reply that money is not an issue, Du Yan hurriedly said as if standing on fire. Wait a moment. I apologize, sir, for my bad attitude. I know you're very busy, but lives are important. Please give me a chance to explain. The heavy-handed approach successfully slowed you down, so go ahead. She took a deep breath, trying to sum everything up in a few words. I'm sure Mr. Lam has heard of the Tiu family. Their Tiu Hoplau has a 50-year history. They only had one store at first, but 10 years ago it suddenly expanded, and 2 years ago earned 3 Michelin stars, making the Tiu family the most prestigious gourmet family. The reason wasn't just the business skills of the head of the family, but also the eldest daughter, whose divine tongue could detect every flaw in a dish better than anyone else. That is why Tiao Hei Lounge has grown so strong, and Lord Tiao and his 2 daughters have always lived a happy and satisfying life. Usually at home, it was Lord Tiao who cooked himself. Whether it's the captivating narration or the melodious tone, the story suddenly plunges into despair. But 10 days ago, Lord Tiao unexpectedly died of illness. Since that day, the second young lady has been unable to eat anything. The young lady is very worried, urging the chef of Tu Hop Lao to intensify the research on delicious dishes to satisfy the second young lady's palate. Du Yan's face also briefly shows sadness due to the chaos in the Tiu family. Although the dishes the eldest lady makes are very impressive, she cannot cook well herself. She can only keep asking the chef to try again and again, all for the sake of the second young lady. Hearing this, Lam Tan felt a bit confused and accidentally blurted out, fearing that it still wouldn't be enough to persuade him. She was forced to use her last resort. The second young lady has not eaten for nearly a week and is completely dependent on IV nutrition. Mr. Lam is begging you to help and save her. That girl has also touched Lam Tan's heart, so that's how it is. The heavy responsibility makes you less confident than before, but I can't guarantee she will eat what I prepare. I'm just helping out of humanitarian duty, doing my best. Would that be okay with you? Finally, he and Yan agreed, and Du Yen was so happy she burst into tears. Really? Thank you very much, Mr. Lam. I've tasted your cooking, and I believe you can definitely do it. Before I could say more, she saw Lam Tan wave goodbye. But you have to wait until I finish the exam first. Also, whether she eats the food I make or not, she still has to pay me 1 million. Impossible to miss. The brain inside still sighs quietly. Just treat this as a little pocket money. That remark left Du Yan a bit speechless, but she still had to respond politely. All right then. A while later, at the Xiao family estate, the head chefs were politely invited back by Du Yan. I'm really sorry, head chefs. Please leave this way. The 7 little Li steps out the gate. So annoying. She frowned as she watched their figures fade away, unable to hold back a sigh. This is the last resort. Even the famous 3-star chefs invited by Yudo failed, so the last hope is only on him. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted the thoughts. Sure enough, the main character always appears last. Over there, Su Huin Miao Ng's group approached, surprising everyone around. Are Su's second young master and Su's eldest young master also here? Du Yen frowned secretly, sneering inwardly. These 2 young masters are from the Su family, who have long collaborated with the Tiu family. Second young master once wanted to marry the second miss, but was rejected because she didn't like him. Su Huyen, feeling cold, started to blame, and despite their close relationship, Wu Ni remained silent when she was in trouble, truly heartless. Although she wasn't very happy inside, she still bowed and explained, the 2 young masters are considerate. After all, this is a private matter of the Tiu family, so I won't trouble you 2 anymore. Hearing that, Su Qi coldly pointed behind and introduced, don't be so polite. I heard you spent 10 million searching for famous chefs. It's troublesome, Qi. These 2 are the French and Japanese chefs my brother invited. Just let them cook and it'll be fine. Then they casually entered the Tiu family. All right, let's go inside. Wu Ni must be starving by now. But was immediately stopped by Du Yen, who said, sorry, gentlemen, I still need to wait for one more person. Of course, someone who considers themselves superior like the illusionist wouldn't accept that, and still has to wait for someone else. Just then, a teasing voice responded as if to answer him. It's so lively here. I just saw you outside seeing off some chefs. What's going on? Have they all failed already? This appearance makes Du Yen look as fresh as a flower. Mr. Lam, you've finally arrived. Please come this way. Even the Su brothers were so shocked they gaped. Then the group quickly took their places in the prepared kitchen. Du Yen enthusiastically introduces Mr. Lin. Behind you is a fresh food warehouse with ingredients from China and over 10 other countries. Whatever you want to cook, we have it all. Her respectful attitude makes Su Huyen uncomfortable. Who is that kid who doesn't look like a chef and is also poor? Does Du Yen respect him that much? Su Qi doesn't even bother to pay attention to Lam Tan. He's just a small fry. What is he so proud of? I've been telling you this, but you don't understand. You have to do whatever it takes. Being lectured like this, I also feel frustrated. You just need to understand Wu Ni's heart. If you marry her, all the Tiu family's assets will be yours. Zhu Trui hints a bit to his foolish younger brother, but you're just spinning in circles, truly useless. He had a plan long ago. At this moment, the servant loudly announced that the second young lady and the eldest young lady had arrived. The red curtain was immediately drawn back, revealing the shadowy figure behind the balcony railing. It was the 2 sisters from the Tiu family, Huang Wan and Huang Vu. My sister rests her chin on her hand, looking bored, so dull. As soon as the person of her dreams appears, Su Huin waves her hands like a crazy person. Wu Ni, I brought here 2 world-class chefs. You'll soon enjoy a really delicious meal. Huang Wan snorted and drew the line. Why are you both here? Besides, we're not that close, so don't call me that affectionately. Su Qi licked his lips in disgust, then chuckled slyly. Why does it matter if we're close or not? The first time is just acquaintance, the second time is close enough. She no longer paid attention to them, told them to stop talking so much, and then loudly announced that there were no restrictions on dishes or ingredients. Anyone who can prepare dishes that my sister can enjoy will receive a 1 million prize. After Huang Wan's signal to start, the 2 foreign chefs quickly placed 2 bowls of ingredients on the table. Everyone present could already guess what was coming next. They quietly watched the unfolding of the match. Huang Wan quietly assesses the contents of the bowl, unsurprised that they chose the best ingredients. The French chef makes salted fish eggs, the Japanese chef creates a dragon fruit, and the person Du Yen invited, it seems, is Mr. Lam. The ingredients she brought are below. Lam Tan casually whistled and took out 2 very familiar items. Upon closer inspection, she was surprised. Egg and rice? What are you doing? Are you here just to be a background? Maybe he's a cafeteria chef from some school. Su Qi also sneered contemptuously, thinking he would use these ingredients to cook for the young lady to eat. This is an insult to her. Lin Tan just glanced at them with a meaningful look. Soon the dishes were placed on the stove. He crossed his legs and leisurely played with his phone, ignoring Du Yen's worried watch from outside. Time quickly passed, and after the cheers of the 2 chefs, the 2 eye-catching dishes were finished. Su Huin skips excitedly to bring the dish upstairs. Wu Ni, let me carry it up for you. Wait a moment, I am the first to taste it. He shouted in disbelief. What do you mean? She seriously explained to the other party that the next taster was the eldest young lady, and only after both of us approved would it be given to the second young lady to eat. Su Huyen shouted in disbelief, "Why is this happening?" Du Yan calmly replied, "The second young lady is currently very weak. We must ensure her food is the best and safest." This request is nothing compared to Arata and Victor's talent. They smile confidently, sure they'll win this competition. Du Yan quickly takes a spoonful of food, then coldly comments, "So ordinary, with top quality ingredients and a master chef, yet all you can do is produce a 1+1 effect on the dish." This statement left them all stunned and unable to believe it. She even bluntly added another sentence, truly disappointing everyone. What kind of Su Huyen is throwing a fit and arguing? Does your damn mother finally understand this or not? Du Yan just couldn't be bothered with that guy. Next dish. Lin Tan then brought over his own bowl of food. Come here, egg fried rice." Su Huyen arrogantly shouted at him now. "Get out quickly. Who the hell told you to come here? I wasn't paying attention to you earlier because I was in a good mood. Even a bowl of egg fried rice would dare to bring it here. Stupid kid." His words were like the buzzing of a mosquito. Du Yan calmly scooped a spoonful of rice and put it in her mouth. Her tongue immediately sensed a flavor that was both familiar and strange. Her senses exploded instantly. Oh my god, the rice grains are cracking. The smell of eggs is overwhelming, so perfect. Just a bowl of plain rice with eggs. But how does it reach this level? This exaggerated reaction leaves Su Huyen and Su Tri stunned, and then they both shout in disbelief, "Are you cheating?" The top-tier dish gets harsh criticism, but the plain rice is praised to the skies. Who does she think she is? How dare a mere housekeeper criticize me? Of course, Huang Wan didn't side with them, she calmly emphasized. Du Yan is the judge I trust the most. Her skill is unquestionable. As for Mr. Su, he probably can't even tell the difference with delicious food now. Su Huyen was at a loss for words. Du Yan knew words were unnecessary, so she immediately handed them the bowl to try. Isn't it obvious if you take a bite, you'll know whether it's cheating or not? Or maybe you two are too afraid? Both of your brothers are serving themselves and talking big. Trying to provoke the general, huh? It won't work. I took a bite casually and judged it not worth a single coin. Just a second later, they were defeated, and their expressions looked no different from Du Yan earlier. Wow, why is it so delicious? Su Huyen and Su Chi couldn't help but kneel down in awe. Did you put something in it or not? Lin Tan calmly analyzed. Western dishes only care about high-quality ingredients. They sound impressive, but forget basic cooking skills, ignore the tastes of most people, and make dishes that even common folk can't appreciate. A cold voice suddenly cut him off. Well said. Huang Wan looked down her nose, saying that ordinary people should only eat cheap food, because they don't understand the true taste of expensive ingredients. What if Kong Jiang passes Du Yan? I won't allow my sister to eat that low-quality dish. I didn't expect Lam Tan to casually go along with this. I also didn't plan for her to eat fried rice with eggs, because what she's eating now isn't this. His ambiguous words make Huang Wan frown in annoyance. What does he mean? But all she got in response was the sound of him slowly walking up the stairs. Huang Wan angrily stood up in response to this sudden action. Wait a minute, who gave you permission to come up here? Lam Tan still refuses to stop. Don't misunderstand. I was paid to make the young lady eat, not to cook to please you. She couldn't argue, so she turned to the person behind her. What? Du Yan Yu? She hurriedly comforted Huang Wan. Miss Tu, I trust Mr. Lam's skills. He might be able to cook a dish that the second young lady can eat. Please let him try. At this moment, Lam Tan also approached the two sisters, saying, Don't blink. Come here. She can't resist her curiosity. The dish is revealed, shining with a dazzling golden light. Everyone below is eagerly awaiting. What could it be? Something even better than fried rice with eggs. Huang Wan also felt curious. Why was he so confident? Could it be the Sicilian red snapper appetizer from Italy, or the foie gras from Madeira, or the French squid? Lam Tan didn't keep everyone waiting and quickly opened the lid. Come on, eat it! The whole group looked surprised and stammered, repeating the words preserved egg and century egg. Then Lam Tan politely handed the tray to Huang Vu to try. Just then, Huang Wan rushed over, stopping him. You're so bold. I spent hundreds of thousands researching the menu, and it still doesn't make her want to eat. Yet you dare to bring century eggs. She frowned angrily, saying, My sister will also awaken her divine tongue someday. Eating this trash will hurt her taste buds. As Huang Wan finished speaking, a familiar voice appeared, revealing her beauty, starting the reverse flow mission, and her information and requests appeared one after another. Unfortunately, now my favorability is down by 20%. Lam Tan twitched his mouth and thought to himself, Is this system specifically looking for this type of girl for me? Su Huyen pointed at you and scolded, Truly broke and useless. Zhang's rice must have used some kind of technology because it looks terrible. Su Chi also agrees, It was just a mistake earlier to let our 3-star Michelin chef try again. Your Tio Hop Lao is the same. Lam Tan sighed and analyzed. The so-called 3 spirits and 4 spirits, Tio Hop Lao has tried them, and they seem pretty average, too focused on appearances and forgetting that the goal is to eat well and be full. This remark only makes Huang Wan more annoyed. It's ridiculous. With her petty thinking, she still wants to judge our Tu Hop Lao, but a wild boar can't eat a good buffalo. You persistently argue, so why did Tu Hop Lao suffer losses? A profit decline of over 25% in 2 years. Now they have to expand delivery. Your good beef probably has no one left to eat it anymore. She felt humiliated and couldn't hold back her anger, so she made her move. You dare question this dish my father and I worked on together. Before I could even reach him, my wrist was already seized. So what are you questioning? I'm just denying your dish. Huang Wan suddenly shouted in anger. The sound of chewing interrupted their argument. So Huang Vu was happily picking up pieces of egg to eat. Huang Wan hurriedly ran over and grabbed her by the shoulders. Little Vu, what are you doing? The other three were also extremely surprised. How could this be? At this moment, Lam Tan confidently explained everything. Although he couldn't check the pulse, his observations of her complexion and the signs of Du Yan and her sister allowed him to infer the symptoms of the young lady's illness. Her spleen and stomach were weak, her yin was insufficient, and her qi was stagnant, likely due to mild depression caused by the loss of loved ones. Lack of appetite for eggs. Preserved eggs contain many amino acids, minerals, and vitamins, and their alkaline properties can neutralize stomach acid, making them very suitable. Huang Vu eagerly gazed at the clean plate of eggs. Delicious. Quickly bring 2 more dishes as long as you can eat them. Here, have some crushed cucumber and green bean soup. Du Yan carefully brings the tray of rice, moved to tears. Hoo-hoo, Miss Na finally finished eating. Seeing that her work here was done, Lam Tan turned to leave. Okay, my task is done. Don't forget to pay me and give the bonus. Du Yan hurriedly replied, Yes, I will transfer it to you right away, but Huang Wan, standing beside, muttered, it was just luck. She nonchalantly turned her thumb down. These dishes are completely unskilled. If it's not a matter of life or death, I would never let Xiao Wu eat these ordinary foods. Lin Tan smirked and made a proposal. I've accepted the money, so why not play a game with her? I'll cook a simple dish. If she criticizes, I lose and pay 1 million. If I win, she gives me an additional 100,000. How about that? Chat Huang Vu stopped eating and interrupted. No, only a divine tongue with twice the normal sense of taste can do it. He can't cook something that will satisfy her. Huang Wan was so angry she seemed to be smoking and asked, Xiao Wu, why are you defending outsiders? Then she arrogantly turned to accept the challenge. All right, the conditions are completely in my favor, so why not take the risk? I have to admit, you're very brave, but unfortunately, you're just a fool. Unfortunately, that comment didn't affect Lam Tan. He smiled and took out a pot. So I'll start now. Lam Tan looked at the boiling pot and officially announced that what I'm making now is hot pot. Huang Wan covered her mouth and sneered mercilessly. Haha, you really hit my sore spot. Hot pot is a messy dish with no etiquette, broth splashing everywhere, all ingredients cooked together, ruining the original flavors, and then you talk about how delicious it is. The others all looked tense upon hearing this, but their attitude didn't affect his performance speed. The bowl of spices still poured into the white broth at the right moment. Then, Lin Tan stood there blankly, quietly watching the aroma drift through the air. Su Qi threw away all his composure, leading a group of drooling people shouting and crying out. What's going on?
Huang Wan and the other sisters blushed, and their hearts fluttered as they wondered, how was this aroma created? She slightly opened her mouth to catch the scent and analyze it.
Cinnamon bark, nutmeg, star anise, licorice, tangerine peel, coriander, along with familiar spices. There are over 30 less common ones like monk fruit, patchouli, angelica, and more. Usually they would mask or cancel each other out, but here they don't. It seems there are even more. Huang Wansh looked at Lam Tan, her mind filled with admiration. How could someone's hot pot spices be so perfectly balanced, layered, and amplified? At this moment, he also finished preparing and confidently reached out to present his creation. Done, spicy heavenly fragrance hot pot. You stare at her intently, emphasizing each word. Miss Tu, do you want to refuse or do you want to try eating? Huang Wan couldn't resist the temptation and cautiously reached her chopsticks toward my thuk. The enticing aroma was already powerful enough, and the boiling broth made it burst out in waves, making it almost impossible to resist just from the smell. If she eats, sweat from her mother and herself will pour down her beautiful face. She still struggles with her inner conflict, truly can't imagine what she will become. As her inner defense is about to collapse, Huang Wan instinctively shook her head vigorously. No, if I eat, isn't that just like admitting defeat directly? By that time, how would Xiao Wu look at her and them? I don't know how Huang Vu will look at her, but for now, she and Du Yan are both staring intently at the food. This expression makes Huang Wan gape and exclaim, huh? At last, her inner feelings are somewhat comforted. Her chopstick movement also became much more confident. As expected, I am the only one who is clear-headed. How can this cheap food make me admit defeat? I just need to eat a little, just a little, to taste the flavor. She cautiously brought a tiny piece to her mouth, but before the food went down her throat, Huang Wan's eyes widened in shock. She clenched her jaw tightly, trying to swallow her own explosion along with the food. Oh my god, I've never tasted anything like this before. The ordinary piece of meat is elevated by the hot pot to a level of luxurious aroma. Her whole body trembles. Her legs seem to twist and kick, but she still tries to self-hypnotize herself. No, I must hold back. I absolutely will not lose to this cheap, low-class dish. Even bent over, Huang Wan's mouth remains stiff.
That's about as far as it goes. I admit he has some skill. The food he cooks is barely edible. But if he wants me to say it's delicious, he's far from it.
I've already won this round. Do you want to see what you're doing? Huang Awan looked down at the chopsticks still covered in hot pot sauce, feeling her mouth stuffed with food, and her whole body suddenly stiffened like glued. She desperately warned herself inside, why is this happening? My body has damaged itself without permission eating so much at once. I feel like I can't stop the spicy flavor. If I keep chewing like this, my tongue will eventually suffer what it must. She opened her mouth and blurted out honestly, this kind of spiciness is like a compass, a horse's bridle, mustard, horn pepper, and deadly poison. A mixture of black and white pepper, he used too much, which is a trap he designed for himself. Huang Wan threw her dignity aside and quickly stuck out her blistered tongue to cool it down. Her tongue is burned and numb. Long Tan gasped in surprise. Her tongue is so long, Du Yen quickly explained. This is a divine tongue twice as long as normal, so the taste buds are twice as sensitive. It perceives flavors more clearly, making everything taste more intense. Huang Vu whispered urgently, don't explain any more, Yen. If you lose, it's our turn to eat. She nodded in agreement. That's right, young lady. Let's eat quickly. Huang Wan saw the two feeding each other and reached out to stop them. No, this hot pot is too terrifying. If everyone eats it, they'll become slaves to this man's cooking. But the irresistible flavor penetrates every cell, making the two girls soar to new heights and shout together, ah, so delicious. Lin Tan just waits for that moment, then gestures with her index finger. There's nothing more to say, right? Bring 10 billion here. She still tries to justify herself even while panting. I can't accept this. How could I lose to this commoner? This lie was exposed by the system notification. 50% increase in favorability to Huang Wan's favorability at 30%. Meanwhile, Su Huyan held her head and cried silently. Brother, we lost. This person's cooking is surprisingly powerful. Su Chi forced a reassuring smile and said, Your useless younger brother, I knew from the start you would fail, so I already had a better plan. He suddenly stopped and shouted something, ignoring his brother as he clapped enthusiastically, adding a few words of praise. This act was truly brilliant. Not bad at all, but it's time to end it now. Then, Sutri suddenly pulled out the life-taking talisman of the Huang Wan sisters. This is a contract between Shusha Company and Tu Hop Lao. The Tu family is short on money, borrowing the name of food research to attract investment, but taking on risks. Now the investment has failed and they must repay all the capital, facing bankruptcy. While Du Yin rushed forward to check the truth, the foodie sister and brother pair both denied it. No way, he's talking nonsense. They hadn't had time to react before she confirmed that the information was true. These contracts were all signed by Old Master Tu, totaling a debt of 1 billion yuan for the sushi food import-export company. Huang Wan panically shouted, avoiding reality. I don't believe it.
Dad never talked to me about this before. Huang Vu, more rational than her sister, hesitantly suggested a temporary solution.
So, can we split Tu Hop Lao's profits in half to cover the debt? After all, we still have 50 branches nationwide. Su Ji reveals his true cunning nature, not hesitating to set a trap for the two women. The eldest daughter truly knows nothing. Tu Hop Lao lost more than 2 billion, dropping from 80 branches to just over 50. With no profit, the only option now is to seize the entire Tu family estate to pay off the 1.5 billion debt. I will take care of both of you out of kindness. Su Huyan excitedly exclaimed, You're so good! He stepped forward without hesitation, making a gesture to invite her. Vu Ni, don't be afraid. I will definitely take care of you. In the panic, Huang Vu quickly escaped from the Wolf King and, hiding behind her sister, whimpered, Please save me. I don't like this person. Huang Wan stands in front of her, looking straight at the Wolf Man and says, I will sell all the Tu Hop Long to pay the 1.5 billion debt, but I will not sell to you guys, no matter what. Suchi responds with a challenging and arrogant look. Still think you're a young lady of high status? Now you're just a beautiful poor sister pair. We're willing to accept you both as lovers, so that's considered respect. Sell them, after all. The deadline for compensation is in 3 days. Su Huyan also followed along. Let me see how much money you can make in such a short time, and by then you won't be able to beg us to help. In the tense situation, a voice suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone is right, aren't they? I'll buy it. Long Tan held out his bank card, stepping up to support the Xiao family. This card has 2 billion. After spending a total of 1.5 billion, there's 500 million left as an investment fund for Tu Hop Lao. Du Yan quickly swipes the card to test it. You have successfully spent 2 billion. That message stunned her heart. Yes, there really is 2 billion, but the one most shocked is probably the two wealthy brothers pretending to be refined from the Su family. Isn't he just a worthless loser? How can he have so much money? Even Huang Wan had to wonder to herself while still digesting the good news. Who exactly is he? Su Huyan clenched his teeth, so angry he was about to raise his hand to use force. Who are you? How dare you come here and ruin my good fortune? But luckily, Su Tri seemed to sense something was wrong and covered his brother's mouth. Hurry up and shut your mouth. Step back first. In front of everyone, his body was dragged away with a thud, but he still couldn't stop that talkative mouth. Let go of me. Vu Ni belongs to me. Huang Vu feels relieved, and her tone of gratitude returns to its usual elegance. Mr. Lam, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Today you have saved me twice. Unlike my sister, Huang Wan is much more guarded emotionally. Why do you have to help us?
To get a yes or no answer from Lam Tan, I just helped out of a sense of justice when I saw injustice on the way. No need to thank me.
Protecting my sister with my whole body, she doesn't hesitate to say what she thinks. Could it be that you're interested in my sister? Let me tell you, if you think you can buy Xiao Wu with money, you're dead wrong. Overthink King even made Huang Vu blush. Sister, what are you saying? At that moment, where did Du Yen get the documents to give to Huang Wan? Miss, this is the buyback contract for Tu Hop Lao according to Mr. Lam's wishes. Please take a look. Read each clause aloud, and her face lit up with joy. All business rights and other privileges of Tu Hop Lao remain unchanged, belonging to Tu Huang Wan and Tu Huang Vu. Lam Tan is an investor, entitled to 20% of the profits. And even Vu, who rarely involves himself in this matter, is visibly pleased. Miss Lin, indeed you are our great benefactor. Why would he do that? How could there be someone so kind without expecting anything in return? Sure enough, he had his eye on Xiao Wu. Her voice was sharp and annoyed, directly hitting him in the face. What does your additional condition mean here? Do you really think I will sign this contract? You're dreaming. Lam Tan doesn't bother to care and responds indifferently, as if nothing happened. I see, but this isn't something I can decide on my own. Just as she was about to add more, Huang Wan's gaze was fixed on her sibling signing without hesitation. Tio Vu took that scene as a strength, squinting and smiling brightly like a flower. This contract will only be legally valid if both of you sisters sign it together. Now, only you are missing. That kid makes Huang Vu act all cute and clingy. Come on, sis, just sign it. Lam Tan is a good person and definitely wouldn't do anything bad. Even in the most desperate moment, Huang Wan still signed her name for the future of the family. Lam Tan looked at the two signatures still wet, a mysterious smile on his face. After the chain of restaurant losses, someone who isn't swayed by money now sees himself as the target of retaliation. Is there any better tool for spending money? Moreover, she signed additional conditions, making herself her slave. I really enjoy watching her look uncomfortable, but still have to obey her orders. Under the peaceful sunset, a car glides by coldly, but inside it's full of muffled curses. Why did you pull me earlier? I could have fought him and forced him to give up the acquisition rights. What the hell do you understand? That Lam family person can casually take out $2 billion in working capital. That proves that everything within my control is fake. I can't compete with him. So are we just going to run away in shame? I can't let this anger boil over. Vu Ni almost got her hands on it. Su Chi Ni, with her shallow scheming outside, can't face her directly, but that doesn't mean she can't play dirty. The Pleasure Palace is losing money, so I just need to secretly add fuel to the fire, losing at least $2 billion a year to see how much money he has to cover, making Su Huyen more hopeful and praise him. Brother Xiao is amazing. I truly admire him. Inside an ancient courtyard somewhere, warm lights still shine outward, while Huang Wan, soaked and breathless, seems to be on the verge of exhausting her remaining strength. She collapsed in the middle of the banquet table like a firework after the New Year's Eve. Niam still trying to groan a few disconnected words. Too numb, too hot. That bastard Lam Tan clearly has the ability to create a high-end menu, but deliberately makes me addicted to these low-grade foods. As she caught her breath, Huang Wan frowned, her jaw tightening. Eating this kind of food is simply an insult to my divine tongue, and on top of that, he wants me to be his secretary. This grudge must be avenged, but the system notification shows the opposite. Huang Wan's affinity increases by 5%. Lam Tan, playing games in his room, is surprised to receive that news. It's midnight and you're still awake. Why are you suddenly increasing your favorability? For no reason. A message suddenly appeared on your phone, making you check it. Guys, I'll be in Vientiane tomorrow, and after thinking for a while, I finally remembered who that person is. It's my best friend from high school, Bon Du. Immediately, everyone started chatting loudly like a market stall. It's been a while since we last met. Tomorrow, the brothers will welcome you. Boss Du misses you so much. Are you guys still awake? Forget sleeping. Tomorrow you're staying out all night. A rare peaceful night quietly passes in fragile tenderness. The next morning at Vientiane Station, the fresh air envelops everything, creating a vast, peaceful scene. Lam Tan's group of 4 called out excitedly when they saw a familiar face. Here he is, Brother Du. Ban Du appears with dark circles under his eyes, looking like a soldier just back from battle, his lips unable to curl into a smile. As soon as he shows up, everyone starts shouting and asking questions, each one eager to talk. Duga, did you suddenly come to Vientiane this time because you miss your brother so much? And why do you look so exhausted? Staying up all night with those dark eyes? I heard you're making a name for yourself working in the industry. I only speak calmly after everyone has finished talking. No, that's not true. I'm just trying to make a living. Actually, this time I came to Vientiane because of Xiaolian. I'm about to meet my in-laws, and suddenly I get earth-shattering news. Chaikot's friends are even happier than the groom himself. Nice, you're good at hiding big things from your brothers. You and Xiaolian know each other online, right? I didn't think much of you two back then. I didn't expect you to become so successful. Let's go, guys. Take him upstairs. In the dormitory, the noisy sounds of the young men echoed far outside. Lam Tan happily shoved the outfit to Bang Du. Try this on and see how it looks. Walking together, they exuded much more charisma. Seeing the others go all out, Ngo Chi also pulled out his favorite perfume, spritzing a little more, full of romance. Bang Du transforms from a capitalist slave into a handsome office guy. Stepping out and lighting up the frame, Chao Dong crosses her arms, nodding like an artist who has just finished a masterpiece. Confident that meeting Xiaolin and her parents won't be an issue. He was so moved that he kept staring at himself in the mirror without looking away. Thank you, brothers. So I'm leaving now. He immediately decided to go to Yunjiang to show his parents a different look and bring her home with dignity. Xiaolin hurriedly tried to stop him in vain. Finally, around 9 o'clock, Bang Du also arrived in Bayamjiang. I'm here now. He looked up at the building in front of him, pondering. Doesn't Xiaolin check her messages? Maybe she's still sleeping. As he looked at the messages, he felt excited. Now I will go upstairs to find you. If she finds out I came, she will definitely be very surprised. In the room, the phone kept ringing non-stop, but no one picked it up because its owner was busy with an important matter. Miss Van, you're so mean. You want people to dress like this just to flirt with you. So annoying. Wang Vaughn enjoys teasing like this more. It gives her more pleasure. Your phone is ringing. Your boyfriend Bandu is looking for you, but you're not answering. Go on. She hesitated for a moment, but was sternly ordered by him. Are you telling me you didn't hear your boyfriend's call? Xiaolian naturally didn't dare to offend him and picked up the phone. Hello? Bandu excitedly announced. Xiaolian, I'm downstairs at your building, but I still hear no response, so I'm worried, walking quickly up the stairs. Xiaolian, what's wrong? Is there somewhere you're feeling uncomfortable? Hang in there a bit. Come up and listen. I'm having a hard time replying because I'm getting crushed in League of Legends. That was a really impressive move. I almost can't take it anymore. Hearing his hesitant voice, Pengdu couldn't help but wonder. Why does Xiaolian's voice sound strange? Wang Van smirked mischievously and asked, How long do you plan to keep teasing that poor guy? Miss Van, the only one in my heart is you, because he's always pestering me, and I can't let go even if I want to. He was satisfied with her affirmation, then let her give up completely. She obediently follows the flattery and listens to him, while Bandu has already been knocking repeatedly at the door. Xiaolin, I'm here. Open the door quickly. I brought gifts for Uncle and what? We'll wait a bit later. Before she finished speaking, Wang Van opened the door and looked inside, calmly sitting on the bed with traces of what had happened still visible all over her. Flowers and fruits fell freely onto the cold ground, and seeing what was in front of him made him realize the situation. Xiaolin, you and Wang Van are still holding each other's waist to taunt her. Now you probably understand, right? Bangdu's worldview is completely shattered at this moment, collapsing to the ground. No way. Xiaolian, didn't you say you would marry me? Xiaolian said these words softly and gently. I was just joking with you, mentioning your parents to make you see it's hard to give up. I never expected you to be so stupid as to come here. Now you know I belong to Van Thieu. Tears streamed down your face. You don't treat me well enough. I work myself to exhaustion, skipping meals and grinding games every night to earn money for you, yet you still treat me like this. Xiaolian doesn't feel any regret at all. Being with me there was basically no future. But Van Thieu is different. He's a famous streamer earning hundreds of millions, while you're just a rent-a-gamer earning a few bucks. Bandu realized his mistake, laughing as he questioned her. So, you've always seen me as someone like that. So, why did I care about you so much back then? Asking about you kindly made him fall completely in love with me. Why? Nung Niu always acts like she's right. It's just that I care too much about my friends out of kindness. Bandu, you haven't brought me a future. Let's break up. Although he knew he would hear this, he didn't expect it to hurt so much. He didn't know when the moon had risen high, shining directly onto the river. The Lam Tan Club has been waiting in the dorm for a long time and is starting to wonder. Strange, why isn't Du replying to the messages? We were planning to treat him to a meal tonight. They couldn't help but send a bunch of messages in the group chat to find out what was going on. He raised his hand to pinch his forehead and thought, his right eye twitching constantly, feeling like something was wrong. Suddenly, the phone rang with a familiar name displayed. He called back. Just as I picked up, a strange voice came through. Hello, may I ask if you are the friend of the owner of this phone number? He has taken a reckless action with us. Q now is at Vientiane Central Hospital. Hurry and come here. Everyone was stunned and shouted loudly. What? Self-destruct? Bandu is lying in bed with the doctor's update. He is now out of danger. Zhodong sighed as he looked at his brother, never expecting that he would die for that kind of girl. It's not worth it. Ngo Chi carefully inquires for advice. Lam Tan, what should we do now? Lam Tan's expression now was darker than the abyss, naturally retaliating in kind. A few days later, at a crowded ball, Wang Van twirled her glass of wine and sneered. I heard that your useless ex-boyfriend committed suicide. Xiaolian replied smoothly. I don't know for sure, but he probably just wanted to use the strategy of suffering and humiliation. But now my heart belongs to Van Thieu, so whatever he does is useless. He enjoyed the sweet words, not hesitating to praise. Your little mouth really knows how to coax. She skillfully uses her green tea tactics to smooth things over, I heard this party is organized by President Chu to celebrate the star player P from the Shenli team. Only high-ranking insiders are invited, and Van Tiu, surprisingly, got an invitation. Truly impressive. Vuong Van immediately felt confident, which was only natural. Who would dare to disrespect Van Thuan? Wait until that P player comes out, then you can help me get an autograph. It's worth quite a bit of money. The big door finally opens amid everyone's curiosity. They're here. The P player has arrived. Xiaolian's face is eager to see them. The people coming out of the VIP lounge are all top players, but what catches her eye is her ex-boyfriend. Xiaolian is stunned and exclaims, "Bandu, that damn guy came all the way here just to pursue me?" Without waiting for Xiaolian to react, she was pushed aside by security. "Please step aside and do not block the VIPs." She foolishly smiled and threw herself into Vuong Van's arms, declaring, "Bandu, I never expected you to be so stubborn. Now that I am Van Tio's person, I will never be with you." He also took the opportunity to mock him, saying, "Today is a high-end party. Not a place for you to cause trouble. Go away quickly so people won't have to throw you out. That would be embarrassing." Bandu coldly replied, "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." A brief sentence makes her face turn pale with anger, while Vuong Van notices Chu Ha and steps forward to shake hands. President Chu, "It's been a while. I'm Vuong Van. We met before at a social gathering," he politely greets. "Young Master Van, how can I assist you?" He then made his proposal, probably unaware that at your party, there are several people of unknown status, like Mr. Bandu here. The minimum requirement to join is to have a millionaire status. A poor guy like you, where would you get an invitation? He answered the question without any pressure. "I don't have an invitation. It was my friend who directly brought me here. Stop being stubborn. You're just a poor freelance gamer. How dare you betray Miss Van? Hurry up and get out before you're thrown out myself." Longtan, standing behind, couldn't stand that attitude and commented, "Maybe those two will be the ones thrown out." He threatened menacingly. "Do you believe that if I just shout, you will be instantly pushed to the ground? It seems like you're really tired of living. You look extremely fed up. Villains always say lines like that at least once. I'm so tired of hearing this. Please change the script." President Chu, "Look." "What? So this is the official opening party." Damon stepped forward to begin. "Thank you all for taking a moment out of your busy schedules to attend our party." His tone is enthusiastic. "Tonight, I am honored to introduce to everyone the new player P who has joined the Longhan team." Vuong Van kept rambling on. "Actually, the party is even more important. How could it ruin President Chu's mood?" "So who exactly is player P?" Xiaolian also played a part. "I also want to get his signature. Joining President Chu's team truly means being a major figure with limitless potential." He spoke softly with a hint, "You'll find out soon enough." The guests are just as curious. "I heard that player has won 3 championships in the US before retiring. Chairman Chu had to spend a lot to invite him, and he can directly join Longhan without screening. Definitely an international level expert." Damon begins his introduction. "Now please give a warm round of applause for everyone. Welcome the competitor B. You appearing and waving your hand is Bandu." Xiaolian is still unaware of the situation and frowning while scolding. "Bandu, this is not a place where you can stand. Hurry up and go down, don't embarrass him." Then look around with a puzzled expression. Why is no one stopping him? What does he want to do here? She probably isn't expecting to express herself on stage in the next scene, right? If that's really the case, it would be quite awkward. After Daman welcomed him, Chuha also spoke a few words. A P team player joining the Longhan team is like a tiger with wings, with an annual salary of over 50 million. Everyone below kept exclaiming in surprise. "This is the new key player for Longhan Sao, and he looks so young." A superstar, worth over 50 million, the first in the history of the national esports, taking many photos for articles. Vuong Van was stunned by the shock. What is going on? Xiaolian kept shaking her head. How could the main player, with a status worth millions, be like this? He kept questioning, saying he was a P player, but I outright denied it. "No way, he's just a low-level rent-a-gamer. He's definitely scheming to keep you around." Everyone started to gather around and invite me. "On behalf of Pon Real Estate, I want to give you a villa at Dongcheng Lake and invite you to be the brand ambassador for Does Du Lai Chan Than. Please accept this offer of hundreds of millions." Xiaolian suddenly lost her temper and shouted loudly, "Enough. She is deliberately exposing your true colors. Bengdu, although you lacked the ability before, at least you were honest. You still think everything was a mistake. Now you're trying to drag me back by hiring all these people to put on a show. I look down on you. Don't dream of me coming back to you." Vuong Van also sneered mockingly. "Bandu, don't pretend. How much did you spend to hire these people? I'll pay double and tell them to go away." Chuha immediately stopped him and asked who he told to get lost. He was startled and stammered in doubt. "President Chu, he's really just a hired gamer. You must have been fooled." He couldn't help but mock that arrogant fool. "I was deceived. The strict requirement is to defeat all the other members." Bandu joined the team based on his own strength. The guy widened his eyes, trying to deny it. "No way. How does he have such skills?" Lamtan patted Bengdu on the shoulder to explain. "Andu is very skilled, just doing freelance work to earn extra money. This time, I'm just introducing him. The rest is up to his own strength." He steps forward with an imposing tone, while you are just a chimer relying on hype and advertising to gain fame. Trashy skills, terrible character, and still dare to insult someone in the team. Wang Yun stepped back in fear. Oh, inside his heart he had a plan, but unexpectedly Bandu got lucky. But it's okay, I am still a big streamer of Doudu. Keep live streaming false accusations and scandals for Bandu until he has no choice but to come begging me and take Tilin's hand to leave. Let's go. Who would have thought someone would block right here? Who gave you permission to leave? He became flustered. President Wang, President Li, why are you both here? Wang Ho frowned and took out the photos. Bentiu, what do you think these are? He decisively threw everything up into the air. Your photos have already been posted online. You violated the contract and damaged our Doudu's reputation. According to the agreement, you must compensate 10 times the amount. On the post filled with insults and gossip, Wang Van stared in shock at the pile of fallen photos. No, this can't be happening. How is this possible? Those photos were carefully hidden in my computer's hard drive, so how could they have been leaked? I quickly grabbed my phone to check the information and then hopelessly sank to the ground. This is because her face wasn't covered or blurred, so all her information was exposed, and she received countless insults. Xiaolin clutching her face, trembling uncontrollably. How did it come to this? I'm done for. I'm really doomed. Wang Yun, in a panic, knelt down and tried to persuade. Xiaolin, this is all my fault. If I hadn't betrayed Bandu, he wouldn't have been so cold to us. He must still like you. Hurry up and beg him for help. Xiaolian mutters to herself as she walks. That's right. Bandu still likes you. Now that he's a star and the path ahead is open, as long as he agrees to marry you, your life can still be saved. She rushed to hug Bandu's arm affectionately. Bandu, congratulations, you finally did it. I know all your efforts are just to marry me, openly sharing your feelings without hesitation. You're so beautiful, you must like me a lot. I was just testing you before, but now that you've passed, I can propose to you. Even the bystander on Dua can't bear to watch this scene. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen such a shameless and brazen girl. Xiaolian slowly closed her eyes, her lips unconsciously seeking out the other person who was about to act recklessly. Bangdu. Bandu angrily shouted, Enough! She instinctively dodged and fell to the floor. Your brother straightforwardly exposed her true face. Now she craves the shameful, shamelessly vulgar appearance. It makes me sick. Get out of my sight right now. Do you even care if I bother? Lamton casually draped his arm around him and suggested, Let's go back for a late-night snack. They quickly left without noticing the figure chasing from behind. As soon as they exited the gate, they saw the driver respectfully waiting. Get in the car. Xiaolian's eyes lit up and a faint smile played on her lips out of greed. Wow, she threw away all her dignity and clung to Bandu's leg like this. Don't go, Bandu. It's clear that you still love me, isn't it? Chu Ha quickly arrived to handle the situation, urgently ordering the bodyguards to take her out and remember her face so she wouldn't come near Bandu again. The guards received the order, and Dongthan responded. Yes, she watched helplessly as the car drove away without hesitation, screaming in frustration. Let me go, Bandu. Look at me, I beg you. Tulin only now realizes her mistake and can only cry like a child. Bandu is mine. That 50 million is mine. Why am I so unlucky? Bandu, come back. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Bandu couldn't help but feel disappointed after witnessing what just happened. I used to still have some feelings for her, but tonight seeing her this ugly face, I have truly let go. I firmly believe that she is not worthy of me. Lin Tan smiled softly, satisfied, and said, Your thinking that way is good. He turned gratefully and said, Lin Tan, thank you. Without you, I might still be struggling in that darkness. You immediately realized that it's because you worked hard yourself. If you didn't have the strength, President Chu wouldn't have signed the contract with you. I was just helping you open that door. Bandu happily promised. No matter what anyone says, the most important thing in my life is becoming brothers with you. President Chu just announced that next week we'll be competing on Iceberg Island, and I will definitely win the championship. You cheer enthusiastically. I believe in you, Brother Du. You can definitely do it. A few days later, Lam Tan arranged to return to the boys' dormitory at school and leisurely lay on the bed watching the live stream. Thank you, God of Fortune Danglam from President Tien. I will show you my skills. Tuet Nya immediately demonstrated her professional dance ability, calling on viewers to donate for charity, and the comments quickly spiraled out of control. He watched her graceful figure dance so captivatingly, wishing he had time to see Tra Tra perform just for him. Her likability has already reached 92%. I'd better donate some more money quickly. As soon as she finished the broadcast, she came across a new announcement. It seems Tra Tra is also in Taejong. As expected, there is a dance segment featuring her in the program. Lin Tan quickly and quietly texted Han.
Based on her personality, she would run to tell me about any new activity, but this time she's not making a move. Maybe I'll get a chance to spend some money.
Did you see the reply from Tweet Nya appear on the phone screen immediately? I also wanted to tell you to come and watch me perform, but that act was just to warm up the stage and was placed on the side because a big boss gave the main spot to someone else. So annoying. Before they could react, he used his strength. Being so poor, he only had money, and transferred 50 million to her. She was a bit surprised and asked, Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? He confidently asserted, The other side has a big boss as their patron. But with me as your top boss, this money is enough to buy your place at the center, right? Her heart seemed to skip a beat, and her face involuntarily flushed. He is so good to me that Hao Trich will definitely have to give me the central position, and my affection level has already reached 95%. Tuyet Nya responded movedly, I will work hard to make Top Vu Dao truly impressive. I definitely have to come see you, and I'll take you around Taijiang when I do. Lam Tan Hao happily agreed. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it. A week quietly passed by as he stepped onto Tanjiang Airport, his heart filled with happiness. The plane ticket was booked for me by Tra Tra, and these days I came here to hang out and stay at her place. This is so great. Tuyet Nya cheerfully waved her hand and called out, Lam Tan, over here. The car sped away, carrying two souls in sync along the long road ahead. Lam Tan couldn't take his eyes off the person beside him. Are you wearing this sports outfit for practice? Tuyet Nya honestly explained, this is her yoga outfit for stretching before dancing practice, and she'll show him how flexible she is later. Then she slowly steered the car into an apartment. I live in a rented house in this shabby neighborhood. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure and shouted, Xiaojian, why are you throwing away so much stuff? Xiaojian excitedly recounted that she's moving house, and today she's cleaning up and throwing away unnecessary things. She hesitated for a moment before asking softly, Are you moving soon? She gently embraced the other person to soothe her. The conditions of this building are too poor and the landlord's character is questionable. I can't stand it anymore. Besides, isn't it true that you'll be moving out in a couple of days? Tuyet Nya looked sad and clingy, unwilling to part with her. Suddenly, Xiaojin realized that Lam Tan kept sighing. Isn't this the big brother that Tra Tra often mentions? He's quite handsome. She took the initiative to introduce him, saying, Lam Tan, this is my neighbor Xiao Kan, who always helps with the frying at my house. Xiao Kan chuckled, recalling how every time she finished frying, she would invite me to a surprise feast. Taha, who had silently appeared behind her, reminded her softly, Are you still talking? You haven't checked out before 12. If you're late, you'll have to pay extra. He slowly approached Xiao Jin, leering lecherously as he examined her from head to toe. Xiao Jin, tired of this, quickly left. Rest assured, I'll be on time. I don't want to stay a second longer either. Tuyet Nya also turned to suggest to Lam Tan, Let's go upstairs. Tuyet Nya gently turned the key in her hand and the door slowly opened, revealing the familiar space inside. The small room is fully equipped with modern electronic devices, serving both work needs and maintaining a cozy private atmosphere. She quickly steps into the room and takes off her outer coat. The conversation downstairs took too much time, so there's not much time left for stretching exercises. Lam Tan asked curiously. Then I won't do it anymore. As soon as her jacket slipped off her shoulder, her slender figure was immediately revealed. I can't just stop. Doing a few simple stretches will help loosen up faster. Saying that, she immediately entered a training state, her long legs straight up to the sky, all the weight on her arms to bend her body. Lam Tan also couldn't just stand by and watch, suddenly had an idea. If you stretch like that quickly, the effect won't be good. Let me help you stretch your whole body. As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his arms around her waist, ready to perform a special training exercise. With Lam Tan's help, Tuyet Nya's legs gradually lowered, forming a perfect 180-degree curve. He continued to stretch each of her legs carefully, executing every movement precisely, and then added one more. Tuyet Nya's whole body was now covered in sweat, but she was feeling extremely excited. It really works. Those two moves also stretched the entire body. How come you're so professional, Lin Tan? He confidently boasted about his achievements since he had studied at Station B and Station P. Tuyet Nya started acting cute, asking him to teach her a little more. Lam Tan had no reason to refuse and simply went along with her. So then I pressed your legs again. The moves seemed to get more and more difficult. Her legs pressed straight down on him, causing her to slightly furrow her brow in warning. It hurts a little, he smiled reassuringly. It's supposed to be effective. Without giving the person in front of her a chance to react, she took the opportunity to step closer and gently place a kiss on his chin. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang repeatedly, breaking the atmosphere filled with love. Tuyet Nya gasped in surprise. Oh my god, it's time for the rehearsal. She hurriedly prepared to leave, not forgetting to turn back and ask, Please, Mr. Lam Tan, bear with it a little longer. You have to come on time tonight to watch me perform. I arranged this act just for you. Surely. Lam Tan decided to find something to eat first, hearing that the drinks and food at the electronic music festival are unbelievable, so he better eat something before heading out. Suddenly, sounds of a quarrel came from outside. Don't you think you're being too unreasonable? Do you still have any shame? You're just curious and sticking your head out to eavesdrop. That's the neighbor of Tra Tra. The corridor outside is more lively than ever, with Manhwa constantly moving around. Get out of the way. Don't bother me assessing the damage for the homeowner. Taha sensed more eyes on her and turned around angrily, shouting, What are you looking at? You'll have to go to your house to collect the money later. Make the people who have been eavesdropping all this time disperse quickly. Manhwa turned to advise the young master. Son, this girl is very spiteful. You keep her here and don't let her cause trouble. Xiao Zhen, frightened, warned, If you dare to touch me, just try it. Lam Tan, who had appeared behind them somehow, spoke coldly. No way someone would commit such despicable acts in the bright daylight like this. In this case, calling the police to arrest everyone like this, right? Takuk immediately felt insulted and became furious. Who the hell are you? Toucan was a bit surprised.
The boss at the top of the list. The three members of the Taha family looked at each other and smiled knowingly when they heard that name.
The boss at the top of the list isn't the kind of fool with a lot of money who just gives gifts to birds, right? Lam Tan gently asks about the situation. What are you all arguing over? Xiao Jian remembered the old story and got angry. It was normal to assess damages when leaving the room, but this landlord was digging up dirt. I argued with them and they pushed me. You suspect and ask, isn't it just a normal damage assessment? What's there to argue about? She rubbed her temples and tried to explain. He didn't understand this landlord's dog was very perverted. Before he could finish speaking, Taha shined a long flashlight directly into their faces, her expression becoming even more delighted. Lam Tan confusedly asked, what is this for? The other sneered and replied, assessing the damage. Even that much you don't know. Manhwa quickly checked every corner of the room, noticing 2 scratches here. She swiftly placed a red sticker on the wardrobe as if a second's delay would cause her to miss a valuable opportunity to profit. You look annoyed and can't help but criticize the delayed actions of the people in front of you. Taha directly raises the chair to show, revealing 3 dents on it. Not stopping there, he carefully examined every detail on the bed. A horizontal stripe, 4 slats with cracks. They worked together to create a seemingly perfect act, marking everything from the window to the water pipe, refrigerator, and air conditioner. Both Lam Tan and Xiao Jin were so shocked they couldn't speak, and the entire room was marked with red labels. Outsiders might even think the crime scene is sealed off. Taha Trang shamelessly extends her hand demanding compensation. The total damage to the entire house is 365 spots, amounting to 57,400 won. Xiao Jian went crazy and pointed directly at the guy.
Are you talking nonsense over 50,000 yuan? Why don't you just go rob it instead? The man secretly thought happily, robbing wouldn't even get him this much money, but he pretended to be shameless and explained that all the compensation items were clearly listed.
It also clearly states that all damages caused by the tenant must be compensated to the landlord according to the extent of the damage. She firmly asserts that these so-called damages are clearly just the rooms you already had. If you want me to pay, I won't pay a single cent. Taha crossed her arms and looked arrogant. I don't know where you got so much money, but if you have it, let her boyfriend pay instead. Lin Tan immediately stepped forward to confront the guy. You know I have money. You're the top-ranked boss of hers, right? Even though I don't watch the live stream, I've heard that the top-ranked boss has donated a lot of things to the room owner, and I've heard quite a bit. Oh, the money you use to trap tenants should be used to let yourself breathe first. Stop wasting time and give me the money. I'm busy and not as free as you two. Mihoa shouted from behind. What are you meddling in? I estimated the damage to the room was so exhausting that no one could stand and look like you two do. Taha also quickly chimed in. Renting a room is like that. Tenants only need to pay, and the landlord has too many worries. Xiao Jian was so angry he flipped the bird. You bastard, I will definitely not pay, and you also have to return my deposit. You definitely won't pay, right? Fine. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Taku had already packed up the suitcase. Seeing this, she quickly rushed forward. This is my luggage, but Mihua and Taha blocked it, showing no respect for the usual compensation agreement. I have the right to search her bags.
Oh my god, if you touch me, I will call the police and have you arrested. Ta Cook, taking advantage of the chaos, rummaged through Xiao Jian's personal belongings.
Oh, I didn't expect that. You usually seem like a manly person, but your underwear looks like this. Really good at pretending. And Taha doesn't know how to control her hands and causes trouble, so don't mess around. But she fiercely fought back by scratching the other person's face. Let me go! He started to get angry and resorted to violence. Do you dare to scratch my face?
At this moment, Lam Tan managed to grab Taha's arm again, and the two of them clashed once more.
So the boss at the top finally wants to pay up? No, he won't get a single cent of that compensation money. Every tenant at first always says that, but in the end they still obediently pay up, right? So you have a way, huh? Taha's face couldn't hide his sarcasm. This entire building of mine costs not a single cent, you tell me. This attitude only made him fight harder. Oh, he cried out in pain. T-Cuck quickly rushes to save him. You dare to hit my father, but Lam Tan can just turn slightly to avoid him. Ta-Cook lost his balance and fell flat on his face, causing a tooth to fall out of his mouth. In the end, Toucan finally got his suitcase back. Forget it, big brother. Let's go. The deposit is like giving it to the dogs. They pretend not to be afraid of us, and I don't want to drag you into this, but Taha is still stubborn. You think you can leave? Then she decisively grabbed her phone and said, hurry up and come here. Someone is causing trouble. Immediately, the stairs echoed with hurried footsteps. Who would have expected Lin Tan to use the same trick on them, calling someone, but everyone knew who it was. Hey everyone, does anyone know the rundown neighborhood of West Jiang? At this moment, Taha and Meihua still act arrogant. You want to call someone from our territory with a different person? You want to make me laugh to death? Better bring more people. If you cause trouble here, don't even think about leaving without a fight. Xiaojian, scared, clings tightly to your arm and whispers, let's get out of here. He started to show off his arrogance as a bunch of thugs appeared behind him. There's no time left. They quickly surrounded the two of them, but Lin Tan still crossed his arms and watched calmly. A society under the rule of law. To find so many henchmen here, it's really impressive. Dong Quach stepped out from the crowd and introduced himself. Ha ha, I am the head of this rundown neighborhood. Young people shouldn't get so angry. There's support. Taha points at them and loudly tattles. The village chief, these two people not only refused to compensate for the damage when renting our room, but also resorted to violence. Zhao Jian lowered his head, afraid to look directly, while Lin Tan calmly pointed straight at the man. The village chief, right? This homeowner has demanded unreasonable fees amounting to tens of thousands of yuan during the damage assessment of the room. It's best to give him a special lesson so he won't let one person affect everyone else. But it seems Dong Quach is not someone who can reason. Our village's reputation doesn't need someone from elsewhere like you to care. Just focus on yourself first. Hand over the compensation money. There's no need for everyone to make a fuss or be upset. From the old man's attitude, you've realized something. No wonder this landlord is so arrogant. It turns out he has someone backing him up. Aren't you afraid we'll call the police? Dong Quach and his henchmen not only aren't afraid, but even threaten to call the police back. Haha, this is our territory. Even the mayor would have to show respect to Dong Quach village. If you're sensible, hand over the money quietly. Of course, besides compensation, you also have to give each of us 20,000 dong for our hard work. Seeing them approach again, Xiao Jian tremblingly held tightly onto Lam Tan's hand. I don't have any money. I feel so wronged inside right now. I came to the big city alone to work, working early and late, exhausted to the point of death. I just wanted to earn some money to pay for my grandmother's treatment, but I didn't expect to encounter landlords like this. Yet I still try to reason with them. How can you oppress others like this? Manhwa smugly laughed and mocked. Why were you so obedient just now? Why are you crying now? You finally realize you're afraid? It's too late. No matter how much you cry, you still have to pay. Ta Kuk also joined her. People like you are the easiest to make money from. If not from her, then from someone else. Haha, Taha grew even more proud as he approached Lin Tan. Hey, big brother, since you're ranked first, just pay up. Compensation for damages plus the fees for delaying our work here. A total of 200,000 yuan. If you're uncomfortable, just go back and have Xiao Jian stay with you for a few nights to pay off the debt, right? Haha, and also with the help of Dong Quach. Hurry up and give the money. We're busy, and the longer you delay, the more the cost will increase. Under such unbearable pressure, she could only sob there. Sorry. I caused trouble for you. Huh, but he gently took her hand and comforted her. It's okay, don't be afraid. Seeing that scene, he burst out laughing, saying, don't be afraid. Ha ha, ha ha. It turns out that the number one boss doesn't understand the current situation, huh? Son, let him come to his senses. As soon as he finished speaking, Taku rushed forward and kicked the suitcase to the floor, causing Xiao Jian to shout, my luggage. He even arrogantly stomped on it a few times. Now do you understand the current situation? Lin Tan's eyes at this moment were sharp as a blade, scanning the room. The person who still doesn't understand the current situation is you. Suddenly, the floor trembled violently, causing them to look around in confusion. The door suddenly burst open. Tran Bok led people into the room and loudly declared, everyone stay calm. They didn't expect this and looked terrified. When the police arrived, Lin Tan immediately reported the current situation to them. Hello, I am the person who reported the case. These people are extorting, threatening others, suspected of illegal construction and many other crimes. With witnesses and ample evidence, he immediately played back the recording on his phone. Doesn't he fear us calling the police? The police can't do anything about this place either. If you're smart, hand over the money quickly. The space starts to feel suffocating. Manhwa, Taha, and Taku are now just standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, Dong Quach smirked and quickly stepped in to put his arm around Tran Bok.
Oh, isn't this Captain Tran? It's been a while since we last met. I was just about to invite you for tea.
Taha, seeing this, quickly regained his composure and mocked you. Sorry, is this what you call calling that person? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Our relationship is something you can't even imagine. Do you remember what I said before? Even if the mayor comes here, it has to be. To my surprise, he got angry and pushed Dong Quach away. Don't play tricks on me. Then he bowed his head respectfully and reported, Mayor, the situation has been brought under control. Please arrest the suspect and bring him in for investigation. When he appeared, Dong Quach and Taha gasped and shouted loudly. Mayor Thiha stood straight, hands behind his back, and coldly warned, the Dong Quach Village Committee will dismiss the chief from today and hand him over to the Bureau for investigation. He is not to be released during this time. Hearing that, the old man bowed and begged not to, then raised two hands offering a box of cigarettes and flattered, Mayor, 2 years ago I already toasted you. Have you forgotten? The vice mayor is also my good brother, you see. But he sternly retorted, yet he dared to slander a government official. And with the additional charge of being a traitor, Dong Quach became even more frightened. It's not the mayor who heard me. Then I saw the sarcastic smile of Lam Tan, you bastard. Enraged, I rushed towards the opponent despite Shao Kahn's frightened face. While Lam Tan remained calm with his arms crossed, the police rushed forward with stun guns under Mayor Ha's orders. The suspect had attempted to commit a crime, resorted to violence against others,
and resisted arrest.
Dongquach was shot and kept twitching, while Taha lay on the ground, also hit by a bullet. Why did everyone come? Even me! Oh my! I shouted loudly in despair. Oh my god. I was just standing there in shock and shouted out, Dad!
Not doing anything at all? You impose, oppress them, and even when sucking their blood, you're still so proud and arrogant. Only when you're bleeding do you start to talk about morality, saying if you use a lamp to assess damage, then I can just make a statement to determine guilt.
Manhwa was angry but couldn't argue back. Takuk was also frowning and cursing loudly. Who do you think you are, coming here arrogantly from another place? Then she hurriedly raised her hands and bowed her head when surrounded by the police and pointed her gun. Only then did she resolve the situation. The homeowner's family deliberately damaged others' property, intentionally caused injuries, threatened and intimidated people, caused psychological harm, and wasted work time, so they must pay this girl 200,000 yuan. Taha and Quach Dong urgently said, It's not the mayor, listen to my explanation. The assistant respectfully hands him the documents, and she begins to read aloud. According to the information, this house was built illegally. Additionally, there are reports that you owe wages and construction materials to them, and now you are fined 1 million yuan for illegal building construction while they are all struggling on the ground. No, why is it like this? Before I could set traps, but why was I caught this time? Everything has been resolved, so Lin Tian expressed his gratitude. Luckily, the mayor stepped in, or we would have been bullied by those people and unable to stand up for ourselves. Shiha extended his hand with a friendly gesture. President Qian, I've heard of you for a long time. Only then did those people realize the truth. Ta Kuk blurted out, Master Tian, who exactly is this divine being? Why does even the mayor have such a good attitude towards him? Over here, he's still busy exchanging greetings with you, making it rare for you to visit Taejiang. Yet he left you with such unpleasant memories. I am truly sorry. My real goal is to make Taejiang a famous tourist city. So she smiled brightly and held Lam Tan's hand tightly, asking if he was interested in investing in the cultural tourism project. And he politely replied that he would consider it after doing some research, maybe with a money scanner tool or something. Then I will contact you. Ha thought to herself that if it weren't for the phone call from the wealthy boss of VM Jiang and the senior brother updating her on the situation here, she would have truly offended the wealthy tycoon. She originally wanted to make Taejiang a famous tourist city if she could get such a wealthy investor. At this point, the people lying on the floor finally understood the situation and all lamented together, realizing they had blinded themselves and walked into the iron. Then they were escorted out of the building, while Xiao Jian and Lam Tan quietly watched the scene, then turned to chat without noticing Shiha waving nearby. Thank you for helping me? Let's add each other on WX. Alright, when you opened your phone, you had already received a new message. Oh, aren't you the one who's short on money? Why are you transferring money to me? She blushes shyly. I know this amount is very small, and for you it's not even enough to buy a fruit. But today's help was only possible because you stepped in, so I have to show some appreciation. Although I am short of money, I still believe in gratitude and repayment. Long Tan was pleased to accept after hearing that. Because that evil-hearted landlord is really not a good person, I can't stand it anymore. So I accept this 800 million and even get a kiss on the cheek from Xiao Jian. She smiled brightly and waved her hand. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of stealing Tratra's thunder. I just wanted to say thank you since we won't have a chance to meet again in the future. Bye-bye. Glancing at Xiao Jian's back, he happily thought to himself, she's really a straightforward girl. There's nothing left now. Let's go to the auditorium to watch the performance. When he arrived, Lam Tan was overwhelmed by the scale and atmosphere of the place. The stage was huge and even more lively than he had imagined. As expected from the electronic music festival co-hosted by 4 major platforms, under the lively beats, I saw a couple cheering enthusiastically in front. When will Tratra's performance start? As he watched the couples cuddling together, Long Tan looked excited. The atmosphere isn't bad at all. Looking up at the stage, he noticed the couple in the front row. Both are in a state of excitement. Lin Tan silently judges in his mind, oh, I saw it but shouldn't say anything. Amidst the wild cheers of the passionate audience, it's Kundi. Kandi appears incredibly cool and stylish. Ro greets everyone. Along with that, there is the voice of the host, one of the guests of the finals. DJ is in the top 100 worldwide. Suddenly, Thin Rao was pushed away forcefully by someone. The passionate fans rush outside in a frenzy. I finally get to meet the real person. Kundi, I really like your music. They moved closer, and he looked charming. Kundi, you're so handsome, I have a gift for you. This gives him a chance to turn the tables. Oh, I really like your fruit. It seems that Lam Tan has also noticed Sai's actions. Suddenly, someone angrily rushed forward and shouted, let go of my dirty hand. That person grabbed the girl's arm. Ta'ui yanking Dai Hai back forcefully and pointing at the guy to question him. Hey, you bastard, do you want to molest my girlfriend? Protecting your idol when they are insulted is your priority. In foreign cultures, kissing on the cheek is polite. Only you see it as inappropriate. I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend, so don't talk nonsense. Taui froze and couldn't say anything else. After calming down, she continued to chase after her idol. Cuny, wait for me. At this moment, he could only curse. Lin Tan then stepped forward to pat his shoulder and ask, Taoyi, is that girl your girlfriend? He was startled and called out to the person beside him, President Qian. He held his head and recounted painfully that the girl was someone he had known before, and he never expected she would be a crazy Western fan. Taoyi was almost going crazy now. Isn't that Kundi just the one ranked in the global DJ Top 100? Damn it. In the end, because he's American, you can tell he's about to lose control, so you softly comfort him, thinking that it's also a good thing to see someone so early. The MC stands on stage excitedly announcing that next will be a performance by 5 famous female streamers from the Leopard platform. Lamtan smiled happily, thinking that his father was about to perform, but after a while, no one appeared, leaving the scene eerily silent. This incident stirred up all the viewers. Why has it been so long and no one has come on stage? Oh, look, where is everyone? Hurry up and perform, the stage is too empty. The host scratches his head to reassure everyone. We sincerely apologize. Please welcome the performance of Sexy Fox. The audience is now fired up. Hurry up a bit, we want to see Kundi perform. The first dancer is Tra Tra, right? Are you arrogant? Complain about her or I will demand a full refund. Lin Tan looked unhappy, thinking to himself how strange it was. He went backstage to see what exactly had happened. Did you just walk into the backstage area? Aren't there any guards? Tweet Nya, standing outside the uncomfortable room, is probably inside with Hoda. Break down the door. The assistant just arrived in time to stop them. No. I have the key now. We can open the door. At the same time, Lam Tan was also there. Well, what's going on? She is seriously explaining the whole story. Mr. Lam Tan, our team has a member named Black Lip. Just before the exam, she was nowhere to be seen. It turns out she ran into Kuhn's room and left. Hoda just opened the door, annoyed, knocking but no one answered. What are they doing inside, damn it? Everyone was stunned as they watched what was happening in the room. Condi was clutching and caressing herself, indulging in endless pleasure. Suddenly, he discovered something and immediately stood up and shouted, Damn it! What are you guys doing barging into someone else's private room? Get out! He looked confused and puzzled. Kuhn, weren't you about to go on stage? Why are you... Hak Moi, put on your clothes quickly. We're about to be late for the performance, and that woman with her naked body is complaining. You're such a troublemaker. I still want to stay with Kuni. She still doesn't realize how shameless she is to show such disgusting behavior. Hi, we're not satisfied yet. Sahi next to her nodded in agreement. Yes, once this sister is done, it's my turn. The strong smell of cigarette smoke filled the room, and Xuenya sensed something was wrong, immediately questioning. Hak Moi, what have you eaten? Lin Tan, who is beside her, holds her back and reminds her not to get too close because everything inside this room has strong odors that can cause mental issues. Hak Moi shamelessly boasted. Hey, do you really admire me because I can be close to Kundi? They are Americans, and Kundi even agreed to bring us back to our country later. Right, Kundi? Yes, my darling. Relying on him to show off, waiting for me to become famous so I can find love with the Chinese audience in America. I admit I used to admire you, but compared to Kundi, Chinese men are too slow, and Sahi also agrees. That's right, my wish is to have a child with American blood. Long Tan looked at them with contempt. Sister, do you still really believe in the theory of superior mixed blood? Brainwashed enough to be thorough. Tweet, you should unlock the crash course right now. Hoa Quook's IQ is also the highest in the world. To take care of those below, the admission scores for American schools for Hoa Quook students are several dozen points higher than other schools. It's so ridiculous how they always praise equality. Black lips are so stupid but still pretend to be smart and stubborn. Those are just false rumors spread online. I don't believe it. Get out of here, all of you, and don't stay here waiting for me and Kai to hang out. Sahai is still lost in ecstasy. Wow. Condi has two faces. Condi suddenly speaks up. Wait a moment. He's approaching to flirt with Tuet. You're very beautiful. I like you a lot. Do you want to stay and play together? He reached into his groin and made perverted gestures. You still haven't tried my high-end Armstrong gun yet, have you? He pouts playfully and pretends to complain. Annoying Condi. Even with the two of us, is that still not enough? Condi pointed at herself, confidently claiming that I can help her calm the audience's anger. Just say that everyone helping me coordinate the performance caused the delay, and the audience will surely forgive her for the late show. So what? She didn't hold back and directly insulted his chili. Sorry, you're too small. She continued to insult him by making a comparison. Even Lam Tan's pinky finger is smaller than mine, I said with a fierce look and a stern tone. What? He's going crazy and trying to attack someone. Are the men of Hoa Quook stronger than me? Don't be so ridiculous. Now I'll show you how weak the men of Hoa Quook really are. Sai pointed at Lam Tan's face and pretended to be confident. Ha, I told you so. Men of Hoa Quook are a bunch of soft eggs. They won't dare to move when I threaten them. But before they could even laugh, he punched him right in the face. The force was so strong that he spat out a few mouthfuls of water before crashing straight into the chair in the room. So he and Black Moi saw this and shouted in worry. Kun, they all rushed over to ask if I was okay. Kundi, are you okay? Meanwhile, the guy was holding his face and cursing loudly. Damn it, it hurts so much. That lowly Chinese man broke my nose. Damn it, he keeps insulting and cursing. Humiliation. You dare to insult and hurt the fourth boss in America. Call the person in charge. I want to report to the police to kick you and Tra Tra out for the online violence you're causing to the audience outside. Suddenly, a voice from someone else rings out. No need to make things complicated. The newspaper boss, General Manager Loy, looks serious. I've called the police. Tweet Nya was surprised to see the person arriving. Boss Loy, the big boss of the newspaper, why did he come here himself? Sai smirked proudly as he walked toward Loy Do. You already understand what international status means, right? Then, he boasted about his wealth with the intention of bribing him. If you've come this far, you'll be the first guest from Hoa Quoc that I invite. The two women behind look at him with shining admiration. Bam is a neighborhood full of millionaires in America. Walking around there for a while makes life worth it. Loy Do politely raises his hand to decline. Sorry, I don't know what to call this black guest. I haven't finished speaking yet. What I just said is about what happened here. I reported it to the police right from the start. Then, he just pointed at the man's face and recounted his crimes. You blatantly used drugs, committed violence against Chinese citizens, maliciously sabotaged the music festival, and tampered with contracts. These charges are enough to put you in prison for life. Everyone there was stunned, their mouths agape. Loy Do finished dealing with Kun and then approached to greet him. Lam Tan had heard of President Tien for a long time and always wanted to meet but couldn't find a reason. I didn't expect to meet you here in this unhappy place. From now on, just leave it to me. These kinds of matters shouldn't require the president to get his hands dirty. You shake hands and then smile politely. Then I will bother General Lai. Sai cannot accept being questioned. General Loy, you must be mistaken. This guy clearly barged into my private dressing room and even hit me. But you still reported to the police to arrest me. His face suddenly darkened as he shouted, If I want to arrest you, I will. In Hoa Quoc, they want to catch a black guy and they still check the time? Look at what you've done. Still daring to use drugs at my place. Now Hei Mei and Sa Hei are still lost in pleasure. Condi folded her arms and said arrogantly, This medicine is legal in America. Only backward Hoa Quoc bans it, and you want to arrest a DJ who ranked in the top 100 worldwide. This stage was very expensive to rent, so I had no choice but to do it. He was unhappy and scolded him. Everywhere you go, you must respect the law. As an American who doesn't understand reason, your manager begged for you to get a position. So we agreed, but you still think you're superior. Sa Hei disregarded everything and rushed out to protect her idol, claiming nonsense that Kundi was a top 100 global DJ earning over $1 billion. She is American, just going to a small place to save face for us, ungrateful, and even wanting to report to the police to arrest him. Lam Tan sighed in helplessness. If this girl has already assumed that Americans are superior to others, then she should see clearly what happens next. Tao Yu, she looked around confused and turned back. Tao Yu walked in casually with his phone in hand. Here is the boss. The boss will give $200 million to settle this. I've also uncovered Sai's extremely secret information. He nervously denied, What secret news are you talking about? You're talking nonsense. He shows a screen with a bunch of false information in front of them, eyes wide open as he looks carefully. The three of them turned pale with shock, and Hei Mo kept demanding that he give an explanation. Kundi, those things are all fake, right? So he next to Ngu Moi is brainwashing herself. I don't believe it. They must be pretending to trust him temporarily to smear his name. Seeing that they remain stubborn, Ta Ui then presents other convincing evidence. This is the U.S. credit rating website. Kundi's credit score in the U.S. is currently at a D violation level. This website is public, and you can check the credit ratings of American citizens. At this point, I was driven crazy by the threats. I don't believe this is all just a conspiracy by your lowly people to harm Kuni. Sa Hei has also become a bit smarter. Kun, can you return the $100,000 fee for the green card to me? I want to think more about going to America with you. At that moment, he also revealed his shameless and despicable true nature. How can they possibly return the money if they rely on strength to scam? Both of them risked their lives to rush forward and beat the guy. All of that is true. You're not only a broke loser, but also infected with a contagious disease. You caused my death, give me my money back. Condi didn't hold back and directly used physical force on the woman. Go away. Soon after, the authorities arrived at the scene. Who reported to the police? There is someone here using illegal substances. Loy Do raises his hand to explain the situation. It was me. All the evidence is here. These two girls are also suspected of being involved. Take them in for questioning right away. All three are handcuffed and escorted to the station. Black Mo tears up crying and pleads, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I was deceived by this American guy, so I did it. I am innocent. Tweet Nya smirked mockingly from behind. Knowing the American is really kind, in less than a day I was given a pair of silver bracelets and provided with free food and accommodation. Kundi still doesn't realize how serious this situation really is. Wait, I want to make a phone call. I have the right to make a phone call. Manager, quickly inform the embassy to come rescue me. I want diplomatic immunity. On the other end of the line, a helpless voice said, I watched the music festival live. I can't help you anymore. Think about it. If Hoa Quoc was really easy to bully, why would our country fear them? The person kept scolding him, "You haven't committed a crime against anyone else but still call yourself the general manager. I told you not to cause trouble if you went to Awakens, but you didn't listen." Sai trembled in fear as he looked at the person in front of him. What? He's the boss, the secret wealthy magnate of Awakens in legend. Boss, I was too harsh earlier because I was stupid. Please don't punish me. Lam Tan awkwardly dodged and said, "If anyone wants to deal with me, don't talk nonsense. That camera is just a portal to nothingness. It has nothing to do with me." Then you gently mock the guy. Who would get angry at a clown? Unfortunately, the people who usually come to watch your performances only ask you to stay in prison and keep working on your music as a way of repayment. Keep it up. The Loy Do family will inform everyone directly. The music festival can go on. We have broadcasted live so the audience knows what happened. After the news spread, those girls couldn't find any more allies to protect our Hwakwok brothers. The online platforms are flooded with articles about DJ Kundi, the black man accused of drug trafficking, inciting others to use illegal substances, fraud, kidnapping multiple people to smuggle them into the country, and he is expected to face 30 years in prison. Loy Do hesitated before speaking. "President Chien, everything has been settled. I have something to discuss with you," Lin Tan asked coldly. "What's going on? I also have to get ready to perform now. Tawi is cheering me on wholeheartedly. With the support of the boss's money, the young lady's father will surely become the most famous internet celebrity." He added, "If it weren't for that guy ruining her performance, the boss wouldn't have given me 200 million to investigate him. This is the CEO secretly paying the price for the female lead." She blushed and thought, "What? So Lam Tan really loves me that much?" Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted your conversation with Loy Do. "Lam Tan." Tweetnya threw herself into your arms and spoke Duong Mat. "Lam Tan, I love you." At the same time, the system reports a 100 affection level. Congratulations to the host for successfully turning the tide. She will be devoted and never betray you. With a budget of 250 million, 25 million is refunded and all attributes increased by 1 level, allowing any skill to be chosen. Lam Tan was extremely excited after seeing it, achieving success once again. Tweetnya leaned close to your ear and whispered, "I've prepared a very special gift for you tonight. I'll show you when the time comes." The host on stage begins to liven up the festival atmosphere. Thank you all for your understanding. Let's give everyone a moment to wait and now enjoy the dance performance by 4 famous female streamers. As the music starts playing, it's time for the girls' show to begin. Let's do some bed yoga and relax our minds. Lam Tan stands below, smiling and raising his hand in acknowledgement. Tweetnya sees this and forms a heart shape to respond. The boy keeps opening his mouth as I tell him to, while the male audience roars with excitement. Oh, wow, I love you. Everything that happens at the music event is recorded and broadcast on TV. Wow, I love you. In the room filled with Tuyetnya's singing, a couple is making love. The sound from the TV is sometimes gentle, sometimes lively. Open your mouth and the young man just follows what I say. At that moment, Tuyetnya was recreating those seductive moves herself, but at a new level, twisting her body with flexibility and skill combined with an enchanting voice. Let's do yoga on the bed and keep that idea in my mind. The men standing and sitting can't stay still, shouting loudly. Wow. Wow, I love you. Wow, wait for my live stream and I will give you a dragon. My lord, Lam Tan's goddess is now so ecstatic she never thought it could be like this. The song is nearing its end, clapping the ripe peaches and tossing them around. Juina is sweating profusely from intense exercise over a long period. Lam Tan loves me, do you like that? He gently responds to her feelings with a kiss. I like it, you always surprise me by crushing me. The quiet night is only filled with music, and so many beautiful calories. I don't even want to count them. Along with that, the passionate time between you and Tuyetnya was truly an amazing day. Weeks later, on a beautiful morning, there was lively cheering from someone. Come on, keep going. I'm going to take it down. The skilled fingers focus passionately on the video game. At this moment, Lam Tan and his close friend are climbing the ranks together. Suddenly, a clock appears on the screen, startling Trin Hao. Oh no, I haven't finished yet and the alarm went off. I forgot I still have an exam. Lam Tan curiously asked, "What subject is it that you take directly on the computer?" He kindly explained in detail. The physics exam for international university students can be taken online without registration as long as your student ID is in the top 10,000 to earn credits. Being in the top 1,000 and adding it to your CV, isn't that impressive? After hearing that, Lam Tan decided to join without hesitation. Being among the top 10,000 to earn credits costs nothing to try. Half an hour later, Jung Hao scratched his head and sighed to himself. It's too hard. I only know how to do a few questions. Then he secretly turned to look at Lam Tan. Giving up already? That's understandable. This question really is quite difficult. Lam Tan sat in front of the computer, bored and yawning, thinking the question was too dull and not as hard as it seemed. If it was too easy, there was no need to waste expressions. Just writing randomly might even get him into the top 10,000. Suddenly, you notice something interesting. Hey, the last question is somewhat intriguing. I wonder if I can come up with a solution. Let's give it a try. One fine morning at CSU University, a group of people gathered around a table discussing something.
Professor, isn't the last question a bit too tough for college students? That was a question from Professor Nottingham, and I think it's quite difficult.
Hearing someone mention my name, I immediately spoke up. I did it on purpose. I approached and explained the reason. Times are changing, and university students need a bit more difficulty. Actually, you don't have to get that question right. Just having the right approach can earn you many points. Benedict smiled gently and praised. As expected from Professor Nottingham, the exam questions are very detailed. Suddenly, a student from Hot High ran in shouting, "The professors have the scores!" Benedict looked at the score table and praised. AI now is really advanced, using AI to scan quickly. Who are the top 5 this time? Next to Alistair happily guessing, it must still be students from Shikatsu and the Season Science and Technology faculty. Every time they rank in the top 10, they all claim it. Contrary to his guess, the 5th place belongs to Lin Tan from Wenjianghua National University, which leaves him utterly stunned. Who is this person and which university is Yanjiang University? Never heard of it before. Nottingham gritted his teeth and searched the website. I see, this person couldn't answer many basic questions earlier. Logically, being in the top 5 was impossible, but he still asked the final question and got it completely right. Everyone present there kept denying the results. What is going on? The 4 students ahead couldn't do it. How could this person manage it? No way. If the basic questions are all wrong, how could the last one be correct? Don't tell me that was intentional. Tin Hum is so angry he could explode. It must be cheating. This cannot be tolerated. He must have used underhanded tactics. This concerns the fairness of the competition and puts pressure on the Physics Research Institute in Huaquoc to find out who did it. Soon, VMJing University student Lam Tan's achievement of ranking in the top 5 of the International College Physics Competition skyrocketed to the top of the hot search list, with thousands of comments under the post. At that moment, the VMJing Physics Research Institute's car arrived at VMJing University, led by Professor Duong from the institute, with Dean Trung from VMJing University of Science and Technology following behind. Seeing this scene, the passers-by started to whisper excitedly, "What's going on? Who are these people?" It seems like some important figure has arrived, looking for someone in the boys' dorm. The principal is handling the situation, Duan Hao said seriously. The principal, if our research institute is here to find someone, it wouldn't be good to keep it a secret. Yuan's family still maintained a polite attitude. Ha ha, Professor Duong, you must have misunderstood something after all. It's hundreds of thousands of people taking the exam. It's quite normal for the system to make mistakes if it's not careful. The old man frowned in displeasure after hearing this, and CSU University directly contacted the Physics Institute. Just give us 2 days. If we can't find the cheating student, the entire Yuan River region and even Hoa country will become a laughingstock. Vianjie outwardly appeared to compromise and said, "If it involves students from the school, I will cooperate. But if a mistake causes harm to the students, what should we do? We should discuss it." Draft the rules. I am worried deep down. Lam Tan has money, so why would he cheat in the International University Physics Competition? It must be a mistake. Thinking of you, the old man becomes even more anxious. Lam Tan is the wealthy president. How could someone like him be casually investigated? I've just gained his favor. If I offend him over this, it would be a big loss. Lam Tan happened to pass by, saw the crowd, and was curious why there were so many people behind the 2 students urging him, "Are you here, Lam Tan? Did you really manage to answer that question on the exam? That's amazing." The researchers from the Yenjiang Physics Institute came to investigate. "The principal is holding him back. You'd better run now," he shouted in surprise. "What?" Zhang Guo pointed at the dean's face and shouted, "Dean, you deliberately dragged out the time. I think you were also involved in cheating, right?" Maybe he was just planning something. After making up the story, he sneered again. "With a principal like that, your Vientiane University's reputation is ruined. Revoke its official status immediately. And as for Lam Tan, report him to the police right away. Lam Tan appears extremely confident. Everyone wants to find him, right? You're here." Everyone there turned to look at you in surprise. Even Vianjia couldn't hide his astonishment. Lam Tan Duong Hak saw the person approaching and questioned. It was Lam Tan, Zhuang. Ngo stepped forward, constantly scolding, no longer hiding. "I checked your scores. You're just a literature student. Your grades last semester were average, yet you made it into the top 5 in the International University Physics exam. Who would believe that?" Yuan Jiang could no longer listen and sharply interrupted. "This is our Weiyang University's matter. It has nothing to do with Professor Truong Ngo from the University of Science and Technology, who was annoyed and objected. I am a member of the Weiyang Physics Research Institute, and outstanding students from Seikatsu and Sisan also cannot achieve top ranks." An ordinary student making it into the top 5. Do you even know the true value of this competition? Then he looked at Lam Tan with contempt and said, "I can't believe you think he can make it into the top 5. You think I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang just because I took the exam? I was just casually doing the test, so why do you seem so offended? You're not the owner of the European Physics Institute, are you?" Truong Ngo angrily lumps everyone together. "You dare say that to me? All of you poor students look like this." Then he made a request. "Now take the test here immediately. If you don't dare, it means you're cheating." Lam Tan shrugged and refused with a smile. "If the teacher wants me to do it, I will. At worst, I'll just cancel the results. Who cares?" He laughed triumphantly after hearing that. "You're not brave enough now, are you? Haha, as expected, you're the one who caused the trouble. Ngu Huyen suddenly stepped forward, determined to protect him. I believe in Lam Tan. Which school you attend doesn't determine whether you're outstanding or not. Living in any country doesn't mean you're inherently better than others. She gazes at you with admiration. Lam Tan is the most outstanding person I have ever met. He always studies quietly and seriously, which surprises everyone, so I believe he must have achieved his success through real ability. Those around her are moved by her righteous words. Hang Yu Huan is talented and the beauty queen of the literature department. He is also the director of the Yan River Museum. How can someone so young have the confidence of an outstanding female student like that? Lin Tan definitely has the strength. Jane Guo is getting more and more mean-spirited. Who is she? Being the beauty queen of the literature department is just for show. Besides looking pretty, she has nothing else. Ngu Huyen was about to argue back, but luckily, Teacher Duong Hak arrived and stopped her. Teacher Chuang, you're going too far. Lam Tan crossed his arms and criticized him, saying the teacher is supposed to be a role model, but his words are so dirty. If the teacher doesn't believe there's someone in the top 5 nationally, why bother coming? You can take the test, but if you pass, you have to apologize to Han Ningwei Huyen and students nationwide. Do you dare? He immediately agreed. Oh my god, I'm so scared. If you pass the test, I will not only apologize, but also kneel on the ground to apologize. You happily agree. He chuckled happily. Haha, now we're in for a good show. Duong Hak officially announced, okay, Teacher Zhang, time is tight. We've already prepared the location. Let's start immediately. Everyone followed the arrangement to move to the lecture hall, eager to watch. I heard that Lam Tan agreed to take the exam from the Physics Research Institute professor here. Tenyu, confused, asked again, Lam Tan still knows physics. Seeing him, she exclaimed excitedly, oh my god. She clenched her fists with determination. Does Lam Tan know everything? Then it's just perfect, isn't it? That makes it even harder to pursue him. But I become even more interested. My eyes are filled with nothing but admiration. Lam Tan is so outstanding that it will attract even more shameless and lowly people. I have to protect him. At this moment, she regrets thinking that if she were still his girlfriend, it would be even better. And Hahai nearby offers her kind advice. Lu Nyatran, stop thinking about it. Just tell the truth honestly. Everyone can accept Lam Tan, except for her. Are you still not waking up even now? Not Trun watches Lam Tan's back as he leaves. Why are you only realizing now that someone as outstanding as this exists? You really were blind before. I will never give up. Lam Tan, I really do love you. A notification from the system shows Liu Yichang's affinity score increased by 0.1, now at 99.7%. He feels a bit more scared inside. Huh? What is Lu Not Tran freaking out about now? The crazy admiration from the Ba Nya High group makes the other students scoff. That guy clearly looks pathetic and useless. What does he have to do to get so many pretty girls to fawn over him? No matter how much gossip is going on below, Duong Hak has already set the challenge. This is the exam question that left everyone who saw it stunned. This isn't something students can do. I heard that the last question on the national physics exam, which was outside the curriculum, was also perfectly answered by Lam Tan. Those words don't affect the old man at all. Let's go. And Truong Ngo still laughed loudly. You're done. This is a problem that Professor Duong himself took 3 years to solve when he was young. The difficulty of this problem is much higher than the last question in the international physics exam. That kid made the 3 members of Tonyu's group furious. So she immediately felt indignant on behalf of Lam Tan. That's just not fair. Meanwhile, Dong Hua calmly negotiated. I also understand how difficult this question is, so you don't need to answer it completely. Just having a way to solve it is enough to pass the test. And the main character in the conversation, Lam Tan, is busy evaluating. And indeed, the last question is also incredibly interesting. But in Trong No's eyes, the challenge was no different from a dare, even pretending that if he couldn't solve it, he would be expelled. Recording it in the student registry, in the end, the Yuan family couldn't hear anymore. Professor Trong, this is our VM Jiang University's matter. Please don't overstep your bounds. The others also shouted. That's right. What kind of authority are you claiming at VM Jiang University? These words not only fail to make him shut up, but also make him scoff coldly. The innate qualities of domestic university students are inherently poor. Isn't it obvious by now? He didn't write it because he's guilty. Because Truong Ngo kept making noise like a buzzing mosquito next to his ear, Lam Tan had to comment. The emperor was calm, but the eunuch's provocation drove him crazy, you bastard. And so that he and everyone else here wouldn't have to wait too long, you directly demonstrated your academic talent. Unexpectedly, without even a warning, Lam Tan declared the test results outright. Finished, at this point no one could react in time, and the atmosphere fell silent as a sheet. The witnessing students all showed expressions of panic. What is he doing? How has he finished writing in just a few minutes? He wrote so quickly that he couldn't tell if his answer was correct or not. Then, Dung Hak's surprised reaction and response cleared up their doubts. Exactly correct. Unlike students and lecturers, Jiang Wu is the one who should be so scared that he vanishes. What? Lin Tan shows no concern for them at all and only focuses on the person who had previously defended him. Wu Huin stands here in the best position. The next reminder drops like thunder on the man's head, accepting the teacher's sincere apology. At this point, besides admitting his mistake, he also wants to make excuses. An apology is definitely necessary, but bowing his head to the ground is a pity. Those sharp eyes below the stands are much more unforgiving than that. After thinking it over, he finally humbly begged Ngu Huyen. Yes, I'm sorry, the teacher was in a bit of a hurry earlier. You're speaking too quickly. It's just because of the reputation of the physics department in Hua Kwuk. Surely this girl won't hold a grudge, right? Because her frowning face and hesitant tone made it impossible for anyone to read her current attitude, it turns out he had carefully calculated and used psychological tactics to manipulate the situation. Haha, these university students are very easy to embarrass. As expected, all I need is to be polite and gentle, and they won't pursue it further. But Ngu Huyen is not someone who can just go along with Trongno's wishes. I'm really sorry, sir. I don't think you owe me an apology. The person the teacher should apologize to here is Lin Tan, directly giving him a cold splash. Ah, she didn't even wait for him to recover before pouring out her explanation. You insulted him earlier and even told him to bow down to the ground. If that's all the apology is, I won't accept it. The crowd surrounding also responded. That's right, isn't it the teacher who looks down on Chinese students? They said, we are not as good as European students, and some even went so far as to rush crazily towards Zhang Guo. Just apologize, bow your head, and apologize. Now he has to take responsibility for what he said. What are you doing? Don't stop. At the same time, Lam Tan didn't hold back his praise at all. Surprisingly, he was just as tough. Lam Gu Huyen just now became shy after being so firm. No way. No matter how chaotic the situation is, after Duong Hak regains his composure, he eagerly shakes hands with him. Lam student, you are a once-in-a-century genius. The results will be sent to the European Physics Agency and nationwide media. You must participate in the finals. The teacher still wants to award you. At that moment, the old man's gaze was solely focused on recognizing talent and nothing else. Your skills surpass most professors. Do you want to come to see me? Unfortunately, Lam Tan refused decisively. No need. It's better for you to remain an ordinary student. Besides, the purpose of that exam was just to earn the credits. Dong Hak muttered dumbly, but deep inside, he had already silently made up his mind. No way, I won't give up on such a talented person. I'll persuade him gradually in the future. The old man turned to instruct his student group. Next, it is our duty to try for your friend Lam Tan's honor, and they all spontaneously shout yes, along with Dong Thon. The VMGiang Research Institute just announced that Lam Tan's achievements were not fraudulent, and social media immediately erupted. Haha, I told you Lam Tan is very strong. Where are those who slandered him now? Apologize. Those who analyzed him also have to admit they were wrong. I am a former student of VMGiang, so proud I had to go online and mock the foreigners. Shouts echoed across the Siatsu campus. Professor Nottingham, it's about the incident at VMGiang University. Subordinate Hot High runs over to share the wind direction. Right now, public opinion online is completely one-sided. Many people from Hua Kwuk are flooding Siatsu University's forum to criticize and curse. He stared at the iPad indifferently and replied, I already know. Nottingham slammed the table and shouted in frustration. This is a play staged by the VMGiang City Physics Research Institute, claiming on one hand that it has verified the truth, but on the other hand, saying it has no intention of participating in the finals. What else could it be but guilt? Ho2 also reports that this side is equally serious, with over 1,000 negative news about Thak Hua Kwuk's real competition. The entire VMGiang Institute is just good at covering up scandals. The Physics Institute that specializes in forging should destroy their website. Here's the link to redirect. Duong Hak sits silently in front of the computer, surrounded by the noisy feedback. What should we do, Professor Duong? The Institute's website has been taken down by foreign hackers. Our 24-hour customer service hotline is constantly receiving calls with insults and curses. Our official account on Shinlong has been so abused that we had to disable comments. The old man couldn't hold back and slammed his fist on the table. The director ordered that no matter what, we must get Lam Tan to participate in the finals. He said he didn't want to go, so there's no way to force him. Forcing such a genius to the point of disgust, wouldn't that crush a future master of physics? The person next to him remained stubborn, but the golden sunlight still stretched across the VMGiang University campus. The offensive comments online finally caught Lam Tan's attention. He was just strolling casually and marveling, never expecting it to blow up like this. Now the reputation of our country's academia is damaged. Do those foreigners really think we are soft targets? Ngu Huyen beside him looked a bit curious. Lam Tan, what do you plan to do? He tapped his phone with a click, a calculating smile spreading on his face. He dared to provoke me, so of course I will confront them personally, face to face. On the university homepage, VMGiang quickly shared Lam Tan's post, announcing his participation in the competition, but still not forgetting to sue. Whether he makes it to the finals or not doesn't matter. It's mainly about giving a slap to the doubters across the ocean. The group around Duong Hak cheered even louder, saying, Great! VMGiang University has responded. It looks like Lam Tan is going to compete. But he dares to say that? Old Man quickly promised himself that he had to watch Lam Tan's live competition. Duong Hak, full of ambition, raised his hand and shouted to rally everyone in the research institute. Let's cheer for Lam Tan together. This battle concerns the academic honor of Hoa country, so how can we let her participate alone? This time, we must show the foreigners the prestige of Hoa country. That night, under the romantic dark night sky at the Ha family, Ngu Huyen was lying on a soft bed, proudly saying that tomorrow he had to go to Sikudon to participate in the physics final. Isn't that impressive? The person on the other side is of course none other than Tich Nien. The one you like isn't majoring in literature, right? Why are you going to compete in physics? That comment immediately made her pout. I just talked so much and you didn't even catch a single word. Now I remember you're still working at this moment. Just then, the assistant came to report. President Tuong, here are the latest figures. Tich Nien has been handling work and defending herself, and with recent progress in her research, she basically can't stop. That made Yu Huyen realize, no wonder you didn't know about the big fuss on the internet. I'll let this slide, but I won't forget to tease you. These news I usually don't pay attention to. Only you and the person you like are a good match. She also responds well, but you keep working overtime like that. Be careful, you'll get wrinkles and won't be able to win her over. Who would have thought Tich Nien already had a plan and was just teasing her? Right now, I just need to achieve some results and then confess. If I succeed, it will be like a flowing river. Otherwise, you bookworms. If no one helps, I might never dare to confess my love in my lifetime. Truly, no one understands themselves better than an enemy or a close friend. Yu Swan immediately sat up with a fighting spirit. Let's see who will be the first to escape singledom. She also smiled in acceptance of the challenge. All right. Deep down, she hoped to help, but unexpectedly, the one she had feelings for was the same person she wanted to confess to. I hope this strike of mine will be effective. And then finally, the early morning of the next day arrived. People come and go at the waiting hall of Vientiane Airport. Before departing, Yuan Jia gently advised, Lam Tan, it's okay if you don't place in any rank. You immediately replied politely, Thank you, principal. I didn't expect the school to cover accommodation and airfare. The old man paid no attention to that. Don't worry, you're doing this for the glory of the school and Hoa Quoc. And then, when you realize you're not alone on this path, as Duong Hak declared, there are also us. Your classmates Lam Tan, you are our hope, and this time, you absolutely cannot lose. So we will go together to see who dares to bully you in front of us. The enthusiasm and resolve from the old man made you involuntarily exclaim, Thank you for the support of the Physics Research Institute. Let's get started. But before they could take a step, Yu Xuan and her Cheongsam approached and directly spoke up. Wait a moment, I want to go too. Her presence made Lin Tan extremely suspicious. Yu Huyen quickly expressed her unwavering determination. Principal, I studied abroad in Sakatsu for half a year and am very familiar with Siku, so I can contribute to my classmate Lam Tan. Please let me go with him. Vian Jia not only did not refuse, but also smiled and agreed. Not bad. It's rare to see classmate Han Gu Huyen so considerate, so she immediately asked Siku to guide her. Thank you, Principal. Looking at the plane carrying the nation's future, all I have left now are silent prayers. Lam Tan, I wish you good luck. At the same time, Duong Hak kept providing what was needed. Lam Tan, these are the questions from the previous physics exam, and this is the content of this year's physics test. There is a lot of information, so you can choose the parts you are good at. You didn't refuse at all, and decisively activated the ultimate quick learning skill from the level 11 passive system. An ordinary person would need years of study to acquire this skill, but I can learn it in half a day. However, soon a restless heat rose in Lam Tan's heart, making him unable to find peace. Han Gu Huyen has been gone for a while. Why hasn't she come back yet? I'm a bit worried. So, as soon as I thought of it, I left to ask if Ngu Huyen was there, and received a very surprising response from her position. Lam Tan, save me. No matter how hard she tries, the lock can't be changed. I don't know why the bathroom door is broken. I can't open it no matter what I do inside. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate for a moment and activated his level 11 power attribute. The structure of this door is designed to be pushed open from the outside. Let me try. With just a flick of the hand, he successfully rescued Yu Huyen from danger. It's open now. Are you hurt? Because she just went through something difficult, she seemed a bit shy. No, it's just that in a situation like this, having him come to save her is quite embarrassing. Suddenly, a strange anomaly occurs right now, directly affecting her significantly. Panic is clearly visible on Lam Tan's face, and he immediately reaches out his hand toward Ngu Huyen. Be careful. Kong Ha quickly stabilizes the people outside. The plane is experiencing severe turbulence. Passengers are advised to fasten their seatbelts. And then the disappearance of the two people, Lam Tan made her suspicious. And what about the two passengers? The two she mentioned earlier found themselves in an unexpected situation that was hard to put into words. Even after everything stabilized, he still calmly expressed concern. The airflow must have been disturbed. Did you bump into anything? Ngu Huyen was so embarrassed that her face turned as red as a tomato. No, Long silently shouted, Oh my god, this position is just too much. Then, the shock like before suddenly happened again, making her scream, Oh no! Soon, Ngu Huyen was settled in Lam Tan's arms with his gentle voice, and before the airflow passed, we were still safe sitting down. At this intimate moment, she suddenly remembered Teach Nian's provocative words, "Only you and the person you like." Two nerds with a bad smell teaming up. Ngu Huyen secretly protests, "I'm not a nerd." So, with that surprise attack, her affection level immediately increased by 3%, reaching a total of 93%. Even though she could be caught at any moment, Ngu Huyen still took the risk and acted boldly, causing Lam Tan to have no choice but to go along.
How did Ngu Huyen become so proactive? Of course, no one could easily refuse, and she even went further with those naughty fingers.
This feeling of his hand instantly arouses her to the point of making her jump. A hot, fiery breath fills the air inside the bathroom. Just as the explosion was about to be triggered, Kong Ha, who had gone to find someone, approached with pounding knocks on the door. "Passenger, are you inside?" That sudden sound made Ngu Huyen, who was easily embarrassed, panic instantly. "Oh no! Oh no! We've been caught by the flight attendant. Will we be detained?" But Lin Tan didn't care or fear him. As soon as he came out of the bathroom, he immediately started questioning so intensely that Kong Ha couldn't react. "The quality of your plane is really concerning. My friend is trapped inside and also facing disruptive airflow issues. If I hadn't rushed in, the consequences would have been unpredictable." She immediately froze. So Kong Ha didn't get to ask a single question and had to hurriedly bow and apologize because everything was true. "We sincerely apologize. We will provide appropriate compensation." Lam Tan still had a serious expression. "Fine, I will wait for her to give me a perfect explanation," making Ngu Huyen laugh out loud. Time flies faster than a dog running across the field, and before long they arrive at Seatsu-don University, the venue for the International Physics Finals. Facing all the contestants from around the world, someone slowly stepped forward and said, "Welcome to the 30th International Physics Competition Finals." That person is none other than Nottingham, a professor at Seatsu University and a judge for the physics competition. This is the most prestigious individual contest in the world, organized jointly by physics organizations from the European Union to select talents and promote progress in physics. The steady voice of him echoed throughout the auditorium. The top 3 will have the chance to join the European Physics Institute and participate in humanity's most important research. As for the prize for the champion, let's have the previous winner, I-Tu Than, make the announcement. Just mentioning it, and the opponent appears as he was introduced. I-Tu Than is also one of the judges in this competition. Then, the heir of the Lok Kak Phi family and a genius physicist announced, "Reputation is only what I get from sponsorship. The prize for the champion is to join my team and $5 million. The theme I am pursuing is the fault line, and earthquakes are also the final question of the competition. Just his presence alone is enough to excite the people sitting below because they get to see their idol. I-Tu Than, I-Tu Than." But he just walked away indifferently, just like that. I don't like to talk too much nonsense. I wish everyone good luck in tomorrow's competition. They even keep talking about that astronomical number. Oh my god, they actually awarded $5 million directly. I-Tu Than is the heir of the Lok Kak Phi family in the United States. The wealthy family can afford to spend on the prize. Sniff, do I really want to join his team? Meanwhile, Nottingham, who was once a famous professor, is now humbling himself to ask, "Who is Tu Than? You really haven't considered becoming my student. I can provide you with even more research resources." But with the pride and knowledge of a genius like him, this isn't worth worrying about. It's unnecessary. The genius is always proud and aloof. That can be understood. That's Lin Tan, who just left and was immediately criticized behind his back. He's ranked 5th in China. Sharing a room with him during the exam really is annoying. No Chinese has made it this far in years, and Professor Nottingham's final question is used as a stepping stone. Maybe he's the most annoying person. Those words only serve to make him look like he's above everyone else, using morality to preach. Rest assured, after tomorrow's competition, the truth will be revealed. The contempt is clear on the face of the so-called professor. In the academic world, there is unlikely to be someone so ignorant as to stir up trouble for personal gain. These sarcastic words directly made Yu Huyen unable to hold back any longer. Before he could stop her, the physics research trio led by Tang Huo fired shots in a figurative sense. Turns out, this is the true face of Lord Nottingham. It's a pity. If that's Shikasu's talent, then I guess I've broadened my horizons. Without evidence, they slander. And I wonder how this will be received online. Of course, those who flatter the Manga International Institute like Dokka will speak out in protest. Just wait and see. The competition depends on strength, not words. And Ngu Huyen is no pushover either. You all know how to rely on strength too? Don't lose too badly tomorrow, make them furious. If you can't win, Nottingham will step in to prevent our side from being helpless. Of course, you are all top geniuses in Europe, and tomorrow on the battlefield you will defeat your opponents. Understand? Then the arrogant group left. Got it, Mr. Nottingham. Tomorrow we will make Hoa country understand what it means to crush and make someone kneel. Daohan can't contain his fiery spirit and will open your eyes tomorrow, you bunch of bastards. Until their figures disappeared from sight, Lam Tan happily admired and thanked Professor Deng. He's so handsome. Lam Tan, your attitude now is completely different from before. Just focus on the exam. We will definitely not let those people affect you. He immediately replied, yes. Then it was Yu Huan's turn to support him with great confidence. I have a feeling you'll do well in the exam. My intuition has always been very accurate. Lin Tan gladly accepted the reward and said thank you. Finally, after making up her mind, she said, I want to talk to you after your exam, which immediately caught your attention. Oh, now I'm a bit curious. Since there's no longer a need for this place, Lam Tan decided to turn away. Thank you all for your support. Tomorrow, I must let these foreigners broaden their horizons. Both Vu Nam and Da Ni cheered together. Lam Tan, keep going. Before long, the 3 clocks spun rapidly until the day of the exam. The large auditorium hardly held many examinees, and then the announcement sounded. Nottingham officially took the stage and gave the signal to start the exam. While everyone else is tense, I am exhausted with my thoughts. I stayed up all night doing experiments but still haven't solved that difficult question. If anyone can answer the final question of today's exam, they will look at the group in front and then sneer at themselves. I actually thought someone could do it. I'm really crazy. Hai basically has no chance at all. Meanwhile, Nottingham still sticks to his own opinion and secretly looks down on him. That guy dares to come, huh? I won't give you a chance to turn around and see the prank next to you before reporting. Professor, I have arranged for 2 inspectors to check his hair, earwax, pen, belt buckle, and shoe soles. He can't bring any cheating tools with him. The man asked back seriously, what about Cam, Mira?
Giờ sự yên tâm, tôi ra xếp cậu ta ngồi giữa và bọn cam sẽ theo dõi cậu ta 360 do không gấp chết. Cũng với sự tuần tra của 3 giám thi, ngay cả một giọng thai dạy ngựa nhỏ nhất cũng sẽ bị bắt.
This information from him makes him more satisfied than ever. The lying Hawkwook is clearly desperate. At the same time, Lam Tan was completely unaware of Nottingham's intentions, and even if he had known, it wouldn't have affected his speed. It seemed that the intense screeching had caught the attention of Tuho and Daoka. Writing so fast, it's obviously just rambling. The lying bastard gives up quickly and doesn't even bother to pretend anymore. But their prolonged stare makes Lam Tan so annoyed he pouts. What are you doing? Are you trying to peek? If Kwei CP is disqualified, their exam eligibility will be revoked. The sudden action made Daoka jump in surprise. What are you sneaking to peek at? Too loud, so the supervisor caught you. This contestant should pay attention to the rules. Being reminded is fair, but he still shows contempt towards you. That clown is leading him around. Don't worry about him. Do your best first. Yesterday, someone confidently said that the final question would be about changes in surface flow related to earthquakes. His eyebrows raised with confidence and certainty, so I contacted some professors researching this issue that very night. If anyone here today can answer the final question, even smirking arrogantly as they flip the page, then it's definitely me. Life is never like a dream. If it were so easy, no one would be challenged, and Doka would have to accept the bitter result. How can I not fully understand this? Come on, this is beyond the scope of the textbook. How could anyone have written this? No one can go alone. Contrary to his panicked attitude, Lam Tan appeared to be interested. This last sentence is actually a bit of a challenge, but it also carries a hint of contempt from Duka William. Unexpectedly, Lam Tan, armed with his black ink brush, begins to ignite a fire as he unleashes his level 11 willpower. The strokes he made were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing across the paper. Before the time was up, Lam Tan had already stood up and finished. Lam Tan was the first to approach the judge, causing the other contestants to panic. What? Have you submitted your paper? It's only been 30 minutes. Did you give up? Pai Chi looked surprised at the tightly written answer sheet. Nottingham still remained arrogant and disdainful. Many people are very curious about this fraudster from Hawkwook's results. Luckily, I'm here to grade his exam. This won't affect Lin Tan at all. Fine, just grade it on the spot. And he never expected that just these answers would deliver a blow so shocking it left him stunned. Not only the front, Nottingham carefully checked the back as well. And what was written there was enough to make his face go pale and tremble with fear. Call the surveillance room to check the monitoring and confirm that he is not cheating in any way. Paichok doesn't understand but quickly responds. Huh? Okay. The sudden change in the judge's attitude caused all the contestants still focused on their exams to become distracted. Aituthan nearby quickly straightened up, thinking of some possibility. Could it be that he immediately rushed through Lam Tan's exam with Kuchi, who seems reckless? Tell me. His thick glasses and pupils were fixed directly on the last question he had posed. At the same time, Nottingham also received news no different from a warning. Supervisor Fong has repeatedly confirmed there was no cheating. Now, no matter what he thinks, he has to pronounce every word clearly. All the previous questions. No matter how much he was affected or how angry he looked, he still had to say it. That's right, all the contestants here are stunned. Huh? What? And even more surprisingly, after someone hurriedly left, not only in front but also in the idea of the last sentence. I think it's very feasible. I need to call the lab immediately and ask them to verify based on this data. May I be excused for a moment? These words from them only make the arrogant competitors even more desperate. So you're saying the only conclusion is that this international student got this score based on his actual ability? And Nottingham still can't believe what he's seeing and what he's just confirmed. No way. How did he do it? How did he manage to pull it off? Meanwhile, the center of this exam, Lin Tan, is just stretching himself out completely. Finish the exam, then go home and sleep. And forget all the past conflicts. Nottingham spoke with the face thicker than a fortress wall. He scored the maximum, just waiting for someone to announce the final score, which by regulation had to wait until everyone finished. But I officially invited you to join the European Physics Academy first, which made Lam Tan suspicious. Oh, and I even appeared confident enough to make everyone wonder if his skin could resist bullets. As long as you have the credentials of our Physics Institute, no one will doubt you. You spent so much time studying physics just to compete here, right? The more Nottingham explains, the more he believes he's giving hope to Lam Tan. Many researchers dream of working in the world's top scientific research facility. As long as you make certain contributions, I can help you change your nationality by registering. From now on, that heartfelt speech turned out to be nothing more than a live comedy show for you. Now you're laughing more than ever before, to the point that the aura around you has diminished.
It took a while before Lin Tan finally looked up and said, "Sorry, I can't hold it in. Your joke is too funny. First, my abilities don't need your confirmation.
Second, I have no intention of lowering my status or changing my nationality." Of course, your response completely infuriated Nottingham. Do you think the world will recognize you? Without our validation, you won't find a good position, let alone get research funding. Without money, you're nothing. Unfortunately, for a capitalist with a system like Lin Tan's, it's just a joke. Sorry, your European rules don't apply to me. I came here solely to confront you. The competitions and insults are over. Staying here is pointless, so you might as well leave for good. Bye-bye. Your careless attitude made Nottingham embarrassed and angry. He's just an ordinary genius after all. Do you really think you're that rare? We basically have no shortage. Just as he was frantically shouting, "We still have no one to be calm. With both money and ability, this is the real deal." And then the person mentioned just received the notification. "We did it, I2Tian. The experiment was successful. The data is real." Coincidentally, he's so stunned that it makes Lam Tan wonder what he's doing. Then he knelt down without hesitation, still hoping that his master would accept him as a disciple. Just this one statement once again caused a commotion among the people around. What? Our number one genius I2Thon is kneeling to this person? Oh my god. Not Tin Ham. I can't believe it. What are you doing? I2Thon? Even Lam Tan is just as surprised. Master Tuthon immediately bowed deeply, as if afraid you would refuse. His creative knowledge is truly extraordinary. In such a short time, you solved a problem we couldn't fix in a year. Your eyes, though dark, still shine with determination. I thought there weren't many people in this world who could guide me until I met you. I see my own mediocrity and shortcomings. I really want to improve. My sincere words make you hesitate, but I don't have time to teach. Master, this 5 million is the championship prize money. I give you an additional 5 million as a token of my apprenticeship. If you need anything, the Lok K Phi family will do their best to help. And then he even humbled himself by bowing his head. The leader of the 5th generation of the Lok Kak Phi family. I2Ton of the Lok Kak Phi family asked the master to accept me as a disciple. Lin Tan also agrees and prepares to respond. He didn't wait for you to finish speaking and just smiled brighter than the sun. Master, you don't need to say anything. I currently don't have the strength. I will improve my strength and then seek a master. The kingdom of Hoa has invited me 3 times. I understand. Lin Tan is speechless. Not a brother, and don't let them talk for too long. The reporters are catching wind of a story and closing in. We have all heard that. May I ask which university you are attending in Hoa Quoc? Are you willing to accept our exclusive interview? I have customized the filming plan for you. There are even recruiters from other places who ignore everyone else and go straight for Tu Thon. Sir, the Silicon Science and Technology Research Group needs talents like you with an annual salary of $20 million. Our particle research agency is also very strong and not affiliated with Syasu University. It should have been praised, but Nottingham almost got crushed. I can't stand this scene anymore. Tuthon immediately stood up. Everyone move aside. Do you guys even know that while he was still moved, who was feeling anxious? Who expected him to suddenly pour a bucket of cold water over his head? Do you even know what comes first and what comes second? I became a disciple first, and if the master wants to join the research team, it should be my turn first. By this point, the Tong Hao group also hurriedly ran out to protect Lam Tan. We come from the Hoa Quoc Institute of Physics. This is our talent from Hoa Quoc. Everyone get out of here. You're indirectly adding more burden to Nottingham's body. My ribs are broken, but no matter how many people try to stop them, they can't prevent the others from inviting us. What about Hoa Quoc? Are your salaries as high as ours? That's right. The person who pays the highest salary works for them. Yu Huyen, standing nearby, has already gained 2% more favor. Lam Tan is really impressive, huh? The 2 female reporters shyly asked. This is my room number. Can I have a private interview at 8 o'clock tonight? Tell us about the Trandong research. From afar, Yu Xuan watched this scene and felt annoyed. When they touched him in the middle of the crowd, Lam Tan angrily shouted, "Don't bother me! I don't want to go anywhere! Get out of my way!" Seeing that he couldn't speak, he suddenly tiptoed and leapt high, performing a perfect somersault over everyone's heads. They stared at Lam Tan in shock and gently landed on the ground, asking, "What is that? How did he do that?" Are they powerful? Suddenly, someone pretending to be knowledgeable shouted loudly, "That's the Royal Guard of Hoakwuk!" Hearing that, everyone was impressed. It turns out everyone from Hoakwuk knew about it. Ai-Tu-Thun, who appeared out of nowhere, hurriedly pushed through the crowd and volunteered excitedly. "Master, I want to learn this too." Lam Tan, feeling frustrated, glared at him and said, "Get lost. You want to learn everything." At this moment, a small hand suddenly grabbed your arm. Yu Shun pulled your hand and hurriedly ran away. I know Shikatsu pretty well and how to get away from them. Behind, Dao Hao stepped forward to block the crowd of fans and said, "I'll help you hold them back." Classmate Lam Tan runs quickly. Not long after, in the drama department office, Adao and Akiet checked around with flashlights but found nothing. AG muttered to himself, clearly seeing them run in, "So why can't I see them anymore?" Strange. Adao nearby reports via walkie-talkie that all rooms have been thoroughly checked and no targets found, so they probably escaped through the back door. Hurry and chase after them. I never expected that Lam Tan and the other person would disguise themselves as a kissing model, successfully fooling them. Only then did Ngu Huyen let go. Safe now, and he couldn't help but praise. "You're amazing, Ngu Huyen. This method is brilliant, tricking the guards by pretending to be a plastic mannequin." Lam Tan carefully checked the door again before returning to inform them that no one would be back to check for now, so they should hide here for a bit. Far sight. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly burst into laughter. He. He looked confused and asked, "Huh? What are you laughing at?" Yu Huan shyly replied, "In this situation, it feels like a wicked dancer seducing an honest scholar." This statement makes Lam Tan feel very interested. This scholar wants to test his own weaknesses. Upon receiving permission, she immediately pushed him down onto the chair. "All right." The slender fingers lift Lam Tan's face. "Mr. Lam, I hear you are a righteous and noble man who reads the classics and never changes your decisions." Huyen doesn't believe it, so she wants to persuade you. After finishing, she quickly pressed a sweet kiss on his lips before hurriedly removing her clothes. Seeing this, Lam Tan softly called out, "Yu Huyen." But she didn't let him finish and stopped him. "Today I am not the obedient girl, Yu Huyen. I am dancer Huyen, and you are a bound scholar. Mr. Lam, you have no way to resist, only to let me trample on you." Lam Tan stood still, letting her cause chaos, but today Ngu Huyen seemed a bit different. Before she finished changing her clothes, she hurriedly climbed onto him. "Ngu Huyen, what's wrong with you?" But at a critical moment, she suddenly stopped. "From now on, I don't know what to do anymore." After finishing, he immediately changed his attack stance. "I won't pretend anymore. Actually, I'm not a scholar but a special forces soldier." Seeing her beautiful figure below, Lam Tan teased. Huyen, you can't escape now, even if you raise your legs high," Gu Huyen weakly said. "I could never escape from the start." They quickly got to work, and during the kiss, she confessed. "Lam Tan, I love you." Her affection level instantly increased by 5, officially reaching 100%. System notification. Congratulations to the master for achieving 100% cultivation level for the 3rd time. From now on, Han Nguyet Huyen will devote herself entirely to the master. They lost track of time, and before long, night was falling. Lam Tan walked over with a can of water. Yu Huyen went to buy some from the vending machine and stopped texting to turn around and accept it. "Thank you." Seeing that, he couldn't help but wonder what they were talking about to be so happy. Yu Huan smiled brightly and held up her phone, saying, "My good friend. Before coming here, I bet her that whoever confesses to the guy she likes first wins." Seeing the name displayed on the message, Lam Tan was slightly startled and thought that they probably hadn't realized they all knew him. As he was lost in thought, she suddenly remembered the person who kissed him on the cheek. "Wait until you come back to the country so we can meet her and make her furious." Lam Tan secretly sighed. "Is the Tula Trung finally coming?" Ngu Huyen is definitely in, but Yen Bao still isn't. What will happen when two good friends meet? Is the system reliable? At this moment, you receive a message from Tu Yit Nya. "Brother Lam Tan, have you seen the news yet?" After Kim Do-hyun returned to her country, netizens in Bangkok called her a traitor. This news made him frown in suspicion. At this moment in the female dormitory of Dongguo University, Do-hun sat leisurely on the edge of the bed, putting on her socks with a pale expression, her delicate legs more than a few times wider than her face. After finishing, she grabbed her book and left the room, but as she turned around, she froze. There were dirty red words like threats scrawled all over the door. This reaction caught the attention of two nearby students, but they only sneered in contempt, serving her right. Do-hyun didn't react much, lowering her head and turning to walk away. Luckily, she arrived safely at the school cafeteria. Just as she sat down, a piece of paper suddenly flew straight toward her from somewhere. It lands precisely on Do-hun's food tray, splashing broth everywhere, and without looking back, she can feel the contemptuous smiles of the people behind her. No matter how frustrated she felt inside, Do-hun could do nothing but endure. And suddenly her phone beside her rang. She quickly grabbed it. As expected, it was a message from Lam Tan. "Congratulations on your smooth graduation. I've already looked at the achievements you sent me. Outstanding Kwa, no wonder you're a go genius. How have you been lately? Did you manage to make new friends?" Your timely concern made Do-hun's rare smile appear. "Thank you, I'm doing very well. Yesterday the black cat downstairs at the dormitory wanted to follow me home, but I don't have a job yet, so I haven't dared to keep it." She was so absorbed in texting that she didn't realize she was in someone else's camera frame. Not just in the cafeteria, but from the moment she left her room, every move she made was recorded. To confirm the information he had, he clicked on the photo in the album. The full HD video of June throwing the paper ball at Joo-hun also appeared. All the gossip from the bullying group was recorded without missing a word. And no one dared to look at who threw it. How cowardly. Bullying without the courage to fight back is the most satisfying. Unfortunately, her reaction was too weak. I want to see her break down and cry. Ju smirked and continued. I already came up with a plan. At the graduation, I'll give her a big surprise, making her look like a fool in front of thousands of graduates. It will definitely crush her. The clip is still playing. Wow, this is so exciting. I can't wait. I want to help too. Taha, standing behind the wall, was very pleased with this harvest and immediately sent a message to the client, entrusting the completion and requesting the remaining 100,000. 1 second later, his phone beeped, making his eyes light up. The client transferred 10 million yuan to you. Once the money arrived, Taha had no hesitation in wagging his tail and flattering. Thank you, boss. You're really generous. I didn't expect my untrustworthy cousin Taoui to actually introduce the right person. On the other end of the line, Lam Tan Sirius added another request. No, I should thank you for your efficient work. And I need your help with something. If there's work, there's money. So Taha didn't hesitate and agreed. No problem. After sorting everything out, Long Tan clenched his phone tightly, thinking to himself that sure enough, Kim Do-hwan would be oppressed after returning home, and she didn't even dare to tell him. Luckily, Taoui has a cousin working as an investigator in Bangkok, confirming his suspicions. Her current situation makes him sigh, especially in a culture like Bang Kingdom that values face. They won't accept Kim Do-hyun exposing the famous coach. Even if he's a scoundrel to them, what she did only brings shame to the country. Finally, Lin Tan frowned and made a decision.
It was time for him to go there himself. Then he texted to say he would go to Dongkook School to attend the graduation ceremony.
At first, Yoo-hyun felt a bit shy, but after learning that the other person was on his way to Bangkok for work, she happily accepted. She looked sadly at her phone screen, unable to help but feel emotional, realizing that, besides her family, only he had ever been so kind to her. Second day in Bangkok, Lam Tan stands at Dongguk University's gate and calls, "Woo-hun, I'm already in front of the school. Your appearance surprised them, huh?" She hurriedly put on her shoes and ran out the door. "Wait a moment, I'll be down right away." Soon the two of them met. "Hey Lam Tan, why are you here so early?" He scratched his head and explained the reason he had prepared in advance. Since he was also a student, he was very curious about what Bang State University looked like. "So I just ran over to check it out. Haha! Just your presence was enough to attract the attention of nearby students." Kim Do-hyun even found a boyfriend. Seeing that she didn't look like someone from our country and was a traitor, even her boyfriend was dating a foreigner. Kim Do-hyun heard this and wanted to pull her away. Dongguk University is small, so let's take a walk together at Mindong Pedestrian Street and then have lunch at the famous restaurant there. Unfortunately, Lam Tan just smiled and refused, running outside. At school, she could eat casually for a bit. If that happens, he will discover the bullying, so she has to stubbornly keep persuading him. This school cafeteria is boring after so much eating. I've already reserved a table at that famous restaurant, so let's go now. But Do-hyu's distraction skills can't compare to Lam Tan. Hey, isn't this the little black cat you mentioned? So adorable. The little cat seems to be on the protagonist's side and lets him pet her. Then, taking advantage of Do-hyun's distraction, Lam Tan turns to ask the nearby students. "Hello? May I ask where your cafeteria is? I wonder if it's lucky or unlucky that the other group just happens to be June from China." Welcome to Dongguo University to eat. It's a blessing. Our school's cafeteria is famous for its diverse menu and affordable prices, even imported fruits. I heard that in China they don't even have kimchi. Visitors should show some respect. Lam Tan brushed off his pants, stood up, and politely replied, "Thank you."
I don't know about other places, but where I study there's really no kimchi in the cafeteria. Although there are many other dishes, it seems that group didn't notice the sarcasm and even covered their mouths to laugh.
Ha! There are so many dishes, and they don't even have kimchi here. Then he coldly turned his back and walked away. "Do-hyun, let's go eat." But inside, he had already devised a perfect plan to deal with June and his group, who were mainly bullies to Kim Joo-hoon. To deal with this kind of bullying, you need to be more clever. Incite them to act, then slap them hard in the face to really scare them straight. Then the two of them head to Dongguk University cafeteria together. Seeing the menu, Long Tan was secretly surprised. According to the exchange rate, 6,000 yuan seems to be about 31 Chinese yuan, and for 31 yuan, a buffet with meat feels okay. At this moment, Do-hyun quickly suggested, "I'll pay for you, probably no big deal, so you can just agree." "All right then." Lam Tan took the tray and went to get the food, completely ignoring Do-hyun's tension and the gazes of those around him. It was only when I reached the counter that my previous expectations completely shattered. Ah, here it is, all just lead. Suddenly, the surroundings grew noisy as students rushed towards the chef carrying a tray of sparkling food. "Wow, it's finally here. I've been waiting for this. I can only eat it once a week." Lam Tan, curious, pushed his way in to see what was so celebrated, only to find some dry, hard pieces of food that made him question life. Could this really be soaked watermelon rind? He quietly turned away. Long Day was suspicious. Although in his hometown they sometimes used watermelon rind in cooking. Being considered a delicacy and praised here was an exaggeration. A tray of golden fried chicken catches your eye. But Du Saltmas Hein immediately poured cold water on him. This is a fried potato cake. She seemed to notice the other's disappointment and quickly pointed in another direction. Mr. Lamtan, do you want to eat meat? Over there, there's a fried egg, one per person, and today's seaweed soup also has meat. When Lam Tan approached, the bowl of clear broth once again left him utterly disappointed. What kind of buffet is this with only one fried egg per person? And I wonder if this plain boiled meat can be eaten with rice. It seems like I no longer feel hungry. Anyway, eating wasn't the main goal today. He sighed and decided. Forget it, I'll just eat a little casually. Lin Tan scooped up some soup while quietly sighing. There's really nothing else to eat, and he didn't realize that this action was being secretly recorded by someone behind him. After arriving at the table, he briefly leaned in to guide Du Hyun, then placed the white piece here to complete the shape. This move created a perfect game, instantly boosting her intuition by 10%. I didn't realize you could move like that. Mr. Lam Tan is really impressive. I've been playing chess for years, and the teacher's advice was not to start with Tian Yuan. He propped his chin and advised that this move depends on the opponent to adjust. If your calculation isn't strong enough, it's hard to grasp the opportunity. Inside, he secretly felt happy. Finally, she smiled, and only go, and no game could make her temporarily forget her worries. At this moment, all the students' phones simultaneously buzzed with notifications. Du Huan's phone was no exception, and a piece of news reached her that surprised her. But a second later, those feelings turned into horror. A notice written in 3 languages emphasized that the cafeteria's rule was 1 bowl of soup and 1 piece of meat per person. But now a foreign student had taken too much, causing unfairness and waste even though all students paid the same fee. The heated words and the supportive comments below left Lam Tan and the other person stunned. Why is it like this? This outrageous turn of events left him clutching his head, thinking to himself that he was angry, but also really wanted to laugh because something was seriously off. But it didn't stop there, as an image of Du Hai-hun from a few days ago was also leaked online. The other students started to rush in and scold her for not saving and using 2 sets of disposable chopsticks, demanding the school expel her. At the same time, her phone kept buzzing with notifications. The guidance counselor's messages flooded in like a storm, and the accusations felt like knives stabbing straight into her heart, making Du Hai-hun panic. No. Then she couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears.
Sorry, I also don't know why things turned out like this. I lied to you and said I was okay. I didn't want you to worry.
Lam Tan gently pats her shoulder and softly comforts her. It's not really your fault. Everyone here is too crazy. It's truly testing my limits. Before he could finish speaking, 2 male students suddenly appeared with a large board, rushing right in front of them. It was the large printed version of the notice from earlier. This time, there are also images to make it more realistic. Lam Tan shouted in anger. Are you joking? These 3 words successfully drew the hostile gazes of the group of students, who showed no hesitation as they gathered around this way. Jun's group, the instigators and the targets, start to accuse the 2 of them. Kim Do-hun, did you bring this Chinese guy here to cause trouble? Isn't that the Kim owner who is known for being stingy with her? If she breaks the cafeteria rules, she has to pay 6,000 yuan in compensation. Isn't that too little for him? Because we are civilized and not like him, she shamelessly pointed her phone directly at you. This kind of person should be exposed online to shame him in front of the whole world. Seeing someone willing to step up as a leader, the students around also started to join in the chaos. Hey, Kim Do-hun's boss, are you here to mess around with her? Pay the fine and leave. Don't stain our country's land. Normally, Do-hyun would just endure being bullied, but this time because it involved someone she cares about, she refused to stay silent. That's enough. You're just taking a little extra meat, but you've taken even more. Why didn't you say you were leaving? Just over a small matter like this, and you make an announcement to the whole school. This explosion just leaves June and the others standing there, stunned and listening to the insults. You are clearly targeting me, but how much talent do you really have? After a moment, she finally reacted, grabbing the soy sauce bottle next to her and throwing it at her face. Still dare to be angry? Damn it! Lam Tan quickly grabbed Ju Hyun into his arms, causing the glass bottle to smash against the wall and shatter. You glance at the stain on it and frown in judgment. Oh my god, such waste. One side prevents others from taking more meat with their chopsticks, while the other wastes an entire jar of soy sauce. So this is how you show double standards? This comment leaves June speechless, only furious and rushing to hit back. Dog Hoa Quok, shut up for me. Lin Tan didn't dodge or avoid, simply calmly delivering a side slap to the other's jaw. Move aside a bit, you're blocking my view. Then she turned to instruct the people holding phones around her. Do you want to record? Very good, I will make you all see clearly. Don't stop filming halfway, or be afraid to post it online after filming. Now Do-hun has support, so he's no longer afraid of anything. Lam Tan, don't worry, I'm also recording, so they won't be able to edit the video to frame us anymore. I will support you no matter what you want to do. Lin Tan-ru, empowered, begins to argue passionately. The cafeteria has no rules. The Koreans before me took a lot of meat, clearly belittling the Chinese. You want us to look down on you? You can't even handle kimchi, and you get greedy at the sight of some meat. You don't pay any attention to these words. I know that your understanding isn't something that can be changed with just a single statement. Then do the most obvious thing, pick up your phone and give the order. Brothers, come in here. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside, and Taha quickly led the way, pushing 3 carts loaded with watermelons into the cafeteria. At this moment, Lin Tan was like a savior, confidently waving his hand and saying, "This is 50 pounds of watermelon. I invite everyone to eat." The scene made the students around doubt life itself. 50 pounds of watermelon? How much would that cost? Our usual watermelon costs 4,000 bongs per half kilogram, which is 21 yuan for half a kilogram. Are you offering us this? Jun's group, though craving, still tried to come up with a reasonable excuse for themselves. This must be Hoagwo watermelon, probably not as good as ours. It's only about 2,000 bong tea per half a kilogram, but since it's a watermelon, I'll just eat it for now. Maybe he bought it to apologize. Lam Tan ignored them and loudly invited everyone to eat once all the watermelon was laid out on the table. Come on, don't just stand there. Everyone come and have some. There's enough for all. The group of students around didn't bother to hold back and immediately dug in, chewing and praising. It's so delicious. I didn't expect Chinese watermelons to be this sweet. I've eaten many kinds of melons before, but none as delicious as this. This price is probably around 8,000 yuan per half a kilogram. The previous melons really aren't in the same league. This reaction is exactly as expected. Littlefinger watermelon reveals a shocking truth. Haha, this is top quality produce from China. We can't sell it at a good price, so we sell it to farmers for 2 cents per half a kilogram to feed pigs. These watermelons only cost me a little over 200 dong. This statement immediately left the group of students stunned and speechless. Then, a second later, Dong Thun shouted, "Raising pigs? This is top-grade produce, so how delicious must premium watermelons be? Are you raising pigs with such delicious watermelons? Should I eat some then?" The truth doesn't matter now. It's the refreshing taste of the juicy red melon that counts. They quickly rush in to continue the fight. That's fake. He spent hundreds of millions just to show off. Yeah, I don't believe the pigs are eating. Don't throw away the watermelon rinds. I'll use them to make kimchi. Damn it, save me a piece. The scene of that funeral rite in front of him leaves Du Hun speechless. But the script in the face can't be that simple. Lam Tan snapped his fingers coolly and ordered to continue. 3 luxury food carts were pushed into the cafeteria, immediately drawing the attention of the pigs munching on watermelons over there. The person pushing the cart gently opens a tray of food, the bright golden light shining from inside, illuminating the entire space. A variety of Chinese delicacies are laid out before me. Are they really not holding back anymore? Am I dreaming? So much meat? Oh my god, is this the smell of meat? I've never been surrounded by so much meat in my life. Jun wiped his mouth and defended Lam Tan's actions. In the end, you realize your heinous crime. But just watermelon isn't enough, so you even bring Hua Kwuk Yin to atone for us. It's just the way you phrased it that made me burst out laughing. Kwuk Yin? No, not at all. This is our everyday food from the Northeast. Do you know what everyday food is? The group stared at the lavish meal in front of them, one after another, exclaiming, "A daily dish? I don't believe it. It's fake. With so much meat and such a beautiful color and aroma, it must be fake. Just one bite and you'll be exposed." Lam Tan also didn't let them add more. Then he waved his hand and released the pig from the pen. "Eat up." "Oh my god, this beef is so big, you won't try some?" Jun grit his teeth, trying to hold on to his last dignity. "I don't eat. Eating so much meat isn't good for health. I only like kimchi." At this moment, Lam Tan Nguyen stepped forward and delivered the final blow. "Open your eyes and see the world. The media has brainwashed you. Don't you know that 90% of your kimchi is imported from us? How can I tolerate being insulted like this? I will loudly protest. I don't believe the Bangkok is a developed country. Far superior to your developing country, you are just thieves. The Bong Nation is the #1 power in Asia, but for Lin Tan, those words are just like a passing breeze and clouds drifting by. That's right, I do like seeing your stubbornness even when you're putting on airs. After all, the map of a small place is bigger than the world." Then he coldly waved his hand and ordered them to keep dreaming. Give the watermelon and meat to the pigs. Buy an additional 30,000 disposable chopsticks for only 250 dong. Enough for these people to use for a long time. And if they run out of chopsticks, just pick up the meat accordingly. Even for half a day here. "Yes, sir, but the students like zombies rushing to beg not to be taken to the pig farm. Please don't go." Jun desperately tried to stop them, but failed. Everyone turned back. Don't be fooled anymore. The cafeteria incident just ended, and the video capturing the whole event has been posted online. Soon, they received approval and mockery from netizens around the world. The incident spread rapidly, to the point that the school board had to hold an emergency meeting in the dean's office of Dongguk University. Teachers take turns suggesting solutions. The principal, the school's forum, is being heavily attacked by foreign netizens. The discussion is collapsing. Should we just change the unlimited buffet rule? Are you crazy? If the meat is so expensive, where do we get the money to keep supplying it? But if we don't change things, the school's reputation will be ruined. Anyone who has a solution, any solution will do. In the end, Kwang Ha finally relented, hesitating but determined, and now there is only one way left. A moment later, just as Do-hun and the others were about to leave the cafeteria, a voice called out, "Mr. Lam, please wait a moment." Kwang Ha led the school board and the reporters to block their way, asking them to wait a moment. This appearance surprised Do-hun. The principal has arrived too. Mr. Lam Tian is not surprised at all. He's finally here, just waiting for him. It's good that now the news is spreading quickly online. I don't have to do anything. The school's top leaders will find out right away. In front of the camera, Kwang Ha bows his head and admits fault. "Mr. Lam, I am the president of Dongguk University, and the fault entirely lies with the cafeteria. I will strictly handle the person in charge and revise the regulations. On behalf of the school, we apologize and hope you will consider retracting the online comments." Lam Tan coldly raised his hand to cut him off. "Stop, you're wrong. Those videos online weren't recorded or uploaded by me, they were posted by your students. You're the ones seeking trouble, and then you point to the June group to reveal the truth behind it. I also won't accept your apology because you don't even know what caused this. The root of it all is these bullies." His sharp words made them accept in silence, despite their unwillingness. These bullies had oppressed Kim Do-hyun for a long time and remained silent as she courageously exposed their evil, their psychological weakness, only caring about their reputation, repeatedly violating her body and property. Lam Tan gently moved her in front of the camera and said, "In this matter, the person who truly needs to apologize is not me, but Kim Do-hyun." Do-hyun looked at Lam Tan with a dazed expression, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lam Tan knew everything. He came because of this reason. Gam still doesn't know what green bananas taste like and continues to walk the path of self-destruction. I am Ju-hoon's guide. Even though I heard her report, I couldn't catch the culprit or find any evidence, just relying on her alone. Before he could finish, Kwang Ha gently patted his cheek affectionately. He pointed at the unruly students in front of him and loudly ordered, "Mr. Lam said, it's true. The school's reputation or those worthless things don't matter. Immediately deal with it and expel the bullies who reported Do-hun to the police." After being scolded by him, Go-nam became more sensible. "Sorry, Principal. Sorry, Ju-hoon's classmates." The school guard quickly held him back. "Principal, the culprit has been caught, the police are on their way, and although he has been restrained, they are still stubborn in their beliefs. I was right. I am not wrong. Do-hyun is the traitor. Yes, what right do you have to make me drop out?" In this life or death moment, her phone suddenly rang, and it felt like a lifeline when her father called. But as soon as she answered, a gunshot was fired into her ear. "Hey, you good for nothing. Who told you to bully your classmates? Do you know all your information has been leaked online? Our house has been constantly pelted with firecrackers, and now we've lost our jobs too." Jun collapses to his knees in despair, unable to believe what he's just heard. How can this be happening? How can this be happening? In contrast to her tear-streaked face, Lam Tan stepped closer to Jun with a very triumphant tone. The bully finally got bullied, and the trouble was finally gone. Do-hyun finally feels at ease, bringing Lam Tan to his favorite spot to enjoy the view. "Lam Tan, look quickly. When you said you wanted to visit me, what I thought of was bringing you here." He slightly raised his head, a look of enjoyment on his face from the fresh air here. "Yes, this scenery is truly special, with the gentle breeze and the mist from the waterfall feeling so refreshing. Seeing that you don't seem to criticize, Miss Hun continues to introduce the tourist spot. This is the largest waterfall that I like the most in my country. The Nguyen waterfall is named that way because the water flows down as if from the sky." Lam Tan almost spat out the water in his mouth. "Tian Tian Yuan, how can this small stream only be about 20 meters high? It's not even as impressive as the mountain streams in our neighborhood." He secretly feels sorry for a beautiful flower being buried in such a confined place. This poor child, look for something better. In this tiny pond, your perspective will never expand. You pat the little kitten beside you gently to comfort it. Next time you take me to Quy Tin Hoa Quoc, the waterfall there is the real waterfall. Those words like a switch turning on, helping Lam Tan add another layer of handsome filter in Do-hoon's eyes. Lam Tan's gentle and affectionate gaze says he wants to take me out. How romantic. This isn't a date, is it? She started to let her mind wander off a bit. "Oh my god, I've never been on a date with a boy before. Can I really do this?" No, Lam Tan only sees me as his younger sister. A younger sister can't have reckless thoughts about her brother. Do-hyun turned to look at Lam Tan with blushing cheeks, thinking that leaving the national team and the cruel coach behind would let her forget those dark memories. "But I never expected to be treated like this when I returned to school." She stepped closer and hugged him, expressing her gratitude. "But you are always behind me, helping and supporting me. I am truly very touched, my love. If it weren't for you, I definitely couldn't forget the past." The system then displayed a notification. Affection increased by 22%, reaching 90% of the first rebellious phase. Along with that, countless rewards poured in. Just after the money entered his pocket, Lam Tan wanted to move it somewhere else temporarily. "It's all in the past now. Let's go spend some money. If you're not happy, you have to shop to feel better." Do Hai-hun was taken aback by your sudden decision. The phone in her pocket suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation between the two, and as she answered, a female voice cried out for help. Do-hyun, please save me!" She opened her eyes in horror and hurriedly asked about the situation. "Sumi, what's wrong? Where are you?" Sumi hurriedly gave her the information. I was forced to drink with the boss at the Tio Nyat nightclub, but I'm sure it's not just that, so I used the bathroom as an excuse to call you. Her words were still unfinished when she suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the other end of the line, followed by a series of screams and Sumi's protests. Hick, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I'm in VIP room 01. What's going on? Who's on the other end of the phone?
Do Hyun immediately turned to him in panic and explained everything. Mr. Lamtan, Hansumi is my only childhood friend.
Last week, she was discovered by a talent scout. Then she dropped out to become an idol trainee, but now she's forced to accept underground rules. He quickly took Joo Hyun to rescue her, reported the police immediately, and we also rushed to the other side. Hello, is this the police? My friend has been kidnapped to the Hyo Nut nightclub. Please send someone to rescue her immediately. As darkness falls, the streetlights cast their glow, illuminating the path of the cars below. Do-Han sat in the car, unable to calm the anxious state in her mind, while Lin Tan, on the other hand, thought things through much more carefully. What kind of place is the Tio Nyut nightclub? I'll ask my cousin Tawi for some information. Taha quickly sent back a reply. The club is a place where female stars indulge in their vengeful acts to entertain guests, and its VIP rooms even offer special services. As long as a customer likes any girl, Wei will have her taken to serve them. Lin Tan subtly clicked his tongue in annoyance. He glances at the city illuminated by luxurious lights outside the car, secretly assessing the glamorous place he's about to arrive at. An untrustworthy person. Soon, the two arrived at the Burning Sun bar. The colorful lights from inside shone out, adding to the lively atmosphere of the place. Lamtan pulled Du-Hwan's hand and pushed through the lively crowd dancing to the pounding music. But he didn't notice that he had already been targeted by two strangers with sinister smiles whose intentions were unclear. She still hasn't noticed anything unusual and hurriedly runs to the place Sumi mentioned, which is this room. He, on the other hand, is very alert, scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. The VIP area has no guards at all. As soon as she entered, her eyes were drawn to the scene of two men simultaneously assaulting Sumi on the chair. Do-Hyun shouted anxiously, "Sumi!" She rushed forward to push the two men away, broke free, and without daring to delay any longer, immediately grabbed Sumi's hand and pulled her away, saying, "Let's go quickly." But she didn't move at all, and this sudden action left Joo-hun confused. Sumi, who had been bowing her head silently, suddenly spoke softly, "I'm sorry." Do-Hyun was terrified to the utmost. "What?" Linton Meg said the current situation is complicated. She turned to remind you, "Lam-tan is not suitable. Let's go ahead." But he still stood there calmly. It was too late. I don't know when, but a group of people in black appeared behind you, each holding a gun pointed directly at Lam-tan. She screamed in horror. Do-Hyun turned around, stammering as she spoke. "Sumi! Oh!" She rushed over, grabbing her best friend's shoulders to confront her. "Sumi, why did you have to do this? We've shared so many years of friendship." Sumi, with tears streaming down her face, explained tearfully, "I'm sorry, Do-Hyun. I can only do this. If I don't, I will die. My whole family will die. They took nude photos of me and even tried to force me to stay overnight at over a dozen hotels. I just couldn't take it anymore." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her hair, cutting off this ridiculous scene. "You're too noisy. Sumi." Ho-seung tightly grips his prey and shamelessly greets everyone. "Good evening." She was forced to tilt her head back in fear, begging in pain. Let me go. Even though Do-Hyun is angry at his friend, he can't stand by and watch her be mistreated. So he steps forward and gives an order. "Who are you? Let Sumi go." The man ignores the trembling girl and comfortably leaves the problem to her. As expected of the world's young go genius Kim Do-Hyun with a kind heart, betrayed by a good friend and still caring for her, but she betrayed him, isn't that reason enough for punishment? He didn't wait for her to answer and immediately turned his attention to Sumi. You say it, she understands, and instantly kneels down on the cold floor. She kept slapping herself repeatedly and apologizing, saying, "Yes, I was wrong, I should be punished." Sorry. Hoo. He lets Max Sumi collapse in shame and pain, then raises his glass to formally introduce himself. "Good evening, both of you. I am Lai Hok-sung. Come here to relax a bit, have a drink." Do-Hyun innocently warned him that I had already called the police and they would arrive very soon. That's illegal behavior. He burst out laughing as if he heard a hilarious joke, then kindly explained it to her. "The police in Bong Country are actually dogs I raised. Even though reality slapped me in the face, you still keep your bravado and ask what I want you to do. I will never submit even if I die." Ho-seung is not afraid to reveal the harsh truth. "You, a little girl from Kim Do-han, are not worth me coming out myself. President Tien, won't you sit down and have a drink with us?" He casually dismisses the guns around him and politely responds, "Oh my, it's the drink offered by the boss of the Tutin Lai Ho X group." Lam-tan sat cross-legged, catching the shimmering glass, his calm voice like sharing secrets with a close friend, "So I have no choice but to drink." He was pleased with this timely reaction and immediately made a gesture to toast. "So the boss knows about me? This also counts as not fighting someone you don't know." The man glared with hawk-like eyes, watching as you raised the glass to your mouth. The numbing liquid just passed through the throat, and the system announced its presence, detecting an aphrodisiac, activating the passive physical disarmament. Level 1. The effect of the aphrodisiac has been neutralized, with a recovery time of 5 minutes. Lam Tan seemed to have his mind opened. Ah, as expected, Hawk Sung saw the fish had taken the bait and confidently stood up to socialize. As expected of the boss, your composure is indeed extraordinary. Actually, I invited you here today to discuss a potential partnership. He leans in face to face with you to manipulate your mind. The boss, the strict legal system of Hoa Quoc makes it hard for us capitalists to acquire shares, so we have to find a special partner. After investigation, we decided to choose you. As long as you help bring the 4-star group into VMJing, the conditions are up to you. In his eyes, a flickering light flashed, and his voice was like honey in the ear. Whether it's women or money, as long as there's power, I can satisfy you. That's why Hawk Sung has such blind faith in his plan, because his mind is already filled with vivid images of his turbulent past. Investigation shows that the boss is just a spoiled playboy, showing off wealth, foolish, with no background. If I can control this pawn well, the plan in Hoa Quoc can finally begin. Lam Tan listened to him ramble for a long time, couldn't hold it anymore, and sneered mockingly before waving his hand to reject this unappetizing illusion. Sorry, I already have enough money and have no intention of cooperating with your small company. 4-star group leading 4 major financial corporations nationwide and holding 25% of the country's economy is just a small company. He remains unwavering and continues to patiently persuade. Boss, you once harmed our Go coach, causing me some financial loss. But I don't mind. If we cooperate in the future, I will help you become the top in Hoa's finance. As he finished speaking, he smiled meaningfully and gestured for the next act. Following the signal, the door was pushed open from outside. Just a small crack revealed a few slender legs. The beautiful lineup of girls is introduced in his sincere advertisement. After drinking, I guess you don't think it's bad, right? I will give you the idol girl group from the company. Just cooperate with the nightclub for 100 stars and you can do whatever you want. Kim Do Hyunun also won't have trouble. She stands beside, secretly panicking. Isn't this the most famous young lady in the flower garden of our country? So this is also a toy of the Thai Fiat. Brother Lam Tan won't go against everyone's expectations, casually criticizing the luck falling from the sky. Who cares the girl group from Bong country? They are all beautiful, but I can't tell one from another. They look like clones and don't match my XP system. The system is just following the trend of cosmetic surgery and can't start the counterattack mission. He suddenly stood up, knocked over his glass of wine, and tore his face apart right then and there. It seems Lai Ho Sung's wine isn't strong enough for him. The man turned pale with anger, choking on a single word, then fell silent. At that tense moment, the group of younger sisters started comparing loudly again. No way, boss. My eyes are 0.2 meters bigger than hers, and my lips are 0.5 meters thicker. How could we look alike? Yes, their hair parts are 46 or 37, so it's easy to recognize them. The buzzing sound just makes the guy even more furious. A bunch of useless people. Get out of here now. Ho Sung suppresses his anger and tries to reassure Lam Tan once more. Don't rush to make a quick decision. President Chien, stay in Bangkok for 3 days and consider the cooperation opportunity. You can come here to visit anytime for free during this period. After giving the candy, he turned hostile and issued a threat. But if my answer disappoints you, I can guarantee you won't leave Bangkok. After a long standoff, he finally took Do-hoon away from the dragon's den. After just a few steps, tears kept falling uncontrollably at her feet. She lowered her head, choking on her own guilt, and whispered, Bangkok is controlled by the 4 major tycoons, and the Tutin Corporation is the strongest among them. We have no way to fight back against them. It's all because of you. Everything happened because of you. If you hadn't come to see me, I wouldn't be in this difficult situation now. Lin Tan reached out to wipe her tears and gently comforted her. It's okay. Everything is under my control. In the end, Tayfie is just a profit-driven corporation with money. Whoever has more money is the boss, and coincidentally, I have even more money than them. The first time we meet again, you look so gloomy and serious, which isn't good. I hope you can be a cheerful girl every day, spend money like water, indulge endlessly, and be immersed in luxury, helping me spend even more money. Kim Joo-hyun. Lam Tan, thank you. I'm very happy, and I will keep my deepest feelings tightly in my heart. He does so many things and spends so much money just to make me happy. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Even if he only sees me as his little sister, being able to hold him like this makes me happy. I just wish this moment could last longer. Sensing her thoughts, he gently tightened his embrace around her slender waist. Then he urged Du Huan to run ahead. Let's go. There's no time to sleep tonight, she shouted in panic. Saha, where are you going? Lam Tan has now mapped out a plan to master finance and decides to carry it out tonight. After some careful consideration, he pointed to the skyscraper for Do-hyun to examine. As dawn broke, both of them were already at the transaction office. Both the buyer and the seller quickly shake hands, signaling that this purchase was successful as expected. Lam Tan looks at the posting machine, selecting a string of numbers from the account without blinking once. The transfer contract clearly states the name has been changed to Huyen Tan Company, Kim Do-hwan as the legal entity. She just signed and instinctively looked at his figure in a daze. Lam Tan stayed up all night with me to buy back a company, but signed under my name. What is he planning to do? Will this be enough to defeat Lai Ho X-Kung? When Lam Tan finished the final procedures and just returned, he immediately announced that everything was ready. Next, we will seize Tuting Corporation from Lai Hoxing's hands. She screamed in panic and fear. Du-hen stood up suddenly, stammering as he asked again, "Steal the Tuting Corporation? How is that even possible?" He comfortably shares the Huiyan Co. inside. Loix Co. is arrogant because of the Tuting Corporation backing him. Just buy enough shares to become the largest shareholder and gain control. "The 4 stars naturally belong to us." She kept hearing one thing after another and couldn't help but feel worried. "Although I don't understand much about business, is it really that simple?" Lam Tan gently reassured. "Don't worry, it's all part of my plan." Haha, that's hilarious. I thought the CEO had some clever trick up his sleeve to deal with me. Turns out, that's all there is. Hey, Tu Huaha's role is in Bangkok, within Chairman Lai's territory, and yet she dares to play the shareholding competition with us? He doesn't realize that long ago, all his actions have been under the chairman's control. The man loses patience and issues a kill order. I gave him 3 days to think, but it seems I don't need to anymore. Send someone tonight. Before he could finish speaking, his phone rang loudly and interrupted him. As he answered, he politely confirmed. "Hello, President Choi of KS Group." Hearing the familiar name, he immediately spoke up. "Please come in." Choi Gook, who just connected to the big screen, immediately started criticizing. "Chairman Lai Ho Exum, are you planning to run away?" The guy looked confused, trying to find out the truth. "What do you mean?" He's just joking around, saying maybe you don't know that the Ha people plan to use Huiyan Tanthu Company to buy shares and fight over money with you. I advise you to surrender, but if you give up your shares, I can help. After all, Tuting is declining, and the stock price is falling. The man turned pale with anger, grinding his teeth as he said through clenched jaws, "Thank you, Chairman Choi, for the warning." "You already said that. I have to save face here too. If I'm not mistaken, the chairman of the Kandai Group and the chairman of the GL Group are also watching this. If that's the case, let me broaden your horizons." He suddenly became excited with his sky-high ambitions, so you can see how I crushed that Wasia tycoon and swallow all his assets. On Monday morning, the stock battle begins. Although everything seems peaceful on the surface, inside the trading floor, the chaos and uncontrolled noise are spreading everywhere. Hey, do you know? Someone is offering a very high price to buy shares of the Tuting Group. Is it real or fake? Really? The price is doubled. Code 69.879 at 38,000, equivalent to 200 yuan. Oh my god. Thanks to Lam Tan pumping water, those holding Tuting stocks are rushing to sell. Sell quickly, the buyback price is too high. Sell. I have 200 shares, which have been declining recently, and I thought I would lose money. Unexpectedly, it hit bottom and then rebounded. Making a huge profit, I'll sell my 500 shares too. After years of playing finely, I've made it big. On the electronic board, the chart line is rising straight up without any sign of cooling down. Sanwi reports the situation to Mr. Lam Tan, Chairman Kim. Thanks to abundant capital, the stock purchasing is proceeding very smoothly. At this rate, we can buy 10% of the shares in less than an hour. This is within the plan. Feel free to keep issuing orders to continue. Good, just keep it up. Hoksung quietly watches everything on the screen. In the top right corner are 3 chairmen like tigers stalking their prey, with Choi Gook Shengfang firing the first shot. As I suspected, he has control over all the surveillance cameras on that side. Dong, the subordinate following him, wants to compete with Chairman Lai Hoksung of N room number. His sneaky spying is just a simple breakfast for him. I can only conclude that this dirty tactic is nothing more. Words that don't hurt or itch don't cause any damage, and he even boasts about it. Don't talk like that. Chairman Choi can sit in his position, and you are no better than me. My surveillance cameras are more numerous than you think. All 3 of them look around simultaneously, sharing the same thought without speaking. Damn it, does this bastard even dare to come into our office? He lounges back, looking smug. Do you think a little guy like the CEO can cause trouble here? Today you'll see what the consequences of opposing me really are. And the weaklings in the company just keep blocking my way, using this chance to scare others and show off. The performance is over. Ho X, move on to the next step and invite the shareholders in. As footsteps thunder in, they are mixed with angry shouts. Lee, what are you doing? All the shareholders of the Tuting Group are gathered, not missing a single one. R, acting as the former chairman, steps forward to voice the questions on behalf of everyone. Aren't you already enough of a troublemaker? What exactly are you calling everyone here for? I shouldn't have handed over the company's management to you. He stood up patiently to explain to everyone. Dad, you really have been pretending to be weak. The global economy is in decline. If Tuting keeps clinging to this tiny Bangkok market, it won't be able to grow anymore. The only best option is to expand into the Chinese market. The old man was so overwhelmed he could only gasp an English word before falling silent, staring blankly at Hoksung with arms crossed in self-satisfaction. Through this battle, I guarantee that for the next 20 years, the Tuting Group will remain at the top of the Bong Kingdom's tycoons. Looking at the flashing electronic board, the cheerful news of victory spreading quickly. Chairman Kim Lam, sir, we have now acquired 10% of Tuting Group through Huiyan Tan Company. Lam Tan excitedly uncorks a bottle to celebrate. It's really that easy. Victory is just a matter of time. Let's pop the champagne. Du Hyun raised his glass of wine but couldn't hide his admiration. Mr. Lam Tan is really impressive. I didn't expect him to have that much money, easily pulling out 200 billion yuan like it's nothing. You finished your drink before calmly explaining that I had already investigated thoroughly. Currently, the total value of Tuting Corporation's shares is 100 billion yuan, with 5 billion shares in total. Lo Exium holds 35% of the shares, and my funds are enough to buy 36%, which is 1% more than Lo Exium. Lam Tan's steady voice kept echoing into the listening device. By then, I would be the largest shareholder of the Tuting group. Li Hoxong also has to obey me. Ha ha ha. After listening, he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. He pointed at the big screen and boomed arrogantly. Isn't that very funny? This Chinese guy only halfway through his celebration, and I can laugh for a whole year. Ho Seung confidently sets the bait for the big catch. Sell 5% of my shares, but increase the price of each share 5-fold. If he wants to buy, just let him buy it all at once, Trang Hai respectfully called out from behind. Yes. Du Hee-hyun looked away from his phone to ask for advice. Lam Tan, now most of the shares held by small investors have been bought up. The pace has slowed down significantly, but the Tuting Group just released another 5% of shares, though the price has risen quite a bit to 1,000 yuan each. Should we buy? He stroked his chin and thought, expensive, but at the same time, Lai Hoxum's 5% stake is also slipping away. No need to wait too long, he quickly finalized the purchase. This is a great opportunity to seize the shares from Lai Hoxium. I can't ignore it. She cheerfully agrees to move forward together or back, pointing at the dancing chart and exclaiming with joy. Our shareholding has now reached 15%. You hum softly and let out a small sigh. He looked at your tense face on the screen, happily making a comment. As expected, you couldn't smile anymore. Hoksung had already envisioned the current scenario for both sides. I know your trick now. To buy 36% of Tuting, you need 700 billion. You spent 450 billion, leaving 250 billion. I hold 35% and will only sell 5%, leaving you with 30% that you can't shake. You're still far from enough. He imagines himself tightening a financial noose around Lam Tan. Now I can slowly squeeze every penny out of you until you feel like you can't breathe anymore, and your money and life will be completely in my hands. Duhan looked at the updated chart showing the latest situation. Mr. Lam Tan and the 4-star group are releasing another 5% of shares. So now only 25% of the shares remain. Hao Huanglao asked again. Really? She said confidently, with a hint of dilemma. But this time the price of the 5% shares is 7 times the original value. She nervously reveals an astronomical figure, 1,400 yuan per share. So to buy all 5% of these shares, I need 350 billion. But I only have 250 billion prepared now, Du Huan nervously said. So what do we do now? Lam Tan turned and left the door, saying, I'll go think of a way. Through Ho Seung's camera, you can see him standing outside on the balcony, negotiating with someone. Yes, mortgaging 29 houses in Mu and 3 companies in Yudo as well. Yeah, I understand. A lower price is okay, as long as we act quickly. After hanging up, he briefly said 2 words and then ended the call. She clenched her fists in excitement. What? Is there enough money now? That's great. Secretary SNYY understood and responded immediately. Yes, Chairman Kim, I will arrange to buy this 5% stake immediately. With the money issue resolved, Du-hun then turned to ask Han. So, our stake will reach 20%. Mr. Lam Tan, are you okay? You hold Han Ho to comfort him. It's okay. She cautiously left her seat and boldly voiced her suspicion. Mr. Lam Tan, the stock price has already been pushed too high now. It can only go down later, not up further. Do you think this might be a trap? Is it set up by Lai Hoxum? Maybe we should stop here. You suddenly punched the table hard, protesting immediately. No, I absolutely will not stop. That beast Lai Hoxum dares to threaten me, I must settle this score. The money is only temporarily stuck. As long as I can seize control of the Tuting Corporation and kill that beast, I will be able to profit from Tuting. Are you planning to go all in just to satisfy your desire to kill me? Fine, then let the secretary add another 5%. Trang Hai nodded firmly, and Juk, out of breath, shouted a warning. Ho Seung, think carefully. If Hyuntown Company buys another 5%, they will hold 25% of the shares, and you will only have 20% left. The man turned back to mock his own father. It's a simple matter. Do you think I don't know that kid is out of money? If he wants to raise more funds, he can only resort to the last measure. All of this is part of my plan. My thunderous declaration made everyone present, from shareholders to partners, applaud in unison. Inside the screen, Lam Tan's steady voice continued. Is the 4-star group releasing another 5% stake? Ha ha ha, as expected. Leho Excom forgets his own shareholding ratio once he sees money. He didn't realize that the one secretly buying his shares is actually me. You calmly reveal your plans, just a little more, just need me to buy the last 5%, and this stock battle will be mine. Du Hai-hun beside you is still worried, but I still need 350 billion more to buy that final 5%. Your news isn't over yet. Keep a close eye, and the Huiyan Co chart reveals that I still have one ultimate move left, to be used at the decisive moment of this month. What? That Chinese guy still has a way out? It's clear it's gotten to this point. Yet they still managed to raise funds. Ho Seung calmly replied,
I saw through it long ago.
Both he and Lam Tan found themselves unexpectedly thinking the same thing. Collateral for the circulation division. Choi Gu couldn't believe it and lunged forward. The collateral for the circulation part involves using several wholly owned companies as collateral to erase funds. This is a series of high-stakes financial moves layered one after another, with high interest rates hidden beneath a double-layered financial facade. Zhang Ti also shares the same opinion. This method is too risky. He opened his mouth to analyze your current precarious situation, and he certainly has many companies in Hua Kwuk. This method is indeed feasible. But even though he could mobilize a large amount of capital in a short time, just a little accidental leak of information would cause all that money to collapse immediately. As everyone imagined the scene of Lam Tan being at his mercy, they suddenly shared the same realization that all of this had already been part of Lai Hoxham's plan. It's terrifying. How did he manage to do that? That Chinese guy is like a puppet in his hands. Choi Gook, holding his head, declared, "He's lost." Zhang Ti sighed in disappointment. Ha! Lacking practical vision, and Kaoki remains as concise as ever. All right, wasting time. The three of them leave the pointless conversation. Treng Hai looked up and reported in a formal manner. Chairman Choi, and the others all hung up at the same time. He smirked sinisterly, ready to make his final move. This game should be coming to an end. On the opposite side, Sun Wai calmly reports the final result. Chairman Kim On Lam successfully acquired 5% of the shares with a 350 billion funding. Now we hold 25% of Two Teen Group's shares. Do Hyun embraces Lam Tan and cheers loudly. We won! Hak Sung, witnessing this joyful scene, snapped his fingers to signal. Now is the time to defend the net. She checks the number of shares this guy has. Following the sudden command, Leo Rank accelerates rapidly. R stares at his phone in shock and screams out loud. Why are there suddenly so many shares like this? The old man glanced at the shareholders next to him. Suddenly, my old mind was enlightened in that moment. So that's how it is. The old man couldn't help but loudly confirm that all of it is your shares. You released your shares just for Lai Hoxung to buy at a low price. Jae-bo immediately visualized his evil son crushing others, and although each shareholder's stake wasn't large, together they added up to 15%. As long as Lai Hoxung buys all these small shares, she will surpass 25% of the director's stake and reach 35%. Old Mr. Lee, the elder, rushes over to cheer. Hoxung, you really do have talent. Your father saw your potential before and chose you as his heir. But even if the shareholders don't drive up the stock price, the current price has already been pushed to 150,000 WW, equivalent to 800,000 won. We don't have enough money to buy a single share. The kind man explaining that the fundraising method involves pledging the circulating shares. I'm tired of this game. I've been prepared for a long time. Treng Hai understood the message and quickly reviewed the document in her hand. Everything is on schedule. Mr. Chairman, when the shareholders started selling their shares, I immediately mobilized 600 billion to buy up 15%. Now, our stake has reached 35%. Ho Seum stretches out his arms in satisfaction and lets out two long shouts. The game is over, and at the same time, a sound echoes on the screen. Congratulations, President Kim. Sanwai jumps up and cheers wildly, just like winning the lottery. We have acquired 32% of the Two Teen Group's shares. Both him and the woman beside him are stunned and even stand up from their seats. The shareholder group acted even more exaggerated. Everyone's so shocked they almost dropped their jaws. He pointed at the camera with suspicion. What is she talking nonsense about? Dad is feeling the same way. Did I say something wrong? How is that possible? Treng Hai nervously checked the tablet. Wait for me a moment. How can this be? After trying everything, she held up the share percentage to confirm it's real. Kim Do-hun's side somehow got a large sum of money to buy an additional 78 shares from small investors. Now they hold 32% and continue to buy. In less than an hour, they will surpass us. The group of shareholders groan in shock. How is that possible? That Chinese person was out of money, wasn't he? The surveillance footage is still recording. Where did he get the money from? Could he have raised over 350 billion before that? Ho Seung slammed his fist on the chair and quickly issued a new order, telling the surveillance team to check thoroughly where that Chinese man got such a huge amount of money from. At the same time, we must not stop, continue buying shares, and absolutely not let him surpass us. The debate between HX Seung and the shareholders is still very intense, but that 60 billion is all the money we can raise. Where do you get tens of billions to buy shares? Don't you have many private companies and real estate firms? But those are ours. Moreover, with the current stock price reaching 170,000 yuan per share, 900 yuan each, how much money would be needed to buy 1%? He hasn't said a kind word all this time, and now he dares to give orders. Are you all brainless? If that person's share ownership exceeds mine, can you still recover your shares? Everything will go along with me in the end. In the end, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept. There's no way out anymore. They can only do this. Then one by one, they listed their companies. I have 3 companies. I can take out 1.6 billion. A while later, the news report appeared. Lo XCM owns 45%, Kim Do-hun owns 40%. Humung had been staring at the screen for a long time and finally secured 45%. Hearing this, the other shareholders let out a sigh of relief. Trang Hai completed the ownership analysis, and Huyen Tan's final stake remained at 40%, with no increase. It seems all their funds have been exhausted. Suddenly, he burst into loud, victorious laughter. Ha ha ha. Now, Hak Seong is truly satisfied. Ha ha ha, I have won. Then he continued to watch the opponent frantically messing with his hair on the screen, growing more confident as he argued with me. No one has ever been able to beat my Lai Hak Seong before. All your information is now in my stocks. Haha, next, I proudly reveal my plan. I have 100 ways to make Huyen Tan the second largest shareholder of the company. He can only become my pawn if he doesn't go bankrupt. Then I can use him to make a profit. Even if I have to pay the price, it's all worth it. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention. It was Lam Tan calmly opening the door and reminding them to wake up and stop dreaming. As soon as they saw him, they broke out in cold sweat. Ho Sung was momentarily confused. What is happening? Isn't he still sitting in the company? The surveillance system is broken? No, there's nothing to panic about.
Now that everything is settled, there's no turning back. According to that line of reasoning, he is confident that he must have arrived by helicopter to bow and admit his mistake to me.
Hak So arrogantly pointed at the opponent and ordered. It was the perfect timing. I won't have to call you. Kneel down and bow to swear loyalty to me. I also value talented people, and you'll have a position in the Tu Ting Corporation. Oh, what about the Tu Ting Corporation? The Tu Ting Corporation no longer exists. Hearing this, Hawks' mind was full of questions. What are you talking about? Immediately, the influential and powerful people behind Lam Tan stepped forward, including Director Ka, the internal director, and Director Hak Sung, who looked terrified and said, "You are not." And so Lam Tan invited those prominent figures to reveal the truth. Sorry, Director Lai, I haven't had a chance to inform you yet. President Chien suddenly contacted us and said he wanted to cooperate, so we hung up. Ho Seung clenched his teeth and remembered. From that moment on, they looked like demons in front of him.
President Tien said, "As long as we work together against you, after winning, the ownership shares will be divided equally." So I decided to cooperate.
Now, our four people's shareholding is 55%. You lost, Director Lai. After they broke your spirit, Hak Sung refused to believe it. No way. I've been watching your friend all this time. How could you possibly be in contact with them? That's why Lam Tan didn't hesitate to expose him. I knew all along that he was monitoring me. By the way, you might as well tell Roy Fuang that he can do the same. Using the power and resources I have, I hacked to fight back against the surveillance. Everyone in my friend's company are top hackers. Controlling his images shouldn't be too easy, right? According to Lam Tan, Ho Sung looked back at the screen to verify. What? That was a pre-recorded image, but how could you synchronize it with AI-generated real-time footage? So you're still thinking ahead. What era are we in that you're still filming in advance? Today, AI is used to generate real-time images. I just need to do remote voiceover. Seeing this expression of his really makes Lam Tan want to tease him. I wonder if Director Lai will enjoy the show of killing the horse and slaughtering the chicken. Then he moved the camera to different angles, causing Hak Sung to scream in shock. The shareholders nearby were just as frantic. Damn it, what is this? It's too shocking. I'm blind now. Oh, mother. Lam Tan calmly explained that my feelings are so overwhelming I can't spend them all, so there's no need to raise capital. It's just hard to fully express emotions through dialogue. For this reason, I even asked a friend to act and give advice. At this point, Hak Sung has lost all reason. Damn it, shut your mouth for me. Damn it, how could I lose to you? How could someone spend all their money like you? That statement was immediately torn apart by Choi Gook. Director Lai, if you're so desperate, what do you have to give up if you don't sell the ownership of the part? Haha. Cao clearly warned you that you would lose everything, but we are different, so you better obediently hand it over, or do you want to try some other forms of entertainment? Ho Sung suddenly burst into laughter, leaving everyone puzzled. Haha. The boss threatened loudly. You dare to come onto my turf and act arrogant with me, so tell me, are you all idiots or just idiots? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of armed guards entered. Choi Gook instinctively took a step back. You think we're not prepared? Cao also has a warning. If you dare to act, I'm afraid you'll suffer loss. Director Lai, right now Hak Sung's guards are suppressing Lam Tan's side. Seeing his enemies in trouble, he's truly excited. When hearing her master's command, Trang He immediately charged forward, knocking Lam Tan's guard down with just a kick. As she hit the ground, she punched the wall with a force far beyond normal human strength. Those three chairmen just stood there frozen. Thanks to this good move, Hung can proudly introduce it so you can get a taste. Human weapons cost hundreds of millions to produce. My best trump card. Trang He's power is so overwhelming that it makes them swear in fear. Damn it, attack now! The bodyguards immediately opened fire continuously. I never expected Trang He on the other side to be so powerful that she could block their weapons with her hands. Both bodyguards simultaneously pulled the trigger, the gunfire ringing out clearly. But all it took was a slight bend of the arm to reverse it back, then skillfully targeting the knee, pulling the elbow joint with finesse. Seeing this scene, the three presidents are shocked to the core. Now Hak Sung has even more reason to be arrogant. She truly is my treasure. She is the queen I chose from thousands of Special Forces soldiers. I equipped her with these titanium alloy robotic hands, those worthless bodyguards. Then he turned to give the order. Trang He, please do not hurt these presidents. Eliminate the others. Immediately adopt a seductive pose. Immediately, Treng He eliminated one of the guards, and within seconds, the others all lay defeated on the ground. The chairmen were so overwhelmed they fell to their knees. But what kind of monster is this woman after all? She's so terrifying. Ho Sung immediately rewarded her. Truly worthy of being my little treasure. Treng Hai let out a small sound of satisfaction in her throat while Ho Sung casually put his hands in his pockets and showed off. What did you just say? Oh, right. You want my shares, don't you? Didn't you say there are many ways to have fun? Now it's your turn. Since you're in the lead, he's taking the opportunity to make demands. Given their status as top tycoons, each trading 400 billion worth of shares for their lives, it's quite a bargain, isn't it? Now those three chairmen can only grit their teeth in anger at him. Then, Ho Exium turned to Lam Tan to give an order, so he obediently bowed and signed. After this game is over, you're still too weak. Otherwise, this gun would have already... From the beginning until now, Lam Tan has kept a cold expression but suddenly reached behind and brazenly snatched the gun from the guard to point it at the person opposite him, making Ho Exium even more furious. Treng He's face shows clear surprise, causing the surrounding shareholders to be stunned. Only the three chairmen are waiting for a plot twist. Lam Tan directly strikes Ho Exi's face while delivering a warning. Don't worry, you are so valuable that I won't let you go easily. The guy instinctively calls his ace again. Treng He. Immediately, she gathers her strength for an attack and then delivers a powerful punch to her opponent. Yet Lam Tan could stop him with just one hand. Everyone around was stunned. Especially Hok Sung has never even dared to think of this. How is that possible? The strength of a heavyweight boxer is 360 kilograms. But with Treng He's mechanical arm, each punch has a force of up to 500 kilograms, said. How can he touch with just one hand? After blocking the attack, Lam Tan taunted. With such captivating eyes, you can afford to be a bit more forceful. Then, relax your palm. Ho Seung couldn't accept the truth and stubbornly insisted that Treng He was just afraid of a punch earlier and held back. It must be that way. You still dare to challenge. Treng He, in a furious state, even I can't stop her. Kid, you're definitely done for. This time, Treng He sped up and launched a relentless attack. She threw a punch, but Lam Tan quickly countered and easily pushed her away. Seeing her defeated like that, Ho Eok Seung turned hostile. No way. Treng Hai, get up. Treng He, how much money have I spent on you? And now you're defeated like this. You useless thing. Lam Tan stepped on his head with his foot. Well, it seems like you have no more tricks up your sleeve. Chairman Lai should probably call him a failure drowning in hundreds of billions in debt. Even when being crushed flat, Hok Sung still responded confidently, I cannot afford to lose. I am the embodiment of victory. I dominate the four-star empire and surpass South Korea's laws, thanks to my extraordinary intelligence, while you're just a young Chinese petty tycoon with barely any hair. The two Ting group is mine. More than half of Korea also belongs to me. Hearing this nonsense from him, it annoyed you, so you kicked him. It was this kick that now leaves Hok Sung hanging between life and death. He starts crying out in fear. And on top of that, Lam Tan came closer and stepped on him. What did he just say? I can't hear clearly. At this moment, all he can do is desperately beg. Help me, save me, pull me up. I was wrong. It was my fault. You were just scratching your ear and teasing on purpose. Oh well, with this 100-story building, the wind is so strong I can't hear a thing, and my legs are getting tired too. Maybe I should let go. Ho Seung's tears and runny nose are streaming down his face. Please, I don't know about the money. I'm blind. Sorry, I beg you. Don't let go. I beg you. Keep stepping on me. Be forceful and step on me. Now Ho Sung is in a helpless position, only able to beg. And I have given you all my shares. I lost everything for you. I was wrong. Lam Tan sneered, clearly showing the danger. If you sign, then you must sign. Just make it clear to him. You should also take a closer look. These ordinary people are always seen by him from this perspective, right? Later on, I think you'll have to change your perspective. Down below the building, at this very moment, a crowd is gathering and discussing eagerly. Oh my god, why is the glass broken there? That's so dangerous. Could this person be Ho Seung? What's going on? It seems he's in danger. Crack, this trash should just die. Let him die faster. Ho Seung really couldn't bring himself to look down anymore. His eyes already closed. The phones of those below are reporting breaking news. What's going on? Social media is exploding with information right now. The four-star group has changed ownership. Liam was ousted, Kim Do-hun lost all shares, and the four new owners of the four-star group. There's a video of Hum's speech spreading on police forums in Korea, where police are just my pawns, and the public is in an uproar shouting X's downfall, with rumors of a former starlet being murdered by him and left with accusations that proved useless. Now it seems real or fake, these things are truly exposed, Korea is about to change. Lai Ho-shung was actually expelled from the four-star group. Look over there. At this moment, he could only bow his head and follow the police. Outside the Two Ting Corporation, Ho Exe just peeked out, and the press immediately started flashing their cameras non-stop. Oh my god, at last this day has come. We absolutely cannot tolerate this scum. They don't even deserve prison. They all protested to bury Ho Exe, and some couldn't hold back and kicked him. So everyone here is getting even more chaotic. Lai Ho Exum has fallen. Don't let him get up. He's fallen. The police desperately shouted, "Calm down a bit." Those people didn't even bother to care as they trampled over Hoaxium in their rage. Along with that came curses and insults. "You bastard. Think about the injuries you've caused us, you bastard." Jose Duong is now only left to cry and complain. "Police, save me. I don't want to leave this world." He couldn't hold back and spat out a large amount of blood. "No, I already signed. Will you forgive me?" Lam Tian has been watching this spectacular scene from above all along. Oh my. Shouldn't I have called the police and brought your most trusted police friend here? Who knew things would turn out like this? Hoksung is now in a very miserable state, struggling to say each word. I can't accept this. Lam Tan holds a contract in his hand, speaks some profound words, noting that the young man is in great health as he immediately falls asleep, but he also thanks the chairman for their courtesy. There's no need to say more to me. Everyone has signed the transfer agreement so Kim Do-hwan can hold 100% of Tuting Group's shares. The three chairmen are all humble and flattering. Haha, seeing President Xian's tactics, we all admire him to the fullest. We didn't have much equity to begin with, so we might as well be friends with President Chen. We'll transfer our shares to you for free. Ha ha ha, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Lin Tan's voice rang out loudly. No, they still felt a chill down their spine even after turning around and walking away. Looking at his tactics, who else would dare to say anything? We might end up being the next ones pushed to the ground. We can't mess with him, That's why I came up with an idea. Maybe we should each give him 200 billion, hoping that he won't attack us because of this money. Yes, that's right. Seeing Lam Tan smiling, they could tell this man was truly terrifying. After the three of them left, Lam Tan revealed his excitement. Very good. Kim Do-hyun holds 100% of the shares. The 4-star group is now in my hands and I received 600 billion yuan. These three chairmen are too eager, each forcing me to accept 200 billion yuan as a rescue fund. We won this match completely. A few days later, at the press conference, reporters were eager to interview us. Kim Do-hyun, from a professional Go player, has risen to become the president of a corporation. Do you have anything you want to say to everyone? Honestly, I still feel like I'm dreaming, but once someone trusts me, I won't let them down. Lam Tan nodded slightly with a gentle smile, showing his satisfaction with the answer. Do-hyun took a deep breath and announced solemnly, I now declare that the Tuting Group will be restructured and renamed the Nguting Group. Then we will filter and investigate everything about Lai Hoksung and his accomplices. We have also established a charity fund to improve welfare and living conditions for the people of Korea, especially the lower classes. The reporter below smiled happily upon hearing this. Do-hyun turned to look at Lam Tan, his cheeks slightly blushing. Although it was very difficult, I will try my best. Moreover, I have also identified my true inner self and found what I truly like and want to do. At the same time, the system appeared, increasing affinity by 10%, bringing Kim Do-hyun's affinity to 100%. Congratulations! The host has completed the mission. When Lin Tan heard that, he was so excited he almost fainted. 100 billion is truly amazing.
Now, even after retiring, I don't have to worry about the rest of my life. I have a plan in mind, but the system has given me trillions of flowers and coins, and I've only used a little over 1 trillion so far.
I still have a lot of money to play with and haven't used it all, so I might as well spend it all. A few days later, at Dong University's graduation ceremony, Do-hyun looked stunning in her graduation gown. The group decided to take a commemorative photo together, and the girls around couldn't help but admire. Our Do-hyun is so beautiful, can we take a solo photo? Oh my god, how are you so amazing? Can we become good friends? As soon as she saw the familiar figure, she ran off. I have some things to do. I'll go ahead. Call her back. Hey, where are you going? The teacher is here, and we haven't finished taking photos yet. Over there, Long Tan, dressed neatly, holds a fresh flower. Congratulations on your graduation. Do-hyun happily replied, Thank you. Mr. Lam Tan, I'm really glad you came to my graduation ceremony. Lin Tan complimented her, saying, You look very beautiful in that outfit. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she was about to confess. Do you realize? Actually, before I could finish speaking, something came from somewhere and tore Do-hwan's dress. Lam Tan blushed shyly when he saw what was inside. Do-hwan, from a distance, could vaguely see something. Did you guys notice just now? Her dress was blown up by the wind in an instant, revealing something blindingly white. The other guy denies it. You must have seen it wrong. She's right next to us. How much could you see from that distance? Inside, she's probably wearing white pants. At this moment, Do-hyun is shyly covering herself. You didn't see anything, right? Deep down, I blame myself for being so crazy. So, she really listened to Sumi's words and went back to last night, when Do-hyun was struggling to choose what to wear. In the end, how should I dress to make Mr. Lam Tan see me as a woman? Sumi found this so funny. No way he gave the 4-star group to you costing hundreds of billions and now you're saying you're not his woman, Do-hyun. That's really fake. That's why she had to explain herself repeatedly. Lin Tan truly still treats me like a younger sister. Although he is very gentle, I really like him a lot. Do-hyun's heart is now pounding intensely. After today, Lam Tan will have to return to his country. If I don't express myself now, I won't have another chance. What should I do now? Sumi then leaned in close to her ear and came up with an idea. Little Do-hyun is truly innocent. He will come to your graduation ceremony tomorrow, right? Then you might as well do it. Do-hyun blushed all over after hearing the suggestion. Are you crazy? With so many people in the school, how could I? Besides, Sumi is deliberately manipulating him. Didn't you say you liked him very much? Even this much, I dare not. Be careful, you might not get another chance later. Right now on the schoolyard, Do-hyun is so embarrassed he doesn't know where to hide his face. Lam-tan is secretly looking there and accidentally swears. Damn it, I think I wasn't mistaken. That thin layer of fabric reveals Do-hun's allure, pressing close to two plump, ripe peaches that draw the eye even more. Moreover, Do-hun's provocative appearance is truly eye-catching. Lam-tan thumbs up in approval, confirming it's indeed impressive. After a while, Do-hun gathered all his courage and confessed, Mr. Lam-tan, I want to be by your side. Is that okay? He regained his composure and approached Do-hun. He understood. No need to say anything. Let's go. She hesitantly nodded. Yeah, okay. At the Grand Two Teen Corporation, now the two are sitting by the pool, and only then does Lam-tan realize that they just wanted to play chess together. You scratch your head at your own dark thoughts. It seems I was overthinking. Do-hyun stammered as she confessed, because she really wanted to go out with Mr. Lam-tan for the first time since we met, during the air combat competition. Her inner feelings were even more passionate than her appearance, eager to confess but unable to speak. So Do-hyun can only muster the courage to look at the person she loves. He is truly handsome, forever carrying a kind of fearless aura. The longer Do-hyun looked at the other person, the more she had to admit they are truly attractive. Lam-tan's slender hand was moving a chess piece. Do-hyun quickly composed himself. Oh my god, what am I thinking? Kim Do-hun, you're really shameless. Then Lam-tan spoke. Now it's your turn, Do-hun. Suddenly she stood up awkwardly and told me to go to the bathroom for a moment. Unfortunately, Do-hyun accidentally knocked over the chessboard and fell, revealing her most embarrassed parts. Just as Do-hyun nervously pulled up her clothes to cover herself, Lam-tan approached and asked Han-nga if she was okay. The current situation really makes Do-hyun want to put her pants on her head. No, it's okay. I saw her fall straight into the pool. Do-hyun struggled to call for help. I don't know why. Lam-tan didn't hesitate for a second and immediately jumped down to catch Do-hyun in his arms. Don't be afraid, I'll hold you. She looked straight into his eyes and hesitated before saying, Then suddenly she kisses Lam-tan sweetly and confesses her love. I like you. Now Do-hyun finally notices her dress. But by this point, Lam-tan doesn't care anymore. Forget it, hold me tight. Now on the pool's surface, there's not only Joo-hyun's dress but also Lam-tan's pants. The two are immersed in the deep water, exchanging the sweetest things, their legs brushing against each other as Lam-tan lifts Do-hyun to the surface. Inside the office, their silhouettes are reflected on the ceiling as two people discuss work. Chief Secretary, where is President Kim? There are documents she needs to review. Just give them to me first. Right now, Doon feels very happy. She sees the seven-colored aurora, incredibly beautiful, and loves him very much. Long Tan shows concern as they both surface. Do-hun, are you doing okay? Do-hi. Quiet. Unan blushed shyly and replied, I didn't expect the feeling of this kind of thing to be like this. I feel like I'm being served across the vast ocean by you. He lifts her chin with his hand and asks if she wants to come with him on his flight back to Whole Country tomorrow. A sadness flickered in her eyes, causing Joo-hyun to reluctantly reply, although I really want to go with you. You've invested so much money into the Engu Teen Group. It will be a long time before I can earn that amount of money again. You must stay here to closely monitor the Engu Teen Corporation and absolutely make sure your investment yields a profit. Seeing how hard they are working, Lam-tan gently kisses their forehead to comfort them. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you face losses, come to me later. Immediately, Do-hyun whispered excitedly into his ear, You are really good to me, Mr. Lam-tan. I still want to feel floating in the water once more, can I? Under the calm water, Lam-tan happily enjoys the passionate love with his partner. Of course we can. We still have all night. The happy times ended quickly when he returned to the city the next day. Lam-tan happily threw open the door. Kids, Dad's home. Does everyone miss me? Unlike what I expected, my roommates all complained together. Get lost! Don't interrupt our game of dark mythology. Still, you voiced your feelings somewhere. Where else is there love? Let's go out for a meal. It's on me. Hearing this, they immediately hung up and ran over to flatter. Then, it's settled. Let's go get some food. I heard there's a famous ice cream shop there that's really good. And they also serve some grilled dishes. If I could put down the game now to go for a walk with you, it would definitely be like family. The sun is gradually setting, leaving behind the gentle darkness of the evening. Walking along the street, Jung-hao kept chatting away in his ear. That game is really fun. Go-chi also enjoyed joining in. My goodness, I had to fight that boss more than 20 times to finally defeat it. When they arrived at a busy stall, they cheerfully shouted, Here it is! This is the place! This stall sells refreshing smoky ice creams made by Xiaojian. The delicious food excites Joe Don, and the smoky ice cream is truly fascinating. Go-chi excitedly calls everyone over. Let's go, we'll buy some and try it out. Line up over here. It's been 20 minutes and it's still not their turn. Xiaojian is busy preparing each order for the customers. Here is your translation. Here is your ice cream. Please take it carefully. Wow, I can't wait. They looked around excitedly. Finally, it's almost here. It hasn't been easy. I hope this ice cream is good enough. It deserves the long wait in line. Only Lin Tan feels strange, like she looks somewhat familiar. As soon as it was their turn, Go Ji reached out and said, "Hello, we want 4. But at that moment, Tian Ru cut in. "I want a Grand Sam ice cream." Lam Tan saw Bat Bin and reminded her, "Miss, you have to line up behind." But she still arrogantly ordered without hearing what I said. Grand Sam ice cream. Xiao Jin nervously said this, and the people behind kept complaining, "We've been waiting in line for over 20 minutes. Please follow some rules." The beautiful girl looked at the long line and muttered, "Huh, so crowded, only a fool would wait in line." Then she held up her phone in front of the person behind her to get a clear shot. She pointed at the image on the screen and shouted loudly, "I am a food vlogger." The phone displayed her latest post about trying the newest famous ice cream block. Everyone immediately started to admire and discuss. Wow, she's really a food vlogger and has a lot of fans. Maybe this time she'll become famous again. In this situation, is Xiao Jin confused? After a moment of silence, Lam Tan also spoke up irritably. So what if it's a food vlog? Do food vlogs not need to wait in line? Even if she was invited by the owner to review, she shouldn't cut in line. Making food vlogs doesn't mean she has special privileges. Xiao Jin's eyes widened when he recognized him, and he said disdainfully, "I don't bother talking to you country bumpkins." She twined her green hair and urged, "I have over 100,000 fans." Famous online, Tinko stopped by because she found the ice cream interesting. She should be grateful and quickly give me an ice cream. Faced with the other's rude attitude, she just sighed tiredly. Nevertheless, Xiao Jian politely explained, "Sorry, hot girl. Thank you for visiting the shop, but please line up according to the rules." Jinru immediately retorted, "What did you say?" Everyone cheered excitedly. The owner said, "Well, go back and line up. Do you have any sense? Don't block my way when I'm buying food." Are hot girls really that impressive? The crowd's attack makes her tremble and stammer. My anger reached its peak, and Tian Yi immediately shouted loudly, "I don't care. And besides, I grew up so beautiful, I don't want to line up. Is that not allowed?" Hearing this, they all froze in surprise. After a few seconds to gather herself, the men burst into laughter at the same time. "So, you grew up beautiful, huh? Turns out you're a fairy." That mocking attitude drove her crazy with rage as she gritted her teeth. Tian Yu pointed at them and spat out insulting words. "What are you laughing at? What are you all laughing at? Are you trying to tease me? Do you dare to tease me? I am a hot girl with hundreds of thousands of fans. You better apologize to me right now." Everyone had to cover their ears at her noise. I'm such a bastard. If I can't succeed, neither can you. Since you're taking out your anger on others, attack the little one directly. Ice cream shop owner, don't expect to keep selling. I will post a video to ruin you. And the shop owner dares to side with them and bully me. A beautiful woman clearly jealous of my looks. She immediately went speechless. I, Lam Tan, stepped forward to defend. She couldn't get a spot in line and immediately got angry, threatening to post a video to smear the shop owner. We have many witnesses. Don't think that having a few 100,000 fans makes you better than others. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. She still refused to back down and kept getting more aggressive. Huh, with you country bumpkins, you think you can challenge me on social media? I'm not just an ordinary food vlogger. I'm the exclusive visiting ambassador for Tu Hop Lao. Everyone's faces were all blank with confusion. What is 2D? Seeing that expression, Tian Yu felt even more proud. Do you know Lao 2D? It's a 3 Michelin star restaurant with branches in all the top-tier cities across the country. They don't have it in second-tier cities. I am the experience ambassador for that restaurant. Other chimeras who pay money can't achieve this title either. She kept talking more passionately. Do you know why? Because I am both beautiful and charming. Just one live stream of experiencing the restaurant can bring Lao 2D a revenue of billions. You lowly, ugly, and poor people can meet me and talk to me. That kind of blessing can only be earned over many lifetimes. And it doesn't stop there. Tian Yu even threatened Xiao Jian. And this tiny little stall, I want it to close, so it will have to close. The onlookers are now eagerly discussing. Lao 2D is very famous, and many celebrities come to dine there. Many bloggers, food critics, and professionals with millions of fans also visit and praise the food as incredibly delicious. Unexpectedly, the ambassador of experience for Lao 2D, this local owner is really stubborn. Might as well give her an ice cream, earn a good review, avoid offending anyone, and there's no need for all this. Seeing that Huangdu Luan is leaning in her favor, Tian Yu then takes the opportunity to push forward.
You know how influential I am now? I advise you to apologize immediately, kneel and beg me, and give me 20,000 yuan.
I reluctantly refuse to post the expose video. Her demands are unacceptable to Xiao Jian. This is really too much. Then Jinru continued to make demands, and these lowlifes also have to apologize to me. The first person to react after that statement was Chao Dong. Why do you think? Then Zheng Hao quickly added, but if she doesn't apologize, she will harm the shop owner, who is on our side. We can't let her business collapse. Ngo Chi Thin appeared to be unwilling. What should we do now? Are we really going to bow to this insignificant girl? It's true what Tianni said. He can do what he promises. I'll count to 3. If you don't apologize, I'll go live right now. 3, 2, 1. Just as the words end, Lin Tian's voice suddenly rings out. Is this the penthouse? Coincidentally, I know them.
Hello, Butler Do. Have my secretary come here to handle some dirty work.
Yes, I'm coming right now. Your actions have made her laugh with satisfaction. Don't tell me that Duyan from the Two Tower is involved and then act condescending to elevate yourself. I've met many people like that before. Usually, all these men try to impress me by calling themselves directors or CEOs. All it takes is a few words to reveal their low status. A lowly person will always be lowly. It seems Ngo Chi is a bit nervous too, he immediately whispers to Lam Tan. Calm down, my brother. I know you're very annoyed with this girl, but bragging too much won't scare her, and she might even laugh at you. Suddenly, Xiaojian spoke from behind, saying, It's better if you all go ahead. I'll handle this myself. Of course, when the woman heard this, she wouldn't let it go easily. You want to leave? It's not that easy. It was you four who were the first to scold me. Each of you will bow your head and apologize to me. If not, I will live stream so my fans will hunt you down. Haha, and pretend I know the butler do. Where is she? Call her to come out right now. Suddenly, an Audi car stopped right there, its luxury and glamour igniting the excitement of the crowd. A moment later, Du Yin boldly stepped out of the car, and the crowd watching in disbelief couldn't believe their eyes. It's really Du Yin, the branch manager of the most luxurious Lao TUD. I once dined at Lao TUD. I recognize her. This student really managed to call Du Yin. It really is Du Yin. However, Tianyu still couldn't believe it was true. Surely Steward Du was just passing by to try the dish. Anyway, she's a very famous 3-star Michelin judge who often travels around trying different dishes. This ice cream has become popular recently, so it's reasonable that she came here. After saying that, she spun around 180 degrees. Du Yan's coincidence was too perfect, but all Tianyu received in response was a cold remark. Who are you? Her face suddenly looked extremely miserable. It's me, Tianyu. You're the one who invited me to be the ambassador for Lu 2D, but she just coldly threw a line at Tianyu. Oh, sorry I contacted many internet celebrities at once to promote Lao 2D and didn't recognize you. Watching this scene, I really want to laugh out loud. She is extremely angry inside. She's just the manager of Lao 2D. How dare she block my way in front of everyone? Once I meet the true owner of Huang Wan and build a good relationship with her, what is she? Right now, Du Yan is fulfilling her duty, carefully opening the car door for someone. The young lady has arrived. Huang Wan's presence makes even an ordinary public place feel like a glamorous stage. The crowd couldn't help but praise her, saying she was Tio Huang Wan, the beautiful lady owner of the TUD building. I used to only see her in the news. I never thought I would meet her in person today. She's truly beautiful. Oh my god, Lady Tu Huang Wan is truly stunning. But I wonder what she's doing here. Even Tianyu isn't an exception. What? Tu Huang Duan is here too? I'm so lucky she owns assets worth billions. I must build a good relationship with her. My looks and figure aren't much different from Tu Huang Wan. Everyone has their own charm. The only difference is she owns a company worth billions. Then she confidently approached to start a conversation. The owner of Tianguin has admired her for a long time. I am Tianyu, the ambassador of TOD Tower. But life is not a bed of roses. Huang Wan brushed past Tianyu like a gust of wind and stood in front of Lam Tan shouting loudly. What? She's upset and questioning you? Why did you call me here? This stunned everyone there, their faces full of confusion. But Lam Tan still replied calmly. What? The contract clearly states that you must call me boss, don't forget. Although unwilling, Huang Wan still managed to say, Yes, boss, what do you want me to do here? I'm busy right now. This time, Tianyu truly froze in place. Trin Hao and Chao Dong, along with the crowd, shouted in shock, Lam Tan! But Lam Tan was still busy scolding Tianyu fiercely. Lao 2D is a high-end brand, so why would they invite someone with poor character as an experienced ambassador? Using threats and influence to harm others and damage the brand's image is too much. Hearing that, Huang Wan quickly turned to ask Du Yin, Is this the experienced ambassador you invited? She quickly explained the situation. Sorry, miss, this person is not actually our appointed ambassador. I only told the marketing team to contact a series of food bloggers. She happened to be contacted too, but we still need to screen them first. And I never said we invited her. Her words hit Tianyu like a thunderbolt, and her soul fluttered in the air amid everyone's ridicule. So it turns out Fai Hua is the one who said to bring back a few billion for the Xiaodi building. If you're so good at making up stories, you should go write a novel instead.
I don't believe a word of what she said. Du Yan spoke up without giving Tianyu a chance to respond.
I have asked the marketing department to verify this girl's background. As Mr. Lin said, she deliberately exploits her fame to unjustly pressure restaurants to try her food. Her subsequent words pushed her further into despair. If the store refused to pay, she would leave negative reviews and badmouth the store. She exploited her fans to give negative reviews, so many stores paid her off to avoid trouble. Then, she finalized it with the harshest method. She even used Tio Hop Lao's name to spread rumors everywhere. Mei Lam is supporting the lawsuit. We will issue an official statement on major platforms and take her to court. That statement made Tianyu disbelief what he was hearing. What did they say? And moments later, an official statement was released claiming that food vlogger Vo Liam Sin Nu was using negative reviews to threaten the shops. Tu Hop Lao reminds colleagues to watch out for this person and to support the affected shops in uniting to seek justice. The crowd reading this news all marvel at it. Thank you to Hoplao for pointing it out. I found her account. Why does she only have 100,000 fans? She's losing followers. It's happening fast. Only 70,000 left. She was stunned to the extreme. Don't. Saying that, Tian Yu didn't bother to maintain his composure and clasped his hands to beg for forgiveness. Everyone, I just misspoke. I'm still young and naive. Please forgive me. I'm depressed and can't control my emotions. Don't try to blame me. You're not going to sue me, right? I immediately recorded a video apologizing, but not only did they not defend her, they mocked her even more, saying she's got a royal disease and can't control herself and needs to see a doctor. She's involved in everything. Don't forget she's a beauty. How can a beauty apologize? Then Tian Yu quickly rushed to Huang Wan and nervously begged, "Please, Sister Tiu, I like you the most. Please forgive me." However, she only coldly replied, "This is my boss's decision. Begging me won't help. Take this person to the police station." It's fine. Hearing that, the subordinate immediately obeyed. Yes, seeing Van's plea to Huang Wan was unsuccessful, she then shifted her focus to Lam Tan. The more I look at Tian Yu, the more I can't accept it. Are you, the boss, really him? No way, no way. My reputation, my traffic, everything is gone. And then she was ruthlessly dragged away by Huang Wan's subordinate. I was wrong. With the situation resolved, Lam Tan returns to his original plan and finally finds peace. Boss, what are you standing there for? Keep making the ice cream. We still haven't eaten yet. That's when Xiao Jian finally snapped out of it and replied, Yes. And then she happily handed out the ice cream to everyone.
You are the biggest support. Thank you everyone for stepping up to help me.
These ice cream boxes are a small token of my appreciation for you all. At first, Lin Tan didn't pay much attention, but later he started to feel that something was off. Thank you, young lady. Haha. What did you just call me? Xiao Jian suddenly pulled down his mask and chuckled happily. Haha. Only when I saw that face did I realize. So it was you? You are Tra Tra's friend. Xiao Jian. The two of them silently watch each other. Then she hesitates, wanting to say something. Suddenly, someone's hand grabbed Lam Tan's wrist tightly, and Huang Wan decisively pulled him away, leaving him bewildered. Hey, Xiao Huang Wan, what are you doing? But she only finished with one sentence, telling him to cut the nonsense and get to the point. Only when they reached a less conspicuous place did Huang Wan start questioning Lam Tan. Did you call me here just to handle this small matter? Do you really consider me your secretary? But you calmly replied, You are my secretary. A secretary must always be present when called. Is there a problem? That answer made her so angry, she was about to explode. Du Yen, let's go. Suddenly, Lin Tan from behind called out to Secretary Xiao, Wait, she didn't come here easily. This ice cream is for her to try. But Huang Wan looked at him with a mocking disdain, thinking this ordinary ice cream isn't worth my time to enjoy. Seeing direct approach fail, he switched to teasing, worried she might not forget after eating it. It has succeeded, arousing her competitive spirit. What did he say? To avoid making Huang Wan wait too long, Lam Tan turned and asked, Can I borrow your kitchen tools, Tiokin? Without hesitation, she agreed immediately. Of course you can. Then you officially take over the kitchen. All right, let's get started. Watching him, Huang Owan was battling her inner thoughts. What dish is he planning to make this time? I absolutely refuse to acknowledge having eaten anything he cooked. I keep telling myself it's just low-quality food not worthy of my tongue to taste. Later, no matter what he makes, I won't eat it. Lam Tan skillfully adds all the ingredients into the bowl, her hand controlling the mixer with precision. Not only with simple ingredients, but he also directly added the beard and shook vigorously. In just a moment, the cold smoke burst out powerfully, signaling that his dish was a huge success. Huang Wan was so moved by this series of actions that resembled art, her heart trembling. In the end, the result he presented was so impressive that it took her by surprise. Then Lam Tan confidently lifted the plate and declared, There you go, strawberry smoke ice cream. Just that alone made the crowd watching drool. Wow, so beautiful. Just looking at it makes me want to eat. Even Xiao Jian is amazed. It's truly beautiful. In contrast, a confident young woman firmly refuses. I won't eat this low-grade food meant for common folk. But Lam Tan's reaction doesn't give up. Are you really not going to eat? A second later, her expression became shy, the kind she liked but pretended to refuse. But since he's my boss, if he insists, I have no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Even so, Huang Wan still hesitated before the dish in front of her until Nu decisively put the steaming strawberry into her mouth. That alone was enough to make her body stiffen, covered in a shimmering layer of ice. The ice, covering Huang Wan's body, gradually shattered into countless tiny pieces. She had reached the peak of ecstasy, thinking the ice would become fragile and brittle under the high pressure of carbon gas. The ice cream soaks into the strawberry, creating a perfect balance of sweet and sour, making it feel like you're enjoying cold ice cream while eating strawberries. Seeing Huang Wan's intense reaction, Du Yen was a bit alarmed and quickly reminded her, Miss, your nose. Hearing her startle and shock, she exclaimed, It's ruined. It's so delicious I forgot that this type of ice cream is so cold it makes my nose emit white smoke, really ruining my elegance. The smile on Lam Tan's face only made Huang Wan angrier. Surely the evil Lam Tan did it on purpose to embarrass me. Her thoughts grew more and more chaotic. but it was too cold. She couldn't stand it, couldn't breathe and felt uncomfortable, so she had to breathe through her mouth. Suddenly, Huang Wan's body jerked. Her tongue was too cold. She seems to be suffering from some kind of numbness. It's so delicious. From the tongue to the brain, it's truly an amazing experience. Suddenly, a system notification appears. Affinity plus 10%, affinity with Tio Huang Wan now 45%. Seeing Huang Wan's approval, everyone quickly gathered around. I couldn't hold back anymore. I wanted it too. Handsome guy, do one for us. This scene makes Xiaojin so happy. Boss, how did you do that? Can you teach me? Lamton didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. No problem. Once she masters this, the shop will definitely attract more customers. She cheerfully said, thank you. Suddenly, Xiao Jianjin leaned in and kissed his cheek. You are my lucky star. At the same time, Huang Wan from afar was quietly commenting, how can such a delicious ice cream technique be so easily taught to a street vendor? Clearly, just registering a patent would allow her to sell millions. Then she pouted and started criticizing. That shameless street vendor even dares to kiss men's faces in public. Disgusting. Huang Wan couldn't take it anymore and turned to get into the car. Du Yan, let's go. She immediately obeyed. All right. But her thoughts were a bit muddled, and the young lady's expression looked really strange. Du Yan wondered and glanced at the rearview mirror, clearly just having eaten cold ice cream. The more Du Yan looked at her, the more puzzled he became. Why was she so red? It was late at night, but the street-side shops were still bustling. Boss, give me 10 more large skewers and a whole box of beer. Ngochi, completely drunk, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, it's not good. And Lin Tan beside him was the opposite of that state. 5 bottles of beer used to be nothing. Now it's nothing. Level 14 physique is really strong, and it also enhances alcohol metabolism. The other 3 friends are already drunk and can't stand anymore but still try to push on, eating well and drinking enough. Let's go. Let's go. The dormitory is about to close, so we'll go back and keep drinking. Given the situation, Lam Tan could only helplessly tell the others that he was going to settle the bill and buy some tea to help with the hangover. Even drunk, Trin Hao still catches the main point. What kind of tea are you talking about? I want to drink some wine, even Zhou Dong agrees. That's right, go buy some quickly. We'll wait for you at the dormitory. So only Lam Tan Zhao walks in a different direction. As he walks, a series of supercars rush past, catching his attention, then stop in front of the luxurious Zhang Yin mansion. There is a welcome sign and special promotion at the entrance. During the 3-day grand opening, beautiful women can enter for free drinks, inviting all girls to pick up free items from Barry, the owner. Thanks to this promotion, quite a few young men and women came to have fun. A group of girls passing by also looked curious. Free drinks? Tonight I won't get drunk or go home. Does our server meet the requirements? However, the waiter politely replied, sorry ma'am. Although you are very beautiful, you haven't met the high standards for free entry. But if you come in and make a purchase, I can give you a 10% discount. Suddenly, a beautiful girl spoke up. Please make way. This time, I didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Welcome. A special mark is stamped on that person's shoulder as a sign of qualification to enter. The men behind start to feel intrigued. This club is really trustworthy. With such strict standards from Shaoji, it's hard to imagine how many beautiful girls are actually there. Let's go, let's go. Tonight there will be an interesting gathering. They start to arrive one after another. Lam Tan could only gape in amazement, impressed by how skilled they were. Suddenly, his phone rang. Someone texted you. Hello, President Tian, it's Tu Ha. Do you remember me? Lam Tan was confused and thoughtful, somewhat impressed. She's a young lady from a noble family, making wine chains with a rather outgoing personality. Everyone calls her Old Hai. The two of them took turns chatting. He proactively sent her a VIP card for the newly opened Jiang Yan Mei Huan nightclub and said her attendance was his honor. Truly a coincidence, Lam Tan decided. Let's go inside and check it out. Inside the nightclub, the atmosphere is lively as everyone sways to the beat. Standing among the crowd, Ha Huo raises a bottle to energize the scene. Who wants to drink? The hands below immediately raise up. Me, me, me. So the alcohol was poured directly into a girl's mouth. Not wanting to fall behind, the girl next to him quickly reached out to grab a sip of the drink, which piqued Lam Tan's interest. So intense like this? No wonder everyone loves coming to the bar to have fun. Not only is the music catchy, but the club also knows how to make the atmosphere more romantic. All the beautiful women can't help but look up and watch the falling petals. Meanwhile, Jingca devised a plan. The tall girl over there is the most beautiful at the party. I must get her WeChat number. However, Luto had a different idea. I prefer the girl with the ponytail. And then they quickly moved toward their targets. Their voices rang out confidently. The beautiful girl. When he saw the two of them, Lam Tan was a bit stunned. Liu Yicheng and Tuo Nhu knew. Lam Tan's expression looked extremely helpless. Why is it those two girls again? But the system's judgment of beauty is truly impeccable. They are definitely the two most beautiful people today. Come to think of it, today To Nhu looked a bit different. At that time, To Nhu was straightforward in refusing the invitation. Sorry, I wanted to drink alone, but Luto stubbornly refused to let go. Come on, beautiful, drinking alone is lonely. Let your big brother sit and drink with you. At this moment, she was extremely frustrated. In order to make Lam Tan like her, she had trained herself to appear like a gentle lady, avoiding any physical contact. But unexpectedly, she still couldn't get rid of this annoying fly. Suddenly, Tunu's expression changed completely, becoming extremely frightening as she clenched her teeth and said, "If you don't leave, I fear I won't be able to hold back and will have to strike you."
Really?
Then let's find another place. I promise I won't resist. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Natron's cheerful voice suddenly rang out. Lam Tan! So both girls happily came over. Tanu immediately greeted with a bright smile. Lam Tan, why are you here? And Natron is even bolder, directly throwing herself at you. Lam Tan hugs one, but his body skillfully dodges. Get lost. This action hurts her so much. Lam Tan. Tunu 10 laughed happily. Liu Yicheng, do you still not know your place? Upon hearing that, she immediately snapped, "Shut up, you little brat," then quickly changed the subject. Tunu, why are you drinking alone here? Where are your little followers? Because she was being cared for, she playfully explained, "I came to work," and that answer made him a bit confused. Working? Continuing to serve drinks? But hearing the funny story, Tunu burst out laughing. How is that possible? I just came to warm up the atmosphere. All the clubs hire beautiful girls to pretend to be customers and attract men to spend money. I don't need to do anything here. Just sit for 2 hours and I'll earn 1,000 yuan. Only then did Lin Tan suddenly realize. So that's how it is. It turns out many of the pretty girls at the club are hired. Surprised, Natron hugs your arm and says dismissively, Lam Tan, don't trust her. The fee for warming up the atmosphere is based on looks. I'm only worth 1,000 yuan. I think he's only worth 250 yuan. Now being caught in the middle is like a sandwich filling, giving you a headache. These two are about to fight again. With Tonu's personality, sooner or later she'll make a move. Suddenly, Tonu shyly moved closer and asked Lam Tan if he would like to have a drink. This move successfully made Lam Tan gape in surprise. What's wrong with him today? Meanwhile, Jingta and Luto, who had been watching everything so far, couldn't help but feel angry. Damn it, why are those two beautiful girls gathering around that guy? At the same time, a group led by young Master Nge Daodo from Yudo appeared on the other side, and this nightclub didn't seem to be any worse than the ones in Yudo, just as expected. Next, show me what you can do with your own capital and give me the best VIP table. Dahai immediately happily accepted. Huh? Thank you, boss. The boss is so generous. Then he proudly introduced himself to the guy. Please follow me this way, sir. Our highest tier table X has a minimum consumption of 88,000 units. As soon as he finished speaking, Jichma called out in a stern voice, calling him our Yodo's young Master Nge, and then Chuban also looked dissatisfied. Who asked about your minimum consumption? Do you think young Master Nge can't afford it? Speak carefully. Knowing he had made a mistake, Dahai bowed his head vigorously. Sorry, Master Nge. I didn't dare to overlook the quality of the items. All right, bring me 8 bottles of SpaceX wine. He quickly obeyed the order. Yes, young Master Nge. Just a few minutes later, a series of beautiful girls arrived along with luxurious items, and those who wanted to drink were served with care. With so many admiring eyes of the girls focused on him, Juban couldn't help but say, the nightclub isn't bad, quite a few beautiful girls, but the attitude of the thugs is somewhat contemptuous. Look at their greedy eyes, as if they would just reach out and have them offered. So boring. Suddenly, his gaze stopped somewhere. It turned out that both Natron and Tonu had fallen into the target of the disdainful crowd. Those two seem more interesting. They are tall, and the only ones not very interested in the 8 guys from S of Space. Chuban's face was just as embarrassed as his. Nietin's eyes were truly sharp. Without wasting time, he immediately approached her and then pretended to be polite while interrupting. Sorry, ladies, I apologize for the inconvenience. I'm drinking at table X, playing a game where losing means inviting a beautiful girl to drink champagne. Hope you don't mind. Zitma watched the scene and praised it. No wonder young Master Nge found the perfect excuse to invite beautiful girls for drinks, and with his lewd smile, he chimed in, there's no girl who can refuse. After finishing the champagne, it would be easy to invite them over to table X for more drinks, and then nothing. But contrary to their expectations, Natron and Tonu both shouted in unison, as if a thunderbolt struck the face of the stunned and swollen girl, secretly thinking to themselves that this was indeed impressive. Playing this girl's game was more exciting, and tonight I must make these two sisters fall, and then torment them to my heart's content. He still didn't give up and kept trying to start a conversation. Let me show you a more fun way to play. Tanu pretended to look incredulous. I've been playing with you since you were in school erasing the board. Natron has also lost all patience. Who is this guy? Don't interfere with me and Lam Tan being together. And then, Dodo proved what it means to have a face as thick as a wall. This Space S bottle is valuable, but Lam Tan cut him off. This guy doesn't pay attention, so don't bother him anymore. He despises him even more. Who are you? Who gives you the right to talk to me? Deep down, I think to myself that university girls are truly naive. In his eyes, only love is infatuated with that poor guy who fundamentally doesn't understand the class of someone with money. Soon after, he waved his money and shouted orders. The staff called your manager out here. Dafu's thoughts are so superior, he considers no one worthy. As long as they see the clear difference in real life, they will naturally start to admire me. Only then does Daka come closer and bow politely. Hello, boss. I am the manager. How can I assist you today? I'll spend $1 million. Tonight I'll cover everyone's drinks at the bar. The crowd was overjoyed upon hearing this. What? Are you serious or just joking? You're that generous? That's a Kim Long card. You need to have saved hundreds of millions to even activate it. Daka, seeing this as a lucrative opportunity, quickly respectfully said, Boss, you're so generous. Thank you. I'll swipe the card right away. Before he could finish, Daodo cut him off. But the condition is that he points directly at Lamtan and confidently orders him to be thrown out immediately. As he steps closer, Daka grins invitingly. Sorry, sir, you've heard everything already. Please leave Jiang Yen Mi Huan. But to make up for your loss, this time it's free. And next time you come, I'll give you a 20% discount. On one side, Dudu glanced at Natron and Tonu with a proud expression, so they must have realized their true strength. But contrary to his expectations, the two of them burst out laughing with delight. Tanu giggled uncontrollably, haha, showing off in front of Lamtan, so funny, while Natron covered his mouth mockingly. That's right, I advise you to know your place and stop, or you won't have time. This made Daodo's face turn from joyful to grim. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, his two followers immediately shouted, Hey, Nge is the heir of the Nge family in Yudo. The JTI racetrack in Lamthian district of Yudo belongs to his family. For him, the JTI racetrack is just a toy. After the loud display, he slammed his drink onto the table and cheerfully declared, Don't scare the girls. The beauty is right. Using money to oppress others isn't gentlemanly. Let's have a drinking contest so the beautiful ladies can see what true masculinity looks like. As soon as he finished, the crowd became excited. That's awesome. Drinking alcohol sounds good. Now that's a real show. Let's see who can drink better. Now that's what true men do. But Tanu's side didn't seem interested at all. Are you guys planning to compete in drinking with Lam Tan? Yitrun shouted angrily. You guys really take advantage of the weak. Seeing the dissatisfaction from the two, Daodo spoke up with a condition. If it's unfair, then a 3-on-3 match. Whoever falls first loses. If you win, I'll go. You probably haven't drunk real liquor before, have you? This time I'll pay for the drinks. In the minds of these three, they feel proud. You students probably can't imagine how high our drinking capacity really is. Let you taste a bit of the thrill from the social world and then imagine the grand plan. When Lam Tan's group fails and that poor student drinks himself into a stupor, taking the opportunity to bring the two girls to the hotel for a night of luxury. The young people behind are cheering non-stop. Hey, student, take the challenge or get out of here. Even if you lose, it's still worth it. Enjoying top-shelf foreign liquor until the car breaks down, so jealous. At this moment, an idea flashed through Tanu's mind. If I can help Lamtan drink, his impression of me will improve. Then, she spoke up. Lamtan, I will take down all three of them. Natran also had his own plans. This is truly a good opportunity. She clenched her fists, just a few small bottles of wine. I will show them what I can do. Seeing both of them step forward, Dudu tilted his head and sneered. Oh, so the beautiful women are preparing to compete in drinking to protect that weak guy? That's so touching. Immediately, Tunu glared and was about to reply, but before she could finish speaking, he cut her off. Luckily, tonight my friends and I haven't had any drinks yet, and there's free alcohol now, so it would be a waste not to drink. Without hesitation, Lin Tan took control of the game. But I need to add one condition. Yeah? If you lose, you have to crawl out of this place on your hands and knees. Hearing this, Juban narrowed his eyes in disdain. Are we going to lose? That's ridiculous, but he's generous enough to agree. All right, no problem. Soon after, the beautiful waitresses took out the drinks one after another. Dozens of bottles of strong liquor appeared in a row, sparkling under the lights, while the crowd nearly went wild, sipping on premium Sasakaya wine. Isn't that the kind that costs 20,000 yuan a bottle? I slay whiskey. Hennessy. Henry IV is a whiskey, and you're drinking such expensive liquor? My poverty has limited my imagination. Faced with the lively praise, Dodo felt even more delighted. The six of them moved to a longer table, quickly surrounded by a crowd eager to watch. Tanu quickly grabs a bottle. Lamtan, watch me take them down first. Yatren also joined in. So did I. However, Lamtan gently placed a hand on Tonu's shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. Don't push yourself too hard.
Without hesitation, the competition began immediately, and the drinks were poured evenly into each glass. Then, the three contestants raised their glasses and drank them all in one gulp.
The crowd around immediately erupted. You're really good at this. He drank a 40-degree strong liquor in one gulp. I'd say my tolerance isn't bad either. But with such a big glass, I can only manage 2 drinks. Drinking and eating at the same time, impressive. You're too suspicious. While everyone else was drinking from their glasses, Lam Tan was already lifting the whole bottle. Seeing that scene, everyone was stunned. No way, buddy. Did you really drink the whole bottle of Hennessy in one gulp? Daodo's side immediately followed suit to save face. Yeah, just for show, anyone can drink from a bottle. He raised his head, then quickly drank in one gulp with a face flushed from alcohol, still trying to swallow carefully. Finally, he finished and slammed the table with a cheerful look. So, Now we finished drinking all 3 bottles. But the people around seemed frightened. No way! Nye was drinking while you guys were at it. They just pointed at Lin Tuanzhang with a calm expression, but that student had already finished all 3 bottles alone. The 3 of them immediately clenched their teeth in frustration. What? How is that possible? Is it that fierce? Over here, Tanu and Not Tran each took just a sip and already found it difficult. Meanwhile, Lin Tan still sits calmly with a meaningful look. Do you want to continue? Dao Do still stubbornly smirks confidently. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. There are a bunch of drunken guys sprawled on the table like after a battle. Chishma leaned in and whispered, Konge, is that student a monster? He snapped back annoyed. Even if it's a monster, I have to take it down tonight. Could it really drink everyone in the place under the table? Chuban nodded knowingly, understanding what to do. The group immediately shifted to a clumsy performance with Chuban, turning to pat Do-Tu on the shoulder. Everyone knows only you can take it down, but there's no need to fight seriously. Chima also chimes in. That's right. It's embarrassing to enter the wrong password 3 times when it's time to pay. Brother Kin just heard that and started calculating. That's right. If you lose, who will pay the bill then? So Luke Dao pointed at himself and said, I will drink a glass for you, Kaoyi. I will also drink 2 glasses. Fill them up. Seeing the situation start to go off track, Tonu angrily shouted, What are you all trying to do? Are you cheating? Zichma immediately pointed out in protest, students really are students. They don't even know this, that in drinking games, you can ask a knight to drink instead, but the knight has to drink double the amount. Juma added mockingly, That's right, and you can also ask the knight for help. It's okay. No matter how many people try, they can't change the outcome of the first round. Lamtan calmly poured 2 bottles of wine into a large glass. Then I will simply drink 2 more shots of vodka, and the 4 of you can split 4 glasses equally. The group of thugs immediately changed their expression, sweating uncontrollably, a liter of vodka. Knights King Ka and Luke Dao, along with the others, secretly cursed, Damn it! Lamtan still calmly raises his glass and drinks it all in one go without showing any signs of hesitation. Tanu and Not Tran watch him finish drinking with worry burning in their hearts, while the crowd around them is stunned and shouting loudly. Who is he? That's a whole 50-degree shot. Why hasn't this drunkard fallen yet? Over there, the underlings have had enough. One rushes to a corner to vomit, another clutches his stomach, unable to drink anymore. Unlike them, Lamtan shows no signs of trouble and raises his glass high. Your technician Nge isn't strong enough. He's only drunk 3 out of 4 glasses, so you finished the last one. The crowd surrounding them started to verbally attack. Just admit defeat and stop drinking. Don't risk dying for a little pride. What are you so proud of? You just drank a few more glasses. Hurry up and pass out. What kind of person are you? Hearing these words, Tonu was furious. Shut the hell up. If you're so good, come here and drink. Opposite, Dudo was smug and boastful. See that? Everyone hopes you'll lose. If you die from drinking too much, that's no big deal. But losing everyone's free drinks, that's what really matters. But Lin Tam was not afraid at all. Are you done talking? After saying that, I'll keep drinking. The battle isn't over yet. Seeing that he couldn't shake you, the guy gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this stubborn poor bastard is really tough. This is a 50-degree shot. If I drink another bottle, I'll definitely be dead, but I absolutely cannot lose. And then he stood up and turned back to the people behind him. Does anyone want to become my knight? Is there anyone else? But all I got in response were avoiding looks that made me angry. Damn it, a bunch of useless people. In the end, Dudu had to offer a reward. I don't care who you are. As long as you can help me make this poor bastard pass out, I'll give you my car. I promise I will keep my word. So everyone cheered, but some doubted. What kind of car is that? It's a top-class GT racing supercar, each worth over 9 million yuan. Because of the supercar, I also want to give it a try. This time, I'm risking my whole fortune to win. Lamtan there has long lost patience with this guy's game. Not pretending anymore, huh? Fine. I allow you to use money to buy additional support, but at the same time, I want to increase the bet. If you lose, the car stays and you disappear out of sight. The anger suddenly explodes as he slams his hand down on the table. What? You think you can win my car just because of you? My money is enough to buy your life, but today I just want to see you drink yourself to death. I accept this bet. Suddenly, the old men rush out from nowhere. Yeah, I'm here to help you drink. Seeing that, he was pleased. Good, maybe he can drink another bottle and pass out. Just watch the guys. So they all started to act tough, each one throwing out challenges one after another. Kid, you're definitely doomed. Each of us can drink 2 bottles of alcohol. But when the fight started, Lam Tan drank 3 bottles while they had only finished 2 and already collapsed. Seeing that scene, Dao Tu gritted his teeth and cursed silently. How is that possible? It drank so much but still hasn't fallen? Are you still human tonight? I've lost. Are you provoking him? Does Mr. Nge still want to help? You still owe me a punch, and then you happily ask the guy for more. If you won't drink anymore, admit defeat and leave the car key, then quietly walk away. Under the contemptuous gazes of the 2 beauties, Do Tu clutched his head in frustration. How could I possibly lose? Absolutely not. Getting too angry will only make things worse, so go meet the Grim Reaper with that bottle of wine. But Tanu was quick and attacked him first. You're the one going to meet your ancestors now. Everyone watched this scene in shock with their mouths wide open. At this moment, she tore off her walking skirt, finally feeling relieved. Pretending to be a lady all evening was really uncomfortable. Then she pushed Dao Dao to the ground and gave Tan a good beating. I'll give you a warning shot, sneak attack Lam Tan, and see if I can take you down here on her turf. Fearing it might cause a murder, someone panicked and stopped it, telling us to stop hitting people. But Lam Tan just smiled happily and kept fighting freely, saying he would pay for the medical bills. Beaten to the point of being unable to resist, Do Do shouted desperately, "Ah, damn it! Wait there, I'll call my brothers to deal with you." He pulls out his phone to call for help, but on the other end, the response is cold. "Mr. Nge, it's not that we don't want to come, but right now, we can't get into the nightclub." He gritted his teeth and asked, "What?" Outside, Tanu's followers had blocked the way, with Mimi leading the group. "Today, the boss is in a good mood. You guys don't even think about breaking in. The reinforcements advise, Kao Nge, you've heard it too. Rongman can't even control his own snake. What nonsense are you talking about? Tell me to give up, stop fighting. Fighting in broad daylight, there's no way out anymore. Call the police quickly." Lam Tan happily intervenes. "Well done, Nu. She was beaming. "Haha, it's just a small matter." Suddenly, two subordinates rush over shouting, "Stop, stop!" Then he raised both hands to plead, asking everyone to hold back a little and not to fight anymore. Just appearing now, he already drew everyone's attention. Once the crowd all turned around at once. It's Vua Hai, Zhang Yan's boss, who's obsessed with Huan. The boss has also arrived. This time, that poor kid is doomed. If King Tu finds out he lost $1 million on the nightclub, he'll definitely tear him apart. When he saw him approaching, Dao Dao desperately begged for help. "Save me! Quickly deal with him!" The response was a slap so powerful it knocked out his teeth. He yelled in rage, "You bastard!" Hai Ha pressed his head down and whispered, "Don't say much. I'm saving you." Then he kept pushing his head down repeatedly. "Yeah, why did you drink so much? Drinking only causes trouble, so hurry up and apologize to the boss." After dealing with it, Hai Ha quickly stepped in front of Lam Tan. "My friend, the wealthy boss, is a bit naive. He drank too much tonight and offended you, so he will bow and apologize many times. I will go and teach him a serious lesson." Upon hearing the familiar name, everyone was stunned speechless. Boss Qian was so trembling that his 3 souls and 7 spirits seemed to have fled. Is this student actually President Qian, the mysterious wealthy figure from legend? Then he looked up at Lam Tan, imagining his regal demeanor. According to legend, the wealthy President Qian once overthrew the Tsu Teen group, and everyone famous in Vientiane wanted to be his ally. He never expected to make him angry. Thinking of this, Dao Tu slapped himself and begged for forgiveness. "President Qian, it's all my fault. I beg you to forgive me and not dwell on the past. Just see me as a passing breeze." But in response, all the guy received was Lam Tan's cold stare and a slight curl of his lips. "President Qian, besides the car, I also offer a racing track worth hundreds of millions of yuan. If you refuse, I won't give up." Second young master also chimed in. "President Qian, I think young master Nenge is truly remorseful, so maybe give this kid a chance." Seeing that he's reasonable, Lam Tan let him go. "All right, I'll cut him some slack this time. But from now on, don't use money to boast everywhere. Do you understand?" Dodo nodded like a dog licking. "Got it. Thank you, President Tian." Long thought to himself, if that's the case, I now have a connection with President Tian and have done a good deed. But your next move must shock him when Lam Tan says, "I don't use this racing car and racetrack anymore." 2. Nu, if you like cars, I'll give it to you. He was stunned. "What?" Hearing that, she also felt excited. "Kuao Lam Tan, you're really kind." The system also increased his favorability by 2 points, bringing it to 89%. Even Not Tran was so angry he was biting his nails. What right does she have? Dudo also secretly sighed with regret. "My racetrack." Seeing his reaction, Lam Tan was a bit displeased and moved closer. Why is he panicking and making excuses? It's nothing. The racetrack giving a gift to the woman from President is just a small matter. I won't bother anymore. I will leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Do rolled up and left through the door, leaving the crowd stunned in surprise. 2 subordinates also bowed politely, saying, "President Tian, we sincerely apologize for what has happened. Tonight, I will offer everything for free." Those who were standing with Dodo earlier immediately changed their tune. "President Tian, I've heard of you for a long time." "President Tian, I was blind and didn't recognize you." "Self-punished 3 times, President Tian. Could you please sign for me?" Seeing the crowd of thugs approaching, Tonu couldn't take it anymore and immediately stepped forward to block the way. "Do you have any idea how much alcohol Lin Tan just drank? And you still want to toast him?" As the crowd finally dispersed, Lam Tan slumped into his chair. The chair sighed tiredly. Although his tall physique could sober up quickly, drinking so much strong alcohol still left him a bit drunk and a little dizzy. At that moment, the lights in the club suddenly dimmed. The female performer on stage grabbed the microphone and shouted loudly, followed by the highly anticipated part. "Huin Quang Party! Everyone show off your glow-in-the-dark makeup styles. Let's party!" As soon as she finished speaking, the space was filled with a hazy, mesmerizing glow, with logo stickers on the beauty's arms lighting up all at once. And then, without any further commands, everyone rushed onto the dance floor, starting a night of wild partying. Amid the noisy atmosphere and flashing lights, Tonu looked around. Hey, Lamton, wait. At that moment, Not Tran took advantage of the darkness to pull him away. President Tien, the two subordinates have prepared a special performance for you. Please follow me to the VIP room. Lamton hasn't even had time to recover. Oh, her voice is too high and sharp. Longtom thought these two young masters also know how to behave. After letting Lamton into the room, she pretends to leave. President Tien, please sit on the sofa first. I'll go to the bathroom to get ready. He slowly stepped inside, looking around the private room, wondering what kind of performance would require a gong in such a space. A faint sound echoes as the bathroom door slowly opens, and from inside up, a blurry light gradually emerges and ambles closer. Because of the dark space, Lamton squints, and it is Not Tran, appearing in a dazzling fluorescent costume with sparkling patterns. Seeing the scene before him immediately heightened his interest. Excited, she put on a cat cosplay outfit and slowly approached him, then threw her thin cloak aside. Without a word, she ran her finger suggestively along Lamton's body. Not stopping there, Not Tran coquettishly swayed. Honored guest, please take this glowing lollipop. If I perform well, remember to support me. A faint exclamation escaped his mind, this fiery body. Not bad. Her next move was sudden, but not surprising. However, her long hair kept getting in the way, so she bowed her head to tie it up, then used a seemingly well-prepared seductive move, snatched it away, and casually put it into her mouth. This horrifying scene made Lamton a little blush with pleasure. This kind of experience is truly amazing. Seeing that reaction, Not Tran secretly cheered. Lamton is so great, I knew it. Then she spoke invitingly. Do you like the fairy boss? I have an even more spectacular performance. But accidentally revealing his true voice out of excitement made Lamton freeze. As if recognizing something, he quickly avoided her and stood up to walk away, then hurried over to the lighting controls and turned them on. Suddenly, the lights flooded the room, and Not Tran jumped in surprise. Oh! Lamton's face darkened with anger as he realized it was her. Then, without hesitation, he pulled up his pants and turned to leave, leaving Not Tran desperately trying to hold on. Lamton, she can only comfort herself. I can still smell Lamton, just that, but I feel so happy, I like it so much. At the same time, the system reports a 0.1% increase in affection, Lu Not Tran's affection reaching 99.8%. Just then, Tonu, burning with rage, storms in and finally finds her. What is she secretly planning by bringing Lamton here? It seems the battle between the two women is about to begin. Where is Lamton? All I see is Not Tran speaking up and directly provoking. Is Lamton not coming to see you? As expected, you don't hold any position in his heart either. In response, there was a smug look on Tonu's face. Lamton risked entering the evil cult's lair to save me and even gave me a racing car and a stadium. Is that still not considered having a position? Could someone as hateful as you really have a place? But Yitan just shrugged and seemed indifferent. So what? I only received what was outside of him. Just some wealth that doesn't matter. But I received his true self. This loaded statement made Tonu lose her composure. What do you mean? What did you just do to Lamton? It's true that whoever gets angry first loses. The score is not in favor of Not Tran, so what if I know? My charm will never be learned by you. This statement pushed Tonu's anger to its peak. Damn it, next time I will make Lamton mine and see how long she can keep up her arrogance. A few hours earlier, as Gao Dong was speeding down the main road on his motorcycle, her phone suddenly rang, signaling an incoming call. So Gao Dong immediately stopped the bike, clearly happy to receive this call. Hello, Mom. Do you even recognize me as your mother? How many days has it been since you last called home? Gao Dong could only stammer and make up a story. I have to go on a busy business trip for work, but I can't convince Doki. Busy all day, just wandering around without making much money. Before she could say more, Gao Dong quickly interrupted. Don't be angry I bought you a shirt. Well, she silently sighed to herself, knowing her mother still didn't know her true profession as a police officer. If she found out, she would definitely force her to quit immediately. At this moment, Dokai finally got to the main point, saying, Mom found a fairy to ask for a peach blossom blessing necklace, just wear it for 24 hours, and you'll definitely meet a quality guy, then marry and have children. Gao Dong could only pretend to be interested. Alright, how much is this necklace? It's only 200,000 yuan. In an instant, Gao Dong wondered if he had misheard. 200,000 yuan. So Doki couldn't help but scold her again. Why are you shouting like that? If 200,000 yuan can buy you a future and happiness, then it's really a bargain. But Gao Dong doesn't care what that fairy's name is. Hurry up and return it and get back the 200,000 yuan or I'll call the police. As soon as she finished speaking, she started yelling loudly. Well done, raising a child like this and ending up with an ungrateful one. Your mother struggled and begged to get this magic tool from the fairy Hoang Chan. Do you want to make her furious? Seeing his mother react so fiercely, Gao Dong felt a bit confused. Mom, stay calm. As she was speaking, suddenly a frantic scream rang out. Someone was about to jump into the river, and at that moment, the noisy scene in front drew Gao Dong's attention. What's going on? Among the crowd, there is a girl standing precariously on the edge of the bridge. Don't come any closer. My life is hopeless now. Everyone around hurriedly tried to stop. Why would your sister dress like that? Think about your family. If you leave, how much will they be heartbroken? In that moment, a flicker of pain suddenly appeared in my niece's eyes, revealing the unhidden sorrow for my family. Then she decided to let go of everything in a panic, but luckily, at the most critical moment, Ngao Dong arrived just in time. Everyone there was wide-eyed in shock at this overly cinematic scene. After a moment, Ngao Dong gently comforted my knee. "If you're having any difficulties, please tell me, okay?" And she burst into tears. "You are from Ha Ha City." At first, my niece's family wasn't wealthy, but considered a happy family. She is just a superstitious mother, but since she spent 180 yuan on a fortune teller named Huang Chan Tian to summon a wealth-bringing monster, she has become increasingly abnormal and even said that Huang Chan Tian predicted her family cannot prosper because of her father's heavy sins from a past life. As soon as he heard that name, Gao Dong couldn't help but startle. Huang Chan Tian. Then, my niece's younger brother felt that it was that very Chan Tian who had made his mother become abnormal, so he went with her to meet the man. But after returning home, he became foolish and naive. The mother and Chan Tian had removed the karma from my niece's younger brother. In the end, her mother handed over the entire family assets to Chan Tian. Then the man only taught her one sentence, placed her in the place of death, and only then could she come back to life. Thinking Ni never expected that after returning home from school, she would find her family gone and there was no witness or evidence. The Hakka City police couldn't solve the case. Manhwa finally managed to find Chan Tian's friends. She immediately chased after her, but Chan Tian lives in a luxurious villa with many disciples, so she couldn't meet her. The more I speak, the more my emotions turn negative. I really have no other choice left. No one can help you. No one believes what you're saying. Might as well just die. As she was drowning in that despair, a serious voice suddenly sounded. "You are a police officer if you don't know. That's fine. But if you do, Ngao Dong will definitely not let this slide. Trust me, I promise to help you seek justice and make that bastard face the punishment he deserves. Because if this is true, your family members are also in danger. Mom, I have thought it through. I want to go see Chan Tian to ask for a career. Can you take me to see him?" The night sky tonight looks clear and cool. Ngao Dong and her mother arrive at a luxurious villa with strict security, its opulent appearance making her suspicious. Princess Chan Tian lives here, and this villa seems to be worth about 80 million. Meanwhile, Dukai next to her shows a look of reverence. How could Huang Chan Tian settle down somewhere? This villa belongs to a major boss in DM Jiang, who lets Chan Tian stay for free. Since arriving here, Ngao Dong's intuition has told him something is off. It feels like his mother is acting strangely, but he can't quite put his finger on it. While she was still thinking, the door in front suddenly opened, and looking inside, you could easily sense the lively atmosphere happening inside. Here, all kinds of people with different expressions are gathered. Witnessing this scene, Gao Dong feels a bit stunned. It's too crowded. Are all these people here to seek Huang Chan Tian for divine tools? Since everything was still unclear, she chose to observe first before acting. Then Ao Dong appeared calm and strolled around like a true guest, secretly recording any illegal behavior to use as evidence if needed. At this moment, the appearance of unrighteousness drew everyone's attention. Thank you to the lay followers for waiting. Huang Jinxian had finished meditating when he saw the guy, and the crowd there suddenly went crazy and rushed at him. Finally, I have met Huang Chan Tian. He has predicted the fate of many stars. Great figures help them avoid calamity. Such a remarkable person is willing to help us read the fortune. I am so moved that I start to cry. Ha Tam quickly runs forward and kneels down before the unfaithful. Fairy Jen, I have a major deal that I must secure at any cost, but my competitor is very strong. Is there any magic tool that can help me eliminate my rival? No matter the price, I am willing to pay. Ao Dong couldn't believe what he had just heard. Which sect does this great master belong to that they can provide such evil spiritual tools? Moreover, other clients hearing such requests still show no change in their expressions. Is that guy over there pretending to be reluctant? Can this layman really summon a magical weapon? You must see if you have enough destiny and virtue. Hearing that, Ha Tam quickly replied, How much money do I need to spend? Before Bat Nia could continue, Da Hai suddenly interjected. Chan Tian, this is the magic weapon Kim Tian I asked for from you last week. The old man's face shows extreme suffering. You said the Kim Tian can sever the bad relationships of my goddess, so no man will cling to her anymore. But I still see her get into someone else's car. To prevent others from being affected by these words, Bat Nia pretended to let out a loud sigh. Then he pretended to be helpless again. I told you, the effectiveness of Kim Tian depends on wealth. How much wealth did you spend to ask for Kim Tian? Have you forgotten? Such blatant lies, yet somehow Dahai still trusts completely. So that's it. I was mistaken about the true fairy. But my mother-in-law in the house keeps a tight grip on the money. I can't spend the assets even if I want to. What should I do now? At this point, Nia Dong truly felt speechless. This person already has a wife, yet still came to ask for a talisman to cut off the woman's romantic fate he secretly loves. At this moment, Bu and Hia explained seriously that dissipating assets to accumulate virtue is a major matter. If your wife disagrees, it shows she is being blinded by karma. Karma can be big or small, but obstacles must be removed. Then, he pretended to be a compassionate saint, saying if someone in your family is also blinded by karma, Bring that person here and I will free them from their karma for free. I won't take a single cent. It seems that here, besides Gao Dong, no one is truly alert. The Holy Fairy is really a reincarnated Buddha. For my family, we must bring them to see the fairy to remove the obstacles. I told you my wife is truly burdened by karma. Now Niao Dong can finally be sure that this so-called saint is indeed a dangerous criminal and must be captured. But we still lack any useful evidence and have to wait. While she was still dazed, an unexpected incident suddenly occurred. Fortunately, thanks to his professional instincts, Gao Dong reacted extremely quickly. What are you doing? Butong loudly questions her.
Your skills are not bad, sneaking into Zhen Qian's villa and secretly filming with your phone. Do you think we didn't notice? Who are you really?
Right now, all Niao Dong can think of is that he's doomed. Sure enough, her mother is the first to rush in. Dong Dong, why did you do that? Didn't I tell you your attitude would change so quickly? It turns out you wanted to cause trouble with Chan Tien. You shouldn't do that. Quickly kneel before the immortal. In this situation, running away is the best option. You can't let yourself be caught. Although I am confident I can defeat these disciples, I currently have no evidence, so I can only run away. These disciples haven't yet experienced Gao Dong's true power, so they are still overconfident and caught her, then closed the door. Unfortunately, rushing out the main door has never been her choice, only to see Gao Dong unleash his ultimate escape technique. This time, she encountered unexpected trouble, and instead of landing on soft ground, she found herself facing an innocent person. I really didn't expect this unexpected situation. Sorry, are you okay? Lam Tan silently sighed, finally escaping from Lu Nyatron and heading back to school via a shortcut, only to be caught in a mishap caused by someone climbing over the wall, just like a staged collision to extort money. When he regained his composure, Niao Dong suddenly shouted, "It's you again!" You're also surprised, wide-eyed. Once you realize she's an acquaintance, everything becomes easier. Why did she climb the wall? Lam Tan looked at her with a knowing smile. Have you changed careers? I know you misunderstood again, but Gao Dong is too lazy to explain. It's nothing, just leave here quickly. Why is it that every time I go undercover, I keep running into him? Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Female cultivator Gao Dong silently thought, Mom, I only saw Batnia pretending to be worried. Why did you run? Mom is really worried about you.
What is this?
A Taoist priest? Why is the temple opening all the way out here? She whispered to him that this was a scam group pretending to be gods and demons to deceive others for money. Those clients all trusted him deeply. Hearing that, Lam Tan immediately used his abilities to check for telepathy and aura. Not looking was fine, but as soon as he looked, he was startled.
The mind to control technique has already affected several people. It's a kind of dark magic using psychological suggestion and hypnosis, combined with drugs to control the mind. Luckily, I have software support, otherwise I couldn't tell who was influenced by the mind manipulation spell.
At that moment, Batanya ordered his disciple to go and invite the female cultivator back. Having confirmed the presence of dark arts here, Lam Tan couldn't ignore it, so I must eliminate this person who cannot communicate normally. At this moment, no one knows that every move they make is being watched. No one knows when Lai Nui appeared here. I really didn't miscalculate. The southwest position of the Khan Mansion Villa can reveal Huang Batnia's weakness. Her attention is focused on Lam Tan and Niao Dong. It seems this couple is the key factor. At this moment, Batnia doesn't realize that a pair of eyes is still watching him. Huang Batnia. Lai Nui was furious when she saw him. Huang Batnia, the hot-headed man who initially pretended to be honest and kind while cleaning in Sonjiang. I don't even bother to care about him anymore. He took the opportunity while I was out to steal 3 magic tools and go on a rampage everywhere. I must retrieve the magic tools and return to the mountain. She carefully observes the current situation, but unfortunately, he has hired many guards. An idea suddenly flashed in Lai Nuit's mind when she saw what was happening there, knowing that as long as she exploited this troublemaker, she could recover all the magical artifacts. On the other side, Lam Tan had just effortlessly dealt with Batnia's 2 disciples. This scene leaves everyone there stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Even Rao Dong can't help but marvel at how impressive it is. He only needs to lightly tap the back of their necks with his finger to control them. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, Batnia immediately gave the order. Those 2 were being followed by a little demon so they wouldn't cause harm to others outside. We must control them right here and now. I am willing to sacrifice my cultivation to save them. Quickly take out all your magic weapons. It's clear that the weapons in their hands are unusual. It seems the people there are easily provoked by his words. Dong Dong? Did you offend some little demon? Fortunately, the compassionate foot of the immortal, come here immediately. I will also help. Capture the evil spirit. Accumulating merit allows you to request divine tools. I will also lend a hand. Aodong couldn't hide his panic. I am a police officer. I warn you all. Kidnapping can lead to imprisonment from 5 to over 10 years. Long Tan didn't expect her to be able to talk so much. Pretending to be a police officer doesn't work on them. You go ahead. I will stop them and help you. Hearing that, Gao Dong immediately objected. I can't go, my mother. As she hesitated, Do Kai suddenly embraced her tightly. Chan Tian, I have caught my daughter. Ao Dong looked at her in confusion. Mom? At this moment, a vicious-looking disciple suddenly charged forward, but before he could do anything, he was stopped by a voice. The sun transforms into life. Water preserves love. Fragrant smoke responds above. Snake forms together. 6 harmonies unite, commanding 10,000 spirits. The mysterious origin of heaven and earth. The root of all energies. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Junior brother." That sound is deep and resonant like a guiding lute voice beside your ear. Extending through countless lifetimes, proving my divine powers, ruling the only way, within and beyond the 3 worlds. At this moment, Lam Tan seemed to become a different person. Your strength is still weaker than mine. A little demon entering your body is still manageable. He said this while continuing to recite strange incantations. The 5 weapons glowed fiercely. Divine powers clashed. Blessings protected the true person, and golden light flashed rapidly. The moment you spoke, everyone was immediately stunned. Junior brother. Lion Guit was also momentarily confused by what you said. Junior brother. After that moment of shock, Wu Yi quickly regained his composure and dragged him into the chaos. Why rush? Wait for me to perform a little, and you'll understand right away. He secretly activates his skill, proficient in traditional medicine. Lam Tan's target is Ngao Dong's mother, who is suffering from a severe illness, weak kidney energy. So everything is going badly, her body is in pain, and she can't sleep at night, right? That's why even when she's fired up, she has to stop suddenly. Huh? How do you know? Lam Tan casually borrows the weapon from the nearby disciple. I won't worry. I will now use the demonic ink to draw a powerful attack called the Diamond Shock. Then he quickly performed a few movements with refined skill before gently returning the item to the unfortunate disciple. All done. Check if your leg still hurts. I thought you were just making up stories to pass the time, but unexpectedly, Doki was stunned and exclaimed, "Really not hurting anymore? My chronic knee pain has lasted for years, but it's gone so suddenly. Master, you are still young but possess such profound cultivation. Are you truly Huang Chantian's senior brother?" "What? Is he also a grandmaster?" It can't be wrong. He immediately revealed his true strength. The illness that the hospital couldn't cure, he handled it in just a moment. Even Gao Dong was almost convinced by this. How could you do that? The hospital said my mother's cartilage damage is hard to treat. How could you do that? Could it be that you really know magic? Lin Tan winked playfully at her. I only know a little bit of traditional Chinese medicine. I just blocked some acupoints of that thing, so the pain is temporarily numb. Talking to them about law and science is useless. This is called using magic to defeat magic. Realizing he had been tricked, Ngao Dong was a bit annoyed. Fine, you even fooled me. But the system still reports that the affinity has increased by 5%, bringing Tom Ngao Dong's affinity to 57%. Then Lam Tan regained his serious demeanor. This matter concerns the reputation of the sect Ban Dao, the monk Qian Da, and the fellow disciple Huang Chantian. But he practiced evil arts, was punished by his master to reflect alone on the mountain, and then betrayed and fled. This time, I came down the mountain to catch this traitor. Your storytelling skills are so good that even a professional con artist like Unfaithful would be impressed. Nonsense. Your words are full of lies. At the same time, a few people spoke up to defend him, saying, Master, we acknowledge your true skill, but what you said is really too shocking. Lam Tan also knew that this matter wouldn't be easy to resolve. If everyone doesn't believe, I can duel the master right here and now to test his skills. But I doubt he dares to accept the challenge. As expected, your arrogance has angered those fanatics. True immortals are genuinely powerful. Huang Zhenjian is a top celestial being with immortal appearance. How could he use evil magic? If you are a fellow disciple of True Immortal, could you also help us change our luck and avoid disaster? I am looking for a magic weapon to help my career prosper. The patience of the unjust is almost at its limit. This person is right about a few things. Could it be that the master is taking on new disciples? No, the so-called exorcism magic he uses is just pressure point techniques. A scammer. I also need to boost my reputation. If I beat him this time, won't wealth come pouring in? After careful consideration, he responded confidently. Why wouldn't I dare to accept your challenge? Just because you ruined my reputation, I absolutely cannot let it go. Batnia looks extremely confident. I will compete with you 3 times, winning 2 out of 3. If I lose, I will withdraw from the martial world. If you lose, leave it to me to handle everything. Are you brave enough? As for Lam Tan, he is not afraid of any opponent. Checkmate. Your arrogance leaves Lai Nuiet speechless. This kid dares to compete with Huang Batnia, truly a young horse full of bravado. She quietly calculated that Huang Batnia's tactics were sinister and that the boy would definitely lose. But this could be her chance. As long as she can make Huang Batnia reveal a small mistake, she will have an opportunity to strike. Lai Nuiet's eyes flash with a cold, determined look as she retrieves all her magic tools. First round, soul summoning technique.
The method of this round's competition is that among the spectators present, one person is randomly chosen to summon their deceased loved one and answer questions only they would know. Then the customer will judge whether it's correct or not.
The crowd there was very excited about this unexpected contest. Starting with Huang Chantian, Batnia then began the ritual as Tu Feng watched eagerly. Grandma, can you hear me when I call you? Suddenly, his whole body trembled as if an invisible current ran through him. Then Batnia suddenly knelt down. He heartbrokenly embraced Tio Fuang. Fuang Fuang, my obedient little Fuang Fuang, why are you so thin? Grandmother Xiaofeng choked back tears as she told everyone around her that she also called me Fuang Fuang, and although I used to be very fat, she always saw me as thin. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Lam Tan and Nao Dong remained calm and continued to observe the situation. Now Buing Justice finally spoke. Of course it's her. Dear Fuang, you can ask her anything. Little Fuang sobbed as she looked at the person in front of her. Grandma, I didn't get to see you one last time that year. When I rushed to the hospital, she had already passed away. I want to know if she heard me when I spoke then. Her expression of betrayal suddenly softened into the gentle look of her late grandmother. She heard everything. I told her that I felt very guilty towards her. The thing she hoped for most was for me to get married and have children, but I couldn't find a partner while she was still alive. At this point, all of Xiaofeng's efforts to hold back finally broke, and she burst into tears. Hoo-hoo! Grandmother, seeing that scene, everyone was deeply moved. It truly relieved the young girl's long-standing burden. Oh my god, this is so touching. The true immortal will always be a true immortal. That so-called master of the way definitely can't do it. At this moment, Gao Dong was a bit worried. It was obviously just acting. How could he truly invite the soul of the deceased? But the current situation was not in his favor. Suddenly, Lin Tan stepped forward and whispered to her, "Help me with something." Over there, Xiao Yuan was still lost in happiness. Grandmother, do you remember the dish I liked the most? I don't eat it anymore now. Hearing that, Batngia immediately stepped back. Her grandmother has already left. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Who would know what she liked to eat? Gathering detailed personal information about each customer is a basic skill in our work. Choose the person who likes to write this diary. I win. Then, the arrogant man looked at Lam Tan, the senior Taoist priest. It's your turn now. After some calculation, Lam Tan turned to Mei Hu. Female cultivator. Has a close relative passed away recently? Although a bit surprised, she still replied to him, yes. My useless father just died last month. Do you want to summon his soul? I advise you to think carefully because he is a despicable person. If you call him over, we will definitely fight. As expected, the onlookers immediately mocked him, saying, pick someone else quickly. I can tell you're definitely going to lose. I want to see them fight, but Lam Tan remains firm in his choice. It's okay. Maybe they can resolve their hatred for each other. Since you said that, my Ho won't refuse anymore. She adopts a gentle and obedient demeanor in front of Lam Tan. All right, go ahead. Master Dao, your soul-calling flag. Please begin your performance. But Lam Tan did not accept it and turned to the side. I've already called your father here, right next to me. This statement indeed shocks everyone. Huh? Then he calmly began his monologue. He left his belongings for his daughter. Really? Right at the Lotus Pond in the villa area of Viamjiang near the South Bridge. Okay, goodbye. Next, Lam Tan looked at Bat Luan and ordered him to find me a hall. At this point, the crowd finally regained their composure and started protesting loudly. Are you just going to give up? Are you just going to accept defeat like that? Wait a minute. What are you pretending to do? Is that what you call summoning a spirit? No need for the competition, just deal with him now. At this moment, Nao Dong suddenly reappeared after being gone for a while. Master Qianda, I've found the hall. She secretly winked at Lam Tan. Okay, it's all set now. You quickly picked up the Sudir signal, then Lam Tan pointed at my Ho. Oh, hand over the item to me, beauty. You have to dig it up yourself. Of course, my Ho wouldn't accept that easily. Hey, don't tell me you think I believe you actually went into the Lotus Pond to dig mud just because you said so. Do you think I'm an idiot? You go by yourself. Come on. Lam Tan had to resort to provoking tactics. Is that so? My father said he would leave me 200 million. I don't need the work. I'll go dig it up myself. As soon as I heard about the money, my Ho's eyes lit up like car headlights. A little later, when my Ho was exhausted and panting heavily, the crowd following her gradually lost patience. Dream on. How could there be that much money? Just stall for time. Watch him carefully. Don't let him run away. If I can dig up the money, I'll jump into the pool for a swim right away. I found it. She was a bit surprised when she saw what she dug up, a bank card, while Lam Tan was just waiting for that and had already prepared the boss machine. A few minutes later, a robotic voice announced that there were 200 million in the card. And as expected, the surrounding atmosphere instantly exploded. Am I dreaming? Aside from the crazy people, my Ho is so happy she's going crazy. 200 million, I am now a rich lady. I don't need to do that job anymore. Thank you for the money, Dao Trong. Lam Tan quickly pushed her away. Hey, don't come over here. Her body was covered in mud. Despite what was happening right in front of her, Bat and Gia still stubbornly refused to agree. If it's like this, how can it be called summoning a spirit? Just casually saying there's a place to bury money and digging it up is considered proof. Didn't you just say your father was no good? Did he really leave money for you? It's fake. Once she has the money, my Ho no longer cares whether he's a true immortal or something else. If he left me 200 million, then he's the one who loves me the most in the world. Or maybe he should call the mother who can leave me 300 million. Her venomous words left Bat Nia speechless. Only then did the crowd remember the purpose of their visit. How can we determine the winner? Huang Chan Tian is just all talk. This preacher of money really helped the girl find the 200 million. Maybe the preacher of money had already hidden that amount of money beforehand. No matter what, I still believe in Huang Chan Tian. At this moment, Bat Nia suddenly raised his voice to silence everyone. He provocatively looked at Lam Tan. If he couldn't determine the winner, this round would be a tie. After all, there are 2 more rounds. True skill can never be faked, but a fake can only fool once. Predecessor. 13. What do you think? Is it correct? Lam Tan only responded to him with a calm attitude.
Yes, yes, yes. In the second game, the positioning is divided at Shichha Ling. VM Jang chooses a land with feng shui that can bring blessings to future generations.
Whoever finds the best spot will win. The group trailed behind Botnia while he held a compass, pretending to count on his fingers and muttering something quietly. My disciple whispered, Master. It's hard to catch them in such a desolate place for the duel, but he was very confident. Ha! The mother of that female officer completely listens to me, and as for that pretentious guy, he's obviously just a sycophant who refuses to run away. Batnia can't stop thinking about that beautiful young girl. Once I deal with this half-baked priest who only licks boots, my reputation in the circles will be even greater. The disciple beside him cheered, not surprised that the master had everything under control. At the end of the group, Nao Dong curiously asked his mother, Mom, how do you know this true immortal? He still hasn't eliminated his karmic obstacles yet. She then recounted what she heard. That day, my mother went to get her hair styled, and Lam Tan followed behind, stopping when he was attracted by the noise. Behind the grass, Lai Nuiet, like a fairy, whispered a warning. Huang Butnia is not as simple as you think. The first round of peace was just luck. She calmly explained, her expression as cold as the icy mountain. Next, he will use even more sinister tricks, especially since he has magical tools with him. A look of confusion appeared on Lam Tan's face. Who are you? Is the real name of that con artist Taoist really Huang Botnia? Lang Wheat didn't answer, only handed you a small item and said, Take good care of this. In your hand is a triangular-shaped talisman wrapped up.
The wind blows through her white hair. Before leaving, Lan Wed advised, if Huang Botnia curses you, the talisman will heat up, so throw it at him and run away immediately. You might just save your life.
Suddenly, the system pops up a notification saying it detected high feminine beauty value and started the rebellious disciple mission. Hearing the notification, Lam Tan's face twisted in confusion. System, where are you throwing me? Rebel disciple. Still, when he looked at the talisman, he smiled, thinking she was a fellow disciple of Huang Boot and Gia. Could it be that the story I made up actually hits the mark and is somewhat interesting? There's a gentle scent of agarwood and white tea with a hint of floral fragrance. In the middle of a lush hill, Botankia's voice echoes coldly, with mountains resembling Can Sun Tone in the distance. This is the best feng shui land of Shichhalin. He is extremely confident, claiming that just by relocating the ancestral grave here and arranging the fate based on the 8 characters of birth time, it can become a place of 3 generations of blessing. The superstitious and fanatical villagers couldn't help but crave it upon hearing this. This really is a place with good feng shui. I want it too. Oh my god, 3 generations of blessing. They barged into Shichha village shouting and cursing. How bold of them. Luckily, I overheard that you are outsiders. Coming to the village to look for feng shui land. Isn't it to scam and force the price down to buy the mountain? Dream on. This place belongs to Shichha Thon. The 2 sides face off and everyone starts whispering. This is a scam by Shichha village. Rumor has it that he's both greedy and selfish, so don't think you can buy this place. Negotiating with him is impossible. Don't even dream about it. Who would give away a place with good feng shui to outsiders? Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to shout from the top of the mountain, threatening that if we didn't leave, he wouldn't hold back anymore. The henchman quickly swung the rake, scaring the surrounding villagers. No, 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 we will go. But before the weapon strikes, Batningia used 2 fingers to stop it. The man tightly grips the rake, while himself pretending to be wise. Esteemed scholar, please don't be impatient. I beg you to hear me out. Vuai paid no attention and continued shouting loudly. No matter what you say or how sweet your words are, I will not sell it. The man remains calm as he explains. Vuai, that forest is large and dense. In less than 10 years, it will develop into a sharp dragon's aura, responding with a roar similar to his own. So what? I'll just cut down that entire forest now. Hearing that, Batnia immediately smiled slyly. Do you have so much money? Taking advantage of the hot iron, he keeps adding more. Building a tomb on the mountain requires opening a road for vehicles and construction. Because of the high cost, land can be shared with others to move their graves and jointly invest in construction, so both sides benefit. In the end, Vu Oi was convinced by Botangia's reasoning. This master has a point. Alright, I can give up 5 burial spots to outsiders, but no more than that. As soon as they found out there was space, the common folk started bidding fiercely. Are there only 5 spots? I want 1. I bid 2 million. 2 million, what is that? Such a rare feng shui land, I bid 5 million, I bid 8 million. This is all my assets. Seeing him, even he had to bow before him. Everyone admired him even more. Huang Chantian truly is a mortal divine being. Thank you, celestial immortal, for helping us acquire this precious feng shui land. Unfairly, you pretended to be modest, saying it was just a simple gesture. As he turned away, his face darkened. Vu Wai's acting was truly excellent. This time, no one would doubt anymore. Vu Wai lifts his glasses, a faint smile on his lips. Truly, Chantin's script is excellent. A small mountain worth millions. After this, we will each take 5.5. I've had enough. Bat Nia sneered deeply as he spoke about his opponent. Oh, Master Tienda is still here. Now it's your turn, Master Tienda. He is especially arrogant inside. I earned my money. I won the competition. What do you have to fight me? These deluded masses led by injustice still praise him as a living saint. There's no need to compare anymore. In terms of virtue and compassion, the Heavenly Lord is the highest existence. Master Tianda also has some skills, but he is not on the same level as the heavenly immortal Huang Chan. Lai Nuet, hidden in the shadows, calmly observes the scene below. A group of foolish Vu Oi people clearly colluding with the heavenly immortal Huang Chan, but she sees no opportunity in Tianda. Could it be that he is also not the one to resolve this crisis? Despite the crowd's criticism, Lam Tan remained calm, one hand scrolling through his phone, the other cracking his knuckles. Sigh, this is too tragic. The disciple of the unrighteous one immediately mocked, "Are you talking about me? Chun Tian studies Feng Shui, and what are you doing looking at your phone? Can that thing really make accurate calculations? You just calmly put away your phone and pointed at the land, saying you would use money to buy graves for those unlucky people. This mountain is no good. I've already calculated it. Soon this place will be turned into a burial site for the spirits. Anyone who buys it is really an idiot." The crowd had been expecting Lin Tan to say something impressive, but as soon as they heard that, they burst out laughing. Did you really figure it out? After all, you're just an ordinary person. If you want to deceive others, you need some credibility. At least make them believe you. I used to think you really had some skill. The disciple of unrighteousness is breaking his teeth apart. This behavior of yours is giving up your rights. You're losing this round, or are you planning to give up on the third game as well? The competition is over. We will now capture him. Nao Dong stepped forward confidently, refusing to back down. Just as the two sides were arguing, a helicopter suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It quickly descended, making everyone curious about which deity had arrived in person. Wow, who could that be? The people stepping out in neat, elegant suits have some knowledgeable individuals staring in astonishment. Isn't that the biggest real estate CEO in Vientiane City, the Imperial Palace? Next to the estate is President Phi and his private plane. So who is the man with the two richest tycoons in Vientiane City? God does not pay attention to the crowd and focuses on the introduction. Director Law, this is the Shichha mountain where Phi and I plan to build the burial site. Do you think it's very suitable? Upon hearing about the burial site construction, Vu Oi and Bat Nia both shouted out, "What?" The crowd was immediately shocked upon hearing that. A place to bury the carcasses. Are they really going to turn it into a carcass burial site? Is the director really the director of the Land Bureau? They thought of the young man who predicted accurately. Did the Money Dadao master really guess right? Such calculations, as if guided by a divine power, are truly unreasonable. What exactly is going on? Does the Land Bureau really want to turn this place into a landfill for bones? So what should be done with that feng shui land? Even Rao Dong next to him can't believe it. How could this be possible? Could he really be connected to someone in the Land Bureau? Wait a moment. I am the village chief of Shichha Village, Director Law, right? Are you loudly planning to turn our Shichha mountain into a garbage dump? Why didn't I know about this? This time, we came to talk to you about this project, but before he could finish, Vu Oi jumped in, saying, "This mountain is a sacred feng shui site of Shichha Mountain, and yet you claim you want to turn it into a garbage dump." Even the fanatical people are shouting out loud, "Yes, 100-year-old feng shui land, and you're using it as a pig burial site? Isn't that just a waste of heaven's gift?" Facing the angry crowd over trifles, the emperor only sighed with a look of regret. "So what? That's really unfortunate. Behind us, there is a major investor for this project. The basic budget he allocated for your Shichu village is 1 billion yuan. As soon as he heard the huge amount of money, Vu Oi's eyes bulged out, almost smashing the glass. 1 billion. He turned to leave with his partners, but the boss said there might still be room to negotiate. "But it seems that now I still believe that feng shui treasures are more important, so we will take our leave," feeling the money slipping out of our grasp. He shouted quickly, wait a minute. Before any negotiations, Vu Oi just decided, "I'm selling." The words just spoken made Bat Nia widen his eyes. Hearing that, he felt puzzled. "Didn't you say that the feng shui treasure was important? Why are you selling it now?" He immediately composed a full argumentative essay, stating that this is not about money at all, but simply superstitions and false beliefs. How can I believe him? He's already made up his mind. Since it's about selling the mountain, he'll obviously sell it to the one with 10 billion. Lin Wei quietly watched from the side, startled herself, her eyes bulging with anger and veins popping. What kind of girl? Like pouring oil on the fire, Lam Tan also gave a thumbs up and praised, and the village chief said sincerely, "Our villagers are very easy to talk to, and prices can be negotiated. I will definitely organize the whole village to welcome." The emperor also responded very comfortably. "Our boss will definitely be very pleased." Before the important guests leave, Vu Oi wishes the two CEOs a safe journey, and the bureau chief does the same. Seeing that the matter seems settled, Fei Nam and the imperial lord exchange glances, and he quickly responds with a nod. Miao Dong quickly stepped forward and asked, "I know you have a lot of money, but you wouldn't really give 10 billion to that village chief Vo Long Tom just to win this competition, right?" Contrary to her worry, he gently embraced Miao Dong and whispered, Those two general managers are my friends. They just lent me a favor to put on a show. In fact, the village chief won't get a single penny. Hearing that, she also let out a relieved breath. That's good then. Seeing the plan ruined, Bungi was furious and shouted loudly. It's all a fake. Just to play by the three of them, there won't be any landfill project at all. Don't be fooled. How can Lamton's confident face be fake? Chantian, do you have any evidence? Show everyone the proof. Even though he's telling the truth, the people won't listen. Chantian, it's not that we don't trust you. The Emperor and General Fai are both top tycoons in Vientiane City, and moreover, Master Tianda also cannot control them. The crowd's changing winds make Unrighteous grind his teeth in anger. I've seen through it all. Chanda's point is just that he has a lot of money. He basically has no magical powers at all. In both competitions, he only used money to pressure his way to victory. He pulled out a Bagua mirror from his sleeve, and at this rate, there was no chance to win anymore. You forced me into treachery quickly. Raise the mirror and shout, everyone has been deceived. This preacher of many treasures is possessed by the extremely powerful evil sect. Two great masters are surely also controlled by his dark magic. Everyone was stunned after hearing that. What? Lin Wei also stared blankly at her magic weapon, her Bagua mirror. On the other side, the man held a staff in one hand and the mirror in the other, chanting a spell to summon the great sage Kitian to perform the ritual. The one wielding the golden needle suddenly ignited with blazing flames, recognizing all the transformations of demons and ghosts slaughtering thousands. Divine weapons. Obey the command. The dazzling light radiating so brightly that everyone couldn't help but be amazed. This is Jiaoshan. Oh my, I only saw this in the video. This is my first time seeing it in real life, and I didn't expect I would have to use a summoning spell. Is this preacher Qian Da Dao truly possessed by an evil spirit? Without hesitation, Lai Nguyen jumps off the branch and quickly rushes forward wielding the magical weapon, the Death Bell Demon Staff. Yet, Huang Batnia, trying to deal with someone unfamiliar with the art, dared to use two of my magical tools, knowing his treacherous methods. But I never expected him to be so treacherous and cruel. Unsettling thoughts kept racing through Lan Gui's mind. The protective talisman I gave to Qian Da can't really stop an attack like this. Qian Da is doomed. The mirror of chi projection directly onto Lam Tan, my infinite Bagua mirror can fortify the house and ward off evil spirits. But if used to shine on a person, it will suppress their energy and drain their vitality, making their body weak and almost immobile. Suddenly, white smoke billowed from your pocket. Lam Tan hurriedly pulled out the talisman, but the triangular charm in his pocket had already burned itself. Is this the effect that Taoist Daoko said could block Huang Chan Tian's spell? It's burning so fast I can't throw it out in time. The fanatics are changing their allegiance at lightning speed. Can you see? It seems like Master's legs are on fire. Huang Chan Tian is not wrong. He was truly possessed by an evil spirit, which is why he reacted to the spell. Hang in there, defeat this evil spirit. With that, Boon Yi's staff suddenly swung, hitting the old master's golden staff, and the demon would vanish into thin air. Behind, Gao Dong shouted in panic, Lam Tan! Even Lin Gui's cold face began to show signs of worry. The two Dong Kao demon staff is extremely terrifying when struck on the body, capable of causing the 3 souls and 7 spirits to become confused and lose their senses. The opportunity is gone now, my chance is over. In the midst of chaos, Lam Tan suddenly pulled off his slipper and struck the man's face directly, pretending to be a god and a ghost. That move of yours immediately stunned everyone, even Lin Nui and the others in Rao Dong. Unrelenting, Lam Tan grabs his collar and continues to strike him with a flurry of slippers. I've already summoned spirits, including your grandfather. Hit that liar like you, and even invite the great saint. You invite that unfaithful scoundrel, and he gets beaten until he screams and cries out in pain. The rubber slipper slapped him hard across the face, causing blood to splatter. Let's see if you have any spirit, so your whole life won't be prosperous. Waiting his whole life for bad luck, beating a scoundrel like him until he's broken and helpless, he begs for mercy. Stop hitting! Stop hitting! Seeing that scene, even the beautiful ice goddess Lion Guet showed her rarest moment of ignorance for the first time. Huh? Hong Kong-style martial arts, where the hero beats up villains. The disciples see the unrighteous being subdued and quickly draw their knives to attack. Monster, don't be rude, master. But before they could rush in, Ao Dong kicked them away. Seeing the two run away, she shouted, Lam Tan, watch out! Before their knives could strike, he spun around and showed a terrifying face. How bold of you! I am practicing fair magic with the immortal Huang Chan. What do you want to do? If you dare to interfere, this match will be known to others. Do you still need your master's reputation? Will he still have a place in the industry later on? Lin Wei watched from afar, feeling puzzled as to why Qian Duo was hit by the magic weapon, but remained unharmed. The Bagua mirror is unnecessary, and I have poured all my effort into crafting the ghost exorcising staff from wood, carved with the 8 trigrams and talisman symbols. That's strange. The woman called him Lam Tan, so that's enough information to read his fortune. Then she snapped her fingers and cast a fire spell that shone brightly. Ancient characters revealing the destiny gradually appear. Suddenly, Lin Nguyen is startled, eyes wide open, and she suddenly looks up. Little Lu, watch out! A golden dragon with shining coins appears behind Lam Tan. Is this person a divine emperor, a god of wealth? With such strong luck and wealth fortune, no wonder the magic tools are completely ineffective against him. Who exactly is this divine being? Miao Dong runs over worriedly. Are you okay? I reacted too slowly earlier and couldn't stop him from hitting you with the copper staff. Lin Tanchi gently smiled and said, no problem, and then took hold of the arm adjusting her hair. Earlier, I deliberately let him hit me so I could justify fighting back. The close distance made Miao Dong blush and look away, reckless to let that big copper stick hit his head. It was luck that he was even safe. Huang Chantin's strength must be very weak, so you weren't hurt. Seeing her like that, you just scratched your head and smiled. Haha, I guess so. Actually, I already have the correct answer in my heart. My current physical level is now 14. My body is incredibly tough. How can this small bronze staff, wielded with one hand, possibly cause me any harm? Unjust and battered, lying at your feet, with blood dripping from his mouth, he keeps begging you to stop hitting him, saying he knows he's wrong. I shouldn't hurt people. I shouldn't betray my master. Hearing that, the fanatical crowd stared in shock. Chantin, master, what are you talking about? Seeing his condition, Lin Tan immediately realized that this petty fight has made him go crazy. Just now, I want to ask him directly. Thinking and doing are the same. You immediately speak seriously, Huang Unrighteous. The outcome is clear. If you accept defeat, tell me in detail how you deceived everyone. The response was a sneering laugh and an explanation from him. I said, I'm just a half-hearted Taoist, learned some Taoist arts, then wrote a script and found actors to perform with me so I could fool a bunch of fools into sending me money to spend. Ha ha ha. Acting like a madman and exposing everything, just for a bit of fame. You all willingly fell into my trap. That village chief colluded with me and tricked you all. Ha 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 ha, your confession is like a nail in everyone's ears, so is it all just a lie? Master, stop talking or the whole lot will die. In an instant, the crowd's anger reached its peak and they rushed forward to fight. Give me back my money. You deserve to die. My child was cursed by him and became disabled. Give my child back to me, and the unfaithful one was kicked so hard she screamed. Hey, that hurts. Didn't I say if you told the truth, I wouldn't hit you? Hey, the wooden baton that had been lying on the ground is now in her slender hand, tears welling up in Miney's eyes. Mom, Dad, my little brother, I can finally avenge everyone. After saying that, she decisively struck the traitor's head with the stick. Miao Dong holds the other person gently and softly comforts her. Everything is going to be okay. The police are coming soon. It's all over. Thinking of Ni leaning on her, she keeps thanking her. Thank you, sister. At the same time, Do Kai also rushed over and tightly embraced Miao Dong. Sob, sob, sob. Good girl, Mom was wrong. Mom is awake now. Last time that con artist priest gave my mom some kind of tea, and she kept dreaming and feeling like everything he said was right. That's what made her blurt it out unconsciously. Mother Lam Tan gently smiled as she looked at the reunited family before her, and the fanatic crowd suddenly remembered after the car accident. So, does that mean the money-loving Taoist master is the true immortal? That's right, they surrounded him like a storm. A year of flattery leading to superstition and money for questions. Seeing a bunch of dreamers, Lam Tan hardened his expression and warned them. Aren't you all still not awake? Even if gods and Buddhas truly exist in this world, you must keep a pure heart, do good deeds, and accumulate virtue, and strive to change yourselves. The gods do not help the lazy, but their faith seems so strong that the crowd can't hear a word, and some brave girls even try to kiss you because of your looks. Seeing there's no way to change them, you decide to use your lightness skill to escape. It's truly hopeless now. Lam Tan ignores everything and keeps rushing through the bushes. The crowd excitedly chased after him like fans seeing their idol. Huh? Master. Master has flown away. Master, wait for me. Even Now Dong behind feels helpless, thinking how I told people to trust science, but then used lightness skill to fly away. Du Kai suddenly showed an excited expression and grabbed his daughter's shoulder. Good girl. The money from the foot fairy is your friend, right? A guy like him is definitely someone you should hold on to. As long as you have a fairy trader as a son-in-law, I can die with a clear conscience. Her mouth refused, but her face was flushed as if betraying her owner. What are you talking about, Mom? How can you and him be together? At that moment, the system popped up, increasing the favorability score by 8%. Tham Miao Dong's favorability score increased by 65%. As he left, Miao Dong still worried and asked, Mom, do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? I'm worried that the teas your mother drinks might have side effects, she retorted, making her feel confused. Going to the hospital won't help. Maybe you should take the money to Master Duodao's house for my mother to see. They completely ignored Lion Wit behind them, who was standing next to the trader. She picked up the item on the ground and casually took the guy's key. The two magical artifacts have been successfully recovered. Luckily, he wasn't crazy enough to carry them with him, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Tan had been secretly watching the white figure leave for some time. Night falls over the grand mansion, the door sealed with a sticker, and Lion Guiet carefully inserts the key while holding the compass, then steps inside. That item isn't here, Lion Guiet quietly counted in her mind before heading upstairs. That bunch of keys includes the key to the safe deposit box. The safe is probably in the study on the second floor. As soon as she entered the room, A thick aura of dark energy emanated from the safe, confirming she had found it. Inside, the three corpses continuously emitted evil spirits. It's over. This evil spirit has become more dangerous since Huang Buji took it away. Lin Weed immediately sat down and began chanting with her talisman. The mist disperses naturally. Heaven and earth restore harmony. The great yellow primordial energy stirs. Within the movement lies profound emptiness. I follow my natural path. The 8 directions become gods. Good deeds create 9 heavens. Divine treasures protect fate. Yet the situation not only does not improve but worsens. Suddenly, her white clothes burst into flames, making her panic intensely. What is happening? All the protective talismans on her body. In a critical moment, a stream of water suddenly poured down from above and successfully extinguished the flames. It turns out that the one coming to the rescue is none other than Lin Tan. Tisk tisk. Luckily I was here, or you would have been burned to death. Lin Guit's eyes widened in shock. Why are you here? Long Tan didn't answer and calmly walked up. Did the charms you brought spontaneously burn up? I thought you wanted to harm me. It seems the quality is poor now, she immediately retorted. It only ignites to ward off evil. You asked out of curiosity. Don't say you're an unfaithful junior sister. Why are you sitting here so late at night? And then he calmly reached out with his bare hand to Tam Thi. What is this? Seeing you touch the dangerous object made her worried and shout to stop. But contrary to Lai Nguyen's expectations, Lam Tan was unharmed and even questioned back confidently. Huh? What's wrong? Lam Tan's moon-like stone eyes widened again as his voice echoed. Huang Bat Nia stole her item, yet he's still an outer disciple? She explained. Master doesn't have to be older. You're quite curious. If she's his master, why not just take back the magic tool directly? Lin Nguyen dismisses his reasoning. You've read too many novels. We only study and cultivate our minds every day. Hearing that, Lin Tinengyi said, so Tan should also call her master. Seeing Lin Nguyen hesitating, Lin Tan explained, After all, Preceptor Qian Da is the senior brother of Fairy Huang Zhen, and in the end, she had nothing more to say. Lin Nguyen's eyes flickered slightly before she sank into her memories. The 3 burnt statues are the legacy of the ancestor, originally kept at the Sex Gate. I often recite sutras to suppress its evil nature. Huang Bat Nia thought it was a treasure and stole it away. Finally, she turned in to make a request, saying, This is a cursed object that can contaminate the mind and harm the spirit if touched by ordinary people. Even I must be extremely careful to avoid injury. So I have a favor to ask. With this unexpected request, he responded casually, What is it? Upon receiving a satisfactory answer, Lin Nguyen bowed her head and asked, Please help me purify this evil object to restore purity to the world. But I fear I misheard, and you will have to repeat what I said. She explained her reason for choosing him, noting that his strong destiny could easily suppress it and gradually wear down and eliminate its malevolent energy. Hearing this, Lam Tan looked at Tam Thi in surprise. As long as he kept it with him, the evil aura would surely be eradicated within a few months, and it would eventually become a harmless ordinary object. After explaining, she also cupped her fists and assured him, Of course, this isn't a charity. I will offer a worthy reward. Just name your price. Even so, Lin Nguyen still felt uneasy and worried, thinking that although it was simple for him, for ordinary people, hearing this could inevitably harm themselves. If he later made unreasonable demands, I could only accept for the sake of the people of the world. I must. Contrary to her expectations, he happily agreed. Hey, what reward do I need? That is a responsibility I cannot refuse. Master Lin Tan's heart is as joyful as a mouse in a rice jar, truly falling asleep with a pillow brought to him, pondering what excuse to use to keep in touch. As for this 3rd stone, there's no problem with it either. Just treat it like a keychain to carry around. Your sudden comment caught her off guard, as she had already prepared herself mentally. You just agree so easily like that. Isn't there anything else you want? Tham Tam Ling Wit shouted. He didn't realize what this meant. Suddenly, Lam Tan suddenly moved closer to her. A request? Well, I do have a request, but it might be a bit strange. I hope my master won't refuse her disciple. Lin Wit's cheeks naturally flushed pink. Could it be that he wants? But, for the sake of the people, I can only endure this. She clenched her fist on her chest and shyly said, I can agree with you as long as it's reasonable and not excessive. Lam Tan's face immediately darkened along with a cunning smile as his arm reached out as if to squeeze something. Once I finished speaking, he quickly shoved the gold card into her hand. Master, this is 500 million. You must take it and spend it all for me. This unexpected request leaves Lin Nguyen unable to keep up. Your face now only shows honesty and straightforwardness. You don't think too deeply, and in the future, Doni will also be more filial to her master, so I hope the master can help me spend the money. This request isn't too much, right? Master, you've taken on too much and suffered a lot already. I'm going back to school now. Goodbye, master. The story keeps unfolding unexpectedly, leaving her stunned and confused. What on earth is going on? At the same time, the system jumps again, reaching a 15% favorability score, and it arrives at Tuong Tich Nien's house under the night sky. She had just stepped in looking tired and relaxed, when suddenly her family burst into cheers and congratulations. Faced with this mess, Tich Nien looked confused, and Tang Ling softly reassured her. Good girl, we never thought about your dreams before. Zhao then took her hand. Isn't your birthday coming up soon? Many CEOs from tech companies will attend, and you can network and exchange technical ideas. When they arrived, Tichnien was overwhelmed with emotion. Her emotions flared up when she realized her parents' scheme and she exploded. What you call supporting my career is actually just to get money from the boss, isn't it? Her furious anger made Fuang quickly try to calm her down. Yi, calm down. Your parents are actually proud of you. Even though you're angry, Tichnien's heart keeps thinking, if Lam Tan attends my birthday party, he and the rose will show how polite he is. Nien wishes a happy birthday, her cheeks flushing. All right, let everyone organize the birthday this time, and I don't even know if I can get an appointment with the boss. Seeing the plan succeed, Tuang Lin whispered to Zhahua, damn it, your trick is really top-notch. She proudly replied, this is definitely the most sophisticated scheme. Under the warm yellow light from the second-floor room of the La Nahai villa, she lay face down on the bed, her hair spread across the soft pillow, her thin nightgown accentuating her alluring curves. Nyahai slowly brings a piece of flowing cheese roll to her mouth, bites gently, the rich sauce spilling at the corner of her lips, then uses her finger to wipe it off and puts it in her mouth, licking it clean seductively. Long Tan lying below, his eyes gliding over Nhahi's alluring figure, calmly speaking, I'm talking. He rested his head on Na's hand, enjoying the view before his eyes. Why does she look so cool and eat like that? She's satisfied, licking her lips with sparkling eyes. His molten cheese roll tastes so delicious I could eat it forever. And besides, this isn't an ordinary mage, but a dragon tamer, which is very exhausting. So, of course, I need to eat to replenish my strength. The phone suddenly rang, interrupting their conversation. Lam Tan happily sat up and answered. Gin said, could it be that you're short on money? I'll transfer a few billion more to you. Your birthday is the day after tomorrow? I will definitely come. On the other end, Tichnien excitedly exclaimed, that's great. My best friend will also be there, and I will introduce you to. She's a true beauty. Hearing this, his face suddenly stiffened, and he responded mechanically. Wow, that really is great news then. In the end, I can only sigh and accept my fate. Although what must come will come, causing a fight at such an important birthday party is really too much. Seeing this, Nahahai gently pats your temple to soothe your fatigue. Although I don't know what happened, just leave it to me. Tonight I will help you forget all your worries. Lam Tan was a bit touched and softly called her name, Nahahai. Then, the villa is filled with sounds of love. Nahahai, you truly are my greatest treasure. Time quickly passes to the birthday party held at a luxurious estate by the seaside, with security guards checking invitations at the grand gates as elegantly dressed guests walk in along the red carpet. Lam Tan walked around, assessing the surroundings, and there are really many wealthy people. Tuang Tichnien's family truly lives up to their reputation as a famous family in Vientiane, and their real estate business is indeed prosperous. At that moment, I overheard some of the noble young masters talking near the fountain, saying it was a birthday party, but I think it looked more like a casting call. Anyone who becomes a son-in-law of the Tuang family can inherit their fortune. Oh, Miss Tichnien is so beautiful. If he marries her, he would definitely be famous online, just like Han Ye Thongdong. Haha, what kind of man does a sharp-eyed lady like Miss Tichnien prefer? Everyone probably knows the truth deep down, right? Luo frowned in displeasure and shot a glare at him. Mr. Kim Tan sneered when he saw you arrive. Isn't he the famous freeloader in the industry? It's better not to get involved with him. They don't bother hiding their gossip. This guy is just a minor model who has always been out to seduce wealthy women. Smooth-talking and tricking women into paying for him, his reputation is terrible. He wants to target the Tuang family to become their son-in-law. The CEO of an Indian tech company and a wealthy oil magnate from a distant country are standing side by side. He confidently declared that the clowns not worth mentioning have also arrived. Being part of our class, of course, we focus more on benefits. President Tuang is choosing a son-in-law, where wealth and strength are the most important. The appearance of these two causes chaos at the scene. Oh my god, isn't that Havan, the CEO of India's technology company? One of the top 500 companies in India? Even more frightening is that next to him is the oil magnate Dayit from X country. Han Ne smugly raises his glass in a toast. Turns out it's Havan and Mr. Dayit, both highly accomplished in business. My younger brother admires him greatly, but he secretly mocks him inside. Unfortunately, in this matter, even if the young lady were blind, she wouldn't pay attention to those ugly old men with deep dark circles like that. She has not lacked money for a long time. What she needs is love. Ha Van's praise is actually sarcasm. Haha, your youthful vitality is truly admirable. He thinks you're too naive. I've seen many people, but unfortunately this world still has to bow before money and power. The two sides clash fiercely. Haha, come on, let me toast to you all, fill up the glasses. The young man, Lam Tan, was speechless as he witnessed this scene. Are these two rookies? Are you out of your mind? Forget it. Let's eat it first. Unfortunately, fate has already decided not to let you have any peace. They all looked at you in unison, demanding the staff bring 2 glasses of wine here. Even Lam Tan, lying there, got caught in the crossfire. He coldly turns his back and walks away. I'm not a waiter. If you want a drink, go get it yourself. But they insist on causing trouble with Lam Tan, each one arrogantly provoking him from different sides. You're not a waiter, so are you just a cleaner? By the way, my shoes are dirty. Come here and clean them for me. I order you to serve me. Lam Tan was about to ignore it because it was Thich Nhien's birthday, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud at their arrogant attitude. Your gaze at those two guys is like you're looking at trash. Han Nie and Ha Van, right?
Fortunately, I know a bit of divination with celestial energy, so I can now confidently tell you that the young lady will not marry anyone on your list.
They were so angry their faces twisted. What nonsense are you talking about? What are you now? At this moment, Lam Tan's attention suddenly shifted. Oh dear, she's here. The others quickly realized it was Lady Thich Nien arriving. Tien Nien gracefully descended the spiral staircase in an elegant black dress that exuded both nobility and allure, topped with a tailored vest accentuating her sophistication as hundreds watched in awe at her beauty. Her expression suddenly brightened as Lam Tan, she naturally waved her hand to greet you. The crowd immediately fell into a fantasy. She smiled at me. Han Yi, thinking he's handsome, winked, and sure enough, he was paying attention to me. Did I make you fall for me? Thich Nien walked straight toward Lam Tan. He tucks his hair back and introduces himself as Miss Tang Han Ye. He is confident in his analysis that women like Tuong Thich Nien are actually the most emotionally restrained. A little tenderness is enough to easily win her over. Before long, she will call me dad. By then, wouldn't the Tuong family's money be at my disposal? She ignored Han Ye and brushed past, leaving him frozen among the crowd. The others are trying to hold back their laughter until they shake, but his current expression is beyond words. Han Ye quickly turned around, his tall figure blocking directly in front of Thich Nien. He boldly pulled at his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs. The thing that made him a hot boy with millions of followers on social media, Han Ninghe, with a 60-centimeter broad shoulder. But Thich Nien didn't bother to pay attention. She simply pushed the guy aside coldly and said firmly, "Please let the way clear." Han Ye was completely caught off guard by this situation, staggering backward and exclaiming in surprise, "What?" He lost his balance and tumbled into the fountain. By the time he recovered and sat up, Han Ye was already in a pitiful state. The mascara runs down her darkened eyes, her wig falling off revealing a shiny scalp, while various shoulder pads float on the water's surface. The crowd around burst into laughter, their giggles echoing. Haha, with 60-centimeter shoulders, how many shoulder pads do you need to look like that? Naturally a hot guy, right? Are you trying to scare me to death? He shouted in panic, covering his face. Ha Van sneered disdainfully. He is still he after all, clearly thinking the young lady was heading towards him. Thich Nhien's eyes fixate intensely on one direction, Lam Tan. At this moment, he gracefully stepped forward to block her view and introduced Miss Tuong, saying she looked very beautiful today, and I am Havan. She awkwardly shook his hand out of politeness, very pleased to meet Mr. Han from Drogway Information Technology. Ha Van confidently snapped her fingers to signal the secretary. I heard that Miss Tuong just started a tech company. Actually, I came here to introduce a new product developed by my company, the 4th generation smart glasses. The secretary understood and immediately opened the box for everyone to see. Besides its basic smart glasses functions, it also has a realistic augmented reality interaction capability. You can operate most functions of your phone and smartwatch without using your hands, impressing the surrounding merchants. Impressive. No wonder it's from Indian technology. It really broadens the mind. Just one pair of glasses can replace my phone, smartwatch, and earbuds, making my life much simpler. Ha Vang proudly suggested that my glasses could be integrated with Miss Tuong's chip, which mainly focuses on research and development. The future of this product has unlimited financial potential, as long as our two companies can form a close alliance on the international market. Thich Nien promptly raised her hand to interrupt. Mr. Han, may I ask if your printed smart glasses are compatible with nearsighted or farsighted users? He truthfully replied, of course not. We will specially customize the glasses based on the user's myopia level, just the outer shell. She continued to ask, if I'm not mistaken, the continuous usage time must be no more than 40 minutes, right? Her face stunned. How do you know? Thich Nien immediately announced a shocking piece of news. We also happen to have a similar product, the smart glasses of our company. In addition to all the features of the Lin smart glasses, they can automatically adjust to the wearer's myopia and can be used continuously for 8 hours. Havan and Ji stared in shock with their mouths open. What? He was completely stunned inside. No way. Our technology is the best in the world. How could she do that? He quickly regained his composure. Actually, my company's 100th generation smart glasses have just been developed. They have the same functions as your product, I just didn't bring mine. With that, Havan points to the sky and raises his voice to attract attention. This is the most powerful product our company has researched and developed over the past 7 years. A series of drones lined up neatly soared past as hundreds watched. He proudly announced this as the InDrone, a high-speed drone with a maximum speed of up to 200 kilometers per hour. Its wings can significantly reduce energy consumption, allowing for a flight time of up to 100 minutes. In addition, it can also throw accurately at long distances. The crowd is amazed. Do they really think Han's drone is that powerful? It seems this product might be more powerful than China's drones. Currently, India's advanced technology still seems to surpass China's. It seems that women who found technology companies are still not successful. They smile and approach to make friends. Mr. Haven, I am the representative of DT Company from the Law City in Mexico. I am the representative of your company from the business country. He arrogantly looked up and refused, saying sorry. Today is Miss Tuong's birthday. Miss Tuong has the priority to cooperate, Haven enthusiastically offers. Miss Tuong, actually I bring not only this technology but also abundant financial resources. If we can become a family, I can share some of these things with you. He secretly licked his lips in a perverted way, thinking that although he already had 4 wives, he still hadn't tasted the scent of a girl with perfume. Tishnien remained calm, slightly smirking. Really? The scene in the sky suddenly changed, and a large number of roles with completely different appearances appeared. Everyone was in a panic and exclaimed, "Is there more roll? No, those are flying from the villa. I thought they were gone." She calmly smiled warmly. What a coincidence. To welcome the guests, I also prepared a roll light show for everyone to enjoy. Havan is going from one shock to another. You also studied roll? Then they all plunged straight into the water. Everyone was confused and whispering. The performance was out of control. They all fell into the water? Now, tiny lights are lining up neatly and standing out beneath the surface. A giant red dragon appears clearly. They are stunned and shout, "What is that?" This drone can operate both on water and in the air. The following scene is even more spectacular. The lifelike dragon emerges from the water, soaring gracefully through the night sky. The exclamations never stop. So cool. Damn, this dragon is real. The features of this drone far surpass Haven's drones by dozens of streets. Haven at this moment has turned into a stiff statue. Seizing the opportunity, Tichneen spoke up. This is the latest underwater drone developed by my Tan Naging technology company. I firmly believe we are at the forefront of global technology, and I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate. Lam Tan hid in the crowd looking at her with a proud expression. Keen looks so cool. Everyone enthusiastically agreed. Of course we have to cooperate. This is already amazing enough. They quickly come up with a strategy to seize the area. The future world will be a world of drones. The drones that are controlled more, smarter, and cheaper will dominate. That person will be the ruler of the future. Of course, Jay has heard all of that. The old man decided to act first. Miss Tuong, I will buy your company. Ha Van didn't expect to be outdone. Before Mr. Tichnien could even speak, the crowd was already in an uproar. Oh no, she is the noble landowner of the kingdom. His family has had a heritage for hundreds of years, so he's also interested in drone technology? I think it's not just drone technology, but also Miss Tuong, right? Contrary to everyone's expectations, she politely declines. Mr. Dai Ichi, please forgive me. Old Proud interrupted. Don't refuse me just yet. Miss Tuong, please hear the conditions first. The first is 10 billion to buy back your company. Second, establish exclusive control over the entire foreign market for your company. Third, you can give me a son. Even the men around her are moved. Oh my God! Jit agreed to let Tuong Tichnien have a child with him. What does this mean? Xiao has such enormous wealth. If Yi could pass on his status to this child, it would be terrifying. No one could refuse such a condition. They are certain she will marry Dayet. Tichnien covered her mouth, suppressing a mocking smile. She still held her original opinion. Sorry, Mr. Dayet. I'm afraid I have to decline your kind offer. The old man sneered at her as if she were a commodity. Is that not enough? 10 billion isn't sufficient? Then add 5 billion, 15 billion, and marry me. She indifferently walks past the old man, heading straight to Lam Tan in front of everyone. Actually, the reason I refused you is because of me. Tichnien directly embraces your arm affectionately, her eyes firm, saying, because I already like someone else. Dayet frowned in surprise. What? Enough. Do you think the young lady's eyes are blind? She likes this trash. Don't joke around. Others also can't believe it. Isn't that the servant over there? Tichnien responded calmly. I'm not joking. This time, I invite everyone to the party. Besides showcasing my company's technology, I also want to introduce my boyfriend to everyone. She whispers softly into his ear. Sorry, Lam Tan, I spoke of you as my boyfriend without your permission. Lam Tan smiled gently. It's okay. I also can't let her have a child with that old man. She hurriedly replied, her tone full of affection. I only gave birth to your child. The crowd was screaming as if the world was collapsing. Oh my God. What are you saying? With Miss Tuong's abilities, why are you flattering that servant guy? No way. Absolutely no way. I must be going crazy. You hold Tichnyen's waist as she pouts, your eyes fixed directly on Dai Ichi. Sorry, this local lord from afar. I'm afraid my girlfriend can't go back with you because Tan Ying's techniques are not lacking in money and we don't need your investment. Dai Yi suddenly understood, a thought flashing through his mind. So women as strong as Miss Tang really do like handsome young men like this? Han Ye is jealous and trying to attract attention. Look at me, thinking I'm a young lady. Annoying. That was originally my position. However, he remains confident in his own charm, as the saying goes. Loyalty is only because the value of betrayal isn't great enough, and I am the one who has experienced this saying most deeply.
Day it stands arrogantly on his mountain of money, looking down on all living beings, because no one has ever been able to persist with 20 billion in front of my wealth.
People around them, like devil horns growing on their heads, drown the two with countless words of contempt. The guy clinging to the woman's skirt must be stunned, right?
You don't have much money at all. Sweet words mean nothing.
Everyone becomes weak in front of money. Miss Tuong, don't hesitate anymore. Just agree with him. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lin Tan's voice stood out unusually. 3 billion. The old man's mouth stiffened.
What did you say? You, the handsome guy, pull out a black card.
I invested 30 billion into Tan Nian's technology as a birthday gift for Teach Nian. You can spend it however you want, with no conditions attached. Her cheeks flushed with emotion. Lin Tan!
Thu Mi happily confirms thank you, Mr. Lam, for the investment.
The mechanical voice announced that 30 billion had been transferred to the account. Han and the other merchants broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. Huh? How does he have so much money? Isn't he just clinging to women? How can he spend 30 billion so casually? So, he's a wealthy man.
A little money doesn't match his reputation.
The old man remains unfazed by the scene. I didn't expect you to have some money too. But the old man's face is full of mockery as he clutches the card in his hand and taunts. I happen to have some pocket money too, so I can play with you. 35 billion if you're confident, follow me. Long Tan relaxed and agreed. 45 billion. Come on, but don't admit defeat too early. Others have already been humiliated with such wealth, and even the people here don't realize he's the boss of money. Are you saying the boss is a mysterious tycoon from China? No way, he's so modest. At this point, you can't even stay calm. Are you the mysterious tycoon who defeated Japan's Kamsel? There are rumors that you were involved in the change of the CEO and the major restructuring of the two-team group in Korea.
Lin Tan modestly shook his head.
Modestly? What are you talking about? Just believe half of the news. The old man clenched his teeth in tension, surprised that he was the mysterious tycoon whose name alone struck fear. No wonder he could squeeze my resources this far. But I can't lose. I still have 5 billion left. He endures the pain to increase the stakes. I raise it to 50 billion. You cover your mouth and yawn while directly delivering a deadly blow. Waiting for you makes me so sleepy. If you don't increase the money, I will. 50 billion. The old man couldn't bear to bite his lip, veins bulging as he denied it. No way. How could you have 60 billion? Lam Tan casually tosses the card to Thu Mai. Not going to increase it anymore? So you admit defeat then. Her heart races as she sees the confirmation that 30 billion has been transferred. Havan was so shocked she stammered, "Is it really true?" Adding the 30 billion from before, it really totals 60 billion. C.I. Han can't help but marvel. Oh my god. President Qian really invested 60 billion directly into Tan Yian's technology and didn't expect anything in return. The crowd sneers quietly. Day. It is truly too funny, thinking he can buy Tan Yian's technology with that amount. He even wants the young lady to have his child. He's too proud for his own good. These words made Dai Yi furious, eyes rolling back as he fainted.
The old man fell onto Han Ye, who was in the fountain. Ha Van hurriedly tried to reach out and save Mr. Day, and the crowd rushed in to flatter him all at once.
The legendary President Qian is truly incredible. I had eyes but didn't see Mount Tai just now. I was wrong, President. I thought Miss Tuong was truly talented. Having a future boyfriend like you is beyond measure. Ha, on the other side, is trying to grab the old man's collar tightly and pull him up. Wake up, your wires are too tight. Get up quickly. Breathing heavily. Han Ningye is gasping for air, words unclear. Gagging, get out of here quickly. Gag. Tik Nian grew even more fond of him, her eyes steady and her voice full of promise. Lam Tan thanks you for your trust. I will definitely lead Tianjin's technology to break through international barriers so everyone can see that your investment is worthwhile. Lam Tan smiled secretly in agreement. All right, she gently takes your hand to invite you. So, boyfriend, let's go outside and finish this. The system reports that Tuong Tichenhing's liking score has increased by 3, now totaling 95%. Long Tan carefully asked, are you just going to leave all the guests behind without caring? Tik Nian calmly ignored the chaos in the hall, waiting for her father to come and entertain them. At this moment, Tuong Lin appeared with an awkward smile. Ha ha ha, sorry about that. I was just busy upstairs. Everyone relax and enjoy yourselves. The relationship between Miss Tuong and the president of finance will have to rely on him for our livelihood later. He waved his hand modestly, speaking humbly. I dare not, I dare not. In fact, Tuong Lin is secretly smiling with pride inside. Throwing this birthday party was truly the right decision. It really was worth it. Ha ha ha, my precious daughter really hasn't wasted my love for her. Over there, Tich Nien and Lam Tan move to a quiet spot. She happily introduces it. This is the yacht I prepared for us to go out to sea. The yacht cuts through the waves, gliding gently under the romantic moonlight, leaving a shimmering silver trail on the water. Lam Tan just finished changing clothes and concluded that even swimwear was bought in advance, clearly prepared beforehand. After getting ready, he went out to the deck. Where Tichenhien is waiting, he suddenly stops in his tracks, stunned with his mouth agape. The passionate scene before him makes Lam Tan exclaim in admiration. Wow, Duong Mat praised you out loud. Nien said, you're so beautiful. She shyly responded, her cheeks blushing, and his body was also very attractive. He directly took Teach Nien's hand and placed it on his stomach, flirtatiously hinting, wanting to touch her hip, but she blushed and playfully stopped him. Hey, you say that, but your hand is still honestly feeling. It's so hard. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through, carrying away the nearby paraglider, and the line accidentally wrapped around Teach Nian's ankle. According to the fierce wind speed, her entire body was thrown into the air. Lin Tan was startled, watching anxiously and softly called out, Ngianbao? Teach Nian was drifting further away. She screamed in fear, Help! Her tense mood made her notice something unusual. She's dead. With the speed of this glider's rotation, it's about to coil completely. Lam Tian tries to stay calm and assess the situation, knowing Ngianbao will fall straight into the sea from over 10 meters high, and if not killed, she'll be seriously injured. Although my level 1 of strength could have pulled the paraglider back by hand, it was already too late. He hurriedly opened the hatch below the boat and quickly looked around. Is there any tool that can save Ngianbao? At this moment, the securing rope is torn apart by the wind. The situation is becoming more critical than ever. She begins to fall freely. The sound of the engine and the powerful water pressure erupting, Lin Tan quickly holds her tightly to comfort her. Ngianbao said, It's okay now. Teach Nian steadied her heartbeat, shyly opened her eyes, and confidently controlled the flybot while holding her like a princess. Long Tan, you really came to save me. This action increased her affection for you by 3%. He gently set her down on the flying board and assured her, I am here. I will definitely not let you get hurt. All right, let's go back to the boat. Teach Nian suddenly hugged Lam Tan tightly with both her hands and feet, acting cute. I don't want to get off. I don't want to come down. He called softly, confused. Hey, Ngianbao. Her expression is full of longing and gentle pleading. Now I feel like I am floating in a dream. So happy. I don't want to go back to reality. Can you hold me like this a little longer? He immediately agreed enthusiastically. Fine. Let's not go down anymore. After finishing, Lam Tan placed a wet kiss on Teach Nian's lips and slowly moved downward, causing her body to tremble. Lam Tan teasingly said, Your heart is beating so fast. Teach Nian's cheeks flushed red as she gasped for help, her breath quickening. He skillfully increased the water's thrust to meet her needs, and she couldn't help but scream loudly. Lam Tan then flipped gracefully in the air, and the flybot under his control glided swiftly over the water like a professional athlete. Teach Nian's mind was shrouded in a faint fog of bones. She couldn't think of anything except the sensations her body was giving her. After it ended, Lam Tan gently asked Han, Sorry, the last flight was a bit too exciting. Are you okay? Teach Nian's hot breath pressed against his chest, her voice trembling. No, don't worry about me. Just as long as you're happy, you can fly freely. His excitement grew. Let's start a new round, so leave it to me. Lam Tan helps her experience the ultimate pleasure again. The two of them continue to share intimate moments and indulge in it. Amid the vast silent sea with only the two of them, the intimate yet romantic atmosphere echoed with joyful shouts. Ah, they're soaring now. After a moment, Lam Tan changed back into casual clothes, gently helping Teach Nian down from the yacht and giving careful instructions. A clear voice then spoke, drawing their attention and making them curious. Lam Tan, I wonder how long Yu Huyen has been standing there and how much she has seen. Suddenly, Yu Huyen saw two people approaching from the opposite side, Lam Tan and Ngianbao. Her face showed a hint of surprise, so they have known each other for a long time. Moreover, Ngu Huyen's gaze was focused on their intertwined arms, so intimate like that, and she lowered her eyes sadly. After all, Ngianbao is my best friend. Our guy Gu is also very similar, and Lam Tan is even so outstanding. Yun Huyen's heart was in turmoil. How could this be? Did I accidentally become the third wheel between them? I can't let go of Lam Tan even though I don't want to make Ngianbao sad. Just as she was lost in thought, those two had already approached. Ngu Huyen, you're here, and Teach Nian still innocently asks, Are you familiar with Lam Tan? The question made Ngu Huyen feel embarrassed, and she kept mumbling, while A also secretly regretted. Oh no, I was so surprised just now that I called out Lam Tan's name. I should have avoided it. The system screen prompted Lam Tan. Oh, right. Ngu Huyen's favorability has reached 100%, so she has become a loyal fan of mine. No matter what I do, she will accept it. So even if she sees me with Ngianbao, she won't be jealous. While the two of them were tense, Teach Nian was still happily unaware. What a coincidence. Actually, I was about to introduce my boyfriend to you, but it turns out you already knew each other. Ngu Huyen, how do you and Lam Tan know each other? Ngu Huyen still hesitated. Lam Tan quickly spoke up to clarify. Yeah, he and she are college friends. Teach Nian smiled in admiration. Oh, the world is really that small? It seems that Ngu Huyen once said that the person your cousin likes is also your college friend. And you both even went to Japan and participated in a math competition. The more she spoke, the more her eyebrows furrowed with disbelief. I remember now. The Japanese Typhoon Camera Corporation was destroyed by the president at that time. When Lam Tan was competing in physics at the national competition, I was still in contact with him. At this point, Teach Nian's body trembled slightly. I should have realized sooner that he might have caught Ngu Huyen's eye. Especially since we went to the same university, and what he did perfectly matched what I knew about the president of the company. She turned to look at the man beside her, only Lam Tan. You seem a bit tense right now. Ngu Huyen stepped forward to try to comfort you, but I heard myself say, I and Lamtan, we are in love now. But you are my best friend. I don't want this to come between us. Tikhngin suddenly pushed her away and shouted, "Don't come near me!" leaving Ngu Huyen staring blankly at her without saying a word. Lamtan tried to speak to help, saying, "Actually." Tears streaming down her face, the young woman ran away in heartbreak. "Sorry, please don't come here. I need to calm down." Leaving the two of them silently watching. Ngu Huyen sadly turned to look at him. "Should I have come?" Ngin Bao likes him, but he just pats her head to comfort her. "Not related to me." Ngu Huyen, both heartbroken and confused, said through her tears, "What should I do now? Let me go talk to Ngin Bao clearly. She really likes you, Lamtan. Ngin Bao is my best friend. I don't want to hurt her." Tears keep falling uncontrollably. "If she cares, I will willingly leave. I just want the two of them to be happy." Then Lamtan reached out and held her in his arms. "What am I even thinking? And don't worry, I will handle it. Your confidence is overflowing, unshaken, and Nguyen Bao's favorability has reached 98%. I need to find a way to quickly increase it. Just fill it up and everything will be fine." The night sea waves crash endlessly. A voice suddenly rang out from the villa. "What?" "Ngin said she's gone," Tichngeen's parents said anxiously. "She left a message telling us not to worry, that she was just going out for a few days to relax and would be back. But she didn't even answer her phone." Lamtan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems she's afraid that carrying her phone would be tracked and her location found, so she didn't bring it. But just as you received a surprising message from the Thai 2VMJang Prince group chat saying that Tichngeen was seen at the airport in the south, but she ignored him and looked very sad. Lamtan quickly asked if Nguyen Bao was still there, then was informed that she had already boarded the plane. Chu Dao scolded everyone. "Nguyen Bao has already taken a plane to Tuet Tun, so I'll go there too and check it out." Teach Nian's parents were overjoyed to hear that. "Boss Chien, I'll feel at ease once you get there. But Yu Huan still isn't reassured and keeps reminding me to be careful. You must be sure to bring Tich Nian back safely." Lin Tan agreed after hearing that. "Yes, I understand." On the flight until landing, he kept lost in thought. Snow City is a famous tourist city. After all, it's also a high-altitude area. If Nguyen Bao gets excited and something happens, what then? That's just the karma I created myself. I can only bear it. As soon as Lin Tan stepped outside, he wondered to himself where Nguyen Bao was, his back showing a hint of helplessness. Yuxing covers an area of 15,000 square kilometers. Finding someone here is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. Luckily, I have hacking skills. But the truth is, he's very calm as he draws a fortune stick. Jeshen at Li Bin Tan Kon, Din Ken Mao Kam Ki Ukmon. Finally, I have determined the west direction of the Shichko. Even though I figured it out, the vast crowded city still makes things difficult for Lamtan. One direction alone is not enough. Is there a divination that can find objects more accurately? Suddenly, the action of someone nearby throwing a divination tool gave him a hint. That's right, the bone divination also includes a method of reading ancient bones from the Xia period. So, Lamtan immediately recited a spell to gather energy, then kicked the bone box on the ground, causing the bones to fly out and form two meaningful characters. Lamtan looked at it but still didn't quite understand. X and B. Just then, a group of people surrounded him with friendly smiles. Everyone was bragging about their travel packages, claiming 5-day tours for only 100, a 3-day tour for 900 including flights and accommodation. Some people are on 2-day tours. Some advertise 20 yuan accommodation for 24 hours, but all are rejected by Lamtan. "No, I won't go. I won't go. Stop blocking me. I need to find my things." Then you suddenly notice information about a Tour X7, which turns out to be a license plate. So he immediately asked Xiao Bian, holding the red door card, if she saw this woman, and she replied, "I've never seen her. 5-day tour in Snow City. Can I really not buy it with just 100 yuan at a 5-star hotel? I'll cover all the meals. It's a real bargain." Lamtan quietly thought that Boisuang's advice was for him to use this car to find Nguyen Bao, so he agreed. Then let's get on the bus and see. Little Bean keeps advertising as he walks. Anyone from outside of the city joining our group is definitely very valuable. Lamtan got on the bus and headed straight to the back. You pick a seat and sit down to close your eyes, just in time to catch up on some sleep as the bus departs, with the tour guide's voice saying, "Dear travelers." At the front of the bus are Mr. Xiao Bian and Miss Xiao Hua. I am Miss Hua, you can call me Brother Hua, and she is Miss Bian. The 5-day trip ahead will be us and Ms. Bian serving everyone. We will serve wholeheartedly to give you all a wonderful travel experience, he said as he walked down and immediately took action. Everyone gather your ID cards for registration. Let me get the tickets for everyone so you can pass through easily. You might get a 20% discount. The tourists heard that and got very excited. Great, there's a discount too. Xiaohua replied politely. It's our duty to serve everyone. After finishing, she turned back and announced that the passengers in the back had finished. Then, Xiaohua immediately pulled out 2 packs of dried beef.
There is a saying that we Chinese always value reciprocity, right everyone? I am serving the passengers. Could you please help me a little?
The two smiled kindly as if just asking for a favor. Please help little Hua complete her sales mission. Everyone doesn't need to buy a lot, just 2 packs are enough. buy 2 packs of dried beef, and then Xiaobian will happily serve you all day. But if any passenger refuses to buy, the smile on their faces quickly turns into a sinister grin, ruining the travel experience for the others. By then, my little flower wouldn't be able to serve attentively. You can't blame me for that. A male guest asks, Hey, is this forcing us to buy and sell? Then he gently patted his shoulder and threatened him in a friendly way. Why is it like that? We set the prices clearly and never pressure anyone. Everyone travels to have fun, and to enjoy yourself, you have to spend money. In a strange place, there's no need for everyone to be unhappy over just a few tens of yuan. What does everyone think? So the tourists have agreed? Then just buy 2 packs and you'll immediately get a friendly smile.
That's right. This is the true spirit of traveling. Everyone, please pay in order.
I, Xiaobian, will definitely serve everyone well. The passengers also gradually agreed. After all, they had to buy souvenirs. And buying dried beef wasn't a bad idea. Yes, then we can probably travel normally again. In the meantime, the little flower boy gradually announced, thanking everyone for their cooperation. We are about to reach the next stop, the ancient village Mio famous for tea and silverware. Silver combs can cure all ailments, and drinking the tea relaxes the body. It would be even better if everyone bought more silverware and tea. The tourists looked confused when they heard this. Huh? Tour guide, do you mean we still have to buy these things later? But isn't our schedule supposed to be the snowy mountain? There's no ancient Mew village in the itinerary. And she responded with a fake friendly smile. This guest could only take the detour because the original route was blocked. Right now, we are in a remote place with no signal. If you're not satisfied, Xiaobian can refund you immediately and let you get off here. Are you planning to leave us here? This is a highland area. Our ID cards are still with you, but we only got a cold stare in response. Everyone here is a volunteer. Once we arrive at Komyu village, everyone on this bus is part of the same group, and you can't let the group eye lead down and embarrass us. She calmly raised the bag in her hand to threaten. If the expenses aren't fully paid, I'll be using your IDs to buy tickets, and if anything gets lost, it won't be good. A female tourist finally realized it was you, the scammer, the fraudulent tour guide, and said she would report you to the police, but she was cut off and scolded back by the woman. Girl, for 100 yuan, you want to enjoy the service of a 1,000 yuan tour. Are you dreaming? It's funny to travel when you're already poor. If you want to call the police, do it sooner. Ha ha ha. The tourist behind, frightened, had no choice but to give in. Don't call the police. They have many ways to torment us. It's better to pay and resolve the trouble. But they are the ones setting the listed prices, so why are they blaming us for being poor? Sob. She continued speaking as she walked down. Now, everyone understands, right? Hurry up and buy all the dried meat. Then go down to Komyo village and continue shopping. If you are short by even $1 out of 200,000, don't mess things up. Right now, only Lam Tan doesn't know what's happening and is stretching. Ah, you've finally woken up and caught her attention. Get up quickly and gently. But little did you know, I simply declined casually. Thank you. I won't eat, Xiaobian angrily shouted because of the surprise. Spend your money to buy it. Who's going to feed you? This student seems a bit impressionable. It looks like he hasn't even brought his ID card yet. Hey, hand it over so I can register for the checkpoint. Then Lin Tan dismisses him again. Oh, I won't go to the scene point. I'll just get off once I reach the touch. Huh, don't you understand? It's not a matter of whether you want to or not now. I told you to take him to the old Miao village. Don't cause trouble. Be obedient. Or else, he was about to make a move on you when Lin Tan grabbed him with one hand, and he shouted in panic. Hey, let go! Do you dare to lay a hand on me? In that case, Lam Tan had no choice but to punch him back. I didn't lay a hand on you, but you kept pushing me to do it, and even looked so arrogant. If I didn't do something to you, it wouldn't be right to the readers, and would make little Hoa suffer in pain. Little Bien stays calm and whispers to him, We're almost at Komyu village. It seems this person has some training, so don't argue with him anymore. Wait until we get there and deal with him. Thuong Long Song, the two scammers decide to leave, but not without a threat. Dan, wait and see if you'll still be so arrogant later. Lam Tun also responded confidently. Then we'll see. Immediately, he received praise. Brother, you're so brave and cool, but what if later you try to sneak away and they really get physical? Lam Tan still kept a calm attitude. With such scoundrels, you have to be more formidable than them. I also vaguely heard earlier that it was a scam, right? Everyone else shouldn't be scared by him. If you don't want to buy, then don't buy. They won't dare to do anything. The tourist above hesitated and asked back. Really? Is that true? You confidently declare that these people only know how to bully the weak, treating customers like pigs to be slaughtered. But they don't realize that sooner or later the knife will fall on their own heads. As for the two con artists, Xiaobian has already called their boss.
Hello, boss. There's the tough guy on the car. We'll need to deal with him later. Then he ordered his henchmen to prepare their tools to Yingke. At the Komyo village station, the welcoming party was Dai Ha and his men. Xiaohua on the car orders to disembark. Everyone looks at Jiang Lei's group outside with fear. All of them are grinning lecherously like villains, and only Lam Tan dares to step down from the vehicle, making everyone worried for him. Hey, be careful. With those who are kind to you, you're very friendly, so don't worry. Everything will be fine.
Getting off the car, Lam Tan only focused on his own concerns. Next, how can I find Nguyen Bao? The characteristic of bone reading is to draw a picture and then interpret it to find opportunities, which means there is still one opportunity missing. Lam Tan's indifferent attitude surprised the passengers. Why is he not afraid of anything? Dai Ha frowned and looked at him. Is this the troublemaker causing all the problems? Lam Tan looked at the conman with contempt and said, This ancient village looks nice, the scenery is beautiful, the land is blessed with talented people, so why are there such cunning worms like you? As expected, they're unlucky. Hearing that, they immediately stepped forward aggressively. Looks like I have to invite you to join us for tea. If you're willing to humble yourself and buy 10,000 yuan worth of goods now, I can still accept you as my little brother. I see you're a smart person and know what to choose now. Lam Tan just glanced at the group of people buying things, right? My gaze caught a girl sitting on the steps behind with a basket of goods. Little T was trying to warm her hands by blowing on them when she saw Lam Tan walking straight toward her. How can this tea girl only stammer when selling? How much do you want? Don't be afraid of them, little Cha-Cha said softly when she saw this. Boss, this is cheap Yunnan tea at 18 yuan per jin. The Maojian tea type costs a bit more at 38 yuan per jin. Who gave you permission to sell stuff here, little girl? And if you don't leave quickly, you'll be stopped by Lin Tan. What are you doing? The girl isn't afraid. Tell him why I'm selling tea here. Little Dad nervously replied. My grandma is sick, so I have to stock up on food. I have left the main street already. Isn't it allowed to set up a stall here? I won't disturb you all. But before the girl could finish her words, a fierce man kicked away the basket, ignoring how you die, making Little T panic. Ah, the girl, tears welling up, picks up the spilled tea leaves and is helped again by Lam Tan. He brought a tea leaf close to her nose and praised it. The aroma of this good tea is so fragrant. Then he decisively took out his phone and scanned the payment code. I'll buy all this tea for you. The announcement immediately sounded. 300,000 has been received. That amount made everyone there surprised. Huh? Done. Lam Tan calmly turned back and told the thugs, You said I had to buy something earlier? I just bought tea from this girl. Little T anxiously said, Brother, this is too much. This basket of tea isn't worth that much money. Let me return it to you. No need to return it. This is the amount I loaded onto my VIP card. From now on, if you have fresh tea, just send it directly to me. And the money can come from this 300,000, making the girl even more confused. Huh? A look of happiness and gratitude gradually appeared on Xiao Tra's face. I understand now. Thank you. But over there by the fire circle, the emotions are completely the opposite. Damn it, you dare to mess with me. Just as they were about to rush in, I shouted and told everyone to disperse. They suddenly turned back to look at the boss, only to see Dai Ha smiling slyly and pretending to scold. All right, what kind of decency is it to pull and drag around like that on the street? The old man carefully placed the tea bags back next to Lam Tan with a flattering attitude. Not you, my brother. Today it was my blindness and hospitality. I hope you can forgive me. You like drinking tea? This is our store's premium tea. Let me give you some to enjoy. Then he turned to scold Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Ben, you really are the leader but don't know how to lead. The slogan we always follow is the customer is king. And you're useless. Quickly reassure the group of customers and give back their ID cards so they can be served properly. Got it? It's very hard to understand her.
But if we don't get them to buy something, this order will be a waste. The price of hesitation is a slap from Daha.
What do you mean wasted effort? I think you're being too greedy.
Then the old man ordered him to stop talking nonsense and to hurry up and leave, so Xiaobian could only obediently run onto the vehicle. Yes.
And tell all the passengers to get off. No need to buy anything. We'll even return your ID cards. The plan will proceed as we initially discussed. Wow, that hurt so much. Her words made the tourists both excited and confused. What happened? The guide's attitude changed completely in just a moment after the older brother got out of the car. Dai Ha pointed at the convoy and smiled charmingly. Brother, do you think this is good enough? But Lam Tan simply replied calmly, It's perfect. That old man immediately continued the conversation, knowing from your actions that you're no ordinary person. What our profession requires is keen eyesight. So I want to be friends with your brother. If you need any help, just say so. Then, Lam Tan didn't bother to be polite and took out Loy on Nguyen Bao, asking, Do you see this woman? Dai Ha looked thoughtful for a moment, as if I had a faint impression, but I couldn't remember when we had met. Xiao Cha immediately understood and said, I have seen this beautiful girl before. Really? The girl pointed to the distant mountain and said, About 2 hours ago, she asked for directions, saying she wanted to go up Hood Kai Mountain. I could tell she was feeling pretty sad. Many people feeling down often choose to go up Hood Kai Mountain, and our local saying, Hood Kai Mountain can cleanse worries and heal the soul. So that's how it is. Thank you. But Xiao Cha stopped me. Hey, wait a moment. You're dressed too lightly. Even though it's not winter yet, it's still minus 10 degrees on Hood Kai Mountain, and the snowstorm is fierce. Just then, the big guy jumps in to volunteer himself. Little brother, the path into the mountain isn't easy. Hood Kai is also high. I will be your guide. I've climbed Hood Kai Mountain hundreds of times. This time, let me be your guide myself. I guarantee I will help you find them. Long Tan agreed without hesitation. Alright, then Mr. Dai Ha will set up the plan right away. First, my hotel will change some specialized equipment and we will head into the mountain immediately. Where is the person? Bring this younger brother in. A subordinate replied, yes, boss, then led Lamton away. Xiaobin saw this and asked, boss, do you mean to? Dai Ha grinned with pleasure. Haha, killing the little pig isn't interesting, just kill the big pig instead. By then, I will take him along a less crowded route. How can those coming from the city tolerate the altitude and the cold? When that time comes and he can no longer move, no matter how much rescue fee we demand, he will have to pay it all. Zhao Bian immediately burst into laughter upon hearing this, saying, as expected of the boss, the richer people are, the more they fear death, and he must make at least a few million from him. Dai Ha's smile grew even more sinister and said, how can a few million be enough? It has to be at least tens of millions. Haha. On the snow-covered mountain peak, a small figure is walking. It is Tichnien with a sorrowful face. Her thoughts kept troubling her. What should I do now? Tichnien looked up at the sky, full of doubt. Lamton is the only man who makes my heart flutter in this life. I like him this way. As long as I can be with him, I don't care about anything else. But Ngu Huin has been my best and only childhood friend. As I think of this, she lowers her eyes sadly and decides that I really should let go. Then she continued up the mountain. Snow Mountain. God, if you can grant my wish, please let them be happy forever. Suddenly, a strong snowstorm blew in, causing Tichnien to lose her footing and tumble down the snowy slope. Clinging to the treacherous cliff, Tichnien struggled to climb up. Yeah! But it seems that heaven doesn't want to help, causing her to slide further down. Tichnien cried out in fear. Am I going to die here? Someone help me, Lamtan. I want to see Lamtan. Sorry, I lied. I don't want to leave you, Lamtan. In the village below Snow Mountain, Dai Ha and Lamtan are gradually setting off. Are you really okay with your brother dressing so lightly? When asked, you just answer calmly. It's okay. The road is even more urgent. My mind is solely focused on finding her. There are several paths up the mountain. No one can be sure which way Ningyan Bao went. I cast another divination, saying I would do it immediately. Lamtan immediately closed his eyes and snapped his fingers, using Ningyan Bao's Bat-2 to calculate for her. After finishing, he quickly turned around. Wherever she is, Ningyan Bao still has one more life today. I must find her quickly and run straight in that direction, making Dai Ha panic. Hey, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to take this path? Wait, let me lead the way. The old man walked while secretly chuckling to himself. Damn it, this damn pig doesn't know what kind of mental state he's in, but it's okay. Based on his speed, he will kneel from lack of oxygen in less than 10 minutes, when reaching 4,000 meters. With no signal on his phone and hallucinating about Lamtan's exhaustion.
You will learn what it means to call to the heavens and get no answer, to call to the earth and find no response. After a moment, the one gasping for breath should be the old man.
Wow. Wow, is this person even human? I consider myself unbeatable when it comes to mountain climbing, but he's already gone this far and he can still keep up. An ordinary person would have already collapsed by now. This is at an altitude of 4,000 meters.
Moreover, he's only wearing a regular shirt. Isn't he cold? On top of that, Lamtan even went ahead and urged to speed up, forcing Dai Ha to chase after.
Hey, slow down. Wait for me. In just one more hour, our footprints will be imprinted in the snow in a continuous trail. Dai Ha staggered forward heavily. I've been drained. I can't catch up. I absolutely cannot catch up. What exactly is going on with him?
Moving so fast, with no reaction to the highlands, not even needing to breathe?
No, I can't keep going like this. Seeing you still intend to proceed, the old man hurriedly stopped you. Wait, my friend, the road ahead is very dangerous, so you should stop. What's wrong? Dai Ha pointed to the terrain ahead and said, there's a lot of ice crevasses. We can't get close or take a detour. And he silently calculated in his mind that he just wanted him to use all his strength to intimidate, not to drag him along. Unexpectedly, Lamtan dismissed the idea, saying the detour was too slow, so just take this path. He secretly guessed that Ningyan Bao was probably nearby. But Dai Ha's explanation was suddenly silenced by Lin Tan. He raised his hand close to his ear to hear better, as if there was a sound. Amidst the desolate snow mountain, a faint call for Lamtan is heard. Sensing the signal, he rushes there immediately. Ningyan Bao is at the edge of the cliff. Tichnien is gradually losing her grip. I've given my all. I don't want to die. Lamtan, if only I could meet you again. Then her hand slipped from the edge of the cliff. At that very moment, a hand held her back just in time. A young man arrived with the sunlight and saved Tichnien. Who exactly is Lin Tan who rushed over just in time? His appearance made her very happy. Lamtan gradually helped her up, and Nguyen, still quite confused, said, Lamtan, now that we're safe, you're carrying Tichnien. Are you hurt? It's okay if you're injured and can't walk. I'll carry you down the mountain. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. And she also wrapped her arms around him happily. It was an illusion. That's right. How could Lamtan be here? It was Tuet Than Sun that let me meet him once before I died. But Nguyen said that, causing Lamtan to feel confused and call her. Nguyen replied that she was still not fully recovered after nearly facing death. Lamtan, do you know? When I faced death, there was only one person in my mind, and that was you. I have thought it through. Life is short, so I follow my heart and hold on to the one I desire most. She expressed this through tears. I love you, Lamtan. I want to be with you. Also, the affection level has increased by 2%, and Tuong Tichnyen's affection level is now 100. Then, congratulations on your 5th successful conquest. Your relationship with Tuong Tichnyen has changed. From now on, she will be forever loyal, never betray you, and has spent 65 billion on reverse cultivation gold, with 6.5 billion in flower coins completed. You also receive a bonus of all attribute points, all at level 15, and can choose one skill, with 4 more choices remaining. It's okay, Tichnyen. She joyfully hugs her partner tightly. Lamtan, are you really not just a hallucination? He responded indifferently. What do you think, she said. At this moment, her voice trembled with emotion. You really came to save me. All right. If we don't go down the mountain, the sun will set, so let's head down and talk more. Then, Lamtan carried Tichnyen on his back and first put on the oxygen tank. Seizing the moment of distraction, Daha pushed from behind, causing both of them to lose balance and fall. The old man grinned savagely. Ha! I succeeded. Now fall quietly into the ice crevice. If you want me to save you, at least give me 500,000. Otherwise, I'll leave you buried there as ice cream. But Lamtan quickly grabbed onto the slippery ice to hold on and then delivered a sneaky kick that made Daha lose his balance. Everything happened so fast that by the time he fell, his face still looked cheerful. Oh, you stand up straight, and your gaze becomes gentle when you see Tichnyen still sleeping on your back. At this moment, he uses a specialized device to hook onto the edge of the ice and hovers in midair. Lamtan calmly sneered and said, Your skills are excellent. You've never fallen before. Yet Daha's face is pale as he begs for mercy. Help me up to join my good brothers. Turns out Lamtan had been cautious about everything. On the way, you've always been looking for a chance to strike. Now you finally don't even bother to pretend anymore. Right? I've been wary of you for a long time, so guess now, do you want me to pull you up or push you down? Yet you still keep going. Help me. I was just momentarily confused. Let me go. Suddenly the ground trembled violently. Daha panicked and exclaimed in fear. It's dangerous. You can feel the tremors growing stronger, so he turned around quickly. This sound is an avalanche. From the mountain peak, huge chunks of snow began to slide down, roaring loudly across the mountain range. At this moment, Tichnyen was fully alert, her eyes wide with worry as she looked ahead. The avalanche has started. Lintan, run quickly. Let me down now. You can escape on your own. At the same time, from the edge of the cliff, Daiha staggered up onto the ground. Haha, is there anyone who can escape the avalanche? Just dreaming. It seems my evil deeds have finally caught up with me, and karma is here to deal with me. I was too distracted to pay attention to the old man anymore. She hurriedly slipped down and urged, Run quickly, run quickly. Meanwhile, Lintan remained very calm. What are you joking about? If you want to run, then run together. Just that one sentence was enough to make Tin Tichnyen tremble slightly. Lamtan? Then he took out his phone, pointed it directly at the old man, and spoke with a clear tone of threat, promising to turn himself in at the police station and provide a full confession about himself and that man. Along with my own criminal acts, I will agree to save you. Hearing that, Daiha looked at him with contempt. Are you crazy? You can't even save yourself. How can you save me? Lamtan gives the old man one more chance, so tell me, do you agree or not? There's not much time left. Although still doubtful, Daha was shaken when he saw that confident look. Fine, since I'm about to die, I'll follow this madman. As long as I survive this avalanche, I will confess everything about the illegal tourism ring. The evidence is in my office safe, code 233.167. I am in front of the snow mountain, just waiting for you to take the good rope from the old man's backpack and carry out the secret deal. The system will upgrade your skiing proficiency skill. The notification board immediately appeared, activating the remaining 3 uses of the skiing proficiency skill. Moments later, chunks of snow poured down, burying everything in its path. From within the thick snowstorm, tiny shadowy figures flickered faintly. Lamtan held Tichnyen tightly in his arms and carefully watched the path ahead. She struggled to open her eyes and look around. No one expected him to be so inventive as to use Daha as a snowboard. Meanwhile, the old man was overwhelmed with pain and frustration, so cold that his tears froze the moment they fell. Without a hint of mercy, you skillfully used Daiha to weave through obstacles like a professional, and at this moment, Tichnyen looked at Lamtan with admiration. Then suddenly snow fell during the avalanche. Truly miraculous. And afterward, she gave him a passionate kiss. Lamtan, you'll never leave me again. In this life or death situation, you two are still arguing over who gets to eat first, making the old man spit out a bitter remark. Damn it! You calmly maneuvered Daha through the snowstorm while the old man screamed in pain. My prostate is gone. By that evening, police cars were parked all around the hotel. The crowd cheered in unison. That's great. The evil boss was caught immediately. Daha and his accomplices have been taken away. My prostate is gone. Everything is gone. The crowd around was cheering non-stop, all because of the mysterious young man who caused it today. Well done, get out of Tuyet Thain. In the peaceful scenery of the resort, a voice cheerfully exclaims, Ah, this feels so relaxing. Limdeem leans against the edge of the hot spring, exhausted after a long day, finally able to rest. Just at this moment, a figure faintly appears amidst the misty bones. Is the water hot? Teach Nien, only loosely wrapped in a thin towel, timidly steps out. Don't look at me. Lam Tan's eyes widened when she saw that image. Nien said, "Today on Snow Mountain you're cold, right? Come on, soak yourself to dispel the chill." As soon as she put her feet in the water, she startled and pulled back. "Wow, it's a bit hot." He moved closer and gently suggested, "Let me pour hot water for you to get used to it." Immediately, Lam Tan scooped some water and gently poured it onto Tichin Hien's shoulder. "Wow, it's so warm." Then Tichin Hien stepped into the lake and leaned against him. "Lam Tan, I am very happy right now. It would be so good if Yu Huan was here too. I miss her so much and wonder how she is right now." He gently held Tichin Hien in his arms with a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. At this moment, no one noticed a girl quietly watching them from behind a large rock. Suddenly, Ngu Huyen rushed out and threw herself at her. Nien Bao Tic Nien couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Huyen, why are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Huyen looked apologetic. "Tishen, I'm sorry." At this moment, she calmly spoke to comfort her. Huyen, there's no need to apologize. We haven't done anything wrong." Then she looked at Lam Tan with infatuation. "He's so outstanding. It's only natural that we like him." After saying that, Teach Nien held her tightly in an embrace. "From now on, we will never be apart again." Ngu Huyen also quietly held her close. The two girls leaned on each other, gazing at the night sky. The snow scene is breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, Ngu Huyen hears something. In the distance, Tich Nien suddenly saw a few furry animals leisurely soaking in the hot water. Is that a monkey? Ngu Huyen couldn't hide her excitement and also tilted her head to look. It really is a monkey. Turns out, monkeys also know how to bathe in hot water. No one noticed that Lin Tan, who was behind, had seen everything about Kan Xuan. Kim Long couldn't stand it, so he slowly raised his hands in front. Immediately, the two girls blushed and screamed. "Ah!" That shrill cry startled the nearby monkeys to turn around and look. Tich Nien, embarrassed, responded with a coquettish tone. Annoying. Why did Lin Tan suddenly start acting like this? But he replied indifferently. A beautiful woman in the hot spring with white snow. At this moment, of course, I have to enjoy it while I can. What are you looking at those monkeys for? Then the small animals opened their eyes wide, watching the scene unfold. No, not like that. Do it this way. Nien Bao, stop him quickly. Wow, he's so strong. I give up. Weck, you and he teamed up to bully me. A few monkeys start mimicking the three of them while their laughter still rings out. Don't tease me in the middle and don't bite my ears. Heh, my ears are my weakness. If bitten, I won't be able to resist anymore. At this moment, Lam Tan and Tich Nien are lost in a passionate kiss, while Ngu Huyen, caught in between, quietly immerses herself in the enchanting tenderness. After a while, she grabs Tich Nien's foot and gently scratches. Lam Tan, tell me a secret. Nien Bao's weakness is in her soles. She was so ticklish, she burst into laughter. Hey, you bad person. Ha, stop scratching. I give up. Ha. Hearing that, he couldn't resist the chance to tease her, so he decided to give it a try. Tic Nien softly pleaded, No, Lam Tan, I'm too ticklish, I'll die. Please, help me. My close friend Ngu Huyen not only didn't help, but also held me tight. She bullied me earlier, and now she knows she was wrong. Just then, Lam Tan tickled Teach Nien's foot. The monkeys over there are still copying their poses without a care. Ha, I can't breathe anymore. I know I was wrong, I'm sorry. Ha. Lam Tan, aren't you focusing on dealing with Nguyen Bao? Why are you teasing me instead? The rain is soaking through. After the joyful laughter, each person gently placed a tender kiss on your cheek. The heavy snow covered everything in white, but their hearts felt strangely warm. I'm so tired I have no strength left. Why are you so fast, brother? Tonight is still long. The next morning, the early sunlight filters through the window and shines on the bed where the three of them are peacefully lying together. Lam Tan gently kisses Huyen's hair. Good morning. She softly opened her mouth, sounding a bit lazy. I want to sleep a little longer. It wasn't until noon that the three of them strolled hand in hand, savoring every sweet moment together. Finally, the trip came to an end. Truly a wonderful journey. At the male dormitory, a long yawn suddenly echoed. I've had enough sleep. Lam Tan stretched wearily, feeling his body relax after a long sleep, and silently thought to himself that although the trip with Huyen and Ngai Bao was very fun, he couldn't keep up with his level 15 stamina for several consecutive nights. Then he walks down the street for a stroll. It's already so late, so just find a place to grab a quick bite. Suddenly, a gust of wind blows off the girl's hat. Oh! Lam Tan immediately reached out and caught it in midair. Seeing that, Tio Mai stepped forward to take back her belongings. Thank you. Are you a student at a nearby school? He casually replied, It's nothing. At that moment, a car sped up and honked loudly near the two of them. Old Bong rushed down with a grim face, pointing directly at the opponent without a word. What are you doing? How dare you touch the woman I love? She immediately stepped closer to him and spoke softly. Darling, you misunderstood. The wind blew off my hat, and he just picked it up for me. However, Lao Bong still looked at Lam Tan with a murderous gaze and, in front of everyone, openly declared without hiding his intentions. You little brat. Pay attention and don't look around so much. This is the woman I have to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan every month to support. Those words left you a bit confused and stunned. Ah, the old man pretends to be experienced and starts lecturing. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Thinking you're young and healthy, so you flirt with pretty girls. Sorry, women only like men with status like me. But Lam Tan just coldly turned away without bothering to argue. If you're sick, go to the hospital and get checked. Then he turned to lift his beloved's chin. To me, you should know that people of class have cars and houses. Not everyone can reach assets worth tens of millions like me. She immediately gently placed her hand on the old man's shoulder and whispered as if pouring honey into his ear. Yes, that's right, my love. You really are incredibly talented. At that moment, a shiny luxury car suddenly sped toward us and quickly stopped right in front of everyone. The driver stands respectfully outside the car, looking very courteous. The second young lady has arrived. Immediately, Huang Vu stepped out with a bright smile, and Mr. Lam Tan instinctively exclaimed upon seeing the beautiful girl. Wow, so beautiful. She walks over and casually puts her arm around him. I knew you were here. Am I right that my intuition is very accurate? Lam Tan was a bit surprised. Xiao Wu, why are you here alone? Huang Vu speaks half joking, half serious. The sisters miss you very much, but are too shy to say it. So I came here to find you and tell you to come to my house for dinner. Old Bong, who was nearby and overheard their conversation, was stunned. This student actually has a wealthy girlfriend. At this moment, Lam Tan looked at her with a doubtful gaze. She definitely can't forget him. If you want to eat, we can go together. Still, Huang Vu kept trying to persuade her. No, we only look tough on the outside. Actually, inside she's as soft as jelly. Plus, I've been watching over her, so I definitely won't let her cause you trouble. Get in the car now. Seeing her pleading so earnestly, he couldn't resist. All right, fine. Even sitting in the car, Huang Vu still keeps whining. Lam Tan, you secretly do that for me again, so the sisters won't find out. He looked at her with a commanding gaze. No problem. Old Bong watched the two of them from the beginning, furious. Such a cute girl, but acting so boldly. What does that man rely on? Mooching off her and even taking both sisters. This can't be true. Ah, wait until there are no outsiders. Then Lam Tan will seriously ask directly. Tell me, Xiao Wu, what happened to your family? Huang Vu felt guilty when she heard this. Can you tell? Actually, it's like this. Then she began to recount the whole story. A week ago, two people came looking for the sisters, Anlin and Thang Hu Duke. Huang Vu recalled that at that moment he greeted her saying, Miss Tu, long time no see. Hu Duke smiled and shook hands with Huang Wan. I was really busy earlier and couldn't attend Mr. Tu's funeral. I sincerely apologize. She politely replied, General Thang, you're too kind. On the phone, he said there was an important matter to discuss and cooperate on. I wonder what it is. Hearing that, he immediately got to the point. Do you still remember the master of the art of the tongue? This time it will be held in Vientiane. We invite Teo Hup Lao to compete and ask her to be a judge. Huang Vu explained that it is a national chef competition, with each restaurant sending only their top 1 or 2 chefs. My father used to participate, but my sister and I initially didn't plan to join. I remember that moment when Huang Wan outright refused. Sorry, General Manager Thang. Lately, Tu Hop Lao hasn't been doing well in business, and I'm trying to manage it. So for this competition, the first round was organized by her father and us together. Now that she's taking over, she probably can't refuse this small invitation. Vientiane is your territory, and we also want Tu Hop Lao to support the venue. Plus, it's a good opportunity to promote the brand. Huang Wan hesitated a bit, but then saw Du Yen nodding as a subtle reminder. At this point, she agreed without any hesitation. All right, President Thang, this time Tu Hop Lao will provide the venue for the Art of the Tongue competition. Tu Hop Lao will also send 2 chefs to compete. Achieving the goal, he is delighted and straightforward, Teo family head, happy cooperation. When she just glances at their cunning expressions, Huang Vu can't help but comment. As soon as I saw her crying, I knew those 2 weren't good people. Sure enough, during the first round of the contest, they mentioned it, and that memory of the event came flooding back. At the scene of the chef competition, lively introductions echo through the energetic atmosphere. Welcome everyone to the 6th culinary contest. Huang Lam enthusiastically explains the program details. As before, the competition features chefs from 30 renowned local restaurants. Over 4 days, 4 rounds of competition will take place, with the first 3 rounds featuring 10 chefs competing in knockout matches, each round producing only 1 winner. The chefs are all highly focused as they listen to the rules. After 3 rounds, the 3 winners will advance to the final battle for the title of Chef God of the Year. Then he briefly introduces the essential characters. And our 3 judges are Thang Hu Duke, founder of Tak, Michelin judge Ba Sao, Anlin, owner of Ji Ha Ha Hao Ka, a renowned food critic and the owner of the Divine Tongue of Teo Huang Wang, Teo Ha Lao, with over 50 branches nationwide. As soon as she appeared, the audience below started buzzing. Teo Huang Wan is really beautiful. Just that glance is enough to make my heart race. And now I get to see her Divine Tongue too. So exciting. I wonder how it feels to have a sense of taste twice as sharp as normal. A moment later, the host confidently announced that the main ingredient for the first round was venison. The chefs quickly got to work. After a tense cooking process, all the dishes were finished and brought to the table for judging. Hu-Duc slowly tasted and nodded in approval. This deer meat dish from Quan Duet Lao is fresh and juicy, so I'll give it an 8. And Lien nodded in agreement. I also give it an 8, and as soon as she tastes the next dish, she immediately becomes intoxicated by its exquisite flavor. The braised venison with milk from Tuong Van Vien has a rich, milky aroma that spreads to my throat, mouth, nose, and chest, filling me with an incredibly delicious milk scent. I give it a perfect 10, and he chimes in with a few words of praise. That's right, Tuong Van Vien's dish is better. But contrary to their satisfaction, Huang Wan frowned immediately after taking a bite. A moment later, the results were announced, and Huang Lam's voice echoed with the news that the match was over. It was truly intense. Tuong Van Vien has narrowly defeated Duet Lao. Let's congratulate Tuong Van Vien. At this moment, Huang Wan gently turned to Hu-Duc and suggested, Captain Thang, I think your scores are a bit too subjective. Although everyone's taste is different, as professional judges, we should evaluate the flavor of a dish from the most objective perspective. Then he stood up, adjusted his clothes, and looked dignified. The evaluation we give is the most objective already, so in the second round, it must rely on Miss Tiu's divine tongue to score. Anne Lien glanced over lightly and covered her mouth to laugh mockingly, ha ha ha, and then she called after them as they left. I haven't finished speaking yet. Where do you think you're going? Feeling so frustrated, Huang Wan slammed her hand down on the table. Right now, I really doubt the fairness of your judgment. I hope you can be serious and give me a proper explanation. Hearing a loud noise behind, Huang Lam was startled and turned around quickly. It seems that our judge, Tu Huang Wan, has some doubts about Tuong Van Vien winning this time, causing a stir among the crowd below. What's going on? Tu Huang Wan refuses to accept the evaluation. She only gave 5 stars to Tuong Van Vien. Her taste is too picky. A true tasting tongue like that is rare. So, are we trying to find the winner again? Hu-Duc responded with a subtly sarcastic tone. Lady Tiu, you doubt our fairness, but I suspect your divine tongue as well. Have you degenerated? The dish you tasted no longer resembles that of an ordinary person, and Anne Lien is going along with it too. That's right. With a perfect braised venison with milk, giving it a 10 is very normal. If it weren't limited to just 10 points, I would have given it 12. I can't hold back anymore, Huang Wan said directly. You're the ones with problems. Your scores not only contradict mine, but are also strangely identical. Are you sure you're not from the same family? Hearing that, she immediately adopted a confrontational tone. I see, you're upset because Tu Hop Lao's chef failed, thinking there's something suspicious about the results, right? Tiu the young lady, encouraged by Hu-Duc, glared at Tiu Huang Tu with a sharp tone. Tu Hop Lao lost money for 2 years because of the chef's decline, and now they suspect the judges instead. A pampered young lady like her probably can't keep Mr. Tiu's legacy alive. Offended by him, Huang Wan was furious, yet he dared to do that. At this moment, the public opinion surged again, and the judges started arguing again, clearly blaming Huang Wan for the mistake, accepting the poor chef, but blaming everything else randomly. Tu Hop Lao lost money, so they switched to delivery service. Prices went up, but quality got worse. I would never do business like that again. Du Yin realizes the situation is unstable and quickly runs up from the audience, while the ongoing discussions continue. Tu Huang Wan's actions this time are essentially sabotaging her own brand. Beautiful women really are brainless after all. She quietly approached Huang Wan and softly advised, Miss, the current situation is unfavorable for us, and we don't have any evidence to prove their misdeeds. We should leave here first. Hey. He slightly smirks and then threatens, isn't she just angry and retreating? Let me tell you, if you unilaterally abandon your judging responsibilities, compensation is a small matter, but damaging Tu Hop Lao's reputation would be a serious issue. I advise you to think carefully. Hu-Duc's face shows a smug expression. Furthermore, even if she withdraws, we can find another judge. It won't affect our competition at all. Every word Hu-Duc said made her so angry she was trembling all over. But Huang Wan only clenched her fist to stay calm, then turned to walk away, ignoring the triumphant looks of the two behind her. At the Tiu family's house, someone is seriously reporting the situation. The recent livestream has now become a top trending search with very negative reviews of Tu Hop Lao. Furthermore, the online community is calling for a boycott. Thang Hu-Duc and Anne Lien announced that the young lady will participate in the next evaluation with a more professional and transparent attitude. Hearing this, she was so furious she swept everything off the table. Two shameless people. Huang Wan gasped and then asked coldly, have you found out anything yet? Dao Yin then explained clearly, I secretly overheard something. This competition isn't judged by skill, but by which restaurant pays more and gets higher scores. What? Yin said helplessly. That's why they secretly colluded behind the scenes of the competition, and we couldn't compete with so many restaurants, leaving Huang Wan feeling almost helpless and blaming herself. I shouldn't have agreed to be a judge. It took Tu Hop Lao so long to improve, and I only blame myself for my father. At this moment, she also felt a bit guilty. The young lady. Huang Vu came over to comfort Huang Wan. This isn't your fault. It's just that those people are too unreasonable. Dad will also support you in doing that. Falling into this situation, she was very flustered. I went to find Lam Tan. Hearing that, Huang Wan immediately hardened her voice. Little Vu. She quickly spoke up to stop her. This is our family's matter. Why are you looking for him? But Huang Vu still insisted. Mr. Lam Tan is an investor in Tiu Hop Palace, so of course I have to find him. Moreover, with Mr. Lam Tan's capability, he will definitely find a solution. Still, Huang Wan remained resolute and firm. He is just an investor and not involved in the business. You will find a way to handle it yourself. Dad entrusted Tu Hop Lao to you, and you will definitely protect it. So don't let him find out about this. She still wants to persuade him. But just as she opened her mouth, Huang Wan cut in loudly. There's nothing more, and it's not early anymore. You should go to bed now. And she slammed the door shut. If nothing is happening these days, don't come to my room. I need to think of a plan. Huang Vu stands outside looking worried and uneasy. Sister, please open the door. Returning to the present, before going to the Tu Lam Tan family's house, she already knew the situation clearly. The cooking competition scored points at the auction. Tiu Hop Lao received poor reviews and is now trending in search results. So all these things have really happened. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she hurriedly spoke. For the past 2 days, she hasn't left her room or let anyone in, and I am truly worried about her. He gently placed his hand on Huang Vu's shoulder and reassured her. She's not to the point of starving herself to death in there. He went to see how she was doing, and immediately a bright smile quickly appeared on her face. Yes, with you, Lam Tan, here. I feel that all difficulties are insignificant. Then I gently kiss your cheek as a thank you. Even though he was pleased inside, Lam Tan pretended to look serious and scolded her. You're just a girl. Don't kiss others casually. Understand? Huang Vu chuckled softly to ease the atmosphere. It's not just anyone, after all. A few minutes later, as they entered the hall, Du Yen was already waiting. Mr. Lam, the young lady is locked in her room upstairs. She doesn't know that he has arrived. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke with a hint of meaning. It's better not to know. Huang Wan sat motionless in the room while someone outside kept calling to open the door. She replied with a tired voice, as if she had lost all motivation. I don't want to see anyone right now. Suddenly, a firm voice rang out. That's not for you to decide. Then, the sound of smashing grew louder and louder until Lam Tan kicked the door open, and the light flooded in, causing Huang Wan to raise her hand to shield her eyes instinctively. When she finally saw the face of the person in front of her, she froze, forgetting to wipe away her tears. Why is it you? You stepped beside her and softly asked, Are you crying? Huang Wan immediately blushed and turned her face away, acting as if she had nothing to do with him. Lam Tan carefully advised, but his tone still carried a hint of warning. Giving up so easily would mean falling into the trap set by those two brothers. Hearing that, she was momentarily stunned. What did he say? Which brothers? Only then did you tell me everything? This clearly is a conspiracy. He hired someone to investigate and discovered that the mastermind behind Thang Huduk is the Su family. They couldn't buy the alliance before, but now they're back to cause trouble. Huang Wan immediately got angry. So it was them? I'll go report to the police. Hearing that, Lam Tan asked back, Do you have evidence to report to the police? She replied with fiery determination. Didn't you just say you found the evidence? He immediately poured cold water on Huang Wan. I already have the evidence, but did I say I would give it to you for free? She choked with anger. What do you want? At this moment, Lam Tan took the opportunity to flaunt his status and pay attention to your position. Realizing she was too agitated, Huang Wan felt a bit confused. Boss, what do you want me to do to get the evidence? He was so happy he almost jumped for joy and handed her a cake. I'm hungry, so please cook some rice for me. First, you need to fill your stomach before anything else. Take it and see Huang Wan grimace. But I don't know how to cook, Lam Tan said firmly. Then learn to cook right away. Even though she was unwilling, she ultimately had to accept. I let him cook but cursed him silently in my heart, wondering if he wanted to embarrass me and then criticizing my efforts as worthless. But after a while, when I saw the kitchen, I was amazed. This is your house's kitchen? It's so huge. Immediately, Huang Wan gave a brief introduction about the place. My father loves experimenting with dishes, so he transformed half the house into a kitchen. This is just area 1. There are 2 more areas inside. The storage alone has over 2,000 types of ingredients from home and abroad. Then she rolled up her sleeves and teasingly said, I'm about to start cooking rice. Do you really want to stay here and watch? But Lam Tan ignored her and turned to Huang Vu. Little Vu, take me to tour the kitchen. She happily agreed right away. Sure, our kitchen has lots of interesting utensils, tools, and ingredients. Seeing that, Huang Wan just snorted coldly, but in an instant, a loud sound startled both of them and they turned around together. They saw Huang Wan trapped under a pile of clutter, and Lam Tan's mind suddenly recalled a different image. Based on my observation, this treasure chest probably contains magic books. I quickly dismissed the strange thoughts.
Stop. Why do I keep seeing such strange images in my mind, and then I walk over to where Huang Wan is trapped and say, let me help you?
Right now, she's extremely panicked inside, feeling so embarrassed that he saw her like this. But on the outside, she still pretends to be calm. I don't need your help. I can stand up on my own. Ignoring the refusal, Lam Tan still reached out and picked up the plates. If you could stand up, you would have done so long ago. I'll help you clear the heavy objects above now. Please bear with it a little. Huang Wan also gave up stubbornness. Your current condition makes me a bit worried. How are you doing? Does it hurt? Are you having any trouble breathing? You didn't answer that question and changed the subject instead. Lin Tan, are you really that useless? Who said that? I can protect Huolu from being surrounded by wolves. I have done my best. Hearing that, Huang Wan's cheeks immediately flushed. Is he caring about me? The level of goodwill also increases by 10%, and currently, Tia Huang Wan's goodwill is at 55%. Meanwhile, you're busy dismantling the shelf above, only to find a broken screw. I need to remove this stand first. Their current distance leaves her completely stunned. What is he doing? Huang Wan was so embarrassed she shouted out loud. How could he be so opportunistic and make such a move? Lam Tan also realized something was wrong. Hey, what are you doing? Don't move, I'm holding the stand for it. Seeing this, Huang Vu, standing from afar, was just as surprised and then covered her eyes out of politeness. Quickly asked Xiao Wu to bring the Phillips screwdriver here. She then steps forward. Oh, I have a cross-shaped key. As she finished speaking, the key Huang Vu had taken out fell out and coincidentally flew straight into Lam Tan's pocket. She hurriedly searched for a way, flustered. Sorry, I'm so clumsy. At this moment, Du Yan enters from outside. Do you need me to help cook for you, miss? But the sinister scene before her made her words get stuck in her throat, and the fragile glasses seemed unable to hold on, automatically cracking apart. At that moment, Du Yan finally realized what was happening. The eldest young lady, the second young lady, and the major shareholder were in the kitchen. Blah, blah. The second young lady is behind the eldest cousin to help her. I saw everything now. What should I do? Then her consciousness gradually faded into darkness, ignoring the worried calls ringing in her ears. Du Yan. After a while, Du Yan woke up in bed. Sorry, I fainted earlier. So that's how it is. Luckily, Mr. Lam acted in time. I will immediately send someone to check and reinforce all the equipment in the kitchen. There will be no second time. Huang Wan continued with her ongoing work. It's good to hear you're okay. I'll go back to cooking. Suddenly, Lam Tan spoke up to stop her. Forget it. Next time is fine too. Because tonight I have too much to prepare. Tomorrow I need to coordinate with you to perform a skit. The next day, at the Divine Chef competition, Huang Lam enthusiastically kicked off the show. Welcome back to the 6th Divine Chef contest. Today, 10 chefs from Cantonese cuisine restaurants, Duet Lai Fu Tui Tri Hotel, and Texas Tio Hop Lao Hotel will compete. Will your favorite restaurant win? Scan the QR code below to predict. Meanwhile, Hu Duke was pulling out a chair to sit down when he suddenly looked to the side with a teasing tone. Oh, Miss Tu, you obediently came to be a judge, huh? Very good, ha ha. Huang Wan calmly replied. Because I am a professional judge always adhering to professional ethics, Yan Lian took the opportunity to mock. So we are also very eager to see if the tongue of Miss Tu can find the winner. It seems he is secretly proud. It looks like a little online violence doesn't bother him anymore. Only afraid that she won't realize until she dies that this is the outcome that Shutree Thujia had already planned. I'm also mocking her silently. This is perfect. Huang Wan is completely under my control.
In the observation room, someone has been watching the situation closely. Big brother, you will always be my big brother. Once Tio Hop Lao goes bankrupt, Tio Vu will no longer be able to escape from my grasp.
Then Su Huyen burst into laughter, ha ha ha, in contrast Shuzi's calm and composed appearance. My foolish little brother, your vision is truly narrow, but everything he says next is just pure cruelty. Once Xiao Vu's family goes bankrupt, not only Xiao Vu, but both siblings will become our playthings, and we can toy with them however we want. Just thinking about that scene made them both incredibly happy, haha. The competition is about to start now. Huang Lam is announcing to the contestants to invite the chefs into the hall. Lam Tan is also present here. Coincidentally, Tu Hop Lao still has a chef participating in the competition, and the staff are also provided by Tu Hop Lao. Min Tra infiltrated without anyone noticing because Du Yan had already communicated with the contestants from Tu Hop Lao before the competition. Today, Mr. Lam will take the exam in your place, and he happily agreed. Yes, housekeeper Du. At that moment, Huang Lam began to explain the rules. The theme for today is sarma. Sarma is quite simple because it can be combined with almost any ingredient. The flavor is always delicious, but it's also very difficult because to make a tasty sarma with a unique flavor that stands out among others is truly very challenging. Then the competition begins. As soon as the signal is given, Lam Tan immediately starts preparing the dish skillfully. Huang Wan's gaze is fixed intently in that direction. His way of cooking actually looks pretty decent. As soon as he finished speaking, her likability increased by 5%. Her current likability is 60%. After a while of cooking, Huang Lam announced that the time was up and invited the chefs to bring their dishes forward. Hu Duke begins to taste it. The flavor of sarma from the Cantonese restaurant is quite good. 8 points. It seems Lin is very pleased with the dish she's tasting.
The Sawa from the Vietnamese hotel is even better, scoring 9 points, while Huang Wan's expression is very serious. And Fu Tui scores 7 points. Huang Lam then introduces the next contestant.
Next, we will try the shawarma made by the chef of Tu Hop Lao. Lam Tan happily brings the dish up, inviting the judges to taste. However, its smell caused the two judges to cover their noses in horror. This stinks. What did you put inside? Why does it smell so bad? Those comments didn't discourage him. They only made him more confident. This is a 3-flavor shawarma that I carefully prepared. Each flavor is unique, and I guarantee that the judges will never forget this taste for the rest of their lives after trying it. What kind of messy dish is this? Are you guys planning to give up Teo Hop Lao? Or is this already the best chef you have? The audience in the stands also expressed their dissatisfaction. A competition that dares to be so careless. What is Teo Hop Lao's attitude here? The hot C from yesterday is still there, and now you want to make another hot C today? You're really lacking in character. Anlin refused to taste the dish without hesitation. Take it down. Xylin Tan spoke up to stop him. Wait a moment. A dangerous smile curled at his lips. Both judges are renowned culinary experts. No one in Hua Quoc can match my expertise. Now they just rely on smelling the foul odor without tasting my dish. So you've broken the rules of the competition. It's hard to prevent people from doubting your professional expertise. What do you think, MC? Hearing that, Huang Lam could only awkwardly scratch his head. This competition really has rules, and judges aren't allowed to refuse to try the contestants' dishes. So the 3 judges should just eat it. Maybe it tastes like stinky tofu. Smelling bad, but still tasting good. So what? Then Lam Tan happily introduced, this is the first flavor of Swarma Dai Trang Q Trin, please enjoy. When did Enlian and Huode's faces turn pale? Huode reluctantly brought the dish to his mouth and swallowed it with difficulty. The flavor in his mouth made tears stream down his face. Are you deliberately putting yourself inside him? That's right, to make the flavor of the 9 circulations intestines even more special. I intentionally kept the natural ingredients inside, so eating it should taste richer than a normal 9 turns intestine, right? Hearing this, the audience all felt shocked. So the judges are actually eating it raw? Oh no, I think I'm going to be sick. Ignoring the surrounding judgments, he suddenly smiled dangerously. Next, the second dish is fresh green bean shawarma for you to enjoy. As soon as he ate, Hoodoo quickly spat it out. Wow, why does this bean still look so alive? Lam Tan's tone is a bit doubtful. So what? But Huang Wan enjoyed the dish happily. Who says this is shawarma green beans? These beans are truly amazing. Then she covered her mouth and giggled secretly. The part Lam Tan made for her was just an ordinary shawarma. At this point, Lam Tan's expression couldn't hide his delight, finally using rotten sarma tofu to make the aroma even more prominent. This rotten tofu is stuffed with dried Icelandic shark meat. See, this dish completely destroys Hugh Duke. The urine smell is too strong. Could it really be urine? And Anlene feels like she's being tortured, sobbing and sobbing, her body and soul under a fierce assault from the stench. Oh my God. I feel like the smell of urine has soaked into my whole body. Like I've turned into a dried Icelandic shark. Ah, he's so angry he's crying and pounding the table at the same time. Your courage is impressive, using the toughest methods to get revenge on us. No points. No points. I remember your face clearly. I will completely ban you. From now on, don't even think about working at any restaurant in whole country. Her eyes were now bloodshot. Are you guys at Teo Hop Lao giving up because you can't win anymore and resorting to dirty tricks? Such despicable tactics. You think you can get a revenge? Right now, you're live streaming across the entire internet. Doing this will only cause Teo Hop Lao's reputation to plummet. Lin Tian immediately takes off his cooking outfit. You've played enough. No more pretending. The act is over. You just pointed at the projection. Everyone has been fooled. The so-called Chef's Grand Competition is actually just an internal score bidding contest where the restaurant that offers the highest bid gets more points. In the video, the staff are constantly answering calls, followed by a series of numbers being announced. Thien Lat Fu spent 300,000 to boost the score of his dish. Tien Lao spent 550,000 to boost their dish's score, while Tuong Van Uyen bid 1,500,000. His eyes grew extremely sharp. The Tuong Van Uyen restaurant, supposedly the champion, was actually backed by the owner who invested more money. The organizers of the contest are making money on both sides, one from the restaurant's auction and the other from the traffic. It's a clever trick. Those words left the crowd stunned. Why is it like this? How many years has my mother been deceived? I'm going to sell salt. Am I not considered to be in the most prestigious and fair competition in the country? Is that it? So it seems that Teo Huang Wan's suspicion about their scores was right after all. We have wrongly accused Miss Tiu. Tay Chai Tak. Hu Duke is so scared he's sweating all over. How could Teo Hop Lao get hold of the organization's most secret auction content? Impossible. Now Huang Wan finally spoke. So what happened to your ability to turn black into white? Isn't it supposed to be very good at arguing? Now give him a chance to make an excuse. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You are the ones who need to make excuses, Teo Hop Lao. Based on the sound, Lam Tan immediately shifted his gaze toward the door. When they saw the leader, the audience immediately started buzzing with excitement. Wow! The Weidao chef is the first in Hua Quoc to earn a 3-star Michelin, has won many championships, and is an internationally recognized judge with a senior judge certification. Next to him are 2 young masters from the processing company with notable backgrounds. They want to support the program but can't. It seems Lam Tan's plan has succeeded, and finally, the mastermind behind everything has appeared. The guard group just appeared and joined forces with An Lian and Yuda. Everyone, don't let Xiao Heilu lead you astray. The bidding activity on the screen is just healthy competition between major restaurants and does not conflict with the fairness of this contest, Su Huyen also begins to boast. Sushi Food Import-Export Company is the main sponsor of this year's contest, and we cannot allow you to tarnish its reputation. Shu Qi immediately put on a righteous front. That's right, because Xiao Huolao's skills are lacking and he couldn't win. He stole our normal bidding process and spread false information to try to distort the competition results, all while pretending to be very professional with years of culinary expertise. With honor, I guarantee the fairness of the contest. The winning team in these 2 rounds, Tong Van Yin and the hotel, deserve it. Those confident statements gradually shook the crowd's resolve. I almost believed in Tu Hop Lao. Luckily, with a reputable figure like the Black Guard Dao stepping in, this is a chef's gathering, and the key is to choose someone with real skill. Tu Hop Lao's dishes are hard to beat. So, what's the point of judging? If the auction doesn't affect the outcome, why bother bidding? I still support Tu Hop Lao. Even if the food is so good, it's hard to deny. The voices of debate echo everywhere. Even though I still think the auction isn't right, as long as the competition isn't rigged, it should be fine. This time, Tu Hop Lao isn't doing well, but if we lose, so be it. There's no need to care about their auction. Maybe the Thang Hu Duke group is deliberately oppressing Tu Hop Lao. We haven't even tasted the dishes in the competition, and whether they're good or not depends on their words. I no longer believe them. Suddenly, Lin Tan clapped his hands, cutting off the continuous chatter of the audience. Remember, this is a cooking competition. Whoever cooks better has the right. Let's have another competition. This time, we'll also invite some audience representatives to judge together. Do you dare? The guards across from us seemed contemplative before this proposal. After some deliberation, he accepted the challenge to compete, with the chef deciding the winner based on their eating skills. This is also the viewpoint I always support. Now, the judges are me, Hu Duke, An Lian, and Tu Huang Wan. The audience in the stands can also nominate 2 qualified judges to taste the dishes. Suddenly, Tuki and Lukla stand up from the stands and introduce themselves. We are food bloggers with extensive cooking experience. On Station 13, we have millions of fans who self-nominate to participate in the tasting. A new image immediately appears on the screen, and Hoang Lam also announces accordingly. So, the next competition theme is seafood. Hearing that, the other chefs began showcasing their skills, putting in all their effort to defeat Tu Hop Lao, so that Tu Hop Lao would never be able to surpass them. And in just a moment, 2 delicious dishes were completed: seafood paradise stew and golden pearl escargot. Everyone started to enjoy it. Lu La ate while sighing, truly deserving of being the top chef in the country. Just one bite of his dish, and I was already in love. Tuki also praised it, saying it was fresh, fragrant, and very flavorful, but that also made her a little worried. His strength is too overwhelming. Does Xiao Heilu have a chance to win? He answers with a pessimistic look, feeling like he's already lost. And Lam Tan remains completely calm. Is that so? Finally, your dish is ready. Seeing this dish, everyone has a different opinion. Stir-fried crab meat with octopus and spicy sauce. The name sounds so ordinary, doesn't it? But it smells really good. Let's try it. It looks ordinary and nothing special on the outside. Unlike them, Huang Wan has been keeping still all this time. And now she's a little excited to try the food, finally able to taste what Lam Tan made, as the dish is brought to her mouth to enjoy. As soon as they tasted it, its flavor was so amazing that everyone couldn't hold back their emotions. What is this? It's so delicious I feel like I could fly. Aha! The strong aroma awakens the taste buds with tender, rich, and slightly chewy meat. How can it be this delicious? The fresh, rich flavor hits like a fierce attack, making all senses melt away. The fragrant aroma seems to blend with the tender crab meat that melts effortlessly, while the rich, savory crab roe dissolves smoothly. The crispy, chewy shell of the crab entices the senses, all swirling together like being lost in an endless ocean. The spicy aroma of huang blends with the rich, savory smell, hitting straight to the heart. I feel like a little crab being tightly embraced by the octopus, completely unable to resist, about to be devoured completely. Her expression is a bit out of control, so delicious that even her tongue can't resist. As soon as she finished speaking, her affection increased by 12%. Now Huang Wan's affection level is at 72%. Meanwhile, Wei Dao looked extremely surprised. How is the chef at Tiu Hop Lounge so amazing? No one told me anything before. Su Huin gritted his teeth and threatened, "Don't talk too much. If you've taken my 20 million, then do it properly." At this moment, Huang Lam was very confused and waiting for the final result. Your victory is Huang Wan, so just give an honest evaluation. I give Tu Hop Lao a perfect score of 10. Hearing this, Hu Duke immediately commented, "We rated Tuong Van Veen 10 points, and Tu Hop Lao just received no points. This result is unbelievable to Tuki." He protests, saying the expressions you had earlier while eating stir-fried crab with octopus weren't like this at all. He started looking for reasons to slander. Chef Tu Hop Lao must have used some secret technique to create that strange flavor with An Jian. You two are probably inexperienced and easily fooled. Eating too much of these dishes can be deadly. An Lin also hurried to agree. That's right. The chef at Tuong Van Pavilion is the one who makes the best, most authentic, and healthy dishes. But Lu La doesn't easily believe such false claims. He's talking nonsense about some technology or cheating. We can definitely tell when we're eating. Suki's tone is full of anger. You are stubbornly lying. The security guard casually used his position to change the story outright. Who do you think you are? Do you have a certification, 3 Michelin stars or not? Do you have certifications from international culinary experts? What I say is credible. This competition has been a long loss. Huang Owan sarcastically remarks, It's a shame that a 3-star chef like you would work for someone like that. Do you deserve the medals you wear? At this point, the crowd was very confused because they didn't know who to believe. Who is really right here? I don't know either. But of course, the person with the most authority's words carry the most weight. Suddenly, Lin Tan burst into a joyful laugh after remaining silent all this time. Haha. Su Huyen turned his head back. Why try to hide your failure with a laugh? He ignored him and called out, You may go now. As soon as the words are spoken, the sound of footsteps echoes throughout the space. The crowd all turned their gaze in one direction as 3 people suddenly appeared. First is the current Michelin inspector, then the president of the World Famous Chefs Association, and leading the way is the chairman of the International Royal Chef Society. The audience is increasingly curious in the face of this unexpected presence. Who are these people? Ah, I remember now. That old man is the president of the International Royal Chefs Association, our country's top culinary organization. Wow, he's so impressive. Du Yen adjusted her glasses and calmly introduced, That French person is the current Michelin inspector, and the American woman is the president of the World Famous Chefs Association. Hearing this, the crowd was so stunned their eyes widened. Are the leaders of the 3 biggest culinary organizations in the world all gathered here? What day is it today? Are you the one who invited us? Is TC really that reputable? The prince then approached and shook hands with Lin Tan. President Qian greets you. On behalf of the Royal Chefs Association, thank you for donating 300 million yuan to the charity fund for impoverished children's meals. Ap Man also expressed his gratitude, having heard of you for a long time. President Tian thanks for sponsoring 100 million for Michelin and also for providing cooking equipment and food worth 100 million for the prestigious Chefs Association. None of this requires any repayment. Wei Dao's face gradually turned pale. So that person is the current Michelin supervisor for the criteria? Both Su Tri and Su Hien are staring in horror. Did they donate 500 million to all 3 major organizations? And An Lin was so surprised she couldn't speak. Huh? Hu Duke's mood was just as chaotic. Is the boss of finance not the legendary boss of finance? He's the boss of finance. Isn't he a top chef from Tu Hop Lao? On the other side, Lam Tan was exchanging opinions. Surely everyone backstage has seen the entire development of the situation clearly, right? A man has finished arranging everything, not only understanding it clearly, but also having ordered the organizations. His next move made Wei Dao's face turn pale, revoking Hak Wei Dao's 3-star Michelin status. The words that followed were like a slap to his face. The top international culinary evaluation certificate falling into the hands of someone like him. It was truly a shame for the entire association. As the president of the world-renowned Chefs Association, I declare your certificate invalid. The fake emperor also announced that you have provided evidence that the food import-export company is involved in wildlife smuggling, protected animals, as well as violations of food additive regulations and other illegal activities. The association has coordinated with the Food Safety Department to investigate and indeed confirm this incident, ordering the company to suspend operations indefinitely for inspection and handling. The punishment and shock were so intense that they caused a nosebleed. Lam Tan also added fuel to the fire. As for the accusations, I used technology and cheated as well. They're truly stealing and shouting at the same time. Now the audience can no longer keep their composure. They immediately threw objects and cursed at the scammers to beat him up. Organizing a food contest with someone like that really brings shame to the entire country. Tak uses cowardly tactics to crush those with real strength. The crowd, hit by the projectiles, keeps running chaotically to avoid them. Oh, ouch, that hurts. Run quickly, but it's too late now. The police have arrived and are carrying out their duty. Theng Hu Duk An Lin, charged with Qi, Su Huyen, and Blackguard Dao, you are accused of multiple crimes including false advertising and spreading rumors via live stream that damaged others' reputations, illicit fundraising, smuggling, and many other charges. We are now officially ordering the arrest. Then, they were all handcuffed with shiny number 8 cuffs. The group immediately burst into tearful cries. I don't want to go to jail. Execute the sentence. You have already caused my death. My lifelong reputation is now in the trash. I won't forgive you. I will take responsibility and reveal the other crimes of the Su family. I just hope for a reduced sentence. That despicable Hu Duke. Lam Tan looked down with a mocking expression. Until he was pulled away, Hu Duke kept shouting, blaming you 2 brothers for causing trouble with this person. Serves you right. Sniff, I don't want to go. You ignored those words and turned to talk to Huang Wan. I already told Du Yen. Taking advantage of the temporary suspension of the food import-export company, they will buy at low prices. Tu Hop Lao's raw material supply chain will ensure quality and be affordable. Every word Lam Tan said made her face flush red from somewhere deep inside. Tu Hop Lao once again took a confident step forward on the path of development. Her liking for him increased by 8%, bringing her current score to 80%. Then she quickly turned around and said, "Let's go to my house. I'll cook for you." Lam Tan teased deliberately. So confident? Could she have learned how to cook her specialty? Surely she's not just going to serve him instant noodles, right? Noodles? I wouldn't lower myself to make a simple dish like that and then secretly mention the abalone. She thought to herself that abalone costing 20,000 yuan each was a high-quality ingredient, and no matter how poor her cooking skills, she couldn't ruin it. Doing this was almost like cheating, but he probably wouldn't notice, right? Lam Tan still doesn't know about those petty plans. Why are you blushing? It's been years since I last ate abalone. I've forgotten what the taste was like. Huang Wan confidently insists that, of course, it's the freshest and most delicious. At the same time, inside the prison cell, Anlene's face turned pale. "Oh my god. I ate something poisonous today. Quickly take me to the hospital for a stomach wash or I will die." Oe, Hu Duke can only scream in despair. "Is there anyone? Help me." A few days later, on the school bus, Zheng Hao was chatting happily inside. This time, the class organized a trip to Yudo to listen to Teacher Latuang's lecture, kind of like a holiday getaway. Zhou Dong tilted his head and reminded him, "You have to write a report when you get back. No slacking off." "I heard the zoo over there is really interesting. Shall we go see it?" Lin Tan doesn't seem too interested. "I want to go eat something delicious." Suddenly, the car stopped, causing everyone inside to feel a bit confused. "What's going on up front? Is there a car accident or something? Is everyone safe?" You quickly pushed the person aside to check clearly. Suddenly, her gaze fell on a familiar figure. Lam Tan didn't hesitate and immediately stepped out of the car, Miss Bai Tiep. "As soon as she saw you appear, Bak Tiep ran over and threw herself into your arms, but Lam Tan, realizing she was too overwhelmed, quickly stepped back. Ah, sorry, it was a moment of impulse." Lam Tan didn't pay much attention and even reached out to wipe Bak Tiep's tears. "Are you okay?" Her voice was a bit choked. "I'm fine." But hearing this, Nu's father suddenly froze all over. Could it be? At this moment, Bai Tiep continued, "Nu's father's job is to drive and deliver some valuable items.
Today he had to deliver a shipment to the Yudo and heard that recently you had gifted a racetrack to Nunu, so he planned to take me along to see it.
It should have been a very happy story. She described it in great detail. But when we took a turn onto the highway, the car on the left probably realized it missed the exit and suddenly sped past us aggressively. Thinking of this, Bak Tiep couldn't hold back and covered her mouth as she sobbed. Then the accident happened, causing Nu's father to break his leg. Lam Tan looked speechless and said, "Oh, so it's not lost yet? Gee, don't talk with such heavy breathing." After understanding the whole story, you patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, seeing it as a bit of luck and misfortune, and just a glance helped Bak Tiep feel more at ease. "Yes, right now there's a big issue with a shipment that our partner urgently needs, and it must be delivered immediately. I don't know how to drive, and your car flipped over there. I wasn't sure whether to go with Nu's father to the hospital or stay here and wait for the rescue team. What kind of vehicle is that?" Then your gaze shifted to the side. "All right, the other party is even worse off. It really is the 5-lane Shen vehicle." Then he used both hands to try to lift the car in front of him, hoping it might still be able to run. And somehow, Lam Tan was able to push it up easily. Seeing this scene, the crowd around couldn't stop marveling. "Great athlete, thanks to you. The traffic won't be blocked anymore. Thank you so much." Bak Tape was just as amazed. "You're really strong, thanks to Lam Tan. While you check the condition of the car, luckily it still runs. I will help you deliver the goods. Just give me the address." This act moved her deeply. "Thank you. You've helped our family so much, I really don't know how to repay you." Lam Tan smiled softly and said, "It's just a small thing. You only need to repay a little." Bak Teep cheerfully replied, "Then next time I will." Suddenly, Zhou Dong stepped in and interrupted their conversation. "Lam Tan, what's going on?" "I had a little problem. I need to help my friend deliver a package." "You guys go ahead. It's nothing." Hearing that, she looked guilty. "So you guys went to attend a lecture?" "Sorry to bother you all." Go Chi shyly ruffled his hair. "It's nothing, just being polite. If I knew how to drive, I would definitely help others too. It's just our nature after all," Chao Dong added in support. "That's right." After a while, the car left, and Bak Tiep stood there waving goodbye. "Be careful on the road!" Someone in the crowd is paying attention to something else. "Damn, how are you driving without a car?" At this moment, Lam Tan was checking the order. The address was in Yudo, Van Bok District Summer Pharmacy. The item to be delivered was a small green pill. Sure enough, it was the urgent and valuable item the customer needed. The phone navigation system announces that it is ready to start. The route gradually appears on the screen for the user. "The map of Teo Duke has already planned the shortest route for you," you happily reply. "All right, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lam Tan sped off down the road.
At the same time, inside the car head, Huang Fi was secretly feeling proud. Today is truly my lucky day, driving my newly customized luxury carriage and even making an appointment.
He secretly glanced to the side with a satisfied expression. Huang Fi's heart was screaming with excitement. "Do Nu Mong!" Unlike him, Nu Mong's expression was quite cold and indifferent. while Huang Fi continued praising himself. The legendary most difficult girl from the Du family was sitting in my car. Ha ha ha, who said Du Mong is hard to get? Haven't I already succeeded? Later, I'll show off to my friends for fun. Then he started bragging like crazy. My car, worth 10 million yuan, has a maximum output of 350 horsepower, an 80-liter V9 engine, and a capacity of 6.5 liters. Every specification far exceeds ordinary cars, but she doesn't care. If you're not showing off your love life, then you're just showing off your experience. It's all the same, nothing new. Suddenly, a bus passes by, and everyone inside is all amazed. That made Huang Fi very proud. Yes, this is the look. As soon as my car hits the street, I become the most outstanding guy on the block. Suddenly, Meng Thuk made a comment that made him freeze stiff. Yeah, it's okay. Before he could feel sad for long, Lam Tan's car sped past, catching Huang Fi's attention, and he seized the opportunity to show off his status as if in a dream. Look over there, that broken 5-lung car up front. I just need to tap the gas and I can pass it right now. As soon as I finished speaking, Huang Fi immediately shouted, Hey, you 5-lung driver. Lam Tan turned to look confused. Are you talking to me? The tone clearly shows his contempt. Yes, Do and Hyonan told you a rule. From now on, stay away from luxury cars like this. Understand? However, he ignored it and sped off, leaving Huang Fi stunned behind. Damn. Huang Fei cautiously glanced at the girl beside her, looking annoyed. Damn it, that broken down car worth a few tens of thousands dares to look down on me? Moreover, right in front of Nu Mong, he clenched the steering wheel in anger. Nu Mong has finished introducing the specs, now let's directly feel the power of the car. While he's rambling on, the old car quickly overtook ahead. Huang Fi's driving skills are no match for his opponents. So he mutters to himself, Damn it, why are all the roads curves with no straight sections at all? The guy gritted his teeth and thought to himself that if there was just a straight stretch, he could overtake him immediately. Suddenly, the leading car veered into the bushes, making him think he was mistaken. What is this? Is the road ahead the only one left? Why? What's wrong? Aren't you going to chase anymore? Huang Fi still tries to show off. How is that possible? My car has a height of nearly 42 centimeters. The body is 2.2 meters tall, and the doors are equipped with high-grade waterproof layers, best at handling dust and grass like this. Look here. As for Lam Tan, the navigation system loudly announces to stay in the middle lane and go straight for 500 meters before turning right. He helplessly wondered, where is the road? Is this damn map lying to me? You decide to put your hope in Google. Finally, the car emerges from the bushes. Unfortunately, the road ahead crosses the dam of the water reservoir. Before Lin Tan could recover from the shock, his phone coldly reminded him to go straight for 500 meters and then turn left. You need to continue to a checkpoint. The officer quickly signals, Sir, vehicles are not allowed beyond this point. Please take a detour. He angrily pounded on his phone. Damn it, I knew I was fooled. If I change the route, I'll just waste more time. At the same time, the sleek car chasing behind sped out from the bushes onto the road. Huang Fi sneered and glanced at Lam Tan, then smirked triumphantly. Ha, I've caught up. I pay no mind to those taunts, focusing instead on the possible routes, finally shifting into the highest gear to take a gamble. No more time to change lanes, just go for it. Then Lam Tan swerved into the forbidden lane, causing the police to panic. What are you doing? The wrecked car, following inertia, sped off the road and then, in a surreal Canadian-like manner, the boy skillfully ran along the slanted surface of the protective wall. All three witnesses were stunned, their mouths agape as the wrecked car inexplicably raced against death itself. Huang Fi asked nervously to the person next to him, Is that person going to hell on their own? Like Meng Bing calmly parted her glossy red lips and said, Follow me. After hearing that, does he think he's gone crazy? Only she keeps provoking. Aren't you trying to get past his car? With such a powerful vehicle, you definitely won't lose. Is that right? Huang Fi's face suddenly turned pale with worry. What's wrong? Du Mong has never shown this kind of expression in front of anyone before. Could it be that she cares about that poor, insignificant guy? I really do. With a heart aching like a cut, tears streaming down his face, he was determined to risk everything, just rushing into the water to break it. A small matter like a dream. Watch me now. He quickly turned around, causing the wheels to fiercely grind against the ground, as the guard hurriedly dodged and sighed. Oh, another crazy one. Calmly driving, Lam Tan casually glances back. Can that car still catch up? This is interesting. Although time seems to slow down, there's still enough for Viet Da's car to get close. He timed it perfectly to press the accelerator, and the small car once again caught the sunlight rising into the sky. That figure made the car behind feel immense pressure. The couple inside couldn't take their eyes off the terrifying scene. With his incredible driving skills, Lam Tan easily guided the car down to the distant road. This time, he was a bit worried, thinking to himself, will that car make it? If it doesn't, it probably won't have anything to do with me. The Viet Da car, trying to keep up with him, only managed to touch the edge of the road before losing balance and heavily tilting toward the abyss. Huang Fi, who was holding his breath earlier, now looks like a defeated quail. Suddenly, a strong hand grips the body of the Vietnam Jeep. The change in gravity surprised both of them greatly, and Lam Tan, with his cool and indifferent look, reminded them, Get out of the car quickly. I can't hold on much longer. The door of the Viet Da slowly creaked open. Du Mong calmly stepped out of the car. Lam Tan stood there in shock, watching this girl who showed no fear. As she suddenly approached his car, Huang Fi panicked and shouted, I'm still alive. I haven't gone to sea and hugged my mother. I haven't died. Waiting for him to escape the grip of death, he calmly pushed the off-road vehicle down. He had to watch helplessly as the entire vehicle sank to the bottom of the sea. Lam Tan was very surprised to see her in the cabin. She looked like a proud dreamer, reminding him that they were in a hurry. Weren't they? Why aren't you driving? At this moment, the system detected a beautiful woman and activated a sabotage mission along with detailed information about the target.
You find the stats extremely confusing. The first time you meet her and even save her, yet your affinity is only 0%.
Then he drove away, ignoring Huang Fi's helpless cries like a dream. To break the awkward atmosphere, Lam Tan Yan started a conversation when stopping at the red light. The beautiful girl, your friend's car is gone and she didn't stay to comfort him. She responded coldly, It's just a 10 million dong worthless car. What's so special about it?
Might as well ask how you could perform such miraculous acts. Hearing that, he calmly replied, It's just basic skills, not worth mentioning.
This answer changes Nhu Mang's perception. To him, is this just an everyday thing? And her favorability also increased by 10%. She eagerly made a request to Lam Tan. Really? Then show me again how you perform. He silently glanced at the girl with a judging look, narrowly escaping death without a hint of fear. This arrogant attitude clearly belongs to a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. That brain activity makes it really hard for you to understand her. What's with this sudden increase in her favorability? Does she have a psychological issue? But outwardly, I still politely decline. Sorry, I can't indulge your wishes. Get out of the car. Because of too many temptations like Meng doubting the truthfulness of Lam Tan's words. Huh, trying to attract my attention by acting cold and going against common sense? Too bad, many have used this trick before. Really? Then pull over so I can get out. Nuang Nhu mistakenly thought that soon you would come to beg me to stay. But life didn't turn out like a dream. Lin Tan straightforwardly left her out in the cold. Like Meng is abandoned on the street, her hairspray hardens. Huh? The boss standing in front of the company happily praises it. Amazing. Despite such a major car accident, the delivery still arrived on time. I thought it wouldn't make it today. The customers are waiting anxiously. Sure enough, a customer in a wheelchair loudly urges them on. Has the goods arrived? Hurry up and sell to me. Lam Tan nearby listens speechless. Goodness, even though he's so weak, he's still taking Viagra. Truly impressive. After waiting for a while, he stretched inside. The delivery was complete, then locked onto the target across the street and refueled. Next, he drove the battered car to the gas station. At first, I laughed at how wrecked the car was. Haha, look at that Guling car, and Hung Ka is mocking again. Ha ha ha, even after falling apart like this, you can still drive? Boss Cao Ta uses his underlings to mock. If you don't take your training seriously and lose the match, you'll end up like that guy. Driving the wrecked Guling Jack to deliver goods. Understand? He stands behind and gives an OK sign. Obeys the captain's order. Ha ha ha, he deliberately said it loud for you to hear. A person has to work hard to earn it. Otherwise, you won't even have money to fix your car, and life would have no meaning. Lam Tan has never been one to suffer losses or hold back. If your eyesight isn't good, don't try to imitate others when driving. It's really funny. Kota felt insulted and angrily questioned. What did you say? But you just casually answer the phone. Tenu, what's going on? Tenu on the other end says, Are you coming to Van Bach area? The racetrack you gave me is also in Van Bach, and there's a place to repair cars on it. Lin Tan confirmed and asked again, Do you know about your father's hospitalization? She indifferently replied, Just a broken bone, so you might as well forget it. I don't plan to visit him. But Tonu still stubbornly argued back. Anyway, he doesn't like you. It's the son he wants. Ko Tatuk Toy revs up his luxury cars to show off. Hey, you poor guy. Keep delivering your packages. I'm heading to the nearby racetrack to race. Do you know how much money you can earn from a single race? Then, everyone sped off, kicking up dust and smoke. Lam Tan suddenly smirked and said, Well, fine. I'll come to your racetrack and see for myself. The racing track is large and very scenic. The old guard points at your car and questions you. Hey, stop the car. What are you doing? Fixing the car, the owner knows about it, but he dismissively waved his hand. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you know what level our racing track is? Will you ever get to know trash like you? Your broken down car doesn't stand a chance. This is not a junkyard. Get lost. You grip the steering wheel and sigh. Why is it that every time I fall in love, I keep running into these weirdos? Hey, buddy, if you keep going like this, you'll lose your job. But the old king smugly said, You trying to threaten me? I'm so scared. Just then, the young man with the buzz cut saw Lin Tan. Captain, look over there. It's that guy driving the old Gulen car. Not really. That guy heard me say I came here instead of delivering packages to watch me race. Too bad. I also wanted to show off my skills for you, but this place isn't for poor people. He immediately started flattering him. Are you used to this guy? If you ask, I might let him in for a moment, but Kota pretends to think it over, then finally smirks and points his finger at the ground. If you kneel down, I might let you come in for a look. Lin Tan called and said, I'm tired of wasting words on you all. Now I want Tenu to come out. The young man confidently steps forward. Do you know the name of the owner of this racetrack? Ko-ta pressed the car's front close with a displeased look. Huh, acting so clever, huh? But you can casually call Miss To by her full name even though you know it, but you just calmly answer the phone, so why not call her? He kept rambling on. Miss To is one of the top beauties in BMJang and manages a gang. His driving skills are excellent, and the influence behind him is even more unpredictable. You're not even worthy of a thick book for her. Lam Tan was quite surprised. Huh? Is Tu Nhu really like that? Hong Ka suddenly reminded him. The 4 o'clock team leader made Gu Ta turn his head to respond. Oh, right. Then the arrogant guy turned and left. Every afternoon at 4 o'clock, the young lady would go to the racetrack. This is her only chance to see my racing skills. He clenched his fists in flattery. The captain's racing skills are so good that Miss To will surely take the initiative to approach him. Meanwhile, the old king just pointed a gang at Lam Tan's face. Did you hear that? Is the name Miss Tu something you can call casually? I'm in a good mood today and don't want to fight. So I count to 3 and tell you to get out immediately. His face twisted with anger as his voice echoed loudly in the air. 1, 2. Suddenly, To Nhu quietly kicked his little bird hard. The old boss, lying in pain on the ground, shouted, Madam Boss, she's cursing and insulting everyone. You really have a big nerve, daring to lay a hand on Lam Tan. Then she crossed her arms and ordered her men to drag this person away, saying, Take this person down immediately. No need to do anything else. Your subordinate immediately complies. Yes, the boss's old king is being dragged away in pain. Please, Miss To, give me one more chance. That underling insults him for daring to offend Mr. Lam Tan. It's already lucky that the boss didn't beat him into the hospital. This time, out of respect for Mr. Lam Tan, I held back, so you should be grateful. He was completely stunned at that moment. Huh? Who is that person? Why is Miss To treating this person so well? And I ended up offending someone so formidable. Then tried to beg for mercy again. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please be gentle. I already told you earlier, but you didn't listen. Meanwhile, To Nhu happily hugged his arm and said, Let's go inside. The other two arrived to drive the Gulen into Gary. The large racing car sped forward amid enthusiastic cheers, as Kuta leaned out of the driver's seat. How was it? Luto wholeheartedly praised. You're too strong, Captain. Today's highest record on the track is already yours. Miss To will definitely pay attention to me. After hearing that, he flicked his hair and stepped down from the car. Today's mood is good, and the crowd watching is cheering nonstop. Wow, that driver is so fast, truly worthy of being the team leader of the Love Car Squad. Ko Ta calmly accepts the praise. The timing is perfect. Miss must be standing behind him, looking at him with admiration right now, right? Then the guy tilted his head back and sprayed himself with glue in shock at the couple's affection. Lam Tan and To Nhu were talking when a voice interrupted. Wait a minute. He suddenly pointed at your face and yelled, What are you that you dare to get close to Miss To? Miss To, is she someone you can just touch? Immediately, she pulled his hand away, and Lam Tan coldly said, Are you crazy? Kota kept speaking more harshly. Do you think this place is suitable for someone like you to speak? Even the security guard doesn't know what's going on, yet he let you sneak in here and go out now, or I'll throw you out myself. To Nhu, furious, slapped him hard across the face. The 3 Playboy sons were stunned, sweating profusely. She raised her delicate hand and declared, Daring to speak to Mr. Lam Tan like that, she wants to be beaten, thinking she can explain her way out. Miss To, although I don't know what he said to you, you're being fooled. He's just the driver of that delivery tricycle. You're just a poor nobody who doesn't deserve her attention at all. To Nhu directly confronted him on the spot. Are you calling yourself poor and humble? This racing car was actually a gift from Mr. Lam Tan to me. Bragging about how much money she has in front of Lam Tan. She's crazy. I can't believe Kota. What? No way. You're lying to me. Then she put her arm around Lam Tan's shoulder and told him not to show off about his JTI worth several million, because even if Lam Tan drives a Guling Z, he can still beat him. Kota found an opportunity to immediately counter. He drives the Guling faster than I do. Does Dawn dare to compete with me? Hiding behind Miss To without saying anything. What does that mean? You cling to women's skirts. She forcefully slaps down his arm. If you want to compare yourself to Lam Tan, you're not enough. Let me teach you a lesson on his behalf. I'll race 1 lap with you. If you win, the racetrack will let you drive for free forever. If you lose, leave your car with me and kneel before Mr. Lam Tan. Kotak Hyungao raises the bet. What's so interesting about free racing? If I win, you'll be my girlfriend. The racetrack also belongs to me. To Nhu is not willing to fall behind. You're so greedy. Aren't you afraid of choking? No problem. But if you lose, I will break your 3 legs. After a while, the 2 cars with opposite states stood at the starting line. She shyly looked to the side. Lam Tan, do you want to race with me? That's so exciting. Lam Tan, sitting in the passenger seat, reminds her, Aren't you always wanting me to teach you how to drive?
You might as well teach me too. To Nhu is overjoyed and loves you. There are some words he dares not say openly, feeling that the other party won't follow the rules of the race. When the traffic light turns green, the race officially begins.
The 2 cars simultaneously accelerated away from the starting line, and seeing the slow car showing signs of overtaking, Gu Tuo secretly felt terrified. Are you kidding? How is that possible? When left behind at a bend, he realized the problem. Things are not looking good. This Gu Lin has a problem. Plus, her driving skills are very good. He gritted his teeth and assessed the situation. If he fell behind by one position here, he would never catch up. Next, Gu Ta changed tactics, closing in right behind Tonu's car, then timing his move to forcefully hit the front corner of the vehicle. I absolutely cannot lose. The collision at the rear caused the car to spin off the track. Tanu, sitting in the driver's seat, was affected by what just happened. She clenched her wound and angrily looked up at the car that had overtaken her. This bastard? Lam Tian sat beside Han, worriedly asking if she was hurt, but she seemed indifferent. It's okay. I can still beat him. No matter how tough she acts, Tunu's hands on the steering wheel are unconsciously trembling. He asked for opinions. Intentionally crashing the car was enough to convict. Yet she was passionately saying, I've seen dirty tricks before. Losing is just because you're not as good as others. Lam Tian asked again. You don't need my help? Tanu firmly replied, I can handle it myself. I don't need your help to deal with that brat. Then the battered car quickly stabilized its direction and silently crept up on the supercar. But her injury on the arm was too severe, causing her to accidentally hit the boundary. He quickly turned the steering wheel to save both of them. The screeching turn kicked up a cloud of dust behind them. Ko Ta looked through the rearview mirror in shock, mouth agape. Even though she was joking, she still hadn't driven off the road. Lin Tan was worried, so he moved closer to her. Move aside, let me do it, but Tanu forcefully pushed his hand away. You can do it. I believe in you. I can't take it anymore. I rushed to the driver's seat and shouted, All right, be quiet. Then you completely ignore the distance between both of you and focus only on driving. Drive faster. Follow my instructions. Step on the gas. She is completely won over by his decisive attitude. Oh my god, Brother Lam Tan looks so cool and impressive. Tanu happily enjoys sitting in Lam Tan's lap, feeling so joyful. With his incredible driving skills, he easily overtakes the opponent at the upcoming turn. She was a bit annoyed when the two peaches accidentally bumped into the steering wheel. It didn't take long before the wrecked car successfully reached the finish line ahead of the supercar. The moment the car stopped at the finish line, the team members gasped for breath. Captain, we lost. The Guling car is only worth a few 10,000. How could it be so fast? It must be fake. On the other side, Gu Ta was crying while holding his head. No, I'll take my GT 500 race car worth 500,000 yuan and my little brother's cars too. Big brother Lam Tan, I'll drive the cars to the garage for you. I'm not convinced. Just one lap isn't enough to prove anything. If we follow the official rules, you definitely can't beat me or match my racing team. His friend's gang started to scramble. Professional racers usually see small challenges as games. But for official races, you can't afford to participate because the team costs up to 25 million. Suddenly, he chuckled. So Lam Tan, the proud flake, has this black card with no place to spend money. Yunyu has $1 billion here, take it and start a racing team. The setup doesn't need to be the best, just the most expensive. Then quickly swipe the card through the cash register. The system beeped. 1 billion received. Tanu excitedly hugs him tightly. Lam Tan, you're so good. At the same time, the update was received, and Yunyu's favorability had reached enough, with various rewards and money and skills added. Ko Ta and his brothers looked stunned for a moment. 1 billion next, he lost his spirit, clutching his head and muttering, No way, no way, isn't he just a poor guy? Isn't he the one driving a guling to deliver goods? Tanu, with an air of superiority, looked down at him and said, It's time to bow your head. Her subordinate silently grabbed Ko Ta by the hair. Ha ha ha. They kept forcing his head down without mercy, even kicking him in the butt at the same time. Lam Tan smirked faintly, his teasing gaze unhidden, his voice crisp and clear. Good. If it's easy to listen to, then he's tough. After bowing their heads, the young men cheered and mocked as they looked at the figure's back, then dispersed, reminding each other to bow and salute every time they meet Boss Lam Tan in the future. Night gradually fell, the sound of clinking glasses echoed in the air, and everyone finished their drinks. The group of friends gathered around the campfire drinking beer. When the fun was over, Lam Tan took Turu to the luxury car to eat and then took a couple of laps around. She excitedly joined in. I'll drive too. Sitting in the supercar with a carefree look, he softly reminded her, Aren't you going to fasten your seatbelt? She cast a seductive look at him and said, Your driving skills are so good that you don't need safety measures. All right, then sit tight and hold on. Yet Tonu took the opportunity to get closer to him. Lam Tan told him a secret. Actually, even though she looks very strong and wild as if she's not afraid of anything, at this moment she's only beginning to feel embarrassed. It's just that I haven't found the man who makes me willing to give him everything. So the straightforward young man Lam Tan can't understand what I mean. Tu Nufeng Tin Von Chung explains. How do you want to offer your best to him? Seeing. Tanu's hands start to playfully move. Lam Tan quickly grabbed it and warned, Don't mess around while I'm driving. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the gear lever and pressed the accelerator decisively. The engine roared to life and sped forward, leaving a cloud of dust in the air. The sudden acceleration made Tonu crash straight into the car door with a sharp pain. Ah! But just a few seconds later, she clenched her fists with determined resolve. This time, I definitely can't let Lamtan escape. Soon, this heavy racing car executed an incredible drift. Taking advantage of that, she leaned over and fell towards Lamtan. Oh no, I'm falling. Then she used her beautiful face to seduce him. Does Lamtan want to play a little CG game? Seeing his reaction, Lamtan couldn't help blushing and unconsciously swallowed a big gulp of saliva. When she saw him silent, Tu smirked provocatively. Lamtan, is it because you can't do it? You're a man. Hearing that much, he was so angry he felt a fiery pain. Seizing the opportunity, she continued to tease him with provocative words. Even if I can't, I won't criticize you. I will still love you. I will help you keep this secret. Tanu's words almost burned through the remaining patience in Lamtan. The car immediately revved up and sped away as if to vent its owner's anger. Then he grabbed her shoulder and sternly warned her. Tell me something, no matter what you say. You can't say that men are not allowed to know, right? But she just wouldn't listen. I don't believe it unless you prove it to me. Your face now darkens with danger. I'll give you one last chance to take back those words, or you'll regret it. However, Tu not only showed no remorse, but also stuck out her tongue defiantly. Sorry. In my dictionary, there is no word for regret. As soon as the words finished, her lips were immediately sealed by a swift response from Lamtan. But her hands didn't back down either and quickly fought back, not to be outdone. He responded by tearing off a piece of clothing and then deliberately stepping on the gas, causing the car to lurch forward suddenly. This sudden movement made Tu jump and scream. Her slender legs swung out of the window, with a thin piece of fabric hanging loosely on one side as a chaotic yoga session unfolded inside amidst frantic shouts. Aha, I can't take it anymore! Tu turned her head and shouted, Wait, no, stop! Seeing this, Lamtan kept his hand steady on the steering wheel and casually said, You gave up so quickly? Where is that arrogant look from earlier? She covers her mouth, trembling all over. I didn't admit defeat, just... Outside, the car speeds past the group of younger ones who were drinking earlier. They saw Tu pass by and started whispering excitedly. Strange, did everyone see that? It seems the older sister is resting her foot on the dashboard while driving. Isn't that Tan driving the car? Maybe the young lady is just playing around, but it seems Tan isn't there. Inside the car, Tu's sobs echoed amidst the jolts and bumps. I give up, hitch. Seeing that gentle look, Lamtan kissed her warningly. Do you understand you were wrong? Will you dare to do it again later? Who would have thought she was so inconsiderate and still sleepily responded. You know you were wrong, but you still dare next time. This makes you a bit annoyed, but still spoiled by me. The playful chase between the two made the car bounce and jump as if doing aerobics on the road. He shouted out passionately, If I can't make you convinced and obedient, then I won't accept it. Watch this. Tanu, stop it. Ah, aren't you tired? Help me. At the same time, the notification sound from the phone rang incessantly. The car management app alerts you to external vibrations. At 024, 055, and 1:17 a.m., Gutazai cried, could they be on her car, her goddess's vehicle. Mong is now sitting alone at the party. Everyone gathered around her chatting. Young Master Tran's factory makes a profit of 2 billion, which is impressive but still not as good as Mong's. Do you think this diamond-colored lipstick looks beautiful? Like a dream, I'll come to visit with a private cruise. However, her reaction was just a polite smile. Deep down, she felt annoyed, stiff, dull, and boring. Suddenly, a playful laugh rang out, startling Mong, who then heard that your steed was training the 5 spirits by the water. Ha ha ha, Huang Pai retorted. Look at this. This old 5 spirit still beats the race team. Captain JT, yo, it's definitely not because there's something wrong with me. Like a dream, her excitement was instantly sparked, and she even stepped forward to join in, causing the man to stammer as if in a trance. His screen still displayed the race between Lamtan and Guta. Seeing this intense scene, she was surprised, and her heart trembled inside her. This the feeling. Watching the replay of the race, the scene where the car soars into the air like a dream brought her back, and she felt the same sensation as before. A wave of indescribable joy suddenly rose in her heart. So it was because of the speed? The man beside her is still laughing mockingly. Haha, I told you so. Investing in a racing team isn't worth it no matter how much money you pour in. In the end, you can't even beat the 5 spirits. Only a fool would bring a car. Before the words even finished, it was as if a dream had vanished along with the declaration. I decided to form a racing team. Just a few weeks later, on the blazing track, the cars sped past like they were tearing through the wind. The 3 young racers raised their trophies as the announcement echoed out. Congratulations to Miss Do Mong's racing team for breaking the Yudu speed record with a 90% chance of winning this year's international championship. Miss Do, may I ask how you are feeling right now? What seemed like a simple question received an unexpected answer from Tu Mong. I want to disband the prank team. Everyone immediately opened their eyes wide and exclaimed in unison. Oh, but... Do Mong was not at all bothered by the rising surprise and turned to walk away. Why is that, Miss Do? Does the racing team with such potential really want to disband? That night, at Do Mong's mansion, a tangled thought arose. Why? Even though her body is lying on the bed, she keeps tossing and can't fall asleep? Why is it that from beginning to end, I can never find that feeling again? The person who relentlessly pursued Nu Mong did everything she wanted. No matter how fast they went, they still couldn't get that thrill. Could it be that the problem isn't the speed, but that the thought kept lingering in that man's mind until dawn? And now Lam Tan has arrived at Vientiane Airport. Are your friends and family worried about you, Lam Tan? Do you really want to go to Africa to study abroad as an exchange student? I heard the security there is really bad. Lam Tan nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm only going for a month and then coming back, mainly for free travel and to observe animals. Then I'll gather some materials for my thesis and maybe include the names of my roommates. Hearing this, they all burst into tears. Their foster father truly has a noble heart. However, Zhou Dong pushed his glasses up to his nose and turned around to ask curiously, but aren't there only supposed to be one exchange student? Who is this girl? What catches everyone's eye now is Vientiane and Nu Mong suddenly appearing behind them. Lam Tan is stunned when he sees it. Hey, isn't she his girlfriend? Why did she become an exchange student between Yuan Kang University and Keep University? Although I wonder about it, I don't really care and just walk away. It has nothing to do with me. I just want to change my environment to clear my mind. At this moment, Long Vien's heart was tangled in a knot of questions, wondering what the young lady from the Du family was really thinking, not only insisting on transferring to Vientiane University, but also, upon hearing that Lam Tan was going to be an exchange student in Kep, she even blocked to secure another spot. Thinking about her family's assets, the Do Thai Group is a major and well-known corporation in the Demon Realm, with many companies across various provinces and abroad. Even the Kep area in Africa has a wood factory owned by the Do Thai Group. Watching their shadows pulling their suitcases onto the plane, Long Vien couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. But anyway, Phuket remains a chaotic and backward place. The eldest daughter of the Do Thai Group will face great risks there. By the time both of them were settled in their seats, the old man's inner voice still echoed. How could she have convinced the old man at home? I really can't think of anything. I truly can't think of anything. Just before takeoff, Nu Mong calmly ordered over the phone, and now she can remove the chains from the old man. The person on the other end responded quickly. Yes, miss. Seeing Lin Tan look at her like that, she asked, Is something the matter? I'm just an exchange student over there. It's just us. As classmates and fellow Chinese, if you encounter any problems, you can come to me. However, she coldly refused, leaving him puzzled. No need, you've already taken care of my problem. Although outwardly calm, inside I was already burning with excitement. As expected, just being close to this man makes a difference. And as the plane soared through the sky and she realized she could experience something different, the boredom finally disappeared. A little later, they arrived at the African Keep Airport. Long Tan stands in the lobby, stretching with a full sense of satisfaction. Finally arrived at the African settlement. After a 10-hour flight, my buttocks are numb and sore. Before officially leaving, he quickly glanced over the information from the guidebook. The area is the most economically developed city in Africa, but it also has the largest wealth gap. Many international students come here to exchange and study, but the downside is the high unemployment rate and relatively poor security. Reading this, he closed the book and reassured himself. The problem isn't big. Just avoid remote areas and going out alone at night. It should be fine. But as soon as he stepped outside, the chaotic scene in front of him made him gasp in horror. Oh my god. Lam Tan instantly rolled to avoid the flying bullets. Be careful. The gunfire still crackles, with bullets hitting the stone statue, making you feel furious. Is this what you call poor security? This tourism promotion is just a scam to lure visitors and trap them. Then she didn't forget to turn around and ask if she was okay. But instead of answering right away, Nu Mong just softly nods. That makes him wonder what kind of expression she has. Is she scared or excited? The sniffles and sobs coming from nearby catch Lam Tan's attention, an exchange student from another country. Before I could ask, a yellow bus suddenly sped up and stopped in front of them. As soon as the door opened, Thao stood there shouting, Thank you, I am a teacher at the university. Exchange students get on the bus quickly. As soon as they hear the call, the international students immediately turn to look in the direction of the sound. Meanwhile, Lam Tan didn't hesitate and quickly pulled like a dream towards the yellow bus. Let's go. After everyone squeezed onto the bus, Thao closed the door and shouted loudly, Drive quickly! Outside, the fierce fight was still ongoing with no sign of stopping. Go to hell. Do you dare to steal our gold mine? Then, Baraka hoisted the entire cannon onto his shoulder, grinning wildly. The Bok family sends you a message. All the gold mines will belong to us. But just as he pulls the trigger, the bullet veers off in an unexpected direction. Enemy, you crazy guy. Where are you shooting? He hurriedly explained. Sorry, the next shot will definitely hit. The stray bullet is heading straight for Lam Tan's group's car. Suddenly, Manlak jerked the gunshot through the rearview mirror. Before he could react, a delicate white hand grabbed the steering wheel, forcefully shifted the gear, and decisively pressed the gas pedal. Under that series of actions, the car sharply turned aside to dodge the incoming attack, and then the bullet exploded right in the middle of the road, causing a loud, deafening boom that shook the entire vehicle. Amid the chaos unfolding around them, Lam Tan remained calm and unfazed, while Nu Mong was startled, silently thinking to herself, This is it, this feeling. At this moment, it was as if an electric current suddenly ran through her body, feeling so excited, so stimulated. At the same time, the system also sent a notification, increasing Do Nu Mong's favorability by 8%. As soon as he saw the data display, Lam Tan turned back to look at her. Huh? Why did her favorability rating suddenly increase? After escaping the life-threatening situation, everyone praised her unanimously. Hero, how did you do it? Thank you. I thought I would never see my family again. Thou thumbs up. This classmate is really impressive. You saved all of us. Then two beautiful girls approached Nui Ni to invite her. What's your name? Handsome guy, let's have a few drinks tonight. Tell me in detail how you did it, Diana interrupted. How can you drink without inviting me? We barely escaped and should celebrate. Dukak is crying his heart out. Thank you, thank you. And you seem a bit awkward. My name is Lam Tan. Aren't you afraid? The two girls remained calm. In our country, Mexico, there are thousands of shootings every year, but I, from Mao, have never been afraid of anyone. Hearing this, your face looked really awkward. But in those countries, it's really hard to survive without a steel nerve. After a while, the whole group arrived at Keep University. When everyone gets off, Thao immediately introduces and welcomes everyone to Kep University. There will be instructors guiding you to the dormitories. Looking around nervously, Dokak still felt scared. Is it safe in this school? He smiled and asked, what's going on? Kep University is one of the world's top prestigious universities, so at least inside the campus it should be safer. Suddenly, a car sped in, engulfed in smoke and gunfire. The group in the car made a grand turn and kicked up a cloud of dust in front of them, until the wheels screeched and finally stopped a few steps away. No need to be afraid anymore. New international students. I am Senior Hassan. I know what you went through at the airport. Don't worry. I am here. Those troublemakers definitely wouldn't dare to come near. Hearing that, they immediately started to praise him. Wow, your older brother is so rich. Are those heavy weapons? That's too crazy. So you can bring weapons into the school? In our country, we wouldn't even dare to think of it. H1 also spoke up about that. The Bok family has relations with many tribes in the area and possesses the strongest armed forces. Even the kings of the Kep region have to show respect. And Lord Hassan is the only son of the Bok Ter clan leader. Hearing about how impressive he is, the girls quickly gather around. What a treasure trove of greatness. Brother Hassan, can you take me for a walk? Can I play with the heavy machine gun? Hassan stroked his hair happily, knowing that once his identity was revealed, no girl could resist. But with the crowd's chaos, two people who didn't care surprised him. So he revved the engine and sped off, causing the crowd to scatter. Wow, he didn't bother to talk and already aimed the eagle gun at his head like a dream. Hassan, feeling pleased, said seductively, do you want your senior to take you for a walk, beautiful lady from Hoa country? I can let you try playing with my expensive gun. However, unlike the others, she coldly refused. Thank you, I'm not interested. This surprised and infuriated him. He's always been the center of attention, but only she acts like that, so Hassan was furious. Among these international students, the most beautiful girl is the one from China, but she's the hardest to pursue. Who is that man? Her boyfriend. Lam Tan continued walking calmly when suddenly a bullet lodged close to his foot. It's obviously deliberate provocation, but he doesn't bother to respond, just turns his head to glance back with a look of discomfort. From afar, Diana hurried over and asked anxiously, what are you paying attention to, Mr. Hassan? You almost shot Lam Tan. He doesn't care and steps out of the car to lecture him. Oh dear, this Hoa Cook kid hears gunfire but doesn't lie down or find a hiding spot. Let your senior here teach you a lesson. Hearing that, Nini immediately trusted. Oh, so Senior Hassan is training Lam Tan's battlefield awareness. Diana beside him also breathes a sigh of relief. I thought I was going to die, but it turned out to be a threat or intimidation. Now he steps in front of Lam Tan and arrogantly challenges him. So, you're sure you won't refuse my good intentions? You accept calmly. All right, I'll bother the senior to give instructions then. Seeing the situation, Thao stepped in to help, but Hassan just walked away. Lam Tan still has to pack his belongings and get used to the school. Classes start tomorrow. Teacher, all of this is just for the good of my fellow students. The teacher won't stop you, right? Seeing how angry he looked, he just turned and walked away. Hitch, nothing here. Please proceed two at a time. Then Hassan even shows generosity. Don't say I bullied the newcomer. This pile of gold will be the spoils of victory when you complete the training. They cheered in amazement. Wow, so much gold. Next, he pointed to where the obstacles were placed. I prepared something special. Just reach the finish line to get 1,000 gold bars.
There's gold along the way too, but just one shot and it's confiscated. So do you want gold bars or your life?
Even though it will be dangerous. For Diana, material things are more important. It's gold bars. Even if you can't get the gold, just reaching the destination to get it is already satisfying. Dukak is worried. Trying could cost you your life. Do you think you can take the gold? Hearing that, Han immediately ordered his men to bring out the armor. Of course, we had prepared bulletproof vests for safety. Student Lam Tan can rest assured, feeling proud of himself. Although he stopped the fatal wound, if shot within 10 meters, he would suffer enough damage to stay in bed for a week. If the teacher has protective gear, everyone's worries are eased. That's good. Headmaster Hassan is really wealthy, able to casually take out so much gold, each bar worth over 300,000. I want to be friends with the wealthy headmaster. Han pointed his weapon at Lam Tan and challenged him. So what? Junior brother Lam Tan, I am truly sincere now, so don't waste any more time, put on your bulletproof vest and get started. But contrary to what I expected, you ask a question. When did I say I wanted to join your training? Seeing your reaction, I'm confused. What do you mean? Lam Tan shrugged mockingly. This little gold isn't enough for me to show off in front of everyone. But if Senior Han is willing to endure a bit for me, what are you saying? Ha-san steps in to stop his followers and begins to ask, how does junior brother Lam Tan want to bet? Without hesitation, he reached out toward the pile of obstacles. Senior Han is so skilled, he must train regularly. All right, Senior, I'll go first and demonstrate. Then I'll shoot, and afterward we'll switch and see who can get more gold. Then we'll revise the rules so that the loser not only pays double the gold, but also bows to the winner in front of everyone and calls them Big Brother. Everyone was immediately panic-stricken and terrified. What? Does Lam Tan really dare to bet against Senior Ha-san? Doesn't he know how skilled Senior Ha-san is at shooting? Han Nam suddenly burst in, and Lam Tan must be crazy. Yet on the other side, there was a strange yet familiar feeling. And yet, Lam Tan said such words, truly surprising everyone. Ha-san saw you going all out, which made his expression even more cunning. All right, disciple Lam Tan, if you really want to compete like that, I'll fight you fair and square. Everyone started whispering. I really didn't expect Headmaster Han to agree to Lam Tan's proposal and to fight himself. With such rigorous daily training, Master Hassan is bound to win, and as he prepares to shoot, Lam Tan can only marvel at the gun in his hand. Is this the gold-plated Deer Eagle? The grip feels really good. Seeing you praise your weapon so much makes me even more confident. This country bumpkin from Huakwuk probably has never even touched a gun. So I'll show off my skills in front of the fellow students, especially that Huakwuk girl. Then I pretend to remind you. Watch out, Junior. Don't accidentally shoot us. Ignoring Han's words, you start to pull the trigger. Rest assured, Senior Hassan, I have been diligently practicing my shooting skills in the game PUBG called Flame River Sniper. Later, don't hold back and try to put in all your strength. Hearing Lam Tan's words made him furious. It's just a chicken shooting game. Ha ha ha, you shot us once and I'll give you a gold bar. You smirk confidently, so why wouldn't I be shameless and accept it, Senior Han? I will definitely shoot with all my might. As the shout rang out, he immediately charged forward without hesitation, ready to open your eyes. The group of students watching the scene all gasped in surprise. Is this really the strength of the locals? I can't run as fast as that. If I try this training, I'll definitely get shot. Even with lightning fast running, the bullets from Lam Tan's gun are even faster. A precise shot hit him directly, causing Han to cry out in pain. He moved while wondering. How could I get hit? I moved so fast I must have just been lucky. Watch me run this fast. But before he could rejoice, the subsequent shots rained down, causing him to scream painfully. After a moment, Lam Tan spoke in surprise. Oh, are the bullets all gone? Everyone was amazed as he hit every shot, and watching Lam Tan blow away the hot smoke made them panic. Is this really a skill learned from a chicken shooting game? Meanwhile, Nu Mong still has an expressionless face, but inside she is twisting. I didn't expect him to be so accurate. This feeling of excitement is exactly what I want. Lam Tan calmly approaches the fallen enemy. Headmaster Hassan is gasping for breath, still grinding his teeth.
Damn it, try swapping the shots and see what happens. His tears stream down painfully.
It hurts so much I think my ribs are broken, but I can't afford to lose face in front of my subordinates and exchange students, so I get up as if nothing happened. Yeah, what does a real man like this amount to? Now it's your turn. I hope you run faster than me, or else you'll just sneer and threaten. If I miss my shot and hurt your head, you might really lose your life. Making Lam Tan laugh with contempt, Ha Senior just joked, I hit 7 shots earlier. Remember that gold amount, and don't forget to remind him. What are you talking about? I haven't even taken the first piece yet, and if I lose to you later, I won't dodge my debt. If you win, not only will Big Brother Hassan call you boss, but we will also become your followers. After hearing such confident words, you said nothing and simply casually carried away the armor. Then I feel reassured. Meanwhile, H1 appears to be plotting something sinister.
Boss Hassan, we've been ready for a long time. Look over there.
Hassan turned his head and nodded with a satisfied look. Oh, not bad at all. Someone in the group announced loudly that the new training ground has been set up. Everyone immediately started discussing what they saw in front of them. What is it? This place is much more complicated than before. Isn't this the obstacle course training ground in the military academy? How can I get through without getting shot? Long Tan confidently steps beside Han. All right, if that's how you want to play, then let's have some fun today. He was extremely proud inside, watching how you would perform. The signal sounded, get ready, and you immediately assumed your stance. He raised his gun, feeling excited inside. Fool, I shot a watermelon in one shot. No one can run faster than a bullet. As soon as the signal to start sounded, Han fired the first shot, and at the moment the bullet was inches from his face, Lam Tan's foot suddenly sped forward, easily dodging all of Ga's continuous shots in an instant. In the end, your cool image appeared above the white smoke. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, yet someone truly ran faster than a bullet. Lam Tan raised the dazzling gold bar, thanking Senior Han for the courtesy. I gained a lot from this training, and he was already stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? Is he running that fast? No way. Did I get distracted somehow? Why isn't he dead? After finishing, he sighed with annoyance. I might as well not keep these gold bars. Little do, the principal asked me to take care of you. Go have some fun. Her mind is now just as stunned as anyone else. Was that really the speed a human can achieve just now? Then he raised the pile of gold into the air with uncontrollable excitement. This is truly exhilarating.
Then Lam Tan also didn't forget to remind him. All right, let's get started.
Hassan looks confused. What do you mean? So you immediately put on a composed smile when reminding him and said, call big brother Han Sr., you're not planning to dodge your debt, are you? Danna's group kept criticizing, feeling sorry for calling the boss after losing the gold bar. But Han Sr. has always been generous, so he will definitely accept. That's right. The hand holding the gun was trembling to the limit, but he still tried to speak. All right. In the end, he and his companions had to bow their heads to his words. I lost this match. From now on, you will be my boss. Lam Tam was completely satisfied with their attitude. All right, I accept this, little brother. And yes, the gold bars you lost, I want double the amount back. Then, you loudly announced that Hassan Sr.'s gold bars would be used for a party tonight, and I invite everyone. The fans cheered happily. Wow, that's great. Thank you, Lam Tan. Thank you, Senior Hassan. The scene shifts to a restless late night at Hassan's private dormitory. Green Bean is out selling salt. He is currently venting his rage wildly on the two maids. Amani can no longer endure it. Stop hitting him, Hassan. Please, I beg you, stop hitting him. She trembled as she knelt to offer him the medicine. Hassan, please calm down. Even though he keeps puffing smoke from his mouth, he still keeps cursing and complaining. That Chinese guy dares to embarrass me in front of so many people. If you take out the most gold bars, you must call him over. And there's also that beautiful Chinese woman. No matter how much gold I take out, he doesn't even look at me. That's when H3, the younger brother, eagerly stepped forward with a plan. Hassan, I've come up with a way to deal with that Lam Tan guy. At the same time, he's managed to get a beautiful woman as desired. Hassan looked interested upon hearing that. Oh, tell me about it. He immediately shared his thoughts. Isn't that Chinese guy running really fast? Let's see if he can outrun the wild animals. Another new day begins with the common news from Tabo. Students exchanging information. Today is everyone's lucky day. Last night, the teacher suddenly announced the plan. Today, they arranged for everyone to survey wildlife on the savannah. Everyone excitedly cheered. Hey, if you're going to Africa, you have to visit the savannah to see the wild animals. Thank you, instructor. Hassan in the other car is showing an unhidden smug look. Thao is still directing the students. Okay, boys in one car, girls in another. A few seconds later, they looked awkwardly at Lam Tan's companion. Classmate Do Mong, you got on the wrong bus. Mong replied expressionlessly, I am sitting in this car. The students in the back seat were already captivated by her. She's so beautiful. You also look at her with a questioning expression. Why does this girl keep following me all the time? Hassan's younger brother asked quietly with concern. What should I do? The plan is falling apart. He still confidently replied. It's nothing. That way it's less trouble. The group, seeing wild animals for the first time, felt incredibly excited. Wow, a zebra! The entire family of weasels stood up together, looking at them, and the female students couldn't hide their fascination. They were so adorable. Suddenly, a hunting leopard ran past their line of sight. Long Tan was extremely excited when he saw it. It was the first time he saw a live cheetah like this. Suddenly, the car next to you swerved sharply and sped toward the hunting animals, with other hungry spirits quickly closing in. The hose group looked outside and asked, do we need to go through this pack of dogs? It's really tense. The windshield is so fragile that no one can break it. If a police dog bites, it'll probably crush the bones. Just thinking about it makes me hurt. In an instant, the dogs surrounded the car. Manhwa, terrified, turned to inform everyone. It's over. The car broke down and stalled, causing everyone to panic and scream. What? Suddenly, a strange-looking creature jumps onto the car, causing the people inside to scream in surprise. Wow, that was close. Lin Tan looked at the one-eyed creature and thought to himself, is it just a coincidence? Suddenly, the glass near where you were sitting shattered. The wild dog took the opportunity to rush straight into the newly opened passage. Everyone immediately panicked and shouted. The dog ran inside. Manhwa, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, pressed the red button on the left window, then whispered into the walkie-talkie. Ha-on, the plan is going smoothly. That Chinese male student target is definitely dead. He couldn't hide his excitement as he added, your heroic rescue was impressive, and you also took out the target in the process. Han chuckled and replied, ha, very well done. I'll do it right away. Meanwhile, Lam Tan easily kicked away the spirit dog that just entered. This scene left Mandra wide-eyed in amazement. He then jumped out of the car and threw the dog to the ground. The others quickly gathered around, forming a circle around the delicious piece of meat that appeared out of nowhere. The students on the bus were crying and anxiously calling out Lin Tan's name, their faces darkening like a stormy sky. But in reality, her inner emotions had truly erupted, and watching him fight outside made her can't help but blush. As expected, just following him always brings a thrill. Lam Tan secretly thought that with so many hyenas, it's impossible not to get hurt or fail to upgrade to expert level. The item notification panel requested by Lam Tan appeared.
Using it once to change the designated level, he received S rank beast mastery, and with 2 more uses, dark aura began to emanate from his body.
Then, Lamton desperately forced his strength, borrowing power from the king of all beasts, his tone turning ominously dark. I've claimed this place. The one-eyed dog sensed the aura emanating from him and felt fear. A second later, the entire pack scrambled to escape, leaving the student stunned and open-mouthed, then immediately cheering with joy. Here, you're so cool, my savior. Thank you. Lamtan is our hero. Do you have superpowers?
Why does just a few words scare the entire flock of spirit deer away? Manhwa also had to sweat it out trying to handle the situation.
Are you really a person? Suddenly, the roar of a predator echoed towards their vehicle. Lamtan felt extremely annoyed. Although he had anticipated it, he didn't expect it to be so poorly handled. If the tiger's territory is too close to the lions, it will be seen as a challenge by the lions. They really brought the lions here. A pack of fierce and dangerous ones appeared on the opposite bank. The alpha lion roared to assert dominance, and as he saw the pack rushing toward him, he kept thinking quickly. In this situation, the only way is to defeat the lion leader, and just as it aggressively charged at you, Lamtan directly grabbed its front legs with his bare hands. It quickly opened its mouth to bite your head, but Lamtan successfully knocked it out with a knee. His eyes shone like a dream when he saw this scene. She began to recall the old meetings, where everyone looked so cool taking down wild beasts. But unfortunately, no one can kill beasts unarmed as she hoped, and instead she was mocked for being too melodramatic. She felt a deep sense of satisfaction inside. This is truly the thrill of real hunting. A surprise notification appears. New Mong's affection level is now 28%. This sudden change confuses Lin Tan, who snorts in response. Lin Tan curses inwardly, realizing his fate. Du New Mong no longer feels satisfied with ordinary things. Every time she sees herself performing inhuman actions, she becomes very excited, which increases her affection level. Are you sick? The alpha lion is now stunned by the previous attack. He reached out to pat its head. Sorry, big cat. Can you tell your wives to let us go? It immediately pretended to be obedient and nodded. After taming them, he waved his hand high and pointed at the people in the car. It's okay now, the big cat said. We can go. All the students felt terrified. Suddenly, the sound of the door unlock button ringing out. What are you doing? M. Law startled and shouted in disbelief. You lead the alpha along with your words before questioning him. Driver, I have a few questions for you. He was so terrified earlier that he broke out in a cold sweat. But Han, still unaware of what happened, was still calmly driving the car. According to the GPS, the sightseeing car right in front is very close. Still 300 meters, 250 meters, 100 meters away. Now he is showing a very confident expression. The hero has appeared. 120 meters, 150 meters. Huh? The scene of the driver being forced backward out of the car is now clearly in front of him. He saw the man tearfully and messily begging. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Han, save us. This made Han stare in shock. What's going on here? If the driver is hanging here, who's driving the car? He immediately sped up to the driver. Why was the driver tied up in the back and the car stopped? The students sitting by the window nearby all explained one after another. Senior Han, why are you here? It was so intense earlier, we encountered a pack of dogs and a pack of lions. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Lamtan managed to subdue them and even negotiated with the lion. It's really a pity you didn't see it. Then, the driver suddenly knelt down and begged, saying he was messing around with the car. Lamtan immediately forced him onto the vehicle. He cursed inwardly, but tried to reassure himself outwardly as he asked them where Lamtan was. The group continued recounting, and then we heard gunfire coming from the prairie. Lamtan, curious, ran into the prairie himself, and then Do Nu Mong also followed. We dare not go over there. We can only drive back to find help first. His face grew even more sinister as he secretly thought, surely Lamtan didn't meet those people, right? Haha, if heaven's doors close, hell's door is wide open, and even King Yama can't save you anymore. There are a series of bullets fired nearby on the prairie, and Nadia from the Kanda tribe is running and dodging them. Unfortunately, a bullet had already hit her leg. Chow's companion chuckled triumphantly. Haha, hit right on target. The other guy quickly told his comrades to aim carefully and not to hit such a beautiful spot. It would be a waste if she died. When he saw her trying to hide in the bushes not far away, he eagerly loaded his gun. Oh, still able to run? Let's see how far she can run. Nadia, despite her wounds bleeding nonstop, keeps pushing herself forward, determined not to fall and to return to inform her people. She couldn't help but feel scared inside, never expecting that today the Chagu tribe would launch a full-scale attack on our Kanda tribe. Moreover, when did they get so many guns? Their shouts still echoed in her mind, spotting the scouts. Don't let them escape. Nadia became more anxious than ever. If she didn't quickly notify the tribe members to prepare, the entire Candy tribe would be in danger. Thinking about this, she unexpectedly bumped into Lamtan standing there. As soon as she saw them, she appeared extremely surprised. Why are the people from the city here? I asked Han worriedly and loudly. Mom, why is she bleeding so much? Nadia didn't answer, but nervously looked back behind her. Then 3 members of the Chagu tribe stepped out. You can't run anymore, right? Why are there 2 foreigners? She looks like a tourist. What should I do this time? Suddenly, their attention is drawn to the person standing next to you, as if in a dream. They were all out selling salt, but killing this one would be too regrettable. Another man licks his lips confidently. Not bad. Eliminate the son first, then capture the foreign girl and the chief's daughter back from playing. She immediately loudly threatens them. If you lay a finger on me, I am the heir to the Dothi Corporation of China. The largest Dothi wood workshop in the main area is my family's business. The three of them didn't seem afraid and even mocked and teased. Wow, she's a young lady of high status. At least the daughter of the Earth Emperor. Lucky. Today I can enjoy both of them. Lamton casually took an item from Nadia and handed me a weapon. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, revealing that a beautiful woman had started a rebellious mission. She looked at you with concern in her eyes, worried that you intended to use a bow and arrow against the three people with guns. Are you crazy? The status board appears along with the affinity progress bar showing the percentage. Lam Tanha was so surprised he almost couldn't believe it. What? They found a strange object on the African savannah, and Chao's group was once again mocked and ridiculed. Hey, do you see that Chinese guy? What is he doing with the bow and arrow? You want to shoot us with a bow and arrow? I'm so scared. And she kept trying to persuade him, but it was useless. Our hunting bow power is weak, relying only on poison applied to the tip of the arrow to hunt, so the effect is slow and we only have one arrow left. Linton calmly tosses the item in his hand up and down. It's okay. Isn't there a small knife here? Skill exchange system. The system interface immediately appeared. Xiao Hao was assigned an S-rank weapon skill once, then changed to another. A Chagu tribe member immediately burst into laughter and aimed his gun at him. I don't have time to play with you. Go sell salt. Lin Tan moved incredibly fast, instantly rushing forward and leaping high, aiming his bow ready to shoot. He directed his weapon straight at Chao's group, then adjusted the arrow's nock before skillfully releasing it. It just saw it shoot past the three guys at super speed, blood red splattering from their necks in a spray of magic inscriptions. One of them, thinking he had escaped death, was immediately stabbed in the head. The three of them collapsed to the ground in shock. After that, he slung the bow over his shoulder. Okay, we're safe now. So powerful and skillful. With such great archery skills, he's truly a hunting god. The system updates. Nadia's affection level increases by 15%, and her excited inner thoughts are just as lively. Oh my god. It's like an action movie. So exciting. The notification sounds, and Donu Mong's affection level is now 36%. This made Lamton startle and turn to look at them. Rescuing someone is normal, but Donu Mong attacking and taking over like that, I'm truly impressed. She immediately took his hand to introduce herself, saying, My name is Nadia, daughter of the chief of the Kanda tribe. Hunter God, what is your name? You're still confused and puzzled, asking, huh? Hunter God, my name is Lam Tan. Why are they chasing after her like that? Only then did she remember she had something important to do. They're doomed. The Chagu tribe is launching a large-scale attack. I need to go back and inform my father and the tribe now. Suddenly, Nadia's wound started bleeding again. She cried out in pain. Given her current situation, even if she tries to resist, her speed will still be very slow. So the young master took the initiative to speak up and guess. She has something very important to deal with. Then Jilang picked her up. I carried her away. Nadia just went along with it. Thank you. We've already owed him so much from the first meeting. Lam Tan replied very politely. It's okay. I'll help until the end. At that moment, her attention was drawn by the speechless expression of the person standing nearby. So she asked, Is he your boyfriend? And she was momentarily stunned. That. He straightforwardly answered on her behalf. I don't know her. I feel deeply hurt inside, yet she says she doesn't know me. Lin Tan also said, No time. I will speed up and move forward. Nadia pointed in the direction for him, heading south for 5 kilometers. Wait a moment. She quickly ran after him and then stood with her arms crossed to question him. Are you leaving me here alone after you go? Lam Tan looked at her impatiently and said, So, do you want me to carry you and run? I'm really tired. Rumong immediately smiled and interrupted. I'll give you 100,000 and take me with you. 10,000? Are you giving money to a beggar? 100 million. Maybe I will consider it. Even though she's very angry, she still has to concede. Fine, 10 million it is. Hearing that, Lam Tan directly turned around and lifted her up in front of him. Then it's settled. You still look dissatisfied. How can you? Just as he shouted loudly. Don't talk nonsense. Hold on tight. I'm coming. He couldn't help but feel happy inside. Earning 10 million was worth it, especially since it was a source of power for him. Soon after, he heard Nadia announce, The pointed roof earthen houses in front are our tribe. As soon as they arrived, all three were amazed by the scene before them. She hurriedly climbed down from behind you. Watch out, they've already started their attack. Hey, Lam Tan hurriedly warned. Be careful now. The continuous gunfire from Chagu's men echoed non-stop. The person inside can only hide in the corner and pray. Jelani, frightened, reports the overall situation. Headmaster 2, they actually have guns. Although the preset traps have stopped some people, I'm afraid we won't hold out much longer. Zuber, now helpless, sat and scolded. How disgraceful that the Chow tribe would do such a thing. Suddenly, a noise from the roof made everyone look up. On this side, you and Nadia kick open the door. Dad, it's me. I'm fine. This is really wonderful. Zuberi was overwhelmed with joy and softly called out his lost little daughter's name. However, Nadia's happiness suddenly froze when she saw two unfamiliar figures standing right at the door. This is Nadia, who immediately introduced herself. They are students from Ho country, kind enough to bring the child home. Lam Tan is very capable. It was him who saved her. Lam Tan is still calmly stepping on the head of one of the unconscious outside, speaking with a puzzled tone. These people came to eliminate you to the very end. How deep is this hatred? Moreover, do primitive tribes like yours even use guns? Speaking of this, Juberi's anger surged within him, making it impossible to hold back. Isn't all of this because of those damn gold miners? The tribe is one of the few on the plains that still preserves their ancestral beliefs. They demand to live in harmony with the plains, taking only what they need and never harming or over-exploiting. The neighboring Chagu tribe has always been the same, and the two sides have maintained a peaceful relationship. But a few years ago, gold miners from the city appeared. They discovered a gold mine on the Chagu tribe's land, bribed the tribe's leader, taught them modern ways of dressing and enjoying life, and even sold them cigarettes. Since then, the Chagu tribe has regarded Kanda as an enemy for unknown reasons, and recently, Chagu tribe members have been appearing and launching raids into their territory. I didn't expect them to even bring guns today. The Kanda warriors were caught off guard, and more than half of them were killed. If it weren't for the darkness falling, the Chagu tribe would have surely wiped them all out by now. Chief, we can only leave behind the ancestral god. He remained silent for a moment before nodding heavily in agreement. All right, it seems our only choice is to abandon this ancestral land. After that harsh decision, the atmosphere grew somber and gloomy. Just when everyone was feeling hopeless, Lam Tan suddenly spoke, breaking the suffocating silence. Not necessarily. There is still a chance to counterattack. Zuberi was stunned and quickly looked up, asking urgently, "What do you mean?" Lam Tan analyzed in detail. If they have come here, they won't retreat easily until they've achieved their goal. They are guarding outside or waiting on the escape route. I've observed that although their weapons are better, their advantage with guns is diminished at night. You use your expert tactical skills to plan the strategy while your weapons are bows and arrows. The greatest advantage in fighting in the dark is that with a skilled guerrilla team and good leadership, the situation can be completely turned around. After hearing this, his expression wavered slightly and his voice hesitated. This is Nadia quickly showing her full support. A father and son trust Lam Tan. He has the ability of a hunting god. I saw it with my own eyes. He doubts and observes you carefully. The god of hunting? Juba gritted his teeth and made up his mind. If that's the case, I will hand over the 8 strongest warriors remaining to you. From this moment on, they will follow your orders. If you fail, the Bao will be cursed on our ancestors' land. The others passionately vow to die for their ancestors, while Lin Tan glares with murderous intent, his fists clenched. Very good. You use a branch to draw on the ground as a guide. Listen now. We are few in number, but that makes it easier to move quickly on the battlefield. First, take their radios and clothes. During the silent night, at the Kanda tribe's camp, Chao's group hides behind cover, guns ready, watching for the slightest movement. One soldier whispers, "That's strange. The team just went north to reinforce, but there's no sign of anything." Another soldier comments, "Captain, it seems that they've run out of bullets. They rush forward excitedly to attack." A sneering laugh echoes through the night. "Ha ha, a backward ignorant tribe trying to face modern weapons? We still have plenty of bullets to take them down." Just now, a few of the last runners were suddenly shot through the chest without time to react, and they panicked, turning around to fire back as enemies ambushed from behind. The arrow whistled through the air and struck like a gust of wind, spraying fresh blood into the air. Where did it come from? A lucky one who wasn't shot down in shock takes out the radio to call for help and send reinforcements from the east. They crouch low to the ground, tense and waiting. Reinforcements are coming. Everyone be careful of the grass patch over there, but those they thought were allies ended up sending them straight to heaven. The Chagu group immediately became chaotic. They are members of the Kanda tribe. They are wearing our clothes. Counterattack, Captain. We hit our own target. Signal. Quickly give the signal. Just fire. Dawn is gradually breaking. The Chagu have been completely wiped out. The Kanda tribe, a people raised their weapons high, cheering happily. We won. The result now feels like a dream come true. Our tribe chief has won. Moreover, the Sharp Claw team lost no one. This Chinese nation is truly formidable. Zuberi looked stunned, unable to deny what he was witnessing. Could it really be that you're a hunting god? Lam Tan was thrown into a daze and hurriedly stopped him. All right, you can let me down now. New Mong is so moved by your strength, you only used 8 people to defeat dozens of armed enemies? You're too strong, too exciting. Nadia's cheeks flushed as she quickly kissed Lam Tan. Thank you for saving me without fear and for saving my tribe as well. The system immediately reports that Nadia's affinity has increased by 50. Now it's 68%. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie on the Chagu tribe member's hip crackled and went dead. It seems I underestimated the strength of the Kanda tribe. Everyone turned their attention to it at once. Juberi gritted his teeth, holding the radio tightly as he restrained his anger. He is the leader of the Chagu tribe. The deep voice from the other end continues. This attack, we only sent 30 people and used the cheapest weapons. But next time I will send 3 times as many and equip them with better gear. This information makes him break out in a cold sweat as the friendly Chagu leader threatens, "I'll give you some time to lead your entire tribe away from this land because of our long-standing neighborly relations. But if not, Kanda will disappear from the plains forever after tomorrow night's ritual." Why do we have to do this? What deep-seated hatred do we really have between us? He coldly gave Juberi a hard and unfeeling answer. The biggest rival is blocking others' wealth. Juberi froze in confusion, repeating, "What does blocking the path to wealth mean?"
Could it be that the Gu Father tribe has colluded with the poachers, targeting our elephants and rhinos? But Lin Tan suddenly interrupted her thoughts with a sarcastic tone. "It's not gold."
That answer surprised everyone, representing their shared curiosity. She asked clearly what they were wondering. "What did you say?" You still remain calm, analyzing slowly. In fact, all the clues have been too clear already. They want to seize her territory, and the only reason is that there is a gold vein hidden underground here. They fear you will discover this secret and exploit it first. The others' faces showed their worry. "Tu Truong, what should we do now?"
Kana tribe, we have always relied on the prairie bestowed by our ancestors to survive from generation to generation. We neither need nor want to exploit that gold, he declared passionately, his voice echoing through the space, full of pride. This grassland is truly the priceless treasure of the Kana tribe, so we must protect this land at all costs and absolutely prevent the Chagu tribe from invading. The people seem to be filled with a fierce surge of energy. They stomp their feet hard on the ground, punch their chests, and shout together to defend our prairie back home in Hao. This heroic scene makes Lamtan exclaim in admiration, truly full of passion, but Nu Mong seems to pay no attention to the display. She coldly remarked that with few people, poor weapons, and enemies 3 times their size, it was unlikely. At that moment, Jubri suddenly knelt down. He clasped Lamtan's hand tightly, looking earnest and respectful as he pleaded, "I am willing to invite you, Mr. Lam, to be our leader and guide the Kanda tribe to defeat the enemy. The reward, name your price freely, as long as it can be met, we will definitely agree." Lamtan looked a bit awkward, scratching his head, and said, "Fine. But there's a big problem." As Meng Trembingum studied him, he secretly calculated that leading a battle where you fight with fewer against more wouldn't be easy. What does he want to ask for by taking the opportunity to set a price? Resources, land, or Nadia kneeling to show sincerity? The hunter from above, I also know that defeating the Chagu tribe is no easy task. So no matter how high your offer, our Kanda tribe will do our best to meet it. Lamtan suddenly ran off happily, still smiling brightly. What is he trying to bargain for? I still have to go back to school to study. If I'm late and skip class, I'll lose points. Wait for me to finish my classes this afternoon and then I'll come help you guys. They stared with wide eyes, watching his figure in disbelief. A series of question marks floated above their heads. School grades. In the university campus, the first rays of morning sunlight shine down on the teaching building as Lam Tan and Nu Mong walk into the school gate one after the other. Now Thao happily approaches. Classmates Lam Tan and Nu Mong, the two have returned. Du Kak looked at them with concern. "Are you two okay? We plan to call all the teachers in the school to find those two. Hanam was so worried she was crying. We searched all night and almost called the police." Long Tan awkwardly smiled, rubbing his head, saying, Sorry, I was in such a hurry to find the bathroom and got lost in the dark, only finding the way back in the morning." Hearing that, they breathed a sigh of relief and said, "So that's how it was. You scared us to death. You're our lifesaver. If anything happens to you, we would really be heartbroken." Ha sidestepped between Do Kak and Han Nam, forcefully shoving them apart, smirking with a strong aura. He approached you, mocking tone. "You can return intact after a night on the prairie. Unfortunately, your unauthorized departure from the vehicle has violated the school rules. The principal has just issued a serious warning to you." Lam Tan ignored him completely, yawning as he walked past. "Hurry up and eat breakfast. Class starts in half an hour." This action of yours angered Hassan-san, who gritted his teeth and glared furiously. And the H3 junior understood the message, immediately raising his hand to block Lam Tan's path. "Mr. Hassan is talking. Hurry up." Lam Tan's face darkened, his cold eyes glaring straight at him. Hat Ba was immediately scared and fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes looked like those of a wolf. What's so impressive about the 3 Han Nam guys bragging about being wolves? Classmate Lam Tan can even tame a lion. Then the group decided to leave San and the little singer behind, happily heading towards the cafeteria. Student Lam Tan also went to have breakfast. Han's fierce expression and murderous intent, gritting his teeth in hatred. This flamboyant person is getting more and more arrogant. Hat Ba quickly whispers a plan. "Big brother, if you can't act directly, maybe you should talk to Mr. Hamjia first." He feels confident that he alone is enough to handle it. "My father has been busy with the gold mine lately, so don't bother him. But anyway, we have a way to deal with Lam Tan." A familiar voice echoes from the top floor of the lecture hall as 2 people wish to stay outside. Lam Tan and Nu Mong stand politely in front of the teacher's desk. "That's right, there's a dorm check tonight. I want to ask the teacher for a permit to stay out a little longer." Doi Mai agreed. Maybe, but what do you two want to do?" "You just make up a reasonable excuse. Of course it's for part-time work." "Thank you, teacher. And while you're at it, can I also borrow the tricycle parked in front of the school gate?" She silently stared at him, speechless. On the contrary, he pitifully bites his handkerchief and sheds tears.
So, your classmate Lam Tan wants to study and work at the same time. It's not easy, but no problem. Just take it and use it. A moment later, Lam Tan, acting as a driver on a tricycle, cheerfully shouted, "Let's go!" 3 heads peeked out from the wall, and Han Nam's mouth twitched. What are Lam Tan and Do Nu Mong trying to do? Prince Huang seriously speculated, hearing that Chinese people like to wander the streets collecting trash to sell for money. Could it be that they are the same? At the Kana tribe camp, Jelani hurriedly ran in to report. Tutrong, members of the Chagu tribe have gathered. There are really over 100 people, each armed with guns and even rockets. His voice hurriedly reports the alarming situation. Furthermore, I saw Chieftain Chow himself wanting to lead the attack. Zuberi's face grew serious. It seems they are in a desperate situation this time. I'm worried and seeking your advice. Chief, what should we do now? Even with Mr. Lam in command, we don't have weapons like these. Before he could finish, the sound of an engine from afar drew everyone's attention. Lam Tan arrived on a tricycle, confidently pointing at the boxes loaded in the back. Like in a dream, Noi Nu Mong is sitting there and saying, "Who said we don't have weapons? I brought these for everyone." The equipment gap is almost gone now. Inside the boxes, various guns and ammunition are neatly arranged and shining in the sunlight. They stared in shock, open-mouthed in amazement. Could they really have brought so many things? Are these things really expensive? Long Tan looked at the girl with a teasing gaze. This was donated by Miss Do Xiao from her own collection. Everyone, please thank Miss Do Xiao quickly. She secretly felt happy inside, glad that the Du family also had a factory here, allowing her to directly drive a tricycle and transport many supplies. Nadia excitedly hugged her tightly like a dream and gave her a passionate kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, you're so kind." The others cheerfully dance and celebrate. Like Mong, with a resigned look, glanced at Lam Tan. When did he figure out my true intentions? Now it's my turn to say who wants to come over and see the excitement, right? Then you'll have to pay, or I won't take you along. She forced me to pay for this equipment. She smiled happily. This girl has such a strange hobby. How could she not hold on tight? Lam Tan regained his composure and raised his voice. Everyone finished changing gear? I will quickly show you how to use the guns. The rest just follow my orders. They are full of fighting spirit, shouting ho ho ho. Not far away, Bazo also begins to attack, everyone getting ready. At this moment, the phone in Lao Dung's pocket kept ringing. He hurriedly answered and respectfully called out, "You are participating." On the other end, a calm but commanding voice sounded. "Warning, don't disappoint me again this time. Bao assures you can count on him. Lord, rest assured, our previous failure was just a mistake on our part. The Kan tribe is nothing, just a bunch of savages with bows and arrows. This time I will wipe them out. I've lost patience. So I'm giving you one last chance. If you fail again, you know the consequences." Basil hung up and shouted to launch the attack. "Brothers, show those wild monkeys what real weapons are like. Destroy the Kanda tribe," the Chow faced grimly shouting as they charged forward, running towards the Kanda tribe camp with contempt, mocking as they go. If they have such good weapons, but can't even kill the wild monkeys, it's truly embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Suddenly they stopped. One of them looked up in panic and announced that there was someone on the roof. Lam Tan calmly assessed the situation, his tone full of confidence. "Your bulletproof shield is impressive. The Kanda tribe welcomes you." The steady sound of footsteps suddenly erupts on the ground, and then the area where Chow's group is standing explodes, sending them flying into the air. The scene quickly descends into chaos. Why are there mines here? Are these mines? We can't move forward. The ones in front of us are falling back with gunfire and blood spraying everywhere. They hurriedly fled, the enemy attacked, and they quickly counterattacked. One stubbornly kept firing and shouted, "My gun is an AK. It can shoot 30 rounds in a few seconds and kill you all." Unfortunately, the Kanda tribe members are now fully armed, and bullets hitting their armor immediately ricochet. That person, Bang Huang, widened his eyes, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Huh? Then they all shoulder their rockets and aim precisely at the enemy. The place where Chow's group is hiding is bombarded heavily, leaving them no chance to fight back, and being thrown back by the intense firepower. They fearfully run back to the base, shouting to report. There are members of the Kan tribe on the side. The scene now is quite frightening for the old man. What's going on? Where did the Camel tribe get guns and weapons? There are also bulletproof vests and missiles. What a coincidence. Chow's group hurriedly defends and shouts to turn back and protect the chief. But in less than a second, they were all taken out by a bullet to the head. Bao was startled and quickly turned around to look for the enemy. Hiding among the nearby trees is a team of archers led by Lam Tan. He aims at the target while chatting. "He is the chieftain of the Chagu tribe, isn't he?" The old man's tone was tense, his voice trembling as he probed. "Who are you?" Theloni quietly moved beside you to report. "Your strategy of encircling the enemy has been extremely successful. We have destroyed more than half of the enemy forces. Their soldiers are now scattered and fleeing in all directions." Bao, of course, also realized the situation was extremely dire. He stood behind the speeding vehicle, shouting loudly. "Fall back, retreat quickly," but the Kanda tribe won't let him escape easily. A series of arrows pierced the car, deliberately missing Bao, causing him to panic even more. Wow! The battlefield is now only filled with the bloody corpses of Chow's men. The Kanda tribe dances and celebrates in utter joy. We won. Long live the strategist. Bao suppresses his fear and boldly threatens. You must be the kid from Hoa Nation? Daring enough to ruin the Bok family's plans, you have no idea who you're messing with. Wait for the Bok family to come and take revenge. The faces of the Kanda tribe members grew extremely tense. The Bok family, their mercenary group in Africa, was renowned for its formidable military strength even among regular armies. Lam Tan, hearing this name for the first time, was completely confused. What kind of family is this? Nadia also looked puzzled, her eyes filled with doubt. Do they really have such power? At this moment, Jubri stepped forward to give a brief introduction of the Bok family, the largest arms dealer in the Kep area. But in essence, they resembled more of a warlord group. They possess a large amount of modern weapons and continuously seize control of gold mine rights from other companies. The true military strength of the Beer family, besides their firearms, also includes heavy weapons like cannons and military transport vehicles. Bao Chong hông cúi lớn dậy tu màn, tiếng cuối vang vọng khắp không gian. Ha ha, bây giờ sợ thị gia muốn rồi, dễ xem, tới muốn xem về mặt run rẩy vị tuyệt vọng của các người. Cuối cùng là trao giọng cái chết. Ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow suddenly pierced into his knee, blood spraying everywhere. The main culprit is Lam Tan, indifferent and insulting. The losers better not bark wildly. Go back and tell Boxer that the Kanda tribe will still wait for you to come. The car has already left far away, but the desperate screams still echo. My knee. Delani nervously asks for advice.
Strategist Lam, what should we do now? Calmly jump down to the ground. I need a moment to think.
Nadia's cheeks flushed as she looked at Lam Tan with admiration. No matter what, our tribe wins with less. Everything depends on Lam Tan, and the 36 strategies he mentioned are surely from the wisdom of the gods. She expressed her feelings by giving him a deep kiss. Thank you, divine ancestors, for sending Lam Tan to save the Kanda tribe. We are deeply grateful to you, great strategist. The others also happily danced in response. Thank you, great strategist. Thank you, great strategist. After things have settled down for now, you get on the tricycle and wave goodbye. It's getting late, so I'm heading back to school now. Shamong, hurry up and get on the bus. Looking dazed and confused. Huh? Do I still have to go to school now? You speak so clearly like a model student. Of course, dawn is approaching and I can't miss class. The strange events leave the Kan tribe speechless and the atmosphere becomes awkwardly silent. No matter what, Lam Tan still sped off quickly. They wondered, will the strategist come back tomorrow? Nadia confidently said, I trust the strategist master. The wind blew your hair back and you warned, hold on tight, I need to speed up. Mong Mong clung to your shirt in fear. Slow down. Ah! Her heart gently trembled as she remembered Lam Tan's impressive action earlier. This man truly is impossible to predict. The system also reported that Du Nhu Mong's affection level increased by 6, reaching a total of 12%. At the same time, at the main camp of the Chagu tribe, Bazo knelt humbly before a figure hidden in the shadows. That person's voice rang out coldly, claiming the failure was due to the Chinese strategist. A greedy look flashes in his eyes, hiding anger. Such a ridiculous lie is truly too funny. Old Tuo was sweating profusely and hurriedly justified himself. It's true. That Chinese strategist not only supplies combat supplies, but also commands the Kanda tribe in battle. On the battlefield, we were defeated because of their unpredictable tactics. He can also use lightness skill and archery to challenge hundreds of them. Hamjia shows no mercy, punching Bao so hard that he breaks a tooth. The old man's body heavy, he fell to the ground. Filled with rage, he kicked Bao like a sack to vent his anger. And what about the strategist of the Hoa kingdom? What about the tactics of the Hoa kingdom? Skillful? No matter how many times you try, it's all the same. Damn it! The old guard's head trembles as he says, I swear everything I said is true. Hamjia sneered and turned away with a sneer. Ha, what's the strategy of the Huago nation? In front of absolute power, that so-called strategist is just a joke. He pushed aside the window curtain with both hands, the bright sunlight illuminating his figure. Outside, below, a fully armed armored convoy was neatly lined up. Hamjia grinned fiercely, his voice dark and ominous as he declared, So let me show him what the Kanda tribe looks like turned into a sea of fire. That evening, the troops gathered densely in front of the armored vehicles. The entire army is equipped with the most advanced weapons. Bruised and excited, they are determined to finally destroy the Kanda tribe. Hamjia sits there calmly. He snorts coldly and rubs his hands together in flattery. The Kanda tribe considers it a great honor for you to personally take action. How can the strategist Hoa Kwuk be compared to you? You are a legendary figure who once led a special forces team to complete over 100 special missions, and they praise you to the heavens. When it comes to the military king, there's no one else besides you. He is praised to the point of being intoxicated. Don't just boast here thinking you can make me forget what happened before. The army I provided for you. The cost must be deducted from the gold mine's profits. Old Roy Ritt agrees. All right, I'll wait until I seize the Kanda tribe and divide the gold mine there. You take 9 parts, I only need 1. Hamjia thinks he has the upper hand and analyzes accordingly. Just wait and see. The Kanda tribe strategist in front of me is no match at all. I plan to finish the battle within 20 minutes. Bao is still fearful after the last lesson. cautiously reminding, you must be careful with yourself. Moreover, that Chinese strategist, the leader of the ghostly guerrilla team, and the surrounding forces must also be well guarded. Just thinking about participating makes me annoyed. Does he think I am him? My army is equipped with top-tier gear in Africa, including the 4th generation of military night vision goggles. The super-grade mine detector has an operating radius of up to 5 meters, making it impossible for any mine to escape its scan. The military radar vehicles within 500 meters can spot even a mouse without fail. Bao nhiêu ruột mở mang tầm mắt, vậy mà cổ trang bị lợi hại như thế sao? Ông ta quả thật có vốn liếng dễ kiêu ngạo. Each of these advanced devices costs up to 600,000, and for this operation I equipped myself with 100 sets. Along with 5 military radar vehicles, war is a game for the wealthy. Kana tribe, what do you have to fight against me? As soon as Hamjia finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The first position of the army was blown up. The ground shook violently. He was immediately slapped hard in the face, stunned speechless with shock. The radio chatter echoes through the vehicle, making Bazo and Hamjia startle. Reports say the bomb disposal robot didn't find any bombs, but suddenly the front line explodes. Gunfire from all sides rained down continuously, causing the number of soldiers to decrease rapidly. The situation on the other end was extremely chaotic, with the rear troops under attack, suspected to be an aerial assault, but the enemy was not visible. The left flank is also under attack. The enemy is moving very quickly, and I can't hear any engine sounds requesting support. Sir, please give the order. A. He shouted urgently to command, light the signal flares, fire the signal flares now. But all that responds is a crackling interference trying to save itself. Hamjia anxiously tries to call. Hey! He became even more worried. Even communication was being disrupted. Suddenly, the ground beneath the car he was sitting in exploded, sending the vehicle flying into the air. A scarred, trembling arm reached out of the window. He struggles with all his might to escape from the burning car, coughing and choking on the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he thought he was safe, a robot equipped with a gun appeared, aiming straight at his forehead. Countless red laser beams formed a web that surrounded the entire Chagu tribal army. They are so terrified they dare not move even a little, crying and sobbing bitterly. Is this what future war looks like? Have I been reincarnated? Watching this scene, I despair and clutch my head. No wonder we couldn't detect the enemy. Their technology far surpasses my army's. All of them are the most advanced weapons, and there are also drones filling the sky. Tanks. Lamtan stands on top of the tank in the center, holding a loudspeaker and shouting, Hello, do you still want to resist? You want to settle everything peacefully, so put down your weapons, take off your gear, and surrender. The first gun drops to the ground, and the others immediately follow without hesitation. Their sense of justice quickly waned, and in anger they threatened. Who gave you permission to surrender? Don't surrender. Before he could finish his sentence, his right ear was shot to pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Lamtan kindly and friendly advised him. You only drink the new wine. You prefer the punishment wine. You participate so I can remind you that more than honor, life is a precious asset. Firing a laser beam at him made him scared, trembling as he held his bleeding ear, and hurriedly knelt down. I surrender. The Kanda tribe members cheered happily. Victory is ours. Yeah. Nadia was so moved she shed tears and held Lamtan tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you. Thank you for buying so many weapons for us, Lamtan said modestly with a gentle smile, also showing concern and giving advice. It's not much, just 2 billion. With weapons like these, you'll never be bullied again. She was stunned, her heart pounding in her chest, her affection skyrocketing to 90% as the system announced a series of generous rewards including currency and skills. Currently participating, Luke Tron, only in his underwear, confidently said, Strategist of Hoakwuk, I have an offer you can't refuse. Are you interested? First, he introduced that my Bok family's strength nearly controls all the gold mine operations in the Kep area, with annual profits reaching 800 million, attracting many people and forces both inside and outside the country who want to share. His confident expression affirmed that if I guessed correctly, you are definitely one of the major clans at the top of the Hoakwuk pyramid. Isn't your goal also gold? Joining the fight clearly exposes the flaws in their plan. But if they think they can take over the entire gold mine after dealing with me, they are making a huge mistake. Government, policies, and workers. These are not things foreigners can control. So, you need to cooperate with me. Since you have demonstrated your strength, I can agree to share half of the profits. The gold mine beneath the tribe will also belong to you, but you have to agree to one condition from me. Destroy the Kanda tribe. Nadia and the others look at Lamtan with unease. But what he believes to be right is met with your mocking laughter. You've thought about it quite a lot. The unexpected reaction made Hamjia break out in a cold sweat, and he sneered with a sinister smile. Sorry, the gold mine you mentioned doesn't interest me. I have no intention of betraying my comrades. But if you are that wealthy, then first give me some ransom money. As for the ransom, just as Lin Tan hesitated, Ruel Meng stepped forward to offer herself. Let me give it to you. You glance at her with curiosity. She calmly analyzes in detail. The Bear family's annual revenue can reach between 500 and 800 million US dollars, and their profit in yuan would be around 1 billion yuan. It's not 800 million yuan as he claimed, Lin Tan secretly praised. Excellent. truly worthy of being the heir of the Dotha Corporation. Like Mong exudes a professional and serious demeanor as she calculates, based on the information I know, she can determine the annual gold production of the beer family. Then, I deduce that the beer family's assets must be around 150 billion. Therefore, I propose the price range to be from 500 million to 800 million. You can trust me completely without any doubt. Thank you for helping me with this big favor, Xiao Meng. Take half of his assets as the down payment. Desperate with greed, his face twisted, his soul seeming to turn into a demon as he growled and opened his mouth, demanding half of my assets. That reckless guy, I cut down that little Huaguo kid. On the surface, he still has to grit his teeth and endure, veins bulging with frustration. Young man, negotiations aren't supposed to be like this. A murderous aura surrounds Lin Tan, who warns in a deep voice. Negotiator, do you also have the right to negotiate with me? I spent 75 billion to buy your life. If not, I'll bury you here. After all, we don't keep prisoners. Ham clenched his fist. The sharp ring cut into his skin, bleeding. His eyes flashed with blood red. He gritted his teeth and said, You're right. My life isn't just worth 75 billion, is it? Are you trying to buy me with money? After saying that, he quickly operated his tablet, and a confirmation tone sounded. 75 billion transferred. You casually wave your phone dismissively. Telling them to leave? Got it. You can go now. As Mong becomes even more frustrated with Lam Tan's intelligence, yet he was tricked out of so much money. The 75 billion is not a small amount even for the Du family group, yet his face shows no change at all. This man truly is like a treasure. He is stubbornly determined to find out who humiliated him, harboring a plan for revenge someday. Young man, this negotiation has left a deep impression on me. So, in the end, which family do you come from and what is your name? Lam Tan, unconcerned with the interest, straightforwardly introduced himself. I am Lam Tan, just an ordinary student from Hua Quoc. I only helped because I saw something unfair. He engraved this name into his mind, repeating himself. Student, right? Very good. Lam Tan, I will remember you. Hamming up his anger, he turned around. I'm leaving. Chao's group is also in their underwear, clutching their genitals and fleeing in panic. Out of sight from Lam Tan, his face darkened with a look of deep-seated hatred. He sneered contemptuously, while the Kanda tribe members joyfully lifted him high in celebration, shouting in unison, Strategist Lam! Strategist Lam! Lam Tan did not forget to remind loudly like Mong. Let's go. The campfire party is already prepared. She remains indifferent, with no objections. After a while, everyone held hands around the warm campfire and danced. Mo Meng was still not used to this level of friendliness and felt a bit awkward. Long Tan, these are my good sisters. You look at them in amazement, so she really has many sisters like that? Her voice has a touch of pride. They are all the most beautiful women in our tribe. Many people want to marry them. Lam Tan glanced briefly and realized that she and her sisters were not all the same, she explained casually. Yes, many tribes in Africa have the custom of taking multiple wives, so we were all born from different mothers. My mother is from the West. No wonder you praise her sweetly. Turns out she's of mixed blood. No wonder she is so beautiful. Suddenly, Nadia pulls your hand and walks in one direction, her tone full of mystery. Come with me quickly. Like Mong also noticed this scene. The two of them entered the house one after the other, and Lam Tan understood but still deliberately asked, What are you taking me here for? Nadia suddenly pressed close, pinning your back to the wall, then placed a deep kiss on your lips before seductively pulling down her shirt strap. Lam Tan hesitated and gave a symbolic refusal, looking a bit confused. Do you think this is too good to be true? Nadia gently kisses his jugular and whispers with a questioning tone. Can you answer more clearly? You left your sisters before the dance was even over, is that okay? But she misunderstood Lam Tan's intention. Nadia whispered, her eyes shining. I know what you want, so I told them beforehand. At the sound of applause, three graceful figures appeared one after another. They simultaneously made intimate contact with Lam Tan's body, and Nadia teased playfully. You heard about our customs and calculated it this way, right? You blushed shyly, trying to save a bit of your image. Isn't that what I meant? She deliberately lowered her voice to a gentle tone. So what does that mean then, strategist? Their eyes shimmered with tears as they continued to ask, Do you think my sister and I are still not pretty enough, or do you want someone to leave because there are too many people here? At this point, Lam Tan no longer pretended and excitedly decided, Well, there's a saying in Hua country, everyone has arrived. Outside, New Mong sneaked behind the bushes to observe. Lam Tan followed the chief's daughter into this earthen house, then 3 more of the chief's daughters arrived. My good dreams about him were shattered. I thought he was so special, but it turns out he's just like those other men. Hanha. Huh, with so many people, can he handle it? Her affinity level drops directly to 10, now at 32%. She holds her phone in her hand, spying by the window to see how badly I will embarrass myself. If you dare to ignore me again in the future, I will use this to mock you, make you lose face, and then turn you into my laughingstock, a clown entertaining me. My mood suddenly shifts to discomfort as I see the scene inside like a dream, my eyes wide with shock, cheeks suspiciously flushed. She didn't bother to care about the original purpose and quickly covered her eyes, nervously asking, What is this? Her mind automatically blurred the exciting details, and for some reason, she started to imagine all sorts of things. Manhwa lan. Nadia's face is now extremely satisfied, biting her lip gently to hold back. Lamtan's finger gently curled, skillfully plucking the flower as if in a dream, his hand trembling at an extremely high frequency. Could a human really do this? It was just like a honeybee. And that honeybee blindly plunges into the sweet nectar of the flower, causing the four sisters Nadia to simultaneously feel their minds becoming blank. The two continue their passionate kiss, sweat soaking through their skin, while Lam Tanchu carefully considers the feelings of the other three. The temperature rises quickly due to the friction and hot breaths as everyone immerses themselves in the most intimate exchange. Lam Tanyu's body is divided into 4 parts, each belonging to a different girl. Nu Mong watches intently, forgetting the time, muttering to herself, "From a honeybee to a centipede? I've never seen such a combination in my little notebook." Inside the house, countless lewd sounds echoed continuously. Nadia's eyes blurred, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. The affection level also increased by 5%. Lam Tan suddenly diverted her attention and glanced to one side. As Do Nu Mong met that gaze directly, her mind trembled intensely, and just by looking, her body grew hot and her lower belly went numb. How many secrets does this man still hold that she doesn't know? The system notification revealed her whereabouts, with Do Nu Mong's affection level at 41%. The next morning, as the sun rose high and illuminated every corner, Lam Tan had long been awake but still leisurely lay in the embrace of the 4 Nadia sisters. It was only then that he checked the time and was startled. "Ah, is it already this late? You have to hurry back to school." First, he gently placed a kiss on her head. Then she got up and went outside. As Lam Tan turned, he saw Nu Mong leaning against the nearby truck wall, asleep. I don't know what she's dreaming of, but her breathing is rapid and she's whispering softly, "Don't, you scoundrel." Your smile suddenly froze. What exactly is she dreaming of? Before I could think further, Jubri led the Kanda tribe members rushing over. "Advisor, you just did something bad and feel guilty. Secretly worried that the chief will find out about the girls with you last night. Is this a suicide mission for you?" But they kneel down in respect and say, "Thank you for saving the tribe. We have been discussing all night. To show my gratitude for the strategist's efforts, I decide to relinquish this chieftain position and let you take over as chieftain." "Huh?" After understanding everything, he hesitated and refused. No, I'm just an exchange student from Hoakwuk passing by and helping out casually, and I have to return to my country too." Chief Lemba hesitated awkwardly. I understand now because he suddenly became enlightened. Huber stood up and declared loudly, "The strategist must be the legendary guardian god, and the guardian god's gaze surveys the vast prairie. We cannot be selfish like that, so we can only step in to help manage the Kanda tribe." The people around enthusiastically cheered. "Aho, aho." He suddenly ignored your presence and made his decision. "Everyone, let's cheer for our new chieftain. The guardian spirit of Lam Tan." You just dreamily watch them speaking in what kind of native language. But seeing them so happy, it probably isn't a bad thing. Lemba suddenly grabbed Lam Tan's hand and raised it high. "Is my understanding of the chief's role correct? You look confused. Try imitating their language." Ha ha ha. Juber cheerfully cheers. The guardian deity has agreed to become the chief. The villagers cheer excitedly. Hiccuping softly, he forced a nervous smile. Carrying her like a dream, she walks under a warm welcome. So enthusiastic, it's a bit overwhelming. Lam Tan temporarily set aside this matter, glancing down at her peaceful sleeping face, honestly thinking she still looks very adorable when she sleeps. Like a dream, she slowly opened her eyes, still dazed as she looked around. Only when she was fully alert did she realize her current situation. She hurriedly sat up straight, her cheeks blushing as she avoided eye contact, saying, "Thank you, you can tease me all you want, I sleep like I'm dead. If someone sold me, I probably wouldn't even know." Just as he stopped the bike, a group of people rushed over aggressively. "Lam Tan, you finally showed up." Hasane holding a sharp dagger, a sinister smile on his face. "It was worth the wait. I've been waiting for you for so many days. Haha." The 2 H1 guys and the 2 others behind them are rubbing their hands menacingly. Lam Tan suspiciously calls out Hassan's name. The brutal thug loudly declares that this time he will send you to heaven. Almost immediately after finishing his words, he receives a powerful slap on the cheek that distorts his face. The miserable man fell backward to the ground, causing his 2 henchmen to panic. Hassan H1 quickly pointed his finger at Lam Tan Jia Owai's face. "You really dared to attack Hassan?" And H2 is threatening aggressively. He is the only son of the Bok family, the one in charge of the largest gold mine in Kep. He's definitely dead. Long Tan frowned suspiciously. Why does the name of that family sound a bit familiar? Nu Mong was speechless as she looked at him. Hassan, thinking she had been frightened, pulled out her gun and smirked proudly. "Ha, do you know how dangerous I am now? You have 3 seconds to kneel or else." Lam Tan directly snatched the gun, while the man couldn't resist. He then stomped hard on Han's groin without any mercy. He cried out in pain without making a sound. Lam Tan's current appearance was just like a demon. His hand spins the gun playfully. Oh no, he accidentally stepped on something. Could it be a star fragment? I immediately went to help Hassan, who was trembling and stammering in that suspicious spot. You dared to sing 2 songs at the same time and run away, urging your friends to hurry up. Lam Tan happily waved goodbye. Don't drive too fast. Safety comes first. In the end, he shouted angrily, leaving a threat behind. Just wait. The beer family will not let you off. But Meng Chu carefully considered it for you, and now it seems you've already offended the Burr family to death, so maybe it's better to return to your country immediately. The airport might already be sealed off, and the Du family could secretly arrange a private flight for you. Lam Tan decisively refuses. No need. He calmly turns and walks away. We are heading back to school. She looked confused and returned to school. You have finished calculating everything with eyes full of hidden meaning. This game isn't over yet. At the same time, at the base, he couldn't contain his anger and threw the papers on the table in frustration. Hassan was crying and complaining desperately, saying there's a new student who's very arrogant. Look at what he did to my child. Sob, I have to stand up for my child. Join in and slap that guy hard with a thunderous slap. He angrily scolds. I raised you all this way, and this is how you repay me. A useless loser like you, with guns and people, yet you can't even control a student. So embarrassing you should be ashamed and come to me crying. He clutched his sore cheek and tried to justify himself. But that Lam Tan guy really isn't an ordinary person. None of us can fight back against him. Maybe I should borrow some names. 100 soldiers. I guarantee it. Hearing the familiar name, I was startled and snapped back to my senses, Lam Tan. I hurriedly grabbed my son's collar to confirm. You just said the person who hit you was named Lam Tan? Is he from Huaquoc? Hassan, although curious, still answered honestly. Yes. How did you know, Dad? His mood fluctuates unpredictably, his face turning sinister. Good. I was worried about how to find him. I didn't expect him to be Hassan's classmate. Ha ha ha. Hamjia feels the time for revenge has come, a sinister smile on his face. You bastard, what does it matter if you have a lot of money? Even a mighty dragon can't overpower a venomous snake. On my turf, you're definitely going to die. He immediately took out his phone to contact him. Minister of Defense, I want to discuss a business deal with you. At Keep University, the morning sun shines down on the lecture hall as Lam Tan and Yu Mong stroll leisurely. Indeed, after dealing with that violent gang, the school feels much more comfortable. From now on, the exchange students' lives will also become more enjoyable. She looked at him with worry, her eyes showing her unease. Did he offend the Bok family, yet he remained so relaxed? Sooner or later, they will come knocking, but he didn't care at all. If they come, they come. Suddenly, New Mong used her foot to scan the surroundings. That's not right, Lam Tan asked curiously. What's going on? She told him there was something unusual. The school grounds felt off today, and why hasn't anyone been seen until now? Lam Tan smiled faintly, eyes full of implication. So, you finally figured it out? New Mong frowned, anxious. What exactly has happened? A fully armed squad and armored vehicles rush out to respond on your behalf, their footsteps echoing loudly in the silent space. After waiting for so many days, those guys finally arrived. This huge battle startled her. Is Hamjia the one who directly led the army to the school? The soldiers in disguise formed a circle around the two, their guns locking onto the target. Hami is pleased as he steps forward, with a rifle slung over his shoulder. Lam Tan, we meet again. This time I'll see how you run. Hassan happily follows behind his father. Lam Tan casually chuckled, his sharp eyes sweeping over the father and son. Do you two also plan to fight? As expected, the two of them have arrived as well, like a dream, revealing their shady actions, mobilizing the military in the city area, with the intention of using force against the exchange students from Huaquoc. You are breaking the law. I will report you to the embassy. Ha sneers contemptuously. They predicted this situation. Who said they committed a crime? We informed the principal before taking action. Evacuate the unrelated staff. Now, the students and teachers are all watching safely from a secure place. Seeing the pitiful look on Lam Tan's face as he was caught, he mocked and enjoyed the scene of dozens of guns pointed at him. In the sports equipment room, the other students nervously peeked through the door to watch what was happening outside. Ngini was extremely worried. It's over. Sure enough, Lam Tan has been truly surrounded by the Bok family's troops. Thobo's body trembles, his face pale. It's over. It's all over. Offending the Bok family, Lam Tan is definitely dead. No wonder the principal told me to secretly lead the students to escape, yet he let the army come to arrest people. He crouched in the corner, muttering to himself, Hassan is a crazy guy with an extremely unstable personality. Lam Tan has no way to survive anymore. Yi and Dan panic and hold each other tightly, crying out in despair. No, Lam Tan. Outside, Hassan, pretending to be kind but full of sarcasm, mockingly advises them to run away, knowing it's useless, so they might as well give up resisting. Like Mong suddenly stepped forward to shield Lam Tan, surprising the man. She firmly expressed her stance with a cold gaze. Lam Tan belongs to me. No one is allowed to touch him. Don't worry, I already called the police just now, and as long as the embassy steps in, they won't dare to openly confront Huaquoc. Hamjia has prepared for all scenarios. Even though Huaquoc is very powerful, your friend has broken the law in Africa and no one can protect him. Stepping in to shield Lam Tan with a wide gesture, I loudly warned, I want to see who dares. At this moment, a person in a suit and shoes appeared, speaking in a calm and steady voice. The granddaughter of the Dothai Corporation is indeed brave. Yes. Ha looked at Cabello in surprise and said, "The Minister of Defense, your tone is so fake."
The Dotha group has occupied Africa for years. I should have shown some respect, but unfortunately. He pretended to be righteous and declared, I have received a report that a man named Lam Tan from whole country committed war crimes with very solid evidence. Don't even mention a Hoa group. Even international law cannot protect him.
Hamjia found a supporter and immediately reported, "Yes, Minister Lam and the Kanda tribe ambushed the Chagu tribe."
Lam Tan also served as their strategist. Hassan pointed at herself and added, I have a witness. He studied during the day and commanded battles at night. If this isn't a war crime, then what is?
Like Meng was silenced by their shamelessness, so angry that she couldn't speak. Cabello stepped forward confidently to accuse. "So what? Lamtan, have you really done these things before? Do you want to say something in your defense? You haven't denied your responsibility." I really did it." Hearing that, Bach and his father smiled happily. "You admitted so quickly? Lamtan the strategist, I told you, as long as we're in the same world, we will still meet." He swears he will settle all the debts between them. This time, you won't have a chance to turn the tables. But Lamtan was not afraid at all, calmly smirking with a challenging look. "So what?" As he finished speaking, the pounding of drums echoed loudly, shaking the ground and causing the Bach family army to stagger. A thick fog enveloped the school grounds. All eyes turned to him. The formidable army and armored vehicles quickly appeared, their voices resonating through the space. "Who dares to harm our chieftain?" Even those present, including Lamtan, are shocked. Why is it them? The students hiding in the gym room gape in shock. What is this? Is it because of the tribe's skills? Ham quickly regained his composure, hurriedly pointing his gun at Lamtan. As long as he could control him, even if the Kanda tribe had more people. Before he could act, he was already struck down by your swing, the gun butt breaking in two. His hand met the same fate. Lamtan coldly glanced at Ham and said indifferently, "What's the point of touching the gun? Isn't it better to just stand and watch quietly?" His 5 fingers kept trembling and deforming, no longer able to muster anger. Ruber's mother led the Kanda tribe members closer. "Sorry, we're late. You look confused and are asking questions. Why are you all here?" Lemba, representing, kneels and offers a headdress symbolizing the highest status. Kanda tribe, welcome the honored chieftain. The others also cheer and respond in unison. "Welcome, honored chief, ha-oh, ha-oh." Father and son Bach gawked in disbelief and shouted loudly, "Chief!" The other students were just as shocked, and Lamtan becoming the chief was so sudden and surprising that he froze and simply took the crown from Jubri's hand. After that, although he lost his position, he still eagerly emphasized it through the official ordination ceremony of the Kan tribe. "Mr. Lamtan, you have officially become the chief of the Kanda tribe. By this point, you still haven't had time to recover. But before you could refuse, Nadia, full of joy, threw herself into your arms and pressed a kiss on you, even boldly expressing himself in a rough manner. Lord Tu Trong, my body longs for the blessing of magic so that I can forget everything else for a while." The culture of the tribe is so straightforward that they dare to speak in front of everyone, and then Juberi boldly declared that Lamtan is our chief. No matter what tricks he uses to deal with it, they are all justified. This is the law of the prairie. City or international laws have no right to intervene. When he confirmed it once more, all the students watching also shouted loudly,
Why did Lamtan become the chief? Did I miss 100 chapters or something?
In the end, they managed to buy some time for Lamtan to raise doubts. So why is everyone here still performing the ordination ritual for me and not refusing? And we haven't gotten to the main issue yet. We'll report it to the Lord later. Meanwhile, sweat kept pouring down Cabello's forehead like a waterfall. Damn it. Indeed, war crimes cannot interfere with the law of the plains, but the benefits that Gia promised must be obtained at all costs. Soon, he regained his composure and pointed out seriously. "So you're planning to exploit the loopholes in the law, huh? The laws of the savannah only apply to Africans in the African plains. He is Chinese and has no right to be a tribal chief in Africa, and he didn't even give them a chance to defend himself before decisively giving orders. The actions of the Kanda tribe's chief are illegal. Lamtan's position as chieftain is not recognized by the African government. War crimes have been established and an immediate arrest is underway. Of course, the members of the Kanda tribe were easily armed and allowed to act. Anyone daring to touch our chieftain would be blown into a pile of flesh. Jubri also stepped forward with a determined fighting spirit and a passionate speech. The people are willing to give their lives for the chief. Soldiers, charge with me. But Lamtan cuts in. Don't panic. He shows no fear, emphasizing each word sharply. I say this battle doesn't require fighting, and you can defeat all the villains without a single soldier or weapon. That is the confident smirk of Hamjia. Haha, the Chinese like to show off. Even now they're pretending. Soldiers, follow orders and prepare to charge. But before he could finish, a deafening roar and fierce wind cut through everything. When everyone finally saw clearly, they were stunned and shouted loudly as armed helicopters, tanks, and armored troops were brought onto the scene, creating an extremely spectacular sight. The soldiers under Hamza's command could only stare at each other in confusion and dare not make a move, as the helicopter finally landed on the ground in front of both sides.
The man stepped down with an imposing aura. It was none other than President Sekou. Of course, both Hamza and Cabela would recognize the leader of the country they are currently in.
President Su clearly agreed without question, even saying it together. I never expected he would not only find me but also invite the president here. I really didn't expect you to plan everything so carefully, even inviting the president here. By the time he finished speaking, the atmosphere between them sank into awkwardness and negativity, and it was clear that Sekou's unexpected arrival had thrown them into a panic. And surprisingly, something even more shocking happened when he was acquainted with Lam Tan. The former president had heard of him for a long time, and he shook hands like an old friend. President Su is having an easy journey, right? Everyone watching immediately widened their eyes, especially when the mouths of the eager crowd are so big they could fit a basketball inside. What on earth is going on? The group of international students couldn't be left behind, all stunned and exclaiming, "Why did the African president shake hands with Lam Tan?" Who is the former president? It seems to be the mysterious wealthy magnate from Hwakwok who defeated Kameda of Japan and Lumung, one of the 4 great talents of Bangkok. Juba and everyone from the Kanda tribe clearly show what it means to be so shocked that they temporarily lose the ability to speak, while Nadia, who was already moved, now has a heart pounding more fiercely than ever. Even President Lam Tan is not Ho, the guardian god of the Great Prairie. Not only she, but also Nhumong constantly experience a strange thrill that almost causes them to lose control. So, the former president was actually the legendary former president. This hidden identity is truly shocking. The system also increased her favorability to 62%. Without wasting anyone's time, the head of the country stepped forward to announce, "I am President Sekou, representing the nation and recognizing the chieftain status of Lam Tan." All of Mr. Lam Tan's actions comply with the laws of the Great Prairie, with no established crimes of war, yet a series of terrible charges are directly listed against the 2 individuals, who are also secretly colluding with Minister Bok and the Minister of Defense to abuse their power, use armed forces, and illegally exploit resources, posing a serious threat to national security, and they are immediately arrested. Faced with this rapid turn of events, they can only hurriedly defend themselves.
Mr. President, is there some misunderstanding? We did not collude at all.
Why does that Chinese person have the right to be a prison warden? I did it for the safety of the nation. That's right, my gold mining is legal. Unfortunately, Lin Tan didn't give them any chance to resist and just cut in, still pretending, "I want to punish you all," carefully revealing the events I secretly carried out according to plan. When you invaded the Kanda tribe, you used military commanders, which is the clearest evidence of your guilt. Do you think I tricked you into falling in love with me and then let you go? Actually, I used a long fishing line to catch one of your accomplices in a big hall and even revealed the relationship between myself and Su. I donated weapons to the African army in the name of the CA prison, then contacted the president. Now is a good opportunity to eliminate the Minister of Defense, so we coordinated smoothly. Lam Tan's final words directly shattered any hopes of escaping punishment for the 2 participants, and then we just waited for you to fall into the trap. Now, not only he and the Minister of Defense are to blame, but Han himself must also face the fury of the people. This relentless and fierce attack leaves him trembling. Ah, it hurts, damn it. Who threw that at me? And those people are none other than his lover duo, led by the Chief of Staff. We are people who are often threatened by Han, destroyed by his violence, and hope the president will punish this criminal before the law, causing him to grit his teeth as Sekou steps forward to assure everyone. Rest assured, the Bok family and their accomplices will not escape. Their crimes are enough to sentence them all to death. Their assets will be used for public funds, with part of it compensating the victims. With their aura, determined stance, and confident words, everyone involved truly believed there was nothing they could do anymore. No, unlike their inner and physical pain, Thao's group was happier than ever. Thank you, President. Thank you, Mr. Money. By the time they left in the helicopter, father and son bear embraced each other tearfully. Why was that? Even King Huang was stunned. Oh my god, I didn't expect Lam Tan to become the chieftain and even invite the president to completely overthrow the Minister of Defense and the Bok family. Thao announced the good news to celebrate. The school gave a 3-day break, and everyone cheered loudly in joy. That night, at the Kanda tribe, everyone gathered around the blazing campfire. The international students invited also happily chatted and joined in the festive atmosphere. Nini and Diana enjoyed the moment to the fullest. The smell of alcohol was strange, but deliciously strange. Haha, even while having fun, Dai Dan didn't forget her classmates. Let's go find Lam Tan and have a drink. Where is Lam Tan? Nia says that Tantu Trung Lam and the daughters of the former chief are performing a special ritual in the guardian deity's cave and won't return until tomorrow. Nini and Dai Anna immediately agree and express their excitement about the special ritual. At the same time, inside the guardian spirit's cave, a brilliant light is emanating from deep within. In the grand and solemn space, 4 sisters named Nadia are performing a ritual dance around Lam Tan. All 4 girls showcase their sharp and powerful features, yet remaining graceful. And as the one witnessing everything, I was already deeply immersed in the spectacular dance performance. So beautiful. Then, Diana moved forward to the display of sacrificial objects and carefully placed a mysterious item that perfectly embodied the spirit of the tribe. Doubt is clear on Lam Tan's face. Could this statue actually be the god of fertility? Nadia seems a bit shy, but proudly explains that this is the god of hunting for the Kanda tribe, who also governs bunch fertility. Thinking back to the moment I poured all my energy into this, I realized this is the emblem I just crafted today as a ritual prop that must be used. And before they could take the next step, two uninvited people, Diana, arrived. How could we miss out on such a joyful moment without bringing them along? Both of them were already drunk, so their words became more slurred. Now they want to monopolize Lam Tan for the whole night. This is too much. We also want to personally congratulate Lam Tan. Their immediate actions forced Lam Tan to quickly refuse. They are drunk, and this is an important tribal ceremony. Outsiders shouldn't enter. You two go outside first. I'll come out later. But Ni ignored that and insisted, no, we want it right now. Their gestures and words have sparked Naleha's fierce battle. I see. You're fighting over the man you like, right? Our tribe has a tradition of wrestling to compete for a partner, just to see if two people dare to do it. And of course, the drunk Ni was immediately stimulated. What's there to be afraid of? Wrestling culture in my country is very popular. I've even participated myself. Diana even arrogantly said that my country's university also has a wrestling alliance. And I once participated in mud wrestling. So a temporary arena was set up for a 2-on-2 match. Nail, acting as the referee, said sternly, the match begins. As soon as the shout ended, both sides immediately charged at each other with fierce eyes, not willing to give way. But unfortunately for the two, who had just entered and hadn't had a chance to do anything, Na caught them with a leg sweep that left them frozen. Even Diana couldn't escape Nadia's grasp, being held tightly in her arms. The one watching from outside and benefiting the most was of course none other than Lam Tan. That peak, watching it makes my blood boil. The contest ended quickly with both challengers, Ni Nui and Day Dai Anna, collapsing simultaneously in a humiliating defeat. Nadia easily defeated them without breaking a sweat. City folks are spoiled and used to getting their way. They can't compare to us from the tribe. Ni Nui quickly shouted, I give up! I give up! Then the two of them ran away together, tears of resentment in their eyes making Lam Tan feel regretful. That's the end of the show. As Nadia turns to leave, we continue with the final ritual, when suddenly Nabi becomes excited after seeing something. Wait, I realized something when you girls were struggling? To Lam Tan's surprise, a familiar voice shouting loudly echoed in her ears. Let me go! It turned out that the one being pulled out was none other than Hu Mong, leaving Nadia completely surprised. Miss Du, have you been secretly watching from outside all along? Being caught made her face turn red like a tomato, but she still tried to act tough. Just a quick look, what's the big deal? I'm not really stopping any of you. Nadia once again emphasized the importance of this event. This is the most important ritual of the tribe. Outsiders are not allowed to look. Nadia then said thoughtfully, but Miss Do has also invested a lot of resources in us. As a benefactor of the tribe, if she wants to watch, she can. Before the words were finished, she acted violently, causing panic. What are you doing? Let me go! Lam Tan, watching directly, excitedly cheered. Wow, so white, so white. Soon, she replaced the trays and was confined beneath the statue as Nadia instructed. So it's like offering a sacrifice, making it seem like a dream that cannot be disturbed. At this point, she gestured with a click and said, Miss Du, this ceremony cannot be disturbed. Then called inside to the three sisters who had already gone somewhere else. Sister, have you finished changing clothes yet? The Na group and their completely different outfits arrived here without making them wait too long. What makes this special is that more than 3 different kinds of animals are being showcased in a spectacular way. Of course, that's enough to capture Lam Tan's passionate heart. Wow, amazing. Nadia, dressed in her familiar tiger costume, explains in detail that this ritual is to reenact the tribe's myth, the story of the hunting god fighting 4 beast kings. Excitement and joy are clearly visible on her face as she announces that the 4 of us will represent 4 different mythical beasts. This means we each have different abilities. If you can't defeat us, the ritual will fail and you will permanently lose the chance to fight again. Her words suddenly made Lam Tan remember that night, when Nadia's other sister slowly added that the reward and proof of his physical suitability were enough. This ritual must be performed by someone who has made great contributions to the tribe to pass on the superior genes. We will give our all in this ritual. All in. By the time you hear it all, the heat inside you will have ignited to an overwhelming excitement. Let's go, start the ritual. First, it is none other than elder sister Nabira who introduces herself. When the predator wants to catch the African antelope, it will leap and run away. The lower part will seduce the predator's view. Then the African antelope will use its strongest weapon, its hind legs, to defeat the enemy. Next is Sister Na. The African wild dog is the most terrifying beast on the plains, with a powerful bite that can easily crack cow bones, and it knows how to attack the weakest part of its prey. That's terrifying. Of course, the third is Nalaha with her body twisting. The African cheetah is the most mysterious predator on the savanna, using its coloration to hide. When the prey passes by, it is immediately wrapped tightly, and then it begins to swallow from the head. Finally, Nadia added with her strikingly exquisite beauty, the African leopard is the most mysterious assassin on the plains, capable of hiding in trees and suddenly leaping down to attack prey. No matter what the prey is, once bitten on the neck, it can't escape. And surprisingly, just hearing about it made Numong gasp for breath. The situation is more dangerous than before, even more so than anything she's seen before, and soon Lamton finds herself surrounded on all sides, truly immersed in her thoughts. With such a difficult situation, even if you are physically stronger, you can't withstand it. After all, wild beasts each have their own abilities, and you're just a small human. How can you win? You keep fighting fiercely alone, with worry and excitement from Numong, and you might even lose your life. She's already in an excited state, as if she's part of the battle herself. Will he fail immediately or suffer a crushing defeat as he struggles? I'm too eager. Give me more shocks. The sudden change unfolded as Lamton counterattacked, startling Nabi. The relentless barrage of attacks immediately had a significant impact on her. He's so strong. I can't hold my legs anymore. I have to gasp for air and call for help from the others. Please help me.
It's a pity Nalea hasn't finished her task despite her best efforts. I'm trying my best. He shouldn't be able to breathe like this.
But he's still talking. It seems he's reciting poetry. Hiccup. I can't hold on much longer. Unfortunately, Lamton's front part is not easy to surrender to the enemy. In just a moment, she had to scream out loud. I lost! I also sobbed. In the end, without much effort, he managed to defeat the antelope and the African crocodile. Your strength is still so full that you can aim at the next target, which is Nadia still hanging on you. It's your turn now, little tiger. She was forced into an impossible situation and had to panic to stop herself. Wait a minute, my leg isn't okay. And I didn't expect her to land so close to where she was sleeping, making her scream. Oh no, Nadia's final fate is no different from her two sisters. Sniff, sniff, I lost too, along with a +5 affection boost and a series of notifications. Congratulations, the host has achieved a 100% conquest success rate for the 6th and rebellious factions. From now on, she will be wholeheartedly loyal to the host. Accordingly, it moves on to the second stage, with no expenditure or refunds. Currently, all attribute levels have increased to 18, and you can freely choose one skill. Now there are 2 skill choices left. Once she defeats the African continent, Lamton Thon, the god of hunters, will surely not overlook the Na spirit. It's only you left, and she is still in shock. Oh, so once again the battle unfolds with countless pleas. Don't ignore that weak spot, no one can let her down. It's too late to beg now, and after this, her favorability towards Do Numong increased by 8 points, reaching 70%. After a fierce and intense battle, the 5 of them relaxed on the soft animal hide. Meanwhile, at some point, Do Numong had already quietly freed herself from the rope without making a sound. And then she slowly moved like a snake coiling around you, her eyes and expression shifting from infatuation to excitement, as if she wanted to do something. Lamton, I didn't even have a chance to act before she suddenly woke up as if she had never closed her eyes. Little Mong, what are you doing? Making her startle. A then quickly left in panic without saying a word, leaving him suspicious. Why did she run away? Later, she ran so fast it was like a dog running in the field as a month passed by. The exchange student program ended at Kep Airport and only the Kanda tribe members came to see them off. Nadia stepped forward on behalf of Lamtan to update the current situation. The government and the tribe have established a deep cooperative relationship, and they have also divided the territory of the Chagu tribe for us. Now, the Kanda tribe has a lot to handle. The 4 of us are all extremely busy, but we still shyly thank you. Thanks to you, the Kanda tribe is like this, but it doesn't matter to you at all. That's good. Now I have money, so if I miss you, I can come to Hua Country to find you anytime. And then she happily announced that they wouldn't be separated physically. Once the tribe stabilizes, I will definitely come find you. The government has built many base stations on the prairie, so we can also use our phones. Whenever I miss you, we can have a video call. But the sadness still deepens in my tough heart. Travel safely. Long Tan gently replied. Then, he suddenly looked at Jueri as if remembering something. Tu Trong, I have one last question for you. So why did you bring everyone to the school that day to help me? I clearly arranged for the president to come and rescue me. I didn't expect him to come first and say it was because of the guidance of the guardian spirit, which only makes you more suspicious. The guardian spirit, you explained that miracle. That night before, I dreamed of you being attacked by the Bach family, so the next day I let everyone hear. Whether you believe it or not, this is indeed guidance from the guardian spirit we worship. Those words made Lamtan ponder deeply. Could there really be a guardian spirit? Whatever, I've already gone back to the country anyway. Then I noticed Numong quickly slipping down to the lower row of seats. Strange, since that ceremony she's been avoiding me. Don't tell me she was so scared she nearly fainted. Even though it's a system mission, for him right now it feels incredibly relaxing. That's good. This young lady used to always quietly follow him. It's better now that she's gone. No more messing around for money. Finally some peace and quiet. At the Sword and Magic World Castle, someone is speaking sweetly in the bright sunlight. Darling, it's time to eat. Next, Han Nam softly and indulgently spoke. The foot wash water was also ready. In front of them was a lineup of beautiful women led by Than Han, who exclaimed in surprise, Why are you only finished now? I'm starving. Jing Ya gently urged, Hurry and bring it over. Soon, under Hung Ha's satisfied gaze, Nguyen Lam and Jianhua devoured the food ravenously, and nothing seemed strange about it. Of course, this was all thanks to Ha Nam's prior preparations. The water temperature is just right, but unexpectedly, before doing anything, Nguyen Lam struck a blow to both body and heart. How could you use cold water like that to wash your feet? Even Jianhua also clearly shows her sky-shattering brutality. After cooking the meal, you're useless, causing Hung Ha to scream in pain. In just a moment, the peaceful and beautiful scene was replaced by the horror of the mine, Golan, and even the wolves. Ha ha ha. What's this about the strongest brave squad? Aren't they just like puppies we play with? Then, they excitedly looked at their leader, who relied on the vice-general. Only then could we seize the castle. Vice-General La Nha He, you disguised yourself as a priest to trap the brave, then used hypnotic magic to control him. It was truly perfect. In front of them was Na Hai with a regal aura like a queen on her throne. Yes, how could a foolish hero suspect that the trusted priestess was actually a demon? Then, everyone was excited when talking about the money they would get after returning. You will definitely receive a great reward from Lord Demon King. I heard that capturing a brave warrior earns 100 demon coins, and it takes me a year to earn that much. Can you compare yourself to the Deputy General? She outwardly appears calm, but inside she's already burning with intense excitement. After taking these 200 demon coins, I will have 1,500 demon coins. Then I will borrow 500 demon coins to buy the hellish crocodile leather bag I've wanted for years. But Lam Tan's speed was truly astonishing. In just a moment, he and his golden Excalibur pierced through all 3 Demon Clan members and charged forward. And then Deputy General Nahi couldn't hold back anymore and teleported behind Lam Tan, then used her strongest technique on him, the hypnotic spell. The surrounding space instantly shifts into a scene so intense it burns the soul, as she slowly releases her mesmerizing voice. Sweetheart, you've had a hard day. Put down your weapons and armor and come down here to take a bath. I don't know if you've truly lost consciousness, but the sword has been dropped into the scene. This makes her extremely satisfied and ready for the next step. Good girl, I will give you a big reward. Unfortunately, brave warrior Lam Tan is not so easily subdued, and moments later, the scene returned to how it was before. With his confident smirk, such a great reward, one is never enough. At that moment, Nyahi was truly terrified. Human mental strength is so powerful that it can resist my hypnotic magic. He scoffed and replied, "Do you want to try against my strongest mind control? If you can resist, I will spare you. Although I don't know what kind of mind control magic you have, the demon race is inherently immune to all psychic control spells. Trying to control me is truly a joke. I never expected Lam Tan's next move to be so unordinary. No, I don't need those things that require chanting and drawing charms. Control magic is really just about money. With enough money, anyone can be tamed. Seeing my sword's gaze on Nahi was so lofty, you won't be easily swayed. Is that all? Demon gold is considered worthless like dirt in the eyes of our demon race. Our currency is demon gold, with 1 demon gold equal to 10,000 human tets. Another terrifying thing is that you directly demonstrated the ability she longed for. Is this Ma Kim? These falling coins make her eyes and mouth open wide. And finally, the most important part to verify is missing. The appraisal technique, no matter how uncomfortable, is about accepting the truth and taking the blow. It's real demon gold again. It doesn't stop there. Lam Tan continues to use earth manipulation skills. What are demon crystals compared to my demon essence, which is even greater? At this point, Nyahi's scream of surprise is hardly surprising. All demon crystals, 100,000 demon kim, are needed to exchange for 1 demon crystal. Until this very moment, she finally truly experienced what it means to have mastered the ultimate mind control technique from him. So, what do you think? Are you willing to admit defeat? Kneel and surrender, and I will give you 500 demon blades. The provocation in every word from Lam Tan made Nahi instantly frown, but she quickly broke into a warm smile that shone brighter than the sun. You really do look at people very accurately. I admit defeat. Dung, Your Excellency, honestly, I risked my life doing some jobs to earn just 1,500 demon coins. It's really too hard. Just give me 2,000 demon coins, and I am willing to serve you like a beast. Unfortunately, just as she offered herself up, Lin Tan scoffed coldly in disdain. 50 gold coins would be enough for me to hire a professional help team to serve me for a whole month. What does she have to gain? But those things are nothing to someone as confident as she is. Dung Jia Dainyan, my name is La Nyahi, and I am from the Demon Academy in the Demon World. I always lead in my classes, earning A grades in every subject. That name makes humans doubt you. It's the Demon Academy. She doesn't mind bothering to explain patiently. That's right, every demon you see in the human world must attend the Demon Academy courses, starting with listing each one, which is basically advertising. And art is even a required subject for us. It includes many courses like kindness classes, emotional value classes, ear cleaning, foot washing, essential oil eye treatment, and so on. Lam Tan was immediately captivated just by hearing about them and was eager to try. Nyahai finished her presentation with a gentle smile, confident she would satisfy the hero lord, already having a plan in mind. Just follow him and wait until he's at his weakest mentally, then I'll use enchantment to control him. After taking everything, I'll eliminate him. Before she could even wait for his response, another sudden mutation occurred. Although they had just been enemies, Lam Tan and the golden-plated Excalibur stood in front of her as shields. When the dust completely settled, the figure revealed was none other than the ruthless general. Inahi immediately recognized the general. He didn't even pay attention to her, and instead exuded a fierce aura towards Lam Tan. Finally, brave man, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come to me willingly. Before the opponent could respond, he swiftly raised his sharp axe with decisive force, and then a fierce battle worthy of being recorded in the history of the sword and magic world unfolded. It seemed like it would be a fair fight that could challenge Lam Tan, but he just smirked and swung his hand without caring about the wound on his face. Turns out the damage caused by his attack was even more brutal and fierce than that of the ruthless one. At this moment, he finally remembered his deputy general and shouted, "La Ni He, hurry up and help. Catch this guy. I will speak well of you to the Demon King and give you the greatest credit, then reward you with 1,000 demon coins." These words sounded like a cheap chime ringing right next to her ear, so I can't tell what she's thinking inside. But her movements are very quick and precise. And the next step is to prove that Nyahi has decided to betray her master by choosing to strike Lam Tan with the Rue spell. The wound seems to have healed almost 2 seconds late, but with such a powerful spell, it's already closed with no trace left. Is she even continuing to supply other skills that make the familiar power of the tyrant furious with enhancement magic? What is Lan Ha Hai doing? She shyly but excitedly revealed that because he gave me more. Before he could fully recover from her answer, Lam Tan decisively charged forward, his sharp sword destroying him, ultimately causing the tyrant to sacrifice his life beneath the golden Excalibur in his hand. This scene is enough for Na Hai to understand clearly in surprise. Even without my support, he could still defeat the 5th-ranked tyrannical general among the 4 great generals. In the end, how strong is his true power? But before he could straighten up, he suddenly knelt down. It really worried her. "Heroic Lord, how are you?" I didn't expect Lin Tan to be so awkward when speaking indirectly. I don't know why my second golden sword suddenly became so energetic. Even though she's a creature of the magic system, Nahi couldn't hide her embarrassment. Oh my, it must be because of my demonic bloodline. I didn't expect my healing magic on humans to cause such side effects. I'm really sorry. But you seemed uninterested and even confidently said, "It's okay, it'll be fine in a moment. Let's go." She thought for 1,000 reasons, but he would be very uncomfortable like this. Then she proactively moved closer to Linton into the bedroom right next door. "I will use the technique I learned at the Imhima Academy to help you eliminate this side effect. How about that?" The new proposal just ended, and Hahi was immediately taken away by him. Hurry up, hurry up. She was so surprised that she shouted out loud. Wow. Soon both Lam Tan and the other person changed clothes and relaxed on the giant bed that can fit 4 people. Nyahai's skillful and gentle movements on her hands also serve as a form of stimulation, with her sharp eyes helping to promote blood circulation and bring a healthy glow to the skin. After Tumthao, it can also help unblock the lymphatic system and remove toxins. Is this enough force? Now relax completely. Yeah, that's right. It feels very comfortable. Actually, deep down, she had already taken a few cunning turns. What do you mean by treating the side effects? Actually, I've secretly been using an invigorating technique that can weaken both the body and mind. Now that I know your true strength, how could I possibly look down on you? After all, everything comes to a head when the real battle begins. Your body isn't much different, so I really need to unlock the true effects of the side effects. Lam Tan still hasn't realized anything, and before he could even wait, then Excalibur was conquered by her slender fingers. It's already in my hands, one move to take on a gentle appearance. In an instant, Teotop's whole body felt drained as if it had been sucked dry. In the end, am I living for pleasure or seeking a deeper meaning? Take all the money you want. The code is 594.167. Nyahai has to marvel, he is truly obedient in this state. Then he decisively ordered, "You can go and die now." Unfortunately, Lam Tan's voice suddenly interrupted her endless illusion. Wake up now." Only then did Nahi suddenly snap out of her dream and regain consciousness. What just happened? Just now, a brave and mighty person like you was easily defeated. You even said you could help with the side effects. But then you sat down and your whole body stiffened before collapsing. I'll be the one to wake you up. She looked utterly confused. This is completely different from what was taught at the American Academy. Nachihai quickly regains her composure with dreamy eyes, calming herself down. I haven't lost yet. I still have many tricks up my sleeve. I am the top student at the Mo Demon Academy. With a sweet tone that melts hearts, no one would know how powerful he really is. Won't he give me a little break? Your flattering words lift Lam Tan to a state of euphoria. Oh my, you really know how to talk. No wonder you're a top student in the valuable subject of emotions. And then, without wasting any more time, she decisively took action. We still have plenty of time. And you don't want to finish quickly either, right? Sir Dung, you don't seem to mind the praise even when you're being complimented the wrong way, and you even have this kind of attitude? Impressive indeed. Then, it's straight into the showdown between the gold-plated Excalibur and Ha Hai, who is putting all her strength into it. Yeah. The Demon King above, unfortunately, even after so long, Lin Tan still hasn't broken a sweat.
Why aren't you moving anymore? Are you about to faint again?
Still losing patience, he took the initiative to make a proposal with his entire body. Just let me go. The panic is clearly visible in every line of her face and eyes. I can't hide her anymore. I used up everything I had learned. In just a moment, the two of them floated in a dreamy, enchanting space that made him question everything. This is Nahai speaking directly without explanation. Just enjoy it to the fullest. Heroic Lord. A series of spells are cast one after another, directly affecting Lin Tan's body. The scene of the 90 stars control technique, self-regulation, with spells enhancing sensory control, level 3, physical weakening spells, 36 consciousness, and spiritual energy manipulation. Once again, the sky full of stars turns into blazing sunlight, and she gently leans into you. I'm ready now, brave hero. You're still vigorous and unaffected, even though I don't know what you did, but it worked really well, and I like you more and more. As soon as I finished my exclamation, Lam Tan directly got to the point and took control of the situation. Nahai was so anxious she clenched her teeth and tried to comfort herself, believing that Mima could endure countless defeats but could only lose once, and she was determined to defeat him. Not long after, she drove to the front gate of heaven, charged forward with a fierce push, successfully breaking through what seemed an incredibly tough door before her. The contact between them could only be measured in negative numbers, and Nahi's arm was as strong as a cage, forcing her to face her current appearance reflected in the mirror. No, this is me, so I will have this expression too. Before I could even regain my composure, the scene around me changed once more and completely beyond my control. Immediately afterward, they were transported, or rather, a space was created that was both strange and incredibly familiar to Nahi. Huh? It turns out her power unconsciously mimics a grand spectacle. Even facing this situation, Lam Tan remains calm and straightforward, saying, "The Demon King's palace, and there are millions of demon soldiers. Who would have thought Xiaohai has this kind of hobby too? Public entertainment like this causes extreme excitement, even for someone like Nahai who belongs to the demon race. No, this isn't mine." Before she could protest, Lam Tan launched a fierce attack that was just as sudden, causing her to scream loudly, and tears of excitement unexpectedly streamed down her face like a waterfall. It's clear I used all my skills, yet I still couldn't defeat him. In the end, Nyahi couldn't predict anything about him anymore. I lost. Suddenly, a stream of life force burst out, dragging along the countless cursed needles she loved, and the fierce battle ended with her defeat. Looking at the chaos before him, Lam Tan sighed, knowing that a slight mistake could send the Makim scattering everywhere. Then he stretched and couldn't help but admire. As expected, once unlocked, the whole body is unlocked, and the spirit is 100 times stronger. Xiaohi, you're amazing. Come adventure with me next time. She even confidently said that Nahi would like it and assured her she wouldn't run out of magic crystals. But suddenly her body trembled and her labored breathing changed, drawing attention to her stomach. Yeah, now Nahai seems to be in some kind of excited state that's hard to put into words. Dung the Pretender, this is a demon script that only appears when both body and mind are devoted to the other. You could say, I will never leave him. From now on, the brave hero Lam Tan, accompanied by the priestess Mima Nahi, will continue to write their adventurous stories in this magical and fantastical world. Ngo-Chi drives the electric car to the nightclub entrance, nearing your location, and this guide ends here. He receives a message on his phone saying that he and Trin Hao have arrived at the airport with more than half an hour to go. Lam Tan will come down, and you can head over right away. Soon he had replied to several messages and promised to come over. Suddenly, a voice behind him caught his attention. Is this the driver I was hired to call? After hearing this, Ngo-Chi looked at the three drunken figures coming out of the car and, out of politeness, introduced himself. Hello? You must be the guest with the phone number ending in 59167, right? Why did Mon casually toss the keys over? There's no time. Hurry up a bit, making Ngo-Chi a little panicked. Oh, yeah. After sitting comfortably in the car, he signaled to the girl. Come on, play a song with the right mood for Director Doan. Come on. She cooperates perfectly by leaning into Doan Thu. All right. She casually leans her head up with some intention, pretending to be hesitant. Which song should I listen to? Not caring at all that he's staring at me. He was a bit tipsy, so he reached out and pinched the fleshy area. The annoying girl turned around and pouted. I hate you so much, Director Doan. They're still choosing a song. Aren't you the one inviting me to play? Ngo-Chi, the young man, bumped into two hills and didn't dare to say a word. She playfully swayed on his hips. Let me play with this. Let me play with this. Making Doan Thu helpless, he called out, then leaned his head back on the chair to praise. Guagua is so good I can't handle it anymore. Mon adds from beside. Is that all it takes? Our nightclub is full of beauties. We'll call more people later. Today our friends are going all out. Wow. President Doan, all of us in the girl group are outstanding, and just the fees alone are over 20,000. 200,000? What does that matter? I don't even know how to thank enough. Oh, wow. It's just a small project under 2 million. Mon cheerfully agrees. Later, call 2 more sisters and just count the money into my account. She quickly replied, Thank you, Manager Mon. Suddenly, he glanced at his driver and started a casual conversation. Hey, is the young driver you hired really that young? Still in college? Ngo-Chi, are you shy about it? Yeah, I'm about to graduate. Doan Thu also joked, Have you got a girlfriend yet? So he became even more embarrassed. Not yet. He could only helplessly listen to the old fox's mock. Could it be that he hasn't even touched the girl yet? Ha ha ha, President Doan is also so ugly. A pair of white, slender legs suddenly appeared before Ngo Chi.
So he's just holding it up. Are these legs beautiful or not? Do you want to touch it a little?
The fruit seems to be half-heartedly in love. He hates it. His heart is now extremely confused. The person drinking says absolutely it can't be real, but outwardly, he still maintains a professional attitude. Please don't joke, I'm still driving. That response was criticized by Mon Mon. University students are so naive, if you don't touch, let me do it. Don Thu watched the show and chuckled. Ha ha, cough cough, old man still knows how to play. At the gate of the brothel, the seductive atmosphere stirs and mechanical sounds echo. You have arrived at your destination. This guided tour is over. They entered the shop, leaving only Mon Mon praising him. This guy's driving skills are pretty good. Fast and steady, Ngo Chi happily bows his head and thanks him. The cost for this ride changes 52 yuan and 60 cents. His heart slightly brightened with hope. Since this customer has money, he might even be willing to pay a little extra. Without hesitation, he took out his phone to make the payment. Okay, I'll transfer it to you. Before he could be happy, he suddenly opened his mouth in shock, having received a transfer of 50 yuan. Ngo Chi quickly called after them, "Wait a moment, the money you transferred to me still isn't enough." All three players looked at him in confusion, still short of 2 yuan and 60 cents, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. Haha, 2 cents and 6! Are you joking with me? Don Thu mocked even more. This university student really knows how to joke. Ha ha ha. He shows the bill without any hesitation. Customer, this is the company's billing system. I am not the one collecting the money. The system has offered the best price, no bargaining possible. Please kindly add 2 more yuan 60. His eyes were filled with contempt. You earn hundreds of yuan every night, but are stingy with 2 yuan and 60 cents. No wonder you're still single. Ngo Chi was furious, but had no place to vent. His face darkened as he ordered sternly. Step aside. He may be shorter, but he won't back down. Customer, please don't make things difficult for me. Driving a taxi isn't easy. He's in the wrong and shouting, "You're just a hired driver, but I am the manager of Ba Luang Thang with over 100,000 in earnings." Just glaring at these petty coins. Ngo Chi is really angry now. It has nothing to do with me. If you don't pay the 2 yuan and 60 cents, you can't leave. In the end, he forcefully pushed him down to the ground. Are you crazy? Just 2.5 coins and you dare to attack me first? Ngo Chi didn't prepare for the pain of falling to the ground, and his phone accidentally broke its screen, which made him very upset about the damage. My phone rang and I went over to advise him. All right, Mon Mon, just leave this guy alone. Don't get involved anymore. In case he accuses you of hitting someone, that would be troublesome. Man Mun still hasn't vented his anger. He just pointed at him and insulted him. Huh, a healthy student like you pretending to be hit to frame me. If you call the police, you'll sit in jail for a week. But right now, I'm busy having fun and not wasting time with a poor guy like you. She's good at convincing others to make 2 people leave. That's right, don't let this damn hired driver ruin our fun. When Ngo Chi was sitting despondently in a corner, Chao Dong called. He immediately asked, Ngo Chi, are you done yet? We've picked up Lam Tan, still at the usual late night spot, we're waiting for you. After hearing that, he clenched his teeth in frustration and said, Damn, I've run into a bunch of bastards. Even at night, the Vientiane airport is still brightly lit. Zheng Hao angrily cursed at them. This is too much. Not only did they refuse to pay, but they also pushed people. Does law even exist anymore? Chao Dong hesitated for a moment, although he felt uneasy. He slowly analyzed that people working in big nightclubs like that usually have connections with the underworld. Ordinary folks like us shouldn't mess with them. Losing 2 yuan and 6 jiao is just a small loss. So Lam Tan suddenly spoke up after remaining silent all this time, making it clear that this isn't just about 2.6 yuan. They look down on the drivers, and letting them get away with bullying drivers isn't a good idea. Then he quickly snatched the phone from Chao Dong's hand. Next, Lam Tan seriously ordered, Ngo Chi, just go in and follow them. We will come immediately to avenge you, and make sure he returns the 2.6 yuan. In the decadent room of the nightclub, Meng Meng happily played around. Drink up, drink up. Guo Guo was forced to drink too much alcohol and tilted her head, gagging and vomiting. Don Thu calmly ordered the waiter to bring another bottle, but unfortunately, the hand delivering the wine and the recipient were uncoordinated, causing the expensive wine to shatter and Mimi to panic. A apologizes, he didn't say a word, and went straight to her face. What the hell good are you? Mun Mun angrily shoved her face into the wreckage. You ruined the atmosphere. Clean it up now. I'll stuff any remaining shards into your mouth. Me is stubbornly refusing to turn on the power. Manager man? I know I was wrong. She weakly looks at her hand, which is bleeding from a shard stuck in it. 5 feet, keep jumping. Lak Lak and Dao Do, let Don Tong try using the facial cleanser. All right, just ignore it for now. The recent storm. Don Thu still has his mood, arms crossed, holding both of you. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door, and a man's silhouette was reflected on the glass. He had just finished a heated argument, and his face twisted again in frustration. Damn it, who is that? Didn't I say you're not allowed to disturb us? The door opens forcefully in response to the shouting, and Wu Zi storms in with an unyielding attitude, holding his phone. Sir, because you refused to pay me back, I have called the police. Do-eun-thu laughed mockingly without any hesitation. Haha, this fool is chasing after me again. Mon-mon stands up loudly and shouts, just because of 2.6 yuan he's so stingy, even if he's poor his whole life. Do the police have time to investigate such a thing? I have already collected the evidence of your womanizing. The police will come to arrest you for soliciting prostitutes. Just wait at the police station. He got so furious that he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight. You dare threaten me? Just wait and see if I don't settle this today. At the very moment when everything was hanging by a thread, Lam Tan appeared and grabbed Mon-mon's fist. The police will arrive in just a few minutes. If you don't want to add another charge, just wait patiently for me. His face darkened, but a malicious smile still curled at the corner of his mouth. You're still calling for help, right? I remember you well. Don't think there will be a good day for you in the future. If I sleep with women, at worst I'll be detained for 24 hours and just pay a fine to get out. Do you think you can do anything to me? You also smile gently in protest. Can you really get out so quickly? Then I can only make sure you can't get out. Mon-mon, surprised, crossed her arms, with a face full of mockery. You still think you can keep me from going out? Well, I'm really scared. On the contrary, I want to see how capable you really are. Do you still think you can send me to jail? Lam Tan completely ignores him and turns to check on Me. Is her hand okay? She used her card reader to collect evidence against that guy and put it in the cabinet. She stood aside, confused and not understanding what was happening. A spectator watching the show, Do-eun-thu suddenly sighed and said, "This is really fun, even more interesting than face wash. Go get it. I want to see what a college student can do." Me, small and timid, dared not to resist. Okay. She honestly handed him the card reader and whispered, "You should just go. The manager can't be provoked." Ignoring the crowd watching, she confidently challenged Lin Tan. "So what if you got the card swiper? Are you planning to hit me with it? Maybe I should use my credit card to pay you 2 UN 60. Ha ha ha." The gossip circle starts buzzing. Is this college student arguing with the manager over 2 UN 6? He's finished. Offending manager man within 3 days will definitely land him in the hospital. Ngo-chi listened to the whole story and felt very worried. Lam Tan didn't bother to say much. A quick hand skillfully swipes the card, revealing a balance of 50 million, leaving both allies and enemies stunned. What? Do-eun-thu, the experienced one? Is this guy a rich second-generation heir? Lam Tan calmly holds the death card and announces, "I am now gathering evidence of this corrupt manager's crimes. Who can provide proof? I'll reward 300,000 yuan to whoever brings it first. As long as the evidence is solid, the money will be transferred immediately." The shocking news left all the staff stunned for a moment. Mon-mon was so angry, but had no way to question him. "Who the hell are you?" Lam Tan still kept his hands in his pockets and spat out a few words. "You have money to settle your grievances." Even now, he could still glare at the crowd with a murderous look. Fine. You want to gather evidence of my crime, right? Come here and see who can produce proof." Under the threat to their lives, the excitement in the staff's eyes was completely extinguished. Seeing the intimidation work, Mon took the opportunity to press forward. "You think you can scare me with your dirty money? Do you really think anyone will believe you? Later I will sue these two for invasion of privacy. Someone please testify and point out their crimes. I will give you 5,000, brother." His face twisted more and more. "You want to mess with me? You're still too inexperienced? You think you can challenge me?" My words were cut off by a voice saying, "I have evidence." Mima bravely declares that she knows Manager Mon's criminal behavior. Mai holds up her phone with the evidence. Manager Mon often secretly adds water to the wine that customers haven't finished drinking and leaves it here. The crowd of guests started to get angry. "Damn it, I said, why does the taste change so much?" He also said that the taste naturally changes the longer the wine is opened. "I spent several 10,000 yuan to buy that wine. Compensate him and put him in jail." Mon immediately denied. "This is my alcohol. I drink it myself." "Do you dare to falsely accuse me? Tomorrow, I will fire you so you can't find a job in this city." Her inherently weak personality made her fear so much that she bit her lip tightly. "I will find someone to break her leg." "Do you really think he's going to give you 3 million? You're so gullible, you worthless person." But Mimi quickly explained I couldn't take it anymore every day. He insulted and abused me. Even without the 30,000, I would still report him. Today, I will make him pay for what he has done. Meanwhile, Lin Tan calmly took her phone and scanned the code to transfer a 30,000. The room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Then he broke the silence by praising Mei. "She is very brave. Just this charge alone is enough to put him in jail for a few months. And this is the reward she deserves." Suddenly, his face turned extremely ugly. "You bastard!" The staff exchanged glances and said, "This rich kid really has a lot of money and can actually do what he says. If everyone reports him together, the accumulated charges will be too much for the manager to handle if he gets out of prison and seeks revenge later. Let's do it." Then they all rushed at him. "I also have evidence of that damn manager's crimes. I also have a lot of evidence against him." The waitresses who served drinks also came over. Manager Mon exploited his position to oppress and skim employees' income, forced newcomers to work privately for him, causing their self-destruction, and secretly sold illegal drugs to customers. Mon was betrayed by all his subordinates, left in unbearable pain. Lam Tan and his people confidently declare that with just this pile of evidence, he could be in prison for decades. And if the situation is serious enough, he might even face the death penalty. His eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fist and charged straight at you. How dare these useless, impoverished trash rebel! All of you go to hell! Lam Tan, like a god, shielding the witness behind him, is about to fight and is ready to go to prison. You trash. At this point, he looks tear-stained and snotty, guessing. I see now. You guys are definitely sent by the rival to target our two Sakdong Tam, which is already cruel enough. The main character involved is Ngo Chi stepping forward to blame, and it turns out he still doesn't understand everything to this day. In his eyes, my dispute over 2.6 Wien was just caused by a rival stirring up trouble. Deliberately causing chaos, right? He was at a loss and couldn't respond. He clenched his fist against his chest. To my second brother, 6 Wien means nothing, but each coin is earned with sweat and tears by hardworking laborers who wake up early every day. We won't admit fault, right? Look into my eyes and answer me. His words stirred pain in the hearts of the crowd, making them extremely angry. Answer us. Manmin, witnessing this scene, was so scared that she stepped back. Suddenly, a few people in uniform with serious expressions asked, "Who called the police?" The staff at the bar hurriedly reported, making the police officers a bit nervous. "It's me. I want to report that scumbag as myself." Because Manager Mon was suspected of multiple serious crimes, fined 2.6 million yuan, sentenced to 38 years in prison, and the related store was permanently closed. In addition, the police department launched a comprehensive crackdown on bars in Yeonjong City, requiring all of them to close for 3 months to undergo rectification. The estimated loss reaches hundreds of millions. Mon in the prison is wondering how is that possible. It's just because of those 2 coins and 6 jiao that I... He hugged the iron and cried loudly. Please, I was wrong. I will return that 2 taels and 6 now. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. The orange glow of the night market combined with hot food creates a warm scene as dorm friends happily raise their beers. The brothers toast each other. Even the brave staff are deeply moved. Thank you, God of Wealth, for helping us restore justice and for rewarding us. Long live the God of Wealth. The next morning, Chao Dong asked about Xiaohua. Xiaohua, today is your birthday. Have you decided where to go celebrate yet? She was so absorbed in her phone that she startled and replied, no. I'm just checking online to see if any new cafes have opened. He really cares about his girlfriend. All right, see if there's a place you like. Then she showed him the photo of the Chao Dong coffee shop. Look at this. It's so beautiful. Recently, I've been seeing videos and photos from there all the time. Chao Dong adjusted his glasses and commented, wow, it's really beautiful. Finally, she sighed sadly but commented, a single cup of coffee costs over 200 yuan. It's too expensive. Maybe we should change to another place. But he patted her shoulder to comfort her and said, it's okay, I just got my part-time salary. If you want to go, I'll treat you. Xiaohua was so happy she was at a loss for words. Really? Thank you. Chao Dong, a little further down the crosswalk, led everyone across the street. Let's go have some spicy hot pot. Lin Tan Tin saw someone she knew. Wasn't that Chao Dong? He also looked like he was eavesdropping. No wonder he said he was busy earlier. Turns out he was secretly taking his girlfriend to dine at such a fancy place. That guy Chao Dong Trungsak really has forgotten his roots, so these 3 young men are scheming against him. Haha, maybe we should secretly take some intimate photos of him and his girlfriend and post them on our story publicly. That's good. That's good. Let him see what it means to value love over friendship. Nice move. When the 2 lovebirds walk into the fancy cafe, they can't help but show off. Wow, this place is so upscale. Dulak is extremely professional, starting a conversation so skillfully. 2 of you, please follow me. She gracefully leads the way. As for our seats here, Little Hoa politely asks for permission. Hello, I see that the seat by the window over there is still available. May I sit there? Dulak calmly declines. Those seats are already reserved at a high price. The regular customers can only sit here. Zhou Dong pointed at her face and persuaded her. It's okay. I'll turn on the flash on my phone to help you take a good picture. Xiaohua bowed her head and accepted her fate. All right. The 3 young men follow the staff into the store. Ngo Tree sighed in disappointment. Sigh, they are so far away I can't see what they are doing. Trin Hao annoyedly said, what kind of store has different seating areas? Lam Tan, walking last, suddenly looked out the door and saw a handsome couple walking in confidently. The 3 servers all flattered and asked, welcome, have you made a reservation? Please, use a hot towel. This is a new handmade biscuit developed by our store. It's a gift for everyone. We didn't make an appointment, and Dolak handled it very professionally. No problem, please follow me. She led both of them to the window. The lighting here is good, offering a view of the bustling city streets. Here is the menu. What kind of coffee flavors do you prefer? I have a suggestion. Minnie tilts her chin in admiration. Not bad, not bad. Trin Hao, sitting far away, feels extremely uncomfortable. Fei really knows how to read people and serve them. She also faces cold indifference. Xiaohua is just busy looking at her phone. Later, let's order that strawberry cake. Zhou Dong was suspicious inside because we've been sitting here for a long time, and no one has come to take our order, and there's no QR code on the table to order anything, then raised his hand to get attention. Hello? I'd like to place an order. Dulac threw down the menu with a sullen attitude. What can I get for you? He opened the menu and after looking at it, spattered saliva everywhere, costing him half a month's salary. Next to him, a voice asked, "What's wrong, Chow Dong?" Xiaohua glanced over and acted no different from her own boyfriend. Then the two of them huddled together to discuss something so seriously. Maybe we should stop eating, she said haughtily from behind. Please order quickly. Our shop is very busy right now. Chow Dong, which girl would give up? It's okay, Xiaohua. Today just focus on enjoying being the star of the birthday. Making her extremely touched, Chow Dong's heart ached as if cut, willing to spend half a month's salary no matter what. Tu Hua looked at him with affectionate eyes. Chow Dong treats me so well. I have to prepare a really great gift for his birthday too. Chow Dong questions the waiter. Why do they have staff to collect the money, but I have to go to the counter to pay? The receptionist explained that they are our VIP guests. Your bill is 1,564 won, and he chose to pay via WeChat. He pressed his phone against the scanner, but suspiciously, it wouldn't scan. How strange. Chu Lei lost all patience and mocked, surely not out of money, right? Chow Dong hurriedly denied, how could that be? The money is clearly still enough. Xiaohua saw her boyfriend taking a long time and asked, Chow Dong, what's wrong? He honestly said, my phone is frozen and Ma Thang Tone isn't showing up. She suggested, maybe try mine to see if it scans, but her pride wouldn't allow Chow Dong to do that. No need, let me try again. Please, sir, could you please hurry up a bit? Or you could choose to go to another shop. He felt insulted. What do you mean? I was just having a technical issue. Are you planning to kick me out? And what's with your attitude towards serving? Oh, after hearing that, he sneered and smiled mockingly. If you can't afford to pay, don't pretend to be rich. The restaurant is not obligated to play along. Moreover, we mainly serve high-end clients. You've been standing here for so long that you're affecting the dining experience of the other guests. The expressions of the man and woman immediately changed. What did she say? At that moment, a man hurriedly ran in. May I ask if my order is not ready yet? Chulei angrily pointed at the no entry sign. Who allowed you in here? Get out now. Don't you see the sign in front? Dang Nam doesn't want to lose. Yeah, I thought I really wanted to go in, but I've been waiting outside for half an hour. It's 40 degrees right now. If I delay any longer, I'll be fined for late delivery. Showing your selfish nature, what does it have to do with us if you get fined? I only know that your dirty feet have stained our high-end floor. Get out quickly and don't disturb the meal of our distinguished guests. Dang Nam was so angry he couldn't speak. At this moment, someone was coming down the stairs. What's all the noise about? Xiao Duum calmly looks toward the crowd. Shuli immediately ran over to tattle. Shop owner, look at him. He followed the owner and added fuel to the fire, dirtying our floor, then suddenly opened his mouth in shock. Oh my god, my clean and shiny floor has been ruined by someone as despicable as you. Do you know how much we spent on decorating our shop? The security guards, two of Dang Dang's bodyguards, surround Dong Nam with a fierce aura. One of them mercilessly kicked him right in the leg, causing Dong Nam to cry out in pain and clutch his leg, writhing on the ground. Ah, it hurts so much. Why did you suddenly start hitting people? Zhou Dong wanted to step in when he saw something unfair. Hey, you don't need to bully him so badly. The customers are complaining because they're upset. Manager, could you please handle this quickly? It's too noisy. There are so many people gathered, blocking my selfie light. I apologize to the customers. I will handle it right away. Next, he coldly ordered Dang Nam to clean the dirty floor immediately and get out. If not, I will complain about you. You can't believe it. I just came to pick up some food to deliver, and now you're making me clean the floor of the shop. Chow Dong once again questioned, don't be too much? Are you bullying decent people correctly? The guy also angrily demanded, I found you irritating for a long time. Have the security guard kick all these people out for me. His arrogant attitude is obvious. Someone unworthy like him daring to come into my shop? Put him on the blacklist. Baoan calmly raised her hand and ordered, please leave immediately or we will have to use force. He carefully shields Xiaohua and silently wonders what to do now. He has ruined Xiaohua's birthday. Suddenly someone took out their phone and snapped photos rapidly. Everyone turned around in shock. Lam Tan casually puts his hands in his pockets and steps forward. Wow, look at what I've just captured. A tiny coffee shop that dares to bully the small and pick on the weak. Truly amusing. Shoudong and Xiaohua were both very surprised by your appearance. Lin Tan Xiaoduum angrily asked, who the hell are you? What are you taking the pictures of? Delete all that right now. Chule is deliberately framing them. Maybe they are on the same side. He sneers and orders, poor students come here just to enjoy the air conditioning. Yes, there are no security guards. Quickly grab his phone. The three security guards rush over aggressively on command. Lam Tan easily kicks the attacker in the leg, then effortlessly takes care of the others, making them scream in pain. Ah, it hurts. He changes his story and raises his voice, blaming you for daring to intervene. Be careful, I will call the police, but you remain unshaken. Fine, go ahead and call the police. I'll also report to the Consumer Rights Protection Association. Is your behavior of choosing and chasing away customers legal? So you pick and choose your customers and turn them away? If you have money, of course we will treat you well, but you good-for-nothing better get lost quickly. Lam Tan crossed his arms and sneered. According to your wishes, as long as a wealthy person comes, You kneel like dogs, right? As long as they pay, you can do anything. Of course, who would ever turn down money? Unfortunately, you're just a bunch of poor folks. Is that so? How do you know I don't have money? She's so stupid and pretends to be something she's not. Haha, your clothes and shoes are only worth a few dozen UN. Do you even know what a rich person looks like, or are you just pretending? If you're rich, I'll eat shit right here. Lin Tan didn't hesitate, grabbing another employee's card reader and quickly swiping the card. The card balance was 1 million yuan. Only then did the expressions of the two master and servant start to turn pale. What, 1 million? These poor students have 1 million yuan in their account? But Xiao Yao pretends to be indifferent, pointing behind. What? Only 1 million yuan and you dare to show off? A chandelier in this restaurant costs 1 million yuan. Only poor students like you wouldn't know how to make money through dirty tricks and just go around showing off. The guest nodded in agreement. Little one, let me tell you a truth. In this world, having money isn't everything. The most important thing is relationships. That's right. The more he boasts, the more confident he becomes. Do you know who the most powerful tycoons are? You don't even dare to dream of reaching that level. The investor of this neighborhood. The Lord God is someone from that circle, and he is my close brother. The most powerful boss is because he knows President Chen. Long Tan looked at Tiu Diem as if he were looking at a clown. The real boss, the money boss. Yeah, I think I've heard of him before. He responded by sticking out his pinky. You also dare to say you've heard of President Qian before. The 1 million yuan you have is just a speck of dust compared to him. You suddenly stroke your chin and thought, who would have thought that she actually knows quite a bit about the president of the money? However, I just happened to meet the general manager and also know someone named the mansion owner there. Now it's the turn of the brainless crowd to mock those who have bragged before, but never met anyone who brags this well. Pretending to be rich and pretending to be something else. What a clown who likes to show off. I have seen that Emperor Thu from afar before. Lam Tan had no choice but to ask. All right then, now you call him here to see if I really know him. He doesn't back down at all. If you say call, then I have to call. Who is this person that they let your car call back and forth like that? Next, Lin Tan slams the gold card onto the table. If I didn't know him, this 1 million in the card would belong to me. If I really knew him, then you should have given me the store, and I would reluctantly accept. The huge betting game drew everyone's attention, and then they all burst out laughing. What kind of delusional dream is this kid having? He dares to say the manager wants to give him the store? You've been reading too many wish fulfillment novels, huh? Do you really think you're a big shot? Don't give him 1 million either. Let this kid see how cruel society really is. Tiu Duem agreed with the crowd and said, fine, I agree with you, but if you lose, you and your useless friends will also have to kneel and apologize to me. So, what do you say? Are you willing to take the risk? They stand firmly behind Lin Tan. What is there to be afraid of? It's just bowing your head down after all. All right, since you say you know, we all believe you. It's just a bet. You face him? She already heard it. Call now. The next store manager, Little Goat, laughs triumphantly while holding the phone. If you really want to go back to your grandparents, I won't stop you anymore. You talk tough, but he's actually very meek. Hello? Is this the Emperor? Sorry to bother you. This is Xiao Duem, the one who came to your office a few days ago to deliver her gift. The Emperor's voice on the other end is gentle. Why does Teode not seem to make any impression? Is something wrong? I'm busy. He's trying to flatter me. Oh dear, today I want to invite you to come by for a coffee and discuss our next collaboration. The two words echoing in the busy phone receiver made Xiao Jai stiffen. Oh, don't hang up. Today there's a university student constantly claiming to know you and President Qian. It's right in front of me, bragging about your reputation and President Tian. I just had to inform you. The story keeps his interest going. What about the college student? Do you know me and the president of the company? What does that college student look like? What is his name? He described him without hesitation. What does a college student look like anyway? Just normal, wearing a t-shirt and slippers. And his name is probably Lam Tan. God's face darkened. So that's how it is? What is her name, little one? Send me her location. I will come right away to teach her a lesson. Xiao Yuan only hopes for that. All right. Then I will respectfully await your majesty's visit. The conference room is silent as a grave. You had to deliberately cough to cover your embarrassment. Cough, cough, cough. The elite group is chatting excitedly. This story seems a bit familiar. Is the university student named Lam Tan not the boss? Just wearing a t-shirt and slippers, an ordinary college student. Let's go over there and help the boss out. Finally, everyone stands up and gathers together. That's right. If President Qian is happy and happens to buy me 2 more villas, I would make a big profit. Yes, I haven't seen Lam Tan in a few days. Let's go together. Come on, let's help President Money put on a show. The supercars race down the road at full speed. Xiao Di remains lost in her illusions, unaware of everything. Oh my god, the Emperor is really coming soon. This is amazing. After dealing with this student later, I can invite the Emperor to eat and chat, and it would be best to introduce myself to the general manager. Then I could get promoted quickly, right?
Then I put my hands on my hips and act confident. The Lord is rushing here. Kneel and beg me. Maybe I can say a few words for you in front of the Lord.
The customer doesn't mind causing trouble. If he gets angry, kid, your path in Yanjiang is over. Lam Tan also happily chuckled along. Haha, since I said that, I'll give you one last chance to admit defeat. Little James, right? Just admit defeat now and kneel before me. Maybe I can say a few kind words for you in front of God. That guy is really annoyed because you kept provoking him. All right, you refuse to admit defeat, huh? Starting now, the countdown begins. You're about to fall into despair. A long line of supercars stopped, leaving the crowd in awe. Oh my god, isn't that a Ferrari Plus? The price is up to 9 million yuan, and there's also a Lamborghini Silver Sao. There are only 30 of these in the world, and they are all parked along the street as social elites step out onto the avenue. The wealthy elites of Vientiane have all come here. Xiao Duam, hearing that, excitedly turned around. Oh my god! Besides the emperor, there's young Master Feng, the family head, the boat captain. They are all top-tier influential figures in Vientiane. Especially that young lady, she is the eldest daughter of the Tuong family, the female CEO of Tan Nian Science and Technology Group. All the staff lined up to bow and welcome her while he eagerly started a conversation. Your Majesty, you have arrived, along with many senior executives. The small shop is honored to welcome you. Lord Shu is calmly approaching and asking where the student you mentioned is. Xiao Duem nervously replies that the hateful student is inside. He waited until the elders left and then said, "What talent does that young man Lam Tan have to disturb all of you elders together?" Now I will see him sitting there arrogantly, and they are a bit surprised. As expected, President Qian subtly signaled with a glance. Someone covered their mouth and coughed. Him? You say that's him? Little Yincheng honestly admits that, yes, this Lam Tan is the one who insisted on claiming to be acquainted with the master and the president and caused a fuss over such a small matter. If we don't teach him a lesson, he might become more brazen in the future, tarnishing your reputation, and the crowd watching will add fuel to the fire. Exactly. President Thu and the senior executives, this matter cannot be tolerated. We must teach this student a lesson. Without waiting for anyone to reply, he raised his chin and declared, "So, Lam Tan? Now that the emperor has arrived, do you still dare to say you know him? You've lost, so kneel down and kowtow now." Lam Tan, standing opposite, remained unfazed because I am not defeated. I am very close to President Qian.
You still haven't met President Qian, have you? If you sincerely beg me, I might consider introducing you to him.
He sneered loudly. I look down on you. Someone like you could never introduce me. The disrespectful customers continued to laugh. Do you know how high-ranking President Qian is? What kind of figure is he? A university student claiming to be introduced to the boss? Honestly, it's laughable. At this point, still talking big, he's really a clown. You with that arrogant look reminding us. Fine, I'll count to 3 for President Tian to appear before you. 1, 2. The brainless faction smirks after hearing this. Haha, the elders are about to punish this arrogant fool. Haha, he's doomed. As the final count ended, 30 social elites immediately bowed to President Tian, their eyes seeming to bulge out and mouths gaping in shock. The most shocked person was Xiao James, whose face was already starting to distort. No matter how rich he was, he had to serve Lin Tan. Chief, did you like the yacht you bought last time? Chief? Why did you come to such a shabby place to drink coffee? Was the Rolls Royce I lent you last time easy for you to drive? Do you want to switch to the Bentry? The only woman in the group is Tuong Tichenhian, and she's the one you're holding. Lam Tan, I miss you so much. Lam Tan Kuang knows how to please you. I'm not familiar with it now. I'll spend time playing with you later. Be good. She happily agrees. I'm waiting for you. The wealthy clients stare in disbelief with wide eyes. Is he the boss? Xiao Yim's body stiffened with glue and involuntarily knelt down. Mr. Money? Mr. Money, are you the boss? You give him a cold glance from top to bottom. What do you think? Suddenly, Feng Talian kicked him in the face, eyes blind, daring to offend the boss, used to bullying the weak, now facing a formidable opponent. Xiao Diam still didn't give up, trying to hold onto the deity's leg. Imperial Lord, I beg you to say a few words to President Qian for me. He also looked down on me and gave another kick. You offended President Tian, which is like trampling on my face on the ground, and you still want me to speak well for you? Little brother, President Tian has always been modest, not someone who brags everywhere, and he certainly doesn't discriminate based on wealth. He's probably speaking out here to defend someone else. You, deal with it yourself. Chule, overwhelmed, held his head, thinking he was just a poor student, but we ended up offending the boss. The battered man lying on the ground wondered, how could this be possible? And finally realized the truth, kneeling before Lam Tan. General Manager Tian, I know I was wrong. I have blind eyes. I fear the strong oppressing the weak. I am a despicable person. I give this shop to you. I beg for your mercy and forgiveness. Spare me a way out. You straightforwardly kick Xiao James in the head. Sorry about that. If you had just admitted defeat earlier, I might have reluctantly accepted your apology. But now it's too late. After hearing that, he shit himself. Don't, boss. I was blind before. Please take this shop. If you don't accept, I don't know what to do now. The rest of my life, I will go with the flow, whichever way the wind blows. Oh my, he peed his pants. That's disgusting. He got scared so badly after offending the boss that he wet himself. Boss Tian is really intimidating. Manager, are you okay? Hurry up and change your pants. The guy, covered in blood, is begging. Sniff, 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 sniff. If the boss won't forgive me, I won't get up. Then it's Lam Tan's turn to be completely helpless. Wow, you're in such a mess now. Fine, I reluctantly accept this shop. Then he directly faced Dang Nam and declared yes. Giving him that sipper made him extremely confused. What? You're giving it to me? This statement is no different from insulting him. Giving it to him? Are you indifferent? Why don't you want to give it? Which little goat dares to disobey orders? No, it's okay. Is it possible? I agree to give it. As long as you pay the money, the boss will forgive me. He's so happy he's crying. Wow, I've become the owner of the shop. Yeah, the two-faced kid starts to marvel again. Oh my god. Just one sentence from President Tien and you turned your life around. Now you and the shop owner have switched ranks. Today really was a great show. At the coffee shop entrance, the talented group is chatting with Lam Tan. President Tien, the matter has been settled. Do you want to join us for a meal later? Let's go together. I guess Mr. Tien still has something to do later. You really waved them off, but Yan Bao understands me. Brothers, Hugh doesn't need to thank me. In 2 days, I'll invite everyone to dinner. You must come. Then I put my arm around the excited teenagers and left. Today, I have to go to Kai Tae's birthday party with my roommate. Pay respects. At the old-fashioned hostel, a red lantern shines outside the eaves. The great hero Lam Tan moves swiftly through the encirclement, taking down each enemy one by one. The fragile young girl Dila Bang called out in panic. Lam Tan. She excitedly asked about him. Are you okay? Lam Tan turned to her and said, Don't worry, these assassins haven't even touched my clothes. And you? Are you okay? La Bang shyly lowered her head. My heart is beating a little faster. Hearing that, you nervously step closer. What is it? Could it be that they use poison? She looked at you with a naive, deer-like gaze, and her quickened heartbeat was because of you. Lam Tan, the straight young man, suddenly sprays himself with superglue. Bang bang, please have some self-respect. I already have a girlfriend. Bang, disregarding everything, hugs him tightly, and they tumble onto the bed together. She sits on top of him, shyly begging, Lam Tan, help me a little. Lam Tan raised his hands to show he was innocent. Wait a moment, we can't do this. Suddenly, another young woman pushed the door open and stormed in. Well done! You two dare to do this behind my back again? Then, Tweet Nya took the timer bomb and prepared to throw it down. I want Dong Kui Vu to go all the way with you. Lak Bang hurriedly turned around and saw the timer on the bomb reach 0. She was so terrified that her eyes widened and her mouth gaped. The sound of the phone and the fear that woke her from her dreamlike state, was it just a nightmare? Then Lak Bang steadied her emotions to answer the call. Hello, the person on the other end politely said. It's been a long time, Bang Bang. Sorry to bother you so early in the morning, she thought to herself. Dudao had helped me a lot before and even gave me a big favor. Dudao was sitting in the office explaining it like this. Season 6 of TQT's Idol Love Island show is scheduled to air next week. We would like to invite you to participate if you have the time. This is a very popular reality love show of TQT where 6 people are sent to a deserted island to live for 5 days. Through various games and challenges, men and women develop feelings, and the successful couples who hold hands will leave the island. Moreover, this show doesn't have to feature celebrities, as many ordinary people participate. In addition, since there's no script, each season has very high viewership, making it a perfect show for fans to discuss and support couples. LeBang asked curiously, Dudao doesn't seem to be the person in charge of this show, so why are you looking for me? He smiled and explained, well, the higher-ups saw that I was close to you, so they asked me to persuade you. In the end, she still refused. Sorry, Dudao, I don't want to share any stake with anyone, so you haven't given up on trying to persuade me. But don't hang up just yet, keep talking. Right now, she's very popular, so we genuinely want to cooperate with her. The fee is quite high. And if you don't want to push the shares, just avoid holding hands with any male guest. That's all. The final statement hits like a thunderbolt. Now only one male and one female guest are left. Consider it as a favor to friendship. I'm begging you, I owe you a favor. Next, Lak Bang quickly flips her face. I can join, but I have one condition. I want to introduce a normal friend to come along. Dudao over there on the bridge is fine. No problem at all. After all, every season of the show has ordinary people. Thank you so much. Lam Tan's image keeps lingering in her mind. I must be thinking about Lam Tan too much, which is why I had that strange dream, but I don't know how to start a conversation with him. This reality show is truly a gift from heaven, taking those 5 days to get to know Lam Tan better. A message from Lak Bang arrived in the boys' dorm at the university. Lam Tan has a reality show if you're free. Can we join together? I'm lying cross-legged on the bed, thinking about free vacation on the island. With sand and prizes too, it's definitely a go if it's this fun. Moreover, it's been a long time since I last saw Bang Bang. A few days later, a wilderness survival and dating reality show called Love Affair will be aired. The Idol show begins airing. The hosts heat up the atmosphere to welcome Season 6 of Love Girl. I am Big Black, I am Little White. The person next to me is the main sponsor of this program. Director Kui Yuanhuan of Nuan Chi, a famous cosmetics company in Vientiane. This season of Love Her. The goal remains for 6 handsome men and women to survive and compete on the hungry island, ultimately overcoming the challenge to reach the wealthy island. The winning couple will receive a prize of up to 1 million flower coins, with daily updates on each guest's support rate to determine the winners. But what's interesting is that the winning couple isn't necessarily the one holding hands successfully, and the couple holding hands successfully isn't guaranteed to win the prize. How will their relationship develop? Let's wait and see. Please welcome the first male guest, the superstar who's taking the world by storm. Please welcome the second male guest, the famous model from North Tun. Suddenly, the sponsor Nuan screams and yells. He caused a scene, Daihak muttered tiredly. That was close. Luckily, the camera was focused on the guests earlier. This part isn't broadcasted. If the audience sees that the sponsor is a fan of Tron, it would be a big problem. Shobai's corner of her mouth twitched unconsciously. It's okay. Our program is 80% focused on the guests. How many cameras does this live broadcast room have? Who said they are the boss? She probably sponsored this show because of her idol. The online viewership is extremely high. Wow, Tran is so handsome. Wow, Tran is so handsome. He makes me go crazy. Everyone, please leave supportive comments for him. Oh my god, it's so perfect. It's hard to believe. The radio station continues with the announcement. Please welcome the third male guest from the literature department of VMjiang Lamtan University. And the first female guest, the famous Bolin beauty blogger with over 8 million followers online. Bolin playfully interacts with the camera. Hello everyone. You can call me Bolin. Please welcome the second female guest. The renowned contemporary dancer Vu Kongdu Do greets the audience. Please welcome the third female guest. Miss Grand Dilok Bang appears radiant amidst the storm of comments. The game rules are being announced over the loudspeaker. Hello everyone. Resources on the starving island are extremely scarce. Therefore, to survive and find a way to leave, the first rule of survival on this deserted island is food. But blindly searching for food on the deserted island is not a wise move. Therefore, the program team prepared 3 tool cards for the 3 male guests at the finish line. The first to reach the destination will receive a premium tool card. Lam Tan and the 2 guests have taken their positions and are warming up. Outside, Bolin and Dao Diao kept praising him for his super impressive sprint. In the last show he participated in, no one could run faster than him. Yes, I watched the video. His running style is incredibly elegant. But at this moment, her gaze only shifts to others. Dilok Bang, in terms of appearance, temperament, talent, and personality, is flawless. She is truly a perfect woman. Only someone like her is worthy of me. But Lok Bang no longer cares, because she already has her dream man in her heart. Lam Tan really wants to tell him, but he must follow the show's rules and not let the audience know that the guests know each other in real life, or it would ruin the mystery of the program.
Not long after the host gave the signal to get ready, the 3 male guests quickly made a run for it. Juat Tron is now very proud because this is his specialty. Even though there's a screen between them, the crazy fans can't hide their overwhelming enthusiasm.
Haha, pulling the ceiling down, I want to catch the falling sand with my face. Ladies, your faces aren't big enough, let me help. There are also many people criticizing. Even though it's just comments on the screen, I can hear their crazy singing voices. Truly brainless fans, it's scary. The comments keep filling the screen and it's so annoying. Meanwhile, at the comment table, a certain Nuan is cheering wildly, grabbing the frame, jumping around, riding the clouds like an arrow, feeling very pleased with his own plan. Haha, I designed this competition just for my brother. Let his good looks shine on the screen to attract more fans. Returning to the scene, a graceful pair of legs is ready to move ahead. Lam Tan's face remains very calm as he successfully makes a comeback. He decisively chooses the high-end prop card. This scene made Dat Tran and everyone else all surprised and leaning back. Huh? What just happened? Only Lok Bang couldn't hide her admiration. So fast. Her unintentional words made Bo Lin and Dieu Dieu turn to look at her intently, and the host was also very excited. Bro, I didn't expect this Lam Tan to be so powerful. Please, 3 boys come to the big box nearby to receive your respective tools. Lam Tan has prepared the equipment. The advanced tool card can be exchanged for a carbon fishing rod and premium bait, requiring a trip to the sea to find food. Next, he snatched Tron and grabbed a stick with a blade attached to one end. The intermediate tool card is a long staff, which must be used to find food in the trees. Meanwhile, Tun looked blankly at the item he received. The basic tool card is a pair of gloves, which must be used to find food on the grass. The time limit is 1 hour, and the winner will enjoy a hearty meal and get to choose a girl to share it with. The food hunting battle begins. As soon as the signal ended, I quickly kicked my leg and used a stick to pick the high-hanging fruit. Although I didn't place first, it was just the right moment since I didn't want to be in the sun or go into the water. There are plenty of foods on the tree, only 1 hour. Fishing and mushroom picking can't compete with me. He deliberately pulled at his shirt to wipe the sweat, confidently convinced of his victory. Haha, I'm definitely going to win. No one can match my perfection. The comments keep jumping. Picking fruit can be so beautiful too. Taking a screenshot for a phone wallpaper, and the abs are visible. Meanwhile, Taejun is extremely tense. This mushroom must be edible, right? After an hour, they only found a few sparse food items. But even so, the female guests kept praising them non-stop. It looks so fresh and delicious. Jutron is really skilled. Although not many, having this much on the wasteland is already quite abundant. Juju and Bo Lin have already made their conclusion. Very clear, right? The winner is, but Lok Bang immediately interrupted, saying Lam Tan hasn't even returned yet, and Dio Dio quickly offered a seemingly reasonable explanation. It's not that I look down on Lam Tan, but in such a short time, he probably didn't catch any fish. Tojin then sighed and stepped back, saying, I wish I had the fishing rod. With my fishing skills, I could catch 1 kilogram in an hour easily, but just then, the main character Lam Tan appeared. Sorry, I'm late. Everyone looked in surprise at the sound and saw him holding a bunch of seafood in his arms, striking a very proud pose. They all stared in shock while Lok Bang was overjoyed. Lam Tan, you're amazing. Lam Tan casually placed the pile of items on the table, clearly surpassing what the other two brought back. Lobsters, live oysters, scallops, and sea urchins. Except for the ceiling fan, the three who had just criticized now looked at it with greedy eyes. Looking at how fat this season is, it's so delicious. This lobster is so big, I want to eat it so badly. Hei Hei and Xiaobai didn't expect this to happen, so they looked to the side cautiously. Ahem. I now announce that the winner of the food search contest is Lin Tan. But Yuan Ruan doesn't even bother to look, because he's preoccupied with something else. According to the data, his older brother's fanbase has grown by tens of thousands again. So what if that college student wins a small match? The interaction between the lens and the grenade is the Vuong Dao. The result was announced very quickly. So the winner is Lam Tan. Choose a girl to have a fancy lunch together. Without hesitation, Lin Tan turned to look beside him. I choose. D. Lok Bang blushed shyly while the other two sighed in relief. Lin and Yao Yao whispered to each other. It's a good thing they didn't choose me. I don't want to have a private lunch with an unknown college student, but this way I have a chance to get close to Tiet.Tron. According to the program's rules, the guy and girl have to initiate conversation when alone. It's really torture. Tadun here can't hide his disappointment. Sure enough, he also likes D. Lok Bang. For the upcoming competition, I have to give it my all, and grabbing the top spot is out of the question. Is an ordinary college student like him really worthy of touching her? Even though I know she definitely won't pay attention, that smug look really makes people uncomfortable. Not long after, a sumptuous seafood meal was prepared. The place where we had our meal was on the very top of the ceiling. Lok Bang raised her glass of wine and shared her thoughts, feeling like she was soaking in the cool seawater, while enjoying such a delicious lunch. This experience is truly special, Lin Tan immediately agreed. I feel the same way. Then she politely changes the subject. Bang Bang, you're still young, but you've already won the Best Actress award. Do you feel any pressure? At this moment, I was thinking to myself that according to the contract, we can't let the audience know we're dating, so just keep the conversation as normal as possible. Taking this opportunity, she took the chance to ask, the biggest pressure actually comes from my investor. I owe him too much, so is your study stressful? Are you still in the mood for love? To everyone's surprise, he answered honestly. I'm too busy and don't have time. But it made Lok Bang so happy. It means he doesn't have a girlfriend. That's great. She suddenly focused on something right in front of her. That ice cream looked really delicious. Hearing that, Lam Tan casually scooped a piece with fresh berries. She tasted it, not refusing but shyly enjoying it. This romantic detail delights Da Hei. It seems there's a spark of romance between the university student and the movie star, but the viewers strongly oppose, saying he's not worthy. Bing Bing just gives a polite smile. Really? I don't see it. Host, stop talking! Tron nearby watched them without blinking, feeling so resentful that he didn't care about his facial expressions, thinking he's so great just for winning a small game. They are like heaven and earth. D. Lok Bang is just showing friendliness as required by the show. That's professional skill. Those who weren't chosen only get a simple meal. Someone called out, Tron, come eat. Tran, who would have thought he wanted to steal the spotlight and made a suggestion. Suddenly, I thought about using the wood ear mushrooms I picked from the trees and the earthworm mushrooms I dug up to make a delicious mushroom soup. Then, I straightforwardly criticized what Lam Tan brought back. Lobster and oysters are hard to prepare because of the lack of proper tools and seasonings, so they just look good. Eating seafood on a deserted island isn't the right choice. Dio Dio and Bo Lin are so captivated by that cool appearance, they become mesmerized. Tron really knows his stuff. Getting to eat a dish cooked by him? Too eager. Receiving praise like that only makes Tron act even more confident. Even if I start in adversity, so what? No matter where I am, I will always shine the brightest. Finally, the mixed vegetable soup was ready. They gathered around, praising it as truly impressive. He grabbed the ceiling fan, it smells so good. Then everyone decided to eat without doubting its quality. Let's eat, it's so delicious. Then we'll go to the bathroom together to deal with our sadness. And the netizens were thrilled. Haha. The scene with the lipstick stunt in the overturned car, the show's effects explode as well. It's heartbreaking but so funny. I'm going to ring the bell now. Only Tran's fans are fiercely defending him. My brother was just trying to be kind. Don't you people have any empathy? It must be the program's food that has a problem. Hurry up and explain. That's right. The mushroom soup you made from the Trangiat mushrooms is fully cooked and no longer toxic. The crescent moon rises in the sky, marking the first day's approval rating results, starting with a 95% jump scare accompanied by endless praise. The star of my heart will never fall. My footwork never stops and love keeps going. All the dust of stars will lift this starry sky with you. Next, Baktun with 70%. Wow, you're so handsome. The peak of the modeling world. Just shut me in with your double door fridge. Why invite foreigners? The lowest is Lamton at 19%. Senior, keep going. I am also a student at VMjiang University. Why is someone as unknown as you having a meal with the goddess Bing Bing? The program team should quickly write a script to cut you off. On the guest side, Lynn's dad is 80%. My older sister is my beauty savior. I will love her forever. She just saved my face and my wallet. I gave all my votes to you. Even Diao Diu at 70%, even on a deserted island, can't hide the aura of the teacher. Come, dance the Nyat Vu Quintine. The highest is D Lock Bang with 90%. Even without makeup, she still stands out among the crowd. Fast and steady. I love you, sister. Your skin like pure white jade reflecting the silver screen of the jade buffalo illuminating your future. On a rugged piece of land with 6 closely packed tents set up, it's late at night, and despite feeling exhausted from the race, Jiatron still has the energy to think. Although there was a small mishap today, in the next match, I will definitely make D Lock Bang fall for me. She can only be mine. While Lock Bang was falling into a deep sleep, he was extremely determined. Only I am her only choice in this world. The next morning, the sun rose beautifully on the horizon. Let's fall in love. Idol of the deserted island. On the second day of broadcast, everyone knows that water is the most important component in the human body. The rules for the next round are being announced. The next round. Finding a clean water source is more important than any food, and it also allows for bathing. So today's competition involves 3 female guests. Whoever finds the water source arranged by the organizers first wins. The 3 male guests are standing at the seaside villa. The program will give a cooling gift package. Of course, on such a large island, wandering around randomly might not find anything, and you could even get lost. All their eyes are fixed on the round floating object on the water, so the game show prepared a compass and gave a 15-minute head start, but only one female guest was chosen to decide ownership of the prop through a floating bed battle. The host hasn't finished explaining yet. The rule is simple. The 3 female guests must push the other 2 opponents into the water. The last person to win the water search priority card, please welcome the 3 female guests onto the stage. The first to step out is wearing a very refreshing swimsuit, the next is a bit bolder, and the last one balances between the 2 styles. The comments are buzzing about Bo Lin and Dio Dio's looks, with Dio Dio even showing off her 11th abdominal muscle. No wonder she's a dance expert. And her legs are really long. Bo Lin's waist is tiny, and her reactions to Lock Bang are just as impressive. Bang Bang looks so beautiful. I've never seen her in a swimsuit before. Thank you, Wild Rose. I'm so amazed. How can she be both so pretty and so beautiful at the same time? On this side, Lam Tan shivers and trembles as Tron excitedly wants to go crazy. Oh, everyone has their own unique beauty. Keep going. Keep going. After the 3 female guests are in position, the host also reminds everyone, remember, no pulling hair, no pulling clothes, and no attacking opponents with hands or feet. Get ready. The signal hasn't been given yet, but Bo Lin was already planning in her mind that it's best for the 2 of them to take down Dong Kui Vu together, so she can win. Juju is now also determined. Although she was challenged by Tao Tao yesterday, her physical advantage still remains, so her first goal is to pull down D-Lock Bang before dealing with Bo Lin. Today she must secure the chance to interact with Da Tran. Only Lock Bang seemed a bit hesitant, so she couldn't think clearly. The starting signal sounded, and she was immediately targeted by Dio Dio. She immediately hugged Lock Bang tightly, then threw her to the ground. Bang Bang, I really like your movies, but this is a competition, sorry. A struggle erupts, leaving the audience stunned. Oh, Dio Dio's legs are the best. I declare this variety show the best of the year, so why are there so few comments? The 3 male guests, witnessing that beautiful scene firsthand, all blushed. Come on, keep going, keep going. We must win quickly. Since the team is about to be eliminated, I turned to ask Dadlin for help. I was pushed down and now it's your turn. But Bolin was still hesitant. Then I closed my eyes and ran to support. I am here. She immediately grabbed Jojo's long leg. With her strength, Bolin managed to separate the 2 of them. Seizing the opportunity, Lock Bang grabbed her remaining leg and pushed her down together. But she and Bolin pulled in opposite directions. The one suffering the most in this chaos is Du. Lock Bang had to shout loudly to remind her. Lin's father is going the wrong way. You're pushing her into it. Lin's father is exhausted to the point of gasping for air. Fua. Lam Tan couldn't hold it in and sneezed blood, giving a thumbs up to show he's the best. Oh my god, just this one scene is worth the ticket. After being pushed to the limit, Diao decided to fight back. And now, it's my turn. Relying on her flexibility, she only needed to support herself with her hands to lift her body up, causing Bolin to lose her balance and fall close to the edge of the floor. Finally, she plunged into the water. While her lower body remained on the shore, Bolin was eliminated, but the netizen still stubbornly persisted. Hey, Bolin, pull him up quickly. We can still save my old master. Now only Dio is facing Lock Bang. She spun around and trapped her opponent's leg, finally executing a leg lock that left Lock Bang unable to move. The announcer was thrilled by the turn of events. Oh my god, she's rolling now. Dio can roll with D-Lock Bang. This muscle power is truly unbeatable. If D-Lock Bang doesn't come up with a way to counter, she'll be rolled into the water. Lock Bang is now cornered. Oh, she's so powerful. But Lin Tan suddenly shouted from outside, "Keep going, Bang Bang. I believe you will win." Da Hei immediately capitalizes on this move. Oh, is Lam Tan cheering for Bang Bang? But Xiao Bai firmly believed that no matter how much support was given, it would be useless. The situation was already decided. Grabbing Tron only fed his delusions of grandeur. The current circumstances clearly could not be reversed, and Diao Diao would be the winner and choose me. Come on, with so many people competing for her, I can only be helpless. Bang Bang, you have to try harder next time. And Taejin then raised his chin sarcastically. Huh, shouting so loudly, are you trying to impress D-Lock Bang? Unfortunately, with me here, you won't succeed. But this method works on Lock Bang. Lam Tan even cheered me on. Empowered, I turned over suddenly, catching Dio Dio off guard. What? Lock Bang's eyes are full of determination. I must win no matter what.
However, she won't give up easily. Trying to pull her foot out? No way I'm letting her do that.
Taking advantage of the support on the floor, Lock Bang kicks her opponent to the edge of the float, finally causing Diao Diao to fall into the water. Except for Lam Tan, everyone else was surprised and excited, right? I suggest checking if D-Lock Bang knows a bit of martial arts or if she's just lucky. A second ago, it looked like she was done for, but the next second she turned the tables. Miss Bang Bang really pulled off a miracle. Da Hei and Little White also burst with emotion. Lock Bang's victory is unbelievable, yet Bang Bang managed to counterattack from the brink. That's right, the actress now has a new title. She can be called the Queen of the Water. Not long after, Lock Bang was pointing towards the waterfall. The host announced that, as expected, after half an hour of intense competition, you emerged victorious. D-Lock Bang, you used a tool to find water and discovered a clean water source. Standing in front of the waterfall you found, everyone feels extremely refreshed. Wow, it's so beautiful and so relaxing. It's scorching hot at the beach, but I didn't expect it to be this cool here. Ah, and before I could finish my sentence, the host chimed in. That's right, it's a specially designed guest bathroom with an independent drainage system, so eco-conscious visitors can rest assured. That's great. I finally got to take a bath. Tadun then complained that he was so uncomfortable yesterday because he couldn't bathe. Lock Bang led the group of guests forward as instructed. Please follow the wooden path ahead and you'll see a small pond set up right under the big tree. This is the cooling gift prepared by the show for the winner. Dao and Boshin, one marvels and the other regrets. The hot spring bath is just too wonderful. Enjoying the bath, sipping chilled fruit drinks, surrounded by beautiful waterfalls and singing birds. So envious. Next is the most exciting part. Now please choose a guest to share this reward with. Juju suspected that Lock Bang would choose Tiet Tron, but her shy and hesitant expression made her speak up. I choose. Meanwhile, Tran is overestimating himself. Besides me, do you have any other options? She is a top actress and I am a top influencer with many assets. If you team up with me, our combined traffic will double, and we can together take over the top 10 trending searches. Soon doesn't hesitate to point at my face. To choose me, choose me, choose me. Now the board has made its final decision. Lam Tan indeed shocked him completely. Why choose an unknown person with no performance like that? Netizens are just as surprised, this time gaining so much traffic I really can't imagine. Unexpectedly, I also thought they would choose to steal Tran C. Only Bo Lin and Diao Dio looked at each other with concern, so they had to reluctantly leave according to the host's instructions. Next, I invite the remaining 4 guests to return to the other beach and give some private space for D-Lock Bang and Lam Tan. Dat Tran was so embarrassed he was furious, and D-Lock Bang didn't choose me. Do you know what you just missed? The number of followers and traffic could have doubled, but now it's been cut in half. Only Taejin still holds on to his strong faith. Bang Bang truly has a broad perspective. I invited Lam Tan because it was the first time he invited me, so I have no jealousy at all. He listened and calmed down. It seems she has her own plans. So this time, it's like settling the debt of gratitude. Because of that thought, Dat Tran felt somewhat reassured. In the end, Bang Bang would definitely follow the unspoken agreement and choose the person with the highest popularity, him. This is the outcome that the show and all the fans online have been hoping for. Over here, Lam Tan is marveling at the beautiful scene. Did the production team intentionally build the bathtub right under this tree? So romantic. The netizens went wild over his physique. Are you a sporty student? You even have abs. Lam Tan is really handsome. A student with such a body is just too attractive. Just then, Lock Bang's sweet voice made Lam Tan turn around and immediately blush, waiting for a long time. She truly lives up to her reputation as a former beauty queen. Her appearance instantly captivates everyone. Bang Bang is so beautiful, rich, and generous. Bang. Bang, my beloved wife, quickly step into the hot spring, then reach out to help Lock Bang, not forgetting to sweet talk her, seeing Bang Bang's beautiful and sexy side like this. It's worth it, be careful with her feet. She looked a bit shy, didn't expect the program to arrange so many water activities. I only brought 2 swimsuits, but deep down I thought differently. Actually, I prepared many sets, and if I were alone with the other guests, I would wear the most modest one.
Lam Tan xuống cầm ly nước rồi khạch sao cầm ống đa môi, những Lạc Bang liền phang bạc ngay.
I should thank you even more for cheering me on. Back then, not only others, but I myself was about to give up. Among the falling flowers, his sincere demeanor becomes even more striking. My intuition tells me she will win. Sure enough, it moved her. Lam Tan is always like that, always trusting me unconditionally. No one understands me better than Lam Tam, so my affinity increases by 2% to 92%. Just then, the water surface suddenly rippled, surprising Lock Bang. Then, I also pretended to enjoy the surprise with Lam Tan. With so many bubbles, this is the first time I've ever bathed in a bubble bath. With so many bubbles, it would be a waste not to play a bubble fight. You just suggested that, and Lock Bang immediately caused trouble. It makes sense. Seeing Lam Tan covered in foam, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, then a splash of water hit her face, making her let out a soft cry. Hey, you clap your palms together to make a water gun, watch this, shooting water continuously. After that retaliatory move, Lock Bang pretended to be angry. Hey, you're cheating! The foam got into my mouth. Their playful scene makes Black and White also marvel. So sweet. Is this just my imagination? I really think they look like they're stealing a kiss. This scene is truly beautiful. Only Vian Yuan remains lost in her fan world. Meanwhile, Bo Lin and Dio Dio are seeking shade under the tree. It's so hot I feel like dying, but I don't feel any relief. Even the wind is hot. I'm so jealous. D-Lock Bang is so happy. Jerk Tran suddenly had a new idea. Too hot to bear, right? Don't worry, I have a way, and I might as well show off my flat stomach with a six-pack. This sea area has very clean water. It's also the peak season for oysters and sea cucumbers, so Lam Tan has collected quite a bit already. It probably won't be difficult. Taejun and I will go down to get some for everyone. He's just showing off and dreaming again. Someone said Lam Tan flaunting his body gained him a lot of support. Laughing to death, he dares to compare himself to me. Jeon also joined the body showing club. That's right, I'm best at swimming. If I pull Tran down into the sea, I will definitely have a full harvest. The two ladies just need to sit patiently and wait to be served. Lin's father and Dio Dio are dazzled by their appearance. Ah, that's great, thank you. You're really good at kicking his leg. You know everything. You're truly impressive. Yesterday, Lam Tan found so much food. Today, we also have some luck. While they dive into the sea, the comments section is hotter than ever. That Tran is so handsome, sob sob, his figure is perfect. Hey, is this fan really that stupid? And they call that beautiful, but it's even worse than Lam Tan. Are the people above blind? Only Datron's female scene is truly captivating. I prefer this slender figure. This is the perfect body. If he steps in, the harvest will definitely be several times greater than that of Lam Tan. The guys don't mind fighting directly either. Ha 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 ha, I don't believe it. Hao and Hai Sam are usually found in water 7 to 10 meters deep. Lam Tan is skilled, but I don't know if these two can do anything. The keyboard war broke out fiercely, so I had to report it immediately. Lock his account and mock him for stealing the spotlight. Wait until he gets exposed and disappears. An hour later, the new mixed vegetable soup recipe caused a social media frenzy. What kind of cuisine is this? Ah, where are the oysters and sea urchins? Did I hear wrong just now? You were showing off and ended up falling into the ditch. But Tran still held his head high, looking proud. Taejun and I thought those things weren't hygienic, so we cooked this mixed seafood soup. It's very tasty, but in reality, that's just his way of making excuses. He can't really dive into deep waters barehanded to find sea urchins. He can only bring back these things. In the end, how did Lam Tan do that? Lin's father and Dio Dio seem reluctant to praise. Actually, it smells quite good, and I think it might taste even better than fresh oysters and sea urchins. That's right, but in reality, he was so scared he turned pale from the last daring escape. Can this really be edible? Who would want to eat hot soup in this heat? Just then, someone came to rescue them. It's 5:30 p.m. now, dinner time, and the distinguished guest can go to the food container to receive compressed rations. The two immediately ran off in a panic, leaving Tran and Taejun stunned for a few seconds. Ah, today I moved too much, and now I'm starving. I'm starving too. Let's go eat and see who gets there first. The support ratings on the second day decreased for Tran and Taejun, while Lam Tan's increased. Ben Fia Nulak Bang and Dio both rose, only Bo Lin declined. This result makes someone so angry they smash the tablet on the floor. Turns out it's Wang Ruan. The person here seems unwilling to accept it. Why is it that Tran, who clearly took off his shirt to reveal such a stunning physique? The number of fans has also increased quite a bit, so why has the support rate dropped so much? Heida and Xiao Bai beside them could only discuss in secret. Clearly, that figure has made many people like it, probably because of the sea urchin. But the volume is enough to make her glance at them with a fierce, threatening look. His head quickly updates the number. Dat accidentally dives into the area of the sea without sea urchins. Otherwise, wouldn't it be much more advantageous? So, Datran's support rate will be higher. Yes, that's right. Vian Yu sat down heavily on the ground, then suddenly jumped up, causing the floor to shake. I don't care. The two of them have to fawn and coax her. Miss Vian, don't worry. Our event team has already arranged everything. Tomorrow will be the men's competition, and Tran will definitely use the highest score to suppress the others. Wenrun pursed his lips and puffed out his cheeks. Well, that's somewhat acceptable. Then I've also set a bonus condition. If you do well, I will give each person 10,000 yuan as a reward. Tomorrow, we must ensure that Tiet.Tron is the absolute focus with the best shots for him. Da Hei and Xiao Bai light up when they see money, thanking the boss. When the sun is high, the commentator's voice echoes across the hungry island. Day 3 of Love, go. She is live streaming as a celebrity idol. Before long, she faces the next challenge of the show, the third rule in the survival law on the deserted island. A shelter built to withstand harsh natural conditions is extremely important, so today's challenge is to construct a shelter. The team that builds the best shelter will be the winner. I believe everyone has noticed that it's a team, which means choosing a reliable partner to work with is already half the success. The winner can bring along a female guest and enjoy the use of a luxurious, elegant small wooden house for one night, equipped with the most attractive amenities ever, making this challenging island feel like paradise. T-Jun and Dat Tran start warming up. While Lam Tan remains calm, the 3 male guests, let's decide who wins and loses. The fastest person can choose their preferred partner, but this is not an ordinary race. It's a heartbeat bridge. On the bridge, the 3 female guests have taken their positions. The viewers, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel excited and suddenly envied the male guests. Are they allowed to get close to Bing Bing? Do they want them to pass by each other? I like watching. No. As usual, I step forward suddenly and strike a pose, inviting Tiet.Tron onto the bridge. Hey you, don't push ahead just because you're fast, or you'll make the female guests fall into the water. After all, unrequited love is like a game show about attraction, but this comment only makes you doubt yourself. Tajun nearby goes along, trying to discourage him. The first day you beat him in running was just luck. Duok Mok values balance, you don't stand a chance. But Lin Tan also stubbornly replied, I think my balance of strength is not bad. He sneered with a slight smile. Haha, Dat Tran is the champion of this category. Meanwhile, Vian Yuan is very pleased with this. It seems you also prepared in advance, knowing that Dat Tran had won the championship in the University Skybridge category. She was so pleased that she generously rewarded them. I can now admire Dat Tran's elegant posture on the single plank bridge. If he becomes the champion again, he could gain a new fan base. This truly is a 3-bird stone, earning you 100,000 flowers. Da Hei and Xiao Bai immediately exclaimed gratefully, Thank you, Kim owner. Back at the scene, Tae Dun casually slung his arm over Lam Tan's shoulder. Haha, actually, this was just to test their mutual friendliness. You're just an amateur, so they might not cooperate with you. Get everything sorted out on your own. At this moment, the command sounded. Preparing to start, the leg suddenly kicked, supporting both hands on the bridge. Then the leg shot up into the air, forming an arc. In the end, he managed to stand steadily, leaving Bolin captivated. That was so cool. Even the online community went into a frenzy. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? Ah, Dat Tran's legs have already taken my life. Dat Tran hugs her and carefully says, Trust me, I won't let you fall. Bolin Ian responds. Yeah, even with just a light touch, he knew to only use his wrist to support the other person. Fans flooded the comment section praising this gesture. Oh my, such a gentleman's hand. No wonder he's Tiet Tran. Using only his wrist to touch a woman's body is truly a refined gesture. Oh, G-Tron, he's so fast, he's left only himself behind. Too fast. In the blink of an eye, Tiet-Tron used his fastest and most elegant speed to pass by the 2 girls in succession. But this time, Tron deliberately made contact with her, relaxing, and said, I will take your entire body. I won't let you fall. The audience immediately cheered loudly on the screen. Ah, I wasn't mistaken about the ship, right? He doesn't use his hands like a gentleman, so the comparison is obvious. He feels a good impression towards Lak Bang. His expression now is extremely satisfied. The comment section must be going crazy. Even though I didn't have a chance to show myself 2 days ago, today was enough to boost my appeal significantly. His cheeks immediately flushed at the wicked thought. The money the 2 girls in front of him had was pitifully little. Indeed, only with Bang Bang could he truly feel real softness. Suddenly, Lak Bang pushed the other person's chest away with her hand, causing the comments to cheer wildly, as if Bang Bang was resisting the teasing. Haha, whoever's trying to flirt with Bang Bang, have you asked my Bang Bang first? Is it funny, is she enjoying it? Still, Jotron held her tightly. Bang Bang, don't resist like that. If you don't cooperate, you'll fall into it. Besides, he's even doing it now. At least pretend to be careless and just touch your butt. Only with this scene can we strengthen our bond as a couple. Who would have thought Lak Bang would give me a knee to the groin? The sharp pain from his little brother made Tran's face turn pale and his expression grim, while his legs trembled uncontrollably as Lak Bang suddenly fell into the water. Even though it hurt, Tran still maintained a good image. Bang Bang, are you okay? They all blame me for not being careful, but deep down, I'm furious. It hurts so much, and these people dare to make things difficult for me in front of the camera. Even though I was like that, you didn't seize the chance to make us a couple? Even if being used, you still kept a friendly attitude. It's okay. Go quickly. There's not much time left. The audience will guess. Let them guess. Did Bing Bing just try to sleep with him just now? Good. No one can plan my beloved wife. Pretending to be noble, huh? Even though we've reached the destination, Dat Tran's lower body keeps trembling uncontrollably. T-Tron safely crosses the Dumo Bridge in just 15 seconds. Really too fast. As soon as the signal sounded and Pun was about to start, he immediately became competitive. I realized the loophole in this game is that the male guest just can't fall, but the female can fall without issue. Isn't that very simple? So Taejun ran straight across the bridge, causing Bo Lin and Jyu to fall in surprise. Even with Lock Bang standing there, she couldn't stop his plan to go underground. He originally wanted to get close to Bang Bang, but now he can only push her away. Anyway, as long as I win, I can choose someone. I have good judgment. Sorry, Bang Bang, I can't be heartless either. But before Taejun could act, she voluntarily fell, catching him by surprise as he was about to strike. Even when pressing the complete button, Taejun still couldn't take his eyes off Lock Bang. Bae Taejun safely crossed the Dumok Bridge in 12 seconds, even faster than Tietjatron. Father Lin couldn't help but scold him for falling flat on his face. Baetun, are you sick or what? Falling into the water painfully just to win and using any means, I won't accept that achievement. The online community is very happy. Lao Lin appeared, refusing to admit defeat, trembling but still arguing with Diao Diao, apologizing, saying it wasn't intentional but the rules didn't say it was forbidden. Tran saw it clearly. It was careless, but he did it on purpose. Everyone just judged it that way. As long as the program committee approves the achievement, that's enough. In the end, he was punished after the discussion, and the committee unanimously decided to disqualify Parzan for cheating, so he could only hold his head and scream. From then on, a new rule was introduced by Dahak. To prevent this from happening again, an extra 5 seconds will be added whenever a female guest falls into the water, so the remaining male guests please pay attention. Xiao Bai beside her strongly agrees. That's right, this is also to protect the guests. When men's competitive spirit rises, it can really hurt those around them. They immediately turn to flattery. Madam, are you satisfied? Of course, Wang Ron was very pleased. The two of you are very good at adapting to the situation. This time, the champion is definitely going to win for sure. Father Lin and Lock Bang are discussing the new rules, and adding this rule now would be too unfair. Really? I think it's great. And Ju kept sighing in admiration. My butt was already turning red from falling. Bang Bang, do you want to fall again? Finally, it's Lam Tan's turn. Get ready. The person next to him sarcastically said, as an outsider, you've already had many scenes. You really need to know your place. Unexpectedly, I was hit back with extremely fierce counterattack. What? You cooking those 2 pots of soup already made you stand out enough. Who could take the shot away from you? Make him shut up right away, but Tran still tries to act like he's fine. Good luck. I hope you can smile until the end while secretly calming yourself down. Why get angry over a fly? You'll definitely lose anyway. Make a little plan. If the hiding place is paired with Bing Bing, I wonder how it will turn out. Their argument immediately attracted Dahe and Xiao Bai. It seems Tran and Lam Tan just said something about the filming camera. It's probably just a declaration of challenge before the match. People still say men remain adolescents even until death. I didn't expect that Tran to be this adorable. Yuen Ruan even looked down on him with disdain. That side street guy isn't worthy of you declaring a challenge over, right? He was just a gentle reminder. Just finish the match. I just want to skip when the camera is on him. As Lam Tan is thinking of how to proceed, the command sounds, ready to start. And she kept telling herself to just skip this part quickly. Immediately, he leapt up gracefully. Bo Lin could only look up at Lam Tan as if he was flying in front of her. When he successfully landed, she staggered backward. Bo Lin knew he was about to fall apart, so he shouted out loud. Luckily, a hand grabbed his waist and neck, and with a gentle pull, Lam Tan could save Bo Lin. Female fans are starting to develop feelings for him. This is the most classic love triangle, turn of all. So beautiful. They've started shipping. Tu Duong also feels the pain of losing Bo Lin and Lam Tan, while the men are heartbroken. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. It must feel so good to be held like that by Bo Lin, right? No way you love someone so much that you can jump that high. Plus, you made Dat Tran so angry his face turned black. The greedy demon dares to steal my spotlight even if it loses? Lin's father fearfully hugs Lam Tan tightly. Wow, you're spinning so fast. Don't let go. But you don't seem very interested in this. If it weren't for losing time, I really wouldn't want to save you. But now releasing her would also take quite a bit of time. Then she looked at Dio, who was momentarily stunned, and made her decision. Then it can only be like this. Seeing Lam Tan holding Bo Lin approaching, she was panic-stricken. Hey, both of you stay back. In an instant, something rushed past Dio's waist like the wind, revealing that you were carrying 2 people at once and calmly continuing on. This unbelievable scene nearly caused Datron and Tae to fall as they trembled. They are not siblings. Bo Lin and Dio kept shouting, while Lam Tan remained calm. Very good. Just keep steady and rotate around yourself as the central axis. Then you'll be the most secure. And that's not all. You're also determined to go all out and make the world amazed. Langtuk Chailin Day. And Lak Bang also decisively followed suit. Even in a difficult situation, they still exchange loving looks. And so, Lam Tan alone carries 3 people at once, running swiftly across the bridge, causing everyone to rush to the top. Oh my god. As soon as I pressed complete, the result was announced immediately. Lam Tan's time was 9 seconds, and he was the top scorer. He was hugging Lock Bang and celebrating at the same time, while the viewers were utterly stunned. That's crazy. What kind of thing can a human do? Lam Tan is so handsome, the commentator continues to guide. So I invite the male guests to take turns choosing their preferred companions. Lam Tan remains committed to his original plan. I choose D Lock Bang, while Tron reluctantly chose Bo Lin. The rules of the round are announced as follows. Guests, please take the props and start building the hideout. The time limit is 3 hours. The winner will get to choose a female guest to enjoy the exquisite wooden house. Viewers also enjoy discussing it. This rule also means that if female guest A helps male guest build and wins, female guest B might be the one to enjoy the reward. What will the male guest do? It's truly something to look forward to. In the lush sunlit forest, Lam Tan and Lock Bang, one chopping wood for firewood, the other diligently shaping small wooden sticks. He still carried her on his shoulders to reach for a vine, and seeing their perfect coordination, he gritted his teeth in frustration. This fly always steals my shot and keeps interacting with Bang Bang over and over. In just a moment of distraction, the spiritual father saw his unguarded expression. Dat Tron, do you feel unwell anywhere? Your expression looks really scary. Dat Tron quickly regained his friendly demeanor and made an excuse. I am planning to create the perfect retreat for you to win this competition, so that we can enjoy the exquisite wooden house together then.
This makes her as happy as if a festival had been held. Are you going to choose me?
I will definitely give it my all, but in reality, I am being completely exploited. Calm down. Tran Tichat, a perfect person like me, anyone who partners with me can build the best hideout. Tonight, Dai Lock Bang will still sleep in the wooden house with me. An hour later, Lock Bang was still struggling to nail each piece of wood tightly, while Bo Lin was sobbing behind her. Hearing the sound, she immediately turned around in surprise. That limping walk surprised Lock Bang. Bo Lin, the two of them paused their work to chat. Bang Bang, why are you here alone? Where's Lam Tan? He went to gather wood. What's wrong with your leg? Aren't you coming to help Tiet Jot Tron? Be careful not to trip. I don't think he's as perfect as they say online. Lin's father then lowered his face in disappointment. He said he would definitely win this contest and even invited me to live in the wooden house with him. I was so happy then, but I never expected that as soon as it started, he would turn into a different person. His tone was cold and commanding, and in her memory, Dot Tran was always irritable, constantly criticizing her for not doing well, never satisfied no matter what she did, making her feel useless and forcing her to go into the forest to chop wood, which is why she got her foot stuck. The more he spoke, the more Bo Lin couldn't hold back his anger. If I weren't afraid of his brainless fans, I would have yelled right in his face. Lock Bang then placed her index finger on her lips to signal silence and sprayed directly. From afar, Lam Tan, carrying a big pile of firewood, leisurely approached. Is Bo Lin here to sneakily learn or spy? Lock Bang quickly explained the situation, and Tiet Jat Tron let his daughter gather wood. That sounds a bit strange. The wood is heavy, Lam Tan. We have plenty of wood, so give her some. You don't cause trouble just by listening, maybe. But this kindness is flatly refused by Bo Lin. Thank you, but no need. Using Lam Tan's collected wood would make Dot Tran and the program team unhappy. What you just said made Lock Bang furious. What do you mean by that? Bo Lin's mouth just kept spewing out words like that. I was just telling the truth. Isn't it because Dat Tran keeps losing to him that you're upset? Clearly, he's the best at stealing Tran, yet he keeps losing. No wonder he's angry at me. Just hearing about it online is already annoying. La Bang insists on not letting this go and continues to question. How could you say something like that? We only had good intentions. While Lam Tan was starting to realize, it was all about the skillful tricks of Tiet Tron. At this moment, Tran from afar approaches. Dad Lin, what's wrong with your leg? Bo Lin immediately complained that her foot was trapped. He's putting on his saintly act again. Sorry, I shouldn't have let you go collect wood. From now on, just rest and support me from there. She was so captivated by his sweet words that she was stunned and asked, Are you here to see me? So you're not as bad as I thought. Lock Bang and Lam Tan were speechless at that. After 3 hours, the host excitedly announces it's time to stop, even if they haven't finished. Let's start with Pzoon and Dio Dio's group. This simple wooden house has left them stumped. I didn't expect that the two tallest and strongest would still be unfinished. You could say they are completely out of sync. Viewers take turns guessing, not even talking to each other. Probably still angry because he pushed them into the water, right? That's right, it's so obvious. The host tone suddenly becomes excited as Tuet Jiat Tran and Bo Lin truly work together perfectly, fully utilizing the terrain to resolve the situation smoothly. There's enough space inside for both of them to lie down, and the commentary is just as lively. Is Tuet Jiat Tran a 6-star warrior? How does he know everything? I'm willing to change houses. Jiat Tran immediately looked extremely arrogant and declared outright that he's the best. I think there's no need to watch the end. What can a student do anyway? But after seeing the impressive house in the tree, let's continue to see the hideout of the final guest group. Everyone was silently questioning what was happening in their minds. Jiat Tran froze in place, stammering to speak. How is that possible? Tejun went to check it himself. No way, how could they do it in just 3 hours? Surely this staircase wouldn't collapse just from being used once. Lin's father and Diodiu finally couldn't stop praising. Even the windows can open and close. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. The dream house that most girls can't resist has everyone online buzzing. How could someone do this? That's just a pre-planned segment. I believe Lamtan has this kind of ability. What the hell? Such a huge project and there's no footage or announcement about the construction process. What are you guys doing? Blackie and Whitey are pretending to smile outwardly. Sorry, we will check immediately. If Lin Tan used any illegal methods, we will definitely revoke his participation. But they were already very upset inside. Wasn't it her who said she didn't want to watch and that it was best not to show him on camera? Now she's blaming us instead. An employee walks over and points at the screen saying, "The footage has been uploaded. His position has been recorded by cameras throughout, and it's almost as if he built the house all by himself." Watching the entire sped-up footage of Lamtan, the three of them covered their heads and cursed loudly. Could this really be the person? But in the end, we have to announce, sorry to keep you waiting. After thorough verification, Lamtan indeed built a treehouse himself. So he and Lock Bang are the winners. Lock Bang jumps up and hugs him tightly. "You're so talented." Even though Tran was so angry his eyes almost popped out, he still forced himself to clap. "That was incredible, Lamtan. I have to admit, defeat and respect you completely. That damn Lamtan keeps stealing Tran's shot over and over again. I absolutely can't let him win so easily." Lamtan holds her hand while gazing at Lock Bang adoringly. "You will spend tonight with me in this exquisite wooden house. But before it can be announced, the organizers object. Sorry, Mr. Lam, you cannot choose D. Lock Bang." She looked blankly at the camera and asked why. The show quickly provided an explanation. "I know both of you are truly capable, but you have to give the other guests a chance to show themselves, right? The audience also wants to see how the pairing will turn out, so Mr. Lam, this time please choose between the remaining two guests." After realizing this, Lock Bang quickly looked to the side. "I'm fine, you can choose them, as long as in the end we can hold hands and leave together." Lamtan at that moment showed no emotion. "All right, then I choose Bolin," he said, pointing behind him. This unexpected decision made her gasp softly. Bolin immediately thought badly of him, wondering why he still chose her after she had shown a bad attitude before. Could it be that he's the kind of sick man who likes to conquer women? So disgusting. Meanwhile, Diu felt a bit sad, talking about her looks and figure. Is there any way she's inferior to Bolin? Why didn't he choose me? Meanwhile, Dat Tran and Taejun looked smug and scheming. At this moment, Lamtan approached Bolin to explain that she had a cramp and needed a comfortable environment to rest, so her injury wouldn't worsen. Her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. "So that's how it is. I had thought badly of him earlier, but I still gratefully said, thank you." But actually, you understood the true intention of the show from what Bolin and Taejun said. Clearly, over these days, this program has been made just for Tran. They really treat the audience like fools. At that moment, Trin and Lamtan also felt annoyed as men repeatedly took the top spot, stealing the spotlight from Tran. The organizers kept changing the rules, yet they still failed. Surely the program had already prepared a trick to deal with him. No phone, no contact with the outside, stranded on a deserted island. Relying on the hotness score to determine the winner. This game is quite interesting. I'll play along with you. With level 18 intelligence, Lin Tan is very confident in her abilities. As time passes, the bright moon hangs over the luxurious wooden house. Father Lin was carried all the way to the room and couldn't help but marvel at his surroundings. Cao has been in the tent for 2 days. Finally, he can live like a normal person. The first thing Lamtan noticed was the cameras set up all around the room. She plopped down on the soft bed. "Thank you for carrying me here. I'm sorry for the trouble. I said some harsh words today. Please don't take it to heart." "It's okay. Just rest well. I'll sleep on the sofa." But deep down, he had already planned everything. Lin's father was easy to offend others with his words, but at the same time, he was straightforward, without scheming, and most easily influenced by others. While preparing the sleeping area, Lamtan heard a loud sigh. Lin's father came out of the bathroom and explained, "Maybe it's because of the hot bath, so the swelling in my legs has gotten worse. You should quickly learn some skills. Her leg like that won't do. I know traditional Chinese massage therapy. Let me help you a bit." She looked quite surprised. "Do you also know how to give a massage? Then I'll trouble you. It really hurts." Not long after, Lin Tan gently lifted the other person's right leg. Luckily, it wasn't too tight, so the massage might be a little painful. She endured it, and Bolin responded indifferently. You immediately activated your skill, your eyes suddenly shining brightly, then pressed on the acupoint on her soul, making her jump in surprise. Lamtan hesitated for a moment. Am I applying too much force? Lin's father quickly apologized awkwardly. "It's nothing, just a little startled," he continued on. Immediately after, he massaged in various ways with his skillful hands. For some reason, her whole body kept trembling. "Is this how you do a massage? It hurts and tingles, but my ankle no longer hurts." Lin's father couldn't hold back and collapsed onto the bed, causing a commotion in the comments. What kind of magical technique is this? "Teacher, I want to learn this. What is she feverish about? It's so beautiful. I love watching it." "Thank you, Brother Lamtan." Dahak suddenly exclaimed when he looked at his phone, and in just 2 minutes, the number of viewers skyrocketed. Xiao Bai was also alarmed upon hearing this. "What?" Back at the scene, Bolin suddenly sat up. Wait a moment, I only see Lam Tan's focused work attitude in your eyes. In just a few seconds, Bo Lin was struck by love. He was attentively massaging me. But I was just overthinking. Looking closely like this, he's quite handsome too. Finally, you stop all movements. That's it, rest well tonight. Don't let this leg have to work. It'll probably feel much better tomorrow. She suddenly sighed heavily. Well, I have no hope for tomorrow's match, but anyway, thank you. Then she shyly suggested, how about this bed is also spacious since I won this wooden house anyway? Making him sleep on the sofa would be quite embarrassing. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Lam Tan collapsed onto the bed. Ah, so comfortable, and still teasing. If I want to wake you up to go to the bathroom, just call me to help you up. Bo Lin Yan replied, I don't have that habit. So a long day has passed, and the results of the third day support rate have been announced. While Jia Chun and Taejun both decreased, Lam Tan's index soared. Black Bang's score increased slightly, while Bo Lin and Diu Diu remained low. Yuan Ruan was now continuously applying pressure. Have you guys finally thought of a way? Dat Tran wants to interact with D-Lock Bang. Everyone online also wants the same. Tomorrow, at all costs, we must ensure his success. After a quick meeting, Big Black and Little White put on their dangerous faces. It's done. We've come up with the perfect plan. Tomorrow's horseback riding competition will definitely have D-Lock Bang and Dat Tran team up. Now at the beach, the 6 players are ready for the next game as the lively broadcast speaker rings out. Let's go, love. The deserted island idol has gone live. On one side, Bo Lin, Lock Bang, and Diu Diu eagerly wait for the next round of the female contestants. At the same time, Xiao Hawk excitedly introduces that today's competition is horse riding battle, where the female guests will choose the male partner they want to team up with. Because Dad Lin was injured, the game was carefully adjusted, right? Hearing this, the girls all seemed excited. Then suddenly a question was shouted out. But if some male guests are too popular and all the female guests compete for them, what should we do? Dai Hei explained that the choice will belong to the most favored male guest by the female guests, who will then select one of the 3 to partner with. At the same time, a series of comments appeared on the screen. Who wouldn't want to team up with Dat Tran? Want to see Bang Bang team up with Lam Tan and then return to the observation area, Da Hei proudly said. When the guests were chosen, Bo Lin and Yao Diu had already made it clear they were fans of Dat Tran, so they would definitely pick Dat Tran. Shobai quickly chimed in, so the initiative is in Dat Tran's hands. Boss, what do you think? So he took pleasure and satisfaction from Yuan Yuan. Then he decided to do it sooner rather than later. D-Lock Bang can help increase Dat Tran's fame and popularity. Her value must be fully dedicated to Dat Tran. At this point, she drifted into her own dreamlike vision, waiting until she drained D-Lock Bang's value. Then Tran's status and popularity would reach a new height, and by then he would surely reward her generously. Immediately after, at the beach area, Xiao Bai once again shouted loudly, then please the female guests choose the male guest they want to collaborate with the most. As soon as he finished, the slender legs moved in unison. Even at this stage, Dat Tran still remains proud as he extends his hand and invites, Bang Bang! We can finally do it. At the same time, the audience keeps erupting. Unsurprisingly, everyone will choose him. The king's footwork is on fire. At this moment, only the image of Lock Bang remains in his eyes, with his mind filled with wild fantasies. Only we are allowed to do such intimate actions. Who would have thought that the name in people's hearts is actually formed from 2 different words? Lam Tan. Meanwhile, Tae Dun clenched his teeth in anger and glared fiercely at the opponent beside him. Oh my god, the program is so cruel. Even if Bang Bang chooses me, Tiet Tran will still take her away. And then even more surprisingly for the viewers, Boss Lin happily approached a different target instead of grabbing Train. Lam Tan, work with me. What? Lam Tan, I was a bit nervous too, but I still finished my sentence. I also choose Lam Tan. You hear that and smile gently. Trung K is stunned in an instant, all of them opening their mouths in surprise. What the hell is going on? Jang Kuman also erupts in anger. No way. Absolutely no way. Dad Lin went already. Why didn't he choose him? Yesterday when she formed the team with Tran, she was as happy as if she had just won a few million. Unlike those fans, some people laughed until they cried, watching the clown's hilarious expression and dying of laughter. Haha. At that moment, Daihak quickly blurted out some quick save lines. The female guest Bo Lin has quite severe myopia. Tiet Jiatron is standing right next to her. Bo Lin, take a closer look. It's making the audience upset. Hey MC, did you forget to wear your hearing aid? It seems there really is no script. Without hesitation, Bo Lin emphasized every word this time. I chose Lin Tan. Then she hopped on one foot to show that last night he helped me massage my sprained ankle, and I was completely healed this morning. He's got the magic touch. His face still flushes when he recalls what happened last night. Moreover, his hand seems to have magic. The effectiveness of the blood flow dispersing and swelling reduction was excellent, and last night he was burning hot all over. And then Father Ling once again confirmed that now was the time to choose the male guest I liked the most. Dehei objected, saying that her gratitude towards Lam Tan was enough and that choosing him was a bit too much, which made her even more annoyed. But right now I like Lam Tan. Is there a problem with that? To keep things under control, he had to compromise. So Lam Tan is now the most popular male guest. You can choose a female guest to cooperate with, then suddenly something happens with a loud crash. Wait a moment, boss. Ignoring them, Lam Tan still politely declines. Sorry, I'll stick with Bing Bing. Bolin nodded as if he was already prepared. It's okay. I understand now. The situation forced Tran to accept the person in front of him. I choose Diao Diao, which made her extremely excited. T-Jun scratched his head and gritted his teeth, saying, Then only Bolin and I can form a team. But after waiting, no further announcements came, and the atmosphere suddenly fell into uncertainty. Where is the main character? He is backstage. Da Hei is busy calming down Nuan, who is in a furious state, trying to soothe him. There's no need to be angry. Xiao Bai is also frantically trying to calm you down. Anger is bad for your health. But she still couldn't hold back her anger and stormed straight to the 3 posters in front of her. Then grabbed the picture of the spiritual father and tore it into pieces to vent her rage. Not only that, she also furiously cursed at her face. That scoundrel dares to embarrass him in front of everyone. Does she know how much sweat he has shed to achieve what he has today? He is my light. I will make you pay for this. Seeing Yuan Run's condition, Xiao Bai tried to heal him from behind, calming Yuan down. Actually, working together with Jatran and alcohol might be even better. With their long legs and arms, they have an absolute advantage in the horseback riding game. And once they win, they can regain their reputation. The big black supports, that's right. Unfortunately, her unwavering terror did not think that way, but still, the injuries they caused to him are already a fact. I absolutely cannot let them go. Where are they? The assistant immediately rushed in, and I, the boss, didn't bother to drink any more water and casually gave the order. Expose Lin's father and Lamton for me, especially the name Lamton. Let him taste the power of Tron's fans. I want his final words before dying to be a regret for offending Tran. After everything is settled, the hosts return to continue the show with a wide shot. The female guests have finished putting on their game accessories. The rules are simple. Just try to tear off the opponent's ear and tail of their fur to win. After hearing that, Lamton immediately kneels on one knee. Let's win this match together. Old Bing shyly climbed onto your shoulder, and of course Lamtan wouldn't forget to ask Han. Are you steady? She bowed her head and looked at you with blushing cheeks. All right. After waiting for all 3 teams to prepare, Da Hei finally spoke to remind everyone, remember, male guests are not allowed to help with their hands. Only serve as mounts for the female guests. The match begins. Chow Chow has the advantage early on with her background as a contemporary dancer, so she confidently declares, sorry beauties, this is now my home turf. Both Tran and she rush straight towards the target, Linton's group in front of them. If you won't go, I will. However, just waiting there, Bo Lin took the opportunity of Dio Dio's momentary lapse to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, she was quite alert, and soon she couldn't do anything, even losing her rice bag. The contempt is obvious on her face and in her tone. Does she think she can use the same trick twice? Meanwhile, Bo Lin was extremely confused. My ears! And not letting them relax for too long, Lock Bang immediately took the initiative to rush forward, but was also easily blocked by Dio Dio. She was even restrained by her and couldn't move her hands. But the fierce battle above accidentally caused harm to Lamtan's head below. This scene makes the viewers feel restless. It's another day of envy for Lam Tan. Who said the main character of this show is Tran? It's obviously Lam Tan. At this moment, Lam Tan has to face the furious Tran in front of him. Don't think that having 2 girls choosing automatically makes you the winner. It's just an entertainment show. When you arrived, you were a useless trash, and you're still a useless trash now. He didn't bother finishing his threat before stomping hard on Lamtan's foot in anger. That one station isn't enough to cause any impact, but it did catch his attention that something was off with his leg. Could it be that with his enhanced eyesight at a high level, he could quickly spot the only difference between them? A quick mental analysis shows that the nude-colored silicone stocking with the sharp shell attached underneath barely leaves any traces as it slides over the sand. Stepping on the opponent's foot with this stocking could easily be mistaken for an accidental cut from a shell on the beach. Then he yanked the curtain and spat out contempt and asked, "Does it hurt? I want you to lose badly." You showed no reaction on the outside. Henry, he spent half an hour in the bathroom. Turns out the program was prepared in advance. Seeing that he was about to deliver another blow, even though it didn't hurt, of course he wouldn't just stand there and take it. Oh, what a disappointment for me. Long secretly looks down on his titanium alloy robotic arm. What's the point of smashing these tiny shells? Despite the missed step, what shocked Datron even more than ever was how resilient Lamtan was. How come his leg is completely fine? Not only that, but you also took the opportunity to lift the beauty on your shoulder and head straight towards them to counterattack. Keep it up. No matter how they attack, it's completely no problem for Juju. Fast, but I don't have any weaknesses. But just when she was confident and sure of winning, the unexpected happened. Lamtan's perfectly timed knee not only kept Lap Bang safe, but also helped her seize her opponent's tail amid the crowd's cheers. So cool. Lamtan and D-Lock Bang's coordination is truly perfect. Before Dio could recover and fight back, we had already run far away with Lock Bang, making her scream. So annoying. The aggressive fire within her body immediately burns through Diao Diao, so I'll deal with her first. Bolin falls into a disadvantaged position instantly. No, she hasn't even had a chance to prepare herself when Xiao Bai announced that Bolin was eliminated. Only a few minutes have passed, now only one team remains. Boosting Lock Bang's confidence, it seems we have a chance to win. Lam Tan then spoke arrogantly. Winning isn't hard, the real question is how he will lose. So, a fierce and intense chase on the sand unfolded between the final two teams, culminating in a beach injury that ultimately affected none other than Dat Tron, who had always been plotting against Lam Tan. Because of this incident, the match was paused, and a series of comments split clearly into two opposing sides. Dat Tron is injured, it must be because of Lam Tan. Are you sick? With shells scattered all over the sandy beach, a little bleeding isn't that unusual, right? Hurry to the hospital, or it will heal on its own later. Of course, you wouldn't miss this chance to smirk and provoke. Why did Brother Jat Tran stop? Are you all out of strength, or should I cheer you on a bit? Whoever loses is a dog. Time and again, this tactic works extremely well on guys like him. You clearly see the unstable situation and hurriedly advise Tran to calm down and not fall into the trap. He is using provocation tactics. We should stay calm and avoid reacting, but he ignores us and tells us to shut up. These words to a girl and in a dating show are like a sword tearing through her heart. Then he threw aside his so-called image and screamed wildly, just like someone off their medication. I must beat you. The viewers must be terrified too. So terrifying, it's horrible. Where is your control over your expressions? Ju is so pitiful, her image is about to collapse. The next move made Dat Tran even more furious as Lam Tan wagged his finger and said, "Come and get me." But before he could run far, something suddenly jutted out on the road, causing him to lose his footing and fall flat on his face, knocking Dio off his shoulder. In the midst of misfortune, there is also luck, because you managed to catch her just before the disaster happened. Only when she regained consciousness did she hurriedly thank you sincerely. Thank you. Because this incident happened suddenly, the match ended with Lin Tan coming to check on the troublemaker all along. Did Tran Huynh faint from shock? And according to humanitarian principles, you also turned him around. Everyone in Jiangkumin instantly erupted in chaos as the idol statue collapsed. Ha ha ha, I just realized that Tran has a talent for comedy. Where are the crew members? Hurry and call the medical staff. This is all Lam Tan's fault. The battle horse riding competition has ended with heartfelt words from Lap Bang. Wow, so beautiful. I didn't expect the prize this time to be diving. Then she couldn't help but feel anxious when she admitted she had never gone diving before and was a little scared, but of course this was the moment Lam Tan would show his role as her boyfriend. His swimming skills are excellent. With him protecting me, I'm sure nothing will happen. Immediately, she felt so happy her eyes narrowed. Then I felt excited and full of anticipation for what would happen next. So soon I might get to be close to Lam Tan again. I'm so happy. But it seems like they could enjoy some private time together. Unfortunately, the live stream will always have a pair of drones and various cameras closely monitoring. What kind of program has so many cameras? No matter what, the show must go on as Lock Bang and Lam Tan jump into the water soon. The breathtaking scene before her made her forget all her earlier frustrations, and the viewers watching were equally excited. Oh my god, it's so beautiful I could faint. Where is this? I have to go there at least once. But because she was so focused, Lock Bang had to panic as she reattached the air tube, making netizens burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Bang Bang is so adorable she's overwhelmed by the scenery and forgets her silly side. Luckily, the production team prepared oxygen masks and a fly cam, and then it was time for Lam Tan to showcase his experience and guiding skills. At this moment, she was soon released into the midst of a floating school of fish in the poetic water. And as they leisurely explored and enjoyed nature's beauty, something suddenly zipped past, startling Lock Bang. It turns out the culprit isn't some strange creature, but a familiar one, so she calmed down. Wow, it's a dolphin. With his extraordinary mind, Lam Tan immediately remembered its unique trait. Dolphins are also known by a nickname called the underwater teddy bear. She immediately realized and was stunned. What is it? Before she could catch her breath, the dolphin acted exactly as you just described, which to him was nothing but provocation. So Lam Tan decisively jumped in and kicked it right in the mouth, earning countless praises and admiration. Lam Tan did very well. For the first time, I envy the dolphin this much. This dolphin must have been transformed from the 8 Immortals because it suddenly got hit with a shocking blow, making it extremely angry. That ferocity stunned Lock Bang into releasing the air hose, and with its own intelligence, the dolphin, having just been hit, realized it was something important and retaliated in the smartest way, causing a significant negative impact on her, who was inexperienced in diving, with the air supply. Suddenly, Lin Tan approached her without taking back the rope, creating a super romantic scene in the vast open space. In the end, both of them slowly immersed themselves in a warm kiss that made them forget everything around them. The viewers all shouted in shock, "Get out of the way, let her go! They're saving her, you idiot! She's so beautiful, I can't even describe it!" Isn't this the main male and female leads from the idol drama? And then the live stream ends with the support rate chart showing that on Wednesday, Lam Tan broke through with unstoppable momentum. Brother, I love you. I declare that the truly perfect person is Lam Tan. Lam Tan can now debut.
Apart from Bolin, the other girls showed a less favorable performance. It seems both of the remaining girls are making good progress. Bolin and Lamton definitely have an underground deal. Clearly, she's always flattering and trying to steal Trankaka. Her drinking is so charming. Bang Bang and Lamtan really seem to be stealing someone's partner. The only light in the medical tent on the night of Thursday. Finally, Jot Tran, despite his serious injuries, woke up with the name that haunted Lamtan's mind. Before he could regain his composure, Vian Yuan, with an overjoyed expression, rushed over. Jot Tran Kaka, you're finally awake. It seems he wasn't surprised at all by her appearance. Get out of here. Where is this place? Just mentioning it has already triggered the fury of a true fan, all because of that bastard Lam Tan. Yesterday during the competition, he caused you to faint, so I immediately brought the medical team to treat you. Luckily, Tron Kaka only suffered a concussion and no lasting damage, but these words didn't comfort his spirit at all and only made him more tense. Did I faint? So my perfect image was broadcast live after all? Wen Nuan understood clearly, so he immediately smiled brightly and said, Don't worry, Brother Tran, I will cut the live stream right away. Just buy Luyan's production team now. You are the one with the most authority in the program team right now. All the cameras are controlled by me. Hearing this news, he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seemed like a moment of peace, but Tran's impulsiveness wouldn't allow it. That monkey, for 4 days straight, I've been dominated by an anonymous guy. Even D-Lock Bang is siding with it against me. This Lam Tan must have been planted by another company to suppress me. And as expected from his top fan, Yuan Ruan already has a plan to deal with him. Don't worry, Jiatron. Lam Tan is a college student from VMjiang University. I've already dug up his past and caused all kinds of scandals. Bought his ex-girlfriend, even faked academic records. His whole life is ruined. He just wants to confirm if it's true. Really? Her smile now turned extremely sinister as she plotted to build her idol empire. Steal, Brother Tran, I will clear all obstacles for you. Moreover, Lam Tan is just an unknown guy with no background. On this last day, as long as he's handsome and wins the final match, that's enough. He also knows he can't do anything else but rely on the benefactress for now. Not bad. She's his #1 fan. Both the richest and most understanding. Say, you really didn't let me down. As soon as I received a little affection, Yuan Yuan couldn't hold back his feelings. Hoo. Brother Tron, I love you too. His clumsy gesture almost made him shout. That fat head is so hot, don't come any closer. It turns out it's not a stranger but Lam Tan, who secretly overheard their sweet words outside the love hut, and being alone in a room with him makes Ka feel very happy. This girl caused a fuss yesterday, bringing the entire medical team to the island and refusing to leave. I knew there was a problem. Sure enough, you've been having fun these days. But it's time to end everything with you. One night, without dreaming, quickly passed, and by 9 a.m., the next morning, Da He began to speak out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of Yol Huang Island. The spectacular scene is captured by a drone. The final battle is about to take place on Dreamland Island, 5 kilometers away, as Funyu Island officially opens. And more importantly, the rules of the game will be announced. The first person to reach the luxury island using the wooden raft prepared by the organizers will have the priority to choose their weapons. The final winner of the survival game will receive a prize of 1 million yuan, along with other incredibly generous rewards. If you are also a successful matchmaking guest, you will have the right to use the island for 3 days. It is equipped with top-tier teams and many other entertainment services. The motivating atmosphere is better conveyed by the dark and light characters than ever before. Does it move your heart to hear it? Then let's get started right away. The match begins. A wave of supportive comments also cheers them on. Grab Tran, break through and take the lead. Lam Tan, keep going. I really want Lam Tan to win. While the couples focus on climbing the raft for the final goal, only Jot Tran casually notices Lam Tan's partner and silently declares, Dialogue Bang, you are mine now. Yuan Yuan waved the flag to cheer for Jot Chan Kaka to rush forward, his handsome looks making everyone fall for him. Youth only happens once. Beauty is fleeting and will pass in a flash. When Big Brother Jiat Tron wins the championship, he will definitely hold me tight. Xiao Bai Jan's throat is too black to speak, so if I mess up and can't talk, I'll just stay silent. The competition has entered a tense phase, with the MC's voice steady as he comments. It seems that Lam Tan and Bing Bing are now faster than all the other teams. But rowing a boat isn't about strength. If you don't know how to conserve your energy, you might not be able to continue halfway through. Suddenly, Lam Tan's raft broke apart, causing Bang Bang to suffer. Huh? Why did the raft fall apart? The live stream comments are just cursing non-stop. Turn off that damn show, its treacherous scheme is now exposed. But Lam Tan remains calm and looks for another way, not surprised at all. If a few days ago they were still secretly scheming, then by the final day there's no need to keep up appearances and they just reveal their reckless nature. Snatching Tran from another boat, others can't help but mock Lam Tan. Your luck really is terrible. It's a pity I was going to defeat you honorably, but it seems even heaven won't help you. Goodbye. Vian Yuan's people grab their phones to show off their victory. Commander Yun, the rescue drone with the big flag, is ready to save anyone at any moment. But she has long had a sinister plan. She's not in a hurry. Let them drown half alive in the sea first, then rescue them so my team has footage for their parody video. El Bing hugs the raft and suggests that Lam Tan can win. There's a way,
My raft is a bit bigger. You climb up and then cross over yourself. There's still a chance to catch up. But I wonder if that will count for points. We can win. And more than that, we can all win. Lamtan confidently asserts. Then he grips the 2 pieces of wood and pushes forward. The ice sheet still doesn't understand but listens very well. Lamtan, hold on tight. I'm about to start pushing the boat. Lamtan's legs flailed in the sea like propellers cutting through the waves, leaving Vian Nuan's men stunned by what was happening before their eyes. Blackbang secretly admired him for that. Lamtan is so impressive, her affection level increased by 3%, reaching a total of 95%. Let me help you, Blackbang said, then raised her legs to the sides. Both their states surged exponentially, one acting as a fan, the other trying to splash water along. In an instant, they swam quite a distance ahead. On this side, they almost reached the finish line. It's almost there. I'm winning. But something strange makes him turn his head to look back. What? Lamtan and Lockbang are right behind them, making Dat Tran so scared he's terrified. No way. Is he hacking? Fan enjoys watching live at home, laughing so hard at the hilarious performance that he almost dies. The event organizers are getting criticized both inside and outside. Juatron, seeing defeat imminent, snapped at the person next to her. Climb faster. What are you doing? You want to lose? He made the opponent sweat bullets. I'm climbing right now. While they were arguing loudly, Lamtan's team had already reached the finish line ahead of everyone. Giant Tran couldn't believe his eyes. The scene was just like the story of the tortoise and the hare. Even Vian Yuan's secretary was stunned. Lamtan has won. At the finish line, Lamtan gently carries Lockbang in a princess style. You're exhausted, aren't you? Let me hold you. The online fans of Juatron have shifted to Lamtan. Ah, look at how sweetly he's being carried. Lamtan looks so handsome and confident. Both men and women behind the screens are frantically typing, but the boat is already falling apart. This program shows signs of attempted murder. I am reporting it with my real name. The reversal of the situation makes Yuan Yuan furious. They're crazy. Those guys are completely out of their minds. Her secretary is terrified. What's wrong with President Vian? The fan data chart has changed significantly. Detron's share dropped to 45%, while Lamtan's rose to 99%. Seeing the idol's declining numbers made Vian Yuan even angrier. Where did all of Detron's fans go? Let's boost the hype. How can you just stand by and watch Detron's data decline? Suddenly, her secretary interrupted. It seems President Vian is involved in the online rumors. Now there are a bunch of bad news about Detron on the internet. What is Yuan Yuan shouting about? Show it all on the big screen right now. Hotspot Lamtan, an ordinary person, crushes the top idol in a shocking defeat. The interview video with him was only 5 days long, and an ordinary person used absolute strength to show us what true charisma of a man really is. On the contrary, Jotron was shattered, his perfect image, the traffic idol, yet he couldn't withstand a single blow in front of an ordinary person. Is this what they call a top-tier star? Tit Datron was trembling with anger. You damn bug. Why won't you just behave and lose to me? Suddenly, Yuan Yuan called him Kaka Datron. Now the online support rate has been completely taken over by Lamtan. But Datron Kaka, don't be angry because I've already prepared my ultimate move, which can definitely help turn the tide. The plan is like this. They have a new strategy. And Datran's eyes show a deep thought, but no matter how much it is, it's still not enough for him. Winning the match is no longer the main focus now. Lamtan, I want his life to end with this game. At the start of the competition, the host announced each team, and all 6 distinguished guests had arrived. Lamtan's team and Dilokbang's team are in first place. Tweet Dutron and Juju's group is in second place, while Pun and Bolin's group, having used too much strength and broken the ladder, is the last to arrive at Funyu Island. Now, according to the rankings, they will draw lots for the weapon stash. Lamtan Tang should be given priority to choose the weapon since he won first. He used all his strength to pull out each claw. And on top of that, the host is teasing them. Oh dear, it looks like Lamtan's group is just too unlucky. Again, I got the flat-bottom claw, but it's for family trips, self-defense, and cooking. When Datran's team drew lots for weapons, they got the high-quality Duong gear. Oh my god, what is this? The MC praises their impressive weapons, a sniper rifle and a colored bullet gun, along with 500 colored bullets and high-grade protective gear. Who would have thought Twit.Tron would be so perfect? And also the luckiest. Oh my god, is there any way to survive? Toon's group got 2 pistols. Park Toon's team was also lucky. They got 2 pistols and 7 colored bullets. Alright, now let's start announcing the survival game rules. The rules are simple. If you are hit in the head or body by a colored bullet, you are eliminated. The entire Funyu Island is the arena. However, there is a shrinking safe zone mechanism, and the area marked by the drone in the sky is the survival zone. Additionally, the winning male guest receives a revival card that can bring any female guest back to life. The female guest who is revived is considered to have successfully paired up and must enjoy the victory with the male guest. The female guest is not allowed to refuse. Jotron once again leaves the game of defeat with me. Lamtan, I will make sure you see Thylok Bang become my woman before you die. Yuan Yuan still secretly contacts Datron through the wireless earpiece. If Thylok Bang dares to refuse, she will be branded as arrogant and having a bad attitude by Vuvan's fans. She will definitely obey. You pulling Tran away is the perfect stage I prepared for you. Then, the survival game began, with all three teams scattering in different directions. Online fans are also excitedly waiting. Lin Tan charge forward and defeat Tron. Tron's team's guns keep firing at Lam Tan's group. What are you even trying to hide from? He thinks he's superior just because he has good weapons. Is he not afraid of me yet? Where do you think you can run to? Facing me, isn't it better to die with dignity? That cowardly bastard. But while he was reveling, he got shot in the back by Toon's team. Tron felt the position and shot directly into his chest. Antejun, you're still too inexperienced. I knew you were planning a surprise attack from behind all along. I was just waiting for you. Toon's teammate suddenly blocked from the front, putting all his strength into hitting Tran's head. Immediately, Bo Lin was knocked aside and the target shifted. Tron threatened calmly, if I don't kill you, how can you see me shoot and kill Lam Tan? A perfect victory in this battle. If you had chosen me yesterday, maybe we would still have a chance to win together now. It's a pity you chose the wrong path. Now it's too late to regret. Let's go. Dieu. After saying that, he had to call Tron. Tron had already betrayed Lam Tan, so he was furious. Lam Tan, how long do you plan to run? Come out here. Then he used his teammates as pawns to sacrifice. She took off her bulletproof vest and helmet to lure Lam Tan forward. Juju asked in confusion, what? Am I just bait? What if I get ambushed and killed by Lam Tan? What should I do then? He uses the tone of a despicable person to seduce her. Don't worry, I've won. I can use the resurrection card to bring you back to life. Listen to me. Go quickly. Right now, in UN Ruin's office, she's losing patience and searching through the entire forest. Where are they? Where are Lam Tan and Thela? Find me all the cameras and drones, no matter what it takes, even if we have to dig up the entire ground to find them. The technical officer is straining his eyes, searching. General Vian has checked everyone. There's no one there. The drone couldn't find any trace either. It's like they vanished from the face of the earth. Winron became even more irritable. Useless. Double the number of rolls for me. Search everything thoroughly. Meanwhile, Lam Tan was happily soaking his feet and enjoying the cool stream. I didn't expect these wild mangoes to be so big and fragrant. Give it a try. Bang gently lets you enjoy first. The first piece is for you to eat first. Lam Tan takes a bite. It's very delicious. I already bit on the side, so you can easily avoid that spot and eat the other side. Bang seductively bites directly at the place Lam Tan has already bitten. I'm not afraid. Tran is still frantically searching for someone. Lam Tan, get out here for me. Same goes for the whole pill. If the camera can't find him, they will shrink the safe zone again to force him to reveal his face. The technician is forced to live or die now. We're closing in. President Vian, we are still continuously narrowing the safety zone. The rate of shrinking has already doubled the original plan. Lam Tan and Bang leisurely enjoy the full beauty of nature. Tron is no different from a madman. Are you hiding on the other side of the mountain? Come out. He's become a joke among online fans. Tron really is like a mad dog. An hour later, the final safety zone was sealed. The 20-meter diameter mansion on the clifftop is now broadcasting a message demanding the survivors to enter the safe zone within 1 minute or face disqualification. And at this moment, Lam Tan finally crawled in with Bang. You suddenly sit up and taunt like a rat running across the street. Are you finally not going to run away anymore? I've been waiting here for you for a long time, but Lam Tan still remains relaxed and cheerful. Really? I thought you would be screaming wildly like an unheaded fly running around looking for me. Being insulted makes him turn grim. Mute the sound. Yuan Yuan immediately ordered from the other side to cut all sound from the live stream, displaying a message at the bottom of the screen saying the recording device had a malfunction and was being repaired, leaving only one audio source connected to my Bluetooth earphones. The gunman who snatched Tran had already started attacking first. Lam Tan hasn't done much yet, only the arrogant jerk pushing Tron to escalate. I could eliminate you any time now, but I won't. Since you're just a frog at the bottom of the well, unaware of your own status, being eliminated is actually too easy for you. Lam Tan is just as arrogant, so why did he cut me off? I also think using claws to beat you out would be too easy for you. Tran couldn't hold back. What do you think you are? If it weren't for a bit of damn luck getting you on this show, you wouldn't even have the right to share the screen with me, let alone compete for my spotlight. That fan support for you is even higher than mine. I really can't understand it. Trash like you should crawl back into the sewer. Dieu saw he was losing control and warned him to stay calm. Don't get too excited. We're still live streaming. If those words get out, it will cause trouble. Her good intentions are even being insulted by him. Shut up. The viewers still don't understand what's going on. What are you doing? What are they saying? Why does it look like they're insulting someone? Then he snatched Tron, pointed the gun to intimidate, and won against me a few times using some attention-grabbing tricks. Does he think he's some big shot? A college student who isn't even worthy of wiping my shoes? I can crush a scumbag like you with just a flick of my finger. Lin Tan drags out all his shameful past to tell. Is that so? Riding a warhorse relies on shells, sneaky tricks, wooden rafts use cunning, and weapons are arranged by insiders. Besides those unclean ones, what else can you do? Use a paint gun to kill me? Tron still pretends to be superior. Do you know how much physical strength I can control? I can put you on blast anytime, causing your scandal to spread across the internet, stealing and framing you for countless crimes. Guess how your university will handle someone like you? Do your parents get so angry at you that they consider ending their lives? Do your friends avoid you like they're trying to escape a plague? You are better off dead than alive. La Bang listened to the long, uncomfortable speech. You're crazy, but he just keeps rambling on. Now kneel down and lick my shoes like a dog. Beg me to forgive you. Maybe I will suddenly request a visa to leave the country or any country I want, or you can jump down here yourself and destroy yourself to preserve a little of your cheap dignity. They lack Bang. Come here. You're smart. You wouldn't choose to die with that rotten worm over there, would you? Lock Bang calmly repeated, Worm, are you talking about yourself? Jiat Tran was silenced after being insulted by his dream girl. Then Lock Bang enlightened Diu. Diu, have you seen his true face now? At this point, do you still want to help him? You can't get the person and he's about to be taken away. Jiat Chun quickly stopped him. Diu will always be my loyal fan, unlike Bo Lin, who, after a quick foot massage from Lam Tan, becomes lustful for women and betrays. Diu felt deeply insulted and upset, blaming him. Jiatian, stop. Why have you become like this? Why did you do something that destroys families just for a show? Dat Tran paid no attention to her words and immediately pushed her away. Get out of the way. Even you are betraying me too. Her patience had reached its limit, and without hesitation, she shot ink directly into Dat Tran's face. In front of Lam Tan and Lock Bang, Dat Tran clenched his teeth and cursed, but Diu's affection still remained. The game is over. Dat Tran is begging him to come back. Lam Tan is just helping someone in trouble, doing what any normal person would do. And you went crazy over this competition, no longer the handsome and gentle Dat Tran everyone knew. Dat Tran has lost all humanity, pulling out a gun and shooting directly at Diu's head, you despicable person. The screen has completely gone dark now due to a technical glitch, signal interruption. Fans online are suddenly cut off from the live stream. What's going on? What's going on? The brainless fan Nuan still loves G-Tron. With you here to cooperate, just do it freely. Gia-Tron. Anyone who offends you will pay a heavy price. Diu was beaten until bleeding from the head and lost consciousness entirely. It's a tough crowd upset by the despicable actions of an artist. You're really crazy if you think hurting others won't land you in jail. His artistic career is over. For Dat Tran, this is just a joke. He's extremely arrogant. Only ordinary people go to jail. I am the idol of thousands of young girls. Can the law control me? I have a huge fan base, and my media team is the best and most expensive. With my wealth, who can control my reputation? Then she pointed the gun at Lam Tan. Dila Bang gave her one last chance. To create a legendary traffic record with me, or to become a lowly person alongside that disgusting bug. Black Bang's determination rises. Even if I am the only man left in this world, I still won't choose him. Even if Lam Tan is cursed by netizens, I will use all my resources to clear his name. Even if I fail, even if no one believes in Lam Tan, I will still love him.